Ding, welcome to the Dark Dungeon. From today, all humans around the world will survive in the Endless Dungeon. Do your best to survive. Everything from the civilized world means nothing here, except intelligence and strength. This will be a journey of survival filled with despair. Remember, don't let the oil lamp run out, or you'll pay with your life. The emotionless voices echoed in Suyu's mind. Dark Dungeon? Desperate survival? Suyu groggily opened his eyes, his head aching. He could smell the damp, rotten stench in the air. Looking around the dungeon, there was nothing but a simple wooden table, no other furnishings. The walls around him, in all 6 directions, were made of solid stone bricks. He lay on a cold, shabby straw mat, and the weak light from the oil lamp on the table faintly illuminated his chest, with dust floating in the beam. Damn! I've crossed over. Suyu stared at the dungeon, which was completely different from his bedroom, realizing he was no longer on Earth. Last night, he had gone home after work, washed up as usual, and gone to bed. But when he woke up, he found himself in this crappy place. What kind of situation is this? Before he could think more, a semi-transparent blue screen popped up in front of him, with 4 channels: communication channel, trade channel, dungeon attributes, and physical attributes. The communication and trade channels were self-explanatory, for chatting and trading items. Suyu skipped those and clicked on the dungeon attributes. In an instant, golden text appeared in front of him. Dungeon number 0000114514. Level 1, Edge Dungeon. Lighting, oil lamp, 23H. Capacity, 1. Portal, none. Rating, please refill the oil lamp soon, or darkness will completely engulf the dungeon. What the hell, only 1 day of oil. This game is killing me. Suyu immediately felt the deep malice of the dungeon world towards humans. Even hardcore soul-like games rarely set such a difficult challenge in the early stages. Frowning, Suyu opened the physical attributes section. Name, Suyu, adult male human average attribute is 1. Occupation, none. Mental, 1.3, clear-minded. Strength, 0.9, weak limbs. Constitution, 0.8, frailty and illness. Speed, 0.9, weak legs. Rating, an adult male human in a prolonged sub-healthy state. Suyu looked at the physical attributes on the panel. Comparing it with his actual condition, it was pretty accurate. As a weary worker slogging away at a desk all day, it was no surprise his physical fitness was below average. As for his mental attribute being above average, that made sense too. He had fought his way out from the sea of problems in his youth, just to end up sitting at a desk working like a slave, otherwise, he'd have been on the factory line as a slave long ago. After thinking for a moment, Suyu's gaze fell on the oil lamp. According to the rule, he had to refill the oil lamp within the next 23 hours or face certain death. But the problem was, the dungeon was surrounded by stone walls on all sides. How could he go out and find oil for the lamp? Luckily, there was still some time left, so Suyu wasn't in a rush. He sat down on the straw mat and opened the World Communication Channel. At this moment, many messages were already popping up in the World Communication Channel. Help! I was just in the bathroom, now I've crossed over and have no toilet paper. What do I do? Damn, it's my first time staying in a hotel with my girlfriend, and now you throw this crossover at me. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of TV show? Bro upstairs, didn't you hear the prompt? All humans have crossed over. We have to survive in the dungeon from now on. I can't believe there's a survival world just like in novels. I wonder if anyone has an external system. Big shot, help me out. Wait. What exactly are you all talking about? Our initial prison oil lamp can only burn for 1 day. Shouldn't we be thinking about how to get oil and food? Humph, you speak so easily. I've already figured out the entire cell. There's nothing but that broken straw mat on the floor, not even a rat. Where can we get food from? Yeah, we just got to this world. Who knows what we should do? The world system hasn't given any hints. It's better not to act recklessly for now. Suyu looked at these unhelpful messages, shaking his head with a dark face. He thought that with 9 billion humans, there would definitely be many talented individuals. But he didn't expect most of the chat records to be filled with giggling and nonsense, offering no value at all. But this also makes sense. After all, real talents with power must be exploring on their own. Even if they discover some key information, they may not necessarily share it. Relying on the world's communication channel to get any important info is really a bit wishful thinking. With that thought, Suyu walked straight to the stone wall ahead, ready to touch every inch to see if there were any hidden mechanisms. The moment his fingertip touched the stone brick, golden words appeared on the stone wall. Dungeon stone wall, green. Durability, infinity. Hidden hint 1, use the oil lamp to scorch the stone wall. This will open a crack for 6 hours but consumes 6 hours of lighting time. Hidden hint 2, the third stone brick in the top left corner hides a mechanism. Tap it 3 times gently to open a crack for 6 hours. This mechanism can only be used once a day. Hidden hints? Suyu was stunned. Could this be his unique golden finger? But how could an ordinary office worker like him suddenly obtain a unique golden finger? After thinking for a moment, Suyu stopped dwelling on it and turned to look at the other 5 stone walls in the dungeon. After exploring for a while, as expected, each stone wall had similar text hints. The only differences were the quality of the stone wall, the location of the mechanisms, and the amount of oil lamp lighting time consumed to leave through conventional means. Aside from the stone wall he had just examined, the stone walls in the left, right, and back directions were all blue in quality, while the stone walls in the up and down directions were even more terrifying, reaching a purple quality. Suyu pondered for a moment, not rushing to strike the stone wall. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the oil lamp on the table. Oil lamp, blue. Remaining burn time, 23H, 115 milliliters per 120 milliliters. Hidden hint 1, use the oil lamp to scorch the stone wall. This will temporarily open a crack. Hidden hint 2, when carrying the oil lamp while exploring outdoors, most lightaverse monsters will not attack you. Hidden hint 3, collect and fuse other survivors' oil lamps to strengthen your oil lamp. As Suyu expected, the unremarkable oil lamp also revealed golden text. He immediately showed a pleased expression, grabbed the oil lamp, and moved toward the stone wall ahead. He gently tapped 3 times on the corresponding stone brick in the top left corner. In the next moment, the previously seamless stone wall violently cracked open into a narrow gap, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Suyu carefully squeezed through. Outside was a narrow corridor, just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Aside from the area lit by the oil lamp, everything else was pitch black in the distance. Suyu couldn't help but swallow, feeling that fear of the dark was a natural human instinct, something he couldn't overcome just by summoning courage. But now, with no choice, he had to push forward. He gritted his teeth and cautiously continued down the path. The stone brick paved ground was very flat, but Suyu still walked very carefully. After 10 minutes, he stopped. The path ahead came to an end. In front of him was a stone door. On both sides, there were pitch-black forks in the road, where not even a hand could be seen. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then placed his hand on the stone door. Stone door, white. Durability, 1. Hidden hint 1, this is a stone door with a white quality item hidden behind it. Seeing that the golden finger gave a safe hint, Suyu opened the stone door without hesitation. Behind the door was a cell identical to the initial dungeon's layout. The only difference was that on the central stone table, instead of an oil lamp, there was a parchment. He carefully touched the parchment with his finger. Stone bed blueprint, white. Effect, create a 2x3 stone bed for use during the night. Materials, stone bricks *20. Suyu carefully rolled up the parchment and put it away. A stone bed was not very comfortable for someone used to modern society, it was something that could be discarded without much thought. But everything is relative, and having a stone bed in a dungeon meant he was already ahead of many others. After confirming that the 5 stone walls of the cell couldn't be broken like the initial dungeon, he quietly stepped back out. Just as he left the room, the once solid stone door suddenly shattered into pieces at his gaze, breaking into 20 neat stone bricks. So it was waiting for me here. Suyu immediately felt a surge of joy. He had been thinking about how to get stone bricks, and here was the dungeon, thoughtfully preparing them for him. Considering that this was not far from his initial dungeon, he quickly picked up the stone bricks and took them back. 10 minutes later, panting, he returned to the fork in the road. After a moment of thought, he chose the left path. The oil lamp lit up the road ahead, which was several times longer than the previous one. To stave off boredom and fear, Suyu once again opened the world communication channel. Does anyone know how to leave the initial dungeon? Please DM me. I, Huhan-san, am willing to exchange 1 million soft sister coins. Stop it upstairs, we're already in the dungeon world, what use are soft sister coins? If you have gold on you, maybe it will be useful. I know how to leave the initial dungeon, give me half your lamp oil, and I will DM you. I'm so hungry, I didn't eat when I crossed over, does anyone have food? I have a king sausage, anyone who wants it can trade their lamp oil for it. Hee, the one upstairs is joking, why don't you ask people to trade their lives for it? A mix of messages continued. It seemed that the vast majority of people still had no idea how to leave the initial dungeon. Suyu thought for a moment, then typed a message in the world communication channel. Reliable news, use oil lamps to burn the stone walls, it will open a crack leading outside the door. What? What did I just hear? Someone found a way to leave the initial dungeon? No way, the gap between people is this big? How come I didn't think of that? The 2 idiots upstairs, stop believing everything people say, have you even tried it yourself? The one upstairs is the real idiot. I just tried it. The expert's method is real. The stone wall really cracked open. Damn, can you all stop spamming? I can barely find the expert's ID now. Suyu stopped paying attention to the World Communication Channel. He posted this news precisely to help more people leave the initial dungeon and start exploring, with no intention of leaving his name. After all, only when the majority of people began exploring the endless dungeon would he have a chance to find what he wanted in the trade channel later. Moreover, he only told them about burning the stone wall, not the mechanism behind it, which was his core competitive advantage. Ding, you have a private message. Kid, blocking someone's way to wealth is like killing their parents. I painstakingly discovered this method, and now you've published it. You'd better not let me see you again, or just wait to die. Suyu was stunned, glancing at the ID of the person who had sent him a private message. 000-035-0234. It was the same person who had earlier spoken in the World Communication Channel, offering half a lamp's worth of oil for a way to leave. Shark arm. He casually replied with 2 words, not taking the person's threat seriously at all. To him, this kind of information was just something he could spot with a casual glance. Moreover, with 9 billion people traveling around the world, even a little trial would soon lead someone to notice the connection between the oil lamp and the stone wall within half an hour. Soon, the road to the left reached its end. This time, there was no intersection, only a tightly shut wooden door. Wooden door, green. Sturdiness, 2. Hidden tip 1, behind this wooden door is a cell containing a green quality treasure chest. Hidden tip 2, behind this wooden door stands a goblin ready to ambush. Its combat ability is very weak, and any adult human can easily defeat it as long as they are not ambushed. Goblin? Suyu was a little surprised. Although he had expected that this dungeon world would be different from Blue Star, it was still a bit of a surprise to learn that goblins, a fantastical creature, existed here. He was curious about what they looked like. After preparing himself, he opened the wooden door. In the next moment, a wooden stick shot toward his face like lightning. Luckily, Suyu was prepared. He sidestepped and immediately threw the stone brick he had intentionally left in his hand. Bang! The stone brick hit the goblin's face with a dull thud. The goblin wobbled for a moment, then fell heavily to the ground, with a large pool of green blood seeping out from beneath it. Only then did Suyu finally have time to carefully observe the goblin's appearance and face. To be honest, this creature looked exactly like the goblin in Suyu's impression. Green skin, a height of about 1.2 meters, emitting a foul, rotten stench all over its body, classic to the core. Suyu found a relatively clean spot of skin and gently touched it, causing a large amount of text to immediately appear. Goblin, deceased. Intelligence, 0.3. Strength, 0.5. Constitution, 0.5. Speed, 0.5. Evaluation, the lowest level monster in the Endless Dungeon, with a combat ability of only 5, but due to their large numbers, they are rated as green quality. Hidden tip 1, never underestimate goblins. Although their combat ability is only 5, they are monsters that are not afraid of light. Chapter 3, Blue Treasure Chest. Do you really need to give me a tip for this? Suyu immediately complained. Looking at the goblin's appearance, he could tell it wasn't the type to be afraid of light. He shook his head, stepped over the goblin's corpse, and walked into the room. Unlike the previous prison, the walls and floor of this room were made of wood, and even the table in the center of the room was no exception. But what made Suyu the happiest was that there was a wooden chest on the table. Supply chest, green. Description, a randomly refreshed chest in the dark dungeon, which can contain several items and materials of corresponding levels. The specific types of materials cannot be identified. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains 1.5 L bottled water 3, 500 milliliters can kerosene 1, and a blueprint for healing potion 1. Hidden tip 2, using Obsidian can upgrade the chest's quality to blue. Damn! Suyu couldn't help but curse. He hadn't expected his hidden tips to be so powerful, showing him the contents of the chest and even how to upgrade it. But at the moment, he hadn't even seen any obsidian, so there was no need to think about upgrading the chest. He opened the chest, and sure enough, just as the text tip had said, 3 bottles of mineral water and a small can of sealed kerosene were neatly arranged inside. With excited feelings, Suyu took the items out. The 3 bottles of mineral water were self-explanatory. Water is the source of life. With this 4.5 L of water, he wouldn't have to worry about hydration for a week. The 500 milliliters of sealed kerosene seemed like a small amount, but in reality, it could keep the oil lamp burning for a full 100 hours. He was also given time to catch his breath. Beneath these things, there was a piece of parchment. Healing Potion Blueprint, green. Effect, creates healing potion, can be used internally or externally, treats colds, abrasions, cuts, and other minor injuries. Materials, glass bottle 1, monster blood essence 1, purified water 500 ml 1. Note, potion quality depends on the monster blood essence quality, and cannot exceed green. Upon seeing the blueprint, a joyful expression instantly appeared on Suyu's face. In life, there is nothing more important than birth, aging, sickness, and death. In this dungeon world, the original medical system of humanity has completely collapsed, and medical supplies have become incredibly rare. In this situation, the blueprint in his hand was more valuable than gold. As long as he could make it, the healing potion would definitely have no trouble selling. But the problem was, what were the materials for making it? Aside from purified water, which he currently had, the rest of the materials, monster blood essence and glass bottles, were nowhere to be found. Could it be that the blood essence is obtained by killing monsters? With this thought, Suyu furrowed his brows and returned to the door. However, after rummaging through the goblin's corpse, he found nothing except for his hands being covered in green blood. Seeing this, Suyu temporarily gave up on the idea of searching for monster blood essence. Making the healing potion could be postponed for now. The most important thing at the moment was to find food. If he didn't find food, he would really starve to death. He glanced at the time on the oil lamp. The oil lamp still had 20 hours of burn time remaining. Calculating, it had already been 3 hours since he opened the stone wall crack to explore, and there were still 3 hours left. For convenience, he carried the treasure chest and the 50 wooden planks that broke from the wooden door back to the starting dungeon. Because there were too many planks, he had to make 2 trips to carry them. When he had finished transporting all the supplies and arrived at the left and right forks, heading right, it had already been 4 hours since he opened the stone wall crack. To avoid missing the stone wall crack disappearing, he had to quicken his pace. Fortunately, the road on the right was much shorter than he had imagined. Soon, a stone door and a left-right fork appeared in his line of sight. I hope there's food behind the door. Suyu muttered, gently touching the stone door with his finger. Treasure stone door, green. Durability, 3. Hidden hint 1, this artificial stone door contains a small amount of obsidian. Using an oil lamp can extract 1 obsidian. This action will consume 6 hours of oil lamp lighting time. Hidden hint 2, the interior of this stone door is carved with a primary solidity rune. Using a projection engraving stone can extract the internal rune. This action will consume 2 durability points of the projection engraving stone. Wow, this stone door actually has so many twists and turns. Suyu complained, then without hesitation, he used the flame from the oil lamp to scorch the stone door. If he hadn't obtained that can of oil earlier, he might have hesitated about consuming the precious oil. But now, without a second thought, he made the choice. Zzz. The flames licked the stone door, and it even made the sound of oil burning. In just a short while, the stone door, which was 2 people wide and tall, quickly melted and disappeared in the flames, leaving behind a small piece of pitch-black stone. Meanwhile, the oil lamp's flame had also dimmed quite a bit. Is this obsidian? Suyu curiously bent down to pick up the still-hot stone on the ground. Obsidian, blue. Durability, 6. Hidden hint 1, obsidian is one of the most common extraordinary materials in the Dark Dungeon, and can be used as the core material for warrior-class job change equipment. Hidden hint 2, placing obsidian on top of a green-quality treasure chest can raise the chest's quality to blue. Hidden hint 3, placing 100 units of obsidian according to the blueprint in a certain location in the starting dungeon cell will. A portal can be established to a fixed coordinate of the dungeon. I didn't expect the obsidian to have so many uses. Suyu examined the stone in his hand, then happily put it away. He walked into the room behind the door. The room's layout was no different from the previous 2. On the stone table in the center was a stone chest, quietly waiting for its owner to arrive. Suyu eagerly walked to the chest and placed the obsidian on top of it. In an instant, the previously unyielding obsidian emitted a puff of white smoke and then melted into a pool of black liquid, vanishing into the chest. Resource chest, blue. Description: a chest that randomly spawns in the Dark Dungeon, can open several items and resources of corresponding levels. The exact types of resources cannot be deciphered. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains 24 cans of luncheon meat, 1 small space backpack, 10 whale oil scented torches, 1 broken kerosene lamp. Hidden hint 2, the chest is cursed with obsidian. Opening or moving it will result in being hunted by a certain light-averse creature. The chase will last for 3 hours. Hidden hint 3, the chest's shell is made of obsidian. It can be burned with a kerosene lamp, consuming 12 hours of lighting time to refine 1 obsidian. Chapter 4, Whale Oil Scented Torches. A cursed chest? Suyu frowned slightly. He was unsure whether the kerosene lamp in his hand could deter these so-called light-averse creatures. If the creatures decided to attack him without care, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't survive? After a moment of inner turmoil, he suddenly gritted his teeth. Let's go for it. People die for wealth, birds die for food. He just couldn't stand watching the blue chest drift away from him. In the next moment, he grabbed the blue chest and rushed out the door, running down the path he had come from without looking back. whoosh, whoosh. The narrow corridor was filled with eerie winds, and the brightness of the kerosene lamp seemed to dim slightly. Suyu's expression grew serious. This was not just his imagination, the lamp oil inside the kerosene lamp was burning faster, almost visibly. Damn it! Suyu cursed under his breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He knew, even without thinking, that once the lamp oil was burned up, the so-called lightiverse monster would no longer be restricted and could appear right in front of him. The only solution now was to rush back to the starting dungeon and refill the kerosene lamp with oil. But, as often happens, reality is far from one's wishes. Just as his thoughts were racing, the flame in the kerosene lamp suddenly shot up by 3 times, and there was a loud boom. A whoa! A painful wolf howl echoed from behind him in the shadows. Suyu spun around sharply, only to see that the previously empty narrow corridor now contained a starving wolf, its fur completely black. The wolf's forepaws were hairless, clearly having suffered from the explosion of the kerosene lamp. Even so, Suyu still cautiously took 2 steps back. Without a weapon in his hand, even though the wolf appeared weakened, it was still not something he could handle. The man and the wolf locked eyes, both sensing the wariness in the other. Suyu glanced at the kerosene lamp out of the corner of his eye and saw that a portion of the lamp oil had mysteriously evaporated. Clearly, the wolf's counterattack had not been without cost. From the looks of it, if the wolf continued to charge at him 2 or 3 more times, the kerosene lamp would likely go out. The hungry wolf seemed to realize this as well. It stared at the lamp with its sickly green eyes for a while, and then did something Suyu had not expected. It merged with the wall. Suyu honestly couldn't find a better word to describe the wolf's behavior. He watched with wide-open eyes as a creature slowly walked into the wall without any feeling of stopping, and he could not help but open his eyes wide. But very soon, the kerosene lamp whose burning speed became fast again made him react. The evil wolf only entered a stealth state. If he did not hurry back to the initial dungeon, he would face a second attack. Thinking of this, he did not dare delay even for a moment. He turned around and started running again toward the direction of the dungeon. On the way, Suyu deeply felt the feeling of one day being like 1 year. Behind him there was a hungry wolf that could attack him at any time, and in order not to waste time he could not look back. This feeling was truly hard to bear. 15 minutes later, the familiar crack in the stone wall finally appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. Right after that, the flame of the kerosene lamp suddenly jumped high again, and the lamp oil dropped by a big part. Suyu forced himself to hold back the desire to turn his head to look. First he threw the treasure chest in his hand with strength, then in a flash he passed through the crack. After finishing these actions, he finally let out a long breath like a heavy burden was lifted, and turned his head to look at the situation outside. Outside the stone wall, the hair on the hungry wolf's face was already completely burned. A pair of green eyes full of hatred stared at Suyu like looking at a rabbit that had reached its mouth but escaped. Suyu leaned against the stone table, breathing in big mouthfuls of rough air. In order to return to the dungeon as fast as possible, he had almost jogged all the way just now, and only after surviving the disaster did he realize the tiredness of his body. Half a minute later, seeing that the hungry wolf had no intention of leaving, he calmly picked up the sealed can of kerosene and waved it at the hungry wolf. "Ayo." The hungry wolf howled once, as if understanding that in a short time it had no chance to eat the person in front of it again. It stepped back 2 steps and merged into the wall again. Damn, this wolf is really smart. Suyu cursed, then carefully took out the kerosene from the can and filled the kerosene lamp again. The thrilling life and death chase just now left only a pitiful 10 milliliters of lamp oil. If the hungry wolf had attacked earlier, he would surely have died. After a short while, the kerosene lamp was completely filled, and only then did Suyu feel a little sense of safety. He looked at the blue-quality treasure chest that had rolled onto the ground, and a bit of expectation rose in his heart without control. The treasure chest opened. Placed at the top were 24 cans of luncheon meat arranged neatly. There was no mark on the tin cans, only the specific type and weight were marked. Suyu checked carefully and found that the meat in the luncheon meat cans was actually divided into 3 types: beef, pork, and mixed type. Each type had 8 cans, and the weight was the same. The net content was all 500 g. Suyu was naturally very satisfied. 500 g of meat seems not much, but the protein it provides can already meet the energy need of a whole day. Although eating only meat seems a bit greasy, happiness is compared. In the dark dungeon no one knows how many people cannot even eat grass roots. Being able to eat luncheon meat is already king-level treatment for him. After being a little excited for a moment, Suyu then turned his eyes to the second item. Small space backpack, blue. Volume, 3 by 3 by 3 cubic meters. Hidden hint 1, this space backpack is a standard small space backpack. Inside it lacks a time flow module, it cannot keep food fresh. Hidden hint 2, inside the backpack are carved 3 small space inscriptions and 2 small teleport inscriptions. Projection carving stone can be used to extract them. Extracting each inscription needs 3 durability points of projection carving stone. There are actually only 2 hidden hints? Suyu was slightly surprised. The supplies and items he got before basically all followed the rule of white 1 hidden hint, green 2 hidden hints, blue 3 hidden hints. Because the rule matched too well. He even once thought this was the universal rule of the golden finger. It wasn't until he saw the spatial backpack just now that he belatedly realized it was only a coincidence. However, putting these miscellaneous things aside, the spatial backpack is definitely something of great value. Whether it's carrying more supplies when going out or freeing up more space in the starting dungeon, it holds significant strategic value. Suyu immediately placed the canned luncheon meat and bottled water he just opened into the spatial backpack, then wore it on his back without feeling any weight. This is so magical. Suyu excitedly circled around the stone table twice. No wonder various novels always make such a big deal out of spatial storage items. This thing really is convenient and useful. A moment later, Suyu forced himself to calm down and looked at the 10 torches neatly arranged in the treasure chest. Whale oil scented torch, blue. Description: a plain, unremarkable torch. Hidden tip 1: this torch can burn for 24 hours, with lighting effects equivalent to a kerosene lamp of the same quality. Hidden tip 2: the smell of whale oil is a deadly temptation for certain unspeakable monsters. If 5 whale oil scented torches burn simultaneously in the same place for a short time, it will be able to track you by the scent. Hidden tip 3: the oil in this torch is edible. After the first consumption, physique plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with a physique greater than or equal to 2. Chapter 5: Iron Axe. Can this thing really be eaten? Suyu stared at the torch in his hand, which emitted a faint fragrance, and a question mark involuntarily appeared in his mind. If this were on Earth, if someone told Suyu that a torch could be eaten, he would only think about calling the number 600 on Wanping Road to make a sale. But in this dungeon world, things were completely different. Suyu hesitated for a moment but decided to trust the hidden tip. He opened his mouth and bit into the oily part of the torch. The taste of whale oil wasn't exactly delicious. After a few hasty bites, Suyu quickly opened his character attributes panel in a hurry. Name: Suyu. Average attributes for adult male humans are 1. Occupation: none. Spirit: 1.3, energetic. Strength: 0.9, weak limbs. Constitution: 0.9, fragile. Speed: 0.9, weak legs. Evaluation: a male human adult in a long-term sub-healthy state. Indeed, his constitution attribute increased by 0.1 points, but Suyu waved his arm and couldn't really feel it. After a few stretches of his arms and legs, he gave up on testing his physical strength and turned his attention to the last item in the treasure chest. It was a broken kerosene lamp. Compared to the previous items, this kerosene lamp looked very shabby. Not only was the lamp holder at the bottom missing, but even the lampshade that protected it from the wind was gone. The lamp only had its body left, looking completely beyond repair. But Suyu treated it as a treasure and carefully took it out of the treasure chest. Broken kerosene lamp, blue. Description: a kerosene lamp that is damaged beyond repair. Perhaps replacing it with a new one is the best choice. Hidden tip 1: merging this item with a complete kerosene lamp can increase the latter's oil capacity by 60 milliliters. Hidden tip 2: consuming 1 nitroglycerin cotton thread, 3 brass blocks, and 3 glass pieces can repair this item. Suyu had never even heard of the 3 items needed to repair the broken kerosene lamp. Naturally, he chose to place the 2 kerosene lamps he already had together. To his surprise, under his gaze, the 2 unrelated kerosene lamps slowly fused into one, and even the light it emitted became a bit brighter. He carefully used 60 milliliters of lamp oil to refill the kerosene lamp, then opened the world communication channel. Help! My lamp oil is down to just 3 hours left. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to give me some kerosene? Brothers, does anyone have kerosene? I'm willing to trade 5 units of stone bricks for it. Upstairs, what are you joking about? Most of us have stone bricks from opening doors. Who would be foolish enough to trade valuable kerosene for it? I'm so hungry, I'm a girl, I skipped dinner last night to diet. Does anyone have food? Please help me out. Heh, you wouldn't even be worth a Walmart plastic bag. Just stay hungry and wait to die. I'm begging for kerosene. I'm willing to trade weapons or food. Suyu silently observed for 5 minutes. As expected, after getting the method to burn the stone wall to leave the dungeon, most people in the communication channel were lamenting the scarcity of kerosene. Some were even willing to trade food for it. After all, the burning stone wall consumes kerosene, and the initial oil in the kerosene lamp only lasts for 1 day. Adding these together, those without kerosene will die today, before they even starve. He didn't look any further, and instead opened the trading channel. At this moment, he was well stocked, but to venture out again, he needed to find a good weapon. Otherwise, hungry wolves could come out of the walls and ambush him at any time. There would be no way to explore the crossroads deeply. You think you can trade 5 stone bricks for 50 milliliters of kerosene? Who's the idiot who posted this? 1 piece of jam bread for 500 milliliters of bottled water? That's a bit unfair. Besides, my bottled water is 1.5 liters. Forget it. A mechanical watch for 10 milliliters of kerosene? The price isn't high, but the world system has its own time feature. Watches are completely useless now. A pair of plain stockings for 100 milliliters of kerosene? What's this nonsense? Can non-dungeon items even enter the trading system? Suyu spent nearly 20 minutes seeing stranger and stranger offers. A lot of people had posted items they carried when they traveled here, hoping to exchange them for kerosene or food, which greatly slowed his search for weapons. He rubbed his temples, a bit annoyed, and then saw a trade offer that piqued his interest. A green quality axe, with real and effective power, in exchange for 200 milliliters of kerosene. No bargaining. He immediately clicked on the profile below the trade offer, deciding to try negotiating. Friend, I don't have that much kerosene. Would you accept a torch instead? After a while, the other party replied. Bro, are you joking? I need kerosene for lighting and survival. Things from Earth can't light up in the dungeon. Friend, this is a torch I got from opening a treasure chest. Suyu raised an eyebrow and sent a screenshot of the whale oil-scented torch's attributes. However, the hidden prompt seemed to be his personal exclusive feature, as it didn't appear in the screenshot taken by the world system. After a while, the other party replied again. Bro, you're pretty lucky, getting a blue quality item so quickly. But no one knows if this torch can replace a kerosene lamp. I still prefer to just exchange for kerosene. Suyu was speechless. This person really didn't recognize valuable items. If it weren't for the weapon, he would have considered blocking him and never speaking again. Just as he was hesitating whether to browse the trade channel a little longer, the other party's message came again. Bro, I know you definitely got kerosene from your treasure chest. If it's not 200 milliliters, I can exchange it for 120 milliliters. Suyu raised an eyebrow. The other party guessed correctly, he had indeed gotten kerosene. 80 milliliters. If I give you more, I won't have enough for myself. Deal. The other party agreed quickly and soon sent a new trade request. Suyu wondered for a moment if he had bargained too little, losing a few dozen milliliters of kerosene for nothing. But soon, he realized what had happened. At this moment, he was holding 9 whale oil-scented torches in his hand, clearly not lacking in lighting equipment. As long as he could continue exploring outside, the rewards he could gain would far exceed these few milliliters of kerosene. Realizing this, he immediately pressed the transaction button. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the sealed kerosene can. A few seconds later, as the white light dissipated, the oil level in the kerosene can dropped by several centimeters. Correspondingly, a sharp iron axe appeared out of thin air on the stone table. Plain iron axe, green. Sharpness, 3. Weight, 5. Hidden hint 1, this is an axe for chopping wood. When used to chop plants, sharpness +1. Hidden hint 2, this axe has a reserved enchantment slot. By consuming 1 obsidian, you can improve the iron axe's quality and gain a random enchantment. Chapter 6, Enchanted Iron Axe. Another obsidian? Suyu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect obsidian to be so versatile. Not only could it upgrade treasure chests, but it could also enchant weapons. It was practically a rare earth resource in this dungeon world. Without hesitation, he picked up the kerosene lamp and moved it close to the treasure chest on the ground. Although it was somewhat expensive to use the kerosene lamp for 12 hours of lighting, it was still worth it compared to the enchantment upgrade for the iron axe. Sizz, sizz. The flame burned the treasure chest, and soon, a familiar piece of obsidian appeared. Suyu picked up the still warm obsidian and gently placed it into the slot on the iron axe. In an instant, the jet black stone fused into the iron axe and disappeared. Suyu picked up the iron axe, now slightly darker in color, tested its weight, and then turned his gaze to the information panel. Extremely sharp iron axe, blue. Sharpness, 5. Weight, 5. Enchantment 1, wood chopping axe, when attacking plant-type monsters, sharpness +1. Enchantment 2, enchanted axe, when attacking physical entities or magical creatures, sharpness +2. What a great item! Suyu exclaimed. With the enchanted axe enchantment, the iron axe would reach a terrifying sharpness of 7 when attacking hungry wolves. He feared that with just one swing, the hungry wolf would immediately meet its end. After thinking for a moment, he opened the trade channel and listed 3 cans of luncheon meat. 1 can was for exchanging 5 glass bottles, while the other 2 were for exchanging 1 portion of monster blood essence. He hadn't forgotten his healing potion blueprint. If he could make healing potions, his survival ability would undoubtedly improve significantly. Next, he took out the stone bed blueprint he had originally obtained. He gently placed the blueprint on the pile of stone bricks, and the neatly arranged bricks immediately erupted in a burst of white light. When the white light faded, a 2-meter wide, 3-meter long stone bed appeared out of nowhere on the ground, almost occupying a quarter of the initial dungeon's area. Suyu raised an eyebrow and reached out to feel the texture of the stone bed. Then, he understood why the blueprint was only of white quality. The reason was simple: the stone bed was just too hard. Even though Suyu had been mentally prepared, he was still slightly shaken by the stone bed's hardness. This wasn't a bed at all, it was clearly a flat stone slab. He could even feel the coldness that came with rocks. For modern people used to memory foam mattresses, this thing couldn't even be called a bed. He couldn't help but gently shake his head and glanced at the time in the world system. It was now 6:30 p.m. It had been a full 6.5 hours since he had gone out at noon at 12 o'clock. The crack in the stone wall had already disappeared. After thinking for a moment, he directly moved the kerosene lamp to the stone wall. As the flames licked the wall, a crack reappeared in the stone wall. He took a deep breath, refilled the kerosene lamp, then strapped on his spatial backpack. With the lamp in his left hand and the axe in his right, he carefully passed through the gap in the stone wall. He wasn't the type to hold a grudge overnight. The hungry wolf does not die, and tonight, he won't sleep well. Tonight, either the hungry wolf dies, or he lives. The narrow, long passage remains pitch black, and Suyu carefully walks for 5 or 6 minutes, when the kerosene lamp in his hand suddenly bursts into fierce flames. He knows, this is the hungry wolf coming again. But compared to the messy escape not long ago, he is well prepared this time, with no fear in his heart. With calmness, he continues walking forward, and when he reaches the first left-right intersection, the flames of the kerosene lamp suddenly shoot up again. Howl! Accompanied by a familiar, painful howl of the wolf, Suyu quickly turns around and immediately sees his old acquaintance. But at this moment, the old acquaintance looks really bad, with the entire front half of its body completely bald, looking just like a sheep sheared for winter. The hungry wolf, with its green eyes, looks at the kerosene lamp in Suyu's hand, shrinking back and trying to re-enter the wall. At this point, Suyu is no longer pleased. Although he now has a big family and fortune, he cannot afford to let the hungry wolf keep draining him. He must force the hungry wolf to fight him in the passage. The next moment, he places the kerosene lamp on the ground and then raises his middle finger at the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf stops retreating. Its intelligence is not too high, but it can still understand the mocking meaning behind Suyu's gesture. Howl! It raises its head and lets out a long roar towards the passage above, then gathers strength and leaps towards Suyu. However, Suyu's expression remains calm as he observes the direction the hungry wolf is leaping towards, lowering his body and lifting his axe. Thud! The sharp weapon pierces through flesh, and the long axe cuts a long wound across the hungry wolf's abdomen, spilling blood all over Suyu's head. Pa! Suyu involuntarily spits out a mouthful of saliva. A few drops of wolf blood had spilled into his mouth, making him feel a wave of nausea. He picks up the iron axe in his hand and walks up to the hungry wolf, whose pupils have dilated, then swings the axe down heavily. The wolf's head and body are instantly split apart. Phew, finally safe. Suyu wipes his non-existent sweat and feels quite satisfied with his ability to not hold grudges overnight. After resting for a moment, he picks up the axe again, preparing to dismember the hungry wolf. This dark dungeon is very strange, and since the hungry wolf was able to merge into the wall while alive, who knows if it has a way to resurrect after death. It's safer to chop it into pieces. Ding, you have a private message. Brother, I have news about flesh essence, are you still interested? Suyu was stunned, not responding immediately to the private message, but instead rummaging through the world system for a while and then turning off the private message notification. The private message notification was really a waste of time. If this person had sent him the message a little earlier, it would have distracted him just as the hungry wolf leaped, and now the one lying on the ground awaiting dismemberment might have been him. After finishing everything, he slowly opens the private message and replies. Say it, I do need flesh essence right now. As long as your price is not too high, I can accept it. I don't have flesh essence, but I have the blueprint for the flesh essence extraction machine. If you want it, please send me 20 stone bricks, 20 wooden planks, 5 units of iron ingots, and 5 units of glass as raw materials. The reply came quickly. Suyu raised his eyebrows, carefully looking at the person's avatar. It was the same person who had recently exchanged an axe with him for kerosene. He still doesn't know if this stubborn fool is just lucky or truly powerful, but after selling the axe, he still managed to get a new blueprint. Suyu thought for a moment and decided to ask if this stubborn fool would consider changing the trade method. I don't have the materials you mentioned, but I happen to have a blueprint here that I can use to exchange for your blueprint. After sending the message, he also attached a screenshot of the stone bed crafting blueprint. A moment later, the other side sent a voice message. Brother, you are too unreasonable. This blueprint I have is of green quality, and you're trying to see one with white quality? Isn't that just bullying an honest person? Chapter 7, You're a student? Even a beast can't do that. After listening to the voice message, Suyu was slightly surprised. He was not surprised by the other person's sense of unfairness, but rather by how delicate their voice was. The voice was soft and refined, clearly not a man's voice. But immediately, Suyu became alert. At this moment, the other side sent a voice message, and there was a high chance they were trying to bargain using a female identity, which absolutely couldn't be allowed. He wasn't some pathetic dog who couldn't move when he saw a woman. No matter whether the other side was a man or a woman, even if it was an armed helicopter, nothing could make him harm his own interests. Friend, you can't just look at the surface, you have to look at the actual value, okay? Your crafting blueprint can't be completed because no one can gather the required materials, but my blueprint is different. If you take it and use it for mass production, you could at least earn a few hundred stone bricks in profit. The message was sent, and there was a long silence on the other side. Suyu wasn't in a hurry, he tidied up the bloodstains on his body and continued down the right fork ahead. When he reached the second fork where he had earlier discovered the obsidian door panel, he opened the private message again. Brother, I admit your stone bed crafting blueprint is indeed no less valuable than mine, but after a while, the value of my blueprint will absolutely be much higher than yours. So, what do you mean? Suyu was too lazy to argue back and forth, so he directly asked for her key point. What I mean is, you have to compensate me with some food. Deal. Suyu agreed without hesitation. He packed the stone bed crafting blueprint and 2 cans of beef cans together, sending a trade request to the other side. A moment later, the 2 items were enveloped in white light and disappeared in front of Suyu's eyes. At the same time, a scroll appeared in front of Suyu. Blood Essence Extractor Blueprint, Green. Effect, create a green quality demon blood essence extractor, capable of extracting green quality blood essence at most. Materials, stone bricks *20, wooden boards *20, iron ingots *5, glass *5. Hidden hint 1, the blood essence extractor occupies a large area, please use it after expanding the dungeon. Hidden hint 2, when higher quality demon blood is placed inside, the extractor has a high probability of generating several times the amount of green quality blood essence, with a small chance of complete failure. Suyu stored the blueprint. He never expected the materials required for the blood essence extractor to be exactly the same as what the stubborn fool had initially mentioned. But even so, he couldn't make this machine right now. After all, he hadn't even seen glass or iron ingots yet, and expanding the dungeon area was something he didn't even have a clue about. After resting for a moment, he chose the left fork to continue his journey. 10 minutes later, he was stunned. He had reached the end of the road. But in front of him, it wasn't a new left or right fork, nor a door he could open, but a complete stone wall. What's going on here? Suyu furrowed his brows slightly. He gently touched the wall with his finger, but found nothing. Could this really just be a normal stone wall? Suyu said this aloud, but quickly dismissed the thought. Although the dark dungeon was oppressive and cruel, there shouldn't be any meaningless designs. He stepped back a couple of paces, then raised the oil lamp in his left hand, trying to discern something from the stone wall's texture. A moment later, he slowly crouched down and touched the stone brick beneath his feet. An attribute bar indeed appeared before his eyes. Seal stone wall number 1919810, blue. Durability, infinity. Description, a special stone wall disguised as stone bricks. Using kerosene to burn can destroy it. Hidden hint 1, destroying this stone wall requires 120 milliliters of kerosene. Please think carefully. Hidden hint 2, behind this stone wall lies extreme danger, guarded by powerful monsters. It is recommended to prepare fully before opening the wall. Hidden hint 3, each sealed stone wall can have up to 6 entrances. Once one entrance is opened by a survivor, the other 5 entrances will be automatically destroyed. Suyu thought for a moment and chose to leave first. Since the hidden hint marked it as extremely dangerous, he naturally wouldn't rush in. Anyway, his exploration progress was definitely far ahead, so he decided to first explore the right fork of the intersection and return later after exploring other places. He got to work quickly and soon returned to the left and right forks of the obsidian door, entering the right fork without hesitation. Soon, at the end of the road, he saw another door. Cast iron door, green. Durability, 4. Hidden hint 1, this door is locked, and the corresponding key is hidden on a light-sensitive creature. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized. A light-sensitive creature? Isn't that the vicious wolf he had killed? He had been so focused on trading earlier that he forgot to dismember the starving wolf and thus overlooked the key. He stood up and returned to the starving wolf's corpse. After a bit of searching, he indeed found a key with new liquid on it inside the wolf's stomach. Your trade commission has been completed. Just as he was about to return the same way, the world system sent another notification. Suyu turned off the notification as usual, then looked at the trade channel. One of his cans of luncheon meat had been exchanged for 5 glass bottles, which were now available in the trade channel and could be taken out at any time. Not bad. Suyu glanced casually, then closed the trade channel. He didn't have any monster blood essence right now, and with just glass bottles and pure water, he couldn't make any healing potions, so it was better to keep them in the trade channel for now. Soon, he returned to the iron door. The moment the key touched the iron door, the door opened inward with a creak. Suyu cautiously stepped inside. Although the hidden hint didn't indicate that this place was dangerous, he felt it was better to stay cautious. Soon, he noticed something unusual. Compared to the initial dungeon and the 3 rooms he had entered before, this place was simply too large. The kerosene lamp, which could light up the whole room, could only illuminate 5 meters around him, and beyond that, it was pitch black. Suyu frowned. Cautiously, he stepped back outside the door, then took a whale oil torch from his spatial backpack. Once the torch was lit, a pleasant fragrance spread out around him. Suyu looked back at the door. This time, the entire room came into view. This was a large dungeon. Roughly estimating, the area was at least 200 square meters, over 8 times the size of the initial dungeon. Luckily, the height was still the same as other dungeons, only 5 meters. Under the illumination of both the torch and kerosene lamps, the room was crystal clear, which made Suyu feel a little more at ease. He slowly walked to the stone table in the center of the dungeon, then involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. Chapter 8, Honey Snow Orange. On the stone table, which was nearly twice the size, 3 treasure chests were neatly arranged. Suyu could hardly imagine if he took a photo of these 3 treasure chests and posted it in the exchange channel, how many private messages filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred would flood his back end. He rubbed his eyes, confirmed he wasn't mistaken, and carefully touched the 3 treasure chests one by one. Supply chest, white. Description: randomly refreshed chests in the dark dungeon can contain several corresponding level supplies and items. In the dark dungeon, a random chest refreshes, containing several corresponding level materials and items, but the exact types of materials cannot be discerned. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains 500 milliliters of pure water *3, glass *5. Material chest, green. Description: a randomly refreshed chest in the dark dungeon can open to several corresponding level materials and items, but the exact types of materials cannot be discerned. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains stone bricks *30, wooden planks *30, rusted iron sword *1. Material chest, green. Description: a randomly refreshed chest in the dark dungeon can open to several corresponding level materials and items, but the exact types of materials cannot be discerned. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains honey snow orange *1, enchanted iron pot *1, basic healing potion *1. 2 green and 1 white, the contents of the 3 chests, with the help of the hidden hints, were laid out before him. Suyu only felt dazzled, the 3 chests' contents were so overwhelming, it felt unreal. After a moment, he managed to control his excitement, calmed himself, and began to open the 3 chests and sort the items. First were the basic materials like glass, stone blocks, wooden planks, and pure water. These 3 chests provided all the materials needed to make the blood essence extraction machine in one go. Now, he just needed to find a way to expand the initial dungeon and he could start extracting monster blood essence and make basic healing potions. Next, there were the 2 pieces of equipment that could be used as weapons, the rusted iron sword and the iron pot. Though Suyu didn't have high expectations for the power of these 2 items, he still opened the chest to inspect them. Rusted iron sword, green. Sharpness, 2. Weight, 5. Iron pot, green. Description: a plain kitchen utensil, using it to cook can replenish a small amount of iron elements. Hidden hint 1, this iron pot has a reserved enchantment slot, using firestone for enchantment can add cooking-related attributes. Suyu placed both items into his space backpack. The rusted iron sword didn't need much explanation, it didn't even have a hidden hint. Its value was basically only worth selling in the trade channel. However, the iron pot piqued Suyu's curiosity. He didn't expect such a piece of cooking equipment to exist in such a confined dungeon environment. The meaning behind this was worth exploring. After a brief moment of thought, Suyu turned his gaze to the healing potion he had been so eager to obtain. To his surprise, after collecting the blueprints for so long, he actually found a finished product in the chest first. Basic healing potion, green. Effect: heals minor wounds, can be used internally or externally. Hidden hint 1, this is a product with too much water added, the healing effect is about 80% of the normal potion. This is a bit of a ripoff. Suyu's right cheek twitched involuntarily. He never expected this healing potion to have water added. If someone else had obtained this potion without the hidden hint, they would probably only realize something was off when they were seriously injured. But still, no matter how it was, having it was better than not having it. For his own life, he treasured the healing potion and kept it. As for the last item, it was something that Suyu couldn't quite make sense of. Honey Snow Orange. Just hearing the name, Suyu thought it was some kind of popular cheap tech drink from Earth. But obviously, there wouldn't be such a thing in the dark dungeon. He gently touched the small orange, and a lot of text immediately appeared. Honey Snow Orange, green. Description: an ordinary orange. Hidden hint 1, edible, after first use, increases constitution plus 0.1, strength plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with constitution greater than or equal to 2 or strength greater than or equal to 2. Hidden hint 2, can be cultivated, growth cycle is 36 days. Suyu's focus shifted to the last line. He had seen items that increased attributes after consumption, so it didn't seem too surprising. But this cultivation attribute was something he had never seen before. If he could cultivate it and wait for 36 days, wouldn't he be able to obtain a bunch of honey snow oranges that could increase attributes? In that way, even if the effect of increasing attributes after eating is only effective the first time after use, putting it into the trade channel would absolutely be able to sell for a sky-high price. Thinking of such a scene, Suyu almost got so excited that he wanted to jump up. But he very quickly calmed down again. The big premise of cultivation is to have soil or nutrient solution. And in this huge dark dungeon, besides stone there is wood, there is simply no trace of soil at all, and to realize cultivation in a short time is fundamentally not realistic. After figuring out this point, Suyu picked up the orange and fiercely threw it into his mouth. The so-called 1,000 birds in the forest are not as good as one bird in the hand. Instead of keeping the orange to wait for cultivation, it is better to eat it now to increase strength. Damn it, so sour. Suyu's eyes suddenly widened sharply. In order not to affect the effect of strengthening the physique, he had just put it into his mouth together with the peel, so he had thought that this orange might be very bitter. But he never ever thought that this orange would actually be so sour that it made people feel their teeth were about to fall off. He forcibly endured the impulse to vomit it out, chewed twice with a blank face, and stiffly swallowed it down. This taste could not be counted as delicious, and when the orange completely went down into his stomach, Suyu then felt that the muscles all over his body bulged a little, and when he lifted up his shirt and casually glanced, there were even faint outlines of abdominal muscles added. He opened the body attribute panel. Name, Suyu, the average attribute of an adult male human is 1. Profession, none. Spirit, 1.3, full of spirit. Strength, 1.0, average level. Physique, 1.0, average level. Speed, 0.9, legs weak and soft. Evaluation, an adult male human on the edge of a sub-healthy state. These attributes are more or less already counted as middle upper among survivors. Suyu was very satisfied with his own attributes. Although his strength attribute and physique attribute were only the average level recognized by the dungeon, this level was based on the recognition of adult healthy males. Most survivors are cattle and horses of modern society, basically all like him before in a sub-healthy state, fundamentally unable to be compared with him who has been continuously amplified twice. He slightly moved his hands and feet, and very quickly clearly felt the changes in his body. Originally, when he used the enchanted axe in his hand it was somewhat laborious, but now after physique and strength each increased by 0.1 points, using it could be called quite smooth and free, without the slightest sense of delay. This is probably quantitative change causing qualitative change. He muttered a sentence in his mouth, once again opened the world communication channel to secretly watch, preparing to carefully see what the current mainstream progress of humans was like. Chapter 9 Giant Goblin. Help! I seem to have provoked a monster, now the speed at which the lamp oil burns is especially fast, what should I do? Is the one upstairs not very good at using eyes? In this dungeon there are only things that look like goblins, where is the monster you are talking about? How much lamp oil are you all consuming when burning the stone wall? Am I the only one who has burned more than half of the lamp oil? The one upstairs, are your movements too slow? It has already been 4 or 5 hours since that big shot announced the method to leave, and you only just went out. Do you really treat this as a leisure game? Offering a heavy price to seek weapons, requirement sharpness above 2, I am willing to use food to exchange. Selling round log shield, those interested take weapons to exchange, the higher price gets it. Asking for help. I encountered an iron door that cannot be pushed open. Does anyone know how the iron door should be opened? Among the bustling messages, Suyu saw at a glance that one selling the shield. He clicked open the corresponding avatar and sent a message. Friend, can you let me see the attribute screenshot of that shield of yours? After sending it, in order to show sincerity, he also conveniently sent over the attribute screenshot of his own rusty iron sword. Very quickly, the other side quickly replied with a picture and a trade link. Round log shield. Sturdiness, 2. Load, 3. Suyu did not bargain, and directly pressed the trade button. Although his iron sword might be a little bit higher in value than the other side's shield. But time is money, and he didn't want to waste time arguing with the person across from him. With a flash of white light, a small, round shield appeared in front of Suyu. Suyu picked up the shield with his left hand and tried it out, finding that holding the shield in his left hand and the axe in his right hand felt just right. However, with this setup, he didn't have an extra hand to hold the oil lamp. After thinking for a moment, he placed the shield and axe in his backpack, held the whale oil-scented torch in his left hand, and the oil lamp in his right hand, slowly leaving the cell. 5 minutes later, Suyu stood beside the ceiling stone wall, with the oil lamp in his hand slowly moving closer to the ground. Sizzle sizzle. With the sound of steam evaporating, the ground, which had been disguised as stone bricks, cracked rapidly, soon forming a long crack, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath, where not even a finger could be seen. Suyu did not hesitate and directly threw the burning whale oil-scented torch down into the crack. With the light from the torch, he clearly saw the situation below, and a shiver ran down his spine. Below was an enormous prison cell, roughly estimated to be no smaller than the iron-gated cell he had just visited, but the height was only about 3 meters. Inside, stepping on the stone table in the center would allow one to climb up easily. But what made his scalp tingle was the sheer number of monsters inside. In just a quick glance, he could see at least 20 goblins. With the sound of the torch falling to the ground, several goblins, who were closer to the crack, had already climbed up to the edge of the crack, following the stone table in the center. Suyu furrowed his brows tightly and took out his axe from his backpack. No matter what, he couldn't let these goblins escape. Right now, with the advantage of the terrain, he could still wait for them to come and kill them one by one, but if the goblins managed to escape, he wouldn't have much of an advantage in the passage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suyu repeatedly raised and swung his axe. The first 2 goblins to climb up imitated Satoru Gojo's 5-fold technique, their severed bodies falling back into the crack one by one. But the goblins below had no intention of retreating. They kept rushing forward, trying to climb up. Suyu's brow furrowed even tighter. Now he understood what too many ants can kill an elephant meant. If he died in the goblin's nest, the outcome was unimaginable. He pushed these irrelevant thoughts aside and swung his axe relentlessly with his right hand, striking goblins with each swing. Their bodies were soon transformed into Louis XVI, their stinky green blood quickly staining the area around him. After dozens of swings, the goblins below seemed to finally realize the danger. They hesitated, no longer climbing up. However, the torch he had just thrown down had inexplicably gone out, and Suyu couldn't figure out what was happening below. He carefully relit another whale oil-scented torch and threw it down, instantly setting fire to a goblin hiding beneath the crack. With the renewed light, Suyu could finally see the situation clearly and couldn't help but feel a cold chill down his spine. The goblins below hadn't given up on climbing up, but were using the bodies of their fallen comrades as stepping stones. Dozens of goblin corpses were stacked on top of each other, nearly blocking the crack by several dozen centimeters. In just a short time, they had made their preparations, and now, more than one goblin was climbing up at once. There were more than 10 of them together. Damn! Suyu immediately cursed, using the shield in his left hand to block a goblin's claws. Though the goblin was small, its claws were deadly, and he didn't believe his chemical fiber clothing could withstand it. Swoosh! With one swing of his axe, the goblin that had extended its claws had a bloody hole torn through its body, losing its threat. Meanwhile, from other cracks, over a dozen goblins had already climbed up. Suyu saw this and knew it was bad. He grabbed the oil lamp on the ground and began to retreat, intending to leave. Now he understood why it was called the seal stone wall. Turns out, so many goblins were sealed behind it, and even if he chopped them, it would never end. He had just taken 2 steps back when the stone bricks beneath his feet suddenly cracked loudly and quickly collapsed into a large hole, dragging the climbing goblins down with it. Damn, is this the heavens showing mercy? Suyu muttered to himself, but his expression remained tense as he kept his eyes fixed on the large hole. He didn't believe he was this lucky. After thinking for a moment, he took out a third torch, lit it quickly, and threw it into the hole. The flame illuminated the underground again. Suyu couldn't help but hold his breath. He saw a massive goblin. Ordinary goblins were only about 1.2 meters tall, but this one was at least 2.7 to 2.8 meters tall. Standing on the floor of the underground cell, its head almost reached the level of the hole. Holy crap! Suyu cursed, astonished. This giant goblin roughly weighed at least a ton, and he seriously doubted whether his enchanted axe could even break its defense. But soon, he came to his senses. Normally, in a one-on-one fight, the larger creature would have the advantage. But this was the dark dungeon. The passage was so narrow that only 2 people could walk side by side. With such a giant size, the goblin couldn't even chase him into the passage. Once Suyu realized this, his confidence skyrocketed. The fact that the giant goblin couldn't enter the passage meant that he could attack or retreat as he wished. He could fight when he wanted and leave when he wanted, as long as he was careful not to get hit. Even if he had to stall, he could wear the giant goblin down. Seeing the giant goblin trying to climb up and assess the situation, Suyu immediately swung his axe at the goblin's hand gripping the edge. Gore! The giant goblin screamed in pain and instinctively tried to retract its right hand, but it only managed to pull back an arm that was spraying green blood. Suyu was a little stunned. He didn't expect the enchanted iron axe to be so powerful. Just one swing, and it severed the goblin's hand at the root. His confidence grew instantly. With a cold grunt, he jumped down into the hole and swung directly at the goblin's neck. In a flash, the giant goblin managed to break free from the pain and, with a sudden motion, extended its still intact left hand to slap at Suyu. At that moment, Suyu was in midair and couldn't change direction. He could only raise his wooden shield with his left hand to block, while his right hand continued to swing downward. Crack! The round wooden shield was shattered by the slap into 4 pieces. The force traveled through the shield and hit Suyu's body, making his left arm feel as though it had been struck by a stone. It went limp and he could hardly use any strength. But on the other hand, the giant goblin was in a far worse situation. The enchanted iron axe cleaved through its right face like a hot knife through butter, cutting through its neck and part of its arm, before both the goblin and Suyu fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Suyu coughed violently twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had been a bit careless. With just one slap, the giant goblin had knocked him, along with his shield, to the ground. If he hadn't used his enchanted iron axe to sever the goblin's neck artery, this battle could have gone either way. Seeing the giant goblin lying on the ground, he gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of diluted healing potion from his space bag, drinking it in one go. In an instant, he felt a strange sensation spreading down his esophagus and gradually filling his entire body. The whole person instantly felt much more comfortable. Phew, this ceiling stone wall is truly dangerous, I almost lost my life here. Suyu sighed and strained to observe his surroundings. Around him, 3 whale oil-scented torches lay scattered, for various reasons, only one was still burning fiercely, while the other 2 had already burned out. He picked up the torch and carefully explored the ceiling prison, finally discovering a chest under the corpse of a goblin in a corner. Supply chest number 1919810, blue. Description: a randomly refreshing chest in the dark dungeon, capable of yielding several items and resources of corresponding levels. The specific types of resources cannot be discerned. Hidden hint 1. This chest is a numbered special supply chest, obtainable only in the corresponding numbered ceiling prison. Its specific quality corresponds to the quality of the dungeon corridor. Hidden hint 2. This chest contains 1 Snow Mountain round shield, 100 crystal vials, and 1 special extraordinary profession transfer scroll puzzle. Hidden hint 3. This chest contains empty void stone material that can be used for dungeon space expansion, which can be extracted by consuming 100 milliliters of kerosene or an equal amount of lighting resources. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Just by looking at the chest's number, he knew that the contents inside would definitely be extraordinary. He carefully took out the 3 items inside and then looked at the first one. Snow Mountain round shield, blue. Durability, 8. Weight, 8. Property 1, Snow Mountain will, Equipper's Spirit Attribute plus 0.1. Property 2, Ice and Snow Shield. After blocking an attack, there is a chance to slightly slow down the attacker's movements. Hidden hint 1, this is a component of a legendary shield. Gathering all components allows one to consume 1 set of pitch coupler to construct a legendary shield. Top notch. Suyu examined the snow-white round shield in his hand, about the size of a computer screen, and gave it a very high rating. With a durability of 8, it even surpassed the Obsidian he had seen before. If body resistance were not considered, it could even directly block a giant goblin's attack. Moreover, this seemingly petite shield had 2 entire properties. Not only could it increase the wearer's spirit attribute, but it could also slow down the opponent's movements, making it something Suyu could hardly put down. The only drawback was that this thing seemed a bit heavy. Suyu picked up the Snow Mountain round shield and roughly assessed it, quickly reaching a conclusion. Holding the shield alone posed no problem, but if he also picked up the enchanted iron axe, he would almost lose his combat capability. Looks like I need to quickly strengthen my physique. Suyu reluctantly put the shield into his space backpack, planning to take it out again once his physique met the equipment requirements. As for now, he had to verify the guess in his heart. Crystal bottle, green. Description: a bottle that can reflect light, with high ornamental value. Hidden hint 1, an upgraded substitute for glass bottles. It can delay storage time after making potions and has durability features. Hidden hint 2, can be burned down using a kerosene lamp to decompose, yielding 5 crystals, requiring 10 hours of lamp illumination. Great, I knew it. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Now he had gathered all the materials to make a basic healing potion. As long as he expanded the initial dungeon's area, he could use the mountains of goblin corpses here to make healing potions. Thinking of this, he decisively lit another whale oil-scented torch, along with the one still burning in his hand, and set the chest in front of him ablaze. Hiss, hiss. The chest quickly began to melt. Estimating there was still some time left, Suyu simply climbed to the ground and took down the remaining kerosene lamp to roast it as well. Before long, the originally 50-centimeter square chest melted down into a silver stone only the size of a fist. Void Nether Stone, blue. Durability, 3. Description: a kind of high-level ore, only exists in a small number of treasure chests and or veins. Hidden hint 1, consume Void Netherstone *1, can expand dungeon space by 100 cubic meters. Hidden hint 2, consume Void Netherstone *1, can add enchantment slot *1 to designated equipment. Hidden hint 3, one of the basic materials for taking the Dimensional Hunter profession. Good. Suyu said 3 good words in one breath. Although the hidden hints gave 3 uses about Void Nether Stone, at this moment, without doubt, the first use could most solve his urgent need. At this moment, he was already so excited that he did not care to look at the last job change scroll, directly put all things into the space backpack, and crazily carried the goblin corpses. Chapter 11 Primary Healing Potion, Green. 2 hours later, Suyu, panting for breath, returned to the initial dungeon. In order to provide raw materials for the flesh essence extraction machine, he almost did not let go of every goblin corpse, and even brought back the wolf corpse killed before. Fortunately, all these efforts were not wasted. Suyu rested a little, took out that void nether stone from the space backpack and pressed it onto the wall. In an instant, the initial dungeon turned upside down. The wall in front kept stretching and deforming like fermented dough, and finally fixed at a position 2 meters away from the original place. In this way, the narrow dungeon that originally had only 25 square meters directly increased 40% area, and suddenly became much more spacious. He admired his masterpiece for a while, took out stone bricks and wooden boards and glass to arrange them one by one, and finally took out the blueprint of the flesh essence extraction machine and placed it on top. When the white light dispersed, a machine that looked very similar to a meat grinder appeared in front of him. Is this the flesh essence extraction machine? Why does it look so much like the one used in the vegetable market to grind meat stuffing for aunties? Suyu complained one sentence, but still full of expectation threw a goblin body into the instrument. Rumbling sound followed, the whole meat grinder violently shook. About half a minute later, the lower exit of the machine suddenly opened, and spat out a dark green amber. He stretched out his hand and picked up this amber. Goblin Flesh Essence, White. Description: condensed from goblin flesh essence, perhaps has unexpected use. Hidden hint 1, contains large amount of life essence, can be used to make secondary healing potion. Hidden hint 2, feed to goblin monster, has small probability to make it evolve. After reading the hidden hints, Suyu carefully checked the amber in his hand one time from start to end. This flesh essence is actually in the form of amber, but it looks quite good. After speaking, Suyu casually placed this emerald green flesh essence on the stone table, turned around and began to put more goblin corpses into the machine. He planned to put healing potions into the trading channel to sell on large scale to exchange materials. Only 1 bottle of healing potion was far from enough. Along with the roaring sound of the machine, the goblin corpses piled in the dungeon also decreased. Ding, the first day of Dark Dungeon has ended. Suddenly, a world system prompt sound rang without any warning. Suyu was originally immersed in the beautiful dream of buying and selling potions to earn big money, suddenly received the prompt sound, and fiercely stopped the action of carrying corpses. Survivors, tremble. Whenever a new day comes, all humans outside will be forcibly teleported back to their own initial dungeon. The corridors corresponding to each stone wall will change without rule. Your exploration progress of the previous day has no meaning. Suyu held his breath and quietly waited for 1 minute. After confirming there was no new world prompt, he moved his gaze to the stone wall in front. According to the rule, the crack of this stone wall should only disappear after half an hour. But now, with the arrival of midnight, everything refreshed randomly, and it was replaced by an intact stone wall. Suyu temporarily stopped his actions. He walked up to the stone wall and gently touched it. Dungeon stone wall, white. Durability, infinity. Hidden tip 1, use an oil lamp to scorch the stone wall. It can open a crack for 6 hours, consuming 3 hours of lighting time. Hidden tip 2, the 4th stone brick in the upper right corner of the stone wall hides a mechanism. Gently tap it 3 times to open a crack for 6 hours. This mechanism can only be activated once a day. Seeing the familiar hidden tips, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The corridor corresponding to the stone wall had refreshed, which was somewhat unexpected, but it didn't affect his core competitiveness. As long as the hidden tips were still there, he could still stay far ahead of everyone else. After thinking for a moment, Suyu walked around the initial dungeon and touched all 6 stone walls. The result was as he expected. Of the 6 stone walls, the front and back directions were of white quality, and the left and right directions were of green quality. As for the stone doors above and below, one was of blue quality, and the other was purple. After thinking for a moment, he returned to the flesh essence extractor and began adding goblin corpses inside. Half an hour later, nearly 100 goblin corpses had disappeared without a trace, replaced by neatly arranged green amber on the stone table. Phew, finally almost done. Suyu stretched lazily, then turned his gaze to the corner, where the giant goblin corpse and the starving wolf corpse lay. The previous goblin corpses turned into white quality flesh essence, so the healing potions made from them could only be of white quality. If he wanted to make some green quality basic potions, his hope lay only in the 2 corpses in front of him. Thinking this, Suyu placed the starving wolf corpse into the machine. With a rumbling sound, the opening at the bottom of the machine opened again, spitting out a piece of crimson amber. Shadow Wolf Flesh Essence, Green. Description: the Shadow Wolf Flesh Essence is concentrated, it might have unexpected uses. Hidden tip 1, contains a large amount of life essence, can be used to make basic healing potions. Hidden tip 2, feeding it to wolf-type monsters may have a small chance of causing evolution. After reading the text prompt, Suyu put the item away. He had just been secretly wondering about the secondary healing potion mentioned in the goblin flesh essence prompt, but now he finally understood. It turned out that white quality flesh essence could only be used to make secondary healing potions, while green quality flesh essence could be used to make basic healing potions. Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze to the giant goblin corpse in the corner. Due to the size of the giant goblin's corpse, it could not pass through the passage, so he had chopped it into 6 pieces to barely bring it back. But now, it seemed that even after the body was split, the pieces were still too large to fit into the flesh essence extractor. Helpless, Suyu had no choice but to pick up his axe again, splitting the upper and lower halves, as well as the limbs of the giant goblin into 2 parts, which barely fit into the machine. Soon, the giant goblin's body turned into 13 pieces of bright green amber. Suyu carefully collected them and placed them together with the starving wolf amber. Next, he took out the healing potion crafting blueprint from his space bag. The important task he had been thinking about was near, and his earlier drowsiness had faded a lot. Pure water, crystal bottle, flesh essence. Suyu mumbled to himself, placing the blueprint above the 5 raw materials. In an instant, a brilliant light filled the dungeon. When the light faded, 5 basic healing potions appeared before his eyes. He was immediately filled with joy and touched the surface of one of the bottles. Basic healing potion, green. Effect, heals minor wounds, can be taken internally or applied externally. Hidden hint 1, this is a potion made from materials of higher quality than its level, with healing effects about 120% of a normal potion. Hidden hint 2, this healing potion is stored in a crystal bottle and can last up to 20 years. After reading the text prompts, Suyu immediately took out 2 bottles and put them on the trading channel, requesting to exchange for 10 L of pure water or any blueprint. He was not lacking in blood and flesh essence, but his supply of pure water was indeed insufficient. Throughout the day, he had only obtained 6 L of pure water, enough to make 12 healing potions. To ensure the safety of his drinking water, he decided to make only 5 healing potions tonight and save the rest for tomorrow. As for the remaining 3 bottles of potion, he carefully stored them with the blood and flesh essence in his space backpack. After completing all this, a wave of drowsiness suddenly hit him. He could not care less about the comfort of the stone bed and simply collapsed onto it, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 12, The Blanket. The dungeon world at night was silent and still. The initial dungeons, far apart from one another, flickered with faint lights. Countless people, freezing and starving, huddled on straw mats, waiting for dawn. A portion of people, however, were determined to fight for better survival and resolutely left the initial dungeon to explore again. But none of this had anything to do with Suyu. He slept very soundly. After an unknown number of hours, he finally opened his eyes groggily. What time is it? He struggled to get up from the stone bed and looked around. The oil lamp on the stone table still emitted a warm glow, ensuring safety in the dungeon. Suyu rubbed his face, trying hard to wake up from his grogginess. He opened the world communication channel and saw it was already buzzing with activity. I'm really frustrated. Yesterday I finally found a white quality treasure chest, but before I could open it, I was forcibly teleported back to the initial dungeon. I'm so hungry, does anyone have food? I can repay you with a future drop-in. Drop in my ass, this is the world communication channel, not your dating platform, can you be a little quieter? God loves the world. The dungeon is a test from the gods for us mortals. As long as you join our light association, there will definitely be a day when you return to the surface. It's only the 2nd day, how come even cults and weirdos are popping up? Can we be a little more realistic? Buying weapons and armor at a high price, interested parties click on my avatar to discuss. Suyu glanced through the communication channel for 5 minutes, then opened the trading channel. After waking up, he felt it was necessary to lower the price of the healing potions a bit. After all, even he, who could see hidden hints, only obtained 6 liters of water. It seemed unrealistic to expect those who relied on luck to straightaway offer 10 liters. However, as soon as he opened the trading channel, he was stunned. The 2 trading links he posted before going to sleep had actually been completed, and the buyer was the same person. What the hell, who is so rich? Curiously, Suyu clicked on the avatar of the trading link and saw a long chat log above. This person was the one who had made multiple trades with him yesterday, stubborn and determined. At this point, Suyu really couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Does this person have some kind of golden finger, or is he just incredibly lucky, able to directly put forth 10 liters of water and a blueprint at once? He typed and deleted messages repeatedly in the chat box, ultimately giving up on the idea of digging deeper. In this world with a total of 9 billion people, there were surely countless hidden experts. Probing further would yield no results and might even affect future trades. He chose to extract trade goods. With a flash of white light, 2 5L barrels of bottled water and a scroll appeared in front of him in succession. Insulation blanket crafting blueprint, white. Effect, create a set of insulation blankets for use during night sleep. Materials, fabric *10, cotton *20. Suyu put the scroll away. Although blankets are not something that improves combat power, they do have a certain value for improving life quality. Next, he turned his attention to the 10L bottled water he had just acquired. Last night, in order to secure his drinking water, he had only made 5 basic healing potions. Now, with plenty of purified water available, he could confidently go ahead and craft more. 10 minutes later, 20 bottles of healing potions were neatly arranged on the stone table. 9 bottles of basic healing potions with green quality were placed on the left side, while the remaining 11 bottles of secondary healing potions with white quality were on the right side. Suyu thought for a moment and directly listed the 11 bottles of secondary healing potions on the trading channel. 5 bottles were up for trade for purified water, with each bottle priced at 5L, which was a considerate discount. The remaining 6 bottles were available for trade in exchange for either 5 monster corpses or 10 glass bottles, also fair and honest. After setting the prices, Suyu exited the trading channel. He casually opened a can of luncheon meat, his eyes scanning the 6 stone walls of the dungeon, pondering which wall to explore today. According to the principle that greater risks bring higher rewards, today he should undoubtedly choose to explore downward. But the problem was that his kerosene was running low. The 500m sealed kerosene he obtained yesterday had already been used up for opening the sealed stone walls and smelting the empty void stones, consuming 200 milliliters. Adding the remaining scattered usage, he found that he now had less than 200 milliliters left in stock. If he chose the purple quality stone walls, he might face an awkward situation where he couldn't open the treasure chests or certain stone doors. Suddenly, Suyu slapped his forehead. He realized that his thinking had been somewhat limited. He could first speedrun through the white quality stone wall passages, and then, once he had enough supplies, go explore the higher quality stone walls. As long as he moved fast and finished the exploration before 2400 hours, he could even explore all 6 stone walls. Without hesitation, he got to work. He finished the canned meat in a few bites, packed his things, and walked up to the stone wall, gently knocking 3 times on the top right corner. With a cracking sound, the stone wall split right down the middle, and Suyu walked in without hesitation. This white quality stone wall was less dangerous than the one he faced yesterday. He wasn't worried about encountering any unmanageable dangers, and he even planned to finish the entire exploration process within 3 hours. But the next moment, he came back. He had been so excited earlier that he almost forgot the last good item from the treasure chest last night. He rummaged through his spatial backpack and finally took out a puzzle piece. Weapon Master Class Change Scroll Puzzle Piece 3, Special. Description: a seemingly ordinary puzzle piece. Hidden Hint 1, Weapon Master is a Tier 4 profession, requiring the Tier 3 Profession Fighter Specialist as a prerequisite. Hidden Hint 2, this puzzle series has a total of 4 pieces. Only when all pieces are gathered can the class change be made. Extraordinary profession? Suyu quickly caught onto the key term. He had originally thought that professions in the physical attribute category would be life-oriented ones like farmer or miner, but it turned out to be an extraordinary class capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. However, these extraordinary professions were far from his reach right now. They were at the level where they wouldn't even be related, so there was no need to get overly excited. Thinking about this, Suyu put the puzzle piece back into his spatial backpack. Since this puzzle piece had been obtained from a treasure chest in the sealed stonewall dungeon, he today will try can find other sealed stonewall dungeon. Again crossover crack, so you careful walk up. Just as saying, careful drive get 10,000 yearboat. In strategy up, he can despise white quality dungeon of danger. But in tactic up, is half point careless not get. He in pitch black long corridor and grope 10 minutes around, finally at NC 1 stone door and left right fork mouth. Stone door, white. Solid degree, 1. Hidden Hint 1, this is 1 stone door behind hide have goblin. So you no hesitation push open stone door, toward door behind goblin face to face swing out 1 axe. Poo chi. Goblin answer sound fall ground. So you then is no delay 1 moment time, straight walk to center stone table front, stretch hand lightly touch treasure chest. Material treasure chest, white. Introduce, dark dungeon in random refresh treasure chest, can open out several pieces correspond level material and item, specific material kind cannot see through. Hidden Hint 1, this treasure chest in contain can kerosene 250 ml *1, yellow peach can *3. So you no sound no color open treasure chest, put 2 kind material put into own space backpack inside. This 2 kind thing exactly is he current need. Among them can kerosene natural no need more say, remain yellow peach can is sugar content extremely high of can, in supplement energy this 1 aspect compare lunch meat can even more effective, in food relative scarce of now called delicacy 1 point also not over. Receive up thing, so you along with also put goblin corpse also put to door outside, then toward left side fork mouth continue deep explore. Chapter 13 Altar. Left side fork mouth correspond passage not count deep. Short 5 minutes time, so you then walk to end. But let him some unexpected is, end place correspond door actually is open. Almost is in first instant, so you then fast retreat back 2 steps, fear have what monster from inside pounce out. But along with time 1 minute 1 second pass, inside always know what movement. Out of cautious consider, he some unwilling light 1 root whale oil aroma torch throw into door inside. Because yesterday big battle giant goblin time consumed torch too many, he now hand inside only remain 2 root whale oil aroma torch, not save a bit will big matter. Along with torch throw into door behind, instant situation 1 glance no left. Prison room center, 1 seat magnificent white jade statue stand on stone table up, make prison room look not like in dark dungeon, instead more like some artist of carving room. So you careful walk enter. Here inside indeed know what danger. He walked to prison room center, careful look at up statue of appearance. This is 1 honor goddess statue, goddess left hand hold sword right hand scale, 2 eyes also be cover, look up quite of religion meaning. So you stretch out right hand, lightly touch 1 time statue of jade foot. Justice goddess statue, special. Introduce, justice goddess is 1 honor already disappear in time long river of God, but it represent equal exchange of divinity forever exist, perhaps you can try pull down it of sword to wake up it. Hidden hint 1, justice goddess strict obey equal exchange principle, put any lighting class material put into scale left side sacrifice, then can obtain this lighting material make drawing. Hidden hint 2, justice goddess always love peace and freedom, put any non-equipment class material put into scale right side sacrifice, then can random obtain 1 piece higher quality material. Hidden hint 3, this justice goddess statue at most can sacrifice 3 times, extra sacrifice invalid. Hidden hint 4, please do not attack justice goddess statue or try take out justice goddess of sword, otherwise will bring hard estimate consequence. Actually can use lighting thing to exchange correspond drawing? A bit interesting. So you murmur self speak 1 sentence, I light hint on first hidden hint up. Compared to the random sacrifice methods given in the second hidden prompt, the sacrifice of lighting materials in the first hidden prompt undoubtedly holds greater value. He picked up the burning whale oil torch from the ground and placed it on the left side of the balance. In the next moment, the torch surprisingly broke down into specks of starlight and vanished into thin air. Correspondingly, a parchment scroll appeared on the right side of the balance. Whale oil torch blueprint, purple. Effect, craft a whale oil torch for lighting use. Consumption, any oil *1, stick *1, cloth strip *1. Hidden hint 1, torch quality depends on the type of oil, the highest being purple. What a bloodbath profit. So you felt quite satisfied. The statue of the goddess of justice was indeed impressive, but it was a pity that he had no extra lighting materials in hand, otherwise, he could have made a few more sacrifices. As for the remaining 2 chances for random exchange. If equipment-related materials weren't restricted, he could have put the Snow Mountain round shield in, but since the hidden hint clearly gave a warning, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly. Suyu thought for a moment, took out a bottle of basic healing potion and an empty crystal bottle, and placed them sequentially on the right side of the balance. Iron smelting furnace blueprint, blue. Effect, craft an iron furnace for smelting ores. Consumption, iron ingot *20, steel ingot *5, stone brick *10. Hidden hint 1, the furnace requires a continuous large amount of fuel to ignite and burn, please use with caution. Hidden hint 2, the furnace burns requires oxygen, and dungeon oxygen is limited, please use with caution. Biological oxygen machine blueprint, blue. Effect, craft a biological oxygen machine to slowly increase the oxygen content in the air. Consumption, algae *30, 500 milliliters seawater *10, stone brick *50. Hidden hint 1, oxygen production effectiveness closely relates to the type of algae, please choose carefully. Hidden hint 2, excessive oxygen content is harmful to human health, please keep the dungeon's oxygen level moderate. Oh, 2 blueprints, and they're actually a set. Why does it feel like a lifespan is coming to an end? Suyu exclaimed, then immediately stored both items away. Of course, he had to craft the iron furnace, such an item that could steadily produce high-quality materials couldn't possibly fetch the maximum profit if sold. But to avoid suffocating from the carbon dioxide produced by the iron furnace, the biological oxygen machine was equally essential, the 2 were largely bound together. In other words, if he wanted to continuously obtain iron ingots, he not only needed to provide fuel and ores to the iron furnace but also needed to supply oxygen with the biological oxygen machine, otherwise, it would be impossible. However, Suyu wasn't too worried. Although he didn't have algae and seawater on hand, he figured they wouldn't be of high-quality materials. If he really couldn't find them, he could always trade for them with the healing potion in the trading channel. Thinking this, he slowly walked to the door, turned back and respectfully bowed 3 times to the statue of the goddess of justice. He used to be a staunch atheist, but now that he has arrived in this dungeon world, he naturally wouldn't scoff at the existence of gods and spirits as he had before. Having completed the ritual, Suyu quickened his pace to leave the altar. He still planned to speedrun today, and he couldn't afford to waste too much time. Soon, he returned to the left and right forks, without any hesitation, headed straight towards the unexplored right fork. 20 minutes later, Suyu finally stopped. At the end of the road was only a wooden door, and there were no paths extending to the left or right. But this was within his expectations. After all, this was the passage corresponding to the white stone wall, so it was normal for it to be a bit shorter. He gently touched the wooden door. Wooden door, white. Durability, 1. Hidden hint 1. This is a wooden door that hides a white quality treasure chest behind it. Seeing that the hidden hint didn't give any danger warnings, Suyu pushed the wooden door open directly. Behind the wooden door was a remarkably familiar setup. On the central stone table, a treasure chest quietly lay there. Suyu walked quickly and touched the edge of the treasure chest. Material chest, white. Description: a randomly refreshing chest in the dark dungeon. It can drop several corresponding level materials and items. The specific types of materials are unknowable. Hidden tip 1. This chest contains 30 wooden planks, 30 stone bricks, 30 glass. Chapter 14, Tough Dad, Part 1. Quite complete. Suyu gave a fair evaluation. Although these basic materials were useless to him, they were not necessarily the same for others. After all, they still had some value. He opened the treasure chest and placed the items into his spatial bag, then quickly began his return trip. Almost half an hour later, he finally passed through the crack in the stone wall and returned to his starting dungeon. Huff, 1.5 hours, much faster than I expected. Suyu glanced at the time in the world system and gave himself a high score for his first outing of the day. He left in the morning at 8 o'clock, and now it was around 9:30, much earlier than he had originally expected. He sat on the stone bed to rest for a moment, then opened the trading channel, preparing to buy some basic materials like cotton, water plants, and seawater. But when he opened it, he was shocked. Suyu had just opened the world system and saw the notification of 99 plus private messages. You damn merchant, selling a healing potion so expensive, may your whole family suffer. Please, I only have 20 stone bricks, can you lower the price and sell me the healing potion? I will be grateful to you forever. You young man have no conscience, selling life-saving medicine so expensive. What will happen to those who can't afford the treatment and die? I urge you to give me all those potions, I can use them to save people. Hundreds of private messages, almost half of them were insulting him. In the remaining half, most of them were various pleas to lower the price. Seeing these messages, Suyu had no negative emotional reaction, instead, he felt like laughing. As expected, no matter where you go, moral kidnapping and sob stories are never absent. But these professional scammers were still too naive in front of the world system. People who really die in the dungeon world have their avatars turn gray and can't be clicked on. Suyu scrolled through those sob story messages one by one, without seeing any grayed out avatars, and his mood became more and more impatient. Damn it, on Earth, you guys morally kidnapped me, and now in this dark dungeon, you still want to morally kidnap me? Then what's the point of coming to this dark dungeon? He closed the private messages angrily and opened the trading channel to check how his healing potions were doing. Damn! As soon as he opened it, Suyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. All 11 bottles of healing potions were sold out. And 6 of those bottles, the ones with monster corpses or glass bottles, were bought by the same person using monster corpses. In other words, this person killed 30 monsters in total. 30 whole monsters. Suyu couldn't help but feel curious. He could kill over 100 goblins, relying on favorable circumstances. Enchanted iron axes, rift locations, and the absence of giant goblins would make it impossible. But this buyer took out 30 monster corpses at once, including 6 shadow wolf corpses. He couldn't imagine how this person managed to do that. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and sent a friend request, along with a private message. Friend, did you get injured while hunting monsters? Seeing that the other person didn't reply, Suyu, a little bored, started browsing the trading channel. As expected, basic materials like cotton and cloth were easy to find, with tens of thousands of listings just by filtering by name. Suyu clicked on the price sorted from low to high. He purchased 10 units of fabric and 20 units of cotton at the price of 10 milliliters of kerosene and 20 milliliters of kerosene each. Then, he took these items out and placed them on the stone bed. To his surprise, 1 unit of fabric just happened to occupy 1/6 of the stone bed. The stone bed is quite large, measuring 2 by 3 square meters. 1/6 of it is exactly 1 square meter. The cotton, however, was even more exaggerated. Since this stuff fluffs up, its volume increases, and it almost filled the entire stone bed, even starting to spill off the edges. Seeing this, Suyu quickly took out the blueprint and laid it on top. With a flash of white light, a plain-colored quilt instantly appeared on the stone bed. Suyu reached out and touched it, and found the texture of the quilt surprisingly good. Even in his previous life, it would have been considered a high-end item worth at least $500. This is ridiculous, the quality of the stone bed and the quilt is so different, yet they are supposed to be the same quality? It's just unbelievable. Suyu muttered this, but in his heart, he understood very well. The quality of items in the Dark Dungeon is indeed fair, but in some aspects, they don't match human expectations of simple values. The stone bed, as a bed, actually performs quite well in its basic function. It's just that humans are so accustomed to associating beds with comfort that they expect the stone bed to be comfortable as well. On the other hand, the quilt, as a direct item for warmth and sleep, has comfort as its core purpose, so the texture generated by the blueprint is naturally great. He spread out the quilt and laid it on the stone bed. The temperature in the dungeon isn't very cold, so he didn't need to cover himself with the quilt at night. Instead, using it as a mattress seemed more appropriate, at least for a comfortable sleep. After doing all this, Suyu opened the trading channel again, wanting to check the prices of algae and seawater. But just as he opened the world system, a reply popped up. "It's not that I'm injured, do you have any other healing potions?" Suyu immediately raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, people are truly unpredictable these days. He had just bought 6 bottles of healing potions, yet now he was being told it's not because of injury? Is this person planning to use the healing potions for something like foot baths? However, he didn't let his thoughts show. Regardless of whether it was true or not, if they wanted to buy healing potions, that was a good sign. He quickly made 10 bottles of secondary healing potions and neatly placed them on the stone table, taking a photo and sending it over. "What are you planning to offer in exchange?" "I can continue offering monster corpses to exchange with you." The reply came almost immediately. But Suyu frowned. He wasn't particularly short on monster corpses right now. At the moment, he still had more than 100 chunks of flesh essence, but only enough pure water to make fewer than 50 healing potions. After thinking for a moment, he decided to refuse. "I'm not really in need of monster corpses at the moment, maybe next time. Please. I really need the healing potions. I can continue providing you with monster corpses in the long run." It seemed the person was really desperate for those healing potions. After a while, another photo was sent. "This is a picture of my initial dungeon. Whatever you want, I can trade with you." Suyu opened the photo and saw that the dungeon was quite poor compared to his. Apart from a stone bed, there were only a few items on the central stone table. He glanced over briefly and lost interest. Among the few items, aside from some basic materials and food, there was only a fire axe that could serve as a weapon. Nothing really caught his eye. "Sorry, I don't really need this right now. Please. I'm not injured myself, it's the kids who have a fever." "Kids?" Suyu was stunned. In this dark dungeon world, doesn't everyone have their own initial dungeon? How could this person have kids? You're not lying to me, right? Isn't each initial dungeon supposed to be individual? You must be young, a child without the ability to survive on their own, who will be placed in the same starting dungeon as their father or mother based on the child's choice. The reply came quickly again, answering Suyu's confusion. Suyu rested his chin on his hand, feeling that what the person said seemed to make sense. If a child were placed alone in the dark dungeon, they might not survive even a day. So, such children would appear in the same dungeon as their parents. But the question is the dark dungeon really that kind-hearted? Suyu didn't think a dungeon world that only gave humans 24 hours of initial survival time would be so kind as to provide warm services for human cubs. He cautiously opened the world communication channel and began to filter based on keywords. Chapter 15, Tough Dad, Part 2. However, the reality made Suyu's jaw drop. What the other person said was actually true. In the world communication channel, there were over 1 billion records regarding children. But since billions of people were speaking at the speed of light, and Suyu hadn't paid much attention to the world communication channel, he simply hadn't seen any of it. He closed the world communication channel and raised another question that puzzled him. "Didn't you already buy 6 bottles of healing potions yesterday?" Logically, if the healing potions had no effect, the other person shouldn't have bought more. But if the healing potions worked, why would they continue spending all their money, making it look so tragic? Soon, the other person replied with another message and a photo. "I have 7 children, and the dungeon environment is harsh. They all got a fever last night." Suyu opened the photo and saw a muscular man standing behind a row of children, all looking under 10 years old. Only the oldest looked a bit weak, clearly sick. Damn, 7 kids, is he raising the Chinese legend of the 7 brothers? Suyu couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. In this day and age, it's hard for an average worker to even support themselves. Someone who can raise 7 children is truly one of the toughest of the tough. But after seeing the photo, Suyu believed about 70 or 80% of the man's words. After thinking for a moment, he sent a trade request. "Trade request, you are offering 1 lesser healing potion in exchange for 1 stone brick. Would you like to initiate the trade?" Suyu intended to exchange this lesser healing potion for a favor. The muscular man must have the strength to kill 30 magic creatures in a day, so his combat abilities were unquestionable. What was even more admirable was his willingness to do anything to protect his children. His character was evident, and Suyu was considering a long-term partnership. The other person quickly accepted the trade request. Thank you, brother. My real name is Ji Hyang. I'll definitely repay you in the future. I'm Suyu, hurry up and give the kids the medicine. After exchanging names with Ji Hyang, Suyu casually closed the chat interface. The trade just reminded Suyu of something. In this dangerous and treacherous dark dungeon, the value of medicine was even higher than he originally thought. It was only the second day since all of humanity arrived in the dark dungeon world, and most people were still struggling with hunger. Medicine could already be sold at such high prices. In a few days, after the survivors had solved lighting and food problems, the prices would rise even further. With a market of 9 billion people, he could make medicine 24/7 and never worry about sales. Of course, that was still a few days away. What he could do now was stockpile as many healing potions as possible and then sell them all in a couple of days. Thinking of this, Suyu reduced the number of lesser healing potions he had planned to put on the trading channel by half, and changed the trading method from fixed price to application only. This way, those who wanted to buy lesser healing potions could submit their trade requests with any material they had. Suyu, on the other hand, could choose trading partners from the large number of trade requests. After finishing these tasks, Suyu walked straight towards the stone wall on the left side of the stone table. The previous trade had already taken half an hour. If he didn't hurry, his speedrun plan for the day would probably be ruined. He gently knocked twice on the lower right corner, and the stone wall cracked open with a gap. Suyu once again left his starting dungeon. But this time, the dark tunnel seemed unusually long. An entire hour passed, and Suyu couldn't help but start to mutter to himself. He even suspected that he might have been affected by some kind of mental magic, causing him to stay stuck in place in reality. Fortunately, after another 10 minutes, he finally saw the end of the road. But the next moment, he froze. There was no door at the end of the road. The side junction stood silently there, as if reminding Suyu that the road ahead still needed to be walked. Suyu thought for a moment, then took a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of mineral water from his space backpack. Man is iron, rice is steel. It was already noon, 12 o'clock. To protect his stomach, he decided to eat lunch before continuing forward. The taste of the luncheon meat was still quite good. After finishing the can and mineral water, Suyu, with no manners at all, tossed the wrappers into the left and right junctions as markers. The sound echoed in the tunnel as he walked towards the left without turning back. Another hour passed, and Suyu finally saw the first door since entering the tunnel. Wooden door, green. Durability, 2. Hidden hint 1, behind this wooden door is a planting room with a green quality treasure chest. It's well hidden. With some resentment, Suyu kicked the wooden door open and then froze again. In the center of the room, there was no stone table. He cautiously looked around and immediately noticed more things that were different. This room was actually round. Except for the small patch of ground under his feet, the rest of the space was covered with all sorts of weeds. Weeds? Suyu instantly became excited. Weeds were something that no one wanted on Earth. But appearing in a dark dungeon with nothing but stone walls made them exceptionally rare. What's more important, these weeds were growing on soil. Soil, in this dark dungeon, was naturally invaluable. Only with soil could one begin to prepare for planting and secure a stable food supply. After quickly confirming that there was no danger nearby, Suyu immediately opened the trading channel and searched for a shovel and tools for holding soil. Soon, after paying 100 units of basic materials, a shovel and 10 large wooden boxes appeared before him. I didn't expect it, even though we're no longer on Earth, I still have a chance to farm. Suyu joked to himself and then bent down to swing the shovel. When he was a child, he had done a lot of farm work, so now, when he picked up the shovel again, he didn't feel lost. But the amount of soil was truly substantial. The planting room, with a diameter of about 10 meters, was mostly covered in soil. Even though the soil layer was only 30 centimeters thick, it was definitely not a small project. 3 hours later, Suyu wiped the sweat off his forehead and stopped, gasping for breath. His physical condition was about the level of an average person, so after 3 hours of labor, he felt like he could just collapse on the bed and fall asleep. But fortunately, the effort was paying off. At this moment, the 10 large wooden boxes around him were already filled more than halfway. Wooden box filled with soil, green. Description: a large wooden box filled with soil, suitable for planting vegetables. Hidden hint 1, the soil in this box is mixed with a lot of weeds, insect eggs, seeds, etc., and needs to be burned before planting crops. Suyu, after reading the text prompt, immediately brought the flame of the kerosene lamp close to a patch of weeds mixed with dirt. However, under the scorching of the flame, the weeds took almost a minute to slowly turn yellow, and then, after burning for a short while, they extinguished. Suyu frowned. It seemed that the kerosene lamp was not good at burning things on a physical level. He stored all 10 large wooden boxes into his spatial backpack. These items, whether in weight or area, were quite terrifying. Without the spatial backpack, it would have been impossible for him, a normal person, to carry them. Next, Suyu turned his attention to the treasure chest at his feet. He originally thought there wouldn't be a treasure chest in this planting room, but unexpectedly, when he was handling the last patch of dirt, he discovered this pleasant surprise. Resource chest, green. Description: a randomly spawned chest in the dark dungeon, which may contain several items and resources of the corresponding level. The specific types of resources are undisclosed. Hidden tip 1: this chest contains 10 iron ingots, 10 by 500 milliliters of spring water. Suyu opened the chest, curious, and picked up a bottle of spring water in a glass container. He knew what iron ingots were, but this spring water, he really couldn't figure out what the difference was between it and pure water. Spring water, green. Description: natural spring water with slight healing effects. Hidden tip 1: an upgraded substitute for pure water. Using it to make healing potions will slightly improve their effects. Hidden tip 2: can be consumed. After the first consumption, Constitution plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for users with Constitution greater than or equal to 2. So even water has grades, Suyu muttered, then drank the spring water directly. The water was clear, refreshing, and sweet. He couldn't help but smack his lips. He had to admit that this water was indeed of different grades. After drinking the bottle of spring water, the muscle soreness caused by overwork that had been bothering him eased significantly. If he didn't consider that he only had 10 bottles of it, he would have wanted to drink another one. To restrain his desire, he opened his attribute panel casually. Name: Suyu. Average attributes for adult male human: 1. Class: none. Mental: 1.3, energetic. Strength: 1.0, average. Constitution: 1.1, long-term exercise. Speed: 0.9, legs are weak. TSK: maybe I should check the World Trade Channel for any items that increase the speed attribute, Suyu muttered. The 4 words legs are weak really didn't sit well with him. But he also knew well that such items, which could increase attributes, would most likely be consumed by the person who got them first, no matter how bad the situation was, and would never be left for sale on the World Trade Channel. Even if, by chance, such an item was found on the Trade Channel, its price would definitely be astronomical. It wouldn't be worth keeping it for selling. The resources should be used for other things. Thinking this, he sighed and quickly placed the iron ingots and spring water into his spatial backpack. After checking that there was nothing else in the planting room, he decisively left. Following the corridor back to the left-right fork, Suyu stepped onto the path to the right to explore. Having experienced winning a big prize earlier, this time he was very patient. He thought that as long as he had enough time to return to the starting dungeon before dawn, everything would be fine. But just 10 minutes later, he saw a stone door. Stone door, green. Durability, 1. Hidden tip 1: behind this stone door is a prison room containing a green quality treasure chest. Suyu raised an eyebrow. He had a feeling that this door might not be so simple. But this time, the hidden tip was clear: behind this door, there was just a prison room. Still, unwilling to give up, he searched around the door, confirming there were no new hidden tips before reluctantly opening the door. Inside, the layout was as usual. Suyu walked smoothly to the stone table and touched the treasure chest. Resource chest, green. Description: a randomly spawned chest in the dark dungeon. Can open several pieces of supplies and items of the matching level. The exact kinds of supplies cannot be seen through. Hidden hint 1: inside this treasure chest are mixed vegetable cans *5, self-heating hot pot packs *5, 250 milliliters can sealed kerosene *1. Seeing the supplies inside the treasure chest, the gloom in Suyu's heart was swept away at once. He was worrying that his food types were too single and lacked fiber intake. Now with vegetable cans, for a short time he did not need to worry about this hidden danger. As for the remaining 2 supplies, the sealed kerosene naturally needed no more words. The self-heating hot pot packs could also be kept for later to heat meals. Both were very practical supplies. Suyu quickly opened the treasure chest, took out all 3 kinds of supplies and put them into the space backpack, taking small quick steps as he began to return to his initial dungeon. At 6 in the afternoon, Suyu finally returned to the initial dungeon. He habitually opened the trade channel, and in an instant received a prompt from the world system. Ding, you have 99 plus trade requests waiting to be processed. Please clear the unchecked requests in time. Suyu raised his eyebrows, not very surprised. The 5 bottles of secondary healing potion he had previously listed on the trade channel allowed any bid. Having more requests was also normal, he only needed to filter more carefully. Holding such a thought, Suyu opened his trade request list. Trade application, stone bricks *10, message, check private chat, a surprise is waiting for you. Trade application, cloth *20, message, rare dungeon material, exchange for 1 bottle of potion. Trade application, goblin corpse *1, message, this is the corpse of the goblin king, you will not lose out. Trade application, Black Stockings *1, message, brother, I can pay by video. Trade request, Triangle Underwear *1, message, none. Trade request, Majiuchi Album *1, message, brother's album, only exchange for 1 bottle of potion. Suyu's face grew darker and darker. What are these things? He found that he had still overestimated the quality of the masses. Holding the idea of out of sight, out of mind, he decisively turned on the filter function. First, he one-click blocked those who tried to take advantage with basic resources like stone bricks, wooden boards, and cloth. These things were almost flooding the market. If he was willing to trade, 1 bottle of secondary healing potion could at least be exchanged for more than 100 units of basic materials. Immediately after, he one-click blocked the requests using personal supplies. Tens of thousands of supplies instantly were left with only a few thousand. Seeing that there were still quite a lot of supplies, Suyu thought for a moment and clicked to filter green and above quality supplies. In this way, the trade requests that originally could not be seen to the end at a glance were left with only a mere dozen. Camphor wood floor blueprint. So wolfskin coat. Hand-cranked generator. Number 95 ethanol gasoline. Large pig iron shield. Chemical compound fertilizer. Chapter 16 Golden water algae. Suyu roughly browsed once and quickly found 2 things he needed. Number 95 ethanol gasoline, chemical compound fertilizer. One of these could be used to remove weeds and grass seeds from the soil, the other could be used to fertilize future crops. The two were like crouching dragon and young phoenix. Getting one was enough to plant crops, taking both was even more like a tiger with wings. Suyu immediately agreed to the 2 trade requests. Just write these 2 things. One requested 2 bottles of secondary healing potion, the other requested 3 bottles of secondary healing potion. Adding together was exactly right. In the next moment, 2 balls of white light surged out. When the white light scattered, a woven hemp sack half a person tall and an iron oil barrel appeared before his eyes. Suyu lightly touched them, and the complete information of the 2 conveniently appeared before his eyes. Number 95 ethanol gasoline, green. Introduction, burning material, not drinkable. Hidden hint 1, burning will produce a large amount of heat, please pay attention to cooling. Chemical compound fertilizer, green. Introduction, chemical compound fertilizer, not edible. Hidden hint 1, single use consumes 50 g, can increase the growth progress of a single crop by 20%, each crop can only use 1 full type fertilizer once. Good stuff. Suyu was very satisfied, his heart filled with the joy of a lucky find. He hadn't expected that the effect of fertilizer would actually be quantified in this dark dungeon. It directly shortened the growth time of crops by 20%, this was simply a mass production weapon for crops. If it weren't for the fact that it was only the 2nd day since humanity had crossed over, and the soil was still too scarce, this big bag of fertilizer would be worth at least 10 times more than healing potions. And 95 ethanol gasoline was the same. Fuel like this is only cheap in the initial stages, after a while, the price will rise dramatically. But despite his excitement, Suyu didn't forget about the main task. Whether it's the 95 ethanol gasoline or the chemical compound fertilizer, they were both meant for preparing to plant crops. And to ignite gasoline and clear the weeds and grass seeds in the soil, he had to make the bio-oxygen machine first. Otherwise, with the pitifully low oxygen levels in the dungeon, he'd probably suffocate before the fire even burned halfway. With this in mind, Suyu quickly opened the World Trade System and began searching for seawater and algae. However, to his surprise, the search results for these 2 items were not many. Algae was somewhat better, with a few hundred results. Suyu quickly skimmed through them, mostly from white to blue quality. It seemed that algae had little use for survival right now, even blue quality algae was being sold. But seawater was a bit awkward. It also had no current use for survival, but unlike algae, which still had some value, seawater had almost no conceivable use, leading to only a few dozen results being available for sale. Suyu looked over, and most of the listings had strange and odd requests, none of which could be exchanged for basic supplies. Such a headache. Suyu sighed and decided to focus on the algae first. He clicked on the only blue quality algae listing available. Trade listing, this survivor has set golden algae *50 as application only, would you like to use supplies to apply for the trade? No. Suyu decisively rejected and directly sent a private message. Brother, I have medical supplies, would you be willing to exchange your golden algae? After sending the message, he also attached a screenshot of his secondary healing potion. After a moment, a reply came back. I'll trade 1 unit of golden algae for 1 healing potion. Suyu was both angry and amused. This person was beyond just asking for a lion's share, a better description would be a gluttonous beast. 1 unit of algae for 1 healing potion, how could he think of that? Suyu immediately ended the private message. He wasn't set on exchanging for this blue quality algae, there were plenty of green quality algae, and he could always pick and choose, driving the price down to the lowest. However, just as he was about to communicate with others, the seller of the golden algae sent him another private message. Hey, good brother, the price is negotiable. If you don't have that many healing potions, I can offer you a discount. Suyu really didn't want to respond. But seeing the blue quality algae, he replied with 2 words. 2 bottles. No way, you're haggling like this? At least 45 bottles. The other side was still bargaining, seemingly unsure of how many healing potions Suyu could offer. Suyu couldn't be bothered and closed the private message again. Right now, the entire algae market was a buyer's market, and he didn't need to waste his time negotiating with someone so tired out from haggling. Since his budget was just for 2 bottles of secondary healing potions, he wasn't going to give a drop more. To give the other side time to think, he walked over to the corner, next to the flesh essence extractor. He took out the 30 monster corpses stored in the trading channel. These were the ones Ji Haiyang had used late last night to exchange for 6 bottles of intermediate healing potions. By noon today, he had been too busy preparing to leave, so he hadn't had time to process them, but now was just the right time. 15 minutes later, 30 blood-colored, variously shaped flesh essence ambers were placed on the stone table. Suyu thought for a moment and decided to make another batch of healing potions. At present, his inventory only had 12 bottles of basic healing potions and 9 bottles of intermediate healing potions, which seemed a bit insufficient, whether for trading or personal use. Soon, with a flash of white light, 8 bottles of ordinary basic healing potions and 11 bottles of intermediate healing potions appeared in front of Suyu. He did not use the 4 bottles of spring water that could enhance the effects of healing potions. After all, the healing potion series did not only include intermediate and basic levels, he planned to wait until he acquired higher level blueprints before using the 4 bottles of spring water on higher level healing potions. After a brief thought, Suyu put all the basic healing potions away. Up until now, he had only sold basic healing potions once at the very beginning, and they were all bought by the same person. Now, he planned to temporarily only sell white-quality intermediate healing potions on the market in exchange for materials to expand production, while keeping the green-quality basic healing potions for personal use. After a while, when other people on the market started selling intermediate healing potions similar to his, he would put the basic healing potions on the market. Having made his decision, Suyu hung up the 20 bottles of intermediate healing potions in the World Trading Channel. This time, he did not use the application-only mode but directly set the price as 5L of pure water or 20 units of glass bottles. As for the blood essence, he had too much of it right now, and with Ji Haiyang as a stable foreseeable source, there was no need to purchase it scattered from the trading channel. Having completed everything, Suyu stretched lazily on the soft cotton quilt before opening his private messages again. He had already made up his mind. If the seller of the golden water algae kept trying to scam him, he would go talk to someone else. Chapter 17, Arrogance followed by Respect. Bro, if it's not possible, I can accept 40 bottles of healing potions. Bro, are you still there? I'm serious, if you really can't provide them, 30 bottles will work. Hey, are you there? 10 bottles. 10 bottles, you should be able to accept that, right? Fine, I promise, alright? Don't go. Looking at the series of messages, Suyu frowned slightly. He should have never added him as a friend. If he hadn't added him, the other person would have only been able to send 2 messages before he replied, and his eyes wouldn't have been polluted like this. But fortunately, the result was good. He directly sent a trade request to the other person. Trade request: you are offering 50 golden water algae in exchange for 2 intermediate healing potions. Do you wish to initiate the trade? The other party rejected your trade request. Suyu was stunned, but immediately, he received a new trade request. Trade request: the other party is offering 50 golden water algae, 1L of seawater in exchange for 3 intermediate healing potions. Do you agree to the trade? This guy still doesn't give up. Seeing that the other party was secretly trying to bundle the deal and sell it at a higher price, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. He had been worried about where to find seawater, but now the other party had brought it right to his door. He didn't need to be polite anymore. Quickly clicking agree on the request, Suyu selected extract materials. In an instant, a large number of golden spherical algae and a large bucket of seawater packed in mineral water bottles appeared in front of him. Suyu was immediately shocked, flustered as he searched for the stone bricks and biological oxygen generator blueprints. He had been so happy just now that he had forgotten to prepare the materials needed to make the biological oxygen generator. If these golden water algae stay outside the seawater for too long and lose activity, then he will lose a huge amount. After a short moment, he pulled out stone bricks and blueprints from the space backpack, and without daring to delay at all, piled them together. When the light faded away, a thing that looked very much like a viewing fish tank appeared before his eyes. This is the biological oxygen generator? A bad feeling rose in Suyu's heart. No matter how he looked at this thing, it did not look like something that could produce a large amount of oxygen. Instead, it looked like a potted plant for people to watch and admire. Holding a trace of hope, he reached out his hand and gently touched the biological oxygen generator in front of him. Golden water algae oxygen generator, blue. Description: a pure natural biological oxygen generator made by using golden water algae. Hidden hint 1, this biological oxygen generator can produce 0.5*30 L oxygen per hour. Please pay attention to the oxygen content inside the space. Hidden hint 2, golden water algae can slowly reproduce in a dim light environment. Please try your best to provide a lighting environment for this biological oxygen generator. Hidden hint 3, after the golden water algae die, the inner core will come out and generate a tiny amount of shining gold material, which can be used to make all kinds of supplies. There were exactly 3 hidden hints, and 2 of them were about golden water algae. But Suyu's attention was focused on the first one. Producing 15 liters of oxygen per hour, I remember that the oxygen consumption of an adult sitting still every hour seems to be between 15 liters and 20 liters. Although it is not as good as expected, it is still enough. He calculated in his mouth, and roughly understood how much power this biological oxygen generator had. First, this thing guaranteeing his daily breathing use was absolutely no problem. Even if he did not open the stone wall to get the small amount of oxygen in the stone wall passage in the future, he would not suffocate to death because of lack of oxygen. Second, it was impossible to set fire today to deal with the weeds in the soil. Even according to the most optimistic situation, using 1 liter of ethanol gasoline to ignite 10 big wooden boxes would still need to consume 50 liters of oxygen. With the current oxygen content in the dungeon, it was simply impossible to light a fire, otherwise it would be no different from suffocating suicide. Of course, nothing is absolute. Suyu pondered for a moment, and opened the trading channel again to choose. 20 minutes later, 3 more algae biological oxygen generators appeared in front of him, but these 3 biological oxygen generators were only made with green quality algae, and the efficiency of the 3 machines added together was barely about the same as the previous one. Seeing this, Suyu also gave up the plan of stacking efficiency by using quantity. Although the biological oxygen generator did not take up too much area, 4 of them together were almost as big as the flesh essence extraction machine. If he added more, the area left for farmland would not be enough. He continued to browse the trading channel, but this time he put his energy into choosing seeds. If possible, what he hoped most was to buy seeds like that honey snow ice orange from yesterday in the trading channel. In that way, he could harvest supplies that could increase attributes without stopping. Just thinking about it, he knew he could definitely earn a massive amount of supplies and rare items. But sadly, the trading channel did not even have one-time items that could increase attributes, let alone this kind of attribute-increasing item that could be planted. Helpless, Suyu could only step back and look for seeds of ordinary crops. Very soon, he used 2 bottles of secondary healing potion to exchange for celery and tomato seeds. Celery seed, white. Description: a kind of vegetable seed, can be planted, cannot be eaten. Hidden hint 1, planting celery needs a growth cycle of 12 days, please wait patiently. Tomato seed, white. Description: a kind of vegetable, fruit, seed, can be planted, cannot be eaten. Hidden hint 1, planting tomato needs a growth cycle of 12 days, please wait patiently. Because medical supplies are absolute hard currency. And the seed's value at this stage was not high, so you almost did not spend any words and exchanged the 2 kinds of seeds into his hands. Only he was a little puzzled. Looking over the long search list, among the dogs being sold almost all were mainly vegetables. The staple crop seeds he wanted like wheat, potatoes, corn and such did not even have a single one. This really was too strange. By logic, staple crops should be more common than vegetable crop seeds. How did it become completely reversed when it came to this dark dungeon? Thinking for a long time, Suyu still could not figure out a reason, so he could only gloomily close the trading channel. He glanced at the time in the world system. Now it was already 8 o'clock at night, and he suddenly hesitated whether to go out or not. After all, now there were only 4 hours left until the forced teleport. If he rashly went out, maybe he would be teleported back halfway through exploring. After thinking for a moment, he still decided to be more cautious. After all, he also did not know whether the forced teleport would have any negative effect. Better not take the risk. Having made up his mind, Suyu began to think what to do in these 4 hours. He opened a can of mixed vegetable canned food, using the plastic fork that came with it to mechanically send things into his mouth. To be honest, this thing really had no taste. If it were not for considering the problem of supplementing vitamins, he would still rather go eat lunch and eat canned food. After eating, Suyu habitually opened the private chat channel, preparing to ask how Ji Haiyang's child situation was. This middle-aged uncle carrying 7 Calabash brothers was someone he planned to cooperate with long-term. He had to maintain the supplier relationship well. But just as he opened the private chat interface, he saw a private message from another familiar person. Chapter 18: Setting Fire to the Mountain, Sitting in Prison to the Bottom. Brother, do you still have healing potion? I can use a blueprint to trade. This private message was sent by that stubborn one. Suyu's impression of her was extremely deep. After all, she even sold weapons to him, and could still get 10L pure water and a quilt crafting blueprint. Either she was a hidden master or she was unbelievably lucky riding the waves. But seeing her exchanging for healing potion every few days like this, she probably was not living easily, most likely the latter. Thinking for a moment, Suyu replied with one sentence. Still have, can use blueprint to trade. In no time, the other side sent a trade request. Trade request, the other side plans to use biological fertilizer blueprint *1 to exchange for beginner healing potion *1, do you agree to the trade? Yes. Suyu clicked agree. Right now he had only sold beginner healing potion to stubborn 1, changing it into secondary healing potion instead would not be good. White light surged, a blueprint appeared before his eyes. Biological fertilizer blueprint, green. Introduction, animal feces can be composted into fertilizer, corpses also can, consuming animal corpses. Hidden hint 1, consuming monster corpse *1, can generate biological fertilizer of corresponding weight. Hidden hint 2, single use consuming 50g biological fertilizer, can make single crop growth progress increase 20%, each crop can only use one time of full type fertilizer. Suyu's eyes lit up, and he put this blueprint away. He was just worrying that Ji Haiyang's monster corpse production was overflowing. This thing came just right, it was simply someone delivering a pillow when he was sleepy. In the trade just now, he also finally knew stubborn 1's real name, Zhang Yiding. Only Zhang Yiding did not have the meaning to reveal her secrets, so you also did not ask how she got injured. He satisfiedly opened the world chat channel, wanting to kill time during this period of the biological oxygen generator making oxygen. I opened 4 treasure chests today, does anyone have more than me? Damn, for treasure chests, your luck is pretty good. Behind the stone wall there were actually 4 rooms, I only had 2 total. The 2 upstairs. Have you ever encountered a green quality treasure chest? If you don't understand, please stop showing off. Wow, what did you get from the green quality treasure chest? There must be good stuff. I opened a white quality treasure chest and got kerosene, so what amazing items would a green quality chest yield? The person above is too clueless. I've even seen a blue quality treasure chest, I just couldn't bring it back because it happened to be exactly midnight yesterday. You didn't bring it back, and yet you're claiming you saw a golden chest? Have you noticed that the amount of kerosene consumed by stone walls at different locations seems to vary? It does seem that way. I only used 15 milliliters of kerosene yesterday, but today it's 30 milliliters. Buying food, rice, flour, meat, and oil are all welcome. Price negotiation is private and flexible, any basic supplies can be settled. The Dungeon Mutual Aid Society is recruiting. Submit 1 unit of basic materials daily to join as brothers. Avoid the Dungeon Mutual Aid Society above, they demand daily resource submissions with no benefits. Suyu couldn't help but sigh, human adaptability is indeed strong. In just 2 days in the dungeon world, he had already begun to adapt to this unique environment. It turned out that all social classes and regulations from society had vanished here. People began to follow the rules of the dungeon world, adapting to a primitive society where the weak are preyed upon, seeking hope for survival in the perilous dim light. More and more people started to adjust to this brand new life, leading to a social structure different from civilized society. There was a huge amount of resource trading and resource exchange, weaving everyone together through the world system. In the trading channel, basic materials like bricks and wooden planks acted as currency, with various resources, items, and scrolls being exchanged. As he watched, Suyu gradually realized something. Even if he hadn't stepped up yesterday to announce a method for leaving the initial dungeon in the World Exchange channel, it would have surfaced a few hours later by someone else. With 90 billion people, there are all kinds of folks, and someone will eventually figure out the secrets and share them rather than hoarding them alone. After a moment's thought, he replied to the exchange channel with a message. You guessed it right, different quality stone doors require different amounts of kerosene for illumination, white ones need 3 hours, green ones 6 hours, and blue ones take 12 hours. After sending it, Suyu closed the exchange channel. He could almost predict that his message would attract lots of flattery and attempts to get closer to him, as well as malicious attempts to dig out more secrets, so he was too lazy to continue looking. Seeing the time was almost up, he took out 10 large wooden boxes from his spatial backpack, neatly stacking them in a corner directly facing the flesh essence extraction machine. By the way, does this count as setting fire to the mountain? Suddenly, Suyu thought of an unrelated question. But although his thoughts were many, his hands did not slow down. In just a moment, about 3 liters of 95-octane ethanol gasoline was evenly dispersed over the 10 wooden boxes. He didn't pour more. After all, the air content in the dungeon wasn't much. If he overdid it, he could suffocate himself, which would be quite the joke. The next moment, he took a small piece of cotton, formed it tightly, and carefully placed it on the kerosene lamp to ignite the fire source, then threw it onto the wooden boxes with force. Boom! The flame instantly exploded, spreading above the 10 large boxes and forming a wall of fire. What followed was a thick smoke. Suyu felt that something was terribly wrong. He had considered countless scenarios, even choosing to ignite the boxes from a distance for safety, but forgot the most essential point. Burning not only consumes oxygen but also produces heat and smoke. The initial dungeon covered a total of 35 square meters, roughly the size of a living room, as smoke and heat quickly accumulated, so you soon felt intense heat and a sense of suffocation. Damn! Suyu cursed loudly. The farmland was positioned perfectly between the two previously explored corridors, leaving him unable to even temporarily hide within them. In a moment of desperation, he quickly strapped on his space backpack, gently tapped 3 times in the middle of the stone wall on the right side, gritted his teeth, and squeezed into the crack. Chapter 19, What use do I have for gold coins? Cough, cough, cough. As Suyu coughed, he didn't dare waste a moment and continued to explore ahead. The thick smoke from the starting dungeon had already spread into the corridor, and he couldn't afford to delay for even a second, fearing that he would be choked to death if he moved too slowly. For 20 minutes, he jogged through, and finally, the smoke stopped spreading. Ahead of him, a wooden door and 2 branching paths appeared. He leaned against the wooden door, panting heavily. At this moment, he was temporarily safe. But it was only temporary. As soon as midnight struck, whether he wanted to or not, he would be forcibly transported back to the starting dungeon. Suyu rested for a brief moment before calling out the world system. It was already 9:30 p.m. If he didn't want to die from air poisoning after refusing to return, he needed to find something in the next 2.5 hours that could purify the air or help him survive in the toxic gas. He turned his gaze toward the trading channel. With 90 billion people crossing together, surely there would be something that could purify the air. But after searching for a while, Suyu's face grew increasingly gloomy. Not only did he fail to find the air-purifying item he was hoping for, there was nothing even remotely related to air. After all, this was only the second day. His biological oxygen generator had no competition in the market, let alone a more specialized and less common air-purifying item. After thinking for a moment, Suyu decided to change his approach. Since he couldn't find an air-purifying item, he might as well search for something that could help him survive temporarily in toxic gases. As long as he found a life-saving item, he could quickly reopen the stone wall after being forcibly transported back to the starting dungeon, find a safe spot, and wait for the smoke to slowly dissipate. With this in mind, Suyu quickly traded a bottle of low-level healing potion for a pack of industrial-grade dust masks from Blue Star. These masks, used by construction workers on Earth to protect against dust, were useless in this dungeon, but Suyu had no trouble getting his hands on them. However, the dust mask did not completely solve the problem. After another round of searching, he finally found the blueprint he was looking for. Air humidifier, white. Description: a machine that increases air humidity through primitive methods. Consumption: 500 milliliters purified water *1, stone bricks *10, glass *10. The price of this blueprint was not very high, it only required 100 units of any basic material, probably because it was something most people wouldn't need for now. Suyu rummaged through his space backpack and quickly got his hands on the blueprint. With everything prepared, he was ready to return to the starting dungeon and deal with the aftermath. But after hesitating for a moment, Suyu decided to explore the corridor for another 2 hours before being forcibly transported back at midnight. He ignored the 2 branching paths and turned to gently touch the wooden door. Oak door, blue. Durability, 5. Hidden hint 1, this is the door to a storage room. A storage room? Though Suyu was still thinking about the starting dungeon, he immediately noticed something unusual in the text hint. He pushed open the oak door and cautiously stepped inside. The layout inside was similar to the usual dungeon rooms. On the central stone table was a golden treasure chest, clearly an unusual item. Suyu carefully walked around the room. After confirming there were no monsters hiding in the shadows, he slowly approached the center and gently reached out to touch the golden chest. Wealth treasure chest, blue. Introduction: an extremely rare treasure chest in the dark dungeon, which can open several corresponding level of supplies and items. The specific types of supplies cannot be deciphered. Hidden tip 1, this treasure chest contains 50 copper, 10 silver eagles, and 1 golden dragon. Copper? Silver eagles? Golden dragon? What are these things? Suyu opened the treasure chest with some confusion. What appeared before his eyes were dozens of round coins with hard edges reflecting the light. Suyu was silent. He was very puzzled. In an environment like the Dark Dungeon, where survival is uncertain, what is the point of currency? Now the trading channel is mostly bartering, with basic supplies replacing the function of currency from the previous civilized society. In this case, even if the dungeon world declared that these 3 types of currency are the authentic coins, no human would want to accept them, right? With this doubt in mind, Suyu slowly reached out and picked up a copper coin. Copper, white. Introduction: once the primary universal currency in the Dark Dungeon, but now hardly anyone uses it. Hidden tip 1, holding 100 copper increases a small amount of luck attribute, this effect can stack. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Luck attribute? This thing doesn't seem to be on the personal attribute panel of the world system. Could it be a hidden attribute? Thinking of this, his gaze on the copper coin gradually grew hotter. Even the dullest person knows the importance of something like a luck attribute. Immediately after, as if realizing something, he rummaged through the treasure chest and finally pulled out a silver coin and the only gold coin. Silver Eagle, green. Introduction: once the intermediate universal currency in the Dark Dungeon, but now hardly anyone uses it. Hidden tip 1, holding 100 silver eagles increases a small amount of luck attribute. This effect can stack. Golden Dragon, blue. Introduction: once the advanced universal currency in the Dark Dungeon, once called Little Cutie, but now hardly anyone uses it. Hidden tip 1, holding 100 golden dragons increases a moderate amount of luck attribute. This effect can stack. As Suyu expected, both the silver coin and gold coin also had the effect of increasing luck attribute, and the effect was even stronger. However, he currently had less than 100 of each of the three currencies, so it would be hard to see any effect in the short term. After thinking for a moment, he put the 3 coins back into the treasure chest, then carefully closed the lid again and placed the whole chest into his space backpack. Not having enough quantity was not a problem. All he needed to do was post a demand in the trading market and surely someone would trade with him after a few days. After all, others do not have the hidden tips as an advantage. Getting the coins would only seem troublesome to them, and they would definitely be willing to exchange for more survival supplies. Having done all this, he casually picked up a piece of oak board that had fallen on the ground and turned to leave the storage room. Standing at the left and right fork, Suyu looked at the time again. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. There were 2 hours left until the forced teleportation. He hesitated, wondering whether to return to the initial dungeon immediately. After all, he was not sure if the space backpack could resist the item drop during the forced teleportation. What if the hard-earned lucky coins fell here? That would be a huge loss. But after thinking for a moment, he still gave up the idea of returning early. No matter how precious the item, it wasn't worth more than his life. He began to explore the left fork. About 10 minutes later, a wooden door appeared at the end of the passage. Wooden door, green. Durability, 1. Hidden tip 1, this is a wooden door with a green quality treasure chest hidden behind it. Without hesitation, Suyu pushed open the wooden door and walked skillfully towards the central stone table to get the information about the supply treasure chest. Supply treasure chest, green. Introduction: a randomly refreshing chest in the Dark Dungeon, which can open several corresponding level of supplies and items. The specific types of supplies cannot be deciphered. Hidden tip 1, this treasure chest contains 30 boards. Chapter 20, the old man loses his horse. Suyu took out all the basic supplies from the treasure chest and placed them into his space backpack. Now, his space backpack was filled with all kinds of supplies, occupying a space of several cubic meters. Ding, you have an unread private message from a friend. Suyu raised his eyebrows. He only had 2 friends, and he didn't expect someone to send a private message at this time. He opened the world system and found that the private message was from Ji Haiyang. Brother, I killed over 10 goblins today, do you need any? Keep them for now, let me know if the kid needs healing potions. Suyu replied briefly and closed the private message. He couldn't even return to the initial dungeon now, getting monster corpses was useless. Back at the fork, he hesitated a bit but still chose the right path. In less than 10 minutes, he reached the end of the right passage. At the end was a glass door. Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. In the 2 days since he arrived at the Dark Dungeon, he had seen many stone doors and wooden doors, but this was the first glass door he encountered. He brought the oil lamp closer, wanting to see more clearly. In the weak light, he could see the patterns on the opaque glass door through the glass. Glass door, green. Durability, 1. Hidden hint 1, this is a prison door that hides bees and honey behind it. Bees? Suyu raised his eyebrows. These things were not easy to deal with. But he quietly pushed open the glass door, wanting to see what was inside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound that came from behind the door was heart-wrenching. Suyu frowned and looked up, quickly locating the source of the sound. From far away, he could see that in the center of the prison room was a giant, withered tree, and bees were living around this giant tree. At 3 meters up the tree, there was a tree hole the size of a basin. The swarm of bees circled around the tree hole, emitting a dense and low buzzing sound. This is unbelievable. Suyu muttered quietly. It was his first time seeing a tree growing in this dark dungeon. Looking at the size of the tree hole, there must be a huge beehive inside, and there was definitely not a small number of bees in the hive. Don't underestimate the size of bees, encountering such a swarm was still dangerous. If he foolishly approached to take the beehive, he would easily be stung all over. The correct method was to use smoke to drive them away. I didn't expect I would get a second chance to set fire to the mountain. Suyu rubbed his chin and suddenly felt life was quite wonderful. Not long ago, he had just failed to consider the smoke issue in the initial dungeon, and now he had another opportunity to profit from smoke. However, just having fire was not enough to produce a lot of smoke. Smoke is generated by incomplete combustion of materials. The previous thick smoke was due to a large amount of wet weeds mixed in the soil, but this giant tree was completely withered, and it probably wouldn't work. Suyu thought for a moment and traded 20 units of stone bricks for a large pile of high-moisture plastic debris from the trading channel. Most of this debris was brought over by all humanity yesterday when they crossed over, and it was of little use in this dungeon, so the price was quite low. After doing all this, Suyu poured some ethanol gasoline over the piled debris and used cotton to ignite it from a distance. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by some popping sounds, thick black smoke rose into the air, quickly enveloping the entire giant tree. The fire was lit under the tree, and the rising black smoke passed through the tree hole, just in time to come across the swarm of bees. Of course, putting the cotton and ethanol gasoline directly into the tree hole would have a better effect, trapping all the black smoke inside the tree hole. But that was far too dangerous. Once the bee swarm was startled, they would fly everywhere and might attack indiscriminately around them. To be safe, Suyu chose to proceed cautiously. He didn't keep staring at it, letting the fire continue to burn, while he quietly retreated behind the glass door and closed the room door. It was now 10:30 p.m. He opened the trading channel, bought fabric and cotton, and made a quilt which he spread out on the ground to rest. Half an hour later, he put on a dust mask, took a deep breath, and pushed open the glass door. A thick cloud of smoke immediately poured out. Due to the lack of oxygen, the open flames had long been extinguished. He quickly walked towards the hive and found that the smoke was quite effective. The bees, tightly packed together, had all fallen to the ground, losing their ability to move. The remaining bees that could still fly appeared weak and helpless. He immediately climbed up the tree, preparing to pack up the hive from the tree hole. But to his surprise, there was no hive in the tree hole as he had imagined. Instead, he felt something else, a treasure chest. Material chest, green. Description: a treasure chest that randomly spawns in the dark dungeon, containing several corresponding level materials and items. The exact type of materials cannot be deciphered. Hidden hint 1. This chest contains 500 g of honey *1, 500 milliliters of sealed kerosene *2. Suyu was slightly stunned, but quickly took out the 3 glass bottles from the chest and placed them in his space backpack, then ran out without looking back. The place was filled with thick smoke, and he dared not breathe, fearing that one breath might send him straight to death. Half a minute later, he returned to the glass door, closed it behind him, and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, this glass door doesn't shatter like stone or wooden doors, otherwise I wouldn't even have the chance to catch my breath. The next moment, the glass door cracked with a sound and shattered into 20 equally sized pieces. Damn it! Suyu cursed softly, quickly putting the 20 pieces of glass into his space backpack, not daring to slack off as he started running back. An hour later, Suyu returned to his original dungeon. He had calculated the time precisely. Now, there were only 5 minutes left until midnight, which would help minimize the harmful effects of the toxic gases and prevent the world system from forcibly reclaiming the lucky coins in his space backpack. Cough, cough. Even though he was wearing a special dust mask, Suyu nearly choked to death. At this moment, the initial dungeon looked completely different. The open flames had already been extinguished, and thick smoke still lingered in the upper part of the dungeon space, but the entire floor was covered with a thin layer of ash. He quickly took out the blueprint and set up 2 air humidifiers. Seeing the air humidifiers already starting to spray mist, he wasted no time and began checking the damage. First, he checked the blood essence extraction machine, which was the one he cared about the most. The once massive machine had completely fallen apart, leaving only some stone bricks, glass, and scrap metal, while the wooden parts were completely burned. Suyu sighed. Although he had expected this, it still pained him when he saw that it was really gone. However, the situation left him no time to feel heartbroken. He quickly moved to the other side and checked the 3 algae oxygen generators. Surprisingly, all 3 algae oxygen generators were in excellent condition, although the seawater inside had only a thin layer left, and some areas had already formed salt crystals. Suyu quickly took out a bucket of pure water and replenished the algae with moisture. Fortunately, these algae seemed to have strong vitality, and in just a moment, their droopy appearance disappeared, and they regained their vitality. Next, he walked to the opposite side, near the farmland. At this moment, the farmland was already covered with a thick layer of ash, the result of the burned weeds. Suyu carefully picked up a handful, and the attribute bar instantly appeared in front of him. This is truly the old man loses his horse, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse. Suyu muttered self-mockingly and poured the soil in his hand back into the ground. The black soil, combined with fertilizer, could shorten the crop planting cycle by 64%, which largely compensated for his material losses. But considering the turmoil of today, it was impossible to calculate. Ding, the second day of the dark dungeon has ended. Survivors, tremble. Every time a new day arrives, all humans outside will be forcibly transported back to their original dungeon. The corridors corresponding to each stone wall will change irregularly, making the exploration progress of the previous day meaningless. The system prompt of the world system came as expected. Suyu quickly walked to the stone wall in front and gently touched it with his hand. Dungeon stone wall, blue. Durability, infinity. Hidden tip 1, use kerosene lamps to scorch the stone wall, it will open a crack for 6 hours, consuming 12 hours of lighting time. Hidden tip 2, the 6th stone brick in the upper right corner of the stone wall hides a mechanism. Lightly knock 3 times, and it will open a crack for 6 hours. This mechanism can only be activated once a day. Blue quality? Suyu's eyes narrowed. He immediately rushed to other directions of the dungeon and touched all 6 stone walls. The result greatly surprised him. Of the 6 stone walls, the top, bottom, left, and right were all blue quality, just like the front. However, the stone wall at the back was quite special. Endless stone wall, special. Durability, infinity. Hidden tip 1, the passage behind this stone wall is extremely long. Please prepare enough supplies before entering. Hidden tip 2, use kerosene lamps to scorch the stone wall, it will open a crack for 24 hours, consuming 24 hours of lighting time. Hidden tip 3, this stone wall will not refresh with the daily reset, it will disappear by itself after 7 days. Suyu looked at the special stone wall, his expression curious. This was the first time in 2 days that he saw a stone wall that could not be opened by a mechanism. After a moment of hesitation, he took out the kerosene lamp and gently moved forward. SSS. Accompanied by the sound of the kettle boiling, the stone wall in front of him quickly dissolved like liquid, finally forming a long crack. Suyu made a mental preparation for himself, then raised the lamp in his left hand and the axe in his right, taking the first step into the exploration. Chapter 22, Exchange? At 2:30 in the morning, Suyu finally understood what the hidden tip extremely long length meant. It had been a full 2.5 hours since he entered this passage, yet there was still no sign of a door ahead. If it had been one of the passages he had entered in the past 2 days, it would have been enough for a round trip by now. After thinking for a moment, Suyu decided to rest right here. His upper and lower eyelids kept twitching, and it was really hard to keep his eyes open. Staying up late and rushing was both unsafe and made it easy to miss details. But for safety's sake, there were still some procedures that couldn't be skipped before sleep. He first filled the kerosene lamp, then reluctantly lit the last whale oil-scented torch. Finally, he took out dozens of wooden planks and stone bricks and built a simple fortress in both directions. This way, the possibility of being attacked while sleeping at night was minimized. He took out the panel from his spatial bag and laid it on the ground, quickly falling into a deep sleep. A night without incident, Suyu woke up groggily. Achoo achoo achoo. Before he even fully woke up, he sneezed 3 times in a row, and his head also felt a little dizzy. Am I getting a cold? Suyu rubbed his temples, feeling a little weak. He didn't expect that after just one night sleeping on a cotton-covered floor, his body would feel so bad when he woke up. He forced himself to gather his spirit, stood up, and pulled out a bottle of basic healing potion, drinking it down. A wave of coolness swept through his body, allowing his mind to recover a little. Luckily, I have healing potions. I wonder how those without the stone bed blueprints managed to sleep the last few nights. Suyu mumbled to himself, quickly getting up and pulling out a can of luncheon meat from his space backpack. After eating this stuff for 2 whole days, he was starting to get a bit tired of it, even though he was originally quite interested in it. Oh right, I think I have some honey. Suyu suddenly slapped his hand, remembering the jar of honey he got last night. He dug it out from his space backpack. G honey, green. Description, a fine honey produced by bees, edible, tastes good. Hidden hint 1, after consuming more than 10 G for the first time, constitution plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1. This effect does not apply to individuals with constitution greater than or equal to 2 or speed greater than or equal to 2. Suyu's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't expect that by accident, he had obtained another item that could enhance his attributes. He immediately took 10 G from the jar, mixed it with water, and made himself a glass of honey water, drinking it all in one go. It really tastes good. Suyu reluctantly licked the plastic bottle that had contained the honey water. This honey was indeed extraordinary. Not only did it dissolve instantly in water, but it also had a floral fragrance when consumed, leaving a lingering aftertaste on his lips and teeth. More importantly, as the honey water entered his stomach, he felt warm all over. The muscles on his arms visibly grew a bit, and his body felt lighter. However, despite all this, Suyu still opened his attribute panel. Name, Suyu, the average attribute of an adult male human is 1. Occupation, none. Spirit, 1.3, vibrant. Strength, 1.0, average level. Constitution, 1.2, good physical condition. Speed, 1.0, average level. Evaluation, a healthy adult male human who may be a bit too healthy. The evaluation looks much better now. Suyu satisfiedly put away the attribute panel and turned his gaze to the jar of honey. This thing weighed 500 grams in total, and he had only consumed 10 g, so there was still 490 g left. In other words, there were 49 servings left that could enhance attributes. And the hidden hint clearly stated that the attribute enhancing effect could only take effect once, so to maximize its value and profit, the best option would be to trade it for other items that can enhance attributes. But the problem was that there wasn't even a similar link in the trading channel, and putting a large quantity up for sale might lower people's price expectations. Suyu thought for a moment and finally listed only 3 servings in the trading channel, clearly marking their effects. Then, he opened the private chat channel. Chapter 23, Mind Teleportation Proof. I have items that can enhance attributes, do you want them? Suyu sent the same message to both Zhang Yiding and Ji Haiyang, attaching a picture of Ji Honey. Soon, the replies came one after another. Are you sure this jar of honey can enhance attributes? Bro, I only have monster corpses right now. If you want, I can trade with you. Suyu raised an eyebrow. What Zhang Yiding said was not polite at all, but it was like a wake-up call. These past 2 days, he had almost taken the existence of hidden hints for granted, not even thinking that others couldn't see them. So, the attribute-enhancing items in the trading channel that aren't system certified, but only have personal notes, might actually be real? He stroked his chin, reflecting on the things he had overlooked earlier. He had almost assumed that his G Honey would trade for high-priced items in the trading channel, but he had forgotten that the trading channel didn't show hidden hints. As a result, his G Honey, to others, appeared just like those mixed-in items with no guarantee of credibility. Thinking of this, Suyu took down the 3 jars of honey posted in the trading channel, and then gave a different reply to the 2 people. I can give you one first, and after you see the effect, you can give me 2 types of blueprints. It's fine, I can give you one first, and the payment can be slowly given to me later in the form of 50 monster corpses. After sending the messages, Suyu sent both of them a trade request to exchange 10 g of honey for a stone brick, then quietly waited for a reply. He had high hopes for these 2 people, believing they wouldn't lose out over something small. Of course, if one of them was truly blinded by the honey, Suyu wouldn't suffer too much. At most, he would just lose one potential long-term customer. Soon, Zhang Yiding accepted the trade request. But Ji Haiyang sent another private message. Brother, I appreciate your kindness. But the items that can improve attributes are too precious, I really can't accept it. Immediately after, a system notification popped up. The other party has declined your trade request. Suyu was stunned. He didn't expect this single father with 7 children to have such a high moral standard, even rejecting free items. But the more this happened, the more Suyu wanted Ji Haiyang to accept the honey. He sent another trade request, along with a message. Take it, I know you need to raise 7 kids, and improving your attributes will allow you to explore the dungeon and take care of them better. This time, perhaps Suyu's words struck a chord, and Ji Haiyang did not reject the request. After a moment, Suyu received a system notification. The other party has accepted your trade request. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling quite good. Finally, he had taken the first step of a long journey. Once Zhang Yiding and Ji Haiyang gained some fame, he could use their connections to bypass the trading channel and directly engage in familiar credit trading. Of course, this was something Suyu had to do out of necessity. After all, the trading channel couldn't display hidden hints, and the items that could improve attributes, whether in terms of usage or specific effects, were all displayed in the hidden hints. Without relying on familiar transactions, it was impossible to make people trust him. But every advantage came with its drawbacks. The fact that the trading system didn't display hints created a barrier, but it also gave him an opportunity. He could wait for those scattered buyers in the trading channel to notice the market stagnation and buy the items at a lower price, then sell them at a higher price to make a profit. Ding, you have a private message from a friend. The sudden system notification interrupted Suyu's thoughts. He opened the private chat channel, and as expected, it was a message from Zhang Yiding. It really works, I only have 1 blueprint left, I'll exchange the rest with this. Trade request, the other party is ready to use bamboo wheat pillow blueprint *1, silver apple *1 to exchange for stone brick *1. Do you agree to the trade? Suyu agreed to the trade without hesitation. With a flash of white light, the parchment scroll and silver apple appeared in his hand. Suyu looked at the parchment scroll. Bamboo wheat pillow blueprint, green. Effect, craft a bamboo wheat pillow. Consumption, bamboo *10, wheat *50, fabric *1. Hidden hint 1, the bamboo wheat pillow has a mild calming effect, increasing mental recovery speed by +10% during sleep. Not bad, not bad. Suyu was quite satisfied with this blueprint. Although the blueprint Zhang Yiding provided this time was still related to living essentials and didn't directly enhance combat strength, it was still a great improvement for life quality. After waking up this morning, Suyu had come to understand the importance of these living items. After all, he was a living, breathing person, not a data-based game character. Due to the harsh environment, one can still get sick, and one must seriously improve their living conditions. After the praise, Suyu shifted his gaze to the silver apple in his right hand. Silver apple, green. Description: an apple that looks like silver. Hidden tip 1, eating it increases spirit by plus 0.1, effective up to 3 times, this effect is invalid for individuals with spirit greater than or equal to 2. Hidden tip 2, can be cultivated, growth period is 36 days. Suyu couldn't help but hold his breath. As the saying goes, after the mountains and rivers, when there seems to be no way, there is a bright place with hidden flowers. Not long ago, he was worrying about what to plant in his farmland, but unexpectedly, he suddenly obtained this precious fruit that could repeatedly enhance attributes and could also be planted. He immediately and carefully put the silver apple into his spatial backpack. The value of this thing could rival his large bottle of honey. If he accidentally damaged it and couldn't plant it, he would cry to death. Then, Suyu replied to the gratitude message sent by Ji Haiyang, sending 3 jars of honey to both of them, asking them to find a way to help sell and exchange blueprints. Of course, he also remembered to send Ji Haiyang 2 boxes of luncheon meat cans to share with his 7 little pumpkin-headed kids to improve their living conditions. As for himself, he stood up to dismantle the simple fence that was put up the latest, collecting these basic materials into his spatial backpack. After finishing these trivial and daily tasks, Suyu, full of energy, began to explore forward. Without a word, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At noon, as Suyu was considering whether to have lunch first, he finally noticed something unusual ahead. It was a crossroad. Damn! Suyu blurted out a curse. He thought he had finally arrived at the door of the room, but unexpectedly, there was such a thing as a crossroad. But regardless of his curse, eating was essential. Frowning, Suyu took a can of luncheon meat from his spatial backpack and mechanically pulled the tab. After hastily finishing his meal, Suyu violently threw the can toward the crossroad ahead, then turned his back and entered the left path. The long passage seemed endless. To pass the boring time, Suyu usually opened the World Communication Channel. Exposing the Scam Guild, the Light Guild, where the president and management are shady, the guild offers no benefits at all, but instead tricks people into paying fees. Hey upstairs, is your information a bit too isolated? Someone exposed the Scam Guild the day before yesterday, how can you still fall for it today? Is anyone collecting aphrodisiacs? I want to exchange for some food. I feel it's better to go to the cereal place, there's no market for aphrodisiacs now, everyone is alone, can't just eat it yourself, right? Private message, plus me. Casual resources, new dungeon videos, add me as a friend to buy. Buying soil, high prices for basic materials, can also exchange for food or kerosene. Brothers, avoid the scam upstairs, the cereals are really ugly in pictures and videos, and they want 10 basic materials, what a dumb thing. So you looked at the World Communication Channel heading toward a pit of filth and quickly focused on one message. Buying soil? Suyu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that someone would think of the same thing as him. Moreover, judging by the other party's tone, they seemed more certain that crops could grow without light. He immediately found the avatar and sent a private message. Friend, do you have crop seeds? I'm buying soil, do you want kerosene or food? The other party replied quickly but did not answer Suyu's question at all. Suyu was somewhat speechless. He closed the private message and prepared to continue watching the fun in the World Communication Channel. Unexpectedly, the other party's messages came one after another. If you don't need food or kerosene, I also have weapons that can be used to exchange for soil. Or you can make a list. Suyu was somewhat stunned, he didn't expect such a strong obsession with the soil. It seemed that at least he had mastered fertilizer or something else, otherwise, just with soil, there wouldn't be any reason to mention making a list like this. He thought for a moment and decided to have an honest conversation with the other person. I need seeds and fertilizer, what do you have? I don't have fertilizer, but I do have celery seeds and tomato seeds. Which one do you want? Suyu immediately lost the desire to continue the conversation. The other person was basically treating him like a fool. Celery and tomatoes indeed have high expected food output value, but they would definitely never be worth more than kerosene and the existing food. The reason he was willing to exchange food and kerosene was either for rare seeds or for efficient fertilizer that could boost production. Sorry, I already have both of these seeds. Let's cooperate next time. After typing the message, Suyu immediately closed the world system. This wasn't because he wanted to play mind games with the other person. It was because a situation had finally appeared in front of him. After 9 hours of exploration, a door with a purple metallic sheen finally appeared before him. Suyu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This door, at first glance, was obviously of high quality. He reached out and gently touched it, and immediately saw a long string of text prompts. Minefield 00196 Teleportation Door Projection, orange. Description: this is a teleportation door leading to mine 00196. Hidden Prompt 1. This door is a spatial coordinate projection and cannot be destroyed by conventional means. It can only be occupied and seized. After occupying, it will automatically transfer to the holder's initial dungeon, and subsequent resources can be consumed to build a physical teleportation door. Hidden Prompt 2. The teleportation door projection has been inscribed with 99 large space inscriptions and 33 large teleportation inscriptions. After the holder occupies it, there is no need to inscribe additional inscriptions, or they can use the projection inscription stone to extract the runes. Extracting each rune requires consuming 10 durability of the projection inscription stone. Hidden Prompt 3. Mine 00196 has a total of 10 teleportation door projections. Once the teleportation door is constructed, the other 9 will disappear on their own. Hidden Prompt 4. This teleportation door is unclaimed and can be directly bound to the initial dungeon. Hidden Prompt 5. After binding the teleportation door, you will receive 10 directional teleportation tokens for Mine 00196. Subsequent construction of the teleportation door will grant 10 teleportation tokens per day. Damn, 5 hidden prompts. Although Suyu wasn't sure what orange represented in terms of quality, this string of text descriptions and hidden prompts had already shown the value of this door. To be able to encounter this door, he didn't know how much his ancestors' graves on Earth had to be smoking. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu began to think about a key question. How could he take ownership of this thing? According to the 4th hidden prompt, it was currently unclaimed and could be bound to his initial dungeon. But the problem was, the hidden prompts didn't provide specific binding methods. Suyu thought for a moment and decided to spread out his right hand and place it on the door. After a moment, nothing happened. Suyu felt a bit awkward, withdrew his hand, and took a deep breath. He then shouted twice. Bind. Occupy. His voice echoed through the corridor, but the stone tablet in front of him still didn't change at all. Now, Suyu furrowed his brows again. He had tried both of these common methods, but the teleportation door didn't respond at all. Could it be that some conditions need to be met before a new hidden prompt appears? For the first time, he began to doubt his golden finger. But no matter what, if he just gave up on the teleportation door in front of him, he would be very unwilling. After a moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and picked up his enchanted iron axe, gently cutting his finger. Blood dripped onto the purple portal. In an instant, the portal changed color, blooming into a crimson like the evening glow. Your initial dungeon is now linked to Mine 00196. Current maximum number of portals, 1/1. Dungeon level upgrade requirements activated. The world system's prompt echoed around Suyu's ears one after another. He focused and held his breath, carefully listening, and finally sighed in relief after confirming no new sounds emerged. Then he complained to the portal. I didn't expect it to really be a blood-binding thing, this is so fantasy-like. But despite the complaints, Suyu was still very interested in this portal. According to the text prompts, this thing should let him travel to the mine at any time from the dungeon, essentially giving him a fixed path for exploration. Just when he was pondering whether to step inside and give it a try, 10 stones radiating a purple glow suddenly flew out of the portal and landed in his hands. Mine 00196 Directional Teleportation Proof, Blue. Durability, 3. Description, can be used to teleport directly to a certain location in Mine 00196, returning to the original place after 24 hours. Hidden Hint 1, if you encounter danger in the mine, you can grip the teleportation proof tightly with both hands to choose to return early. Chapter 24, Dungeon Upgrade? Planting tomatoes. Seeing these 10 stones, Suyu immediately dismissed the idea. As the saying goes, a rich child doesn't sit in a dangerous place. Now that he held the teleportation proof, there was simply no need to take risks right now. Even if he really wanted to explore the mine, he could always teleport directly back from his initial dungeon after making preparations. Thinking of this, he immediately began to retrace his steps in the direction he came from. At 3 in the afternoon, he successfully returned to the crossroads. Looking at the iron-canned food he left at noon, Suyu hesitated. He wanted to take a look at the passage ahead, but the endless dungeon's passages were absurdly long. Just to return from the crossroads back to the initial dungeon took 5.5 hours. In other words, he had to return to the crossroads by 6:30 in the evening, or else he might face forced teleportation. After thinking back and forth, Suyu simply decided to wait until tomorrow to continue exploring. Anyway, this endless dungeon would last for a full 7 days. He still had plenty of time and didn't have to worry about it refreshing directly when he woke up tomorrow. At 8:30 in the evening, he finally returned to the initial dungeon. At this moment, the initial dungeon was already much better compared to last night. Suyu took off his mask, carefully breathed in, and felt no discomfort in his lungs. Instead, there was a drunken feeling. He turned his gaze towards the 3 oxygen machines in the corner. He didn't expect the oxygen content in the air to still be above the limit. Fortunately, it wasn't a big deal. People can survive in slightly higher oxygen levels, but it just makes them a bit drowsy. The real trouble was that the surface and the surrounding walls were now covered in a thin layer of black, sticky substance. Suyu understood that this was probably due to the air humidifier. Only with higher humidity would the black carbon and grease floating in the air settle down to the ground. He took out some cloth and pure water and began to clean the stone bed. After half an hour, the stone bed finally returned to its neat state. Suyu wiped his sweat. Cleaning was indeed a physically demanding task. That black sticky substance was as stubborn as chewing gum, so hard to clean that it was exhausting. Fortunately, the substance on the walls would refresh with the arrival of midnight, so he just needed to clean the stone table again. He slowly walked to the central stone table and suddenly froze. The central stone table was also covered in black substance, but the surface was spotless, plus there was an extra mini portal. Suyu was surprised for a moment, then suddenly remembered the portal he had linked to. Quickly opened the dungeon property interface. Dungeon number 0000114514. Level 1, upgradable. Lighting, kerosene lamp, 36H. Capacity, 1. Portal, mine portal number 00196, not established. Evaluation, a rickety dungeon. Once the kerosene runs out, monsters will flood in from the darkness. The unexpected joys brought by this bound portal are quite numerous. Suyu's eyes briefly scanned, then he directly clicked on the 3 large characters upgradable. Upgrade condition 1, total explored stone walls greater than or equal to 5. Upgrade condition 2, dungeon portal quantity greater than or equal to 1. Upgrade condition 3, total infused void stones greater than or equal to 3. 1 green and 2 red, a total of 3 pieces of text flashed before Suyu's eyes. Suyu slightly narrowed his eyes. He recalled in his mind that since he came to the dark dungeon the day before yesterday, he had completed the exploration of 4 stone walls, with the endless stone wall only about a third explored for the 5th. However, in the world systems certification, the first upgrade condition was green, meaning he had already met the requirement. In other words, the number of explored stone walls in the upgrade conditions is just as it says. Even if one person opens 5 stone walls at the same time and just turns around, it can still meet this condition. Reaching this conclusion, Suyu felt quite good. But this did not mean he was close to upgrading. He was still lacking a lot, needing a full 100 pieces of obsidian and 2 void stones. Only by finding the void stones and obsidian could he upgrade the dungeon's level. Thinking of this, Suyu's gaze turned towards the mini portal on the central stone table, a little tempted. As long as he wanted, he could use this mini portal to go to mine number 196 at any time. Finding 2 void stones then would probably be as easy as eating and drinking. But after calming down, he dismissed this idea. Everything has its priorities. The mine was indeed a dungeon he had never seen before, but at present, the endless stone wall had only been 1/3 explored, and the 2 other paths leading from the intersection were unknown. Running to the mine dungeon at this time might lead to losing both. Thinking this, Suyu let out a long sigh and slowly walked to his planting area beside him. The 10 large wooden boxes had long turned to ash due to the fire, and now the soil was directly piled on the ground, almost a meter high. After pondering for a moment, Suyu took out the shovel from his space bag and doubled the area of the black soil outward. With this, the area of soil reached an astonishing 20 square meters, with a thickness of 50 centimeters, considered the best solution under the current situation. The first thing to plant, of course, was the silver apple. Suyu walked back and forth on the soil several times, ultimately deciding to plant the silver apple in the center. Carefully buried in the soil, Suyu also marked out a 1-meter diameter space around it, meant to give the silver apple room to grow. Although he wasn't very skilled, he knew that apples grow on apple trees, and even in the dungeon world, the apple trees would still take up a certain amount of space. However, the remaining tomatoes and celery did not get such treatment. Suyu thought for a moment and directly planted 100 celery seeds in the 2 square meters of soil. Tomatoes were a bit more troublesome. These grow on vines, and Suyu wasn't a professional in his past life, so he was uncertain about the spacing required. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Wow, I'm really confused. He had indeed crossed over to the dark dungeon world, but he wasn't the only one who had crossed. Any questions like this could be asked in the World Exchange channel, and he would surely get the most professional answers. So, he decided to take action immediately. Suyu opened the World Exchange channel and sent out his first help message in the channel. Seeking professional knowledge on tomato cultivation. The reward is 20 units of basic materials. It didn't take long for someone to send a private message. I am a member of the Agricultural Association, and I can teach you how to grow tomatoes. How do you plan to pay? Along with the private message, there were 2 pictures. Suyu opened the pictures and found a selfie of the sender and a work ID. In the selfie, there was a middle-aged person in their 30s, who looked a bit unwell but still energetic, with hands full of calluses. Suyu stroked his chin. He didn't expect that a casual message would connect him to a member of the Agricultural Association. It seemed that this member of the Agricultural Association had also crossed into the dungeon world while at work, otherwise, they wouldn't still have a work ID. He immediately replied with a message. I can pay half the deposit in advance, and pay the remaining half after you finish teaching me. Okay, but I must tell you first that after planting tomatoes, you need to build a frame. It's best to prepare the materials in advance. Additionally, if you trust me, you can send me pictures of your planting area, and I'll guide you through the pictures. The reply was straightforward, even honest. Suyu thought for a moment and sent a picture of about half of the soil to the other party. This wasn't him hiding his shortcomings, but he only planned to grow tomatoes in that much space. He intended to leave the rest of the area to see if there were any other crops in the trading channel. Just as he was about to send the 20 units of basic materials, he suddenly received a series of astonished private messages. How do you have so much soil? From the looks of it, the soil thickness should be around half a meter, and the area is at least 10 square meters. This is 5 times more than others. Suyu's mind raced, his attention caught by the last sentence. Others? Has anyone else sought you out to learn how to grow crops? Now the other party fell silent. Just when Suyu thought the other party wouldn't respond, another series of messages came. Well, I specialize in teaching crop planting for rewards, and in the past few days, 5 or 6 people have sought me out. However, your soil area is indeed the largest. The previous people basically only had 1 or 2 square meters, and the thickness was only 20 centimeters, not willing to listen to advice. I'm not sure they can grow anything. Could you tell me how many treasure chests you opened to get this soil? Suyu squinted thoughtfully. This outcome does make sense. After all, a total of 9 billion people have crossed over, and soil, no matter how rare in the dark dungeon, surely wasn't obtained by him alone. I only opened 1 blue treasure chest, maybe I was just lucky. Let's focus on discussing tomato planting. Suyu casually deflected and then sent over the trading request. Trading request, you are offering to exchange 21 stone bricks for 1 stone brick. Do you want to initiate the trade? The other party accepted your trade request. Half an hour later, Suyu let out a sigh of relief and closed the private chat. He genuinely didn't expect that growing tomatoes had such a big deal behind it. From the depth of planting seeds in the soil to the specific row and spacing, there was much to consider. In this half hour, he also realized that the other party was indeed chatty and meticulous, to the point that they left nothing unspoken. Naturally, Suyu indirectly learned quite a bit about other crops while exchanging names and adding each other as friends. Su Guanqi, this name truly fits the identity of an agricultural expert. Suyu muttered and stopped thinking too much, turning to take out chemical compound fertilizer from his spatial backpack. He hadn't forgotten that this thing could reduce the crop's growth cycle by 20%. Combined with the effect of the black soil's ash, it could shorten the crop's growth time to 64% of the original. A celery that originally needed 12 days to grow can now be eaten in just 1 week using this set of combos. But after hesitating for a moment, he still only fertilized beside half of the celery and tomato seeds. As for the silver apples, to be safe, Suyu did not fertilize them either, planning to wait until tomorrow to see the effect before making a decision. After doing all this, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. Doing farm work in the field is truly exhausting. He quickly stripped off his dirty clothes and lay directly on the stone bed with a new cotton blanket. Who knows the food on the plate? Every grain is earned through hard work. The ancients truly did not deceive me. With a sigh, Suyu suddenly remembered a serious problem. It seems like his food is running low. Chapter 25, not even acting anymore. The thought of possibly running out of food made Suyu forget about his fatigue. With a sudden start, he began rummaging through his spatial backpack. After searching for a while, he came to a conclusion. The situation was indeed not optimistic, but he wouldn't run out of food in the short term. He still had 12 cans of luncheon meat, 2 cans of canned peaches, and 1 can of canned vegetables. By normal calculations, with 3 meals a day, it would only last him 5 days, which definitely wouldn't last until the celery and tomatoes matured. But if he ate just 2 meals a day and rationed his food, it would definitely last. Furthermore, there was a chance that he could get more food in the future, and maybe even change to a new flavor. After comforting himself, Suyu's inner anxiety gradually calmed down. Compared to the shortage of food, pure water was still abundant. Last night, all 20 bottles of secondary healing potions he posted on the trading channel were exchanged for 5 L of pure water each. Plus the remaining pure water and mineral water he had, his water stock had surpassed 100 L. If it were just him surviving, he could drink for half a year without issue. It's a bit of a headache. Suyu scratched his head. This wasn't showing off, he was genuinely troubled. His original plan was to exchange some glass bottles for making healing potions, so that he could save the crystal bottles. But he didn't expect there to be so many people with pure water, which made it impossible to get even a single glass bottle. Something's not right. A bold thought suddenly arose in Suyu's mind, and he immediately opened the detailed transaction records. After comparing, he confirmed his suspicion. The 20 bottles of healing potions last night were bought by 4 people in just 5 minutes, with each person buying exactly 5 bottles, as if they had planned it together. No way. He muttered to himself, quickly flipping through the transaction records, and soon reached a more shocking conclusion. The avatars of these 4 people were exactly the same as those of the 4 buyers who had purchased the 5 bottles of secondary healing potions when he posted them yesterday. Now, even Suyu, if he were a fool, would know something was wrong. These 5 people must have obtained some way to mass-produce pure water, otherwise, they couldn't have obtained so much water in such a short time. After thinking for a while, Suyu made a decision. That was not to expose them, pretending to be unaware. As long as someone could provide him with pure water, they could both profit, and everyone would be happy. He made another 20 bottles of secondary healing potions and posted them on the trading channel. This time, 10 bottles were exclusively for 5L of mineral water in exchange, while the other 10 bottles were exclusively for 20 glass bottles. After doing all this, Suyu immersed himself in the trading channel, looking for supplies. Having just crossed over a few days ago, he had been busy exploring, and his clothes were wearing out much faster than usual. To avoid being reduced to the state of exploring barefoot through the passages, Suyu bought himself a pair of canvas shoes. Now that he had the shoes, it was only natural to buy matching clothes. Not long after, a clean shirt and long pants appeared in front of Suyu as well. He casually put on his clothes, and his mood couldn't help but improve by 3 points. This set of clothes cost about 50 units of basic materials in total, but the comfort it provided really made it feel worth the price. However, this left him with only a little over 50 stone bricks and more than 40 wooden planks in his space backpack. Of course, he still had a lot of glass and fabric, but Suyu wasn't going to use glass and fabric as payment for basic materials. After all, glass, being a basic material, was slightly more valuable than stone bricks and wooden planks, and fabric could even be traded for 1.3 units of stone bricks. Though he had some spare money, he was no fool like a rich landowner's son. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu made 10 bottles of lower-grade healing potions. This was the first time he used healing potions to exchange for basic materials, planning to put them on the trading channel and test the waters. If it worked, he would definitely expand the scale later. I'll exchange 100 units of any basic materials per bottle. Suyu stroked his chin, feeling that his pricing was quite reasonable. It was already the 3rd night since entering the dark dungeon. No matter how harsh the conditions were, at least 5% of the survivors had already obtained 100 units of basic resources. Although this percentage didn't seem large, when multiplied by the base of 9 billion people, it became quite terrifying. In other words, his potential customer base was huge, and there would definitely be no shortage of people buying healing potions. He opened the trading channel homepage again and was stunned. He saw that the 10 bottles of lower-grade healing potions he had just listed 5 minutes ago had all been bought by the same avatar. Looking at this familiar avatar, Suyu thought for a moment and opened the chat box, directly looking at the survivor ID section. 000-035-0234. Damn, they're not even pretending anymore. Suyu was very surprised. This survivor ID was something he was very familiar with. It was the same person who had provoked and insulted him on the first day. Chapter 26, Goblin Oil Torch? As the saying goes, enemies meet, and it's an especially fierce encounter. Although Suyu didn't consider the person who had privately threatened him after he shared the method of burning stone walls with kerosene lamps in the communication channel as his enemy, he lost the desire to privately message them once he realized the person's true identity. Unexpectedly, the other person sent him 2 private messages first. Kid, now you know my power, right? If you give me the blueprint for making healing potions right now, I might consider forgiving you for leaking my secrets. Otherwise, you can wait to die. Suyu read the private messages with an emotionless face, his lips curving upward. He had originally thought that the person was just a small-time thug with a dark heart and a bit of cleverness, but it turned out they were both stupid and evil. They actually wanted to monopolize the healing potion just based on one raw material, and they were even making personal threats in the isolated dark dungeon. With such low intelligence, Suyu didn't even want to respond. After thinking for a moment, he replied with 2 words. Shithead. After replying, Suyu directly added the person to his blacklist. Low intelligence is contagious, and he was afraid that interacting too much with such a stupid and evil person would lower his own intelligence. After handling this small interruption, Suyu refocused on how to earn basic materials. The trading channel had countless types of materials. Although most of them didn't help with improving combat strength, they were valuable in improving the quality of life. If he wanted to wake up every day and explore with the fullest energy, he needed to make sure his starting dungeon felt more like a carefully decorated home than a barren cubic cave. After thinking for a moment, Suyu took another blueprint out of his space backpack. Grease-scented torch blueprint. This was a good item that could replace kerosene lamps. Once you gain fame, you need not worry about sales. But the problem now is that he doesn't have even one of the 3 raw materials needed to make torches. Suyu pondered for a moment, then raised the enchanted iron axe in his hand and struck down at the wooden plank on the ground. 10 minutes later, he successfully obtained a pile of fragments and a square wooden stick that looked pitiful. Rudely made wooden stick, white. Sharpness, 0. Description: a stick that cannot be used. Perhaps its maker initially hoped it would become a spear? The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched as he directly threw the square wooden stick into the corner. He opened the trading channel to search immediately. Both the wooden sticks and cloth strips were available in the trading channel, with prices generally in the range of 2 to 3 basic materials, which is a bit high compared to planks and fabric. However, after personally going through the process of making, Suyu understood the price very well. He immediately traded for 20 wooden sticks and 20 cloth strips. This left only grease as the last raw material. Suyu looked in the trading market for quite a while, his brows furrowing tighter. The grease being sold was mostly white-quality lard and soybean oil, and the prices were extremely high, generally around 100 basic materials. After talking to 2 or 3 sellers, Suyu finally understood the reason. This grease was currently sold as food. Since grease is very filling, even if the price is high, people would still buy it. But this wasn't good news for Suyu. He furrowed his brows tightly. If he bought grease at such a high price, even if he successfully made torches in bulk and opened up the market, the profit he could earn would be very small, and he might even incur losses. Grease. Suyu muttered a few times, then suddenly looked at the few pieces of amber he had taken out when he crafted healing potions earlier. He remembered that after killing the first goblin, he had gotten greasy while searching for the essence of flesh and blood from the goblin's body. Since the goblin's body is fat, can its fat be used? Without hesitation, he acted quickly. All the monster corpses he had obtained earlier had already turned into amber in the flesh essence extractor, so he sent Ji Haiyang a private message. Bro, if you have time, could you help me process the goblin's body and see if we can extract some grease? After a moment, Ji Haiyang responded. I'll give it a try. Suyu patiently waited. 15 minutes later, he received a trade request. Trade request: friend Ji Haiyang is preparing to exchange goblin grease *10 for stone brick *1. Do you agree to the trade? Suyu clicked to agree. With a flash of white light, a terrible odor instantly wafted in the air. Damn! Suyu cursed under his breath and quickly held his breath. Goblin grease, white. Description: a disgusting type of grease that is not edible. Hidden tip 1: this grease has a strong irritating smell. When applied to the body, it greatly increases the hostility of elven-type monsters. Suyu hesitated for a moment as he looked at the large mass of green fat before him, but he still placed all the wooden sticks and cloth on top, finally adding the crafting blueprint. With another flash of white light, the fat, wooden sticks, and cloth disappeared, replaced by 10 torches appearing in a light green hue. Filthy grease torch, white. Description: a torch made using goblin grease as a raw material, emits a foul smell when burned. Hidden tip 1: this torch can burn for 6 hours, and during burning, its lighting effect is equivalent to a blue-quality kerosene lamp. Hidden tip 2: the smell of goblin grease is extremely disgusting to most monsters, and they are very unlikely to approach while not in hunger. Hidden tip 3: the grease in this torch is not edible, consuming it will result in poisoning. Suyu's mouth twitched. This thing, unexpectedly abstract. But being able to use it as a kerosene lamp for 6 hours still holds great value. He immediately gave the 5 torches to Ji Haiyang and told him about the hidden attributes. As for the remaining 5, Suyu thought for a moment but decided not to send them to Zhang Yiding. After all, Zhang Yiding was too clever, and he would have to explain it to her for half a day. It was better to just rely on Ji Haiyang to open up familiar channels first. After doing all of this, Suyu finally lay down on the stone bed with a sigh of relief. The touch of the blanket felt a bit like silk fabric from earth, making him feel quite happy. However, despite that, after tossing and turning a few times, he still felt that his head was empty underneath. He simply took out the blueprint he had gotten today. Bamboo wheat pillow crafting blueprint. As long as he crafted this thing, not only would it solve the pillow problem, but it would also speed up mental recovery. He immediately searched the trading channel. After a moment, 10 bamboo stalks were placed by the bed. These bamboos weren't too expensive, and the price was reasonable, costing only 25 units of basic materials. But there was a problem with the wheat ears. After searching, there were not even any related results. Ridiculous. Suyu was immediately a bit incredulous. In the huge trading channel, there were no wheat seeds for sale, let alone wheat ears. Could it be that the staple food in this world was olive green quality? Seeing that it was impossible to get wheat ears, he had no choice but to make a set of insulated blankets as a temporary pillow, falling into a groggy sleep. Morning. 6:50 a.m. Suyu woke up feeling very refreshed, though his neck felt a little uncomfortable. Looks like I should really make a pillow. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll get a stiff neck. Saying that, he moved his neck stiffly, then got off the stone bed. He walked to the central stone table, took a few sips of pure water, and habitually opened the trading channel. Damn, they're sold out. Suyu couldn't believe his eyes. The 10 bottles of secondary healing potions he had listed last night for 100 units of basic materials were all sold out in just one night. He immediately clicked on the trader's avatar, and as expected, they were all bought by the sand wall guy who tried to threaten him yesterday, and the purchase time was right after he had returned the insult. He immediately furrowed his brows and added the person to his trade blacklist. No other reason, he just didn't want to trade with someone so stupid and evil. After doing that, Suyu hurriedly ate a can of yellow peaches breakfast and walked again to the endless stone wall. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With the burning of the kerosene lamp, a crack quickly reappeared in front of Suyu. He cautiously passed through the crack, deliberately checking the time before starting today's exploration. 7:30 a.m. According to yesterday's experience, it would take exactly 5.5 hours to reach the crossroads, which meant about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. To pass the time, he habitually opened the communication channel. Chapter 27 Goblins are poisonous. So hungry, has anyone ever eaten goblin meat? Are you crazy? You dare eat monster corpses? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? If you have fire, it's better to heat it up first before eating. What nonsense is the person upstairs saying? The oxygen in this dungeon is already thin, and you want to make a fire? Are you trying to die faster? Raw eating is fine too. No matter how dirty or smelly, once it's in your mouth, it's just meat. Eat it, and it's done. Damn, the person who said they wanted to eat goblin meat has a darkened avatar. They should be dead. I told you goblin meat isn't edible. The one who said it's fine to eat raw? Come out quickly. Idiot, believing whatever others say, they're dead and deserve it. Ha, you guys won't believe it, but I actually got an orange quality treasure chest. Suyu watched the verbal fight in the communication channel, unconsciously raising his chin. From the current situation, it seemed that most survivors were still struggling with hunger, even teetering on the edge of starvation. After all, opening food from treasure chests was extremely unreliable. Even with his cheat, he still had less than a week's worth of food reserves. To truly break free from the cycle of barely eating, it was essential to rely on farming. Although the initial investment was high, and there were risks that could almost lead to disaster, in the long run, the harvest would be stable. At 1 p.m., Suyu arrived at the familiar intersection. The tin can from yesterday was still quietly sitting in the same spot. Between the options of moving forward or turning right, Suyu chose the former without hesitation. But as he walked, Suyu began to feel that something was off. While the previous passage wasn't wide, at least two people could walk side by side. But as he ventured deeper, the passage had become so narrow that even one person could hardly pass through. Helpless, Suyu had no choice but to turn sideways, moving horizontally instead of forward. This caused his speed to inevitably slow down. He couldn't even bother to check the communication channel, fully focused on the walls on either side and the oil lamp in his hand, afraid that some monster, like a hungry wolf, might be lurking in the dark. Fortunately, this narrow path didn't last long. Half an hour later, the distance between the walls gradually widened, eventually returning to a size where two people could walk side by side. Suyu let out a sigh of relief, not daring to relax, and continued forward. At 3 p.m., he finally reached the end. But this end didn't lead to any side passages, nor was there a door that could be opened. However, Suyu wasn't panicked. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. With ease, he began to feel around the walls, and soon he found a hidden hint on the left. Disguised or door, purple. Durability, 10. Description, a disguised or door with double-layered security, difficult to open. Hidden hint 1, use an iron pickaxe to dig downwards to the left, after 3 meters, you will reach the entrance of an abandoned mine. Hidden hint 2, consuming 1,000 milliliters of kerosene will melt the disguise layer, allowing direct access to the mine. Suyu frowned. A full 1,000 milliliters of kerosene, this was a price he could not afford. He opened the trade channel and searched for trade requests for an iron pickaxe, but as expected, he found nothing. This is really troublesome. Suyu scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. A full 1,000 milliliters of kerosene was almost all the kerosene he had saved up. If he used it here, he might only be left with grease torches for lighting in the future, which didn't feel right. But if he didn't use the kerosene lamp, he wouldn't be able to get inside. After thinking for a moment, he reluctantly took out his broken magic iron axe and struck the wall hard. The axe hit the wall, but the wall didn't budge at all. Instead, Suyu's grip on the axe was shaken, and his palm ached. Damn it! Suyu spat, surprised by how hard the wall was. This meant that his idea of cracking open the wall with an axe was a failure. After thinking for a moment, he painfully took out the kerosene lamp and several bottles of canned kerosene. Just thinking about using a full 1,000 milliliters of kerosene to open the crack made his heart bleed. But there was no other choice now. SSSS. The kerosene began to burn the wall, and white smoke rose, as if flames were evaporating the water vapor. However, Suyu couldn't care less about admiring the beautiful scene. He quickly grabbed the sealed kerosene cans he had opened earlier, pouring 2 full cans into the crack, fearing that the kerosene lamp might burn out. Soon, a narrow and irregular crack, just wide enough for one person, appeared in front of Suyu. With the crack, a wave of dry heat came. Heat? Suyu was a bit surprised. This dark dungeon, although not exactly the Ice Age, was indeed cold and damp, or else he wouldn't have woken up sore all over after lying on the ground in the corridor. But in such a cold and damp environment, he actually felt a long-lost dry heat. Even his nostrils were a bit uncomfortable. He put away what he had in his hands, held his breath, and slipped into the crack. The crack was extremely narrow at first, only allowing one person to pass. After walking dozens of steps, it suddenly opened up. As soon as Suyu passed through the crack, he immediately felt something different. This was a huge mine, with countless faint orange-red lights scattered across the ground, making the brightness here many times higher than the other side. Suyu carefully walked to one of the orange-red light sources, only then did he see its true form. This orange-red light was actually a crack less than 2 centimeters in diameter. The scorching heat and faint red light intermittently passed through the crack into the mine, creating a unique scene. Seeing this, Suyu immediately understood. The huge mine was actually sitting atop a volcano, though the magma hadn't fully erupted yet, allowing people to survive here. This place is really dangerous. He sighed and then carefully began searching the mine. This mine, at least 300 square meters in size, was much larger than the rooms he had seen before. Even the planting room they had previously visited would seem small in comparison. After a full hour, Suyu almost confirmed one fact. This mine didn't have any treasure chests. Not only were there no treasure chests, but even artificial marks like stone tables were absent. He silently walked to the deepest part of the mine. As expected, this wall emitted a strange black glow. Unmined or slag, blue. Description: this is the leftover part after mining a vein. Hidden tip 1, these are slags contain a small amount of rare ores. Using an oil lamp to burn them can refine void stone *3, obsidian *3, and red copper stone *3. This action requires 450 milliliters of kerosene or an equivalent amount of lighting supplies. Suyu held his breath. This thing is actually ore slag? Although Suyu wasn't sure what red copper stone was, he was very familiar with obsidian and void stone. These two ores, one can expand the dungeon area, the other can increase the level of treasure chests. Both were things humans at the current main level could never obtain. More importantly, upgrading the dungeon level relied on these two items. Only by gathering 100 units of obsidian could he create a portal for mine 00196 in the initial dungeon and thus meet the upgrade condition for the dungeon. The same goes for void stone. However, the 450 milliliters of kerosene far exceeded his current stock. Suyu touched the ore vein wall with his hand, frowning. He was certain he needed to get these things, but the amount of kerosene required was indeed beyond his current stock. After thinking for a moment, he took out 5 torches and quickly lit them. These 5 filthy oil torches were originally prepared for Zhang Yiting to open a market, but unexpectedly, they came in handy here. Sizzle, sizzle. The torches burned fiercely, and the stench hadn't even been smelled for a few seconds before they were completely burnt out. Suyu calculated in his mind. Each torch was equivalent to 6 hours of kerosene lamp illumination time. To melt the ore slag wall in front of him, he would need at least 15 torches. Luckily, making these torches wasn't difficult. He immediately sent a message to Ji Haiyang, asking him to help make a few goblin grease torches. A quarter of an hour later, with a flash of white light under the scroll, 10 goblin grease torches were neatly placed in front of Suyu. He lit the 10 torches and placed them in front of the ore slag wall. As the torch burned out, the walls began to melt under the flames, leaving behind only 9 pieces of stone. 3 pieces of obsidian, 3 pieces of void stone, and 3 pieces of red copper stone. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Suyu carefully placed these ores back into his spatial bag. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. This time, he had almost exhausted all his lighting supplies, but the results were significant. A full 3 pieces of obsidian. If he disregarded constructing the spatial portal, he could almost turn every green quality chest he encountered into blue, rapidly multiplying his growth speed. Thinking of this, Suyu could almost see the bright future waving at him. Calm down, stay calm. He silently repeated this to himself, then slowly left the abandoned mine. This mine was built right on a volcano. If the volcano erupted suddenly, it would be tragic. Fortunately, what he feared did not happen. He passed through the narrow crack he had come through and returned to the cold, damp tunnel. It was already 4 p.m. now. Suyu immediately began his journey back without stopping. By 6 p.m., he had returned to a spot not far from the intersection. From a distance, he immediately became alert. The tin can was gone. The lunch meat can, the empty tin can he had deliberately left here yesterday, was now mysteriously gone. Suyu took out his axe from his bag. He clearly remembered that the lunch meat can had been placed here 5 hours ago. Now, after 5 hours, the can was gone. This meant that the moving tin can had either been taken by a monster or something else and hadn't gone far. The uncertainty of the unknown was always terrifying. If he wasn't afraid that the monsters, like starving wolves, could blend into the stone walls, he would have held the Snow Mountain round shield in his hand to feel safer, instead of just carrying the oil lamp for light. Step. Step. Suyu suddenly leapt across the intersection, swinging his axe to the right without warning, but it cut through empty air. Immediately after, he heard the crunching sound of hollow metal. Looking down, the source of the sound was the lunch meat tin can. However, the appearance of the tin can was pitiful. It was completely covered in some unknown sticky substance, and even the metal had been chewed through in several large holes. Chapter 29, Red Copper Stone. Good news, the tin can was found. Bad news, it had several large holes chewed into it. Suyu immediately and cautiously examined the right side junction. Fortunately, nothing abnormal was found. It seemed that the unknown terrifying creature had already moved away from this area. But this place was not suitable for staying long. Suyu didn't dare gamble with his life to see when that unknown monster might return. He carefully left the right side junction, holding the oil lamp and iron axe, and began to retrace his steps. By 11 p.m., he finally returned to the initial dungeon. After these few days, he had come to consider the initial dungeon as his home in this dark, underground world. Now that he had returned to his home from the dangerous tunnel, he felt a sense of peace. He rested for a moment, then took out the 9 pieces of ore he had refined from the mine. Among them, the 3 pieces of obsidian and 3 pieces of void stone were familiar to him. But it was the remaining 3 pieces of red copper stone that he had never seen before. The red copper stone was entirely red, resembling ordinary copper ore, but Suyu knew clearly that this was not as simple as it appeared. He gently stretched out his right hand, and as his index finger touched the stone, a text prompt appeared before him. Red copper stone, blue. Durability, 5. Hidden tip 1, red copper stone is one of the most common extraordinary materials in the dark dungeon. This thing is the raw material for making projection carving stones. Suyu was somewhat surprised. He had seen many good things containing runes these days. However, he had never heard of the production of projection carving stones that could absorb these runes. Never thought he would find it here. This is truly a case of walking 1,000 miles to find it, and then it comes effortlessly. Although he only learned about one of the raw materials, Suyu had a faint premonition in his heart. He was not far from obtaining a complete projection carving stone. He calmed his feelings, put the obsidian and copper stone into the backpack of the early space, and then took an empty dark stone and pressed it against the wall. In an instant, the originally solid wall began to stretch and deform like dough. Finally, it stabilized at a position extending outward to a width of 2 meters. Suyu stroked his chin. This dungeon really becomes longer but not wider. Originally a square space, it has now become a rectangular one. However, he only sighed once and then pressed the remaining 2 empty bright stones against the wall at the same time. Ding, current dungeon level 1, maximum capacity of empty dark stones is 2/3, cannot use 2 empty dark stones at the same time. The world system prompt sound followed. Suyu was slightly taken aback and took back 1 empty dark stone with his right hand. Since it can't be used now, he would wait until the dungeon leveled up and then use it again, the effect would be the same. The next moment, the empty dark stone pressed by his left hand suddenly disappeared. The already long dungeon space extended another 2 meters, finally stabilizing into a small space that was 11 meters long and 5 meters wide. Suyu satisfiedly clapped his hands. Although this thing doesn't look too pretty, the extra 20 square meters is enough for him to do many things. At the very least, there's room to place the new flesh essence extractor, allowing him to restore the entire process of potion making at any time. Ding, you have a private message from a friend, not yet viewed. Just as Suyu was contemplating his wonderful time, someone suddenly sent him a private message. He opened the private chat interface and then saw Ji Haiyang's message. Brother Su, I have progress on the matter you entrusted to me yesterday. I contacted 5 of my old battle buddies in the World Channel, and they confirmed the effectiveness of the oil torches after using them. They are willing to use fundamental materials to buy them in bulk. Chapter 30, Oil Torch Distributor. After reading the message, Suyu was quite delighted. In his original plan, Ji Haiyang wanting to find a secondary distributor for the oil torches would take no less than a week, at least 3 days. But now, in just 1 day, Ji Haiyang produced such great results, which really surprised him. He thought for a moment and replied to Ji Haiyang's message. Alright, let's temporarily set the wholesale price of the goblin oil torches at 30 units of basic materials, and we will split this income 50/50ths. That's not good, if we split like this, aren't you at a loss, Brother Su? I think it should be 70/30ths. Ji Haiyang replied quickly, clearly having been waiting in the chat channel. Let's keep it 50/50ths. Brother, you are responsible for sales, I am responsible for production, and we will have many more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Suyu resolutely set the tone for their cooperation. He had already calculated that, even splitting the income 50/50ths, his profit per torch after subtracting production costs would be around 10 basic materials. In other words, it was a full 200% profit margin. It can definitely make a fortune. More importantly, the goblin corpse's grease is very difficult to process. He used half of his earnings to cooperate with Ji Haiyang, saving valuable time to explore the dungeon and thus gaining an advantage over other survivors in acquiring the methods for crafting high-level items. In this dark dungeon, no matter how much basic material you earn, it's never as satisfying as the high-level item harvesting scissors gap. Only by leading with strength can one forever maintain rules that are beneficial to themselves. As his mind turned, Suyu placed the wooden stick, cloth strips, and the 50 portions of grease he had just traded with Ji Haiyang in front of him, and with a flash of white light, 50 torches appeared before his eyes. 50 torches, that's roughly a share of 750 units of basic materials, with a profit of 500 units of basic materials, enough for me to buy what I want. Suyu calculated for a moment, then immediately sent this first batch of torches to Ji Haiyang via a trade request and happily lay down on the bed. He wasn't really tired right now. But considering the importance of maintaining a regular schedule, he forced himself to close his eyes and peacefully fell asleep in the flickering light of the kerosene lamp. Time passed quickly. The dim light halo illuminated the small space of the dungeon, and Suyu slowly woke up from the stone bed, as usual, checking the trade channel. Just a glance, and he saw good news. 2 of the secondary healing potions he had put up for trade in exchange for glass bottles had been bought. This meant that he finally had glass bottles and no longer needed to waste crystal bottles for small amounts. He immediately got up full of energy, took out all 40 glass bottles, and placed them on the stone table, casually making 10 bottles of secondary healing potions. Looking at the white-bottled healing potions in his hand, Suyu was very satisfied. He was just about to post these 10 bottles of secondary healing potions on the trade channel when, by chance, he noticed a private message and trade request from Zhang Yiding that had been sent late last night. The 3 jars of Ji honey from the night before yesterday, I've already sold one. But I only exchanged it for a blueprint. I thought it was very valuable, so I made the trade. If you think it's not worth it, I can compensate you. Trade request, the other party is offering 1 oak wardrobe blueprint in exchange for 1 stone brick. Do you agree to the trade? Suyu thought for a moment and replied to Zhang Yiding. No, I'm satisfied. Blueprints are rare items now. Items that increase attributes can't display effects in the world system, so it's already hard to get one. If you really can't get blueprints, I'm fine with exchanging some attribute-increasing items instead. After sending the message, Suyu saw that Zhang Yiding didn't reply immediately, so he began to think about what reward to give her. After all, the night before last, he was so excited that he only asked Zhang Yiding and Ji Haiyang to sell the Ji honey, without agreeing on any reward. Ji Haiyang was fine. After all, he had given canned luncheon meat at the beginning, and they had established a long-term cooperation on oil torches, with both sides making money harmoniously, no problem at all. But Zhang Yiding had received no reward and had been in a state of being taken advantage of. After thinking for a moment, Suyu remembered his first interaction with Zhang Yiding. Trade request, you are offering 1 secondary healing potion in exchange for 1 stone brick. Do you want to initiate the trade? Why are you giving me this? Zhang Yiding almost immediately replied with 2 messages. Suyu couldn't be bothered to type more and simply replied with 2 words. Reward. Okay, thank you. Zhang Yiding quickly accepted the trade request and didn't say anything further, probably busy with something else. Seeing this, Suyu closed the world system. He didn't hurry to have breakfast like the previous days. Instead, he took out 2 pieces of cloth and a bottle of mineral water from his space bag, then dampened one of the cloths with the mineral water. It was already the 5th day since he had crossed into the dark dungeon. In the past few days, he had barely had time to take care of his personal hygiene, but now, he truly couldn't tolerate it any longer. Since the starting dungeon didn't have a permanent exit, Suyu decided to clean himself next to the planting area, wiping his body with a cloth, and after 1 bucket of cleaning, he poured the water onto the soil's edge, which could also serve as a way to hydrate the plants. The only problem was that the initial dungeon wasn't very hot. Even without much wind, the heat carried away by the water droplets evaporating naturally made Suyu sneeze several times. Once he no longer felt sticky, Suyu decisively dried himself off with another dry cloth and changed into a clean outfit, feeling completely refreshed. This kind of life seemed easy to achieve, but for most people at this stage, it was a luxury beyond imagination. At this stage, most survivors were either racking their brains to collect kerosene or working tirelessly to find food to fill their stomachs. How could they afford to focus on personal hygiene? Even if they occasionally found some water, it was barely enough to drink, let alone waste it on bathing. In comparison, Suyu was living like a god. He walked to the central stone table and, as usual, opened a can of luncheon meat. Although food reserves were limited at the moment, considering he had to explore the right fork of the passage today, he needed to replenish his energy. After finishing the canned meat, Suyu packed up his things and walked to the endless stone wall, his mood light as he lit 4 goblin fat torches. His kerosene was running low, so naturally, he aimed to save it whenever possible. Soon, accompanied by a faint smell, a crack appeared again in the endless stone wall. Suyu walked into the familiar passage with ease, breathing in the slightly damp air, and soon opened the world communication channel. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all know that I've obtained a blue quality treasure chest. Beneath the message was a photo of an unopened copper treasure chest, which looked extraordinary in quality. Damn it, who asked you? What a coincidence, I just opened a blue quality chest too, and inside was a full 1,000 milliliters of kerosene. Where's the photo? I was too excited just now, didn't take a picture. No picture? Then shut up. Suyu smirked and continued to scroll up. Indeed, bragging was like a basic human instinct. If a blue quality treasure chest really only contained 1,000 milliliters of kerosene, he would have starved to death long ago. Half an hour later, he finally saw an interesting message. Be careful when you enter the wall. If you find something strange, don't be greedy for the rewards. Immediately return to your starting dungeon. I've tested it, and the starting dungeon is relatively safe. Kerosene doesn't burn faster there. What the hell did you encounter? I don't know, it looked like a ghost shadow, and the kerosene was burning fiercely. I turned around and ran, and now I'm still facing it. What are you afraid of? What if the ghost is Nie Xiaoqian? You're so pathetic, are you going to lose your wife? Damn, the one upstairs really has a small head controlling a big head. This dark dungeon is so dangerous, that thing must be a monster similar to a goblin. I agree, I encountered a monster wolf that could merge into the stone wall earlier. It was disgusting, so be careful. The conversation in the chat channel drifted further away, but Suyu's thoughts were set on something else. He glanced at the profile of the unlucky guy who encountered the ghost shadow and, confirming that the other person was still active, sent him a private message. Bro, I have torches that can replace kerosene lamps. Do you need any? He waited quietly for 3 minutes, but the other side didn't respond. Suyu didn't get discouraged. He simply closed the private chat channel and focused on his journey. He was just casually trying to promote his fat torches. At noon, exactly at 12, he arrived once again at the crossroads. The tin can he had noticed yesterday was still quietly sitting in its original spot. But Suyu dared not slack off in the slightest. Today, he was essentially walking straight into the tiger's den. The creature, whose true form was still unknown, was likely at the right-hand intersection, but he still had to push forward with determination. Taking a deep breath, he focused all his attention as he entered the right-hand intersection. As he walked, Suyu quickly noticed a change in the environment. The stone walls on both sides were still as ancient and unchanging as ever. But the difference was that, the further he went, the drier the stone walls became. The once slightly cold, southern Jiangnan cave environment now seemed to have transformed into a yellow earth cave in the northwest desert. Suyu gripped the enchanted iron axe tightly in his right hand. In times of danger, this iron axe was still the one thing that gave him a sense of security. SSS, a faint sound entered Suyu's ears, and within seconds, it was clear enough to hear. He furrowed his brow and looked ahead, quickly spotting the source of the sound. It was a white worm, but not exactly a worm. Its width was about 30 centimeters, and its length seemed impossible to measure, making it a completely different species from an ordinary worm. On top of that, its mandibles had a ring of sharp teeth, about 3 centimeters long, making it as repulsive as it was frightening. Suyu blinked in disbelief. Is this a worm? He was truly shocked. At this point, even insects had grown this large. He wondered if Berendir could eat this thing as protein. While his thoughts spun, the white worm had already charged toward Suyu. Naturally, Suyu dared not be careless. He lifted his enchanted iron axe and swung it heavily toward the worm's head. Puff! With the sensation of cutting through fruit, the axe went straight into the creature's head by about 3 inches, then got stuck between the 2 teeth of its mandibles. White fluid sprayed out, with a slippery feel that drenched Suyu completely. Suyu instantly shivered in disgust. But now, he couldn't afford to be picky. Seeing that the white worm was still struggling, he mustered all his strength, forcing the axe free from between the creature's teeth. With a swift movement, he swung the axe again, this time striking directly at the worm's head. This time, the axe seemed to strike the worm's vital spot. The worm shook violently a few times before quickly falling still. Suyu's nerves suddenly relaxed, and he didn't care that he was covered in white fluid, he simply sat down heavily and panted hard. After resting for a moment, he slowly got up and walked over to the worm's body, examining it carefully. After a thorough inspection, he was surprised to find that the white worm was actually 3 meters long, and its tiny legs numbered over 1,000, making it incredibly disgusting. Suyu frowned, forcing himself to ignore the discomfort in his stomach, and lightly touched the worm's head with his fingertip. Desert worm, dead. Intelligence, 0.5. Strength, 1.1. Constitution, 0.6. Speed, 0.6. Rating, a monster that prefers dry environments, green quality, usually solitary. Hidden tip 1, the desert worm's mandibles can spray acid, be cautious. Turns out his luck wasn't bad. Suyu belatedly looked at the worm's corpse. If he had taken longer to subdue the desert worm, he would likely have had to face an acid attack. But the next moment, his frown deepened. He definitely planned to take the desert worm's corpse back, since it was a green quality monster, perfect for making a basic healing potion. But the problem was that the worm's body was far too large, the whole thing couldn't fit in his spatial bag. And if he cut it into pieces, there was the risk that the acid inside the worm would corrode the bag's interior, making it all a loss. After thinking for a moment, Suyu sent a private message to Ji Haiyang. I want to temporarily store something with you, please accept the trade request. After sending the message, he immediately initiated a trade request with Ji Haiyang, offering the corpse of a desert worm in exchange for 1 stone brick. Ji Haiyang did not reply immediately, likely busy with something else. Suyu hesitated for a moment, quickly cleaned off the dirt on his body, and then opened the World System's built-in photo feature to share a picture of the white worm's corpse on the World Channel. What do you guys think, can this thing be eaten? A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. What the hell is this thing? It's so disgusting. Is this a monster from the Dark Dungeon? Goblins are more handsome than this thing. Feels like eating recycled enoki mushrooms would be better than eating this thing. Why are you torturing my eyes? Quick, compensate me for a pair of eyes that haven't seen this thing. Don't speak too soon, usually the protein in insects is 8 times that of beef. This big worm could feed someone for half a year. Ugh, please stop talking, I'd rather starve to death in this dungeon than eat something this disgusting. The World Exchange channel buzzed with chatter, but Suyu just watched for fun, quietly passing the time. Soon, he received a reply from Ji Haiyang. Okay. With a flash of white light, the enormous worm corpse suddenly disappeared, even the white blood it had spilled vanished. Suyu stayed in place and rested for a moment. It was already noon. According to his usual habit, it was time for him to eat something. But the desert worm from earlier had made him feel so nauseous that he had absolutely no appetite now. After forcing himself to drink a few sips of water, he cautiously chose to continue exploring. Soon, he saw a wide-open door. To be precise, there was no door at all. A bare, empty hole appeared at the end of the path, and the inside was pitch black, making Suyu immediately raise his guard. He threw a greasy, dirty torch inside. Using the torchlight, he was able to make out what was inside. The cell corresponding to the hole was not very large, about 10 square meters. A red sculpture occupied most of the space in the cell, and with the empty stone platform in front of the statue, the room looked very cramped. Suyu cautiously walked inside. He stepped closer for a careful inspection and finally recognized the material of the sculpture. It was made of red copper. A towering, 5-meter-tall statue was entirely made of red copper. Although it looked somewhat worn, its value far surpassed that of the Goddess of Justice statue he had seen earlier. Suyu took a deep breath, wanting to see what kind of master would own such a priceless statue. But the next moment, he froze. The face of the statue had been completely worn down, with a deep cross engraved on it, looking quite grim. What's going on here? Suyu felt like his brain wasn't functioning properly. Such an expensive statue had been so crudely damaged, it was obvious there was something hidden inside. After thinking for a moment, he reached out with his right hand and gently touched the base of the statue. Creator statue, special. Description: this is a blurry-faced red copper statue, literally worth a fortune. The corresponding deity, creator, has long passed away. Perhaps you can melt the statue into red copper stone for use. Hidden hint 1, no physical appearance can match the master. Any specific appearance or gender is blasphemy. Use blood to stain the statue's face to change your physical gender. Hidden hint 2, the master loves change. Place any item into its right hand, and you will randomly receive an identical item in its left hand. Different kinds of supplies. Hidden hint 3, the Lord hates demon monsters. The more kinds of demon monsters killed, the richer the Lord's gift will be. Suyu frowned tightly. The description of this statue was quite mysterious, but after looking carefully, it was not even as good as the Goddess of Justice statue. Whether it was changing one's own gender, or randomly transforming an item of the same quality, both were quite useless. It could even be said they were of no damn use at all. The only thing that had any attraction was the gift in Hidden Hint 3. But he walked around the statue once, and did not find any item at all, not even a possibly related mechanism. For a moment, Suyu had no plan at all. Just as he was hesitating whether to pry off a few pieces of red copper stone from the statue as extra money, a tiny sound finally came from inside the prison cell. Crack! The stone platform in front of the faceless statue split open at the sound, revealing 3 items inside. Suyu looked over, and inside were a fish, a pickaxe, and 3 gold coins. Chapter 33 5-Colored Carp and Steel Pickaxe. Suyu first looked at the gold coins that seemed somewhat familiar to him. He reached out and gently picked one up, and information suddenly appeared. Golden Dragon, Blue. Introduction: the former high-level universal currency of the Dark Dungeon, once called Little Cutie, but now no one uses it anymore. Hidden hint 1, for every 100 golden dragons held, a medium amount of luck attribute is increased. This effect can stack. Sure enough, just as he expected. These 3 gold coins, just like the one he got before, were all special items that increased luck value. Suyu played with them in his hand for a moment, then took out the wealth treasure chest he had obtained earlier, put the 3 gold coins inside, then carefully closed the lid, and put the whole thing back into the space backpack. Luck value was a hidden attribute. No one knew the exact number, but the more the better would never be wrong. After putting away the treasure chest, his gaze moved back again, and he gently picked up the carp placed beside the gold coins. 5-Colored Carp, Blue. Introduction: a carp that is already dead. Hidden hint 1, edible. After the first time eating it, all attributes plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for any individual with any attribute greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 2, cannot be cooked, otherwise the eating attribute effect becomes invalid. Cannot be cooked? Suyu was slightly surprised. It was the first time he had seen this kind of trait. But if it was not heated and boiled, would he have to eat the fish raw, like a primitive man who drinks blood and eats raw meat? After struggling for a moment, Suyu chose to take off the long shirt in his heart. This dark dungeon was extremely dangerous. Only by working hard to raise attributes and survive did one have the qualification to talk about civilization, otherwise everything was only empty talk. Thinking of this, he directly closed his eyes tightly, picked up the 5-colored carp and bit down hard, chewing like a strong man cutting off his own wrist. The next moment, Suyu's eyes suddenly opened wide. The fish meat of this 5-colored carp was unexpectedly quite delicious. The scales that he imagined to be hard and hard to swallow did not exist. Instead, there was a texture like thin crispy potato chips. Plus the faint rose fragrance of the fish meat, it could be called the most delicious thing Suyu had eaten since he crossed into the dark dungeon world. He swallowed the whole carp in big bites like a hungry wolf, then opened the attribute panel with lingering desire. Name: Suyu. The average attribute of an adult male human is 1. Profession: none. Spirit: 1.4, perceives the subtle. Strength: 1.1, mighty and strong. Constitution: 1.3, strong body and robust. Speed: 1.1, light steps. Evaluation: an adult male human with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physique, beauty, and labor. Combat power barely counted as 5. Suyu looked at this completely renewed attribute panel and fell into deep thought. All attributes plus 0.1 was a good thing, and getting the evaluation of all-round development of morality, intelligence, physique, beauty, and labor was also a good thing. But if adding the evaluation of combat power being 5, that was somewhat strange. It always felt like this evaluation was not very serious. However, he did not think too much about it, and checked his whole body up and down. The conclusion came quickly. The strength had indeed increased a bit, and the contour of his abdominal muscles had become more defined. As for how much faster he had become and the improvements in his mental attributes, it was still hard to quantify. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate and directly picked up the last item. Steel pickaxe that cuts through iron like mud, blue. Sharpness: 6. Weight: 5. Entry 1, Miner's Pickaxe, increases sharpness by +2 when used to carve rocks. Entry 2, Light Rune, a weapon embedded with an anti-gravity factor, reduces stamina consumption by -30% while mining. This thing was practically a mining artifact designed specifically for mining. Suyu's eyes widened, and he began to play with it, unable to put it down. He had been worrying about the lack of mining tools, even though he had the coordinates for a mine, and now, out of nowhere, this mining artifact appeared. It was like someone sending a pillow just when he was feeling sleepy. He took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to immediately use a teleportation proof to go to mine number 196 to try it out, and instead turned his gaze back to the faceless statue. These 3 items had greatly changed his attitude towards the faceless statue. Since this creator was so generous, he had initially thought that the seemingly useless random transformation of materials might also have some mysterious aspect. He thought for a moment, took out a filthy oil-soaked torch, and gently placed it in the statue's right hand. The next moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, an item appeared out of nowhere and fell from the statue's right hand. Suyu quickly stepped forward, and soon found that what had fallen near the statue's feet was a white candle adorned with intricate patterns. Camping emergency candle, white. Description: a candle that was commonly seen before the Great Catastrophe. It emits a faint light when lit. Hidden tip 1, this candle can burn for 6 hours, during which its illumination is equivalent to that of a blue-quality kerosene lamp. Hidden tip 2, the light of this candle is too faint, although it can also repel monsters and evil creatures hiding in shadows, it is easily blown out. Evil creatures? This was the first time Suyu had heard this term. He had originally thought that survivors whose lighting materials ran out were all killed by monsters like shadow wolves or desert worms. But upon hearing this term, he suddenly remembered the unlucky fellow in the World Communication Channel who had encountered a female ghost. He opened the chat page from earlier and saw that the unlucky fellow's avatar was still lit, but there had been no reply to his messages. Seeing this, Suyu gave up on probing and carefully observed the candle. He saw that the candle was about a foot long, and its width was roughly the same as his thumb, with intricate patterns carved all over it, making it look nothing like a camping emergency candle. But he didn't investigate further and instead cast a more intense gaze at the faceless statue before him. The illumination effect of the camping emergency candle and the filthy oil-soaked torch were the same, but they were different types, with the candle even having the added effect of repelling monsters and evil creatures like a kerosene lamp. If he could trade a large number of filthy oil-soaked torches for camping emergency candles, he would really make a huge profit. Even if he couldn't randomly obtain the camping emergency candles, getting something else in return would still be good. Without further ado, Suyu immediately placed another filthy oil-soaked torch into the statue's right hand. But this time, nothing happened. Suyu was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing. It turned out that each item already in stock could only be sacrificed once to the faceless statue, just like the Goddess of Justice statue. He hesitated for a moment but still couldn't bring himself to place the blue-quality Snow Mountain round shield into the statue for a random transformation. After all, he had just managed to gather 1.3 constitution, allowing him to equip both the enchanted iron axe and the Snow Mountain round shield. If he got a useless trash item in return, it would be a huge loss. He was going to suffer a huge loss. He took out a bottle of basic healing potion. Although basic healing potions were just as rare and precious on the market, for him, they were still easy to make. Just as he took 2 steps forward, preparing to place the basic healing potion into the statue's right hand, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. What would happen if he placed 2 bottles, or even more, of basic healing potions? Would the faceless statue accept the 2 bottles of basic healing potions as a sacrifice and grant a higher quality blessing, or would it only take 1? Once the thought opened up, it was impossible to close it easily. Suyu hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't suppress his curiosity. Let's do it. At worst, I'll just lose 2 extra bottles of basic healing potions. He comforted himself in his heart, gritted his teeth, and directly placed 3 bottles of basic healing potions on the statue. The next moment, white light flashed, and all the basic healing potions disappeared without a trace. And on the faceless statue's left hand, a full set of armor made of solid yellow appeared out of nowhere. Armor? Before Suyu could react, the armor, along with the statue's left hand, heavily fell to the ground. Boom! After the muffled sound, the smile on Suyu's face froze. Good news, the statue did respond to his sacrifice, and the 3 bottles of basic healing potions brought an unexpected blessing. Bad news, the statue itself was broken, and there was no need to consider the next sacrificial offering. Suyu took a deep breath. At this point, regretting wouldn't help. He took 2 more steps forward and began to carefully examine the set of armor. The entire set of armor was covered in fish scale patterns, a pale silver color, and if classified according to Earth's standards, it was a typical European plate armor that could equip the wearer from head to toe, encasing them like a metal can. Just by looking at it, Suyu knew that wearing this armor would make it almost impossible for conventional cold weapons to inflict effective damage. He gently stretched out his right hand, and his fingertip lightly touched the plate armor. Suddenly, a large block of text appeared. Chapter 34, Blessed Silver Plate Armor, White Bone Shield, and Weapon. Blessed Silver Plate Armor, Blue. Durability, 25. Weight, 20. Entry 1, Blessed Armor. The wearer will receive the blessing of the Goddess of Light, and the corruption from evil spirits will be slightly reduced. Entry 2, Tempered Plate Armor. Tempered Steel Plate Armor. When hit by slashing type attacks, durability plus 5. Entry 3, Silver Components. Contains holy silver. The wearer's damage to vampire type monsters is slightly increased. 20 points of weight? Suyu's gaze focused on the third line of text. This thing is way too heavy. A weight of 20 points corresponds to a full 2 points of physical strength. With his current 1.3 points of physical strength, if he forcibly wore it, he'd probably be crushed to the ground on the spot. But on the other hand, if it weren't this heavy, it wouldn't have crushed part of the copper statue so easily. Once Suyu realized this, he began to think about how to handle the set of plate armor. After all, this armor was roughly estimated to weigh at least 500 pounds, and it was impossible to carry it manually. As for putting it into a space backpack, the armor was too large, and it couldn't fit in completely. After some thought, he used all his strength and somehow managed to separate the upper and lower halves of the plate armor and put them into the space backpack, then leaned against the statue, panting heavily. Luckily, with the existence of the space backpack, which defied physical logic, otherwise, even if he had obtained the blessed silver plate armor today, he wouldn't have been able to bring it back. After resting for a while, Suyu looked at the now slightly deformed left hand of the statue. Irregular copper stone *7, blue. According to logic, gods are 3 feet above your head, and in this dark dungeon, it would be best not to offend the statue. But looking at the prompt that popped up, this thing probably had nothing to do with the statue anymore. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu put the large piece of red copper stone into his space backpack and left the prison room without looking back. The narrow cave twisted and turned, guiding the survivor on the way home, with only the crackling sound of filthy oil torches burning around. No other noises could be heard. After walking for a while, Suyu felt a bit bored, so he opened the World Exchange channel to share a piece of information. The red copper stone can turn white quality treasure chests into green ones. Everyone don't waste it. If this information were sold, it could fetch a good price. But choosing to share it would earn him goodwill from others and a higher reputation, which would have long-term benefits for his healing potion business. As expected, the exchange channel quickly began discussing the authenticity of his information. No way, really? I opened a red copper stone yesterday. If this can really swap for a green quality treasure chest, I'll trade it. It's true, I accidentally tried it out yesterday. The white quality treasure chest turned directly into green quality. The two upstairs can't be fakes, right? How are they in sync, treating us all as fools? You are the real fool. I opened some gear yesterday. Gear? Suyu suddenly became interested. He clicked on the image sent by that person. Bone shield, green. Durability, 5. Weight, 5. Entry 1, human bone shield. When fighting against humans, the user's damage slightly increases. Entry 2, grudge shield. When fighting against humans, the opponent will receive a small amount of mental pollution. I feel like this thing is a bit sinister. It's better to use it less. I know you're just jealous of me, don't lie. Suyu thought for a moment and sent a private message to the person who posted the picture of the human bone shield. Bro, I think your human bone shield is indeed a bit sinister. You better pay attention to whether your oil lamp's burning speed has changed. The other party did not reply immediately. Suyu was not in a hurry, and after exiting the private chat, he unexpectedly found that the unlucky guy who encountered a ghost shadow in the morning had replied to him. I want it, bro. Can your torch really disperse evil spirits? My oil only lasts for another hour. As long as you can provide me with materials to disperse evil spirits, I can trade for anything. Seeing the message, Suyu frowned. The reason was simple. He mistakenly thought the filthy oil torches could disperse female ghosts in the morning, but only after just receiving the emergency camping candles did he realize that torches probably wouldn't deal with evil spirits. But if he gave away the newly obtained emergency camping candles, he was somewhat reluctant. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu replied with a private message. I do have 2 additional lighting resources, torches that can disperse monsters and candles that can be used against evil spirits. What do you want to trade for? In the next moment, the other party immediately replied with an image. Master Weapon Transformation Scroll Puzzle Piece 2, Special. Description, a plain-looking class change puzzle piece. Suyu's eyes widened in shock. He never expected the other party actually had this kind of item. He quickly replied to the message. Okay, I'll trade with you. With a flash of white light, the emergency camping candle in Suyu's hand disappeared, and in the other hand, a puzzle piece appeared. Suyu carefully placed the puzzle piece into his space backpack. Noticing the other party didn't seem to intend to chat any further, he shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He guessed the other party must be truly out of options, otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to exchange such an extraordinary class transformation puzzle piece. He could only hope the other party would have better luck. Silently wishing them well, Suyu felt a bit gloomy, so he reopened the exchange channel, deciding to advertise his secondary healing potion. Selling secondary healing potions long-term, it can heal common colds. Fever, headache, infertility, and other diseases. Those interested can buy in my homepage's permanent transaction request. What is this? A healing potion? This thing can be sold in bulk? Aren't you supposed to stock it up and keep it for yourself? Damn, he's telling the truth. His homepage's transaction request really has a dozen bottles of secondary healing potions. Big shot, please take me with you. Idiot, it's already the 5th day in the dark dungeon and you still haven't adapted. Even if he has 10,000 bottles of healing potions, he won't give you a single one. Being a sycophant is useless. I think the idiot is you upstairs. I just realized, that big shot was the one who told everyone in the communication channel on the first morning how to open the stone wall. If it weren't for the big shot, you'd probably have starved to death by now. Suyu raised his eyebrows, surprised that someone still remembered his achievements from the first day. He satisfiedly closed the communication channel. Of course, before that, he didn't forget to write down the IDs of those who spoke ill of him. He was a rather petty person. If given the chance, he would definitely get back at them. The journey was silent. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Suyu finally returned to his starting dungeon. Although the area was still not large, it was much more spacious compared to the narrow passage that could only accommodate 2 people. He took a deep breath, and the air here felt especially intoxicating. Wait! Suyu suddenly snapped to attention. It wasn't an illusion. Just by breathing in a few breaths of the initial dungeon's air, he already felt relaxed and dizzy all over. He immediately thought of something and quickly walked to the golden algae oxygen generator. Sure enough, the golden algae that originally numbered 50 had clearly increased by a large amount. Golden algae oxygen generator, blue. Description: a natural biological oxygen generator made with golden algae. Hidden hint 1: this biological oxygen generator produces 68 by 30 milliliters of oxygen per hour. Please pay attention to the oxygen level in the space. Hidden hint 2: golden algae can slowly reproduce in dim light. Please try to provide a lit environment for this biological oxygen generator. Hidden hint 3: when golden algae dies, its core will eject trace amounts of brilliant gold material, which can be used to make various supplies. Chapter 35, Bidirectional Portal? The upcoming battle. Suyu furrowed his brows. Things were as he had imagined. The starting dungeon was too enclosed, and the oxygen produced by the golden algae and the other 2 biological oxygen generators was too much, making him feel a bit oxygen drunk as soon as he returned. At present, the oxygen content in the air was roughly within the human body's suitable range, but he had just returned from the air-thin, narrow passage, so he felt slightly oxygen drunk. However, if this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before the air in the starting dungeon would exceed the suitable level for the human body, posing a risk of oxygen poisoning in the long term. Looks like I still need to make a smelting furnace. Suyu muttered, calculating the feasibility of building a smelting furnace in the starting dungeon. But after the psychological shadow from the previous fire burning incident, he thought for a while and decided to hold off. After all, while having more oxygen just means the risk of oxygen poisoning in the long run, if the carbon monoxide content goes up, it could be deadly, and he might not wake up one day. Seeing that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, he opened a can of luncheon meat and quickly solved his dinner. After eating, he took off his clothes and lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had passed when a loud world system prompt suddenly rang in his ear. Ding, the 5th day of the dark dungeon has ended. Suyu suddenly woke up from his dream. Hearing the sound beside him, he realized it was midnight. He held his breath. The system prompt of this world, he had only heard it once when the first day ended, now it reappeared, surely something big was happening again. Survivors, you have spent the best 5 days in the dark dungeon. When the dawn of the 7th day arrives, all initial dungeons will randomly generate 2-way teleportation gates. Defeating the survivors on the other side of the gate will grant you all their supplies. As for the losers, naturally, they will end up with nothing. Suyu's heart sank. He quietly waited for 2 minutes, confirming that no new system prompts appeared, then sighed and tightened his brows. These past 2 days had been too comfortable, coupled with the golden finger allowing him to access hidden information, he had almost forgotten the malice he felt upon entering the dark dungeon on the first day. Now hearing the new world system prompt, he suddenly recalled the malice that came from the dark dungeon world itself. When soldiers come, let the soldiers block. When water comes, let the earth cover. Just take it step by step. Suyu comforted himself and then opened the World Trading Channel, preparing to make some preparations for the upcoming life and death duel. However, the market always reacted a step ahead. He had merely been sighing for 2 minutes, and after opening the trading channel, the equipment, traps, and potions that could enhance combat power had already been largely taken down. The remaining small portion was mostly set up for barter, they simply did not accept basic supplies for purchase. In contrast, those foods and lighting supplies that usually had a price but no market were rather abundant in the market now. Suyu raised an eyebrow, this was not hard to understand. After all, the life and death duel on the 7th day was a struggle between people, a fight to the death. Neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns, neighbors are my granaries. If you lose in the life and death duel, the extra food and lighting supplies would only benefit the opponent, it would be better to sell off all but 1 day's worth and come up with a new plan after winning. Understanding this reasoning, Suyu prepared to take down his secondary healing potions from the market. However, as soon as he opened the trading link, he discovered that all 20-odd bottles of secondary healing potions he had listed the afternoon before had sold out within just a few minutes. Suyu was stunned, not expecting these people to act so fast. But it didn't matter. With 5 whole days of development thanks to his golden finger, he did not need to worry about the life and death duel on the 7th day. Instead, selling this batch of secondary healing potions earned him a large amount of basic supplies, perfectly allowing him to scoop up a batch of food and lighting supplies. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the trading channel and began searching the lists by category. 50 milliliters of kerosene, asking for 1,000 units of basic supplies or a green quality weapon? Are they dreaming? 200 milliliters of kerosene, asking for 300 units of basic supplies. This is reasonable, about 1/5 of the usual price. 5 kilograms of fermented cream bread, asking for 500 units of basic supplies. I must make this trade, at least I won't have to worry about food for a week. Suyu mumbled to himself, completing more than 10 trades in the World Exchange Channel in one breath. He had just obtained over 2,000 units of basic supplies, spending all of it along with the previous 1,000 units he had. Of course, what he received in return was abundant. Just in lighting supplies, Suyu obtained a full 2L of kerosene, which was roughly the total of what 5 green chests could open up. And in food, he got even more. 2 large bags totaling 5 kilograms of fermented cream bread, 3 kilograms of fresh cucumbers, 2 kilograms of sweet potatoes, 5L of mineral water, and a whole bag of 30 kilograms of refined flour from who knows where, altogether, enough for Suyu to eat for over half a year. In addition, Suyu also got some wheat ears, oak, and bamboo. He took out the bamboo mat pillow and the oak wardrobe he had been thinking about for a long time. In an instant, the once simple initial dungeon looked somewhat refined. Suyu nodded with satisfaction, then walked over to the soil area he had planned. In the small area designated for tomatoes and celery, the half that had been fertilized had grown about 5 to 6 centimeters, with bright green tender leaves close to the surface of the soil, almost covering it. On the other hand, the half that hadn't been fertilized grew much slower, with only a few tiny sprouts showing, forming a sharp contrast between the two. As for the silver apple buried in the center of the soil, it hadn't even sprouted. Suyu immediately took out chemical compound fertilizer from his space, and added it to the silver apple in the center and the part of the tomatoes and celery that had not been fertilized. After finishing all of this, Suyu glanced at the time. It was almost 1 a.m. He sent a private message to Ji Haiyang. "Hey bro, did you get the World Systems notification? What are your plans now?" "I don't have any plans right now, I just hope to improve my strength a bit." Ji Haiyang replied almost instantly. Suyu wasn't surprised. After all, the sound of the World Systems notification was so loud that even if someone was sleeping deeply, they would still be woken up. He swiftly sent a picture of the mine cave number 00196 teleportation certificate along with his idea. "I have a certificate that can teleport to the mine cave. If you don't have any other plans tomorrow, how about we explore together at 8 a.m? "Sure, the desert worm corpse you sent me at noon, I've managed to extract some oil, and I also have some oil from the monsters I've hunted these past few days. I'll send it all to you now." This time, Ji Haiyang didn't hesitate, probably realizing the seriousness of the life and death duel. Suyu naturally didn't refuse Ji Haiyang's offer. With a flash of white light, a large pile of solidified white oil blocks appeared in front of him. But fortunately, this time he was prepared and held his breath in advance. Shadow-hungry wolf oil, green. Description: a type of monster oil, not edible. Hidden hint 1, the scent of this oil is highly recognizable, and applying it to your body greatly increases the hatred of wolf-type monsters. Desert worm oil, blue. Description: a special type of monster oil, not edible. Hidden hint 1, this oil is flammable, please store it carefully in a low temperature and humid environment. Suyu raised an eyebrow. He counted quickly. There were about 30 pieces of the lighter colored shadow-hungry wolf oil, and only about 5 pieces of the darker colored desert worm oil. But this was already enough. He continued chatting with Ji Haiyang for a few more sentences, instructing him to keep preparing more monster oils, before turning off the private message. He took out the prepared wooden sticks and fabric, and calmly placed the crafting scroll last. The next moment, white light flashed. Dozens of milky white torches were haphazardly piled on the central stone table, giving off a faint smell. Suyu casually picked one up. Monster oil torch, green. Description: a torch made using shadow-hungry wolf oil, it emits a foul smell when burned. Hidden hint 1, this torch can burn for 12 hours, and during this time, its lighting effect is equivalent to a blue-quality oil lamp. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the torches made with green quality oil were also green quality, and their burning time was a full 12 hours, double that of the white quality goblin oil torches. He placed the torch down and rummaged through the pile of torches for a while. At last, he found 4 milky white torches, even a little deeper in color. Monster grease torch, blue. Introduction: a torch that uses desert worm grease as raw material. After burning, it gives off a foul smell. Hidden hint 1, this torch can keep burning for 24 hours. During the burning time, the lighting effect is equal to a blue-quality kerosene lamp. Hidden hint 2, desert worm grease has flammable traits. Please store it carefully. Suyu put all 34 torches into his own space backpack. Now, his reserve of lighting supplies could be said to be very rich. He hesitated for a moment. Just as he wanted to send Zhang Yiting a private message, her message arrived at his side first. "The 2 portions of Lucky Bee honey you gave me, I just exchanged them all for blueprints." Suyu was stunned for a second, then he reacted. It seemed that once the world system announcement came out, some people who already knew the value of attribute-raising items but were unwilling to give up blueprints could no longer sit still. He opened the trade request sent by Zhang Yiding and chose to agree. The next second, 2 finely crafted sheepskin scrolls appeared in Suyu's hands. Blue wall paint crafting blueprint, blue. Effect, craft blue wall paint. It can paint stone walls to decorate the initial dungeon. The wall paint will refresh together with the stone wall every day. Consumption, blue pattern stone *1, 500 milliliters pure water *1, iron ingot *1. Hidden hint 1, after a stone wall painted with blue wall paint refreshes daily, the probability that the next refreshed stone wall corridor will be ocean themed slightly increases. This probability can stack. After refreshing 10 times, an ocean themed stone wall corridor will definitely appear. Hidden hint 2, after any stone wall is continuously painted with blue wall paint 100 times, the corridor corresponding to that stone wall will be permanently fixed as ocean theme, and its material and color will change forever. Bamboo ladder crafting blueprint, white. Effect, craft a bamboo ladder. It can be used when exploring the upper and lower 2 sides of stone walls. Consumption, bamboo *10, hemp rope *10. Suyu gripped the blue wall paint crafting blueprint in his hand and knew he had picked up a huge bargain. The seller absolutely did not know that after the blue wall paint is applied, it has the effect of changing the theme of the stone wall corridor. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to take it out for exchange. As for the other, bamboo ladder crafting blueprint, it was also very practical. During these 5 days, he had never considered exploring the 2 directions above and below the stone walls. On one hand, it was because there were endless stone walls. On the other hand, he was worried about the problem of entering and leaving. Now that he had the theme crafting blueprint, he could explore with peace of mind in the future. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly looked at the private chat channel, already planning in his heart what reward he should give Zhang Yiding. Unexpectedly, while he was checking the 2 blueprints, Zhang Yiding had already sent several explanations. These 2 blueprints were exchanged with me by one person at the same time. At first, I proposed to exchange only 1 bamboo ladder crafting blueprint. He always refused to agree, so in the end I had no choice but to use 2 portions of Lucky Bee honey to exchange for these 2 blueprints. After reading this, Suyu burst into laughter at once. Luckily, Zhang Yiding agreed to the other party's condition in the end. Otherwise, he would have suffered a terrible loss. Others did not know the use of the blue wall paint crafting blueprint, but with the help of the hidden hints, he saw it clearly. He immediately replied to the private message. No, I earned a lot from these 2 blueprints. Do you have anything you need? In less than 24 hours, the life and death duel will begin. I will try my best to promise you. Zhang Yiding did not reply immediately. While the other side was thinking, Suyu directly opened the World Trade Channel again and put 1 bottle of secondary healing potion on the shelf. There was no way. Right now, he did not even have 1 unit of basic supplies. If he wanted to buy blue pattern stone, bamboo, and hemp rope, he had to rely on selling healing potion. But before the secondary healing potion could be sold, Zhang Yiding's reply arrived. I also don't know what I need. It feels like I seem to lack nothing, yet also lack everything. Suyu's heart really wanted to complain. The way this woman spoke left him a bit at a loss for what to do. But the next moment, he quickly came to his senses. Since Zhang Yiding didn't understand what she was missing, he could just send her the mining cave transport proof number 00196. This way, not only would it provide an extra layer of assurance for tomorrow's action, but they could also talk more in detail after meeting offline. Without hesitation, he immediately sent a transaction request and also privately messaged Zhang Yiding with his thoughts. Zhang Yiding replied with a simple OK, accepted the transaction request, and didn't say anything further. Suyu couldn't be bothered to guess her thought process. Seeing that it was already 2 a.m., with only 6 hours left until the meeting with Ji Haiyang, he quickly lay back down on his bed and forced himself to close his eyes. Chapter 37, First Time in the Mine. At 6:30 in the morning, Suyu woke up groggily. The dungeon in the early morning was no different from any other time, except for the crackling sounds from the oil lamps and torches lighting the surroundings. There was no other sound. He rubbed his eyes. He had actually slept for a decent amount of time last night. But because he was woken up by the world system announcement in the middle, both of his sleep segments weren't great, which made him feel a bit sluggish now. He opened the trading channel, and the minor healing potions he had put up last night were already bought. He yawned, then searched for the term blue pattern stone. Soon, over a dozen options appeared in front of him. At a glance, the prices from these sellers were all roughly the same, around several dozen units of basic materials. Without hesitation, he selected the bundle purchase and also swapped out some rope and bamboo. Blue pattern stone, blue. Durability, 6. Hidden hint 1, the blue pattern stone, a common extraordinary material in the dark dungeon, is one of the core materials for alchemist job advancements. Another job advancement material, Suyu muttered. He counted, this was already the third extraordinary job advancement material he had come across. But even now, he still had no clue about the specific classifications of extraordinary jobs, let alone actively searching for a way to become one. He shook his head and placed the blue pattern stone, pure water, and iron ingots on the central stone table. Finally, he placed the parchment scroll on top, and with a flash of white light, a can of blue paint appeared out of thin air on the stone table. Blue paint, blue. Effect, used to make blue paint, can be applied to stone walls to decorate the initial dungeon, and the paint will refresh daily with the stone walls. Capacity, 500 milliliters per 500 milliliters. Hidden hint 1, consuming 100 milliliters of the paint to coat the stone walls will slightly increase the probability of the wall's corridor refresh being ocean-themed after each daily refresh. This probability can stack, and after 10 refreshes, an ocean-themed stone wall corridor will appear. Hidden hint 2, after 100 consecutive coatings on any stone wall, the corresponding corridor of that wall will permanently be ocean-themed, with the material and color permanently changed. Suyu put the blue paint away. Now was not the time to test the effect. In a little over an hour, he would be heading into the mine with Ji Haiyang and Zhang Yiding, so even if the stone walls did turn into an ocean theme after painting, he wouldn't have time to explore it now. It would be better to wait until tomorrow to explore it. He took out a can of luncheon meat and hastily ate his breakfast. He opened the private message channel again, and to his surprise, Ji Haiyang sent him another transaction request at 6 a.m., offering 60 units of goblin oil and 6 units of desert worm oil, along with 750 units of basic materials. Along with the transaction request, there was also a private message. Suyu, my friend, the desert worm carcass you sent me yesterday was too big, I only just finished processing it, and I've sent the goblin oil I processed with it to you as well. Suyu furrowed his brows. He didn't know if Ji Haiyang's lack of sleep last night would affect today's exploration. But since the other party had already taken things this far, he didn't want to say much. He first took out a unit of stone bricks and accepted the trade request, then went to the trade channel to buy a batch of wooden sticks, and finally placed these items along with some cloth on the central stone table. With a flash of white light, more than 60 torches suddenly filled the entire stone table. Seeing this, Suyu calmly stored the torches into his space bag one by one, then sat back down on the bed to rest and regain his energy. Looking at the time, it was already past 7:50, so he opened his eyes and sent messages to both of them. Ji Haiyang agreed without hesitation, while Zhang Yiding hesitated for a minute before sending a simple okay. Suyu didn't mind too much, and when the time hit 8 o'clock, he clenched the teleportation proof for mine 00196 with his left hand. As the small stone in his hand emitted white light, his entire body, along with the light, disappeared from the starting dungeon in an instant. Black. It was really dark. This was Suyu's first impression of the mine. He quickly took out a kerosene lamp and lit a torch, which allowed him to see the situation of a small area nearby. The space here was extremely narrow, only about 2 meters wide. Holding the torch a little higher, he could see the uneven rock surface above him. He stood on tiptoe and reached out to gently touch the surface, unexpectedly finding that the rock wall above was much softer than he had imagined, almost the kind that a human could scrape off a small piece with a wooden stick. Mineral-rich rock, green. Durability, 2. Description, a rock rich in minerals inside. Hidden hint 1, you can use an iron pickaxe to dig upwards into the rock. After a depth of 3 meters, you can obtain green vein stone *1. Hidden hint 2, you can walk 3 meters to the left, then use an iron pickaxe to dig upwards into the rock. After a depth of 5 meters, you can obtain obsidian *1. Hidden hint 3, this is the mine's bearing section, digging here risks a collapse. Suyu pulled his mouth slightly. He wasn't sure whether this was luck or misfortune. He had found a mineral-rich rock within a minute of arriving, but couldn't dig it, which was really a bit frustrating. But as long as his mindset didn't falter, there were always more ways than difficulties. He organized his thoughts, first putting away the teleportation proof to return to the starting dungeon, then crouching down and choosing to touch the rock under his feet. Mineral-rich rock, green. Durability, 4. Description, a rock rich in minerals inside. Hidden hint 1, you can walk 1 meter forward to the left, then use an iron pickaxe to dig downwards into the rock. After a depth of 45 meters, you can obtain iron or *1. Hidden hint 2, you can walk 5 meters backward, then use an iron pickaxe to dig downwards into the rock. After a depth of 45 meters, you can obtain red copper or *1. Hidden hint 3, you can walk 9 meters to the right, then use an iron pickaxe to dig downwards into the rock. After a depth of 50 meters, you can obtain blue vein stone *2. Suyu raised an eyebrow. As expected, just like he guessed, there were also minerals hidden below. However, it wasn't the time to start digging for minerals just yet. He looked around. The area was very open, and in every direction, there was no boundary to be seen, nor any sign of Ji Haiyang or Zhang Yiding. So Suyu hurriedly sent messages to both of them. After a moment, both replied, and he finally confirmed the situation. This mine teleportation proof, even when used simultaneously, couldn't guarantee they would be teleported to the same location. Damn! Suyu cursed inwardly, but quickly adjusted himself. At this point, he could only accept the reality. He exchanged a few words with both of them. After sending 5 goblin grease torches and 1 hungry wolf grease torch, he took out the steel pickaxe he had just acquired yesterday. Chapter 38, Obsidian *10. 5 minutes later, Suyu looked at the small pit he had just dug, about 20 centimeters deep, and decisively gave up the idea of digging up the red copper stone below. At this speed, he would need almost an entire day to extract the red copper stone. People move to death, trees move to life. He couldn't hang his hopes on just this one red copper stone. But when it came to deciding in which direction to explore, Suyu was at a real loss. Earlier, in the dungeon, there were only 2 directions in the passage, forward and backward, with a few forks, making it easy to explore the entire area. But here, it was different. Everywhere he looked, it was pitch black, and there was no sense of direction at all. If he didn't plan carefully, it would be easy to make mistakes. After thinking for a moment, he stuck the burning goblin grease torch into the ground. This method was indeed quite extravagant. Apart from him, there probably wasn't a second person who would dare to use illumination materials like this. But there were 2 main benefits to doing this. One was to prevent himself from getting lost and to maximize his exploration of the mine. He was new here, and while mining ores was his primary goal, understanding the mine's layout for future explorations was equally important. The second benefit was that it could serve as a landmark for Zhang Yiting and Ji Hai, allowing them to follow the torch and find him. The goblin grease torch could burn for a full 6 hours, so as long as they found his torch within that time, they could easily follow it and reach him. Without hesitation, Suyu stuck the torch into the small pit he had just dug, and then filled the pit back with rubble, ensuring the torch stayed firmly in place. After finishing this, Suyu clapped his hands and then lit another torch, moving forward as he smelled the faint stink of the burning torch. On the way, every 10 meters, he would squat down and touch the ground to check if there were any unmined ores in the area. Unfortunately, he did receive dozens of hidden prompts, but every ore he found was buried at least several meters below the surface, and the closest one was nearly 10 meters away, making them unworthy of mining. 15 minutes later, Suyu stopped. He had walked over a kilometer. Looking back, the torch he had placed earlier had already become a faint light in the distance. If he went any further, it would be hard to see it. To ensure that Zhang Yiting and Ji Hai could still see it, he had to place another torch here. Suyu squatted down and gently touched the ground, and a text prompt immediately appeared. Mineral-rich rock, green. Hardness, 4. Description: a rock containing minerals inside. Hidden tip 1, use an iron pickaxe to dig downward. After a depth of 1 meter, you will obtain Obsidian *10. Hidden tip 2, walk 5 meters to the left, then use an iron pickaxe to dig downward. After a depth of 22 meters, you will obtain red copper *3. Obsidian? Suyu froze. This was truly a case of finding something effortlessly after searching long and hard. He was just a step away from upgrading the dungeon, and all he needed was an obsidian-made directional portal. Even the Skyvoid stone, which could expand the dungeon's area, didn't have the same allure as obsidian did for him. More importantly, this time, the distance was only 1 meter, meaning he could probably dig it up in about half an hour. Rather than hesitate, he decided to act. Suyu immediately took out his steel pickaxe and began digging directly downward. Chapter 39, Rock Salt Crystals. About 40 minutes later, Suyu picked up the obsidian he had just dug up. Stopped the action of wielding the steel pickaxe. Before this, he had already unearthed 9 pieces of obsidian, and with this piece, it perfectly matched the hidden hint. He crawled out of the freshly dug pit, patted off the dust from his body, and prepared to secure the torch to continue exploring. But the next moment, he froze. In the glow of the firelight, he saw a puddle of grey goo writhing. Or to put it more bluntly, he saw a blob of slowly wriggling grey mucus. This blob of grey mucus was about 10 meters away from him, slowly crawling towards him at an extremely slow pace, looking like it would take at least 2 or 3 minutes to arrive. But Suyu still dared not be careless. After all, this was a mine. The only things that could appear here were monsters and evil spirits. And judging by the appearance of this goo, it was most likely the former. He took out the enchanted iron axe from his space backpack. For this kind of tangible monster, the sharpness of the enchanted iron axe was still higher than that of the steel pickaxe specialized for mining. But the next moment, he hesitated. Based on his experiences over the past few days, in the dark dungeon world, there would be no monster purely meant as a benefit for survivors. This blob of goo moved so slowly, which meant it must have some significant abilities in other aspects. To be safe, he picked up a rock and threw it at the goo. Hiss hiss. The rock penetrated the surface of the goo and got stuck to it. Immediately, a cloud of white smoke violently erupted from the surface of the goo, and the rock that was stuck began to shrink at a visible speed, disappearing completely into the air in no time. Suyu's heart suddenly filled with dread. As he had expected, this blob of goo was highly corrosive. Fortunately, he hadn't acted impulsively and rushed in with the enchanted iron axe, or he would be holding a broken axe handle and crying right now. Coming to his senses, Suyu looked at the goo that continued to crawl slowly closer and frowned. Being able to spot a problem does not necessarily mean one can solve it. Right now, he only knew that this thing was highly corrosive, but had no idea how to deal with it. Due to the inability to touch it with his fingers, he couldn't see the hidden hint, putting him back on the same starting line as others in the dark dungeon. He hesitated for a moment, quickly lit a goblin torch, and threw it at the goo. Sizzle. Hiss. The torch did burn this thing to some extent. Suyu even saw with his own eyes how the goo shrank in size. But similarly, the burning speed of the torch was also astonishing. The goblin oil torch, which could burn for a full 6 hours on a usual day, completely extinguished in just half a minute against this blob of goo, turning into white smoke. Yet, even so, a light spark flashed in Suyu's eyes. As long as he could deal with this thing, he had plenty of torches in hand. He immediately lit 3 goblin oil torches in one breath and held them while moving forward slowly. Sizzle. The 3 torches burned the monster together. The size of the goo shrank rapidly before his eyes. Soon, this monster was completely burned away in the flames, leaving behind a puddle of crystal-clear tiny particles. What is this thing? Suyu tried to continue burning these tiny particles with the torch, but half a minute passed with no reaction at all. He suddenly thought of something. He reached out and gently touched the white particles, and the hidden hint suddenly appeared. White rock salt crystal, green. Description: a type of salt from rocks, rumored to have the effect of warding off evil spirits. Hidden hint 1: eating 1 g of rock salt crystal at once can slightly purify spiritual pollution from evil spirits. Hidden hint 2: sprinkling 5-10 g of rock salt crystal at once. It's actually salt. Suyu was a bit surprised. After so many days in this dark dungeon, it was his first time seeing the existence of salt. It is known that humans cannot survive without salt. These days, he was also relying on the salt from the canned luncheon meat, otherwise he would face the risk of electrolyte disorder. Of course, more importantly, these salts even had the effect of resisting evil spirits, which undoubtedly gave him another means to deal with them. He immediately took out an empty crystal bottle and collected all the salt grains, then checked its attributes in the trading channel. White rock salt crystals. Weight, 30 g. Trading mode, basic material. Expected price, to be determined. Suyu estimated that these rock salt crystals could roughly deal with evil spirits about 3 or 4 times. If he used them sparingly, he might even use them 6 times. He put the crystal bottle into his space backpack. Then, he carefully observed the surroundings again, confirming that there were no other monsters before inserting a goblin grease torch into the freshly dug soil and continuing to explore. Along the way, he never forgot to crouch down and gently touch the ground every 10 meters. However, even so, after walking for 2 hours and inserting 10 goblin grease torches, he still did not encounter any ores hiding within 1 meter deep in the ground. The shallowest one was 9 meters deep. As the time approached noon, and his stamina had basically been exhausted from this morning's activities, he directly took out a prepared set of cotton blankets, laid them on the ground, and lay down to rest without care. Opening private messages, both Ji Haiyang and Zhang Yiting said they hadn't seen the torch marks he left behind. That wasn't a big deal. It mostly made him realize that this mine was probably much larger than he had imagined. What really made Suyu unable to accept was that the luck of these 2 people was simply too good. Zhang Yiting, throughout this morning, unexpectedly didn't use a pickaxe and just picked up 4 exposed copper stones from the surface. At first, Ji Haiyang was alright, but half an hour ago, he sent a private message saying he found a vein of iron ore exposed on the surface. People comparing can make others feel hopeless. Suyu felt a little unfortunate. But soon, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that this mine is divided into areas? Zhang Yiting is in the copper stone area, so she can pick up copper stones from the surface. Ji Haiyang is in the iron ore area, so he even found a whole vein exposed on the surface. As for himself, he was probably in an area that had been heavily mined, so he hadn't encountered any ores along the way. The shallowest piece of obsidian was also 1 meter deep. The more Suyu thought, the more he felt this possibility was correct. The angrier he got, he suddenly sat up from the blanket, quickly opened a can of luncheon meat, ate it, and decided not to rest. Gathering up the blanket, he chose to continue exploring with a surge of frustration. He simply couldn't believe that this mine could be so vast that he wouldn't see an end even after walking all day. As long as he grasped where the edge of this mine was, he could determine his area the next time he came in, thus quickly heading towards the rich mineral area. But with this thought, he had barely walked for 5 minutes when his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of something familiar. A treasure chest? Suyu was startled inside. Having dealt with treasure chests for several days, he would not mistake it. 5 meters ahead on the left, there was indeed a treasure chest standing quietly. Chapter 40, Wolfskin Gloves and Projection Engraving Stone Blueprint. The treasure chest was gray and the overall stone material was placed on the same gray ground, making it easy to overlook at first glance. But the question is, how could there be treasure chests in this mine? Suyu felt a bit confused inside. With the experience of the slime incident, his vigilance was extremely high at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward slightly and used the torch in his hand to scorch the treasure chest. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Until 2 full minutes passed, the treasure chest remained completely still. Suyu then let out a sigh of relief and gently touched the chest with his left hand. A text prompt suddenly appeared. Resource chest, blue. Description: a mysterious chest that randomly spawns in the mine, containing a number of items corresponding to the current level. The exact types of items are unpredictable. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains a perfectly intact small oil lamp *1, a projection inscription stone blueprint *1, and a pair of sturdy wolfskin gloves *1. Hidden tip 2, using a shining silver stone can upgrade the resource chest to purple. Suyu completely ignored the second hidden tip that seemed unrealistic. At the moment, he didn't even know what a shining silver stone looked like, and it would be foolish to give up the lamp and blueprint for a vague chance to upgrade the chest. He opened the treasure chest. Inside, 2 items were neatly placed. A small oil lamp was on top of a sheepskin scroll, and next to it, a pair of wolfskin gloves were stacked together, looking as if someone had packed them specifically. Small oil lamp, blue. Description: a perfectly intact small oil lamp, which can be used either alone or merged with other lamps for a good effect. Hidden tip 1, merging this item with any other complete oil lamp will increase the oil capacity limit by 60 milliliters. Suyu naturally chose to merge the 2 oil lamps, as he didn't have any need to burn 2 lamps at once. Soon, under his gaze, the 2 oil lamps of different sizes merged into one, and the light they emitted was brighter. Oil lamp, blue. Description: your initial oil lamp, with nearly limitless potential for evolution. Burn time, 32H, 160 milliliters per 240 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, collect and merge other survivors' oil lamps to enhance your own. Hidden tip 2, when the total oil capacity reaches 500 milliliters, it can evolve into purple quality. Suyu glanced at the newly appeared hidden tip on the oil lamp and quickly moved his thoughts away. He was still far from reaching the 500 milliliters capacity, and for now, the blueprint for the projection inscription stone was more appealing. He took out the wolfskin gloves. Sturdy wolfskin gloves, blue. Durability, 2. Weight, 0.5. Property 1, unyielding, greatly increases resistance to corrosion in the covered areas. Property 2, tough, increases wearer's strength attribute by plus 0.1. Hidden tip 1, this equipment has a reserved enchantment slot *1. Using a shining silver stone *1 can improve the glove's quality and provide a random property *1. Suyu's eyes brightened instantly as he put on the gloves. Although these were fingerless gloves, wearing them did not affect his dexterity at all, and he even felt an almost instinctive comfort. He felt for a moment, then shifted his focus to the last item in the chest. Projection inscription stone blueprint, purple. Effect, used to create a projection inscription stone, which can extract runes from equipment. Materials: red copper stone *N, red pattern stone *N, blue pattern stone *N, green pattern stone *N, yellow pattern stone *N, black pattern stone *N, pure gold stone *N. Hidden tip 1, at least 1 red copper stone, 1 red pattern stone, 1 blue pattern stone, 1 green pattern stone, 1 yellow pattern stone, and 1 black pattern stone are required to make a projection inscription stone. The initial durability is 15. Hidden tip 2, each additional elemental pattern stone *1 increases the initial durability of the projection inscription stone by plus 2. Hidden tip 3, each additional red copper stone *1 increases the initial durability by plus 5. Hidden tip 4, each additional pure gold stone *1 increases the initial durability by plus 20. Suyu stared at the long list of hidden tips for a long time before fully understanding the content inside. This projection seal carving stone has 7 kinds of materials in total, among them the first 6 kinds must all be added when making it, at least 1 unit must be added, otherwise there is no way to make it. The remaining perfect gold stone is an advanced material, it can be made normally without adding it, if added then it will greatly raise the durability of the projection seal carving stone. He cleared up this logic, and then put away the sheepskin scroll. Right now in his hand there are only 2 kinds of materials, red copper stone and blue pattern stone, the remaining 4 kinds of materials still have to be searched for again. He opened the trading channel. After a round of searching, the result was extremely good. For the 3 kinds of materials, red pattern stone, green pattern stone and yellow pattern stone, each kind had dozens to hundreds of search results, and the prices were all based on 40 to 50 units of basic supplies. Black pattern stone had fewer search results, only more than 10, but the price was almost the same, basically all at 50 to 60 units of basic supplies. Suyu immediately took out 10 bottles of secondary healing potion and put them on the trading channel. This time, he set the price of each bottle at 150 units of basic supplies. The great battle of tomorrow is close at hand. He has full confidence in his secondary healing potion. Absolutely someone will be willing to pay this premium. After finishing these, Suyu stretched lazily with some tiredness. He did not rest much on the quilt just now, only relying on one breath in his heart to hold on. Now that he got the treasure chest, the breath in his heart scattered, and the tiredness on his body floated up. After stretching, Suyu picked up the torch at his side and prepared to continue exploring. But at this moment, his mind suddenly moved. As if by instinct he turned around to look behind, and then he saw something. To be exact, it was a massive gray slime that was slowly wriggling. Just like the mass he met before, this massive slime also moved very slowly. But different is that this massive slime is much bigger than the one he just saw. The one just now was almost only goblin size, plus moving slowly, basically did not leave any deep impression on people. And this mass is almost catching up to the desert worm he saw before, a body like a small mountain. Even the seemingly slow movement shows extreme pressure. Seeing that this thing is less than 30 meters away from him, Suyu suddenly felt something was wrong, and directly threw the torch in his hand over with force. Shishi. The torch only burned for a moment. After burning a small hole on the slime body, it was corroded completely. Seeing this, Suyu without hesitation took out 10 goblin grease torches in one breath, lit them one after another and threw them over with force. ZZ. The torches burned fiercely, making the sound of grease melting. Suyu let out a breath. He noticed that this time the speed of the torches being corroded clearly slowed down. It seems the corrosion ability of this massive slime also has a limit. He decisively took out 2 desert worm grease torches from the space backpack. After lighting them, he held one in each hand, and slowly walked to the front of the slime. Chapter 41 Radiant Silver Stone. Peepa Peepa. The 2 desert worm grease torches just touched the surface of the slime mountain, and directly burst out sounds like wood burning. Suyu stared at the slime mountain with full focus. After confirming that the latter did not speed up because of the stabbing pain from the bigger fire, only then did he let out a breath. Although he knew that the slime mountain in front of him and the slime mass he met before are the same species, but anyone facing a body like a small mountain will unconsciously fear 3 parts more. 10 minutes later, the originally huge slime mountain finally shrank to the size of a table, and the 10 goblin grease torches and 2 desert worm grease torches that were lit at the beginning had all burned out. Suyu did not immediately take out new torches, but looked at the slime that was still not moving at all. He expressionlessly took out a bottle of basic healing potion from his spatial backpack. The slime mass had extremely strong corrosive properties, which he was fully aware of. But in order to figure out exactly what this slime was, and with the corrosion resistance provided by his wolfskin gloves, he felt the risk was worth taking. He took a deep breath, held the healing potion in his right hand near his mouth, and gently touched the surface of the slime with his left index finger. The next moment, a text prompt suddenly appeared. Suyu quickly withdrew his left hand, fearing that the wolfskin gloves might get a hole burned through. After a careful check, confirming that the wolfskin gloves were undamaged, he sighed in relief and then looked at the text prompt in front of him. Rock Salt Snail, Elite. Intelligence, 0.3. Strength, 0.3. Constitution, 2.0. Speed, 0.1. Evaluation, a snail that lives in rocks. After reaching adulthood, it sheds its shell and survives in pure soft-bodied form. Blue quality, usually solitary, inedible. Hidden tip 1, the body of the rock salt snail has extremely strong corrosive properties, please handle with caution. Hidden tip 2, the rock salt snail is a distributed neural organism, lacking important organs like a brain, and has high regenerative abilities. Physical attacks are difficult to completely destroy it. Please use lighting materials to burn it. Hidden tip 3, the rock salt snail feeds on rocks. There is a small chance of obtaining partially undigested or after killing it. Hidden tip 4, the rock salt snail cannot digest the salt in rocks. After completely burning it to death, you can obtain the concentrated rock salt crystals from its body. A snail? Suyu felt it was somewhat absurd. He just couldn't connect the idea of a snail that would eventually accumulate rock salt crystals with one that is afraid of salt. More importantly, this thing didn't even have a shell, making it seem more like some kind of soft-bodied creature rather than a snail. But since this was in the dark dungeon world, the rules of Blue Star no longer apply here. He shook his head and cleared his thoughts, then lit another desert worm oil torch to continue burning. 2 minutes later, there were no traces of the rock salt snail left on the ground, only a patch of rock salt crystals and a piece of silvery white ore radiating a dazzling light. Suyu wasn't too surprised. After all, the previous hidden tip had said that the rock salt snail liked to consume various ores, so obtaining a piece of ore seemed reasonable. He extended his right hand and gently touched the surface of the ore. Shining silver stone, purple. Toughness, 3. Hidden tip 1, shining silver stone is a high-level extraordinary material in the dark dungeon, one of the auxiliary materials for the dimensional walker class advancement. Hidden tip 2, placing the shining silver stone above a blue quality treasure chest will elevate the chest's quality to purple. Hidden tip 3, the shining silver stone has a natural effect of deterring evil spirits, and it is a necessary material for the arcane scholar class advancement. Chapter 42, White Treasure Chest? Suyu was slightly taken aback inside. He didn't expect to find a shining silver stone here. It truly was a case of planting flowers without them blooming, casually planting willows and they grow into shade. Unfortunately, the blue treasure chest from earlier had already been opened, and now that he had the shining silver stone, he could only look for other blue-quality treasure chests. He shook his head, not dwelling on it, and proceeded to collect the rock salt crystals on the ground. Soon, he got the exact weight of these rock salt crystals. 300 g. Exactly 10 times the weight of the previous snail. He put all these rock salt crystals into his spatial backpack. With this 30 grams of rock salt crystals, he wouldn't have to worry about carefully calculating the amount when facing evil spirits. After tidying up, Suyu opened the private message channel. He was preparing to send messages to Zhang Yiding and Ji Haiyang to ask how they were doing and whether they needed more torches. However, as soon as he opened the private message channel, he first saw a trade request sent by Ji Haiyang. Trade request: Ji Haiyang is preparing to exchange iron ore *100 for stone brick *1. Do you agree to this trade? Trade request: Ji Haiyang is preparing to exchange large wolfskin bag *1 for stone brick *1. Do you agree to this trade? Suyu pondered for a moment. He did not immediately choose to accept the trade request, but instead opened the private chat channel with Ji Haiyang. Sure enough, Ji Haiyang had sent him 2 private messages. Brother Suyu, I dug up 200 units of iron ore this morning, filling up the 2 wolfskin bags I brought, and I've returned to my initial dungeon. As per our agreement, I will trade you 100 units of iron ore and 1 wolfskin bag. Looking at these 2 private messages, Suyu suddenly realized. He had been enjoying the convenience brought by the space Twitter these days, forgetting that others did not even have a space backpack. He accepted the trade request. In an instant, a large pile of iron ore appeared out of thin air, eventually settling on the ground to form a small mountain. But Suyu did not rush to collect the iron ore. Instead, he first opened the private chat interface with Zhang Yiding. Do you need torches right now? I still have plenty of torches, I can give you some if you need. After sending the question, he began to place the iron ore into his space backpack, piece by piece. Soon, the iron ore on the ground was cleared away. Suyu opened the private chat channel again, and Zhang Yiding's reply came. Sorry, I have already left the mine. Half an hour ago, I encountered a ghost shadow. The kerosene consumed too quickly, so I left first. I will send you some copper ore as compensation later. 2 private messages, along with a picture at the bottom. Suyu clicked on the picture and saw a blurry, thin ghost shadow inside. This is not good. He frowned. After all, he and Zhang Yiding had some friendship. If he really saw her getting killed by a monster, it would feel quite wrong. There's no need for copper ore, you can keep it for yourself. Also, are you sure that the monster cannot track us to our initial dungeon? Let me give you some tools to deal with the monster. After saying this, he sent Zhang Yiding a trade request. Trade request: you prepare to use rock salt crystal 30G *1 to exchange for stone brick *1. Do you initiate the trade? The other party refused your trade request. Suyu was taken aback. Just as he thought to persuade Zhang Yiding a bit more, he received a new trade request. Trade request: Zhang Yiding is preparing to use copper ore *10 to exchange for rock salt crystal 30G *1. Do you agree to the trade? Suyu immediately reacted. He did not expect Zhang Yiding to be so particular, refusing to eat the food given to her. He chuckled softly and accepted the trade request. Then turned off the system interface and continued walking. All the way, he remained stubborn, bending down every 10 meters to gently touch the ground with his fingertips, trying to find somewhere hidden in the shallow layers. But unfortunately, after 3 hours, he had walked about 10 kilometers but still had not found any or within a meter of the surface. Seeing that the torches in his hand had almost burned out, just as Suyu hesitated whether to change direction to continue exploring, his peripheral vision unexpectedly caught sight of something familiar. A treasure chest. As the saying goes, once shy, twice familiar, this was the second time Suyu had encountered a treasure chest in this mine. He casually used his torch to warm it for a while, confirming that this was not a long monster like the treasure chest, and then reached out to gently touch its surface. Supplies: treasure chest, white. Description: a treasure chest that randomly spawns in the dark dungeon, can yield several corresponding level supplies and items. Specific types of supplies cannot be detected. Hidden hint 1, this treasure chest contains 500 milliliters of mineral water *1, 250 milliliters of canned kerosene *1, 100 g of whole wheat bread *1. Chapter 43, Purple Quality Treasure Chest? White quality. Suyu slightly frowned. With that earlier blue quality treasure chest as a comparison, right now he was truly somewhat dissatisfied with the treasure chest that had only white quality. But in the very next moment, he suddenly reacted. White quality did not matter, he could completely use red copper stone to upgrade. Once he said do it, he did it. Suyu immediately took out a piece of red copper stone from the space backpack and gently pressed it against the surface of the treasure chest. In an instant, the treasure chest was just like it had turned into liquid, and very easily swallowed the whole piece of red copper stone into itself. Material treasure chest, green. Introduction: a treasure chest randomly refreshed in the dark dungeon. It can open out several pieces of materials and items of the corresponding level. The specific types of materials cannot be seen through. Hidden hint 1: this treasure chest contains can kerosene 500 ml *1, light factor rune *1. Hidden hint 2: this treasure chest has received the red copper stone curse. Opening it or moving its position will suffer the pursuit killing of 2 rock salt snails. The pursuit killing duration is 3 hours. Hidden hint 3: the outer shell of this treasure chest contains red copper material. It can use a kerosene lamp to burn, consume 12 hours of lighting time, refine red copper stone *1. The treasure chest had clearly turned into green quality, and at the same time it had also received a curse. Only this curse content, for Suyu, was no different from giving benefits. He looked at the treasure chest materials exposed by the hidden hints, and always felt they were still barely satisfactory. After thinking for a moment, a bold thought burst out in his mind. He did not know whether a treasure chest that had already been upgraded could still be upgraded again. This answer was obviously unknown. In order to verify the feasibility of his idea, Suyu again took out a piece of obsidian from the space backpack and gently pressed it against the surface of the treasure chest. In the next moment, the obsidian also fused into the treasure chest. Material treasure chest, blue. Introduction: a treasure chest randomly refreshed in the dark dungeon. It can open out several pieces of materials and items of the corresponding level. The specific types of materials cannot be seen through. Hidden hint 1: this treasure chest contains gliding factor rune *1, penetration rune *1. Hidden hint 2: this treasure chest has received the red copper stone curse. Opening it or moving its position will suffer the pursuit killing of 2 rock salt snails. The pursuit killing duration is 3 hours. Hidden hint 3: the outer shell of this treasure chest contains red copper material. It can use lighting materials to burn, consume 12 hours of lighting time, refine red copper stone *1. Hidden hint 4: the outer shell of this treasure chest contains obsidian material. It can use lighting materials to burn, consume 12 hours of lighting time, refine obsidian *1. Succeeded. Suyu's heart was simply wildly overjoyed. He did not expect that this treasure chest could really upgrade without limit. And he noticed one point: after this upgrade, the treasure chest did not show a new hidden hint about a curse. Could it be that upgrading the treasure chest many times would only show the same curse? Or was it that every upgrade would have a probability to show a curse, only this time his luck was relatively good and it did not appear? Suyu pondered for a while, and still could not rule out any one possibility. But no matter what, he now had one point he could be sure of. That was that to a certain degree, compared with the quality of the treasure chest itself, it was instead obsidian, red copper stone, bright silver stone, this kind of ore that could upgrade the treasure chest quality that was even more important. As long as there were enough ores, even the worst white quality treasure chest could be forcibly raised to blue by relying on ores. But was blue the highest quality? Suyu did not quite believe this possibility in his heart. He took out the bright silver stone he had just obtained and pressed it against the surface of the treasure chest that was already blue quality, then held his breath and quietly waited. 1 second, 2 seconds. The treasure chest did not have any sign of fusing with the bright silver stone. Just when Suyu thought that this treasure chest had no way to continue upgrading, the bright silver stone in his hand suddenly became a little lighter. Immediately after, the bright silver stone suddenly melted and disappeared into the treasure chest. Chapter 44: Floating Factor Rune. Suyu was instantly wild with joy. He stretched out his left hand. Gently placed on the surface of the treasure chest. Resource treasure chest, purple. Description: a cursed treasure chest that can open to reveal several pieces of corresponding level resources and items, but the opener will face endless pursuit. Hidden hint 1: this treasure chest contains 1 floating factor rune and 1 armor breaking cutting rune. Hidden hint 2: this treasure chest is cursed by red copper stone. Opening it or moving it will trigger the pursuit of 2 rock salt snails for 3 hours. Hidden hint 3: this treasure chest is cursed by shining silver stone. Opening it or moving it will trigger the pursuit of a ghost infant for an indefinite duration. Hidden hint 4: the exterior of this treasure chest contains red copper material, which can be burned with lighting resources, consuming 12 hours of illumination time, refining 1 red copper. Hidden hint 5: the exterior of this treasure chest contains obsidian material, which can be burned with lighting resources, consuming 12 hours of illumination time, refining 1 obsidian. Hidden hint 6: the exterior of this treasure chest contains shining silver material, which can be burned with lighting resources, consuming 24 hours of illumination time, refining 1 shining silver. A purple quality treasure chest. Since entering the dark dungeon, Suyu has seen such a high-quality treasure chest for the first time. He felt that he might even be the first person to see a purple quality treasure chest. But soon, Suyu calmed down again. Treasures are indeed good, but one must have their life to enjoy them. He looked at the third hidden hint. Ghost infant, the pursuit time is still indefinite. It sounds very tricky. After thinking for a moment, Suyu suddenly opened the treasure chest. In an instant, he felt something unusual. The earth seemed to be about to crack, the upper support layer and the ground below began to tremble rhythmically. The sounds of crying babies around grew louder and louder, seeming to come right before his eyes in an instant. Suyu dared not hesitate at all. He picked up the 2 runes from the chest, not bothering to check their properties, and directly placed them into his space backpack. Then he hugged the empty treasure chest tightly, gripping the mine teleportation proof with both hands. The next moment, white light flashed. When Suyu opened his eyes again, he was already in the familiar starting dungeon. He let out a sigh of relief, placing the empty chest on the central stone table, and then sat down on the bed to rest. The current situation was exactly the best outcome he had envisioned. Not only did no evil spirits and monsters chase him, but the empty treasure chest he held also successfully teleported over. It was a huge win. After thinking for a moment, he took out the 2 runes. Floating Factor Rune, Purple. Description: an unremarkable rune, though its name contains float, it does not allow the user to float in the air. Attribute 1, Lightweight, inlaid on any equipment, reduces the burden of that equipment by -10. Attribute 2, Gliding, inlaid on any equipment, wearing the equipment reduces stamina consumption by -50% during movement. Attribute 3, Dreamy, inlaid on any equipment, significantly increases resistance to evil spirits. Attribute 4, Floating, this rune has a built-in enchantment slot. After inlaid, it increases enchantment slots by +1. Armor-breaking cutting rune, Purple. Description: a rune that looks very sharp, be careful not to cut your fingers on it. Attribute 1, Cutting, after inlaid, corresponding weapon sharpness +2. Attribute 2, Armor-breaking, after inlaid, corresponding weapon ignores 10% of any enemy's defense. Attribute 3, Penetration, when inlaid on axe handle type weapons, corresponding weapon sharpness +50%. Attribute 4, Breaking Illusions, after inlaid, corresponding weapon deals medium damage to evil spirits. Suyu did not ponder for too long and quickly made his decision. Without a doubt, the lightweight rune must be inlaid on the blessed silver plate armor. Only in this way can he maximize his combat power. He took out each part of the blessed silver plate armor he had previously placed in the space backpack. After a series of assembly, the blessed silver plate armor finally came together beautifully on the ground. Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up the light rune, gently pressing it onto the chest armor. In the next moment, the rune completely absorbed into the armor. Chapter 45, Armor Piercing and Cutting Rune. Suyu quietly waited for a moment, confirming that the rune had fully merged with the plate armor, before reaching out and lightly touching the chest armor. Sacred Silver Plate Armor, Purple. Durability, 25. Weight, 10. Entry 1, Blessed Armor. The wearer will receive blessings from the Goddess of Light, reducing mental contamination from evil spirits slightly. Entry 2, Tempered Plate Armor. A plate armor tempered through hundreds of refinements, increases durability by +5 when subjected to slashing attacks. Entry 3, Silver Component, contains sacred silver, increases damage dealt to vampire-like monsters slightly. Entry 4, Gliding Design. The ergonomic design reduces stamina consumption by 50% during movement. Entry 5, Dreamlike Equipment, a surreal and extraordinary piece of armor, reducing mental contamination from evil spirits moderately. Hidden Tip 1, this equipment contains sufficient levitation factors and has enough enchantment slots. You can consume 3 pure gold stones to upgrade the armor's quality and gain random entries. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. A solid 25 durability. It was clear that by tomorrow in the life and death arena, his opponent wouldn't be able to break his defense. He immediately put on the plate armor to test it. Walking, jogging, jumping. After some testing, Suyu had a rough idea of the situation. With this armor on, walking and jogging were no problem, but running fast would be a bit hard. As for jumping, that was absolutely impossible. After all, even with the light rune embedded, this armor still had a 10-point weight, so trying to jump with it was simply a fantasy. Suyu's gaze turned toward another rune. Without a doubt, the best use for this armor-piercing and cutting rune right now was to embed it into the enchanted iron axe. This way, not only would he fully utilize the 4 entries, but he could also maximize his current combat power, giving him an additional trump card for tomorrow's life and death arena. But on the other hand, he still felt that using this rune on the enchanted iron axe would be a waste. Taking a deep breath, his rational side still overcame his emotional side. No matter how much of a waste it seemed, he had to embed this rune, because only by staying alive would he have the right to talk about the future. He pulled out the enchanted iron axe from his space pouch and attached the armor-piercing and cutting rune to it. After quietly waiting for a moment, the surface of the enchanted iron axe unexpectedly glowed with a faint purple light. After a while, the purple light faded. Suyu lightly touched the blade of the axe, and text prompts suddenly appeared. Unyielding Mountain Steel Axe, Purple. Sharpness, 11. Weight, 5. Entry 1, Lumberjack Axe, sharpness +1 when attacking plant-based monsters. Entry 2, Enchanted Axe, sharpness +2 when attacking solid enemies. Entry 3, Void-Breaking Axe, when attacking evil spirits, it can channel magic, divine blessings, inspiration, or vitality, dealing damage equivalent to its sharpness. Entry 4, Armor-Piercing Axe, this weapon can ignore 10% of the enemy's defense. Good, good, good. Suyu repeated the word good 3 times. Such terrifying attributes made Suyu even feel a sudden urge to take a picture and post it on the World Exchange channel to show off. As the ancient saying goes, wealth and honor should return home, like wearing fine clothes at night. Having such a great thing and not showing it off for others to envy and hate would surely lose some of the fun. But he still held back the impulse. The reason was simple: tomorrow was the life and death duel, and he needed to hide his trump cards. To distract himself from the impulse, he shifted his gaze to the empty treasure chest on the central stone table. He needed to use a torch to burn out the 3 ores hidden inside. Without hesitation, he immediately lit 8 goblin fat torches. As the faint stench spread, the torches began to burn fiercely. In no time, the 8 torches had completely burned out. The empty treasure chest that was originally on the table had long disappeared, replaced by 3 pieces of differently colored ores. Suyu put away these 3 ores. Then, he opened the trading channel. He guessed that the 10 bottles of minor healing potions he had listed earlier should have sold by now, and he could use the basic materials at hand to buy all the raw materials needed for making the projection engraving stone. However, as soon as he opened the trading channel, he found that things were beyond his imagination. Chapter 46, Pre-Battle Preparations. Those 10 bottles of minor healing potions had indeed sold out. But besides that, the trading channel also showed 3 other successful trading records. After clicking on them, Suyu discovered that these were the jars of honey he had listed 2 days ago. Since the effect of increasing personal attributes did not show directly, these 3 jars of honey had gone unnoticed on the trading platform for 2 days, and he was almost forgetting about it. It seems that tomorrow's life and death duel has a far greater impact than I imagined. Suyu exclaimed, shaking his head and not thinking too much anymore. He didn't even dare to say he was 100% sure he could win in tomorrow's life and death arena, so how could he have the mood to pity others? After a round of purchasing, over 1,000 units of basic materials he had just received were once again consumed completely. What he received in return was a total of 40 pieces of ores. Red stone, blue. Durability, 6. Hidden hint 1, red stone, as a common extraordinary material in the Dark Dungeon, is the core material for the barbarian warrior and bloodline profession's job change. Hidden hint 2, red stone is one of the core materials for the alchemist profession's job change. Hidden hint 3, red stone can be used to make red wall paint, which can be used to refresh volcanic-themed stone wall passages. Green stone, blue. Durability, 6. Hidden hint 1, green stone, as a common extraordinary material in the Dark Dungeon, is the core material for the Beastmaster and Bard profession's job change. Hidden hint 2, green stone is one of the core materials for the alchemist profession's job change. Hidden hint 3, green stone can be used to make green wall paint, which can be used to refresh forest-themed stone wall passages. Yellow stone, blue. Durability, 6. Hidden hint 1, yellow stone, as a common extraordinary material in the Dark Dungeon, is one of the core materials for the alchemist profession's job change. Hidden hint 2, yellow stone can be used to make yellow wall paint, which can be used to refresh cave-themed stone wall passages. Black stone, blue. Durability, 6. Hidden hint 1, black stone, as a common extraordinary material in the Dark Dungeon, is the core material for the evil spirit profession and mystic scholar's job change. Hidden hint 2, black stone is one of the core materials for the alchemist profession's job change. Hidden hint 3, black stone can be used to make black wall paint, which can be used to refresh swamp-themed stone wall passages. Among these 4 kinds of materials, the red stone was the most, with a full 13 pieces. The others, yellow stone, black stone, and green stone had only 9 pieces each. So you placed these 4 ores along with the previously obtained copper stone and blue stone onto the central stone table, finally gently placing the parchment scroll on top. In the next moment, a brilliant white light burst forth. When the white light dissipated, a crystal, clear as glass, appeared before Suyu's eyes. This thing is the projection engraving stone? It's not quite what I imagined. Suyu muttered, stretching out his index finger to gently touch it, and text prompt suddenly appeared. Projection engraving stone, purple. Durability, 15/15. Usage, consuming durability, can extract the runes imprinted inside the item. Hidden hint 1, the higher the quality of the extracted runes, the more durability consumed. Hidden hint 2, can extract up to purple quality runes. If the rune quality exceeds purple, it will definitely fail. A brief introduction to the story. Suyu carefully looked at the crystal once, then put away the translucent crystal. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, he lay down on the bed, closing his eyes to take a short nap to gather strength for the upcoming life and death duel. Dang, the 7th day in the Dark Dungeon has begun. Survivors, I hope you haven't forgotten what day it is today. Look around you. A portal to the life and death arena has opened. If you defeat the other survivor in competition with you, you will win all of their supplies. From now on, you have 10 minutes to arm yourselves so you can enter the battle in your best state. But be warned, the Dark Dungeon despises cowards. If any survivor has not entered the life and death arena after 10 minutes, their initial dungeon will become a paradise for evil spirits and monsters. Suyu quietly waited for the world prompt to fade away. 10 minutes was enough time for him to prepare everything. First, he needed the sacred silver armor. This complete set of armor that wrapped him from head to toe was absolutely essential. As long as he wore this armor, Suyu estimated that 99% of people would have no way to deal with him, even if he stood still. Secondly, the newly enhanced armor-breaking mountain-cleaving axe. With this weapon, he would likely end the battle quickly. Finally, he looked at the space backpack placed on the central stone table. Due to wearing the sacred silver armor, he decided to leave the space backpack in the initial dungeon. But just in case, he still took out 2 bottles of basic healing potions. Seeing that time was almost up, he hesitated no longer and stepped directly through the portal. Chapter 47, The Arena of Life and Death. The white light flashed, and everything spun around. When Suyu opened his eyes again, he suddenly realized he was in a round plaza. He quickly checked himself, and thankfully, both his armor and axe, as well as the 2 bottles of basic healing potions tightly gripped in his left hand, were still with him. He let out a sigh of relief and then carefully observed his surroundings. The circular plaza was large. At a glance, it looked to be about 200 to 300 meters in diameter, with a man holding a spear, looking terrified, standing at the other end. That must be his opponent in this duel. Ding, both survivors have entered the arena. The life and death duel officially begins. The world system prompt was delayed. Suyu did not rush to charge at the man on the other end but instead carefully surveyed all around. He hadn't noticed before, but above the circular plaza, there were rows of spectator seats, similar to the Colosseum on Earth. However, unlike the Earth, most of the seats here were empty, and the few spectators were all shrouded in pixels, making it impossible to tell what kind of creatures they were. He collected his thoughts and looked back at the man opposite him. The man had also stepped out of his dazed state and was slowly approaching him with the spear in hand. Suyu dared not be careless and also advanced slowly, gripping his mountain-cleaving axe tightly. But as soon as he moved, the middle-aged man on the opposite side immediately stopped in his tracks, his eyes showing despair. You can actually still move?" Hearing the voice, Suyu felt a bit dazed. This was the first time in a week that he had heard another person's voice apart from his own. However, he quickly steadied his mind, gripping the mountain-cleaving axe tightly, continuing to step forward steadily. In the arena of life and death, he would not entertain any superfluous emotions. Seeing this, the middle-aged man seemed to understand that there was no room for retreat between them. The expression gradually shifted from despair to madness. "This is what you forced me to do, die." Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, a white spot appeared on Suyu's holy silver armor as the spear pierced it. He ignored the man's final madness, only unwaveringly swinging the battle axe in his hand. Screech! The middle-aged man's flesh was torn open, his tendons snapped, and blood spilled everywhere. Looking at the blood-soaked ground in front of him, Suyu instinctively felt a bit disgusted. He felt like vomiting. Back in the civilized world, he had never even killed a chicken, let alone taken a life. But in this dark dungeon world, where humans eat each other, he had no choice. Congratulations, Survivor 000-011-4514, you have successfully defeated opponent 000-004-4444 in this life or death duel and survived. As a reward, all his supplies will become your spoils. Would you like to participate in the next round of the life and death duel? If you choose to accept, you will receive a random mind map as an extra reward. If you choose to refuse, you will be teleported back to the starting dungeon in 10 minutes, and your spoils will also be returned. Continue participating? Suyu instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, this was a life and death duel, and there was no logic in risking his life. But seeing the reward offered by the world system, he felt he couldn't refuse. This was a random mine map. With the map, he could travel to the richest mining areas in the future without having to blindly explore like yesterday. At that time, with quick steps, he could swiftly build the teleportation gate and monopolize the entrance to the mine. After a brief moment of hesitation, Suyu gritted his teeth. He decided to go for it. Man dies for wealth, just as birds die for food. He chose to trust the armor on his body and the axe in his hand. You have chosen to participate in the next round of the life and death duel. With the system's prompt sound, Suyu's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the middle-aged man's body, wrapped in white light, suddenly disappear, leaving not even a trace of blood. Before he could think too much, another flash of white light passed, and he was also transported away from the arena. When Suyu opened his eyes again, he checked his equipment as usual. After confirming it was undamaged, he looked around and found himself in a new arena. This arena was much larger than the previous one. The diameter was about 500 meters, roughly the size of 3 standard football fields. The audience seats above were not as sparse as the last time but were nearly half full. He silently nodded to himself, then looked at his opponent and frowned. This time, the opponent was also wearing armor. Although it was just chainmail, far inferior to his plate armor, it still made Suyu feel cautious. He secretly made up his mind that after this round, no matter how tempting the reward from the world system was, he would not continue. Otherwise, he might really lose his life here. Whoosh! The sound of something piercing the air came closer. Suyu was suddenly pulled from his thoughts and realized that his opponent had, at some point, drawn a bow and arrow. Looking down, he saw a bent arrow fall at his feet, clearly shot into his plate armor. Suyu frowned, his legs suddenly tensed, and he decisively moved toward his opponent. The opponent seemed to be taken aback, not expecting Suyu to be able to jog in full plate armor. After a brief daze, the opponent quickly drew the bow again and shot at him. Clink clink. Arrows continued to strike the plate armor. Seeing Suyu getting closer, the opponent seemed to grow anxious, putting away the bow and drawing a large knife. Clang! The large knife struck the plate armor, making a dull sound. Suyu only felt a slight tremor. Without hesitation, he swung his mountain-cleaving axe and struck at the opponent's neck with a single blow. Crack! The chainmail split apart in response. The opponent's body limply collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, survivor number 0000114514, you have successfully defeated survivor number 004848484848 in this life or death duel and survived. As a reward, all of their supplies will become your spoils. Do you wish to participate in the next round of life or death duels? If you accept, you will receive an additional 1-level Transcendent Profession transfer scroll after victory. If you decline, you will be transported back to the initial dungeon in 10 minutes, and your spoils will be returned with you. Chapter 48, Transcendent Profession Scroll. Transcendent Profession Transfer Scroll? Suyu hesitated. According to his usual cautious principles, he should immediately choose to refuse and return to the dark dungeon. But the allure of the Transcendent Profession Transfer Scroll was simply too great. Not to mention the potential attribute boosts after a successful transfer, the mere name of Transcendent Profession had an irresistible allure to it. After much internal struggle, Suyu took a deep breath and decided to take a gamble. You have chosen to participate in the next round of the life or death duel. There are not enough competitors for the final match, please wait in the transfer area for 10 minutes. With a flash of white light, Suyu opened his eyes again, only to find himself in a vast, empty hall. Not far off, a few scattered survivors were standing around, glancing aimlessly. This is the so-called transfer area? Suyu opened his mouth to greet them, but was surprised to find that no sound came out. Private communication is prohibited in the transfer area. Violators will be considered as colluding cheaters and will lose their qualification to participate. The system's warning followed immediately. Suyu reluctantly shut his mouth. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A white light flashed before his eyes again. When the light faded, he found himself standing in a familiar-looking coliseum. But this time, the arena was extraordinarily large. With just one glance, Suyu knew that the diameter of this circular stage must be at least 5 kilometers. If it weren't for his excellent eyesight, he might not have even been able to clearly see the two distant opponents standing on opposite sides. This round of life or death duels is a 3-player free-for-all. The last survivor will be considered the winner. So it's a 3-kingdom-style battle. Suyu let out a sigh of relief. He had initially thought he would have to fight 2 people, but it turned out to be a 3-way free-for-all, which relieved some of the pressure. Right now, the 3 of them were in a 3-legged standoff, forming an equilateral triangle, and none of them dared to move. Suyu took the opportunity to observe the 2 opponents. The opponent on the left appeared to be similarly equipped to him, wearing full plate armor and holding a bloodstained long sword. He looked quite intimidating. When the opponent caught Suyu's gaze, he even made a gesture, as if slashing his throat with his hand. Suyu naturally scoffed at this. He could clearly see that the plate armor on this person was no thicker than 1 millimeter, and it might even have lower defense than the previous person wearing chainmail. Taking him out with a single swing of the axe would be easy. He shifted his gaze to the enemy on his right, and his expression grew a bit more serious. The opponent on the right was wearing no armor at all, around 20 years old, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, and carrying a backpack. He looked more like someone out for a stroll than a participant in a life or death battle. But it was precisely for this reason that Suyu became even more cautious. As the saying goes, children, women, and the elderly in the martial world are often the hardest to deal with. Being able to make it to the 3rd round in a life and death arena meant that this seemingly harmless young man had also taken 2 lives. The young man seemed to notice Suyu's gaze. He turned his head, smiled, and slowly took off his backpack. He took out a 3-eyed hunting rifle. Hunting rifle! Suyu was startled deep in his heart. Even though he had great confidence in his holy silver armor, facing an era-defining firearm, his heart couldn't help but feel a little shaken. He turned his head to look at the fully armored enemy on his left, only to see the opponent could no longer hold back and started running toward the youth. Seeing this, Suyu had no choice but to brace himself and charge towards the youth as well. Facing the youth's hunting rifle, the two of them, dressed in armor from the cold weapon era, were like the Shu and Wu factions in the Battle of Red Cliffs, forced to temporarily unite to fight for their lives. 1 minute, 2 minutes. They advanced step by step toward the youth. Neither dared to move too quickly, because if they did, they would enter the rifle's range and get shot first. But neither dared to move too slowly, because if they did, even if the other person got shot, they wouldn't be able to reach the youth in time to decapitate him. 10 minutes later, they were only about 100 meters away from the youth. Bang! A gunshot pierced the sky. Suyu turned his head to the left and saw the fully armored person had fallen to the ground, motionless, with blood spreading beneath him. He immediately ran with all his strength. At this point, he can only hope that the youth's hunting rifle needed time to reload. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suyu never knew he had such great potential. Under the pressure of life and death, in just 15 seconds, he had covered almost 90 meters. He could already see the beads of sweat on the youth's forehead and the slightly panicked movements of his hands. But the next moment, the youth confidently lifted his head. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the youth had finished reloading. The remaining 10 meters had become an insurmountable chasm for him. He immediately steeled himself and, using the momentum from his running, hurled his battle axe with all his might. At the same time, the youth pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 49, Stay Alive. The gunshot rang out, and Suyu felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, with a massive impact force traveling through his plate armor and into his body. He took off his helmet, spat blood, and looked at the youth, who was dead beyond recovery after being struck in the head by the flying axe, and opened the 2 bottles of basic healing potions he had been holding in his left hand, drinking them. Congratulations, Survivor 000-011-4514, you have successfully defeated opponents 191, 981, 0114 and 514, 846, 2579. You survived the deadly duel. As a reward, all of their supplies will be yours as spoils. Would you like to immediately transfer to the staging area to receive your extraordinary profession promotion scroll? If you choose to refuse, the transfer will occur in 10 minutes. Suyu ignored the system's world prompt. He lay quietly on the ground of the arena, waiting for 5 minutes. After feeling that his body had greatly improved, he forced himself to stand up, took off his holy silver armor, and carefully checked it. The entire front of the armor was covered with dents from bullet impacts, densely packed, as if it had been hit by a hailstorm, leaving mottled marks on the surface of the plate armor. The chest piece had the most hits, with dozens of still-warm bullet dents evenly arranged, making Suyu feel a deep ache in his heart. He reached out his right hand and gently stroked the surface. Damaged holy silver plate armor, blue. Durability, 15. Weight, 10. Entry 1, Blessed Armor. The wearer will receive the blessing of the Goddess of Light, slightly reducing the mental corruption caused by evil spirits. Entry 2, Tempered Plate Armor. Tempered plate armor forged through countless trials, increases durability by +5 against slashing attacks. Entry 3, Silver Content, contains holy silver elements, slightly increasing damage dealt to vampire-type monsters. Entry 4, Gliding Design. The design follows ergonomic principles, allowing for better mobility. The consumption of physical strength when moving -50%. Entry 5, Dreamlike Equipment, extraordinary equipment that feels like a dream, significantly diminished by the pollution of evil spirits. Hidden Hint 1, this equipment contains sufficient levitation factors and has ample enchantment slots, can consume 3 precious stones to enhance armor quality and obtain random attributes. Hidden Hint 2, this is a damaged plate armor subjected to kinetic shock, with greatly diminished defensive performance in the chest area. It is truly broken. Suyu couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. He sighed softly and directly lay down on the ground of the gladiatorial arena to rest. 10 minutes later, a burst of white light enveloped all objects on the field. Suyu reopened his eyes, discovering he had returned to the hall he had been in before. But this time, there were 10 floating parchment scrolls and a blue light curtain in front of him. Soldier. Slave. Pioneer. Apprentice Knight. Believer. Apprentice. Blood Servant. So many job transfer scrolls? Suyu was slightly taken aback. He initially thought there would be at most 2 or 3 scrolls, but unexpectedly, there were exactly 10. Even after removing the last 3 scrolls with names obscured, there were still 7 choices. He really found it hard to choose which one to pick. After deep contemplation, he reached for the scroll corresponding to Soldier. The reason was simple, he just felt that Soldier was more likely to relate to Weapon Master. Soldier Job Transfer Scroll, white. Introduction, a special certificate for transferring to the first level extraordinary occupation of soldier, automatically disappears after use. Usage limit, strength 1.5, constitution 1.5. Extraordinary material, none. Transfer ceremony, none. Hidden hint 1, the second level advanced occupation of the soldier is warrior, and requires obsidian as extraordinary material for advancement. Is this a hidden hint? Suyu was first taken aback, then overjoyed. Do you choose the soldier job transfer scroll as the ultimate reward for this life and death duel? No. Suyu decisively chose to refuse. Since he could use hidden hints to know the subsequent advancement direction corresponding to each initial profession, he needed to compare them before making a decision. He withdrew his right hand and picked up the second scroll. Slave, Dead Soldier, Job Transfer Scroll, White. Introduction, a special certificate for transferring to the first level extraordinary occupation of Slave, Dead Soldier, automatically disappears after use. Usage limit, strength 1.5, speed 1.5. Extraordinary material, none. Transfer ceremony, none. Hidden hint 1, the second level advanced occupation of Slave, Dead Soldier, is Gladiator, and requires red copper as extraordinary material for advancement. Do you choose the Slave, Dead Soldier, Job Transfer Scroll as the ultimate reward for this life and death duel? No. Suyu decisively chose to refuse. Not to mention anything else, just the name Slave was enough for him to refuse. Chapter 50, Pioneer and Apprentice. He picked up the next parchment scroll. Pioneer Job Transfer Scroll, White. Introduction, a special certificate for transferring to the first level extraordinary occupation of Pioneer, automatically disappears after use. Usage limit, strength 1.5, constitution 1.0, spirit 1.0. Extraordinary material, none. Transfer ceremony, none. Hidden hint 1, Pioneer is the initial occupation for multiple extraordinary paths, can use the extraordinary material beacon signal to advance to the second level occupation Scout. Hidden hint 2, Pioneer is the initial occupation for multiple extraordinary paths, can use the extraordinary material Bloodstained Arrow to advance to the second level occupation Archer. Hidden hint 3, Pioneer is the initial occupation for multiple extraordinary paths, can use the extraordinary material Proof of Theft to advance to the second level occupation Thief. There are actually 3 branching job transfer directions? Suyu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this extraordinary occupation to have branching job transfer options. It seemed that the profession system in this dark dungeon world was much more complex than he had imagined. Do you choose the Pioneer Job Transfer Scroll as the ultimate reward for this life and death duel? Suyu chose to refuse as usual. He still had 7 remaining job scrolls to review. It's not too late to decide after seeing them all. Ding, detected player number 000-011-4514 has consecutively refused the job transfer scroll selection 3 times, suspected of cheating. Suyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Anti-cheating program detection in progress. Detection complete, no cheating programs identified. An apprentice job transfer scroll has been randomly selected as the ultimate reward for this life and death duel. At this moment, Suyu could not tell whether to feel relieved or scared. He had been too engrossed in what he was watching, almost forgetting the malice that lurked in this dark dungeon. Fortunately, the hidden hints seemed to be of a higher level than he had imagined, allowing him to narrowly escape a disaster. As the voice of the world system faded, the original 9 extraordinary job transfer scrolls that were lined up suddenly vanished, leaving only the last one corresponding to the apprentice profession. Core rewards have been distributed. Advanced rewards have been loaded into the system map module. Please select the specific mine upon returning. Loot has been teleported to the player's starting dungeon. Please sort through it upon returning. Would you like to choose immediate teleportation? If you choose no, forced teleportation will occur in 10 minutes. Yes. Suyu answered. The next moment, a bright light erupted. He opened his eyes again. Before him was the familiar dungeon he knew. However, the dungeon had added many things. For entire piles of items were evenly placed around the central stone table, with some even spilling over onto the nearby stone bed and oak wardrobe. On the central stone table lay a well-crafted parchment scroll. Suyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. He thought he could finally have a good rest, but unexpectedly, he had to tidy up this big pile of loot. But for now, these were secondary. The most important was that extraordinary job transfer scroll. He took a deep breath, carefully bypassed the 4 piles of loot, and picked up the parchment scroll. Apprentice Job Transfer Scroll, White. Description, a special certificate for transferring to the first-tier extraordinary profession of apprentice. It disappears automatically after use. Usage restrictions, Spirit 1.5, Constitution 1.5. Extraordinary materials, none. Transfer ritual, none. Hidden hint 1, the apprentice is the initial profession of many extraordinary paths. It can use the extraordinary material Radiant Silverstone to advance to the second-tier profession of Arcane Scholar. Hidden hint 2, the apprentice is the initial profession of many extraordinary paths. It can use the extraordinary materials blue stripestone, yellow stripestone, green stripestone, red stripestone, and black stripestone to advance to the second-tier profession of alchemist. Hidden hint 3, the apprentice is the initial profession of many extraordinary paths. It can use the extraordinary material green stripestone to advance to the second-tier profession of bard. Hidden hint 4, the apprentice is the initial profession of many extraordinary paths. It can use the extraordinary material desecrated totem to advance to the second-tier profession of heretic. Suyu blinked. He thought that the subsequent job transfers for the pioneer had enough branches, but he didn't expect the apprentice profession to have even more. For entire branch paths, if he didn't have hidden hints, he probably could have spent years rolling around in the dark dungeon without knowing all the transfer paths. Good thing I have an advantage. He sighed and stored the job transfer scroll away. He was still short of 0.2 in constitution, and being anxious wouldn't help, so he had to wait patiently for a while. Looking at the messy environment around him, he started tidying up the big pile of loot that had invaded the space of the stone bed. Chapter 51 Sugar Pear Soup. Without a doubt, this pile of loot definitely came from the person from the first life and death duel. After rummaging through it, Suyu counted an oil lamp, 2 bags of rather dry black bread, over 20 units of basic supplies, and a spear. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Suyu sighed. If possible, he didn't want to kill. But in the life and death arena, he had no choice. He shook his head, no longer thinking about these things, and instead picked up the long spear. Ironhead spear, green. Sharpness, 4. Weight, 4. Entry 1, rusted spear, weapon sharpness -1, significantly increases the chance of enemy sickness after armor penetration. Suyu shook his head. The sharpness of this spear was even lower than the enchanted one he had used before. No wonder when it hit the holy silver armor back then, it didn't even leave a white mark. He casually put the spear in the corner and picked up the oil lamp. Ownerless initial oil lamp, blue. Remaining burn time, 0H, 0 milliliters per 120 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, combining this item with another complete oil lamp will increase the maximum oil capacity by 60 milliliters. Hidden tip 2, this initial oil lamp is ownerless and can be used directly. The oil lamp had not a single drop of oil. This was, however, within Suyu's expectations. In the face of a life and death duel, even oil, which could ward off monsters and evil spirits, seemed less important. He picked up his initial oil lamp and gently brought the 2 lamps together. With a flash of white light, the newly generated oil lamp was noticeably bigger. Oil lamp, blue. Description, your initial oil lamp, with almost limitless potential for evolution. Burn time, 32H, 160 milliliters per 300 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, collect and merge other survivors' oil lamps to strengthen your oil lamp. Hidden tip 2, once the total capacity of the oil lamp reaches 500 milliliters, it can break through to purple quality. So you casually glanced at it and, with calm eyes, set the oil lamp aside, his gaze shifting to the other pile of spoils. Even though he hadn't started sorting yet, he knew that these spoils definitely came from the shotgun youth. The reason was simple, the pile contained that shotgun, which had made quite an impression on him. He ignored the other materials piled up like a small mountain and directly picked up the shotgun. 3-eyed fire shotgun, blue. Sharpness, 2. Shooting power, 35. Weight, 8. Ammo capacity, 0/1. Entry 1, yellow gunpowder, using yellow gunpowder as shooting energy, shooting power +5. Entry 2, steel shot pellets, using steel pellets as ammo, shooting power +5. Entry 3, 3-eyed fire gun, causes 3 shots in a single round. Invincible. Suyu couldn't stop himself from fondling the gun, already imagining the scene where he fired a shot and the monster was instantly shattered into pieces. After a moment, he took a deep breath and forced himself to put the gun into his spatial backpack. The shotgun youth's spoils were plentiful, even filling up the stone bed. If he didn't clean it out quickly, he'd have to sleep on the floor tonight. Half an hour later, Suyu looked at the large batch of sorted materials in front of him, his eyes filled with undeniable joy. The reason was simple, this shotgun youth was incredibly wealthy. Just in terms of meat, there was 5 kilograms of dry pork, 8 kilograms of meat ribs, 12 pig bones, and 3 kilograms of lard. In addition, there were scattered cans and seasonings, including an unopened 500 milliliters bottle of millet vinegar, 2 500g bags of edible sea salt, 7 500g boxes of vegetable mixed canned food, and 3 heads of garlic. However, when it came to weapons, besides the shotgun he had found earlier, he only found 5 packets of yellow gunpowder wrapped in oil paper and 15 steel shot pellets. Adding it up, it was just enough for 5 shots. But Suyu didn't mind at all. Ecstatic, he put all the food, except for the garlic, into the shotgun youth's small spatial backpack. With these food and seasonings, his iron pot would finally be useful. As for the remaining 300 plus units of basic materials and 1000 milliliters of oil, he placed them into his original spatial backpack. According to his plan, these two spatial backpacks would be separated for inner and outer use. Store the supplies and weapons needed to bring when going out. What he just obtained is placed inside the starting dungeon to store ingredients that need to be kept for a long time. The two do not interfere with each other, making it quite orderly. Lastly, there is the kerosene lamp belonging to the shotgun youth. Suyu, as usual, integrated this kerosene lamp into his initial kerosene lamp. After cleaning everything up, he picked up the 3 cloves of garlic he had purposely left behind and walked to his planting area. As soon as he reached the edge of the land, he noticed that the tomatoes and celery he had planted earlier had already changed remarkably. The celery sprouts had grown about 10 centimeters, with fresh green stalks, only near the root did they still show a hint of light purple. The tomato seedlings were dark green with purple, and several tendrils had already wound around the wooden support, their tips pointing toward the top, growing astonishingly fast. As he walked closer, he was delighted to discover that the silver apples he had previously planted had also sprouted. A silver-white branch about 5 centimeters long had emerged from the dark soil, with 2 silver-white leaves at the top, looking very beautiful. Suyu was quite satisfied with this. This dark dungeon world is indeed magical. Initially, he had some worries about whether the apple would sprout successfully after being planted, considering that methods for planting apple trees on Earth mainly involve rooting through cuttings, and burying an apple like this is quite rare. Seeing the seedlings now, he finally relaxed. He thought for a moment and separated the garlic cloves, a total of 26 cloves, and planted them in a small area next to the tomato wooden support, applying composite fertilizer before leaving the planting area. Returning to the central stone table, he continued to organize the remaining 2 piles of spoils. The items in these 2 piles of spoils were not many. 2 sets of damaged armor did not appear inside, so you estimated that the world system categorized them as waste and discarded them. However, the set of bow and arrows and the long knife were preserved. Green locust tree bow. Sharpness, 1. Shooting power, 5. Weight, 3. Attribute 1, green locust wood, excellent bow material, shooting power +1. Attribute 2, cow tendon string, tough bowstring, draw consumption -10%. 100 cut steel knife, blue. Sharpness, 8. Weight, 8. Attribute 1, demon head great knife, extra sharpness +1 when attacking monsters. Suyu thought for a moment and temporarily stored these 2 items in his space backpack. Had he not just seen that shotgun, he might have been interested in the bow and arrows. But as the saying goes, people die comparing with others, goods get thrown comparing with goods. With a truly revolutionary firearm as a reference, he found it hard to look up to bows and arrows, such primitive ranged weapons. Just as he was contemplating how to deal with these 2 weapons, his hands unexpectedly dug out a pair from the spoils. Ice sugar snow pear, blue. Description, an ordinary triploid snow pear. Hidden hint 1, edible, first use increases physique +0.2, spirit +0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with physique greater than or equal to 3 and spirit greater than or equal to 2. Hidden hint 2, this snow pear is a polyploid fruit and cannot be cultivated. Suyu was suddenly overjoyed. It truly is a case of intending to plant flowers that do not bloom, but inadvertently inserting willows that thrive. He did not expect that the attributes he was missing to transmute into an apprentice profession would be compensated here. He immediately picked up the snow pear and took a heavy bite. Crisp, cool, and delicious, it tasted really good. In no time, the entire snow pear was gone. Suyu felt quite unsatisfied but had no more business to attend to. He carefully checked his body all over and unexpectedly found that his muscle contours, once resembling those of a heavy fitness enthusiast, had actually shrunk a bit, looking like an ordinary person who had barely exercised. But from the feeling, he could also clearly tell that his body was indeed better. Is this the return to simplicity? He didn't hesitate much, opening his attribute panel directly. Name, Suyu, average attributes of adult male human, 1. Occupation, none. Mental, 1.5, physiological limit. Strength, 1.1, strong and powerful. Constitution, 1.5, physiological limit. Speed, 1.1, light and quick steps. Evaluation, a mature male with exceptionally high constitution and mental attributes. Chapter 52, Advancing to the Extraordinary, the Ghost Infant Strikes. Finally, the attributes are enough. Suyu clenched his fists, took out the parchment scroll, and didn't want to waste another second. Class, Apprentice. In the next moment, he let out a muffled grunt, feeling a terrible force explode directly in his head, as if someone was stabbing a silver needle into his skull. The immense pain made him kneel halfway on the ground, screaming in agony. He never expected that to become an extraordinary professional, he would have to endure such excruciating torment. His mind trembled, struggling to digest the terrifying flow of information. At that moment, he seemed to lose his body, yet his perception was elevated to its absolute limit. He saw the chaotic dungeon, saw the passageway behind the 6 stone walls, saw the distant rotating gears. Various kinds of information poured in from the outside, nearly driving Suyu mad. He could only resist the external influx with all his might while desperately trying to process the information in his mind, fearing that his brain would literally burn out. He didn't know how much time passed, but his consciousness finally returned to clarity. In front of him, a world system message was still lingering. Congratulations, survivor number 0000114514, you have become an apprentice. You have gained apprentice profession skills, rune drawing, alchemy, meditation. You have unlocked the apprentice series exclusive attribute, inspiration. Inspiration, a collection of mental energy, passion, and perception. It is the spark of thought, the sublimation of spirit, allowing you to perceive intangible spirits and the world, and unleash powers beyond a mere mortal. Inspiration is derived from the mental attribute, in a 1-to-1 ratio. Isn't this just the magic power bar? Suyu muttered, opening his attribute panel, and sure enough, there had been a huge change. Name, Suyu, average attributes of adult male human, 1. Occupation, apprentice, extraordinary. Mental, 2.0. Strength, 1.1. Constitution, 1.5. Speed, 1.1. Inspiration, 2.0. Skills, rune drawing LV1, metal refining LV1, meditation LV1. Evaluation, a standard apprentice profession extraordinary. The changes in the attribute panel were considerable. After carefully reading through, Suyu immediately realized that the apprentice profession was indeed a branch with a very broad future, as could be seen from the skills attached. Rune drawing, as it was called, involved using the inspiration attribute to draw arcane runes onto blank surfaces, such as the beginner's sturdy rune or the small space rune he had seen before. The other two skills, metal refining, required no explanation, while meditation was a skill to restore the inspiration attribute. Every hour of meditation could recover 0.1 points of inspiration. After organizing these thoughts, Suyu took a deep breath. I never imagined that true extraordinary beings are so terrifying. My 3 skills are still geared towards auxiliary production types. I can't even begin to imagine how destructive the soldier profession's skills will be. He closed his eyes, activated his inspiration, and began to probe outward. In a strange sensation, he saw things inside the starting dungeon. But everything had turned semi-illusory, losing its original color, becoming starkly black, white, and gray, shrouded in a faint mist. His vision pierced through the stone walls and saw the passageway behind them. The mist covering these passages was thicker than the one inside the stone walls, and Suyu guessed that it was because his inspiration attribute was insufficient. He wanted to try to look further, to see the huge gears he had seen in pain earlier, but unexpectedly, he saw a baby cloaked in black mist. A ghost infant. Suyu suddenly jolted, his eyes snapping open, and his vision immediately returned to normal. To his surprise, this evil spirit could really chase him thousands of miles to the original dungeon. He quickly shut his eyes again, and his vision became starkly black, white, and gray, seeing the ghost baby through the stone wall. The ghost baby stood outside the stone wall on the right, motionless, as if it were under some kind of restriction. Suyu stared for a moment, and a realization rose in his heart. This ghost baby must have been restricted by the original dungeon and couldn't enter on its own. He thought for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes and sent a private message to Zhang Yiding, whose profile picture was still lit. The evil spirit can track to the dungeon through the mine. Be careful when you go out to explore in the next couple of days. Don't let yourself be ambushed. Zhang Yiding didn't reply. Suyu guessed that she was probably still in the life or death gladiator arena. He glanced at the time, it was just 3 a.m. According to his usual biological clock, if it weren't for the life or death gladiator arena, he should be sleeping at this time. He fused the 2 oil lamps he had just found, refilled them with oil, and quickly created an oil lamp with a brightness far greater than before. Oil lamp, blue. Description: your original oil lamp, with almost unlimited potential for evolution. Burning time, 3 days 12 hours, 420 milliliters per 420 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, collect and fuse other survivors' oil lamps to strengthen your own oil lamp. Hidden tip 2, when the oil lamp's total capacity reaches 500 milliliters, it can evolve to purple quality. Unfortunately, it was still a little short of reaching purple quality. But Suyu didn't have time to think about that now. The guest lying on the bed can't be allowed to sleep soundly. If he didn't deal with the ghost baby outside the door, he wouldn't sleep well tonight. He walked to the stone wall on the right. With his left hand holding the oil lamp and his right hand grasping a crystal of rock salt, he wore his holy silver armor, which, though damaged, still resisted spiritual pollution, fully armed. Booma with 3 quick taps of his elbow on the center, the stone wall cracked open with a loud sound. The next moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Chapter 53, Kill the Ghost Baby, Open the Map. The bright summer morning sunlight streamed through the trees and the window mesh, casting dappled spots of light on the soft bed. The alarm on his phone kept ringing, reminding the young workhorse that it was time to get to work. Suyu looked at these once familiar scenes inside as he gripped the oil lamp in his left hand. The next moment, the warm and bright bedroom scene faded away. His vision returned to normal. Before him was the familiar corridor, but now, there was a ghost baby floating in the air, emitting black smoke that obscured human sight. He swung the rock salt crystal at the ghost baby. Hiss! A large hole exploded in the ghost baby's head, with edges corroded by a milky white glow, clearly showing that it had suffered under the corrosion of the rock salt. Why? The ghost baby seemed to feel no pain as it spoke in a mechanical, cold voice. In an instant, its body was enveloped in a red mist, making it appear even more terrifying. Your illusion isn't clever. As long as you stay a bit cautious, you won't fall for it. Suyu wasn't surprised that the ghost baby spoke human language. He aimed at the ghost baby's head and fiercely threw another handful of rock salt crystals. Where the rock salt passed, white smoke rose again, but Suyu's expression suddenly darkened. The total amount of rock salt he had thrown now was at least 100 g. According to the hidden tips, this should be enough to eliminate several weak evil spirits, yet the ghost baby was only slightly weakened and not close to dissipating. He stopped holding back, and with his left hand, he suddenly brought the oil lamp forward. Boom of the explosive flames suddenly engulfed the ghost baby, trapping it within. The ghost baby slowly stopped struggling, disappearing into nothingness in the flames. The flames gradually extinguished, and the ghostly baby was in disarray. Suyu let out a silent sigh of relief. He looked at the kerosene lamp in his hand, of which the kerosene had already burned nearly half. This ghostly baby was indeed hard to kill. It directly consumed 200 milliliters of kerosene, not to mention the 100 g of rock salt crystals that had already been used. If 2 more had come, Suyu felt he would have almost certainly gone bankrupt. Fortunately, he did not leave empty-handed. Right where the ghostly baby had been was a pitch-black bead quietly waiting in place. Suyu cautiously continued to scorch it with the kerosene lamp for a while, confirming it was not a remnant soul of the ghostly baby before he reached out with relief. Grudge bead, blue. Description: a bead from a ghostly baby's curse, containing a portion of its lingering resentment. Hidden hint 1, embedded in any weapon, it can grant the weapon a mental pollution attribute. Suyu frowned. This thing was somewhat useless for him. After all, in most cases, the enemies he faced were monsters and curses, making this mental pollution attribute completely ineffective. After thinking for a moment, Suyu temporarily put the bead away. He had been so focused on dealing with the ghostly baby that he forgot about another reward he had received in the life and death arena. Mind map. He opened the system interface, and sure enough, after the original channels for communication, trading, dungeon attributes, and physical attributes, another map module appeared. Clicking on the map module, a system notification immediately lit up. Detected that the survivor has a selectable mind map *1, please choose a specific mind number. Mind number 00196. Without hesitation, Suyu made his choice. In the next moment, the system notification faded away, and a detailed two-dimensional map appeared out of thin air on the pale blue interface. He looked around. The map detailed the locations of open mine veins, types of monsters, areas of curses, and 2 flashing red dots. Suyu was slightly startled and reached out to point at the 2 red dots. Rock salt snail, rock salt snail. He suddenly understood that these red dots represented hostile creatures. With this, the next time he entered the mine, not only would he not have to struggle to find the veins, but the risk of surprise attacks from monsters and curses would also be reduced to a minimum. It was truly double happiness. Satisfied, he closed the interface. Looking at the clock, it was already 4 in the morning. He climbed onto the stone bed in a few steps and could no longer resist his drowsiness. In the morning, Suyu opened his eyes feeling refreshed. Although he had only slept for 4 hours, with a high mental attribute of 2.0, he was not tired at all and even felt invigorated. He opened the dried pork jerky he had received from the young shotgun hunter, tore off a piece, and chewed it vigorously. Opening the private message channel, Zhang Yiting replied to thank him, and Ji Haiyang's icon was still lit. He suddenly became curious. Did Ji Haiyang, who had adopted 7 children, also bring 7 gored children into the life and death arena? After hesitating for a moment, he did not ask such an awkward question directly, but instead sent Ji Haiyang a private message asking about the result of his life and death duel. Seeing that Ji Haiyang had not replied, Suyu did not waste time on this and swallowed the piece of dried pork jerky, turning his gaze towards the stone wall. The 6 newly refreshed stone walls today were not of good quality. The only blue quality one was the one he had broken open before sleeping last night. Aside from that, there were only some green and even white quality ones. Suyu pondered for a moment, not rushing to step into the open tunnel on the right for exploration, but instead pulled out a bucket of blue wall paint. Preparation leads to success, while lack of it leads to failure. If he painted the wall today, there was a chance it would refresh to an ocean-themed stone wall tunnel tomorrow. He acted without hesitation. He immediately opened the blue wall paint, picked up the brush, and began painting the stone wall at the back. In no time, a stone wall with a slight oceanic smell appeared before his eyes. Blue wall paint, stone wall, green. Durability, infinity. Hidden tip 1. Using a kerosene lamp to scorch the stone wall can open the crack for 6 hours, consuming 6 hours of lighting time. Hidden tip 2. The third stone block in the upper left corner of the stone wall hides a mechanism. Gently knock twice to open the crack for 6 hours. This mechanism can only be activated once per day. Hidden tip 3. This is a stone wall covered in blue wall paint. Tomorrow, there is a 1% chance to refresh the ocean-themed passage. Suyu nodded slightly. As the stone wall was successfully painted, he didn't waste any more time, walked to the right stone wall, and passed through the gap into the passage. The scenery in the passage was still dull. To pass the boring time, he opened the World Communication Channel. But to his surprise, the World Communication Channel was eerily quiet at that moment, with only a few hundred messages per second. Suyu was slightly stunned, then quickly realized the reason. The recent life-and-death duel had caused half of humanity to perish. Those still alive were all people who had killed their duel opponents, so they naturally had no mood for casual chatting. Suyu sighed and closed the communication channel. He suddenly felt a bit pessimistic about the future. In just a week, the number of survivors in the dark dungeon had been halved. If this rate continued, within a year, all of humanity would die under the world system's arrangements. Just as his mood darkened, the path ahead reached its end. A standard stone door came into view. Marble door, green. Durability, 5. Hidden tip 1. Behind this marble door is a prison room with a green quality treasure chest. Seeing the familiar hidden tip, Suyu suppressed his pessimism, gently pushed the door open, and entered. He walked skillfully to the central stone table and successfully found the treasure chest. Supply treasure chest, green. Description: a randomly spawning treasure chest in the dark dungeon, which can contain several corresponding level supplies and items. The specific types of supplies cannot be uncovered. Hidden tip 1. This treasure chest contains 1 red copper stone, 1 250 milliliters can kerosene, 1 rusty iron sword. Chapter 54, Dollhouse, Re-entering the Mine. Suyu opened the treasure chest with an indifferent expression. The plain, unremarkable chest didn't cause any emotional fluctuation in him. He simply placed the 3 items into his spatial backpack without changing his expression, then turned and left the prison room. Looking at the classic-style 3-way intersection, he paused for a moment before choosing to explore the left path. The scenery along the way remained as monotonous as ever. Staring at the unchanging stone walls on both sides, Suyu began to think about his next plan. He had already advanced to the apprentice rank, so the next step was to consider advancing to the second-tier profession. If this were yesterday, he wouldn't have cared much about transcendent professions, but after personally experiencing the convenience brought by transcendent power, he completely changed his mind. As an apprentice, a first-tier transcendent profession that leaned toward production support, it still greatly improved his personal combat power. If someone advanced to a higher-tier transcendent profession, even without any weapons or equipment, they would likely easily win the next life-and-death duel. And according to the malice of the Dark Dungeon, another life-and-death duel would probably take place in 7 days. Suyu's thoughts abruptly stopped. A door appeared in front of him, wide open. Suyu was no stranger to such situations. As they say, first time a stranger, second time familiar, he skillfully took a torch from his spatial backpack, lit it, and threw it inside. With the torch's light, he was able to clearly see the situation inside. To no one's surprise, the 5-meter square space inside the cell was nearly entirely taken up by a giant statue. Harvest Goddess Statue, Special. Description: the statue of the Harvest Goddess Demeter, offering sacrifices here grants abundance. Hidden tip 1. Place a lighting item in its right hand to receive a randomly generated food of the same quality from its left hand. Hidden tip 2. This statue can only be used once, and repeating the offering will have no effect. Use a lighting item for the sacrifice? Suyu first took out a goblin oil torch, but after thinking for a moment, he swapped it for a desert worm oil torch and placed it in the statue's left hand. The next moment, a blinding white light erupted. The torch disappeared, and a translucent, jade-colored cabbage appeared in the statue's right hand. Jade cabbage, blue. Description: a jade cabbage with emerald leaves holding dew and a jade stem tinged with mist. Hidden tip 1. Edible. First consumption increases constitution plus 0.2, strength plus 0.2. This effect is nullified for individuals with constitution greater than or equal to 3 or strength greater than or equal to 3. What a great find! Suyu immediately placed the jade cabbage into his space backpack. After several days, the iron pot he had obtained finally found its purpose. A cabbage this large couldn't be eaten raw, and would need to be properly cooked once he returned to the dungeon. He turned and left the cell. On his way back, he opened his private message interface. Ji Haiyang had already replied to his message. It was me participating on behalf of the children. On behalf? Suyu froze for a moment upon seeing the reply. He hadn't expected that someone could participate in a life-and-death duel on behalf of their blood relatives. But in the next instant, another meaning struck him. So, brother, you participated in 8 life and death duels? Suyu couldn't believe it himself after sending the message. Participating in 8 life and death duels in a row was even more outrageous than Zhao Zilong's 7 entries and exits. It was like a human beast. Yeah, the rewards were pretty generous. It's enough to feed me and the kids for a while. Ji Haiyang's reply was still calm, but it sent shockwaves through Suyu. He immediately asked a more crucial question. So, brother, did you get the extraordinary class transfer scroll? Yes, but I still need some more attributes to qualify. After replying, Ji Haiyang sent a picture. Suyu clicked to view it and found that Ji Haiyang had sent him a soldier class transfer scroll. For a moment, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. In these times, a single dad with 7 kids and a soldier king was different. He had somehow gotten the extraordinary class transfer scroll through sheer personal strength, just like Suyu. Thankfully, Suyu had managed to get his attributes up first, or it would have been a bit embarrassing. He chatted with Ji Haiyang for a bit longer, reminding him to gather the attributes for the transfer, then closed the private message. Suyu focused back on his journey. The air still carried the damp smell of earth, mixed with a faint trace of rust, making every breath he took feel a bit chilly. When he returned to the intersection, he didn't stop for a moment and directly walked toward the unexplored right passage. But soon, he sensed something unusual. Water droplets had formed on the rock walls on both sides, glistening in the light of the kerosene lamp, resembling countless tiny stars embedded in the rough stone cracks. This was wrong. Suyu instinctively stopped in his tracks. This tunnel had always been dark and damp, but it was the first time he had seen water droplets form on the walls like this. He pondered for a moment, took out his shotgun and some ammunition from his space backpack, and loaded the weapon. If the dampness here was caused by a monster, he wouldn't mind letting the creature experience the power of modern firearms. Suyu stopped once again. The expected monster did not appear. Instead, a well-crafted wooden door appeared at the end of the tunnel. The wooden door's lines were neat, the corners polished smooth without a trace, and the door panel was carved with particularly intricate patterns, almost as if it was from a completely different world compared to the wooden doors he had seen earlier. Suyu furrowed his brow and gently touched it with his fingertips. Dollhouse's door, special. Durability, 10. Hidden tip 1, this is a special door that randomly appears in any corridor, and when opened, it teleports to the dollhouse. Dollhouse? Suyu was taken aback, feeling that the name sounded very out of place. In this dark dungeon filled with oppressive and deathly atmosphere, there was actually a place called the dollhouse, which sounded so warm and cozy. It just didn't seem right. But he was not a man to hesitate, and since the opportunity was right before him, there was no reason not to take it. With his mind set, Suyu opened the stone door, and in the next moment, a bright white light exploded. He vanished from the spot. Suyu opened his eyes, and in front of him was an elegantly styled small shop. The oil lamp illuminated the surroundings, casting light on the dolls stacked on the wooden shelves on either side. Some of them had exaggerated red noses and clown decorations, others were blonde and blue-eyed, wearing princess dresses, and some were simply cute little animals. What exactly is this place? Suyu was full of doubts. The cozy scene here was completely out of place with the dark dungeon. He carefully carried the oil lamp and walked around the small shop, eventually figuring out its layout. The shop had 4 rows of wooden shelves, with various dolls neatly arranged on them, categorized. The first 2 rows were mainly human-like dolls, while the last 2 rows were mainly animal dolls. Behind the 4 rows of shelves was the shop's main door, which was also intricately carved, clearly the same type of door as the one he had encountered before, an exit. Suyu stopped in his tracks, tentatively picking up a toy bear from the shelf. Would you like to purchase the sleep toy bear for 10 silver eagles? 10 silver eagles? Suyu was slightly taken aback. He never expected that the dolls here would actually be exchanged for currency. But according to the hidden tip, this currency had long lost its circulation value. Was it now only useful for increasing luck? Just as Suyu was puzzled, a text suddenly appeared. Sleep toy bear, blue. Description, a fluffy toy bear, it looks very warm and comforting. Effect, greatly improves sleep quality, reduces the sleep time required for mental recovery. Hidden tip 1, after learning the meditation skill, it can slightly improve the meditation recovery effect for inspiration attributes. So it improves sleep quality. Suyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of his bamboo and wheat pillow. After advancing to the apprentice profession, he now only needed 4 hours of sleep to feel energized all day. If he could improve his sleep quality further, wouldn't it mean that he could manage with just 2 or 3 hours of sleep a day? But after calming down, he shook his head and put the toy bear back. There were 4 full rows of dolls in the dollhouse, at least 200 or 300 in total. He needed to understand the effects of all the dolls before making a decision. Half an hour later, Suyu set down the last rabbit doll. In the half hour just passed, he had managed to figure out the specific effects of each doll. Overall, the effects of the dolls here were categorized according to their appearances. For example, the toy bear Suyu had picked up earlier improved sleep quality and the recovery effect of the meditation skill. As for the Barbie doll in a princess dress, its effect was to enhance the owner's luck. Each doll could directly slightly increase the owner's luck. Compared to the requirement of gathering 100 silver eagles or gold dragons to trigger their effect, the threshold here was clearly much lower. The last clown doll is the most special, as it can increase the dungeon's eerie deterrence. Though these three effects are different, there is no doubt that they are quite useful. The only downside is that the prices of these dolls are terrifyingly high, with the cheapest one costing at least 10 silver eagles. This is too expensive. Suyu mumbled to himself, but his actions were quite honest. He had 4 whole golden dragons, 10 silver eagles, and 50 scattered copper airs in his possession. According to the exchange rate of 1 to 100 between them, that's a total of 410 silver eagles. If he used it all to buy the cheapest teddy bear, he could almost take an entire row of dolls with him. But Suyu didn't plan to do that. Improving sleep quality always has a limit, and the meditation recovery effect wasn't something he particularly needed at the moment. After thinking it over, he picked up a princess doll dressed in a beautiful skirt, a teddy bear that he had originally selected, and a clown doll with extremely exaggerated blush. Do you want to use 10 silver eagles to purchase the sleep teddy bear? Do you want to use 2 golden dragons to purchase the sleeping beauty doll? Do you want to use 2 golden dragons to purchase the nightmare clown doll? Yes. Suyu made his decision. In the next moment, the 4 golden dragons in his hand, along with the 10 silver eagles, turned into white light and disappeared. 2 hours later, Suyu returned to the starting dungeon. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Although in this dungeon, there was no such thing as day and night, Suyu still insisted on eating on time and resting on time. Seeing that he had already missed his lunchtime, he gave up the idea of heating up oil and frying dishes, and instead opened a can of luncheon meat. After a few bites, he opened a private chat with Zhang Yiting. How many rounds of life and death duels did you participate in? Do you need healing potions? 3 rounds, no need, I got a slave job class change scroll. Zhang Yiting's reply came in an instant, and she even answered a few more questions. Suyu felt a bit awkward. He originally just wanted to indirectly ask, to avoid any awkwardness in case Zhang Yiting didn't get an extraordinary job class change scroll. But now, with Zhang Yiting's response, it made him seem somewhat less honest. He adjusted his mood slightly and sent his own situation over. I also participated in 3 rounds and have now changed to apprentice. I wanted to ask if you have any items that can increase attributes? Yes. Zhang Yiting replied with one word, then sent a trade request. Trade request, Zhang Yiting is offering 1 rainbow holy fruit in exchange for 1 stone brick. Do you agree to trade? Suyu was stunned for a moment, and then saw Zhang Yiting's text reply. This holy fruit can increase speed by 0.1. If you have other items to increase attributes in the future, just return me 1. Seeing that Zhang Yiting didn't want to say more, Suyu rubbed his chin. Now, it made him seem even more narrow-minded. But he didn't act pretentious. After thinking for a moment, he chose to accept the trade. In the next moment, a rainbow-colored holy fruit, the size of a quail egg, appeared in his hand. Rainbow holy fruit, green. Description, a colorful holy fruit. Hidden tip 1, edible, increases speed by 0.1 on first use. This effect is invalid for individuals with speed greater than or equal to 2. So you put the holy fruit into his mouth? As soon as he bit into it, the sour and sweet juice flooded his mouth, causing him to salivate more than usual. Moments later, the holy fruit was swallowed down. Suyu, still not satisfied, took out the jade cabbage. This cabbage was nearly the size of a head, and he had originally planned to stir-fry it with pork in an iron wok. But now, he changed his mind and thought that it might be better to eat it raw. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit into the outermost, thickest green leaf. With a crisp sound. Like biting into a block of ice, with a hint of bitter greenness, like eating lettuce wrapped in coffee. Biting down harder, he reached the tender yellow heart of the vegetable, and this bite was different. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, mixed with a bit of crunchy fiber, like chewing on a crisp melon just pulled from the well, or like eating strawberry shaved ice. Finally, he reached the white jade-like root of the vegetable, a part of ordinary cabbage that almost no one cares about, but at this moment, Suyu was eating it as if he were intoxicated, feeling even more sour and sweet than the cherry tomatoes just now. 10 minutes later, he burped loudly, very unashamedly, and then opened his attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Occupation, apprentice. Mental, 2.0, Strength, 1.3, Physique, 1.7, Speed, 1.2. Inspiration, 2.0. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV1. Attributes were now worlds apart from before. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then took out a mining cave teleportation proof. According to his usual approach, he would surely explore another stone wall at this point. But right now he was not lacking anything except for dozens of units of obsidian needed to build a teleportation door. If someone else built the teleportation door before him, he would have nowhere to cry. Plus, today the stone wall corridors were all of white and green quality, so compared to continuing to explore outside, it was more suitable to head directly to the mining cave. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and tightly gripped the teleportation proof in his hand. When he opened his eyes again, everything was pitch black. Suyu calmly took out a kerosene lamp, confirmed that there was no danger around, and opened the world system. Bringing up the map module, the display showed slight changes from what he had seen last night. He quickly found his position on it, a slowly blinking green dot. But unfortunately, the green dot was quite far from the only exposed obsidian vein in the cave, a whole 20 kilometers away. Suyu could only take a deep breath and began to walk in the direction indicated by the map. Chapter 55, Cursed Evil Spirits and Newly Born Vengeful Spirits. The blackness in the mining area was alive, like thick, unyielding ink, sealing off more than 2 meters of space above and below. Suyu looked at the bright 2 red dots on the map module, frowning and stopping his footsteps. He was still 5 kilometers away from the obsidian vein. He had previously walked 15 kilometers without hindrance, but here he encountered trouble. Cursed Evil Spirit, Newly Born Vengeful Spirit. Just by the names, Suyu knew that these 2 red dots were definitely evil spirits, and their difficulty level was likely not below that of a ghost infant. If possible, he really did not want to waste his precious kerosene and rock salt crystals on these 2 evil spirits. But he had no choice. 5 minutes ago, he had tried to move left to bypass these 2 evil spirits, but after some time, the distance between the 2 red dots and the green dot on the map module had not only not increased, but had grown closer. In other words, these 2 evil spirits had already discovered him and were moving toward him. If this situation had been faced by an ordinary person, they might have been scared half to death. Fortunately, Suyu was no longer the ordinary worker he had been a week ago. He simply took a deep breath and took out all the rock salt crystals he had, as well as those he had just acquired. He was now not daring in the slightest to be careless. Earlier this morning, one evil spirit had been able to penetrate the protection of the sacred silver armor, leading him into a trance. Now with 2 evil spirits showing up at once, if he hesitated to use the rock salt crystals, he might lose his life right here. Soon, everything was ready. Suyu's gaze shifted back and forth between the map module and ahead, his mind unconsciously contemplating the next plan. After he purifies these 2 evil spirits, he can smoothly go to the obsidian vein to dig obsidian, and then rise the dungeon level. The next moment, he suddenly woke up and looked toward the 4 sides. He only saw that the dim black darkness became even more blurry. The surrounding environment seemed to come alive, making all kinds of strange and weird sounds. This is the evil spirits affecting the surroundings. Damn! Suyu cursed in a low voice. In this instant, he felt a terrible heart panic. This time the evil spirit attack form and the ghost baby were completely different, completely not relying on making illusions, but silently changing the environment. In Suyu's heart he could not stop giving birth to the thought of retreat. As long as the Green Mountain stays, not afraid of no firewood to burn. Although he is already a real apprentice, his spirit attribute already far surpasses normal people, but because of this, when facing such a strange scene, he can even more feel the spirit pressure brought by the 2 evil spirits. At this very moment, even if he does not close his eyes, he can see 2 pale human-shaped outlines standing not far away, their whole bodies covered in fiercely burning black fire, step by step pressing toward him. Those 2 faces almost covered with burn scars make twisted expressions that humans cannot understand, as if they are expecting to use his fresh flesh and blood to build a perfect and flawless body. Fight it out. Suyu moved his mind toward the newborn wraith whose momentum was clearly weaker by a big cut, threw out a big handful of rock salt crystals. Chi. Where the rock salt crystals reached, waves of object melting sounds came. The 2 evil spirits that were firmly moving forward originally stopped their steps at the same time. Suyu let out one breath. But at the next moment, he glanced at his own attribute panel. The inspiration attribute had already used up more than half. A wave of urgency could not stop rising again in his heart. He must speed up. Otherwise, when the inspiration attribute is exhausted and he cannot even see the 2 evil spirits, there is no way at all to continue to handle them. Thinking of this, Suyu no longer hesitated, again threw out a handful of rock salt crystals, scattering like heavenly maidens spreading flowers, falling onto the newborn wraith. ZZ. White mist rose. In the tooth-souring sound, the body of the newborn wraith melted directly like a wax statue. But Suyu did not dare to relax even a little. Only because his action just now seemed to completely anger the cursed evil spirit at the side, the latter directly began to speed up and approach. In a blink, the evil spirit had reached before him. The kerosene lamp in Suyu's hand burst with bright light. Pure white flame rose out of thin air, colliding together with the fiercely burning black fire on the cursed evil spirit. The 2 fires met, yet like water and fire that cannot tolerate each other, instantly began to wipe each other out. In a short moment, the black fire on the cursed evil spirit was worn away more than half. Suyu seized the chance to again grab a big handful of rock salt crystals, forcefully pressing them onto the evil spirit. Pooh! The black fire suddenly went out. The body of the evil spirit slowly scattered, finally disappearing into the air. The darkness around slowly retreated, finally retreating to the range originally lit by the kerosene lamp. Only at this time did Suyu finally let out one breath, sitting on the ground without caring about manners. The pressure these two evil spirits brought to him can be said to be extremely great. If not for the obsidian vein, he would absolutely have left at once, instead of here risking his life to carry out a big battle. He looked toward the kerosene lamp in his hand. The kerosene inside had already burned most of it, only a thin layer left at the bottom of the lamp. Without doubt, the cursed evil spirit was even harder to deal with than the ghost baby, directly consuming 400 milliliters of kerosene. If not that he earlier specially fused all the kerosene lamps he got, this time he might really have died here. After resting a little, Suyu stood up and stepped forward 2 steps, picking up from the ground one big and one small 2 round black beads. Resentment bead, blue. Introduction: a bead coming from the cursed evil spirit, inside contains a part of its evil intent that has not yet scattered. Hidden hint 1, inlay onto any weapon. Weapon can obtain spiritual pollution attribute. Hidden hint 2, inlaid on any weapon, can give the weapon the soul flame attribute. Grudge pearl, green. Introduction: a pearl from a newly born vengeful spirit, containing a part of its lingering resentment. Hidden hint 1, inlaid on any weapon, can give the weapon the psychological pressure attribute. 2 rather useless items. Suyu frowned as he put the pearl into his space backpack. These 2 grudge pearls are just like the one that dropped from the ghost infant yesterday, specifically designed to deal with humans. If casually enchanted on a weapon, they can become a deadly tool against humans. But in his hands, the likelihood is that they will only be useful next week. However, fortunately, his main expectations are not on these 2 pearls. After a short rest, he continued to move straight towards the Obsidian mine. Chapter 56: Key Information Gap. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Suyu successfully arrived at a hill on the outskirts of the marked Obsidian mine area on the map module. The height of the mine tunnel here is slightly higher than elsewhere, about 5 meters, just enough to block the sight from both sides. As long as he passes through here, he will have truly reached the open-air Obsidian mine. But looking at the 3 yellow dots lit up ahead on the map, Suyu couldn't help but frown. There were actually people here. He had considered the possibility of encountering others in the mine, as he knew that there were 10 entrances when he first obtained the portal projection. But he didn't expect to run into people at this only obsidian vein. This might be a bit troublesome. Suyu murmured to himself. To be able to be here in this vast area, that means the 3 people opposite must be tough fighters who have won at least 2 rounds in life and death duels. Although he was confident he was no less capable than anyone, facing 3 opponents head-on still felt insufficient. After thinking for a moment, he quietly took out his 3-barreled fire rifle. Though ambushing is unethical, he couldn't care less about that now. Struggling a bit, he loaded the bullets and was just about to step out to see the situation when he heard a voice. "Friend over there, why are you hiding behind the hill? Why don't we all come together and discuss things?" The voice was like spring thunder, bringing considerable shock to Suyu. Exposed? Thinking of this, he almost lost control of his impulse and was ready to fire a shot in the direction of the voice. But after a brief panic, he quickly calmed down and understood the reason. The map module was not unique. He had just been focused on how to take action and forgot that the other party's map module could also see his corresponding yellow dot. In this case, staying here was meaningless. Since the other party hadn't moved directly, it meant negotiation was possible, and there was no need to jump straight into conflict. Thinking this, he took a deep breath, holding his 3-barreled fire rifle, and walked to the top of the hill. Looking down, he saw the 3 people spaced out, clearly not from the same group. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There's actually a 4th person. How many portal projections are there really? Too many, right? The speaker sounded somewhat resentful, as Suyu looked to the left to see a young man whose face was unclear, casually standing there with a watermelon knife carelessly stuck in the ground, seemingly having no intention of fighting. He hadn't had time to think deeper when he heard the people opposite speak again. "Friend, before you came, the 3 of us had just agreed to dig for obsidian according to the rule of first come, first served. This place has plenty of obsidian. We could each build a portal. How do you feel about that?" Suyu recognized this voice. It was the same person who had called him out to talk earlier. His gaze moved back and forth between the young man on the left and the middle-aged man, finally resting on the silent, fat man standing on the right. His expression grew more confused. Will it be first come, first served?" Suyu asked tentatively to confirm. "That's right. My brother Zhao here is the first to come, I'm Zhang Jie, the second, and brother Hu on the right is third. You, my friend, will be the last to dig. What do you think?" The middle-aged man nodded and confirmed again. Suyu looked at the 3 men in disbelief, feeling like he had missed something important. This was the only portal slot for the future mining cave, and they were deciding it based on who came first? It was beyond Suyu's imagination. Was this still the dark dungeon where people eat each other? How did he end up here? The next moment, a thought flashed through Suyu's mind. He suddenly remembered something and asked tentatively. Are you mining obsidian to build a portal and upgrade the dungeon level? As soon as he said this, not only the middle-aged man Zhang Jie, but also the fat man and the young man beside him turned their gaze towards him, their eyes filled with suspicion. Suyu's heart immediately cleared up. It seemed just as he had thought. These three had no idea that after building the physical portal, there could only be one. They simply wanted to build a portal to upgrade their dungeons to level 2. Only he, guided by hidden hints, knew the real truth. Friend, what do you mean by that? Does obsidian have other uses? The middle-aged man, speaking on behalf of the other two, asked the question that was in their minds. Suyu gave a slight smile, remaining calm. Obsidian does have other uses. In fact, 2 days ago, I posted one of its uses on the World Channel. You three probably just happened to miss it. Upon hearing this, the three men's faces changed, each expressing different emotions. The middle-aged man froze for a moment in front of Suyu, clearly checking the World Communication Channel to verify the information. However, Suyu didn't mind this small offense. He already had a rough plan in mind. Since these three were at an information disadvantage compared to him, he could use his intel advantage to achieve his goals. A moment later, the middle-aged man blinked, clearly having received the information from the World Channel that Obsidian could upgrade a green quality chest to blue. I didn't expect you to know so much more than we do, my friend. We've all been exploring for a week, and now I feel a little embarrassed, said the middle-aged man, shaking his head. He exchanged looks with the chubby man and young man on either side before continuing. I guess you brought this up because you want to make a deal with us, right? Exactly, Brother Zhang is as sharp as ever. I, Qingyu, do want to trade some information about Obsidian for something in return. Suyu also complimented them lightly, and casually changed his surname. Oh? Then what does Brother Chen want to exchange for? Suyu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he hugged his three-eyed fire cannon with his left hand and extended 3 fingers with his right hand. Besides the information that I posted on the World Channel, I have 3 more pieces of intel about Obsidian. So, I want to exchange 3 conditions from you. Wait. Before Suyu could finish speaking, the young man suddenly interrupted him. How can you be sure your 3 pieces of intel are true? I can't be sure. Suyu glanced at the young man and replied indifferently. If you don't trust me, then forget it. I'm not desperate to make a trade. After saying this, he silently added in his mind. If you don't believe me, I can just take it by force. For a moment, the three of them had different expressions. Zhang Jie and the fat man beside him looked doubtful, clearly dissatisfied with Suyu's words. The young man felt even more mocked and pulled out a watermelon knife, ready to intimidate and provoke. But in response, Suyu silently took out the 3-eyed fire cannon hunting rifle from the shadows. In an instant, the 3 of them changed their expressions dramatically. Brother Hu quickly put the knife down, and Chen, calm down. Zhang Jie hurriedly spoke to stop the movements of the two. The young man with the surname Hu snorted and threw the watermelon knife to the ground, showing he had yielded. Suyu didn't pursue it further, after all, his bullets and gunpowder were precious, and there was no need to waste words with the 3. However, he didn't completely put away the gun, leaving it standing by his side, clearly showing his intention to pressure them. With this, the atmosphere immediately changed. Zhang Jie and the fat man exchanged a few glances, then spoke again. Brother Chen, we naturally believe your information, but we don't know what conditions you want. Why don't you tell us first? If we can do it, we'll agree. If not, we'll discuss how to proceed. Good. Suyu calmly responded with one word, but inside, his heart was almost jumping with excitement. Things were finally developing exactly as he had imagined. He took a deep breath and raised one finger to the 3 of them. First, I hope to exchange the first piece of information for basic materials. Each of you provides 1,000 units of basic materials, and this information you can spread freely in the future. No way, that's too expensive. With 1,000 units of basic materials, I could buy 2 pieces of blue-quality equipment on the trading channel. The young man with the surname who was the first to voice his objection. Yeah, Brother Chen, this price is too high. Zhang Jie also spoke up to support him. Suyu remained calm. He never intended to get too many basic materials from the 3 of them, this was all just to cover up his core interests. He ignored their comments and raised a second finger. Second, I want the 3 of you to help me mine 300 units of obsidian. Hey, Chen, you have to give us some face. The young man saw that Suyu had completely ignored him and responded with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Suyu thought for a moment and replied indifferently. If you're unwilling to talk, you can leave, and we'll come back after we've gone. You. The young man seemed about to pull out the watermelon knife again, but seeing that Suyu was unmoved, and noticing Zhang Jia and the fat man didn't try to mediate, he reluctantly gave up. Suyu didn't care about him and directly raised a third finger. Finally, I want to exchange items that can increase attributes. You all know that these items can only work once for each person. Let's consider this a mutually beneficial exchange. When these words were said, the three of them had noticeably different reactions. Zhang Jia had a hesitant look on his face, unsure whether to agree or not. The young man with the surname who had a suspicious expression, trying to spot any flaw in Suyu's words. On the other hand, it was Zhao, the fat man who had been silent before, who pondered for a moment and spoke first. Fine, I personally agree to your three conditions. I have black snake meat that can increase mental attributes by 0.1. What do you have? Suyu took out 3 glass bottles he had prepared earlier without hurrying. G honey, which can increase constitution by 0.1 and speed by 0.1. Zhang Jia's eyes suddenly shrank, and he quickly expressed his agreement. Brother Chen, I also agree to your conditions. I have blue figs that can increase strength by 0.1 and yellow figs that can increase constitution by 0.1. I can offer both in exchange for one of yours. Suyu nodded without changing his expression, then immediately turned his gaze towards the only young man with the surname who had yet to speak. What are you looking at? I have it too. I can add 0.1 constitution with the variegated tiger meat. If you want, I can even give you 2 extra portions. The young man with the surname who seemed somewhat displeased, but when faced with the simultaneous gaze of the other three, he obediently chose to agree. Suyu ignored him and simply nodded lightly. Alright, tell me your survivor IDs. I'll add you, then we can exchange through the trade system. 426-333-1534. 3465725589. 123-452-2222. The three of them sequentially recited their survivor IDs. Suyu gave one more look to the last speaker, the young man with the surname who, for no particular reason, just because the survivor ID was too simple, almost matching the young man's aura. But he didn't think much more of it, glancing briefly before opening the private message channel and searching for the 3 IDs in order. In no time, the 3 approved the requests one by one. Trade request: Zhang Jia is offering 1 yellow fig and 1 blue fig to exchange for 1 jai honey. Do you agree to the trade? Trade request: Zhao Zhangyang is offering 3 sea black snake meat to exchange for 1 jai honey. Do you agree to the trade? Trade request: Hu Kairan is offering 3 variegated tiger meat to exchange for 1 jai honey. Do you agree to the trade? Suyu agreed without changing his expression. Just then, he heard a reprimand. So, you don't have the surname Chen, you're actually named Su? Suyu looked up and saw Hu Kairan, angrily pointing his finger at him, as if to accuse him. Suyu casually retorted, if you're not used to it, you can call me Li Feiyu. You. Hu Kairan picked up the knife from the ground again, but this time, Zhao Zhangyang spoke up. Alright, Brother Su is just being cautious, it's not a bad thing. Let's get back to discussing the information. Hu Kairan reluctantly lowered the knife. Suyu, however, looked at the 3 of them with interest, scanning back and forth before speaking. The 3 pieces of obsidian information are about the extraordinary profession, the upgrade chest, and the last special one. I'll tell you one first, but the other 2 will only be shared after you fulfill my first 2 conditions. The 3 of them furrowed their brows at once. Shinsu, my younger brother, you already posted the information about the chest in the World Exchange Channel, didn't you? Zhang Jia's questioning voice wasn't loud, but the other 2 nodded in agreement. Suyu calmly shook his head and replied, don't worry, it's unrelated to that one. Zhang Jia furrowed his brows again, glanced at the 2 beside him, and said, then please tell us about the extraordinary profession one, Brother Su. Extraordinary profession, huh? Suyu smiled, paused for a moment, and continued. It's actually very simple. Obsidian is the core material for the 2nd-tier profession, warrior. Without it, even if you have a promotion scroll, it won't work. As for the 1st-tier profession 4, warrior, it's the core reward from completing 3 rounds of the life or death arena yesterday, the first one being, soldier. There was a moment of silence. Suyu looked around, and he could see the uncontrollable excitement in Zhang Jia and Zhao Xingyang's eyes. He immediately understood. These 2 probably chose the View Soldier profession promotion scroll after completing the 3 rounds of the life or death duel, so now that they had information on subsequent advanced professions, they were naturally excited. As for the remaining Hu Kairan, his expression seemed a bit out of control. What about the subsequent advanced professions for the explorer? Hu Kairan suddenly shouted loudly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. That would require a different price. You can come find me later to discuss it separately. Suyu chuckled lightly, then continued. Now, please trade me 1,000 units of basic materials each, and also dig up 300 units of obsidian for me. Let me tell you the other 2 pieces of information. After saying that, he didn't care about the reactions of the three people and took out 20 units of stone bricks and a stone bed blueprint from his spatial backpack. With a flash of white light, he directly lay down on it. Zhang Jia and Zhao Zhangyang immediately exchanged glances, both looked at Hu Kairan, and finally shook their heads, picking up their pickaxes. Chapter 58, Vengeful Spirit and Apprentice. The three of them were busy digging obsidian, and Suyu was not idle either. He took out the 4 items he had just traded for. Sea black snake meat, blue. Description: meat from a deep-sea snake, delicious taste. Hidden hint 1: edible, after first consumption, plus 0.1 spirit, this effect is ineffective for individuals with spirit greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 2: must be heated to a high temperature before consumption, eating raw will infect with transcendent blood-sucking worm. Suyu couldn't help but glance at Zhao Zhangyang, who was working hard to mine the obsidian. This was the first time he had seen a transcendent ingredient that had side effects when eaten raw. After thinking for a moment, he put the sea black snake meat into his spatial backpack. There was no rush to tell Hu Kairan about the blood-sucking worms, he could wait for a chance to mention it later. Besides, he couldn't even confirm whether the other person ate the sea black snake meat raw or cooked, warning him now might backfire. He then picked up the blue fig that he had just gotten. Blue fig, green. Description: a plain blue fig, all natural with no added colors. Hidden hint 1: edible, after first consumption, plus 0.1 strength, this effect is ineffective for individuals with strength greater than or equal to 2. Hidden hint 2: after consuming the red, green, blue, and yellow figs, wait 24 hours, then eat the black fig to gain plus 0.1 to all attributes. This effect can only occur once, and it is ineffective for individuals with any attribute greater than or equal to 3. It's still a set of transcendent ingredients. Suyu's pupils unconsciously widened. At first, he thought the blue fig looked like it was poisonous, but after seeing the hidden hints, he immediately stopped disliking it and shifted his gaze eagerly to the yellow figure. Yellow fig, green. Description: a plain yellow fig, all natural with no added colors. Hidden hint 1: edible, after first consumption, plus 0.1 physique, this effect is ineffective for individuals with physique greater than or equal to 2. Hidden hint 2: after consuming the red, green, blue, and yellow figs, wait 24 hours, then eat the black fig to gain plus 0.1 to all attributes. This effect can only occur once, and it is ineffective for individuals with any attribute greater than or equal to 3. Sure enough, the second hidden hint for the yellow fig is exactly the same as the blue figure. Suyu thought for a moment and sent Zhang Jia a private message. Brother Zhang, I plan to trade 3,000 units of basic resources for the remaining 3 figs. What do you think? After sending the message, he closed the channel and looked toward Zhang Jia. Sure enough, Zhang Jia, who was mining, froze for a moment. Then he turned to look this way, his eyes full of shock, opening his mouth as if to say something. But soon, he realized the inappropriate nature of his behavior, glanced at the other two to make sure they hadn't noticed, and then turned back to continue mining. After a while, a private message came through. Su, my brother, how did you know I have the other 3 figs? But to be honest with you, I don't have the other 2, the only one left is the black fig, but eating it won't increase attributes. If I sell it to you, it would spoil our friendship. A long string of private messages came through, and Suyu simply smiled. It was normal for Zhang Jia not to want to trade transcendent ingredients for basic resources. After all, these items currently have no fixed price and rely purely on familiar relationships and barter. After some time, they had a high chance of appreciating. Besides, it seems Zhang Jia also wanted to test him. He immediately replied to Zhang Jia with a private message. Brother Zhang, how about this? I will exchange a blue-quality ghost head greatsword and some information about the warrior profession for 1 red, 1 green, and 1 black figure. If you don't agree, I can't offer a better deal. After sending the message, Suyu calmly closed his eyes. The blue-quality ghost head greatsword was of little importance. After all, the 3 people below were also fierce souls who had completed 3 rounds of life and death arenas, and they didn't lack blue-quality weapons in their hands. What he truly cast as bait was the information about the Yi warrior profession. As long as Zhang Jia intended to continue advancing after becoming a soldier, he would have to agree to the trade. Sure enough, he quickly received a trade request. Trade request: your friend Zhang Jia is prepared to exchange 1 green fig, 1 red fig, and 1 black fig for 100 slashing steel knife. Do you agree to the trade? Yes. As Suyu made his decision, 3 differently colored figs quickly appeared in his hands with a flash of white light. Green fig, green. Description: an ordinary green fig, pure and natural without added colorants. Hidden hint 1: edible, after first use speed plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with speed greater than or equal to 2. Hidden hint 2: eating red, green, blue, and yellow figs at the same time and waiting 24 hours, then eating a black fig will grant all attributes plus 0.1. This effect can only take effect once, and is invalid for any attribute greater than or equal to 3. Red fig, red. Description: an ordinary red fig, pure and natural without added colorants. Hidden hint 1: edible, after first use spirit plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with spirit greater than or equal to 2. Hidden hint 2: eating red, green, blue, and yellow figs at the same time and waiting 24 hours, then eating a black fig will grant all attributes plus 0.1. This effect can only take effect once, and is invalid for any attribute greater than or equal to 3. Black fig, black. Description: an ordinary black fig, pure and natural without added colorants. Hidden hint 1: edible, but alone has no effects. Hidden hint 2: eating red, green, blue, and yellow figs at the same time and waiting 24 hours, then eating a black fig will grant all attributes plus 0.1. This effect can only take effect once, and is invalid for any attribute greater than or equal to 3. As expected, the remaining red and green figs enhanced spirit and speed attributes, while the black fig was merely regular food when eaten alone. Just as he was about to swallow these 5 figs one by one, an untimely private message came in. "Su, could you tell me about the warrior profession now?" Suyu glanced at Zhang Jia and thought to himself how anxious he was. However, he did not deliberately delay, he organized his thoughts for a moment and sent the hidden hints he knew. To successfully advance to a warrior, you need to forge a set of extraordinary equipment corresponding to the warrior profession with Obsidian. Then how can we forge extraordinary weapons with Obsidian? Zhang Jia's follow-up question came quickly. Suyu smiled and lightly replied. That is information I will tell you 3 people later. Now, Zhang Jia no longer asked further. Suyu picked up the green fig again and swallowed it in one bite, instantly feeling a refreshingly sweet sensation. 5 minutes later, all 5 figs were gone. At this moment, Suyu felt as if he had been reborn. Not only was he sharp-eyed and clear-headed, but he also felt an endless amount of strength. He opened his attribute panel. Name: Suyu. Profession: apprentice. Spirit: 2.2, Strength: 1.5, Constitution: 1.9, Speed: 1.4. Inspiration: 2.2. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Refining LV1, Meditation LV1, Spiritual Pressure LV1. His attributes had changed dramatically from before. The effect of the overall attribute enhancement was reflected in every aspect, but the most special part was on the spiritual level. After the spirit attribute officially stepped over the Great Gate of 2.0, Suyu had a mysterious and hard-to-explain feeling. He seemed able to control his own spirit power, and use his higher inspiration attribute to directly press down on the enemy, causing a shock in the mind. Reflected on the attribute panel, it meant that an extra skill named Spirit Pressure had appeared. But because he had not gone through real combat yet, he also did not know to what degree he could actually reach. He touched his chin and thought for a short moment, then fixed his eyes on the 3 people in front of him who were digging ore with all their strength. In the next second, a brand new and vast pressure poured out at high speed. Bang! Zhang Jia and Hu Kairan instantly lost their center of gravity, and one of them fell forward onto the ground. The remaining Zhao Zhangyong turned his head back with eyes full of doubt and fright, and looked at Suyu. Suyu calmly stopped the skill without showing any emotion, and then put on a surprised expression. Brother Zhang, how did you 2 fall down? It's fine, it's fine. Hearing this, Zhang Jia turned around, patted the mud stuck on his body, and then once again threw himself into digging the ore. Hu Kairan did not even turn his head, as if he did not want to say more words to Suyu. Suyu was naturally happy to enjoy the piece. He picked up the only remaining piece of variegated tiger meat that he had not yet checked. Variegated tiger meat, green. Introduction: as the name suggests, a plain and unremarkable piece of variegated tiger meat. The taste is quite good. Hidden tip 1: edible, after the first use physique plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with physique greater than or equal to 2. Hidden tip 2, must be eaten cooked. Eating raw will infect with fat-eating worms. Fat-eating worms? Suyu's eyebrow lifted slightly. He did not expect that this piece of variegated tiger meat actually also had parasites. Could it be that in the dark dungeon, all meat among extraordinary ingredients would infect parasites if eaten raw? If so, then he had to quickly make a safe and reliable campfire. Just as he was thinking like this, and had just opened the system to see whether there was any fuel more suitable than wooden boards, a private message was sent over. Brother Su, was the spirit impact just now done by you? How did you manage to keep your body after taking the job of resentful spirit? The private message was sent by Zhao Zhangyong. Suyu narrowed his eyes. The information revealed inside and outside Zhao Zhangyong's words was not small, which made him think of the 3 mosaics he had seen before when choosing the extraordinary profession job change scroll. He thought for a moment and replied with a private message. Brother Zhao, you probably misunderstood. I was resting just now and had no idea what happened to Brother Zhang and the others. Seeing that Zhao Zhangyong did not reply again, he then opened the trade channel and searched for burning materials. If he did not look, he would not know. Once he looked, he was shocked. The price of fuel was at least twice as high as he had imagined. 1 unit of charcoal actually required 20 units of basic materials, a full 20 times increase. 1 unit of coal even required 100 units of basic materials, the same price as the secondary healing potions he had sold in batches before. It shouldn't be like this. Suyu muttered softly with his mouth, and his brows frowned tighter and tighter. Logically speaking, the oxygen content inside the initial dungeon was limited. Now not many people could freely light a campfire. If one did not have a biological oxygen generator like him, lighting a campfire would only lead to death from oxygen exhaustion. Could it be that someone had put other oxygen generators into the market? He immediately searched for oxygen generators again in the trade channel. But the search result was completely empty. He suddenly could not understand no matter how much he thought, and in helplessness he could only tentatively send stranger private messages one by one to the more than 30 people selling charcoal and coal, asking whether the price could be lowered for large quantity purchases. After sending the last inquiry, he exited the trade channel and then saw that Zhao Zhangyong had sent another private message. Brother Su, I wonder whether you still have other extraordinary ingredients that can raise the spirit attribute. I am willing to buy at a high price. Whether it is basic materials, lighting materials, or weapons and armor, we can talk. Moreover, if Brother Su, you can tell me how to retain the physical body after becoming a wraith, I will do everything I can to fulfill any condition you ask. Suyu immediately fell into deep thought. Zhao Zhenyang's private message revealed two pieces of information. First, Zhao Zhenyang chose not the soldier profession, but the so-called wraith profession, which requires abandoning the physical body after advancement. Second, the wraith profession, like the apprentice profession, will have the spirit pressure skill after promotion, which is why Zhao Zhenyang mistakenly thought he was also a wraith. Having figured these out, Suyu immediately felt a bit helpless. If Zhao Zhangyong wanted to ask for other information, he would have to charge a hefty price. But Zhao Zhangyong happened to ask a question that Suyu couldn't answer. Suyu could only shake his head and reply to Zhao Zhangyong's private message. Brother Zhao, I am really not a wraith profession. As for the extraordinary food materials that enhance mental attributes, I can help you inquire. If I get any news, I'll contact you again. After a long while, Zhao Zhangyong finally sent a reply. Alright, we'll contact each other later. Let's handle the information about Obsidian first. Suyu was slightly stunned, and then he heard a shout. Brother Su, we've dug out 300 units of Obsidian. Quickly, tell us the two pieces of information. The voice reached his ears. Suyu looked up in the direction and saw Zhang Jia had stopped digging at some point, pointing at the pile of obsidian beside him, his tone somewhat urgent. Of course. Suyu looked at the three people and confirmed that each of them had a pile of obsidian beneath their feet. He then smiled lightly, feeling excited inside, and continued speaking to the three of them. You three have worked so hard, so let me give you an extra piece of information about the red copper stone. Upon hearing this, the three of them reacted differently, but their eyes all revealed some suspicion. Suyu is being so kind? But Suyu didn't care about what they were thinking and directly spoke in a calm voice. Obsidian can upgrade a green quality chest to blue, which you already know. But what you probably don't know is that the red copper stone can upgrade a white quality chest to green. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenyang's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam. So, as long as we have both red copper stone and obsidian, we can upgrade a white quality chest directly to blue? Correct. Suyu confirmed again. So I suggest that after you dig enough obsidian, you go find some red copper stone. That way, no matter what quality chest you get in the future, you can turn it into a blue quality one. After he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. It wasn't until half a minute later that Zhao Zhangyong spoke again. Is there any ore that can upgrade a blue quality chest to purple? Brother Zhao, that would be another price. If you really want to know, we can contact each other later. Suyu's words shut Zhao Zhangyong down. What a joke, his information is expensive, no free lunch here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhangyong nodded, signaling he wouldn't pursue the question further, then continued. Then please, Brother Su, tell us the two pieces of information about obsidian. Naturally. Suyu responded, then stretched out a finger. You all should know that some weapons and equipment have reserved enchantment slots. Even without high-level enchantment runes, obsidian can be used for enchanting. After enchanting, not only will the weapon's grade be enhanced, but an extra affix will also be added. Brother Su, could this be? Zhang Jia couldn't hold himself back and asked first, but halfway through, he abruptly stopped his words, only looking at Suyu with an eager expression, wanting the answer. Yes. Suyu nodded, not saying much more. And the two's exchange left the other two puzzled. As if by nature, it drew the attention of the other two people. What are you doing? The 300 obsidian we all put together, you actually hide it from the two of us and talk in private? Hu Kairan was the first to jump out, pointing at Zhang Jia's face and shouting in a fierce voice. Zhang Jia's face turned dark in an instant. He was just about to speak, but Suyu took one step ahead and let out a light laugh. That has nothing to do with you. The information about Obsidian was told to you three, but if you want to know other information, then you must take out more things to exchange. I do not welcome beggars who live off others here. Chapter 59 Dungeon Upgrade, Follow-up Transformation Route. You. A trace of vicious cruelty flashed through Hukairan's eyes. In the next second, his eyes swept over Zhao Zhanyang, and his tone was full of urging and stirring. Brother Zhao, you think the two of them doing this is not very good, right? We dug Obsidian here together for half a day, but the information we get is different. This is not appropriate, right? Zhao Zhanyang glanced back at Hukairan, and the look made his heart turn cold and hairy. Just when Hukairan was ready to open his mouth and further stir Zhao Zhanyang, so you spoke first. I almost forgot to say, Brother Zhao has also talked about cooperation with me. If Brother Hu also has something that can be taken out, then I warmly welcome it. When the words fell, Hukairan looked at Zhao Zhanyang, who kept silent, and at once he was like a broken ball that had lost its air, no longer having any spirit or strength. So you let out a cold laugh in his heart, then turned again to look at Zhang Jia and Zhao Zhanyang. At this moment, although their faces were calm, from their eyes one could still see their expectation for the last piece of information. So Suyu thought for a moment and spread out his hands toward the three people. Once bought, no taking back. Send the Obsidian over. This time, Hukairan finally learned not to shout without thinking. He first looked at the other two people. Zhang Jia naturally had no objection. Right now he already knew the exact way to advance to warrior, and his expectation for the remaining piece of information was very great. Zhao Zhanyang hesitated a little as he looked at Suyu, then he also nodded his head. Seeing that both of them agreed, even if Hukairan had 10,000 unwilling thoughts in his heart, he could only follow and trade the Obsidian to Suyu. After a short moment, Suyu happily received 300 units of Obsidian into his space backpack. He then raised his head to look at the three people and spoke out the last piece of information. The last piece of information is that using Obsidian to upgrade treasure chests will bring a curse. A curse? When the three heard this, they were all stunned. Even Hukairan, who had always half believed and half doubted, was no exception. Suyu ignored their reaction and instead continued speaking slowly. To be exact, using any that raises the quality of a treasure chest may cause the treasure chest to suffer a curse, and these curses can stack many times. After you raise a white quality treasure chest to blue quality in the future, you must be careful of the monsters and evil spirits that may appear. When the words ended, only heavy breathing was left on the scene. None of the three were fools. Even Hukairan could think clearly about the true value of this piece of information. If someone did not know the inside story and rashly upgraded a treasure chest, he was very likely to die under the sneak attack of monsters and evil spirits. Seeing this, Suyu did not wait for them to say anything more and directly grasped the teleportation proof in his hand. The sky spun and the earth turned, white light burst out. When Suyu opened his eyes again, in front of him was already his familiar initial dungeon. He glanced at the time, 11 o'clock at night. According to his usual routine, it was almost time to sleep. But today was clearly not possible. He had very important things to do. He opened the dungeon attribute interface. Dungeon number 0000114514. Level 1 can be upgraded. Lighting facility, kerosene lamp, 3D12H. Capacity, 1 person. Teleportation gate, number 00196 mine teleportation gate, not established. Evaluation, a dungeon still on the verge of collapse. Once the kerosene runs out, the monsters in the darkness will rush into here. Suyu walked to the central stone table and took out 100 units of obsidian, stacking it in front of the mini portal. In the next moment, bright white light erupted. An open portal appeared at the corner dividing the planting area and the algae oxygen producing machine. The edges of the obsidian shimmered with a cold, hard metallic sheen, forming a square frame. In the center of the frame was not empty, but a flowing purple, slowly churning inside. Unable to contain his excitement, Suyu reached out and gently touched the edge. Portal number 00196, special. Description: this is the only portal to the 00196 mine in the outside world. Hidden hint 1, this door has a fixed spatial coordinate and cannot be destroyed by conventional means. When the holder's original dungeon is occupied, ownership automatically transfers with the original dungeon. Hidden hint 2, this portal has engraved 9 source space runes and 9 source teleportation runes. The engraved runes cannot be extracted using projection inscription stones. Hidden hint 3, the portal can produce 10 mine teleportation certificates daily. All previously unused teleportation certificates are now invalid. At this moment, Suyu's heart was filled with incomparable excitement. From now on, he could officially hold the 00196 mine in his hands, no longer worried about being surpassed by others and losing the qualification to enter the mine and obtain resources. With the resources of an entire minefield backing him up, even a pig could quickly stand out among survivors, let alone a man like him, who had built-in advantages. After a moment of reflection, Suyu pointed to the 3 large words upgradable on the dungeon attribute interface. Upgrade Condition 1, cumulative number of explored stone walls greater than or equal to 5, completed. Upgrade Condition 2, number of dungeon portals greater than or equal to 1, completed. Upgrade Condition 3, cumulative number of fused void stones greater than or equal to 3, completed. 3 lines of green text caught his eye. In the next moment, the ground shook violently. Suyu felt as if the entire original dungeon was in a higher spatial dimension, constantly deforming and twisting, yet its shape remained unchanged. Just by glancing at it, he felt waves of dizziness wash over him. Until 5 minutes later, everything returned to calm. When Suyu opened his eyes again, the scene before him had changed dramatically. The area had expanded a full double, increasing from the original 55 square meters to 110 square meters. The width had doubled, making the space that was previously occupied by the planting area, furniture, and biological oxygen machine feel much more spacious. More importantly, on the stone wall corresponding to the front of the dungeon, a door that had never existed before appeared. Suyu's mind stirred, but he did not rush forward to check. Instead, he opened the dungeon attribute interface first. Dungeon number 0000114514. Level 2. Lighting facility, kerosene lamp, 3D12H. Capacity, 1 person. Portal, 00196 mine portal. Reconstruction route, not selected. With a thought, Suyu looked at the last line of text. In the next moment, more text was listed. Reconstruction Route 1, Greenhouse, Dungeon Theme Style determined as Plantation, Crop Growth Speed plus 100%, Area expanded by 50 square meters, Consumes Stone Bricks * 1000, Glass * 100, Soil * 3000. Reconstruction Route 2, Hall of Light, Dungeon Theme Style determined as Prayer Room, Can Deter Monsters, Unlock Exclusive Lighting Facility The Holy Candlestick, Area expanded by 50 square meters, Consumes Iron Ingots * 100, Steel Ingots * 50, Pigment * 50, Glass * 50, Wooden Planks * 50. Reconstruction Route 3, Alchemy Shed, Dungeon Theme determined as Biochemical Laboratory, Area expanded by 50 square meters, Small probability of additional improving monster blood essence quality, Consumes Iron Ingots * 50, Wooden Planks * 100, Stone Bricks * 100. Reconstruction Route 4, Giant Palace, Dungeon Theme determined as Castle, Area expanded by 100 square meters and converted into 3 layers of independent space, Maximum Capacity +2, Portal Limit +2, Consumes Stone Bricks * 5000, Wooden Planks * 5000, Glass * 1000, Iron Ingots * 500, Obsidian * 200. Suyu looked at the 4 different reconstruction routes and quickly saw the clues. These 4 reconstruction routes seemed closely related to his original dungeon structure. The plantation was related to the planting area. The church and the kerosene lamps are probably related, the alchemy hut and the flesh essence extractor are related, and the giant palace might be related to the additional use of the voidstone. Apart from that, the materials required for these 4 advanced routes are vastly different, with the alchemy hut requiring the least, the giant palace the most, and the other 2 in between. Chapter 60, The Giant Palace and the Striped Tiger Meet. Suyu pondered for a moment and then turned his gaze toward the last option, the giant palace. Compared to the first 3 improvement routes, the giant palace seemed plain and unadorned, but the improvements it brought were all-encompassing. Having made up his mind, he began purchasing the required materials. The materials needed this time were all basic resources, with the only exception being the obsidian, which had already been dealt with in his previous trip to the mine. However, basic resources didn't mean they were easy to obtain, especially with such a massive demand. It was an astronomical number. After thinking for a while, he set his eyes on the flesh essence extractor that hadn't been activated since it was rebuilt. In order to gather such an enormous amount of basic materials in a short time, his only option right now was to sell healing potions in bulk, and to make healing potions, large quantities of flesh essence were needed. He immediately sent a message to Ji Haiyang. Bro, how many monster corpses do you have? Send them all to me. In no time, Ji Haiyang replied with 5 or 6 monster corpses. This is all I have for now. I've been busy preparing for the life and death duel and haven't been out exploring much. Suyu furrowed his brow. A few corpses were just a drop in the bucket. Then, could you go ask those customers who bought our torches? They should have some monster corpses on hand. 5 minutes later, Ji Haiyang sent another message. There are indeed quite a few. I'll send them over to you now. Suyu's frown slowly relaxed. As expected, these customers all had some monster corpses on hand. This was also one of the reasons he had chosen to sell torches with Ji Haiyang. While the profits from torches might not be as high as healing potions, they could be used to develop a network of familiar contacts, and now the rewards were showing up. Trade request, your friend Ji Haiyang is offering 21 intact goblin corpses, 37 relatively intact goblin corpses, and 9 relatively intact shadow wolf corpses in exchange for 1 stone brick. Do you accept the trade? Suyu quickly walked to the flesh essence extractor and clicked to accept. In the next moment, more than 60 monster corpses flooded the area like a small mountain. Suyu calmly organized a small path and then placed a corpse into the machine. Boom boom boom, the machine rumbled, and one by one, the flesh essence amber appeared at the outlet. By 2 a.m., all the corpses had finally been transformed into colorful amber. There were 16 green quality ambers and 51 white quality ambers. Such a quantity of flesh essence filled almost half of the central stone table. Suyu took another space backpack, which had been kept in the oak wardrobe, and pulled out several barrels of purified water, placing them next to the amber. The purified water, flesh essence, and glass bottles were all piled on the central stone table, with the crafting scroll placed on top. In the next moment, a burst of white light blazed. Dozens of healing potions appeared stacked on the stone table. Without hesitation, Suyu placed all these healing potions on the trading channel. This time, he directly doubled the price of the minor healing potions, setting them at 200 units of basic materials. As for the primary healing potions, which had never been released on the market before, he set the price at 500 units of basic materials. This price should be about right, Suyu muttered, pressing the confirm price button. The reason he set the price so high was not merely from impatience, but rather the result of deep contemplation. Compared to 2 days ago, the number of surviving explorers was now less than half. In other words, wealth was completely concentrated in the hands of half the people, and the prices for scarce items could double and still sell. Then, he finally had the leisure to look at the door on the stone wall ahead. Walking up to the door, he examined it carefully. What's going on here? Suyu reached out and touched it. Dungeon stone door, green. Durability, infinity. Introduction: a door created after increasing the dungeon level. Pushing open the stone door allows direct exploration without consuming lighting supplies. Hidden hint 1: the probability of fixing the theme when refreshing the dungeon stone door for the first time is raised to 100%. Hidden hint 2: the quality of the passage corresponding to this door is fixed at green, and it can increase along with the improvement of the stone door quality. Suyu suddenly stiffened in surprise. He never expected that after leveling up the dungeon, opening the stone wall ahead wouldn't require consuming kerosene. With this, some of the hidden hints he knew became partially ineffective. Just by looking at this point, the gap between him and ordinary survivors would unintentionally narrow in the future. But fortunately, this time the hidden hints still played a huge role. He immediately took out blue wall paint and painted the stone wall thoroughly, not missing a single corner. Thus, when it refreshed tomorrow, this stone wall would be permanently fixed to an ocean theme. After finishing all this, seeing that it was already 3 a.m., he hurriedly lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, at 7 o'clock, Suyu opened his eyes. The convenience brought by the enhancement of his mental attributes showed in many ways. After only sleeping for 4 hours, he felt energetic, completely free of fatigue. He stretched, took out a fermented cream bread and a bottle of mineral water, and also rinsed a vibrant green cucumber with the mineral water, forming his breakfast. Since the space backpack couldn't slow down the passage of time, he needed to eat the cucumber and fermented cream bread first these days. As for the remaining sweet potatoes, he was not in a hurry. If they really sprouted, they could be planted in the growing area, which was just a matter of adding a frame. While eating breakfast, he opened the trading channel to check on the large quantity of healing potions he had listed last night. However, somewhat unexpectedly, this time the healing potions did not sell out immediately. For whole hours had passed since the sale began, and only about half of the secondary healing potions had sold, while 3 bottles of primary healing potions were still left. Suyu frowned, contemplating for a moment, and soon realized what the problem was. He might have overestimated the financial capabilities of the survivors. People like him and Ji Haiyang, who gained a lot of supplies from life and death battles, were few. Most survivors who made it through only participated in a life and death battle, and it was a good thing if they could keep their original wealth, let alone plunder from the defeated. But fortunately, in this dark dungeon, what was lacking was everything, and the only thing in abundance was survivors. He shook his head and turned to look at the more than 20 private messages he had sent out yesterday. However, those survivors who had fuel in hand didn't seem very enthusiastic. The only response he received was someone who lowered the price to 90 units of basic supplies, giving him a 10% discount. So you could only frown and buy 1 unit of coal, then take out ethanol, gasoline and cotton, and use stone bricks to build a simple campfire stove on the newly added space. Watching the flames burn fiercely, he slowly took out the iron pot he had previously obtained. He obtained this iron pot on the first day he entered the dark dungeon, but later he only ate canned food and had no use for it. Now, it finally came in handy. Suyu took a bottle of mineral water and poured more than half of it into the iron pot. Perhaps grilling the meat of the black sea snake and the speckled tiger would taste better, but to completely eliminate the risk of parasites, he decided to use the most traditional cooking method of huaxia. Soon, the coals in the center of the campfire began to emit heat, heating the mineral water in the iron pot. Suyu thought for a moment and added a little rock salt, then it was just a matter of waiting for the water to boil. Of course, during the waiting process, he wasn't idle. He took out the two types of meat, planning to use his enchanted iron axe to slice the meat into thin pieces. But soon, he realized something was wrong. He was just an office worker and had no skill in slicing meat into thin pieces, and the axe was quite heavy, not suitable for that. In the end, he chose to cut the meat into chunks. At worst, he could just cook them a little longer in the iron pot. After a while, a rich fragrance wafted around the iron pot. Suyu patiently waited another 10 minutes, and when the aroma had spread throughout the entire dungeon, he finally felt relieved. But just as he was about to fish the food out, he suddenly froze. He discovered a serious problem. He had no chopsticks. A few days ago, he had been using a small iron spoon to eat canned food, but trying to scoop food from this boiling iron pot with a spoon was clearly a bit too much of a challenge. Fortunately, this wasn't a big deal. He immediately reopened the trading channel and purchased a pair of bamboo chopsticks for the price of 2 units of basic materials. With that, the issue of utensils was resolved. He carefully picked up a piece of black sea snake meat and slowly brought it to his mouth, confirming it was fully cooked. In an instant, a salty, fragrant, and delicious taste filled his mouth. The meat was firm and had a delicate texture, somewhat similar to chicken but chewier, with a flavor that lingered delightfully. Suyu felt very satisfied. He immediately started eating heartily. The flavor of the speckled tiger meat was similar to beef, only a bit more tender. Paired with the chicken-flavored black sea snake meat, his chopsticks moved faster and faster. Half an hour later, Suyu finally put down his chopsticks. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Occupation, apprentice. Spirit, 2.3, Strength, 1.5, Constitution, 2.0, Speed, 1.4. Inspiration, 1.2/2.3. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV1, Spirit Pressure LV1. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Although he had only increased his Spirit attribute by 0.1 and his Constitution attribute by 0.1, he could clearly feel his whole body was more energetic. Even though his muscles had long since recovered, he still sensed an increase in stamina, a real enhancement to his physical fitness. He retracted the attribute panel and opened the trading channel again. As expected, healing potions had already sold out. Suyu immediately took out all the basic materials and piled them next to the central stone table. The next moment, as his thoughts moved, the world turned upside down once again. The height of the initial dungeon suddenly soared amidst twists and shakes. Various materials floated into the air, transforming into new structures in a flash of white light. Iron ingots and stone bricks leaned against the corners, swirling to form an upward staircase, while some of the wood and glass became new flooring for the partitions, and the rest adorned the staircase railing. Chapter 61, 8th Day, Purple Quality Treasure Box, Evil Value. 5 minutes later, everything returned to normal. The originally spacious ceiling had been replaced by a layer of floor, and Suyu walked up the stairs to the second and third floors to observe carefully, quickly reaching a conclusion. He struck it rich. The dungeon that had originally had only 1 layer now directly transformed into 3 layers. The total height of 5 meters expanded to 3 meters for each floor. Although the height of each floor has decreased slightly, overall, the volume has increased by about double. What surprised him even more was that each floor's stone walls were independent. This meant that the number of stone walls had increased from the original 6 to 14, and the options available for daily exploration had more than doubled. Suyu was very satisfied. He followed the stairs back to the first floor, planning to pack up his daily necessities and move everything upstairs to the second floor. Now that the dungeon had turned into a 3-story castle, he could easily separate the planting area, office area, and living area. Of course, that stone bed was an exception. He had absolutely no interest in doing such a thankless and tiring thing. 2.5 hours later, there was nothing left on the first floor. Apart from the biological oxygen machine and the blood essence extraction machine, only the various crops from the planting area remained. Suyu sat on the now empty stone bed, still stubbornly browsing the fuel market, planning to rest for a while before heading out to explore. But the next moment, he suddenly received a private message from Zhang Yiding. To be precise, what Zhang Yiding sent was not a private message, but a picture. Suyu was curious and opened the picture. Dual proof, blue. Description: a one-time consumable item. It allows the user to designate a target by their survivor number. The winner will receive all the opponent's supplies, but if the opponent uses a no-fight token, it will be invalid. Dual proof? Dark dungeons actually have something like this. Suyu was instantly shocked. It had only been a couple of days since the deadly duel ended, and he knew exactly what this item was worth. It could be said that this was not just a dual proof, it was the switch to desire and greed. I hope other survivors have enough self-awareness and don't challenge me to a duel. Suyu muttered to himself, then shook his head. If there was more than one of these things, there would definitely be people challenging him to a duel, and it would definitely not be just a few. The survivor numbers were public in both the trading and communication channels. After selling so many healing potions, envious survivors would definitely swarm in. But luckily, he wasn't a soft target. If someone did come knocking, he would just handle it as it came. And he could always shed a few tears while looting the package. Thinking this, Suyu replied with a message. Did you get this from a chest? No, it's a special reward from the second round of the deathmatch arena. Just giving you a heads up. Zhang Yiding's reply came quickly. Suyu rubbed his chin. Since it wasn't from a chest, that was good. At least he didn't have to worry about facing 2 challenges in a row in a short period of time. Thanks. He thanked Zhang Yiding, then walked over to the left stone wall on the second floor. Dungeon stone wall, purple. Durability, infinity. Hidden tip 1, using a kerosene lamp to scorch the stone wall can open a crack for 6 hours. It requires 24 hours of illumination. Hidden tip 2, there is a mechanism hidden in the center of the stone wall. A gentle tap 6 times will open a crack for 6 hours. This mechanism can only be used once per day. This was the only purple quality stone wall among the 14. He followed the hidden tip and gently tapped 6 times. The stone wall cracked in response. As soon as he entered the passage, Suyu felt something was wrong. Normally, no matter how damp the passage was, at least the stone slabs on the ground were solid, and walking on them was no problem. But this time, after only taking 2 steps, he suddenly realized that half of his left foot had sunk into the sticky black mud. Instinctively, he quickly lifted his foot, but it felt like invisible hands grabbed him, pulling him down. The black-brown sludge crawled up his pant legs, the cold and slippery sensation instantly wrapped around his calves. With each struggle, he sank deeper. He quickly gathered all his strength and jerked out with all his might. Finally pulled out the left leg. But the canvas shoe on the left foot was completely buried inside. He took a few heavy breaths, quickly observed carefully, and finally saw clearly that the narrow passage in front of him was actually filled with a small area of swamp taking up the entire path. He thought for a moment, then rummaged through his backpack for a while and took out the iron shovel he had used to dig up the dirt earlier. As they say, a loss can lead to gain, who knows what the outcome will be. Losing one canvas shoe isn't a big deal, most of the soil in the swamp is humus, which is a natural fertilizer. He reopened the trading channel and bought himself a new pair of canvas shoes and several wooden boxes, then immediately started digging hard. At 3 in the afternoon, Suyu wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking at the several wooden boxes of humus he had already dug out, and sighed in relief. He moved the wooden boxes next to the planting area, took a half-quarter break, and promptly set off on his exploration journey. To avoid slipping into the swamp again, he concentrated fully on observing the road ahead. But just as he reached the end, he suddenly found that both the left and right forks in the road were completely blocked by the swamp. Suyu frowned. The humus he had collected was already enough, and going back again would truly be a waste of time. After thinking for a moment, he took out a wooden plank and laid it flat over the swamp, then carefully stood on it. The plank sank slightly but still supported his weight. Suyu let out a sigh of relief. He crossed the swamp area and continued to delve deeper to the left. He encountered more swamps along the way but used the same trick again, quickly arriving in front of an open stone door. The next moment, a putrid smell unexpectedly invaded his nostrils. This smell was like stagnant water in a gutter, bubbling with green foam, making Suyu want to cough in disgust. He quickly opened his spatial backpack and pulled out the dust mask he had prepared earlier, which made it slightly better. With a furrowed brow, he stepped into the stone door. By the dim light of the kerosene lamp, his gaze pierced through the darkness and landed in the center of the stone chamber. But to his surprise, there was no treasure chest on the central stone table in the middle of the room. Instead, there lay a human skeleton quietly. The white bones glimmered, and the skull was tilted to the left, with its empty eye socket staring blankly towards the stone door. Anyone who timidly took a glance would surely be scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Suyu's courage had been forged in the arena of life and death. He only quivered internally, then calmly began to observe his surroundings. Soon, he noticed something unusual. The stone walls surrounding the cell were covered in cobwebs, and the floor was thick with dust. Only the area beneath the skeleton was unusually thin with dust. After pondering for a moment, he took out a brick from his spatial backpack and threw it over. The brick landed by the skeleton's foot, and its sound upon hitting the ground seemed to trigger some switch. Click, click. The skeleton's joints started to move, and its skull suddenly ignited with a blue flame, charging towards Suyu's direction. Fortunately, Suyu had anticipated this. He gripped the enchanted iron axe in his hand and faced the momentum of the skeleton, swinging the axe down. With a loud crack, the skeletal body was cut into 2 sections at the ribs, with the upper body crashing to the ground and futilely waving its bony claws, while the lower half had toppled to the side and completely ceased to move. Suyu did not take the opportunity to strike the fallen enemy. Instead, he curiously looked at the 2 sections of the skeleton. From the reaction of these 2 skeletal parts, it seemed that the source controlling their movement was that blue flame in the skull. He reached out his hand and gently touched the non-moving lower half of the skeleton through his wolfskin gloves. Grave Robber's Skeleton, Rare. Intelligence, 0.6. Strength, 0.5. Constitution, 1.2. Speed, 0.8. Evaluation: a kind of monster that dies and comes back to life, usually appears around the outside of ancient tomb burials. Hidden hint 1: skeleton-type creatures are controlled by the soul fire in the head, feel no pain, must extinguish the soul fire to eliminate them. Hidden hint 2: soul fire is an important source of kerosene. Ancient tomb burial? Soul fire? Suyu's eyes lit up. He once again stretched out the iron axe, aimed at the skeleton's head, and fiercely chopped down with one axe. The axe fell with a sharp sound that tore through the air, and the skeleton frame shattered at the sound. The next moment, the blue flame suddenly shrank by 90%, and the tiny bit left seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, suddenly compressing into a thin stream of light, rushing straight toward the kerosene lamp in Suyu's left hand. Suyu looked at the kerosene lamp and discovered that the kerosene inside had actually increased by 50 milliliters out of thin air, and he immediately nodded with satisfaction. This amount of kerosene was not much to him, but it was a lucky and good sign. He held up the kerosene lamp, carefully checked every corner of the prison cell, and finally found a treasure chest on the straw mat beside the place where the skeleton had originally occupied. Material treasure chest, purple. Introduction: an ordinary and unremarkable treasure chest can open several pieces of materials and items of the corresponding level. Hidden hint 1: this treasure chest contains skill experience potion *1, weapon master class transfer scroll fragment 4 *1, dual proof *1. Purple quality treasure chest. Suyu was somewhat excited. This was the second time he had obtained a purple quality treasure chest. But last time he used 3 pieces of ore to forcibly raise the quality, and if only counting the initial quality, this was still his first time obtaining a purple quality treasure chest. He took a deep breath and gently opened the treasure chest. Inside were neatly placed a puzzle piece, a tube of potion emitting a dim blue color, and a badge. Suyu clearly understood in his heart and first picked up the badge. Dual proof, blue. Introduction: one-time consumable item, can arbitrarily designate one target according to survivor number. The winner can obtain all of the opponent's materials. If the opponent consumes a battle avoidance token, it will be invalid. Hidden hint 1: using dual proof will accumulate 2 points of evil value for oneself. Each 1 point of evil value will add an extra 0.01% probability of treasure chest monster appearance. After encountering a treasure chest monster, evil value decreases by 5 points. Suyu was somewhat shocked, then frowned. It was not because he saw the hidden hint about evil value in the dual proof, but because he was shocked at the existence of evil value itself. According to the logic of evil value existing, the more one kills survivors of the same race, the higher the probability of encountering treasure chest monsters later. In other words, it punishes those who indiscriminately kill the innocent. If it were on Earth, Suyu would absolutely have no doubt. But this was the Dark Dungeon. He had personally experienced the malice of the Dark Dungeon survivors, and now suddenly discovering that the Dark Dungeon actually had a mechanism to punish mutual slaughter, truly made him feel somewhat out of place. What is this? Smoking, drinking, clubbing, hanging out in bars but still a good girl, or a sharp head with left and right brain fighting each other? Suyu muttered a sentence in his mouth, shook his head and stopped thinking more, only silently memorized the setting of evil value, warning himself not to casually use this badge. Immediately after, he picked up that bottle of dim blue potion. Experience potion, purple. Introduction: one-time consumable item, after use random skill level +1. Hidden hint 1: each person can take effect at most 5 times, invalid for skills already at full level or advanced skills with actual level greater than or equal to 3. Suyu immediately opened the wooden stopper and drank it all in one gulp. The potion carried a faint taste of banlangen, and before he could carefully savor it, he felt as if his head was stabbed by 1,000 silver needles at the same time, instantly having a feeling worse than death. Hiss ah! His voice changed from drawing in a cold breath to a low shout, feeling his brain swelling violently, waves of unfamiliar knowledge appearing out of thin air inside his mind. Luckily, this pain came fast and left fast. 2 minutes and a half later, he somewhat weakly stood up again from the ground. Luckily, this round of giving was not without return. At this moment in his mind there had already been one whole set about how to breathe and adjust the body rhythm methods. He opened the attribute panel. Name: Suyu. Profession: apprentice. Spirit: 2.3, Strength: 1.5, Constitution: 2.0, Speed: 1.4. Inspiration: 1.5/2.3. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Smelting Metal LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV1. Sure enough, the meditation skill had already risen to level 2. Suyu's gaze turned toward the skill bar, and with a move of his mind he opened the detailed interface. Meditation LV2, regulate breath and cultivate to recover spirit. During meditation recover 0.5 point of inspiration attribute per hour. The recovery efficiency had increased a full 4 times. Suyu's brows slightly lifted. Since yesterday after leaving the mine and returning to the initial dungeon, he had been busy without a break, plus the level 1 meditation skill recovered inspiration attribute truly too slow, relying on natural sleep and rest to recover inspiration attribute, one whole nighttime only recovered 0.3 point. Now the meditation skill had risen to level 2, the efficiency of recovering inspiration greatly increased. In the future he could properly draw out 1 or 2 hours specially to meditate and recover inspiration attribute, so as not to again be flustered and in chaos when meeting evil spirits. In excitement, he again cast his gaze toward the last item. Weapon Master Job Change Scroll Puzzle 4, Special. Introduction, 1 piece of puzzle plain and unremarkable. Hidden hint 1, Weapon Master is 4th rank profession, requires 3rd rank profession fighting expert as prerequisite profession. Hidden hint 2, this series puzzle has 4 pieces, only by gathering all puzzles can one change profession. So you put away this puzzle piece. After these few days' time of exploration, among the 4 puzzle pieces of the Weapon Master Profession Job Change Scroll, he had already obtained 3 pieces, only 1 piece still had not arrived in hand. As for when the remaining 1 piece could arrive in hand, that only heaven knew. He carried the kerosene lamp and again turned 1 circle inside the narrow prison cell, returned in front of the straw mat and frowned. By logic, since that skeleton's name was Skeleton of the Tomb Raider, then here should have Tomb Robber Hole and such things. But he walked 1 circle, not to mention Tomb Robber Hole, on the wall and ground not even 1 mouse hole. He immediately understood in his heart. This tomb burial probably was inside the right side fork of the passage. He at once packed up things, prepared to leave here and head to the right side of the fork to explore. But just when he walked to the prison cell door, he suddenly turned his body and walked straight to the straw mat, grabbed and pulled it over in 1 hand. She-la. The straw mat split at the sound, under the lifted half revealed half of a black pitch-dark hole. Chapter 62 Life and Death Duel in Tomb Robber Hole. Suyu's mouth corner slightly raised. Sure enough, not beyond his expectation, this tomb burial was hidden under the straw mat. He at once lifted the other half of the straw mat, just about to jump down, by his ear suddenly sounded the world system prompt sound. Ding, survivor number 000-011-4514, you have been used dual proof by survivor number 123-452-2222, whether use a void war token? If not, use a void war token, after 10 seconds automatically regarded as participate in life and death duel. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Although in his heart he had long prepared, he truly did not expect someone would come to the door at this time. More troublesome was that on his body now not even 1 piece of armor, very easy would get injured. But time would not because he was not prepared then stop flowing. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, a burst of white light wrapped him. Next moment, he again opened eyes, around already was the arena he was familiar with. Suyu frowned and looked toward the front, there stood 1 person whose whole body was wrapped in armor, in hand holding a watermelon knife. Seeing this, he sighed 1 breath. Brother who, I absolutely did not think it would be you. The opposite person's figure trembled, after a moment lifted the watermelon knife. You indeed are quite smart, no wonder can play the 3 of us in circles. I originally still wanted to let you die a little more happily, but since you recognized me, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Suyu shook his head. Actually it is not. Just now the world system reported your survivor number to me. Then your memory is quite good, but on this gladiator arena it cannot rank as having any use. Hu Kairan let out a mocking laugh and began to slowly walk toward Suyu. But in Suyu's eyes there was not a trace of fear, only a little confusion. I actually have 2 questions. I wonder if you can answer my doubts. Ask. I am still quite willing to let you die understanding. Hu Kairan blew a whistle. Even through the tightly sealed helmet, Suyu could guess the cruel smile on his face. But Suyu did not care. He only calmly raised 2 fingers. First, where exactly did I offend you? Even if business fails, friendship remains. Why must you spend a dual proof just to come with me onto the life and death arena? Second, you should have seen my methods. Why are you so certain that the person who will die here today will be me? Seeking death. You do not even have armor, and you still dare to provoke me. Hu Kairan seemed to be angered. At once he stopped speaking and waved the watermelon knife, about to slash toward Suyu. Suyu, however, was unhurried and calm. This time the gladiator arena was not big, but the radius was also about 300 meters. For Hu Kairan to run over, it would take at least 3 minutes. He calmly took out the 3-barrel fire tube hunting shotgun from the space backpack and began to load the ammunition. 2 minutes later, he raised the muzzle of the gun. At this time Hu Kairan was still about 100 meters away. Seeing the muzzle lift, he not only did not retreat, but instead sped up and rushed over. Suyu's heart immediately shook his head. He originally thought Hu Kairan was so confident to step onto the arena because he had a new support. It turned out he simply did not know the true power of the 3-barrel fire tube. Back then, even his sacred silver plate armor was blasted into a damaged state by the 3-barrel fire tube. He did not believe Hukiran's plate armor would have better defense. The next moment, seeing that Hukiran had already reached a distance of 50 meters, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Suyu only felt a savage force fiercely pass from the gun body into his arm. It was like someone had pushed him hard. His shoulder was shaken until it felt numb. But fortunately his physique attribute far surpassed ordinary people. In only a brief moment he adjusted his rhythm and stood firm again. Looking again at Hukiran opposite him, there was shockingly a ferocious bloody hole in his abdomen. He lay on the ground without breath. Congratulations to survivor number 000-011-4514. You successfully defeated opponent survivor number 123-582-6954 and survived in this life and death duel. As a reward, all of his supplies will become your spoils of war and be transmitted to your initial dungeon. This life and death duel has ended. Will you transmit back immediately? If you choose no, after 30 seconds you will be forcibly transmitted to the initial dungeon. Transmit immediately. Suyu made the choice without hesitation. He had finally found the entrance of the tomb. If he were transmitted back to the initial dungeon, he would have to waste several hours of travel again. The next moment, with a flash of white light, his figure disappeared from the life and death gladiator arena. Suyu opened his eyes again. Before him was already the torn into two halves old straw mat. He looked at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. He immediately did not dare to delay any longer. With a leap, he jumped down into the cave entrance. Thud! As soon as Suyu's feet smashed onto the ground, a dull crashing sound followed. The loose soil under his feet shook apart. Fine dust mixed with small broken stones scattered, raising a hazy yellow fog around his body. He patted his pants, then looked toward the front. He saw that the front was different from outside the cave entrance. There was not the slightest look of a swamp. On both sides there were even wooden stakes supporting it. Spacious enough to accommodate 2 people passing by at the same time. Seeing this, Suyu slapped his forehead, finally realizing. This is not the tomb entrance as I thought, it's clearly a thief's tunnel. But that's fine too. Suyu took a deep breath, then began to explore forward, carrying his oil lamp. At first, it was extremely narrow, just enough for a person to pass. After walking several thousand steps, it suddenly opened up. Suyu followed the winding thief's tunnel for half an hour, during which he casually dealt with 2 skeletons of tomb robbers, and finally, the scene in front of him changed, entering a spacious room. To be more precise, it was a tomb chamber. The tomb chamber wasn't very dark. Every 3 meters on both sides stood a row of eternal lamps, the wicks soaked in some unknown oil, casting an eerie green glow throughout the room. In the center of the tomb chamber, a vermilion-colored coffin quietly lay there, with yellow talismans stuck haphazardly on it, indicating the deceased's high status during their lifetime. Suyu's gaze shifted to the pile of bones beside the coffin. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the bones were tinged with a slight black color. He didn't rush to approach the skeletons but instead looked further into the distance. At the ends of the 2 rows of eternal lamps, there were 2 large, tightly shut doors. Yellow talismans were also stuck on these doors, and piles of blackened bones were stacked below them. It seems someone had tried to escape through these doors during their lifetime. Suyu instantly understood. These bones, unlike the tomb robbers' skeletons, were likely the tomb owner's sacrificial victims at the time of burial. The skeletons in the center of the chamber had accepted their fate in life, so they died near the coffin, while the skeletons near the doors were poor souls who refused to accept their fate, so they perished near the doors. But for him, an outsider, this was all just a story. With this in mind, Suyu shook his head, walked near the left door, and took out a stone brick, throwing it forcefully toward the pile of bones in front of the door. Crack! The stone brick struck a skull. In the next moment, 3 blue flames ignited in the pile of bones. Suyu, however, remained calm and, taking advantage of the fact that the 3 skeletons hadn't fully formed yet, directly swung down at their skulls. With a swift motion, the 3 skulls split in 2, and a faint blue light poured into the oil lamp, causing the surroundings to brighten significantly. But strangely, the oil in the lamp remained the same, with no obvious increase. He immediately became curious and opened the detailed attributes of the oil lamp. Oil lamp, blue. Description: your initial oil lamp, with almost unlimited evolution potential. Burn time, 3 days 12 hours, 420 milliliters per 480 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, collect and fuse oil lamps from other survivors to enhance the lamp. Hidden tip 2, when the total capacity of the lamp reaches 500 milliliters, it will evolve into purple quality. 480 milliliters? Suyu immediately noticed the change. Chapter 63, Corpse Poison and Silver Treasure Chest. Suyu clearly remembered that after he merged with the last ghost infant, the oil lamp's capacity was 420 milliliters, but now it had increased to 480 milliliters. This meant that these 3 skeletons had increased his oil lamp's capacity limit by 60 milliliters. He immediately looked toward the pile of bones near the right door and the coffin. He had originally planned to use Hukiran's oil lamp to fulfill the upgrade requirement once he returned to the initial dungeon, but now he could complete the task early. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and quickly walked to the right door of the tomb chamber, clearing the 4 unfinished skeletons with the swiftness of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. 4 strands of blue light gathered into the oil lamp, making the brass lamp body shine a little brighter. Suyu opened the detailed attributes. Oil lamp, purple. Description: your initial oil lamp, with almost unlimited evolution potential. Burn time, 3 days 11 hours, 415 milliliters per 540 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, collect and fuse oil lamps from other survivors too. The oil lamp can be strengthened. When the total capacity of the oil lamp reaches 1000 milliliters, it can break through to orange quality. You can consume 500 milliliters of kerosene to pray to the deity, increasing mental attribute by 0.1. This effect requires a prayer room themed dungeon or a transcendent profession as a believer in subsequent advancement, with a cooldown period of 1 week. You can consume 500 milliliters of kerosene to refine equipment, greatly increasing the chance to improve equipment quality and resetting the maximum enchantment slots. This effect requires that the highest quality of the equipment is lower than the quality of the oil lamp, with a cooldown period of 1 day. Suyu read the text carefully. Without a doubt, the effect of increasing mental attributes was out of reach for now. Not only was his transcendent profession an apprentice, but even the dungeon theme had nothing to do with prayer. He did not meet any conditions at all. However, he really needed the effect of improving equipment quality. But this was obviously not the place, so you did not rush to take out his mountain opening steel axe but instead directed his gaze at the central coffin. To be precise, he focused on the pile of bones next to the coffin. He had just tasted the sweetness from the bone piles at both sides of the doors, and at this moment, even a fool would know not to miss this good thing that could also increase the oil lamp's capacity. He immediately took a few steps forward to the coffin, preparing to apply the same method again and add some bricks and tiles to his oil lamp. But the next moment, a change occurred. The pile of bones that was supposed to rise did not move at all. Instead, strange creaking noises came from inside the coffin. Suyu frowned sharply, realizing something was wrong, and instinctively began to retreat. But just as he managed to take 3 steps back, he heard a crack, and a dry, withered gray hand burst through the coffin lid and reached out straight. In the next moment, the coffin splintered, wooden shavings and planks scattered, and a monster dressed in paper clothing with a green face and sharp teeth stood upright on the ground. Damn, a zombie! Suyu's eyes widened, instinctively naming it. It was no other reason. This thing looked far too similar to the zombies in Earth's film and television works. Any Huaxiao person seeing it for the first time would inevitably associate it with a zombie. However, Suyu was also someone who knew the urgency of the situation. At this critical moment, he quickly grabbed his axe and for the first time infused it with mental attributes. As the mental attribute flowed in, he felt as if the axe had become his third arm, swinging it naturally without any sense of sluggishness. Swish! The axe sliced across the surface of the zombie's body, not only tearing off a large piece of its robe but also leaving a deep wound on its dark green torso that emitted white smoke. In the next moment, the zombie's 2 arms swung towards him, leaving 2 bloody marks on Suyu's left arm. Suyu suddenly felt as if the world was spinning. After just a brief encounter, he had the illusion that his blood was being drained away. But despite the pain, he advanced instead of retreating, enduring the pain in his arm and grunting as he activated the spiritual pressure skill. A massive pressure surged out quickly, and the zombie, which had been moving rapidly, finally froze in place, its movements visibly slowing down. Suyu seized this opportunity and swung the axe again. With another strike, the zombie's torso gained another wound, with smoke rising from the wound, clearly indicating that the axing attribute had an additional effect. But in the attribute panel, the mental attribute consumption was also rapid. He immediately stopped lingering, taking advantage of the zombie's slowed speed to rush towards the hole and pull out the 3-eyed fire pipe shotgun that he had prepared with cartridges. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and 3 pellets shot into the zombie's body at a speed that was nearly impossible to catch with the eye. A huge bloody hole was torn open in its belly. The zombie that had been full of fierce momentum instantly stood frozen in place, and after forcing itself to hold on for a moment, it fell heavily to the ground. As expected, the carbon-based life equalizer has greater power. Suyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, felt the sharp drop in the consumption of the spirit pressure skill, and only then shifted his gaze to the wound on his left arm. Just now his attention had been too focused, and only after suddenly relaxing did he feel a burning pain in his left arm, along with a wave of weakness filling his whole body. He took out a bottle of beginner healing potion from his space backpack, pulled out the cork, and fiercely gulped it down. 2 minutes later, he felt much of his strength return, but the 2 wounds on his left arm showed no sign of healing, and even faintly turned darker and bluish. His brows instantly tightened, and he opened the attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Profession, apprentice. Spirit, 2.3, Strength, 1.5, Constitution, 2.0, Speed, 1.4. Inspiration, 0.6/2.3. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV1. Special status: Corpse Poison, Light. Sure enough, he was poisoned. Suyu's brows tightened even more, and he tapped to open the detailed description. Corpse Poison, a special negative status between evil spirit invasion and monster infection. The infected person's flesh and blood will slowly dry and lose water. The final result depends on the specific constitution attribute. If constitution greater than or equal to 2, then after 10 days one becomes a bloodthirsty zombie. If constitution 2, then after 10 days one becomes a dried skeleton. Constitution greater than or equal to 4 can exempt corpse poison infection. So that means the yellow talisman papers on the 2 gates were not just decoration, and locking these skeletons inside the tomb chamber was not just burial sacrifice, but to prevent leakage and infection? Suyu instantly connected it to the layout he had ignored before, and his face turned ugly. If the people who buried the zombie back then all kept silent about corpse poison infection, then the chance of him finding a solution to corpse poison in this tomb chamber would become smaller. He took a deep breath, stepped directly over the motionless zombie, and walked to the coffin. As expected, inside the coffin were gold, silver, jewels, agate, and glazed glass, but all of them were stained with a layer of dark bluish color. He casually grabbed a handful, confirmed there was no hidden prompt, then casually threw them out of the coffin and began searching inside. Before long, a silver treasure chest came into his sight. Burial treasure chest, purple. Description: a treasure chest with richer supplies, but perhaps the original owner of the items inside does not wish to see your existence. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains an intact small kerosene lamp *1, 500G Yunchi bamboo shoots *1, unstable spirit power potion formula *1, avoid battle token *1, highly poisonous human bone *1. Hidden hint 2, the one who opens the chest will suffer the permanent pursuit of a certain bloodthirsty zombie. Hidden hint 3, the chest itself contains shining silver stone material, which can consume 100 milliliters kerosene to extract or be reduced using a high-temperature iron smelting furnace. Chapter 64 Unstable Spirit Power Potion. Suyu had no mind for other thoughts and directly opened the chest, taking out the Yunchi bamboo shoots that were most likely to have a detoxifying effect. The light green bamboo shoot tip was held in his hand, and information quickly appeared. Yunchi bamboo shoots, blue. Description: an ordinary bamboo shoot, delicious in taste. Hidden hint 1, edible. After first use, constitution plus 0.2. This effect is invalid for individuals with constitution greater than or equal to 3. Suyu's face looked somewhat ugly. Raising the constitution attribute was indeed important, but for him, solving the corpse poison was the urgent matter. If he could not solve the corpse poison, then after 10 days he would become a bloodthirsty zombie without consciousness and without a soul. Calm down, calm down. At worst, I will work harder and use 10 days to raise my constitution to 4.0. That way I can also exempt corpse poison. He took a deep breath and kept comforting himself in a low voice. After quite a while, he picked up the Avoid Battle token beside the Yunchi bamboo shoots. Avoid Battle token, purple. Description: one-time consumable item. When being designated as the dual-proof target, one token can be consumed to avoid battle. Hidden hint 1, using a battle avoid token will accumulate 3 points of evil value for oneself. Each 1 point of evil value will additionally add 0.01% treasure chest monster appearance probability. After encountering a treasure chest monster, the evil value will drop by 5 points. As expected of the Dark Dungeon. After Suyu finished reading the text introduction, the first thought that rose in his mind was a deep admiration for the Dark Dungeon in the dark and unseen. Doing business from both ends, this is the Dark Dungeon in his impression. Whether using dual proof or using battle avoid token, it will increase evil value, it will raise the probability of encountering treasure chest monster. This familiar sense of malice made Suyu feel an unexpected peace in his heart. He was now extremely certain, if in the future the Dark Dungeon shows any setting that seems to protect the interests of most survivors, then there must be deeper malice hidden behind it. He held such malicious speculation for a moment, then his gaze passed over the small kerosene lamp he had seen many times before, and fell onto that jet-black human bone. Highly poisonous human bone. Just hearing this name, one can know this thing absolutely contains severe poison. Suyu carefully examined his wolfskin gloves. After confirming there was no damage, only then did he cautiously take it out from the treasure chest. Highly poisonous human bone, purple. Introduction: an extraordinary material made through a process quite inhumane, usually can be obtained in prison cells that detain zombie-type demon creatures. Hidden hint 1, highly poisonous human bone can be used for extraordinary weapon enchantment. After enchantment it will randomly overwrite 1 to 2 entries of the original weapon and raise quality to purple. If the original weapon quality is purple, then raise it to orange. Hidden hint 2, highly poisonous human bone is one of the job change equipment materials for the assassin profession. Hidden hint 3, highly poisonous human bone possesses extremely strong toxicity. Directly grind into powder and mix with shining silver stone powder to take orally. It can eliminate the vast majority of extraordinary parasitic diseases, but the user will temporarily reduce physique attribute by 0.5 point for 1 week. Enchantment item? Job change material? Suyu looked slightly stunned. He originally thought the use of this thing was most likely in plotting and sneak attack. He did not expect it was actually a real extraordinary item. Following this logic further, it is estimated that the advanced materials for second-tier professions later will also not be the previous extraordinary ores, but each will have its own characteristic. He pondered for a moment, and put away this piece of human bone. Since it is an important material for advancing to third-tier profession, then in the future it will surely be able to sell for a very good price. If nothing else, keeping it to enchant the armor-breaking axe is also very good, or simply sell it at high price to Zhao Zhangyong, knocking a sum from him is also good. Holding such thought, he again took out the kerosene lamp from the treasure chest, and after confirming it had no difference from the few he obtained before, then he cast his gaze toward the last item. Unstable Spiritual Power Potion Formula. Just hearing this name alone, it can make people's thoughts run wild. Suyu even more so. He had truly felt the benefits that the healing potion crafting blueprint brought to him. If the effect of this spiritual power potion formula is really consistent with the literal meaning, then its value would even exceed the healing potion crafting blueprint several times. The more he thought in his heart, the more excited he became. Immediately he took out this last sheepskin scroll from the treasure chest. Unstable Spiritual Power Potion Formula, purple. Effect, manufacture unstable spiritual power potion. Internal use, the spiritual power increase effect depends on potion quality. Materials, glass bottle *1, hallucinogenic mushroom *1, clear spring water 500 ml *1, star dust *1. Hidden hint 1, this formula can randomly produce 5 qualities of spiritual power potion: white, green, blue, purple, orange. Each quality initial probability is 20%. Hidden hint 2, after taking white quality potion spiritual attribute plus 0.1, and fall into 24H spiritual chaos state, after taking green quality potion spiritual attribute plus 0.1. He was immediately filled with great joy. As expected, the potion made from this formula could indeed enhance mental power. Just this alone, this blueprint is priceless. As for the degree of mental power increase being random due to luck, or the negative status effects like mental confusion due to evil deeds, those are of no concern. As long as he clarified everything when selling, he wouldn't worry about the market. The only downside is that the raw materials are incredibly hard to find. The spring water is fine, he hadn't used up all the healing potions he had made before, so he still had 5 left. But the hallucinogenic mushrooms and star powder were items he had never even heard of. He opened the trading channel and searched, confirming that the survivors hadn't come across these items either, so he decided to put the idea of making the potion aside for now. He opened the private chat interface and saw 2 messages from Zhao Zhangyong. Brother Su, do you know any hidden truths about the mine? The mine teleportation proof I have is now invalid. Also, Hukairan may use the dual proof against you. This thing will forcibly drag you into the arena, you should be prepared in advance. Suyu looked at these 2 messages, pondered for a moment, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's indeed related to me, I can offer the information as compensation. Also, thanks for the reminder, but unfortunately it's a bit late, Hukairan has already used the dual proof on me. Before long, Zhao Xingyong's reply came. Then I'll trouble Brother Su to continue keeping an eye out for the method of preserving the body for a transition to vengeful spirit. Upon seeing this message, a colder smile appeared on Suyu's face. Brother Zhao, now that the mine matter is settled, I do have something to ask you. Do you know that you've been infected by the extraordinary blood-sucking worm? After the message was sent, there was a long silence. 3 full minutes passed before Zhao Zhangyong finally replied. This matter is my fault, how about we consider it settled? I'm willing to pay another price for the information on preserving the body for a transition to vengeful spirit. Suyu immediately sneered even more. At first, he had thought that Zhao Zhangyong might not know he had been infected by the extraordinary blood-sucking worm after eating the sea-black snake meat. But after seeing the corpse toxin status on the panel, he knew the other party's sinister intentions. It was clear that Zhao Zhangyong wanted to act like a drowning water ghost and infect him with the extraordinary blood-sucking worm as well. Compared to Ukairan's brainless provocation, such a hidden attack was far more disgusting. He sent a picture of the dual proof, and the meaning was left unsaid. In no time, Zhao Zhangyong replied. Brother Su, I advise you not to get too worked up. Hukairan is usually simple-minded, we are both smart people. How about we each step back and settle both matters like this, and in the future, we can make money together amicably. Suyu immediately stopped wasting time and directly sent his request. I want extraordinary ingredients. Brother Su, you're being unreasonable. We both have our faults. Why are you forcing me like this? Seeing this roundabout talk, Suyu immediately lost the desire to continue the conversation. He gave a cold snort and directly shut off the private chat. If not for the tight time today, he would at any cost use a duel to prove and make Zhao Zhangyong understand a bit of reason. But right now, continuing to explore is more important. Otherwise, once the time passes 12 o'clock at night, he will be forcibly teleported back to the initial dungeon. Thinking of this, Suyu looked around the burial chamber, then walked to an eternal lamp. Chapter 65. Strike first to gain the upper hand? The eternal lamp still gave off a dim green light, looking very strange and eerie. But Suyu did not care about this at all. He has always been a pragmatist, and at this moment what he truly cared about was only whether this thing has value to pack up and take away. He stretched out his left hand and lightly touched the lamp body with his fingertip, and a large piece of text suddenly appeared. Imperial Tomb Eternal Lamp, green. Introduction: a lighting tool widely used in the tombs of emperors and generals, providing light by burning mermaid oil. Hidden Hint 1, cannot be refilled, current remaining lighting duration 3D12H. Hidden Hint 2, this object is ominous, placing it in the initial dungeon will greatly increase evil attraction and continuously reduce the holder's luck attribute. Suyu's pupils slightly widened, and he suddenly stepped back several steps. He never ever expected that this eternal lamp not only had no benefit at all, but instead had a pile of negative effects. He prides himself on being knowledgeable and experienced, yet this was the first time he saw a supernatural item with purely side effects, and immediately he gave up the thought of taking these things back to the initial dungeon. He quickly walked to the thief hole he came from, preparing to return along the original path. But the next moment, he stopped his steps. He realized that he had just ignored a very important place, so he quickly walked to the main door of the burial chamber, pressed his palm on it, and just as he was about to exert force, a piece of text appeared before his eyes. Tomb door, green. Durability, 10. Hidden Hint 1, on the lower right side of the tomb door there is a back door left for himself by the craftsman who built this tomb. Gently move it and the tomb door can be pushed open. Hidden Hint 2, there are many mechanisms hidden behind the door, please open it carefully. A smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, just as he expected, this door, like the stone wall, can be opened. It is just that according to the text hint, the front will only be a dead end. Suyu no longer hesitated and quickly walked to the back door of the burial chamber, also pressing his hand on it, and a piece of text introduction suddenly appeared. Tomb door, green. Durability, 10. Hidden Hint 1, on the lower left side of the tomb door there is a back door left for himself by the craftsman who built this tomb. Gently move it and the tomb door can be pushed open. Very good. Suyu stretched out his hand and felt around on the lower left of the tomb door for a while, and finally found an almost unnoticeable groove. The next moment, along with a creaking sound, the tomb door that did not know how many years it had experienced burst open. Suyu did not hesitate at all and directly flashed inside. Behind the door the floating dust was even thicker, and the blue bricks of the tomb passage under his feet could no longer show their former color, almost breaking into a large piece with one step. Suyu carefully observed the surroundings, and along the direction where the tomb passage extended. Before long he stopped in front of a pile of bones. With the previous two experiences, even a pig at this time would know to test first. However, as two stone bricks were thrown over, the scattered bones on the ground were directly smashed into two halves. Suyu was slightly stunned before reacting, so this pile of skeleton really was only an ordinary set of bones. He had experienced too many things before, he had become somewhat stress-reacted. He let out a long breath, and after confirming it was not a monster that could revive, he directly leaped over. After the small episode, there were no more twists and turns along the way. 2 hours later, at the end of the faded blue bricks, he saw another tomb door. After feeling around for a while, he opened the tomb door through the groove, and a messy stone chamber came into view. Suyu understood in his heart that this was probably an ear chamber of the tomb. It seems that the bloodthirsty zombie in the coffin had quite a high status before death. Even after turning into a zombie it could still have such standard burial specifications. It made it easier for him to find more supplies. He carefully stepped into the ear room, his eyes scanning around, and quickly spotted something particularly striking among the piles of clutter. A treasure chest. A treasure chest covered in a layer of floating dust, but still recognizable as a silver chest. Suyu didn't immediately step forward. Instead, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no hidden skeletons before carefully walking up to the chest. Funeral item chest, purple. Description: contains precious funeral items from a certain tomb, but unfortunately, it was opened by tomb raiders first. Hidden Hint 1, this chest contains no supplies, and opening it will trigger traps set by tomb raiders. Suyu's face instantly darkened. He had originally thought he had found a free treasure chest, but it turned out to be a trap. He took a deep breath, put the chest down, and looked toward another exit of the ear room. Taking a few steps forward, he saw that the walls on both sides of the exit were no longer faded blue bricks but familiar stone walls. Looking down at the ground, it too had changed to stone. Connecting it to the earlier turns he had made inside the tomb, he suddenly realized. It turned out that the stone-walled passageways on both sides were connected. No matter which side he entered, he could walk a loop and come out the other side. Now that he understood, he no longer hesitated and began retracing his steps along the stone passage. Half an hour later, he arrived at a familiar fork in the road, used a wooden board to cross the swamp again, and returned to the path he had walked before. This way, Suyu's tense nerves finally relaxed. He started thinking about what to have for dinner. If it was just about improving his stats, he could have simply chewed through the Cloud Creek bamboo shoots. But as the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Since breakfast, when he had eaten the vibrant tiger meat and Black Sea snake meat, he felt that he couldn't let himself down too much. After thinking for a moment, he decided to return to the initial dungeon and figure things out from there. After all, he didn't know what supplies Hukai-ran had, so he had to make decisions based on reality. Just as he quickened his pace, a world system prompt suddenly rang in his ear. Ding, survivor number 0000114514, you have been challenged by survivor number 3465725589 using the duel token. Do you want to use the retreat token? If you do not use the retreat token, it will automatically be considered a life and death duel in 10 seconds. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3465725589, that ID seems to be Zhao Xingyong's. He really seeks death. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and a flash of white light enveloped him. The next moment, Suyu opened his eyes again, and he was already in the familiar arena. He looked ahead, ready to have a word with Zhao Zhangyong, but found the arena surprisingly empty, as if something had gone wrong. Something's wrong. Suyu shook his head and focused his eyes on a spot more than 300 meters ahead in the open space. Although there was nothing there, his instincts told him that Zhao Zhangyong was there. You can see me, you really are something. As the voice rang out, a translucent shadow appeared out of nowhere in the open space. The shadow unmistakably resembled Zhao Zhangyong, but it was twisted beyond recognition, with a vicious smile and bloodstains on its face, clearly no longer human. Suyu's pupils shrank, and a possibility flashed in his mind. Did you change to the Vengeful Spirit class? Chapter 66, Vengeful Spirit Disperses, Cooking Food, 4K. Congratulations, you guessed it. Zhao Zhengyong's face twisted even more, looking like a newly born evil spirit from a distance. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't forced me, I wouldn't have chosen this path, and wouldn't have known just how powerful the Vengeful Spirit class is. Suyu remained silent, his brow furrowed as he watched the thickening black smoke behind Zhao Zhengyong. According to his experience, this black smoke is some kind of external manifestation of the strength of the evil creature's power. And looking at Zhao Zhengyong with this rolling black smoke, his strength should be similar to that of the previous, cursed evil spirit. Aren't you afraid? The black mist behind Zhao Zhengyong paused slightly, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. I really am not afraid, I'm just quite curious why you can still use the dual proof in this state. Suyu nodded and asked the question in his heart. In front of him, Zhao Zhengyong had lost his physical body, looking completely like an evil creature, yet he could still use the dual proof. Doesn't that mean that the original evil creatures of the Dark Dungeon can also use survivors' items? Ha, still trying to be tough at this moment. Zhao Zhengyong seemed to have heard a joke, his expression rapidly changing, finally freezing into a fierce grimace. If you obediently tell me what you know, I will make your death a bit easier. To this, Suyu chose to shake his head and yawn as a response. It seems you won't cry until you hit the south wall, but it doesn't matter, using soul search technique works the same. Zhao Zhengyong threatened with a sound, then pushed the black smoke behind him to roll toward Suyu. But Suyu did not mind, he just thought of a term in his heart. Soul search technique? It seems this is one of the professional skills of the Vengeful Spirit, but too bad he couldn't extract more words. He shook his head and looked at the rapidly approaching Zhao Zhengyong, activating the spiritual pressure skill. In an instant, the black mist seemed to be hit by a strong wind, not only halting in place but also visibly dissipating. Zhao Zhengyong's expression froze. No, it's impossible, I've even abandoned my physical body, how could you harm me? He struggled to continue approaching, but found himself like a wave crashing against a coastal boulder, completely unable to move. On the other side, Suyu glanced at his spiritual inspiration attributes, then looked at the speed of Zhao Zhengyong's surrounding black mist dissipating, confirming he could overcome Zhao Zhengyong. He no longer spoke, just closed his eyes to silently maintain the spell. Go die, your mental strength can't be higher than mine, impossible. Seeing this, Zhao Zhengyong became even more deranged, continually increasing the force to make the surrounding black mist crash forward wildly. For a moment, Suyu even heard faint murmurs. But he remained unmoved. It wasn't until 5 minutes later, when the world completely quieted down, that he slowly opened his eyes. Before him, the arena was a blank space. Zhao Zhengyong had long been reduced to ashes. Congratulations, survivor number 000-011-4514, you have successfully defeated opponent number 3465725589, surviving in this life and death duel. As a reward, all his supplies will become your loot and be sent to your starting dungeon. This life and death duel has ended. Do you wish to immediately teleport back to your original position? If you choose no, in 30 seconds you will be forcibly teleported to the starting dungeon. No. Suyu shook his head, making a completely opposite decision from before. When Hukai-ran had used the dual proof on him before, he hadn't finished exploring, so he naturally couldn't be teleported back. Now he had thoroughly understood the entire passageway, so he could naturally use the teleportation mechanism to return directly, also saving on travel time. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and as the white light enveloped his body, Suyu opened his eyes again to see the familiar layout of the dungeon. He glanced at the time, it was just 9 o'clock in the evening, just the time for dinner. Then he looked at the 2 piles of loot already stacked by the central stone table and immediately walked over to rummage through them. Soon, he had counted the loot from Zhao Zhengyong. A kerosene lamp, 2 pieces of black sea snake meat, 3 gold dragon coins, a spear and a shield, and a sheepskin scroll. In addition, there wasn't even a single unit of basic supplies and food. Suyu was a bit surprised, but after thinking it over carefully, it made sense. After all, Zhao Zhengyong had already made up his mind to give up being human, so there was no point in keeping the food. He looked at the spoils neatly arranged in front of him, thought for a moment, and then opened the private chat window with Zhang Yiting. Trade request, are you ready to exchange 1 sea black snake meat for 1 stone brick? Would you like to send the request? After sending the trade request, Suyu noticed that Zhang Yiting did not reply immediately. He guessed she must be busy, so he added a private message. Supernatural food that boosts mental attributes must be thoroughly heated before consumption, or it may cause parasitic infections. After sending the message, Suyu turned his attention back to the remaining spoils. To be honest, Zhao Xingyang's items were rather poor. Apart from the sea black snake meat, which had some value, the spear and shield were only of green quality and couldn't fetch much price. But following the principle that even mosquito legs are meat, Suyu decided to pack these 2 items and put them in the trading channel. As for the oil lamp, Suyu set it aside, planning to use it later. His gaze then shifted to the sheepskin scroll. Green wall paint recipe, blue. Effect, makes green wall paint, which can be used to decorate stone walls in the initial dungeon. The wall paint refreshes with the stone walls daily. Consumption, 1 green pattern stone, 500 milliliters pure water, 1 iron ingot. Hidden tip 1, when a stone wall painted with green wall paint is refreshed, the probability of the next stone wall corridor being themed as a forest slightly increases. This probability can stack, and after 10 refreshes, a forest-themed stone wall corridor will definitely appear. Hidden tip 2, after continuously painting a stone wall with green wall paint 100 times, the corresponding corridor of that stone wall will permanently fix to the forest theme, with permanent changes in material and color. Suyu clenched the recipe in his hand, feeling overjoyed. He didn't expect that Zhao Zhengyong would have such a good item. He immediately went upstairs and rummaged through the oak wardrobe, quickly finding the green pattern stone he had purchased earlier. Soon, with a flash of white light, a can of green wall paint appeared on the stone table. Green wall paint, blue. Effect, makes green wall paint, which can be used to decorate stone walls in the initial dungeon. The wall paint refreshes with the stone walls daily. Capacity, 500 milliliters per 500 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, consuming 100 milliliters to paint a stone wall. After the daily refresh, the probability of the next stone wall corridor being themed as a forest slightly increases. This probability can stack, and after 10 refreshes, a forest-themed stone wall corridor will definitely appear. Hidden tip 2, after continuously painting a stone wall with green wall paint 100 times, the corresponding corridor of that stone wall will permanently fix to the forest theme, with permanent changes in material and color. Suyu put the can of green wall paint away. He probably wouldn't need it for a while, so dealing with the spoils was more urgent. 10 minutes later, the spoils from Hu Kairan were also counted. What surprised Suyu was that Hu Kairan's armor and watermelon knife were not included in the spoils, probably because they had been too badly damaged. But even so, he still counted over 1,000 units of basic materials, a bottle of secondary healing potion, a piece of snow mountain pork, 2 blue chili peppers, and a small space backpack. These spoils were quite abundant. However, what really made Suyu uneasy was that Hu Kairan had a bottle of secondary healing potion that Suyu had personally made. He checked his trading records and was sure that Hu Kairan had never bought it from him. In other words, this secondary healing potion had made its way into Hu Kairan's hands through a middleman. This discovery took Suyu by surprise. He had thought that the price he set for the healing potion was already high enough, but now it seemed like there was still an unsatisfied demand. Looks like I should make another batch of healing potions. Suyu murmured to himself, putting away the glass bottle and shifting his gaze to the more than 1,000 units of basic supplies. Without a doubt, these basic supplies took up a considerable amount of space. In the last 10 minutes, he had almost been rummaging through a pile of basic supplies looking for other high-value strategic items. After thinking for a moment, he put that large pile of basic supplies into the small space backpack he had just obtained. According to his original plan, with 2 space backpacks, one would be kept in the dungeon, and the other would be carried on his back, perfectly suited for storing combat supplies and daily supplies respectively. Now that he had a 3rd space backpack, his strategy had to change accordingly. He climbed to the temporarily empty 3rd floor with the newly obtained space backpack, deciding to use this backpack specifically for storing basic supplies. Of course, these were just minor issues. Suyu returned to the first floor, pulled out 3 kerosene lamps he had obtained today, and finally took out his initial kerosene lamp, placing them together. In no time, the 4 kerosene lamps fused into one. Kerosene lamp, purple. Description: your initial kerosene lamp, with nearly infinite evolution potential. Burning time, 3 days 11 hours, 415 milliliters per 720 milliliters. Hidden hint, slight. Suyu satisfiedly set the kerosene lamp aside, and finally turned his gaze to the most important loot of the night. Snow Mountain pork, blue. Description: Snow Mountain pig, a wild boar living on the snowy mountains. Its meat is chewy and has snowflake-like fat distribution. Eating it can strengthen the body. Hidden hint 1, edible, first use grants physique plus 0.1, strength plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with physique greater than or equal to 3 or strength greater than or equal to 3. Blue-green chile, blue. Description: a very spicy type of chile, consume with caution. Hidden hint 1, edible, first use grants spirit plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with spirit greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 2, this blue-green chile is a special triploid and cannot be cultivated. Hidden hint 3, requires high temperature heating to eliminate some capsaicin, otherwise it is too spicy to eat. Looking at the 2 different extraordinary ingredients, Suyu felt very satisfied. With Hu Kairan's death, his contributions were greater than when he was alive. With these 2 ingredients, he absolutely had to enjoy a delicate meal tonight. He opened the trading channel to buy a unit of coal and an expensive set of cooking utensils, placing them in the temporary campfire he had set up that morning to start making dinner. This time, he planned to roll out some handmade noodles. After eating canned food and instant meals for the past few days, he felt quite nostalgic for homemade noodles. He took out the refined flour he had previously purchased, estimated around 1 kilogram, and began to mix it with water. While the dough was resting, he opened the private chat interface. As expected, Zhang Yiding had already accepted the trade request and had replied with a picture. Curious, Suyu opened it and saw a boiling pot filled with water. Inside was a whole piece of sea black snake meat, which looked like it had been boiled for at least half an hour. The meat had turned white. For a moment, Suyu was speechless. He wanted to ask Zhang Yiding if the sea black snake meat would still have any flavor after such cooking. But after thinking it over, he abandoned the thought of pointing fingers and instead took a fruit knife to cut the noodles, and then began working on the Snow Mountain pork. First, he used the knife to cut off the fatty parts, frying them in the pot to extract oil as a substitute for olive oil usually used in cooking. Then, he cut the lean meat into even thin slices, stir-frying it in the fat, and halfway through, added the chopped blue-green chile. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Suyu inhaled the long-lost smell of cooking, taking a deep breath, momentarily feeling like he was having a picnic in the wild. He shook his head, dismissing this strange thought, and plated the spicy stir-fried pork with the unique chili. Then, he pried open a can of luncheon meat. Slice the ham and put it in the iron pan for a simple stir-fry, then add the previously cut cucumber and yunchi bamboo shoots for another quick stir-fry, and serve it in another bowl. Next, he took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the iron pan to begin cooking the noodles. Soon, the noodles were fully cooked. He served a bowl of noodles, topped it with the chili stir-fried meat, cucumber, bamboo shoots, and ham, and enjoyed it with the smoky flavor. In no time, 2 large bowls of noodles were consumed, and Suyu felt a sense of fullness in his stomach. He opened the attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Suyu thought for a moment. His constitution attribute increased by 0.3 points, and both his spirit and strength attributes each increased by 0.1 points. This perfectly matched the effects of the 3 extraordinary ingredients. He immediately felt in a good mood. Although the corpse poison status on the panel still bothered him, the rapid increase in constitution gave him confidence. Looking at the large pot of noodles and half of the chili stir-fried meat left, Suyu thought for a moment and opened the private chat interface with Ji Haiyang. Brother, send me the bowls and plates you usually use for meals. I have some extraordinary ingredients-made dishes I want to send to you. Okay. Ji Haiyang quickly sent over a bowl. Suyu poured the remaining noodles and chili stir-fried meat into the bowl and sent it back in a trade, reminding him again. Brother, this meal is for one person only. You must finish it yourself, otherwise, the attributes won't improve. Only by improving your attributes can you better protect the children. This time, Ji Haiyang did not reply. But Suyu didn't dare to ask further. After all, this was Ji Haiyang's personal matter. If Ji Haiyang really couldn't understand, he would have to look for a new collaborator. He looked at the still-burning stove and, thinking for a moment, took some soil and 2 unsprouted sweet potatoes, burying them around, planning to use them as breakfast for tomorrow. After doing this, he casually sent a message to Su Guanxi, who hadn't been contacted for a long time, asking about how to plant sweet potatoes. Seeing that Su Guanxi hadn't replied, he didn't wait idly. He took a green wall paint can and painted the stone wall behind him green, hoping to increase the probability of getting a forest-themed stone wall passage in the future. After finishing this, he opened the private chat interface again, hoping to see if Su Guangqi had replied, but instead, he unexpectedly saw 2 messages from Ji Haiyang. Thank you, brother Su. I didn't expect the meal to improve 3 attributes. Thank you so much. Also, when will you prepare the second batch of oil torches? I've been receiving a lot of customer requests these past few days. Looking at Ji Haiyang's private message, Su thought for a moment and gave his reply. Let's do it tomorrow morning. As long as you're ready with the oil, I can come and make the torches tomorrow morning. Also, could you prepare another batch of complete monster corpses for me? I have other uses for them. Okay. Ji Haiyang's reply was quick and to the point. Su exited the private chat interface, looked at Su Guangqi's still inactive status on the friends list, and could only shake his head slightly before closing the panel. He walked up to the second floor and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, he opened his eyes. He descended the stone staircase to the first floor, walking to the campfire pile from last night. The coal had already burned out, and the campfire had long since extinguished. He dug out the 2 sweet potatoes that still had some warmth left from the surrounding soil, peeled off the skin, and began chewing. The sweet potato tasted sweet, but he never forgot that he had important work to do. After eating a few bites, he hurriedly shoveled the soil back into the planting area, then opened the private chat interface. Sure enough, he saw a trade request from Ji Haiyang. Trade request: your friend Ji Haiyang is preparing to use Goblin Corpse *21. 70 monster corpses, a little few, huh? Su shook his head, but he didn't mind too much. After all, just the night before, Ji Haiyang had provided him with a batch of monster corpses, so it was normal that he couldn't produce more right now. He walked a few steps to the flesh essence extraction machine and clicked to agree to the trade. In an instant, monster corpses, piled like a small mountain, appeared out of nowhere, filling the empty space next to the flesh essence extraction machine. Su stood beside the machine, placing 1 monster corpse after another into the machine, while using the machine's operating time to buy 100 wooden sticks from the trade channel. Half an hour later, the mountain of monster corpses had disappeared. Su now held 100 oil-soaked torches of various colors and 60 pieces of blood amber. He stretched lazily, then opened the private chat window again, sending the freshly made oil-soaked torches to Ji Haiyang. 80 white-quality torches and 20 green-quality torches, as per their earlier agreed price, equaled 3,600 units of basic resources. Although he would only get half of this amount, it was still a significant sum, conservatively estimated to exceed the total savings of over 90% of survivors. Of course, compared to the even more lucrative healing potions, the oil-soaked torches were still a bit lacking. Thinking this, Su closed the private message and took out the healing potion crafting blueprint. With a flash of white light, the blood amber, glass bottles, and pure water, which were neatly arranged on the central stone table, turned into bottles of healing potions. He counted them carefully: 53 bottles of intermediate healing potions, and the other 17 bottles were of better quality basic healing potions, no different in quality from the blood amber he'd used earlier. After a moment's thought, Su didn't rush to set a price. He felt he needed to understand the market more thoroughly. He opened the trade channel and searched for the keyword healing potion. Soon, over 50 results appeared in the list. Su glanced quickly, and despite having prepared himself, he was still shocked. It turned out that these healing potions were all priced sky-high, with the lowest priced ones going for 200 to 300 units of basic resources, and some even marked at 400 units. What an eye-opener! I had no idea healing potions could be inflated like this. Su couldn't help but click his tongue. When he released 61 healing potions just the night before, it had taken 4 hours to sell them, and he thought the market had already saturated. Now, it seemed likely that it was because he sold them at the wrong time. Most people still had their Earth biological clocks, and were sleeping at 3 in the morning. Otherwise, the resale profits of these second-hand healing potions wouldn't be so exaggerated. With this in mind, he curiously clicked to sort by price, wanting to see just how outrageous the price markups of the most unscrupulous resellers could get. But the next moment, he froze. He saw a bottle of advanced healing potion priced at 10,000 basic resources. An advanced healing potion? Had someone obtained a higher-level crafting blueprint for healing potions than he had? Su felt a bit dazed. He quickly checked the second listing, only to find it was also a bottle of ultimate healing potion, but it was priced 1 unit of basic material less. A sudden pressure surged up inside him. He held his breath and looked at the third listing, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The third one was just a bottle of basic healing potion, priced just over 1,000 basic units of resources. Just by looking at that glass bottle, Su knew this was produced from his own hands. To be safe, he flipped down and looked at a few more pieces of information, and after confirming that below were all healing potions made by his own hands, he finally let his heart drop back into his stomach. It was not scary for a blue-quality potion to appear in the trade channel. After all, before he made the healing potion he had once gotten 1 bottle from a treasure chest. As long as they did not appear in large amounts, that meant his healing potion was still in a monopoly position in the market. After thinking for a moment, Suyu still set the price of this secondary healing potion at 200 units of basic materials. As for the primary healing potion, he slightly raised the price and set it at 600 units of basic materials. After finishing all this, he rubbed his temples to ease the mental drain, stood up, and walked straight to the only door in the entire dungeon. In the short distance of just more than 10 meters, all kinds of guesses rose in his mind. He truly could not imagine what form a stone wall corridor with an ocean theme would look like inside such a dark dungeon without daylight. If inside was really a whole ocean, would the initial dungeon not be flooded backward? Suyu shook his head, stopped thinking, and reached out his hand to touch the door. Dungeon stone door, blue. Durability, infinity. Introduction: a door produced after the dungeon level rises. After pushing open the stone door you can directly explore, no need to consume lighting materials. Hidden hint 1, the theme of this stone door passage has been fixed as ocean. Hidden hint 2, the quality of the ocean theme passage corresponding to this door is fixed as blue, later it can rise following the quality of the stone door. Hidden hint 3, the ocean theme corridor can only be explored once. After the first exploration exits, the corridor will disconnect from the door by itself. Blue quality, it even upgraded. Suyu was a little surprised. He clearly remembered that before painting this stone door was only green quality. He did not expect that after being fixed as ocean themed the quality even rose. But in the end this was a good thing. He slightly shook his head and stopped thinking, then held his breath and gently pushed open the door. Chapter 68 Minotaur Labyrinth, Part 1. The scene behind the door was very different from what he imagined. He saw a transparent tunnel giving off faint light. The walls above, below, and on both sides of the tunnel were no longer rocks that blocked all light, instead they were replaced by a kind of transparent material. Through the transparent walls, he saw outside groups of fish of many colors giving off tiny lights, and an undersea volcano that kept spraying magma upward. When he looked up again, outside the wall there was even a huge pink octopus attached to it, 8 tentacles pressed against the outer side of the transparent wall, the lines on the suckers clearly visible. Suyu hesitated by instinct for a moment. Luckily, after staring with wide eyes and observing for 2 minutes, he did not see this 8-tentacle octopus move even a little. He stood on tiptoe and stretched out his hand wanting to touch the wall to test its strength, and soon he felt the cold glass touch. Seabed crystal wall, purple. Durability, 100. Introduction: in the seabed theme corridor, the most common wall, very strong, worthy of trust. The durability is not infinity, that means there is a risk of being destroyed. Suyu muttered one sentence, then was amused by his own thought. A full 100 points of durability, 5 whole times higher than the durability of his best equipment so far, the sacred silver plate armor. If this could be destroyed, then dying in this passage and dying in the initial dungeon would have no difference at all. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, gritted his teeth and rushed out in one breath. After running dozens of meters in a row, above his head was finally no longer the huge suckers of the pink octopus. He let out a breath and slowed his steps. About 10 minutes later, he stopped in front of a crossroads, staring hesitantly at the 2 small glass bottles on the crystal steps ahead. Something just didn't feel right. He had encountered crossroads before, but this short distance was the first time he'd seen one. And with the 2 opaque glass bottles on the steps, it looked like a trap no matter how he looked at it. Could this be a trick? Suyu muttered, took out a stone brick, and threw it towards the steps. After a moment, there was no anomaly around the steps, and only then did he carefully walk forward. He reached out and gently picked up one of the glass bottles. Bottled kerosene, green. Description: 100 milliliters bottled kerosene, enough to fuel a starter lantern for 20 hours. Kerosene, huh? Pretty well made, too. Suyu was indeed a little surprised. Most of the kerosene he had gotten before had been in cans, and this small bottle was the first he had seen. He shook his head, put the 2 bottles of kerosene into his space backpack, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly as he looked at the crystal stairs. The resources in these underwater-themed passages are rich. Even before finding a room, I've already made a gain. When I find the room, I might just take off. Saying that, he turned his attention to the crossroads itself. After thinking for a moment, he followed his usual habit and chose the left path. 10 minutes later, he stood in front of another crossroads. It was the first time he had seen a passage with so many forks. In surprise, he first removed the 3 small glass bottles filled with kerosene from the central step, thought for a moment, and then placed 2 stone bricks back on it. He had a vague premonition that this passage would be much more complicated than any he had encountered before. Looking at the path he had come from, he made up his mind, and without looking back, he chose the left path again. No matter how complex this place was, as long as he kept to the far left path, there wouldn't be any problems. Soon, 10 minutes had passed again in the blink of an eye. Suyu realized he had reached the end once more. This time, there were no glass bottles on the central step, but 2 blue patterned stones instead. Finding blue patterned stones in an ocean-themed passage, I guess it makes sense. Suyu muttered, though his expression was a bit serious. This was already the 3rd crossroads he had encountered. Though it wasn't a crossroads anymore, there was still a path to the right. Frowning, he looked towards the crystal wall on the left. Beyond the wall, there were coral reefs in shades of red and purple, and countless glowing little fish swam through them, but there was no sign of the entrance from where he had come. From his feeling and estimation, this position should be on the same vertical axis as the entrance to the entire underwater passage. Seeing nothing now, a slight panic rose within him. After thinking for a moment, he left 3 stone bricks on the steps, took a deep breath, and set off towards the right path. This time, he walked carefully, also opening the system to record the time carefully. 10 minutes later, he once again saw the familiar central step. But this time, there was only a single piece of silver ore on the step. An empty void stone. Suyu picked up the fist-sized silver stone, feeling a little surprised. Since he had last smelted 3 empty void stones, it had been about a week since he had obtained one of these. Now, seeing it again, it felt rather strange. After fiddling with it for a moment, he placed the ore into his space backpack and then frowned as he looked towards the path to the right. It seems this maze isn't going to be small. Saying this, he shook his head, opened the trading channel, and searched for paper and a pen. Perhaps because most survivors in the current Dark Dungeon stage were still in the survival phase, paper and pens, items for mental needs, weren't too expensive. He spent only 50 units of basic resources to buy a steel pen and a pack of A4 paper. Additionally, he bought a piece of charred wood charcoal for the sky-high price of 10 units of basic resources. He had a premonition that this maze wouldn't be small. It would be a waste if he kept using stone bricks as markers. He quickly sketched the 4 steps and the road he encountered on an A4 sheet, then shook his head. It was still too early to tell anything, at most it would just help him avoid getting lost and quickly notice any possible changes in the road. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, stood up, and used the charcoal he had just bought to write a large 4 character before striding toward the right path. 9 minutes later, the crystal stairs reappeared in front of him. On the crystal stairs was an emerald bottle filled with liquid. Intermediate healing potion, blue. Effect, heals minor injuries, can be taken orally or applied topically. Hidden tip 1, this is a potion with materials of higher quality than its level. Healing effect is about 150% of an average potion of the same quality. Intermediate healing potion? Seeing the text prompt, Suyu blinked in disbelief. He never expected that just recently, he had seen 2 bottles of intermediate healing potions hanging on the trade channel, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had obtained one himself. He carefully placed the potion into his space pouch for later use, then took out some charcoal from the pouch and wrote the character 5. After doing this, his gaze lingered between the 2 paths ahead, left and right, before finally showing a look of joy. Chapter 69, Minotaur Labyrinth, Part 2. The right path means it's very likely connected to the second central step he had walked through earlier. Once this is proven, the layout of this place would be very clear. Without hesitation, he began exploring toward the right. 10 minutes later, once again, he saw the familiar crystal stairs. But this time, there were 2 stone bricks placed on top of the crystal stairs. Suyu's heart jumped with joy. Sure enough, his guess was right, this was indeed a 5x5 maze. This also indirectly confirmed that his earlier decision to walk along the left side was correct. No matter the type of maze, if you stick to one side and return when you hit a dead end, you'll eventually reach the exit. But soon, he forced himself to calm down. Understanding the layout of the passage did not mean he knew everything, and besides, his assumption might not be correct. At the moment, this was his first time entering the ocean-themed passage, so caution was still the best approach. With that thought, he chose to keep walking forward. If he found a stone brick on the ground later, that would prove his guess was correct. 10 minutes later, Suyu looked at the stone brick on the crystal stairs, feeling a surge of excitement. He rubbed his chin, glanced back at the exit, and decisively walked in the opposite direction. Now that he had confirmed the layout was a 5x5 maze, the supplies at the exit crystal stairs were undoubtedly the richest. 10 minutes later, another crossroads appeared. On the crystal stairs, a glass bottle was casually placed, containing a light blue liquid, clearly not an ordinary item. Suyu gently picked up the glass bottle. Mental power potion, blue. Description: a mental power potion of unknown origin, drinking it slightly boosts mental power. Hidden tip 1, after drinking the potion, mental attribute plus 0.1. This effect is ineffective for individuals whose mental attribute is greater than or equal to 5. Hidden tip 2, a person can only drink a maximum of 5 mental power potions, exceeding this amount will nullify the positive effects and cause mental confusion. Hidden tip 3, the effectiveness of this potion is influenced by the user's evil value. For every 10 points of evil value, the probability of mental confusion increases by 10%. Mental power potion. Suyu murmured, feeling quite drawn to the glowing, eerie blue potion. This was a real gem for boosting mental attributes. If he didn't drink it now, who knew when he'd gather the materials to craft one himself? After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't pour it into his mouth. It wasn't that he was hoping for an illusory future, but rather, he thought of a possibility. Since there are spiritual potion agents in this maze, could it be that at the later intersection, there exists a higher quality one? After thinking for a moment, he put away the glass bottle and used charcoal to write a large character 4ly on the crystal steps. After marking, he continued to walk forward again. 10 minutes later, new crystal steps and an intersection came into view. On the crystal steps lay a sheepskin scroll, but Suyu didn't rush to pick it up. He looked at the left and right forks in front of him, frowning. Could it be that the reality indeed deviated from his thoughts? This maze was not a standard 5x5 square, but rather a 5x4 rectangle? He puzzledly picked up the sheepskin scroll. Soldier Career Transfer Scroll, White. Description: a special certificate used for transferring to a first-level extraordinary career as a soldier, which disappears automatically after use. Usage restrictions: Strength 1.5, Constitution 1.5. Extraordinary material: none. Hidden tip 1, the second-level advanced career for the soldier career is Warrior, requiring Obsidian as extraordinary material for advancement. Transfer scroll? Suyu was slightly taken aback. He had considered many possibilities but never thought this would be a transfer scroll. This thing is indeed precious. Those who haven't taken on extraordinary careers would almost certainly be willing to spend everything to buy it. But the problem is, at this stage, the survivors without a transfer scroll were probably those who didn't participate in the third round of the life and death duel the day before yesterday. They most likely had no resources, and even if they were willing to spend everything, they couldn't bargain for a high price. This is a bit of a waste. Suyu muttered and was just about to put the sheepskin scroll away when he suddenly thought of a question. Does this extraordinary career allow for part-time jobs? Once the thought popped up, it became uncontrollable. He inexplicably picked up the transfer scroll and gently murmured a phrase. Take the soldier career. Ding, no complex career blueprint available, cannot take on multiple basic careers. A line of text appeared out of thin air, announcing Suyu's foolish wishful thinking. But he had a face full of excitement about this news. Although the text denied his immature idea, it revealed to him a broader world. Complex career blueprint, I guess correctly, extraordinary careers are not that simple. The apprentice career will surely have complex careers later. I must pay attention to some things in the future. Suyu calculated his future plans, and his movements didn't slow down at all. He put away the sheepskin scroll and wrote the character 4chi on the crystal steps, hesitating for a moment before choosing the left fork to continue forward. However, this time, he walked for a full 20 minutes. When the crystal steps appeared again, Suyu didn't rush to grab the item on top, but excitedly looked at the left and right forks. Sure enough, his guess was correct. This was indeed a square maze. He took out paper and pen, sketched a bit, and then looked to the left. According to his calculations, if he kept going left from here, after 20 minutes he should be able to return to the 5th crystal step. As for going right, that would be heading further away from the entrance, possibly toward the location of an exit. Comparing the two, the scales in Suyu's heart tipped toward the second option. But before that, he first set his sights on the badge on the crystal steps. Dual certificate, blue. Description: a one-time consumable item, can specify any target based on the survivor number. The winner can obtain all of the opponent's resources, invalid if the opponent consumes an escape token. Hidden tip 1, using the dual certificate will accumulate 2 points of evil value. Every 1 point of evil value will increase the treasure monster appearance probability by an additional 0.01%. Evil value decreases by 5 points after encountering a treasure monster. Even though he had expected it long ago. But when the dual certificate's description appeared before him, Suyu couldn't help but feel a slight disappointment. The dual certificate was indeed highly valuable, but to him, it was practically useless. He put the dual certificate away, wrote the number 8 on the crystal stairs, and walked towards the right fork. 10 minutes later, he finally saw the first door since entering the passage. On the crystal door, strange hieroglyphs were engraved, making Suyu feel a headache. But after a moment of pain, he miraculously understood the meaning of the characters. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Is this a riddle? Chapter 70, The Minotaur's Labyrinth, Part 2. Suyu was quite surprised by the appearance of the riddle. He carefully touched the crystal door with his fingertip, and a prompt suddenly appeared. Minotaur's Labyrinth Door, blue. Durability, 100. Hidden hint 1, the crystal door is engraved with a riddle. Write the correct answer in the groove to open the door. After reading the prompt, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was really just a simple riddle, that made things easier. Although he wasn't exactly a cultured person, he had heard of these riddles from Greek mythology. He picked up the charcoal and wrote the character man in the groove of the crystal door. With a loud rumble, the crystal door split into 2, revealing what was inside. Suyu curiously walked inside, and saw that there was another door at the far end of the room. In the center, there was a crystal round table with a potion filled with yellow liquid on it. He picked up the potion. Ultimate Speed Potion, orange. Description: a potion of unknown origin. Drinking it can slightly increase speed attributes. Hidden hint 1, drinking the potion increases speed attribute by plus 0.3. This effect is ineffective for individuals with speed attributes greater than or equal to 5. Hidden hint 2, each person can consume up to 5 speed potions. Exceeding the dosage will make the positive effects invalid. Hidden hint 3, after drinking the potion, you will inevitably fall into a state of severe fatigue for 12 hours. In this state, walking is impossible. After reading the prompt, Suyu's eyes lit up. Without a doubt, this speed potion was part of the same series as the mental energy potion he had gotten before, with the only difference being that it would cause a state of weakness after consumption. He put the potion into his spatial backpack and walked towards the crystal door at the other end of the room. Crack! Crack! The crystal door opened with a sound, revealing the passage behind it. Suyu glanced at it, confirmed that there was no need to solve another puzzle to leave, nodded slightly, and began walking down the path. 10 minutes later, he saw another crystal door. He repeated his previous method, staring at the hieroglyphs above the door, and after a brief headache, he understood their meaning. What has a sound, but can change into 4, 5, or even more? And it can sometimes walk, sometimes run, and sometimes crawl? Suyu nodded slightly. This riddle about Hermes was much more niche compared to the previous one, but to him, it was all the same. He slowly took out the charcoal and wrote Echo in the groove. The next moment, the crystal door opened in response. Suyu walked inside, and the layout of this crystal room was exactly the same as the previous one. The only difference was that the crystal round table no longer had a potion, but a sparkling crystal chest. Suyu had never seen this type of chest before, but just from its appearance, he knew it was extraordinary. Since entering the passage, he had already obtained 9 supplies, but this chest was the first real treasure. Considering the quality of the supplies he had obtained earlier, the value of whatever was inside the chest was already obvious. He gently touched it with his left hand. Supply treasure chest, orange. Introduction: a treasure chest with quite rich supplies. Usually this kind of chest only exists in extremely dangerous places. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains Supreme Strength Potion *1, Supreme Constitution Potion *1, Weapon Master Profession Job Change Scroll Puzzle 1*1, Dungeon Teleport Proof *1. Suyu's eyes suddenly widened, staring dead at the chest quality line of the text hint. Orange quality. This was his first time seeing a chest with such a high quality. He even doubted whether the ancestor grave far away on Earth had already smoked green. He took a deep breath and opened the chest. Inside were clearly placed 2 crystal bottles, a piece of parchment, and a metal badge. Supreme Strength Potion, orange. Introduction: a bottle of strength potion of unknown origin. After drinking it can slightly increase the strength attribute. Hidden hint 1, after taking the potion strength attribute plus 0.3, the above effect is invalid for individuals with strength attribute greater than or equal to 5. Hidden hint 2, each person can take at most 5 bottles of strength potion. After exceeding the dose the positive effect is invalid. Hidden hint 3, after taking the potion one will surely fall into 12H of weakness state. Under weakness state strength attribute is halved. Supreme Constitution Potion, orange. Introduction: a bottle of Constitution Potion of unknown origin. After drinking it can slightly increase the Constitution attribute. Hidden hint 1, after taking the potion Constitution attribute plus 0.3, the above effect is invalid for individuals with Constitution attribute greater than or equal to 5. Hidden hint 2, each person can take at most 5 bottles of Constitution Potion. After exceeding the dose the effect is invalid. Hidden hint 3, after taking the potion it can remove most negative states. Dungeon Teleport Proof, purple. Introduction: a good helper for quickly going home. After using it can immediately teleport to the initial dungeon. Hidden hint 1, using teleport proof will accumulate 3 points of evil value for oneself. Each 1 point of evil value will additionally add 0.01% chest monster appearance probability. After encountering chest monster evil value decreases 5 points. Hidden hint 2, when located in the life and death arena cannot teleport. After reading these items' attributes, Suyu could not help his eyes lighting up. Since the Supreme Constitution Potion can remove most negative states, then could it also bring along and remove his corpse poison together? Do it as soon as he says it. He immediately poured this bottle of green liquid into his own mouth. TSK, a bit sweet. Suyu scanned his mouth, feeling his body become warmly hot, then with hope he opened the attribute panel. Name: Suyu. Profession: apprentice. Spirit: 2.4, Strength: 1.6, Constitution: 2.6, Speed: 1.4. Inspiration: 1.6/2.4. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Smelting Metal LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV1. It really disappeared. Suyu almost could not hold back the excitement in his heart. Since yesterday being infected with corpse poison, his nerves had always been in a highly tense state. Now seeing with his own eyes the special state disappear from the attribute panel, he simply wished to howl to the sky to express his mood. Calm must be calm. He silently recited a few times, then put the remaining supreme strength potion and parchment scroll, teleport proof together into the space backpack. Right now the 4 puzzle pieces of the weapon master profession job change scroll were already gathered, only waiting to return to the initial dungeon and put them together, then he could obtain a complete 4th rank profession job change scroll. Thinking of this, he without hesitation walked to the crystal door at the other end. As the crystal door opened in response, he immediately rushed out. 5 minutes later, he stopped his steps in front of an ink-colored crystal door. The whole ink-colored crystal door was like a solidified giant black obsidian, the surface glowing with cold dark luster. Suyu stood before the door, even able to see the outline of his own shadow. He carefully stared at the pictographic text on the door, quickly understanding its meaning. There is a kind of creature, it is born in the daytime, dies at night, and can produce something that lights up the darkness. First was the Sphinx's riddle, then is Hermes' riddle. Now it has again become the riddle of the god Ra. This maze is really interesting. Suyu was saying it with his mouth, and the movements in his hands also did not slow down at all. He took out Coke, and wrote the 2 big words sun on the groove. The next moment, the giant obsidian split into 2 halves from the middle. Suyu walked into it with great interest, and at the first glance he saw a huge bullhead human body statue occupying most of the space. He carefully walked around the statue in a circle, and found that this place was indeed different from the first 2 rooms. Besides the door he came in from, there were actually 2 more ink-colored doors. One door was in front, the other door was on the left side. He curiously walked to the left door and reached out his hand to touch it, and a hidden hint suddenly appeared. Crystal door, orange. Sturdiness, 50. Introduction, a door leading to the outside world. Opening this door, the outside seawater will rush in. Hidden hint 1, this door cannot be actively opened, it will only automatically open 1 minute after leaving this prison room. Hidden hint 2, the pressure of seawater will increase as the depth increases. This door is at a depth of 129,600 meters underwater. Opening it will cause the maze structure to suffer great loss. Suyu felt that he was a head full of fog. He had already left this prison room, then what use was it for this door to automatically open at that time? He shook his head, and moved his gaze onto the bullhead human body statue occupying most of the prison room space. Different from those god statues he had seen before, this bullhead human body statue was actually made of mud. The earth-brown mud sculpture carried a rough texture of hand-pinching, but it unexpectedly looked real. Suyu slightly appreciated it for a while, then walked to the front of the statue and stretched out his left hand. Minotaur statue, special. Introduction, the Minotaur is a bullhead human body monster born from Pasiphae, the wife of King Minos of Crete, and the Cretan bull. Its temperament is brutal and it likes to eat boys and girls. Hidden hint 1, the Minotaur lives by eating people, he will attack all humans he sees. Hidden hint 2, the true body of the Minotaur is imprisoned in the labyrinth of Gnosis. Whenever someone enters the simple projection of the labyrinth for 3 hours, his true body can briefly descend. Hidden hint 3, this is a mud sculpture statue, it melts when it meets water. Damn! Suyu cursed in a low voice. He thought this undersea passage had no danger. It turns out there is a mechanism that eats people when the time comes. Fortunately, he had not delayed much along the way, and did not detour because of greed. Now it had only been 2.5 hours since entering the corridor. That is to say, there is still half an hour before this mud statue turns into a monster. Although the time is still quite sufficient, Suyu does not dare to delay. He quickly walked around the prison room again, confirmed that there were no supplies at all here, purely a monster spawning cage, then walked to the ink-colored crystal door in front. The crystal door opened in response. Suyu hurriedly left this prison room. Just after running out a few steps, he heard a huge rumbling sound behind him. Turning his head to look, he saw that the crystal door had already been firmly locked dead. He could not help but let out a breath of relief, stopped his steps and rested. 1 minute later, he heard the rapid sound of rushing water as expected. But immediately after, on the ink-colored crystal door that was originally one whole piece, strips of milky white cracks quickly appeared. Damn, how did I forget the problem of water pressure? His face suddenly greatly changed, and he quickly took out the teleport proof he had just obtained from the space backpack. The next moment, white light greatly burst out. After a dizzy spinning of heaven and earth, around him was already the familiar initial dungeon. Suyu dry-heaved twice, then hurriedly looked at the dungeon stone door behind him. He only saw that along with a rumbling sound, the transparent wall behind the stone door was slowly separated by the stone wall, and finally completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, he then let out a breath of relief with lingering fear. If just now he hesitated a little later, letting himself directly be exposed in the deep sea environment, then every cubic centimeter of skin had to bear more than 1 ton of heavy atmospheric pressure. Under that kind of pressure, in less than 1 second, he could become a paper-thin man in the physical sense. Ooh, this time I truly escaped from death, Suyu said while patting his chest, collapsing on the stone bed that had nothing on it to rest for a short moment, and then calming his mood in opening the trading channel. Then, he once again frowned. Chapter 71 The Future, The Vast Sea of Stars. Half a day had already passed since putting the healing potions on the shelves. Of the 53 bottles of secondary healing potion, only 9 had been sold, and the sale speed could be called turtle speed. What made people even more strange was that 17 bottles of primary healing potion had all been sold out. This is really seeing a living ghost. Suyu truly could not understand the principle behind this. If it was because the market was saturated, then it should be that the higher-priced primary healing potion sold less. How could this kind of upside-down sales phenomenon between the two appear? He, after thinking in 100 ways without understanding, opened the trading channel. If not looking, one would not know; once looking, one would be shocked. In only half a day's time, in the trading channel there unexpectedly appeared a big seller selling secondary healing potion. This person listed a full 200 bottles of secondary healing potion, and the price only asked for 150 units of basic materials. In only 3 hours after being put on the shelves, more than half had already been sold. Whose general is this, fiercer than me? Suyu said with his mouth, but in the bottom of his heart he could not help but sink. This healing potion was his bottom of the chest goods. In the previous 1 week of time there was no other number in the market. As a result, in only half a day of time, a Chang Yaojin suddenly charged out halfway. If not because he was careful enough, he would probably still be kept in the dark now. However, fortunately this person's healing potion making blueprint should have insufficient quality. At the present stage he could only make secondary healing potion. His primary healing potion in the market was still the only one. Realizing this point, Suyu instantly smoothed out his train of thought. Market competition was something that could not be avoided. As time moved forward, there would only be more and more survivors obtaining the flesh essence extraction machine and the healing potion making blueprint. And what he had to do was to rely on his golden finger to forever be one step ahead of others in exploration, using the first mover advantage to monopolize the high-quality item market. Thinking of this, he then lowered the price of the remaining 44 bottles of secondary healing potion to 150 units of basic materials. Immediately after, he opened the private message channel to see what Su Guangqi had replied. If everything went smoothly, he planned to plant those few sprouted sweet potatoes as soon as possible. But beyond his expectation, Su Guangqi unexpectedly did not reply anything. If not for the friend avatar still being lit, he would even think that this master of agronomy had already met with an accident. Really strange, not replying to messages for 1 day. What big matter is he busy with? He muttered one sentence with his mouth and no longer thought much, closed the private message channel and walked up to the second floor. He still had many things to do, the first of which was to take out the needed things from the backpack that stored materials. Very quickly, 3 pieces of Weapon Master Profession Job Change Scroll Puzzle and 1 Void Stone were taken out. Suyu walked to the wall side, and from the space backpack behind his back took out the Void Stone that had just been obtained, pressing the 2 stones together onto the wall. The next moment, the 2 Void Stones suddenly disappeared. Suyu quickly steadied his body, preparing to welcome the space turbulence that was about to arrive. But a full 10 seconds passed, and nothing happened. What is this situation? The Void Stone cannot expand the dungeon area anymore. He doubtfully opened the dungeon attribute page. Number 0000114514 Dungeon. Level 2, can upgrade. Lighting facility, kerosene lamp, 3D8H. Can accommodate number of people, 3. Teleportation gate, number 00196 Mine Cave Teleportation Gate. Solidified Theme 1, Giant Palace. Evaluation, a dungeon with an exceptionally unique reconstruction route, offering a large potential. Suyu skipped these familiar attributes and directly reached out to click on the 3 large words upgradable. Upgrade condition 1, number of permanent survivors in the dungeon greater than or equal to 2, 1/2. Upgrade condition 2, total number of explored special themed tunnels greater than or equal to 1, already satisfied. Upgrade condition 3, total number of fused void stones in this stage greater than or equal to 10, 2/10. Looking at the 1 green and 2 red conditions, he suddenly realized, yet at the same time, a bigger question arose in his mind. If it's required to accumulate 10 void stones to further expand the dungeon area in this stage, that makes sense. But what's with the condition about having at least 2 permanent survivors? Could it be that he needs to find a few survivors to run his initial dungeon together? Chapter 72, The Weak Suyu. Leaving aside that every survivor has their own initial dungeon, who would be willing to leave their own dungeon and live under someone else's roof? Even if he did find someone through various means, the issue of mutual trust would still be very difficult to resolve. After thinking for a while, Suyu had no choice but to let go of this unsolvable problem for now, shifting his attention to the 4 pieces of the Weapon Master Job Transfer Scroll Puzzle. As he stacked the 4 puzzle pieces together, a white light suddenly appeared. When the white light faded, the 4 puzzle pieces had merged into one. Weapon Master Job Transfer Scroll, purple. Description, a special credential used to transfer to the 4th tier extraordinary job, Weapon Master. After use, it will disappear automatically. Usage restrictions, Strength 8.5, Constitution 8.0. Previous job, Combat Specialist. Extraordinary material, Combat Specialist Skull. Transfer ceremony, kill Combat Specialist *1. Hidden tip 1, Weapon Master is the highest rank in the Gladiator sequence, and no further promotion is possible. Hidden tip 2, Weapon Master is one of the prerequisite jobs for the legendary job Sword Saint. Once all conditions are met, the Sword Saint job can be taken. So you tightly gripped the transfer scroll, which emitted a faint purple glow, afraid that it might fall to the ground and get dirty. A 4th tier extraordinary job transfer scroll, at this stage when most survivors are still ordinary people, had already exceeded the boundaries of common imagination. He took a deep breath, seriously and carefully placing the transfer scroll into his space backpack. An innocent man will be blamed for possessing a jade. If the news about this item leaked, he would no longer be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Countless challengers would rush at him like wolves, dragging him into an endless war of attrition. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly felt very insecure. To give himself some confidence, he filled the oil lamp with oil and placed the mountain-cleaving steel axe next to it. In an instant, a purple glow appeared. The freshly filled oil was quickly consumed, and within moments, only a thin layer remained. Looking at the mountain-cleaving steel axe, the axe handle had somehow turned black, and the blade had developed a faint red ominous aura. Evil-slaying ominous axe, purple. Sharpness, 14. Weight, 5. Entry 1, Breaking Illusions Axe. When attacking, it can infuse mana/Holy Grace Inside Blood Chi attributes, using its sharpness as a basis to deal equivalent ominous damage to enemies. Entry 2, Armor Breaking Axe. This weapon can ignore 20% of the enemy's defense. Entry 3, Empty. Entry 4, Empty. Suyu looked at the newly refreshed axe, feeling quite satisfied. Although the quality of the mountain-cleaving steel axe hadn't changed, its sharpness had increased by 3 points, essentially making the attack boost against plant-type monsters and physical enemies a permanent effect. Additionally, the 2 empty entry slots could be enchanted, making it a win-win situation. He picked up the brand-new evil-slaying ominous axe, swung it around, and grew more attached to it, only reluctantly putting it down after 5 or 6 minutes. It was already 2 p.m., so Suyu decided not to continue working and opened the trading channel to buy a unit of coal. He rekindled the campfire. Today's ingredients were naturally not as rich as yesterday, but Suyu did not plan to fake it. He pried open a can of luncheon meat, cut it into slices to use as ham, then took out 2 cucumbers and also cut them into slices. When the oil flowers sizzled and burst open in the iron pan, the sliced cucumbers went into the pan first, the crisp green cucumber slices wrapped in hot oil, and in an instant turned into a clear light yellow. Suyu calmly used the spatula to stir-fry twice, then poured in the ham slices. As the fat of the luncheon meat seeped out, the mixed smell in the pan became tempting. After serving out the dish, he took down the iron pan and put out the coal that had not yet fully burned, and buried 2 sweet potatoes mixed with mud into the carbon ash. But these sweet potatoes were not his main food for noon. He opened the space backpack and searched for a while, took out a piece of fermented butter bread he had obtained before, and began to eat it like a hungry wolf. After the wind swept the clouds away, the cucumber ham was eaten clean. Even the grease stuck on the inner wall of the iron pan was wiped once by Suyu with bread. He let out a satisfied full burp, then opened the private chat screen and sent Zhang Yiting a private message. Do you need a spirit power potion? Just like extraordinary ingredients, after drinking it you can raise the spirit power attribute. Yes, but I do not have other extraordinary ingredients in my hands now. I will owe you once first. Zhang Yiting almost replied in an instant. But Suyu looked at this reply, and no matter how he looked at it, it did not feel very proper. He shook his head, threw the thought just now to the back of his mind, then sent a trade request and at the same time replied to Zhang Yiting. No problem, we have cooperated so many times, I trust you very much. Very soon, as white light flashed, the spirit power potion in his hand disappeared. Suyu closed the private message channel and turned his eyes to the 2 bottles of potion in front of him. Ultimate Speed Potion. Ultimate Strength Potion. These 2 bottles of potion were one red and one yellow, the colors completely different. Although both were the best orange quality, they still had a side effect as long as 12 hours. He originally could probably use Ultimate Constitution Potion to offset these side effects, but in order to steadily remove the corpse poison effect, now he could only endure it hard. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate anymore, directly picked up the 2 crystal bottles, and in one breath drank the 2 bottles of potion to the bottom. It tastes quite good. Suyu slightly tasted the sweetness again, and made an evaluation of the taste of the 2 bottles of potion. In the next moment, he felt waves of tiredness and weakness attacking him. Damn, are the side effects this obvious? Suyu quickly used all the strength of his whole body to walk to the stone bed, then directly collapsed onto it. Now he felt that every piece of muscle in his whole body was declaring powerlessness, plus the tired feeling like staying up all night. The whole person felt very uncomfortable. Forget it, just treat it as taking a noon nap. At worst tomorrow I will sleep a little less. He muttered one sentence in his mouth, then followed the instinct of his body and closed his eyes. Ding, survivor number 000-011-4514, you have been used to dual proof by survivor number 191-981-0235. Do you want to use a war avoidance token? If you do not use a war avoidance token, after 10 seconds it will automatically be regarded as joining a life and death duel. At some unknown time, a world system prompt sound rang out of thin air. Suyu suddenly woke from sleep, feeling the tiredness and weakness from his whole body. His heart was both shocked and hateful. He could not imagine what kind of person would start this life and death duel at his most critical weak period. While cursing a bastard in his heart, he quickly chose to use the war avoidance token. After all, with his current state, if he was pulled into the arena, then it would truly be more bad luck than good luck. Ding, you have used the war avoidance token. This life and death duel is invalid. Current war avoidance token duration, 8H/8H. After confirming that the war avoidance token took effect, Suyu could not help but let out a breath of relief. The anger that had been building up inside him suddenly surged. Survivor number 191-981-0235, I'm going to see what kind of thing you really are. He muttered the survivor's identification number of the challenger again, silently noting it down before looking at the time. It was just 7 o'clock in the evening. This meant that when the battle avoidance token's effect ended, the weakness and fatigue he was feeling would vanish. Calm down, calm down. A gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Just a few hours, it'll pass soon. He said this to comfort himself, taking a deep breath to force his emotions back under control, and reluctantly closed his eyes again. Chapter 73, The 10th Day, The Man in the White Hat. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Suyu opened his eyes right on time. When he woke up, he felt completely refreshed. With the thought of not holding grudges overnight, he quickly packed the weapons he needed and took out the dual proof, gripping it tightly in his palm. You have used the dual proof, please choose your opponent. As the system's prompt sounded, a text box appeared on the screen before Suyu. 191-981-0235. He quickly entered the survivor's number. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped his entire body. After a brief spinning sensation, he opened his eyes again, and the familiar gladiator arena appeared before him. His eyes scanned around, and soon he spotted his opponent for this life or death duel not far away. It was a strange man wearing a white robe and a white hat, his eyes filled with an inexplicable madness and gloom. Suyu didn't rush to make a move. After sizing him up, he asked the question he was most curious about. Who exactly are you? Ah, this cultivator, you truly came. The great god of light already predicted all of this. The stranger in the white robe and hat pressed his palms together, showing a mysterious and unfathomable smile. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but frown slightly. Are you from the Light Church? His impression of the Light Church was still stuck on the idea of an organization that tricked people and used pyramid schemes to gather resources. He hadn't had time to pay attention to them lately, and now he didn't expect them to have set their sights on him. That's right. The man in the white hat admitted calmly. Cultivator, the treasure you possess has caught the attention of the God of Light. Yesterday, I sought you out precisely to have you offer the treasure to the great God of Light. If you are willing to sacrifice for him and chant his name in the cycle of reincarnation, he will grant you peace in your next life. Suyu immediately burst out laughing with anger. He never imagined that, even in the dark dungeon world, he would encounter such a third-rate cult. The audacity to talk about chanting the true name and reincarnation was too blatant, a clear copy of heaven's protection. Looking at the man in the white hat's composed demeanor, he completely lost interest in continuing this pointless conversation with the charlatan. Tell me, why did you challenge me with the dual proof today? Say it out, and I'll make your death quick and painless. Otherwise, I'll have to use some dishonorable methods. Cultivator, the great god of light knows everything. He knows you have obtained a treasure, and that is why he sent me to take it from you. Oh, so what is this treasure? Suyu sneered, directly pulling out the recently refreshed evil-slaying axe. Normally, he would have drawn out his three-eyed fire shotgun, but to avoid killing the charlatan outright, he chose a more controllable close-range weapon. Ha 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 ha. The man in the white hat suddenly burst into laughter, and upon seeing Suyu's actions of not drawing his weapon, he sped up his speech to answer the question. Cultivator, that treasure is naturally the Weapon Master class transfer scroll that you just obtained. In an instant, Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had never told anyone about obtaining the Weapon Master class transfer scroll, so how did this man in the white hat know about it? Could the so-called Illuminati truly have a dark, dungeon-like world behind it, ruled by a god? Monk, I believe you can now understand the greatness of the God of Light. Now, please willingly enter his kingdom. I do not wish for other gods to see a joke in this divine arena. The man in the white hat spoke again, his words full of heavy meaning, a confident smile on his face, as if he had already seen Suyu, just like the others before him, despairing and committing suicide. However, Suyu only shook his head gently, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Do you know where you made a mistake? Monk, do not deceive your own heart. The man in the white hat once again pressed his hands together, closed his eyes, and drew a cross on his chest, looking quite devout. However, with the answer already in his mind, Suyu was not swayed by this. Since you don't want to guess, I'll tell you directly. At first, I truly couldn't tell whether your so-called Illuminati had the shadow of a local god behind it, but you shouldn't have tried to suggest to me that the arena is a battleground for the gods. Although I don't know how you figured out my progress, the fact that you want me to end my life rather than acting directly means that your strength is not that great. You can only rely on your words. As he spoke, he shrugged, grabbed the evil-slaying axe, and swiftly approached the man with the tip of his foot touching the ground. In order to avoid further nightmares, he decided to directly cut the man half to death. However, the man in the white hat, whose true face had been exposed, did not show the expected panic. He merely shook his head, revealing a mocking smile. No wonder you were able to obtain a Tier 4 career, Weapon Master, Class Change Scroll. You are indeed smart. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong in one aspect. I don't lack strength. I just don't want to waste too much of my mana. The next moment, a massive mental pressure filled the sky, blocking out the sun. Spirit pressure. Suyu instantly shouted, his last bit of fear towards the man disappearing in that moment. Using the spirit pressure skill in front of him was like swinging a big knife in front of Guangong's temple. He hated the kind of people who played tricks and deceived others with false authority the most. The man in front of him had triggered 2 of his taboos at once. That meant he had to leave his life here. Humph. He grunted, releasing spirit pressure in reverse towards the man. In an instant, the mental pressure, as large as a small mountain, vanished. You're actually an apprentice class? The man in the white hat blurted out, then immediately realized the mistake and tightly shut his mouth. But the effect of the spirit pressure skill did not disappear just because he closed his mouth. The essence of the spirit pressure skill is to use one's higher than average mental attributes to intimidate the enemy. Now, his mental attributes were completely suppressed by Suyu, making even moving his steps difficult. Suyu looked at the pitiful appearance of the man in the white hat, slowly walking up to him, and then struck down heavily on his left leg with an axe. Ah! The man's scream instantly rang out. Blood splattered from the broken leg, staining the marble floor of the arena with a large red patch. For this, Suyu only had a slight shudder in his heart, but quickly returned to normal. It had been the 10th day since entering this dark dungeon. Even though he had once been an ordinary beast of burden, he had now hardened his heart to iron. The slight shudder in his heart earlier was merely a reflex to the screams of his peers. He kicked the man's severed leg aside and sternly ordered, "Shut up, scream again and I'll cut off your other leg." However, the man seemed to hear nothing, continuing to scream in agony. Suyu was equally unrelenting, raising the iron axe once more and heavily swinging it towards the man's right leg. Ah! The blood soaked a large area of marble on the other side. The man's howling surpassed the previous level directly. Chapter 74, You have dialed a disconnected number, 4K. Suyu looked at the severed legs of the man in the white hat, blood continuously gushing from the broken stumps, and sneered as he took out 2 bottles of low-grade healing potions. Want to die? It's not that easy. Saying this, he opened the glass bottle in his hand and evenly sprinkled the liquid on the wounds of the man's 2 severed legs. In just a moment, the bleeding from the severed legs stopped. The white hat man's wails grew quieter. He looked at Suyu with resentment, as if he were gazing at a demon returned from hell. Suyu waved the axe in his hand nonchalantly and said, "Speak, tell me everything you know, or I won't hesitate to chop off your 3rd leg too." "Ha, even if you kill me, I won't tell you anything, just wait for the president to take revenge for me." The white hat man looked full of venom, even moving his throat as if to spit at Suyu. Suyu's brows suddenly furrowed tight, and without hesitation, he aimed for the man's 3rd leg with his axe. "I'll talk." The white hat man's attitude flipped 360 degrees, bracing on his arms, desperately trying to avoid the axe's attack range. Suyu then pulled back his strength in midair, the Jinxie Sha axe cutting through the air with a flash of red light, barely missing the 3rd leg of the white hat man. Name? Zhao Shao Kang. The white hat man looked at the Jinxie Sha axe, less than 3 centimeters from his 3rd leg, and swallowed hard as he answered. "How did you know I obtained the Weapon Master Profession Transfer Scroll?" Suyu asked this critical question again. "It was the president who told me." The white hat man answered honestly. "Who is your president? How did he know?" Suyu furrowed his brows and continued to question. "Our president of the Order of Light is named Zheng He, survivor ID number 654-893-2456, as for how he knows, I have no idea. I only communicate with him through the system's private messages." Zhao Shaokang spilled all the information about the Order of Light's president. However, Suyu's frown grew deeper as he stared at Zhao Shaokang, who had already lost 2 legs, revealing a smile that was more frightening than it was friendly. "I didn't expect you to be so clever, knowing you would certainly die by my hands. You wanted to drag your president down with you, right?" "That's right, but I guess you want to take action against him too. Zhao Shaokan looked as if he had seen through life and death, his face showing no excessive expression. Well said, I've always been a petty person. Those who try to calculate against me, I definitely will retaliate. Suyu nodded slightly in agreement, but then suddenly changed his tone. But you seem a bit dishonest. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously motionless Zhao Shaokong suddenly pulled out a green cylindrical object from his pocket. Long live the patron, long live the god of light. Before Zhao Shaokong could finish his shout, he was kicked into the air by Suyu. In the next moment, a loud explosion occurred. Blood and flesh scattered all over the nearby marble floor. Congratulations, survivor number 0000114514, you have successfully defeated opponent number 1919810235, surviving in this life and death duel. As a reward, all of his materials will become your loot and be transported to your initial dungeon. This life and death duel has ended. Do you want to return to your original position immediately? If you choose no, you will be forcibly transported to the initial dungeon after 30 seconds. Suyu didn't say anything, his expression somewhat dark. He originally thought the Order of Light was just a group of misguided cult members, but now it seemed the truth was deeper than he imagined. There was absolutely no way to turn someone into a bomb monster without some extraordinary power involved. As the other party became aware of his secret regarding the Weapon Master transfer scroll, an unshakable gloom suddenly wrapped around his heart. Sigh, the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop, it's really troublesome. Suyu sighed and looked up at the various seats above the arena, feeling very complicated. In the next moment, the 30 seconds were up, and a white light enveloped his body. When he opened his eyes again, he was at the familiar starting dungeon. Suyu took a deep breath of air that didn't smell of blood, then opened the system panel to search for the survivor number 654-893-2456. Although Zhao Xiaokong's words were not very credible, this was one of the few clues he had at the moment. Soon, search results appeared before Suyu's eyes. It was a grayed-out avatar. Sure enough, this guy has been pretending all along. Suyu sighed and shook his head, not feeling discouraged, and directly walked over to a large pile of loot by the central stone table. He had a feeling that he would definitely find clues among this large pile of items. 30 minutes later, Suyu held a badge, and his face looked quite grim. Lie flat token, purple. Description: a byproduct summoned by a certain deity urging all deities to stop the internal competition, can specify a survivor to use, preventing them from opening new channels for 24 hours. Hidden hint 1, the Dark Dungeon hates peace, using it will accumulate 10 points of evil for both the user and the target. Seeing the effect of this badge, he vaguely guessed how the Illuminati discovered the Weapon Master transfer scroll. But none of this was the most important thing right now. He opened his body attribute page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, apprentice. Spirit, 2.4, Strength, 1.9, Constitution, 2.6, Speed, 1.7. Inspiration, 1.9/2.4. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV1. Special status, Forced Lie Flat, Cursed by Misfortune, Treasure Tracking. Damn! Su exploded with a curse. Although he had expected to have some negative special statuses, it was still surprising to see all three at once. He frowned and clicked on the detailed description. Force Lie Flat, unable to open any form of stone wall passageways, unable to perform spatial teleportation, remaining time 20 hours. Cursed by Misfortune, luck attribute temporarily halved, daily passive entry limit to the life and death arena temporarily invalid, remaining time 12 hours. Treasure Tracking, special traces left by the Chance Treasure Scroll, no negative effects, remaining time 12 hours. Chance Treasure Scroll? So you skipped over the first two negative entries and fixed his gaze on the last special status. If he guessed correctly, the president of the Illuminati discovered his secret using this thing. The items in this dark dungeon world are truly endless. He shook his head, yet there wasn't much frustration in his tone. The unknown is always the most frightening. Now that he knew how the secret was leaked, he could relax and slowly play with the other party. He continued to rummage through the loot for a few minutes and soon found a small red stone. Firestone, blue. Description: a stone formed from the cooling and solidifying of the upper layers of magma, easy to spark fire when rubbed. Hidden hint 1, can be used to enchant cooking utensils. After enchanting, it gains random cooking-related entries. Hidden hint 2, firestone is one of the necessary materials for advancing to the extraordinary profession of alchemy expert. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. This was indeed a case of intent not bearing fruit, while unintentional efforts bore fruit. Since the first day he entered the dark dungeon, he had known through hidden hints that the firestone could be used to enchant an iron pot. After a week of turning around and seeing various materials and items, he still had not encountered the firestone itself. Unexpectedly, today, he achieved this goal by accident. Holding the firestone, he quickly walked over to the campfire. The moment the firestone touched the iron pot, it immediately melted into liquid and seeped into the pot, disappearing without a trace. Suyu gently touched the iron pot that had been stained with a shade of red. A fiery hot iron pot, blue. Description: a unique large iron pot, no fire source needed, can heat ingredients on its own. Entry 1. Delicious dishes. Meals cooked in the iron pot have a 3% chance to randomly increase any attribute of the eater. This effect is invalid for individuals with attributes greater than or equal to 3. Not bad, not bad. Suyu nodded slightly. Although the 3% chance seems small, as long as you stick to 3 meals a day, after about 10 days, you should be able to successfully increase your attributes. He put down the iron pot and returned to the central stone table, continuing to sort through the spoils, hoping to find another extraordinary item among the pile of basic supplies. But unfortunately, by the time the last unit of basic supplies was placed into his space backpack, he hadn't discovered any other items. Damn, didn't expect Zhao Shaokong to be such a poor guy. Suyu casually cursed and then opened the private chat interface. He took a moment to organize his words, then sent a message to Ji Haiyang. Bro, can you help me gather information about the Church of Light? I need it urgently. What happened? Ji Haiyang's reply came quickly. Nothing, I was ambushed by their people. I need the survivor ID of their leader. Got it, I'll go find out right now. Ji Haiyang replied straightforwardly. Suyu couldn't help but nod slightly. The reason he had agreed to cooperate with Ji Haiyang earlier was because of his character, shown when he raised a child alone. Now, in a critical moment, it was proving that his judgment hadn't been wrong. He organized his words and then sent Ji Haiyang some of the information he knew. Bro, be extra careful. The Church of Light's items are very strange, they can put people into all sorts of special negative states. Make sure to pay attention to your attribute interface. Okay. This time, Ji Haiyang replied with just the word okay. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then opened the chat interface with Zhang Yiding. Are you there? Help me investigate someone. Who? Zhang Yiding's reply came just as quickly. The leader of the Church of Light. I was ambushed by their people, and the person was a brainwashed death warrior who didn't reveal any information before dying. Suyu explained briefly. You've been deceived. Looking at the message that Zhang Yiding had sent instantly, Suyu froze for a moment. But before he could ask more, Zhang Yiding sent another message. A few days ago, I infiltrated the Church of Light. They've never had a unified organization. They're just a small cult that practices pyramid schemes. There's no way they have brainwashed death warriors. Looking at the message Zhang Yiding sent, Suyu felt somewhat dazed. From a rational perspective, Zhang Yiding's words were indeed to the point. If Zhao Shaokong had already foreseen his defeat, then everything he said was unreliable. But if even the clue of the Church of Light was fake, where should he start looking next? Thinking deeper, had the mastermind behind this already anticipated that Zhao Shaokong wasn't their match, and was simply using Zhao Shaokong as a stepping stone to probe the situation, with the real fatal blow still to come? For a moment, Suyu felt like he didn't want to think any further. If you're the one who killed with cold weapons, I might have a way to try, but the item isn't in my hands, and it might be a bit expensive. Zhang Yiding sent another message, along with a picture. Fate Rune, Blue. Description: a one-time rune that can use flesh and blood as a medium to probe the creatures it has recently interacted with. Suyu's eyes instantly lit up. He never expected that Zhang Yiding would have such a good item in her hands. I'll take it. Please help me make the connection, no matter how expensive it is, I'll pay. Okay. Zhang Yiding replied with just one word, then didn't speak again. 5 minutes later, Suyu, anxiously waiting, suddenly received a trade request. Ding, your friend Zhang Yiding is about to use the Fate Rune *1 to exchange for stone bricks *1. Do you agree to the request? He was slightly stunned, then immediately saw the message from Zhang Yiding. This is to repay you for the black sea snake meat last time. We'll exchange again if there are other extraordinary ingredients in the future. Okay. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but still decided not to be polite and directly accepted. The next moment, a black and white rune appeared in his hand. Fate Rune, Blue. Description: a one-time rune that can use flesh and blood as a medium to investigate the creatures it has recently come into contact with. Hidden Tip 1, the user will accumulate 5 points of evil value. Hidden Tip 2, this rune can only investigate survivors and is ineffective on native creatures of the Dark Dungeon. Hidden Tip 3, once the investigation succeeds, the rune will only last for a short time before self-igniting and disappearing. Suyu couldn't care less about admiring the patterns on the rune paper and immediately took out the evil-suppressing axe, carefully placing the rune on the bloodstained blade. The next moment, flames suddenly ignited on the surface of the rune. Suyu was instantly shocked. He had been hoping this rune would help him find the mastermind behind it. Fortunately, the flames lasted only for a moment, and Suyu took the rune off. He saw 2 strings of numbers appear on the now charred rune. 356-824-5796. 186-524-8957. Two people? Suyu was a bit surprised, but he didn't dare delay at this moment. He quickly took out paper and a pen to write down the two mysterious numbers. The next moment, the rune turned to ash and vanished. He let out a slight breath and opened the private chat with Ji Hyang. Brother, no need to investigate anymore. If you have a dual proof, could you lend me one? Okay. Ji Hyang didn't ask any questions about what had happened but silently sent a dual proof. Suyu looked at the badge in his hand, clenched his fist without saying a word. You have used the dual proof, please select a dual target. As the system prompt sounded, a text box appeared on his screen. 356-824-5796. He quickly typed in the number of the first survivor. The next moment, the system prompt sounded again. Input error, this survivor has already died, and cannot be selected as a dual target. The person is dead? Suyu was slightly stunned, but he didn't take it too seriously. Since this person was dead, it meant that the remaining one was most likely the mastermind behind it. 186-524-8957. He immediately typed in the number of the second survivor into the blue box. Input error, this survivor has already died, and cannot be selected as a dual target. Looking at the prompt that popped up in the text box, Suyu felt like an invisible big hand was looming over him. The two people Zhao Shaokong had come into contact with before his death were both dead. The precious clue he had finally found was now interrupted. Suyu sighed. He felt a little tired and even somewhat fearful of the unknown. Looking at the dual proof in his hand turning into powder because he hadn't selected a target in time, he shook his head and opened the World Communication Channel. He wanted to check the historical messages from Zhao Shaokong and the two people in the World Communication Channel, hoping to find new clues from here. Soon, a total of more than 10 historical messages appeared in front of him. These messages didn't contain any useful content, but the last one caught Suyu's attention. Ha, if I tell you guys, you definitely won't believe it, I actually got an orange quality treasure chest. This message was sent on the third day after entering the dark dungeon. After that, Zhao Shaokong never sent another message in the World Communication Channel. Something's not right. Suyu could almost be sure now that the orange quality treasure chest Zhao Shaokong mentioned definitely had a big problem. After all, even he had only barely obtained an orange quality treasure chest from the ocean-themed passage on the 10th day. He firmly remembered this message and then began to search for the message records of survivor number 356-824-5796. Then, he froze. The avatar of survivor 356-824-5796 was actually glowing. Haunted? Suyu blinked in disbelief, seriously doubting whether he was hallucinating. He had personally initiated a duel using the duel certificate, only to be informed by the world system that the other party was dead. But after blinking hard, survivor 356-824-5796's avatar was still glowing. Suyu couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. He wasn't afraid of ghosts. After all, Zhao Zhanyong, who had turned into a vengeful spirit, was somewhat of a ghost in the worldly sense, but such a bizarre situation was something he had never encountered before. What made him even more terrified was that survivor 356-824-5796 had also received an orange quality treasure chest on the third day, and had not spoken in the world chat channel ever since. He took a deep breath and immediately searched for the chat history of survivor 186-524-8957. As expected, this person's avatar was also glowing, and even the chat history was exactly the same as the previous two, as if they were produced on an assembly line. This is seriously creepy. Suyu cursed under his breath to steel himself, then clicked on the person's avatar and sent a private message. Friend, are you still alive? Unsurprisingly, the message sank like a stone in the ocean. Suyu hadn't really expected a reply. He exited the private message screen, ready to eat something to calm his nerves. Suddenly, a key thought flashed through his mind. He shakily searched for Su Guanqi's chat history. Soon, hundreds of records appeared before him. I am a member of the Agricultural Association, a candidate for the Agricultural Institute, can teach crop planting knowledge, interested parties, please PM. Selling crop planting knowledge at a low price, interested parties, feel free to PM, price is negotiable. Friends, anyone need crop planting knowledge? 3 units of basic materials, satisfaction guaranteed. Goblins are so scary, if it weren't for my kerosene almost running out, I really wouldn't want to go out. Today is another day for exploration, hoping to find some kerosene. I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Why can't there be more food in the white treasure chests? My kerosene is running low too, it's barely enough for this exploration, hope my luck is better this time. Wow, I actually found an orange quality treasure chest. Suyu looked at Su Guanqi's last message, and a chill ran from his heels all the way to the top of his head. The afternoon of the 6th day, the day before the life or death duel, but after that, the avatar has remained glowing. He dared not think further. He took a deep breath and opened the private message interface with Zhang Yiting, wanting to tell her about his discovery and ask if she had any special sources of information. But before he could type anything, a system notification rang in his ears. Ding, Survivor 000-011-4514, you have been challenged to a duel by Survivor 356-824-5796 using a duel certificate. Would you like to use a battle avoidance token? If you do not use the battle avoidance token, you will automatically be considered to have participated in the life or death duel in 10 seconds. Chapter 76, The Dead are more useful than the living. A dead person who couldn't use a duel certificate sending a challenge was so bizarre that it felt off in every way. It was like receiving a call from a friend just buried, or a colleague who had been dead for years suddenly clocking in for work. If someone had a weak heart, it could easily scare them into a heart attack. However, Suyu wasn't that scared. He quietly waited as white light enveloped his body. After a dizzying spin, he opened his eyes again, and before him was a familiar gladiator arena. Suyu's first instinct was to look for his opponent. He was very curious about the other party's current condition. How could they not be able to use a duel certificate, yet? He could also actively challenge others to a duel. Soon, an unremarkable figure appeared in his sight. Suyu looked him up and down, and this person's outfit was almost identical to Zhao Xiaokong's. A tall white hat was placed on his head, along with a white outfit and white pants, looking completely ordinary. If Suyu didn't know the situation beforehand, he might have even thought this was just another normal person. What is your relationship with Zhao Xiaokong? He drew the evil slaying axe from his space backpack and asked the man. The name doesn't matter, I'm just a lamb of the god of light. The white hat man clearly had no intention of revealing any information. Suyu shook his head, not bothering with words any longer. He immediately tapped the ground lightly and quickly moved toward the white hat man. Then, the familiar mental pressure came rushing toward him. Your moves are quite uniform. Suyu mocked lightly, then reversed and activated the spiritual pressure skill. He soon arrived in front of the man, who was frozen in place. He skillfully took out 2 bottles of secondary healing potions, smoothly completed the swing of his axe, and applied the medicine to stop the bleeding. Are you done? I can already hear the master calling you and me. The white hat man's expression was calm, as if the 2 arms he had just lost weren't his, but someone else's misfortune. Oh, you want to learn Zhao Xiaokong's self-destruct trick? Suyu looked at the white hat man, thinking to himself that he had already prepared for this move. He didn't believe that the white hat man could still self-destruct without arms. But the next moment, the white hat man suddenly spat out a green cylindrical object from his mouth. Boom! The white hat man exploded. Congratulations, survivor number 00001145514, you have successfully defeated survivor number 35682455796. You have survived this life and death duel. As a reward, all his items will be transferred to your starting dungeon as your loot. This life and death duel has ended. Do you want to return to your original position immediately? If you choose no, you will be forcibly transferred to your starting dungeon in 30 seconds. Suyu looked at the familiar blood rain filling the sky and felt a wave of nausea, as if he had eaten durian-flavored yellow chocolate. Soon, 30 seconds quickly passed. He opened his eyes again, and the familiar starting dungeon was in front of him. This time, he didn't rush to deal with the loot. Instead, he opened the private message interface and sent a message to Ji Haiyang. Bro, get everyone you can contact to help me check the historical chat records of the World Communication Channel. See if the people who discovered the orange quality treasure chest stopped talking after that. Does this have to do with the Church of Light? Ji Haiyang asked keenly. The rats causing me trouble aren't necessarily from the Church of Light. I just have a guess. Suyu thought for a moment but didn't directly say his guess. After all, if his guess were true, it would be too terrifying. Okay. Ji Haiyang didn't ask any more questions and simply replied with one word, agreeing to the request. Suyu closed the private message interface, walked to the central stone table, and began organizing. He had a feeling that these loot items wouldn't be very valuable. Half an hour later, there was nothing left around the stone table. Suyu's face darkened. Even though he had already anticipated that these loot items wouldn't be worth much, he still didn't expect that there wouldn't be a single useful item. A large pile of loot, completely made up of basic supplies. He took a deep breath, seeing that Ji Haiyang hadn't replied yet. Plus, he was restricted from going out to explore, so he didn't know what to do next. Luckily, the hunger in his stomach soon pointed him in the right direction. It was already 9 a.m., and he hadn't eaten anything since noon yesterday. At this moment, he was starving. To speed things up, he didn't care about taste anymore. He directly took a piece of fermented cream bread and began to chew. With a piece of bread in his stomach, Suyu's hunger had reached a tolerable level. He immediately walked to the campfire, preparing to make himself some hot food. However, the next moment, a familiar system prompt sound rang out again. Ding, Survivor 000-011-4514, you have been challenged by Survivor 186-524-8957 using the duel proof. Do you want to use the Avoid Combat token? If you do not use the Avoid Combat token, it will be automatically considered as participating in a life and death duel in 10 seconds. Is this never ending? A phrase inexplicably floated in Suyu's mind. He glanced at the time, it was just 9:30, exactly 1 hour since the last life and death duel had ended. Are they trying to do a wheel battle? Suyu seemed to understand the other party's intentions, but with time tight, he hadn't had the chance to think carefully before being enveloped in a flash of white light. Chapter 77 3 Visits to the Thatched Cottage. A familiar venue, a familiar opening. Suyu saw his duel opponent, who was dressed as he had expected. A youth, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a white coat and white hat, sporting a beard. The boy in the white hat had a relaxed expression, as if he were not in a life and death arena but meeting an old friend in a cafe. Suyu unhesitatingly drew the evil suppression axe once again, ready to methodically take down the person in front of him. He had long lost hope of extracting information from these undead. Don't get excited. The boy in the white hat waved at Suyu, then opened his mouth wide and pulled out a green cylindrical object from thin air. Suyu was a bit confused. He certainly recognized what it was, but with such a distance, this type of self-detonation method couldn't possibly reach him. I won't attack you. The boy's eyes sparkled, as if he were sharing a grand plan. The Great Master has recognized you. As long as you are willing to hand over the Weapon Master class transfer scroll, he is willing to prepare a 4th-tier class alchemist scroll as compensation. Suyu remained unmoved. After consecutive suicidal attacks, he now vaguely altered his initial guess. There was a high probability that the undead behind this were indeed being manipulated by some indigenous deity from the Dark Dungeon world. But because of this, he absolutely could not hand over the Weapon Master transfer scroll. Seeing Suyu's silence, the boy in the white hat just smiled. The Master has prepared a gift for you. I believe you will see it soon. Suyu instantly became alert. In this dark dungeon, what others voluntarily offer is never a good thing. Just like when a once lofty goddess suddenly stripped off her clothes, temptingly offering a lick to a simpering fool, it could either mean she was seeking revenge due to suffering from syphilis or was pregnant with someone else's child. Boom! The boy in the white had self-destructed. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Congratulations, Survivor 000-011-4514, you have successfully defeated opponent 356-824-5796 and survived this life and death duel. As a reward, all the loser's materials will be transmitted to your starting dungeon as loot. This life and death duel has ended. Detected that you have consecutively defeated 3 clergy sequence extraordinary individuals, automatically obtaining 1 faithful class transfer scroll. Detected that you have been challenged 3 times in a row, automatically obtaining temporary status, dungeon protection. Do you want to immediately teleport back to your original position? If not selected, you will be forcibly teleported to the starting dungeon in 30 seconds. Suyu ignored the system prompt and, with a frown, opened the attributes interface and clicked on the special status bar for dungeon protection status. Dungeon protection cannot be designated as a life and death duel target, cannot be subjected to negative statuses, remaining time 24 hours. Not this. Seeing the positive buff effect of dungeon protection, his frown did not ease. The boy in the white hat who had just self-destructed clearly did not act recklessly. Since the so-called gift is not this special state, it is most likely the recently obtained follower job transfer scroll. In a flash, 30 seconds passed. The moment Suyu opened his eyes, he realized that a parchment scroll had appeared in his hand. Follower job transfer scroll, white. Description: a special certificate used to transfer to the 1st-tier extraordinary profession of follower. Locked faith object is the god of light, automatically disappears after use. Attribute limit, spirit 1.5. Extraordinary material, none. Transfer ceremony, dark devouring initial dungeon. Hidden tip 1, this transfer scroll is bound to Survivor Suyu, it cannot be used by others. Hidden tip 2, this transfer scroll has fixed the faith object as the god of light, no self-selection possible. Hidden tip 3, the 2nd-tier advanced profession of follower is priest, requiring a purple quality initial oil lamp as an extraordinary medium for advancement. Suyu suddenly felt a wave of nausea. This so-called gift was indeed a sugar-coated shell, and a spoiled one at that, with no possibility of being sold off. Dark devouring dungeon. He silently repeated the transfer ceremony twice, his guesses deepening in his heart. Without a doubt, all the 1st-tier extraordinary professions he had seen before had no mention of a transfer ceremony. The only one that raised questions was the extremely evil, vengeful spirit profession. And the follower profession also needed a transfer ceremony, making it hard not to associate the two. More critically, he recalled the world system prompt from the first day he entered the dark dungeon. Do not let the oil lamp burn out, or you will pay with your life. So, when the oil lamp runs out, will it turn into something like Xiao Xiao Kong, neither human nor ghost, and involuntarily take up the follower profession? Suyu felt he had grasped the key. He had previously thought that some powerful monster would enter the initial dungeon after the dark devouring dungeon, but he did not expect this layer of meaning in the world system's warning. Fortunately, he still had plenty of oil. 3 cans of 500 milliliters, 2 cans of 250 milliliters, for mini bottles of 100 milliliters, plus 280 milliliters in the oil lamp. Theoretically, it would last about 20 days, and even with extra use, there was no need to worry too much within half a month. After contemplating for a moment, Suyu opened the private chat interface, ready to remind Zhang Yiding and Ji Haiyang. These two were among the few true friends he could help and support in the dark dungeon world. However, just as he opened the interface, he saw a message from Ji Haiyang. Su brother, I have results for the information you asked me to check. There are just too many people in the World Exchange channel who have posted about obtaining orange treasure chests, at least several tens of millions. It's impossible to check them all. However, the vast majority of people have indeed stopped posting in the World Exchange channel. We tried a few private chats but received no replies. Looking at these messages, Suyu felt his eyelids twitch and quickly replied to Ji Haiyang. I already know. Ji Laogu, please do not have the helpers you found contact these people anymore, otherwise, they might also be targeted. Although their avatars are still lit up, they have essentially become unrecognized living dead by the world system. We cannot proactively use dual proof on them, but they can use it to attack us. Moreover, they likely have all taken up the follower profession, which includes spiritual attack means. Without defenses, we could easily suffer huge losses. After sending the message, Suyu waited for quite a while and did not receive a reply. He guessed that Ji Haiyang might not fully believe what he said. After all, to be fair, the term living dead was still somewhat beyond what most survivors could understand. After thinking for a moment, he decided to send a screenshot of the attributes of the recently obtained follower job transfer scroll. In the next moment, the screenshot couldn't be sent, but a message popped up instead. Ding, your friend Ji Haiyang is currently in a life and death arena and cannot use private chat. Chapter 78, Zhang Yiding's timely help. Life and death arena? Suyu's heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect that his reminder would come too late, and he couldn't help but worry about Ji Haiyang. Ji Haiyang's extraordinary profession leans more towards the physical category of soldier. If he is suppressed by the undead wearing a little white hat using spiritual pressure skills, it would be very dangerous. His expression changed rapidly, staring at Ji Haiyang's avatar for 5 minutes, confirming that the latter's status hadn't turned gray. He suddenly changed his face and opened the private message interface with Zhang Yiding. Are you okay? Question mark. Zhang Yiding sent a question mark. Suyu sighed in relief. It seems the other party didn't use some kind of fate symbol to learn Ji Haiyang's survivor number. Zhang Yiding wasn't affected. He immediately shared his discovery and Ji Haiyang's situation with Zhang Yiding briefly. Perhaps because the information was too much, 3 whole minutes passed before Zhang Yiding finally replied. I understand. What are your plans now? Seeing the message, Suyu was slightly taken aback. He wanted to determine the specific reason why Ji Haiyang was challenged to a life and death duel and tell Zhang Yiding to be extra careful. Hearing her words, he suddenly didn't know how to respond. In the next moment, he saw a picture sent by Zhang Yiding. Dungeon Protection Talisman, Purple. Description: a special talisman, when used, cannot be designated as a life and death duel target for 48 hours, and cannot be inflicted with negative states. Seeing the effect of the Dungeon Protection Talisman, Suyu held his breath. If he had this talisman, he could safely explore for the next 2 days. Where did you get this? Obtained during yesterday's exploration, you can use it. Zhang Yiding's response was light and casual, and she quickly sent a trade request. Thank you. Suyu wasn't shy, directly accepting the trade request, and suddenly a talisman appeared in his hand. But then, he was troubled. Such a precious item, he definitely couldn't accept it for free, otherwise, their friendship boat would be leaking no matter what. After thinking for a while, he finally sent Zhang Yiding a private message. If I remember correctly, your extraordinary profession is undead, right? In the small initial dungeon, the kerosene lamp emitted a yellow dim light. The dungeon was very clean, the floor almost spotless. If one ignored the weapons randomly placed in the corner and the carcasses of monsters, it truly looked like a prison cell for holding criminals. Zhang Yiding looked at the message she received and piled the goblin body she had just killed in the corner, typing out her response to Suyu's question with a calm expression. Yes. Soon, she received a reply. The Dungeon Protection Talisman is too precious. I remember the second-tier profession corresponding to the slave profession is Gladiator, which requires red copper stones for class change. I'll give you some. Gladiator? She whispered softly, opened Suyu's avatar, and checked the survivor number again. Okay. Just as the message was sent, Suyu sent another long string of messages. You should know that red copper stones and obsidian can enhance the quality of treasure chests. I will give you some obsidian so that when you encounter low-quality treasure chests, you can guarantee an upgrade to blue quality, but be very careful about the monsters and evil spirits that might chase you due to the quality upgrade. Also, silver stones can upgrade blue quality treasure chests to purple quality, but I don't have any at the moment. I will go to the mines again when I have the chance. Finally, I also have a blue quality shield here. Zhang Yiding looked at this long string of messages and subconsciously glanced at the neatly arranged weapons in the corner. These were all obtained from life or death duels, mostly of blue quality. But unfortunately, due to her initial skills, she couldn't use any of them. I've received the intelligence and ores, but I'll pass on the shield. I can't use it. Seeing Zhang Yiding's reply, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. In terms of value, the red copper stones and obsidian he sent were definitely not worth as much as the protection tokens. Fortunately, their relationship still played a role. He closed the private chat interface and gently rubbed the talisman in his hand with his fingers. Dungeon Protection Token, Purple. Description: a special talisman that, after use, makes the user immune to being selected as a target for life or death duels for 48 hours, and negative status effects cannot be applied. Hidden tip 1, using it increases 5 points of evil deed value. As expected, this talisman would also increase evil deed value. But in the grand scheme, it didn't matter. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed with his eyes closed. The continuous 3 life or death duels had greatly drained his inspiration attribute. Had it not been for the dungeon protection state, he wouldn't have even bothered with private messages, he would have just started meditating. 4 hours later, Suyu felt the active inspiration in his mind and slowly opened his eyes. Even though he had been sitting still for so long, he didn't feel mentally tired, only his limbs were slightly numb from holding the same posture for too long. Meditation might actually replace sleep. He stretched lazily, then opened the system interface to check the time. It was already 5 p.m. He began planning his next steps. First, he could be sure that exploring outside couldn't be stopped, or else he would lose his lead. He couldn't go out today, but after midnight, he would have to immediately use the dungeon protection token and open the door ahead in the dungeon. Having planned out tomorrow's tasks, he turned his attention to the pile of loot on the central stone table. Though he knew there was a 99% chance that all the items were basic resources, having them take up space wasn't ideal. He sighed and walked over to the stone table to begin sorting. Half an hour later, he confirmed his guess. As expected, the pile of items was all basic materials like stone bricks, wooden planks, cloth, and glass. Although they took up a lot of space, they were worth no more than 300 units of basic resources, about the same as selling 2 healing potions. What a poor bastard. Suyu muttered angrily and walked towards the campfire, ready to cook himself a warm meal. But just a few steps in, he suddenly remembered something. The loot from Zhao Shaokong, though not wealthy, at least didn't have 0 value like the loot from the 2 little white hats. So, did the behind-the-scenes mastermind take all the items before these living dead started the life or death duels? Damn, so petty. Suyu cursed, but he didn't feel much emotional disturbance. In his mind, the behind-the-scenes mastermind had already become synonymous with negativity, and even if he found out what they did, he wouldn't be surprised. He would just want to kill them even more. Estimating the time was about right, he opened the private message interface to send another message to Ji Haiyang, only to find that Ji Haiyang had already sent him a message first. Brother Su, give me 2 healing potions. Suyu didn't hesitate and sent the healing potions over, then stared at Ji Haiyang's avatar, afraid that it would suddenly go dark. 2 minutes later, Ji Haiyang sent another message. Thanks, Brother Su. I just suddenly encountered a life or death duel. It really is a damn ghost. Suyu's heart tightened, and he quickly sent a message to remind. Is that person wearing all white? Brother, you need to be careful. After 3 deathmatches, they will calm down for a while. It's no problem, these undead are a bit difficult with their mental control, but their close combat and ranged abilities are weak. They keep talking about making me believe in the light god, but I would never worship the natives of the dark dungeon world. Suyu smiled helplessly. It's normal that these white hat people are weak, the real threat is behind them. He gathered his thoughts and then sent over his follower class promotion scroll again. This is the reward for consecutively killing 3 priest sequence superhumans, but it's been tampered with, so it can't be sold or used for promotion. It's pretty disgusting. If you still have basic resources, it's best to buy some more kerosene in the trade channel. I will also make another batch of torches soon. Don't sell these torches just yet, or when the dungeon falls into darkness, the other side can use this promotion scroll to forcibly turn you into one of those undead. Ji Haiyang did not reply for a long time. Suyu had a strange feeling. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 bottles of minor healing potions and initiated a trade request. A familiar text prompt popped up immediately. Ding, your friend Ji Haiyang is currently in a deathmatch arena and cannot initiate a trade. So soon? Although he had expected it, Suyu was still a bit surprised. He shook his head. In this situation, all he could do was silently wish Ji Haiyang good luck. Although he couldn't explore the world, he couldn't waste today's time either. He opened the trade channel and started searching for monster fat and monster corpses. Then, he furrowed his brow. Chapter 79, Making Money in Progress. Compared to a few days ago, although these two items had become more common in the market, their prices were somewhat beyond his expectations. A goblin corpse was about 50 units of basic resources, while monster fat was 10 units of basic resources per piece. Going higher, a rare quality shadow wolf corpse even reached 100 units of basic resources, and the monster fat was 30 units of basic resources per piece. A bit expensive. Su Yu muttered. Although buying these corpses to make healing potions would definitely bring in huge profits, and buying the monster fat to make torches would also yield good returns, his sensitivity to the prices made him realize something. That is, other survivors had found new uses for monster corpses and monster fat. He clicked on the purchase request sorted by quantity, and not long after, he saw two special bulk buy requests. Trade request, exchange 25 milliliters of kerosene for a complete goblin corpse *1, this trade request is valid long-term. Trade request, exchange 50 milliliters of kerosene for a complete shadow wolf corpse *1, this trade request is valid long-term. They're not even trying to hide it. Looking at these two messages, Su Yu was very curious about the other party's strength. Currently, the market price of kerosene and basic resources was roughly a 1:5 ratio. These two bulk buy messages were offering over double the market price in kerosene for monster corpses, which was like openly announcing that they had a way to turn monster corpses into kerosene. After all, there are not a few survivors holding dual proofs now. To openly declare that one can turn monster corpses into kerosene, aren't they afraid someone will just grab it from them? But soon, he realized. The person buying monster corpses might not be the one holding the core scroll. It's possible that the person behind them just asked for help in buying the corpses, just like he had asked Ji Haiyang to help him. He shook his head and secretly noted down this person's survivor ID, then posted a purchase request for 100 corpses in the trade channel. He did not set the price too high, he simply offered a purchase price of 60 units of basic materials for ordinary monster corpses, while rare monster corpses were priced at 120 units of basic materials. In this way, the 20% premium would not seem abrupt and could speed up the acquisition process. After sending out the acquisition message, he began searching for monster oil torches. As expected, there were quite a few reselling messages in the trading channel, just like the healing potions from a few days ago, with some selling for astonishing prices. A very ordinary goblin oil torch could sell for a price of 100 units of basic materials. If calculated by the amount of time it could illuminate, this price was already very close to the market price of kerosene. But compared to healing potions, the liquidity of monster oil torches seemed a bit lacking. After a little pondering, Su Yu figured out the key behind this. The specific effects of monster oil torches were hidden, only after personally using them would one believe that they could replace kerosene lamps in many situations. Most survivors, unlike him, would naturally feel skeptical about such items with hidden effects. In contrast, the name healing potion already indicated its function, naturally opening up a faster sales channel. After some thought, Su Yu still chose to purchase monster oil at market price. His observations of the trading channel were very detailed, although both monster corpses and monster oil were popular, their respective market types were completely opposite. Monster corpses were in high demand, creating a seller's market, while monster oil had an oversupply, resulting in a buyer's market. Su Yu estimated that this should be due to most monster corpses being incomplete. After all, monsters were not like pigs in a slaughterhouse, and survivors couldn't be too careful while killing. Soon, system prompt sounds came in one after another. Su Yu knew that this indicated the success of his purchases. He walked over to the essence extraction machine and began to get busy. To increase efficiency, he had to keep running back and forth between the machine and the stone table. 2 hours later, he finally stopped. The essence extraction machine had stopped running, and over 100 colorful blood meat amber pieces had appeared on the central stone table. More specifically, there were a total of 120 pieces of blood meat amber. Su Yu felt a bit regretful. Among the 100 monster corpses he had just received, there were 2 elite quality monster corpses, which should have generated blue quality blood meat amber. Unfortunately, the quality of the essence extraction machine was only green, so even if these higher quality monster corpses were put in, they could only be broken down into several powder green quality essences. He shook his head and stopped thinking too much about it, turning to put the glass bottles and large barrel of purified water on the stone table. Then, he noticed a problem. He was out of water. His previous stock of bottled water was over 100 L, enough for one person to drink for half a year without issue. However, since many subsequent items required water as a raw material, his current bottled water stock was now insufficient to make those 100 bottles of healing potions. But this wasn't a big problem. He directly opened the trading channel. The price of purified water had always been low. 500 milliliters of purified water was priced at only 25 units of basic materials as a standard selling unit. And buying 5L of purified water at once would cost even just 200 units of basic materials. Suyu searched the list for a long time and finally found that the prices for bulk sales were surprisingly identical. Is this a monopoly? Suyu inexplicably thought of the person who had provoked him earlier. But if the other party had established a monopoly, the price of water shouldn't be this low. Moreover, after blacklisting the other party, their items would not appear in the list by default. This series of mineral water is obviously not sold by that person. After thinking for a moment, he didn't come to any conclusion, so he simply stopped thinking and directly spent 2,000 basic materials to buy 50 liters of pure water. Soon, the initial dungeon was filled with bright light. More than 100 bottles of healing potions almost filled the entire stone table. Suyu stored the healing potion production scroll, and then listed this batch of healing potions in the trading channel according to their quality, leaving only 10 bottles of basic healing potions for backup. Next, he didn't rush to make monster oil torches but first added a huge mahogany table to the initial dungeon with 100 units of basic materials. He had previously created items on the central stone table, but as the number of items increased, the stone table could no longer meet the new demand. If the table's area hadn't also expanded when the dungeon upgraded, he wouldn't have even been able to successfully produce healing potions on it just now. Chapter 80, 11th Day, Out Exploration. 20 minutes later, Suyu looked at the 100 torches on the mahogany table and stretched lazily in the matching mahogany chair. He didn't plan to sell this batch of torches temporarily, instead, he intended to give half to Ji Haiyang and keep the rest for himself. The profit from the healing potions was already high enough to fully satisfy his needs. In contrast, it was better to keep the torches as a backup, in case of an unexpected situation when kerosene runs out. I wonder if Ji Haiyang can receive the supplies now? He opened the private chat interface and tentatively sent Ji Haiyang a bottle of basic healing potion. Ding, your friend Ji Haiyang is currently in the life and death arena and cannot use the trading function temporarily. As expected. Suyu sighed, estimating that Ji Haiyang must have been challenged to a life and death duel for the third time. He glanced at the time, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. There was no time left to make cooked food. To replenish his energy, he took out a piece of fermented bread and a piece of dry bread, eating them with some mixed vegetable canned food. After hastily finishing his meal, he lay down on the bed and forced himself into sleep. At midnight, Suyu woke up from his dreams. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was send Ji Haiyang 50 torches. This time, he finally didn't receive a text prompt, but Ji Haiyang also did not accept the trade immediately. Suyu guessed that Ji Haiyang must be sleeping and did not think more about it. He directly took out the dungeon protection talisman and squeezed it tightly. In the next moment, runes burned into the air. Suyu opened his attribute page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, apprentice. Spirit, 2.4, Strength, 1.9, Constitution, 2.6, Speed, 1.7. Inspiration, 2.4/2.4. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV1. Special Status, Dungeon Protection. Dungeon Protection, cannot be specified as a life and death duel target, cannot be subjected to negative status effects, remaining time 60 hours. This dungeon protection talisman is indeed a good item. Suyu sighed, pondering what else to give Zhang Yiting. For the friendship to last forever, even close brothers have to account clearly. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. He currently had several items in hand that were more valuable than the dungeon protection talisman, but none were suitable for Zhang Yiting. It was better to go out and explore for some things. With this in mind, Suyu walked straight to the dungeon stone door and reached out to pull it open. Outside the door was still the brilliantly colored crystal pathway. Raising his head slightly, he saw a giant pink octopus again, its arms tightly clinging to the outer wall of the crystal pathway, as if ready to break through at any moment. Fortunately, Suyu was no longer a newcomer entering the ocean-themed passage for the first time. He confidently walked inside. Half an hour later, he saw the crystal steps from a distance. And in front of the crystal steps, there lay a large blue-green shrimp. The shrimp's size was unusually large, almost 30 centimeters long, with a red spike on its head, looking quite intimidating. Suyu cautiously observed it for a while. Although the shrimp was huge, it did not seem aggressive, only bouncing around in place, as if it had just left the sea and was in a fit of impotent rage. A guess suddenly popped into his mind. This ocean-themed tunnel, could it be a section of the ocean taken from the dark dungeon in real time? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have such a half-dead shrimp. To verify his guess, he slowly circled around the shrimp and gently reached out with his left hand to touch its body. Spiked blue shrimp, elite. Intelligence, 0.3. Strength, 0.6. Constitution, 1.2. Speed, 2.1. Evaluation, a shrimp that lives in the deep sea, blue in color, usually found in groups, edible. Hidden hint 1, the body of the shrimp is edible, and after the first consumption, it increases constitution by plus 0.1, speed by plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with constitution greater than or equal to 3 or speed greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 2, the shrimp's veins contain neurotoxins and must be completely removed. This shrimp is quite resilient. Suyu mumbled as he looked at the spiked blue shrimp's attributes. A constitution of 1.2 already surpassed the average level of an ordinary adult, no wonder it could increase constitution after being eaten. And with a speed of 2.1, Suyu had no doubt he couldn't catch up with this shrimp in the water. After confirming that it wasn't dangerous, he took out the evil exorcism axe. With a light tap of the axe, the spiked blue shrimp instantly stopped moving. Suyu placed the shrimp into his spatial bag and turned his gaze towards the crystal staircase ahead. The structure of this tunnel was very different from the last one. There were no forks to the sides of the crystal staircase, and only a long road stretched ahead, beyond sight. However, Suyu didn't pay too much attention to these differences. His focus was on the 2 tokens on the crystal staircase. Guild token, special. Effect, using it will establish a guild. Hidden hint 1, this token is currently unusable, will take effect in 71 hours. Hidden hint 2, a guild is an organization for survivors, which will enable cooperative exploration once established. Suyu gazed at the 2 tokens, his mind racing with thoughts. In 71 hours, in other words, early morning of the 14th day. It seemed like this week's world event would be closely related to guilds. Could it be a 5v5 team deathmatch? A wild thought appeared in Suyu's mind, only to be immediately dismissed. The dark dungeon would definitely not repeat itself, that was unquestionable. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He then put the 2 tokens into his spatial bag and continued forward. It wasn't the time yet, after today, past midnight, everything would be clear. Half an hour later, he saw the familiar crystal staircase. And, just as expected, there was another big shrimp in front of it. Suyu confirmed that this one was identical to the previous one, and, as usual, struck it with the axe and threw it into the spatial bag. He was in a good mood now. Earlier, he had been wondering what to give Zhang Yiding, but now he didn't need to worry anymore. This spiked blue shrimp, along with the information from earlier, was enough to be considered equivalent to the dungeon protection charm. He hummed a little tune, reaching for the familiar-looking parchment scroll on the crystal staircase. Chapter 81, Wave-Walking Fishmen and Followers of Truth. Healing Potion Crafting Scroll, purple. Effect, craft a healing potion, usable both internally and externally, to treat various injuries. Materials, container *1, monster blood essence *1, water source 500 milliliters *1. Note, the quality of the potion depends on the quality of the monster blood essence, water source, and container, with a maximum of purple quality. Hidden hint 1, to craft a green or lower quality healing potion, any quality of water source and container can be used. Hidden hint 2, to craft a blue quality healing potion, a green quality or higher water source and container are required. This is a healing potion recipe scroll? Suyu looked at the familiar patterned parchment scroll, his right hand unconsciously clenching, then he laughed out loud. He really hadn't expected to obtain a higher quality healing potion blueprint here. It was like finding an anonymous international bank black card while walking, and from then on, never having to worry about making a living. He laughed for a full half minute, then remembered a tricky problem. Now, he indeed had the blueprint for making healing potions, but the flesh essence extractor machine still only extracted green quality flesh amber. In other words, he wouldn't be able to make blue quality healing potions for now, let alone purple quality healing potions. In an instant, his thoughts returned to reality. Suyu immediately thought of an even more pressing issue. He still hadn't explored the passage completely. To avoid things like the Minotaur appearing, he quickly tucked the parchment scroll away and started jogging to continue his exploration. 20 minutes later, he saw a giant fishman with a strange appearance. It was called a fishman because this creature had already departed from the fish form, with a tail fin and 2 legs standing together, and it even had a human face. But it was not a human, its entire body was covered in scales, and its fish fins opened and closed like a complex primitive totem, so it could only be described as a half-human, half-fish monster. Looking at the blue scales on the fishman's face, after confirming there were no other passages behind it, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief amidst his tension. If no danger appeared, he would have to keep worrying. Although the fishman looked ugly, at least it was a visible and tangible danger, so he didn't have to stay tense anymore. He took out the evil repelling axe. Soon, the fishman without weapons turned into a dead fish under the attack of the evil repelling axe. Suyu reached out and gently touched the fish fin area through his wolfskin gloves. Wavestrider fishman, deceased. Intelligence, 1.2. Strength, 1.2. Constitution, 1.2. Speed, 1.2. Evaluation, a wise creature living in the ocean, blue quality, usually lives in groups, inedible. Hidden tip 1. The Wave Strider Fishman worships the elders, its skin records profane totems, long exposure can lead to mental damage. It's actually elite tier, no wonder it didn't die after one axe hit. Suyu sighed and then frowned at the hidden tip. The name Profane Totem was definitely something he had seen before, just couldn't recall exactly where. He shook his head, not trying too hard to remember, then turned to the body of the Wave Strider Fishman with a troubled look. This thing definitely needed to be brought back intact. He hadn't made blue quality healing potions yet, so it absolutely couldn't be dismembered. But if it wasn't dismembered, it couldn't be stored in the space backpack. Plus, it was night now, and Ji Haiyang was asleep, so the trading channel couldn't be used to transport it. After thinking for a while, he decided to try sending a private message to Zhang Yiding. I just killed an elite monster, it's too big to transport, if you have time, could you help me use the trading system to transport it? Zhang Yiding did not reply. Suyu didn't think it was strange. Although there was a day and night cycle in the dark dungeon, many survivors still kept their original sleep schedule. He temporarily set aside the body, then turned his attention to the thing on the crystal staircase. Truth Seeker, Heretic, Profession Promotion Scroll, Green. Effect, a special certificate used for promoting to the second-tier extraordinary profession, Truth Seeker, Heretic. It disappears automatically after use. Introduction, Truth Seekers are apprentice mages of the arcane, often desecrating the true gods, disguising themselves as the most devout priests to research the gods. In the end he questioned the difference between the righteous god and the evil god, until he could not be tolerated by the church. Usage restriction, Spirit 3.0, Constitution 2.0. Prerequisite class, Apprentice. Transcendent material, Blasphemy Totem. Job transfer ritual, none. Hidden hint 1, Believer of Truth can transfer from Apprentice, after transfer additionally increases Holy Grace attribute, the dual attribute values are jointly determined by the Spirit attribute. Hidden hint 2, Believer of Truth class can take part-time Priest sequence class, can freely modify the designated object of faith, ignoring forced faith. Hidden hint 3, the advanced class of Believer of Truth is Blasphemer, advancement requires Enlightened Soul or otherworldly soul as core material. Hidden hint 4, the gods hate blasphemers, please choose the job carefully. Suyu's eyes instantly became heavy and serious. Without doubt, this was a genuine second-tier job transfer scroll, and, Believer of Truth, was even a second-tier class that allowed part-time, its strength and meaning were almost self-evident. But the text description also wrote it clearly, this thing was a double-dealer class. If operated improperly, there would truly be divine punishment from the gods. He struggled for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I almost forgot I am being hunted right now, at this time what is there to pick? Suyu put away the sheepskin scroll, and his gaze fell on the corpse of the wave-treading fishman still lying on the ground. With the Believer of Truth class transfer scroll, it was even more impossible for him to cut this thing open and carry it away. After thinking for a moment, he opened the trading channel, preparing to see if there was something that could save him some strength. This fishman weighed at least 300 or 400 gene. If he did not rely on some tools, even though his current strength had already reached 1.9 points, it would still be hard to drag it. However, just as he opened the system panel, he saw the private message reply from Zhang Yiding. Okay. Suyu was instantly overjoyed. This was truly when mountains seem endless and the road seems cut off, then willows are dark and flowers shine and there is another village. He had thought he would have to bitterly drag this corpse back to the initial dungeon, but did not expect Zhang Yiding had actually woken up again. He immediately traded the fishman corpse to Zhang Yiding. Very quickly, the corpse turned into a burst of white light and disappeared before his eyes, and Suyu stepped on the return path with full satisfaction. 2 hours later, he returned to the initial dungeon. Suyu did not care about anything else, first opened the trading channel to check the selling situation of the healing potions. There was no other reason, next buying transcendent ingredients required a large amount of funds, if the healing potions did not sell well, the time for him to take the job of Believer of Truth would have to be delayed without limit. Very quickly, he saw a result that was within reason. A full 110 bottles of healing potions had all been sold. He quickly took out the empty space backpack on the 3rd floor, and specified the 37,000 units of basic materials he had obtained to be transmitted into it. Immediately after, he opened private chat and told Zhang Yiding that he had already returned to the dungeon. Very quickly, as white light appeared, the fishman corpse appeared on the empty ground. There was some expectation in Suyu's heart. Up to now, everything was ready, only lacking transcendent ingredients that could increase the spirit attribute. Suyu opened the trading channel and once again searched for transcendent ingredients. Very quickly, thousands of results appeared in the list. But facing this result, Suyu felt a headache. Chapter 82 The Three Brothers of the Wang Family. Because the specific effects of transcendent ingredients were all hidden information, among the thousands of selling messages there was no display of the specific eating effects at all. This led to the fact that to judge the authenticity and quality of transcendent ingredients, one could only rely on the seller's remarks column for notes. A bit troublesome. Suyu frowned. He did not want to risk being cheated to spend a high price to purchase these things without guarantee. If he was truly cheated, this trading channel had no after-sales service. He could not directly use dual proof to come to the door for physical communication. After thinking for a moment, Suyu changed his thinking. He opened the World Communication Channel. After a keyword search, he successfully found 3 code names: Fatty, Thin Guy, Little Boy. Although these 3 individuals were poor at choosing code names, they held significant weight in the exceptional food materials intermediary market. More importantly, through the historical messages in the World Communication Channel, this group's reputation was quite good, with almost no negative information about fleeing. Suyu directly searched according to the survivor number and sent a private message to Fatty. Friend, I need exceptional food materials to improve my mental attributes, at least blue quality, and the more, the better. Do you have any in stock? The other party did not reply immediately. Suyu sat quietly on the mahogany chair, waiting, feeling in his heart that there were indeed capable people among the survivors. His earlier instruction to Ji Haiyang to expand the market for monster oil torches had the purpose of laying a foundation for the exceptional food materials market. However, he did not expect that due to various reasons, he would delay for a week and had not made further moves, while Fatty had already become a well-known guarantor in the market. Soon, he received a reply from Fatty. Friend, blue-quality exceptional food materials are relatively rare and expensive. How about green quality instead? Suyu raised his eyebrows and quickly replied. No, green quality exceptional food materials are ineffective for individuals with attributes above 2.0. Just bring out the blue quality exceptional food materials, and you can include other attributes as well. Price is not an issue. At this, the other party fell silent. It was not until 3 minutes later that 2 messages came through. Oh, I didn't expect your mental attributes to already be above 2.0, quite advanced among the survivors. Please wait a moment, we don't have much blue quality exceptional food material in stock, I will coordinate. Also, the price of blue quality exceptional food materials is definitely higher than that of green quality materials. I hope you can understand. Suyu replied with one word and patiently waited. He knew the other party was likely telling the truth. At this stage, most survivors had attributes below 2.0 and had no use for blue quality exceptional food materials at all. The fact that Fatty knew green quality was ineffective for survivors with attributes above 2.0 was already a sign of long-term operation. Instead of waiting idly, he took the initiative to organize his funds. Including today's deposit of over 30,000 basic materials, his total savings were nearly 50,000. According to the information previously gathered in the World Communication Channel, the price for blue-quality exceptional food materials was about 2,000 to 3,000 units of basic materials. If he was resolute, it would be enough to elevate his attributes directly by 1 level. 20 minutes later, he finally received 2 images. Jade-faced cherry, blue. Description, 2 red cherries, but they won't explode and can't harm zombies. Edible. Charging grapefruit, blue. Description, a special grapefruit with a sweet and sour taste. Edible. With the images came an explanation from Fatty. Friend, there are indeed very few blue quality mental attribute exceptional food materials. For now, we only have these 2 in stock. If you need more later, we will definitely keep them for you. What are the specific effects and prices of these 2? Suyu did not dwell on the quantity but directly asked the most crucial question. Jade-faced cherry can increase 0.1 mental attributes and 0.1 physique attributes, while charging grapefruit can increase 0.2 mental attributes, but you must eat the skin as well. My brother accidentally discovered it. As for the price, the standard for blue-quality exceptional food materials is 1,500 units of basic materials for 0.1 points of attributes. How about a total price of 4,500 units of basic materials? Okay. Suyu agreed readily. If what Fatty said was true, then using 4,500 units of basic materials to exchange for 0.3 points of mental attributes and 0.1 points of physique attributes was completely worth it. But then, he asked another key question. How do you guarantee the effect of these extraordinary ingredients? What if they don't work? You can go ask around, our 3 brothers have never lied to anyone. You can take the goods first, eat them, and verify the effect, then come back and pay. Fatty replied quickly. Suyu blinked as he looked at the reply. Never would he have expected that in this dark dungeon, there would actually be a pay-after-use business model. It was truly out of the ordinary. He thought for a moment, and could no longer contain his curiosity, so he sent a message to Fatty. I do believe in your brother's honesty, but about your business model, what if someone is so poor that they try to get it for free? After a while, Fatty didn't respond to this question. Instead, he directly sent over the 2 kinds of fruit. Jade-faced cherry, blue. Introduction, 2 red cherries, but they won't explode, and they can't harm zombies. They are edible. Hidden tip 1, edible. After the first use, physique plus 0.1, spirit plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with physique greater than or equal to 3 or spirit greater than or equal to 3. Hidden tip 2, special subbody, cannot be cultivated. Charging pomelo, blue. Introduction, a special pomelo with a sweet and sour taste, edible. Hidden tip 1, edible. After the first consumption, spirit plus 0.2. This effect is invalid for individuals with spirit greater than or equal to 3. Hidden tip 2, special subbody, cannot be cultivated. Hidden tip 3, must be eaten whole. Peeling the skin makes the attribute effect invalid. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Fatty's reputation was indeed reliable. He immediately traded 4,500 units of basic materials. Your extraordinary ingredients are indeed authentic, looks like they'll monopolize the market soon. We will definitely be in long-term cooperation. You flatter us, my two brothers, and I just want to make a little money here in the dark dungeon, while also helping to regulate the market. Fatty's words were still very humble. Suyu thought for a moment and then took out the long-unused G-honey from his space bag. Do you buy extraordinary ingredients? We do, definitely. How much do you have? About 40 pieces, green quality. The specific effect is plus 0.1 physique and plus 0.1 speed. So many? Are you joking? Suyu raised an eyebrow and directly sent over the image of G-honey. It's 10 G per use. I still have 400 G left. If you want to buy, just offer a higher price. At this, Fatty fell completely silent. After a full 10 minutes, Suyu finally received a message again. Friend, my real name is Wang Zhe. My two brothers are Wang Zuer and Wang Zisen. We just discussed it, and our cash flow is quite tight right now. If you trust us, we can sell it for you without taking a penny. Of course, if you're not comfortable, we can also buy it for 40,000 units of basic materials. This price is indeed low, but it's all the cash flow we have right now. Looking at the message from Wang Zhe, Suyu narrowed his eyes. Chapter 83, A Big Profit. He hadn't failed to research the market price of extraordinary ingredients. Due to the uncertain authenticity and fluctuations in supply, the price of green quality extraordinary ingredients fluctuates greatly, ranging from 300 units to 600 units of basic materials, with a difference of up to double. In other words, due to the underdeveloped market, G-honey's price would currently fluctuate between 600 and 1,200 units of basic materials. The three brothers were willing to buy it for a total price of 40,000 units of basic materials, which was extremely low, and there was a significant risk of losing money. Suyu didn't believe in free lunch in the world. By lowering their stance like this, they definitely had something important they needed from him. After a moment of thought, he went straight to the point. What are your conditions? Just say it directly. If it's too difficult, I can't promise anything. Friend, you are indeed very considerate. We really want to cooperate with you long term. I want to know what your specific attributes are and how many times you have entered the life and death arena. Seeing this almost like a household registration question, Suyu instinctively became alert. What do you want to do? Friend, don't misunderstand. We have no other intentions. You just asked how our business model works when we encounter freeloaders, right? Actually, my brother has always been responsible for the aftermath. But in the past couple of days, the strength of the freeloaders has been getting stronger. Although he is an extraordinary soldier profession, he is having some difficulty handling it. So I want to ask how strong you are, my friend. After reading this long message, Suyu suddenly realized that they wanted him to be a thug. At the same time, his doubts disappeared. No wonder these three brothers dared to launch a pay-after-use business model. It turns out there is really a physical communication step. He thought for a moment and gave an inaccurate response. I am an apprentice profession, and I can soon be promoted to the second rank. I have killed 9 people in the life and death arena. How do you plan to cooperate? After sending the message, Suyu quietly waited for a reply. He didn't mind being a thug since this dark dungeon valued strength first. The life and death arena felt as familiar to him as home. Coming in and out was no pressure at all. The only thing he needed to consider was how much benefit he could gain. If the offer from the three brothers was not suitable, he would definitely refuse. 5 minutes later, he received a message. Our idea is to give you 30% of the net profit every month, and we will also provide the proof of duel. How do you see it, friend? Why only 30%? Suyu frowned slightly. 30% seems a lot, but with the term net profit, the operational space is too large. As a former accountant, he understood all the complicated tricks very well. Accelerated depreciation of fixed assets, bonuses offsetting profits, it was incredibly easy to lower profits. More importantly, they had only been in the dark dungeon world for less than 2 weeks. Who could guarantee what would happen next month? What if next month he died in some corner of the dungeon, leaving no remains, or became a white hat zombie? What use would the promised profits be? Calculating this way, the real promised benefits were only the soon-to-be received 40,000 units of basic materials and the proof of duel when he acted. It was simply not worth the risk. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly received 2 new messages. Of course, if you still don't believe us, how about we settle with extraordinary ingredients? Before each action, we can give you 3 kinds of blue-quality extraordinary ingredients as compensation. That's fine, but after I level up, I want to switch to purple quality. Blue quality is ineffective for individuals with attributes over 3.0. Suyu stated his bottom line. He wouldn't leave himself any loopholes. Okay, then it's settled. Let's add each other as friends for easier contact in the future. Fatty agreed quickly, as if afraid of Suyu. Suyu added Fatty and his 2 brothers as friends and finally confirmed that the other party was not lying to him. The 3 brothers were indeed named Wang Zhe, Wang Zhe and Wang Zhe-san, a little too casual when their nicknames were the same. Soon after, a trade request came through. Ding, your friend Wang Zhe requests to use various basic materials *40,000 to exchange for 400 G of bee honey *1. Do you agree to the request? So you click to agree, and then a white light burst forth, filling half of the space backpack with a massive amount of materials. He couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Originally planning to spend a lot, he didn't expect that going back and forth would almost double his basic supplies. He shook his head, placed the iron pot on the campfire, and then added 500 milliliters of mineral water. Although the campfire had long gone out, the iron pot, after being enchanted, no longer needed a fire source. While waiting for the water to heat up, Suyu took out a spiny shrimp. Carefully peeling off the shell, removing the head, and cleaning out the shrimp line, the water was just coming to a boil. He directly tossed this large shrimp into the boiling water. 2 minutes later, a rich shrimp aroma wafted through the air. Suyu scooped out this shrimp piece, which was over 20 centimeters long, and swallowed it in just a few bites. Immediately afterward, he didn't stop, tossing cherry-like fruits into his mouth, chewing a couple of times, and swallowing them without a care for savoring. These cherries are really delicious. Suyu felt the popping sensation in his mouth like popping candy and regretted swallowing too quickly. However, he quickly shifted his attention to the final energizing grapefruit. According to the hidden hint, this thing had to be eaten with the skin for it to work. The taste probably wouldn't be too good. 10 minutes later, Suyu, wearing a mask of pain, opened his attributes page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, apprentice. Spirit, 2.7, Strength, 1.9, Physique, 2.8, Speed, 1.8. Inspiration, 2.4/2.7. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV1. Special Status, Dungeon Shelter, Minor Sin. He nodded in satisfaction, having increased his spirit attribute by 0.3 and his physique by 0.2 points, he now felt an endless surge of energy throughout his body. The only pity was that his spirit attribute was still a bit away from 3 points. If only I could get my hands on a bottle of mental strength potion. He sighed with emotion, then clicked on the newly appeared, Minor Sin, status. Minor Sin, accumulated 15 points of evil deeds. When opening a treasure chest, there is a 0.15% chance to turn into a treasure chest monster. So that's it. Suyu showed a look of sudden realization. A 0.15% chance is very low, it roughly translates to encountering it once in about 600 treasure chest openings, no wonder he felt nothing at all. He directly ignored this status and turned his gaze to the stone wall directly in front of him. Chapter 84, God of Love Chocolate. Although the ocean-themed passage corresponding to the door had been fully explored, the other 13 stone walls had not been explored. With the idea of exploring in order of quality level, Suyu ran through the 3 layers of the dungeon back and forth, and his face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Out of the 13 stone walls, astonishingly, 12 were of white quality, with only one located on the left side of the second floor being green. Could it be that yesterday's nauseating entanglement status took effect? The more he thought about it, the more he believed this guess to be the truth. However, regardless of anything, he still had to go out and explore, even mosquito legs or meat, and he couldn't just lie down in the dungeon because the quality of the stone walls corresponding to the passage was low. He walked in front of the stone wall on the second floor and lightly tapped twice, causing a crack to echo loudly. Next came the familiar process. Suyu walked into the narrow passage, looking at the familiar rocks on both sides and below his feet, and quietly took out a piece of obsidian and a piece of starlight stone. Then he thought for a moment and pulled out a piece of red copper stone from his spatial bag. Even if he would only get a white quality treasure chest in a while, he still had to force a purple quality one to be generated. 2 hours later, he finally reached the end and saw a door. Stone door, green. Durability, 5. Hidden hint 1, this stone door is very solid, behind the door hides a goblin that wants to ambush you. Goblin? Suyu's mind stirred. Speaking of which, due to his rapid progress thanks to the hidden hints, he hadn't seen a goblin in over a week. Now, seeing a goblin again gave him a sense of déjà vu. He pushed open the door. The next moment, a wooden stick seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He swung directly at the goblin's face. Suyu didn't dodge or avoid it. He raised the evil calming axe in his hand and collided head-on with the wooden stick. Crack! The wooden stick split in half. The goblin behind the door let out a strange screeching sound. Suyu swung the axe again, sending the goblin straight to the afterlife. He entered the narrow cell, and at first glance, saw the box placed on the central stone table. Material chest, green. Description: a randomly refreshed chest in the dark dungeon. It may contain several items and materials of corresponding levels, the exact types are unknown. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains 3x 1.5L bottled water, 2x 500 ml can kerosene, 3x mixed vegetable cans, 3x potato beef cans, 1x high energy chocolate. So much food? Suyu was slightly stunned, even for a moment reluctant to upgrade the chest. After all, inside the chest were potato beef and chocolate, which would upgrade his meals to a whole new level. But soon, this thought was pushed out of his mind. He took a deep breath, placing both the obsidian and the silver stone on top of the chest. Soon, the two ores merged into the chest and disappeared. Suyu reached out again, and the information displayed before his eyes had changed drastically. Cursed material chest, purple. Description: a randomly refreshed chest in the dark dungeon. It may contain several items and materials of corresponding levels, the exact types are unknown. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains 3x 1.5L spring water, 3x 1L can kerosene, 1x cupid chocolate cake, 3x stardust powder, 1x killing rune. Hidden tip 2, this chest is cursed by the silverstone. Opening or moving it will incur the permanent pursuit of a monster. Hidden tip 3, the outer shell of this chest contains obsidian and silverstone materials. It can be burned using lighting tools, consuming 36 hours of lighting time to refine 1x obsidian and 1x silverstone. As expected, it's cursed. Suyu wasn't surprised. After all, he had upgraded the chest by 3 levels. Only receiving one curse was actually quite lucky. After a moment of thought, he placed the oil lamp on the stone table, holding the evil calming axe in his right hand while gently shifting the chest with his left. Immediately, he heard a strange noise. The goblin's bloodless corpse at the door bizarrely stood up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, its flesh turned to ash and vanished into thin air, leaving only a white, ghastly skeleton. Damn, my loot! Suyu looked at the blue fire in the goblin skeleton's eye sockets and felt a pang of heartache. A complete goblin corpse was worth 50 units of basic material. Although he was now rich, the sudden disappearance of this fortune made him hard to accept. Naturally, the newly reborn goblin skeleton became his perfect outlet for venting his frustration. He grabbed the evil calming axe and injected his spirit attribute into it, striking the goblin skeleton fiercely. Crack! The goblin skeleton's skull cracked open, and its entire head was split in two. The blue fire in its eye sockets went out, and the entire skeleton crashed heavily to the ground. Once he confirmed that it posed no further threat, Suyu shifted his gaze back to the chest he had just obtained. He eagerly opened the chest. The spring water and can kerosene didn't need much explanation. The former was an essential material for making intermediate healing potions, while the latter was a widely recognized hard currency on the market. Suyu calmly placed these materials into his space backpack, then his gaze landed on the heart-shaped box in his hand. Cupid chocolate cake, purple. Description: a high-quality imitation chocolate cake made by Cupid himself. It is edible and is rumored to make someone's love eternal if given to a lover. Hidden tip 1, the white part, when consumed, increases mental strength by plus 0.1 and speed by plus 0.1. This effect is ineffective for individuals with mental strength greater than or equal to 4 or speed greater than or equal to 4. After eating a few bites, he opened his attributes page. Name: Suyu. Occupation: apprentice. Spirit: 2.8, Strength: 1.9, Constitution: 2.8, Speed: 1.9. Inspiration: 1.9/2.8. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Refining LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV1. Special Status: Dungeon Protection, Minor Sin, Monster Temptation. Monster Temptation: the body's attraction to monsters is greatly increased. Monsters may abandon attacking others and cancel ambush tactics, attacking only based on instinct. This effect is not bad. Suyu was quite optimistic about the Monster Temptation effect. After thinking for a moment, he took out the spiny blue shrimp he had received earlier, along with the remaining Cupid's chocolate cake, and sent them to Zhang Yiting. After sending the trade request, Zhang Yiting did not immediately reply. Suyu guessed that she was probably sleeping at the moment. Although her schedule was a bit strange, it was normal. He then sent her 2 more messages. The spiny blue shrimp needs to have its vein removed. After eating, it will increase your constitution and speed by 0.1. The Cupid's chocolate will increase your strength and constitution by 0.1, but it will attract evil spirits for a short time. You can decide when to eat it. After sending the messages, Suyu closed the private chat. There were many items in the treasure chest this time. Besides Cupid's chocolate, there were 3 glass bottles filled with silver powder and a rune. Is this the stardust powder? He curiously took out the 3 glass bottles. Stardust powder, purple. Description: dust from another world, possibly with some radiation. Hidden tip 1: stardust powder is a necessary material for becoming a dimensional walker. Hidden tip 2: can be used to make a spiritual power potion. Great, now I just need the hallucinogenic mushrooms. Suyu happily put the 3 glass bottles into his space bag. With the stardust powder in hand, he figured that making a spiritual power potion wasn't too far off. Once he could make a spiritual power potion, he would be able to smoothly advance to a second-tier profession. In the current dark dungeon, being a second-tier professional was obviously a huge advantage. However, Suyu was not blinded by the bright future. He reached for the last item in the treasure chest. Killing rune. Description: a blood-red rune. Staring at it for too long may induce hallucinations. Entry 1: Killing. After being embedded, the corresponding weapon can absorb the enemy's blood essence, continuously increasing sharpness and slowly gaining new entries. Hidden tip 1: this rune must be embedded in a weapon of purple quality or higher. If the weapon's quality is too low, it will fail. A growth-type entry. This is the first time I've seen one, but this is a good thing. Without hesitation, Suyu attached the killing rune to the evil banishing axe. Soon, the red rune merged into the axe and disappeared, and the red evil aura on the surface of the evil banishing axe intensified by 3-fold. Evil banishing axe, purple. Sharpness, 15. Weight, 5. Entry 1: Breaking Illusions Axe. When attacking, the weapon can infuse Mana/Saint's Blessing Inspiration Blood Essence attributes, using its sharpness to deal an equivalent amount of evil energy damage to the enemy. Entry 2: Armor Breaking Axe. This weapon can ignore 20% of the enemy's defense. Entry 3: Killing Axe. This weapon can absorb some blood essence with every kill. The essence of blood will continually enhance the sharpness of weapons and form random attributes. The sharpness has improved a little bit. Not bad, not bad. Suyu looked at his weapon. The more he looked, the more he liked it. A full 15 points of sharpness, saying it cuts through iron like mud is not an exaggeration at all. After admiring his weapon for a while, he put it away and started on his journey back. 2 hours later, he successfully returned to his starting dungeon. To reward his stomach, he hurried to the campfire. He took out a bowl of refined flour and added some pure water to make a paste. When the mixture reached a consistency where it could be lifted with chopsticks and form a line but quickly spread out in the bowl, it was just right. While the batter rested for 10 minutes, he first went to his planting area to cut 2 freshly grown celery stalks, and then he spent 70 units of basic materials to buy 2 green onions from the trading channel. Green onions, at this stage, are considered a luxury in food. They won't fill you up, but the market supply is very low. He just glanced quickly and noticed the price was almost double that of celery. However, cooking was still the most important thing at the moment. Suyu temporarily threw aside the idea of selling the celery, put a layer of lard in the iron pan, and then poured the mixture of minced celery and green onion into the pan. Since the iron pan does not require a heat source, he simply needed to twist his wrist, and the batter flowed along the curve of the pan, slowly covering the bottom to form a thin round layer. When the edges of the batter slightly curled up and tiny bubbles appeared on the surface, Suyu gently lifted one corner with a spatula to quickly flip it over, quietly waiting for the pancake to turn a light yellow. Soon, the aroma of wheat mixed with hot steam came rushing over. He transferred the pancake to a bowl he had prepared earlier. But one pancake was far from satisfying his appetite. He put the 12 pig bones he obtained a few days ago into a basin filled with clean water. Considering the pig bones needed to soak in clean water for half an hour for the blood to slowly seep out, he simply opened a private chat with Ji Haiyang. Hey, brother, are you awake? How was yesterday? Chapter 86, Delicious Pork Bone. Soon, Ji Haiyang replied. I woke up an hour ago and was just about to go out exploring. I've accepted the 50 torches you sent, but I can't take advantage of you. I will gather a batch of monster corpses to send over. Suyu smiled and didn't reply to refuse Ji Haiyang. He thought for a moment and decided to change the topic. Thank you, brother. But check your attributes page, you probably can't go out exploring today. Huh? What do you mean? Ji Haiyang seemed completely unaware. Suyu's heart inexplicably stirred with a sense of foreboding. He quickly sent a message to confirm. Brother, doesn't your attributes page have a status called Force Lying Flat? No, Brother Su, were you restricted from going out exploring yesterday? Seeing Ji Haiyang clearly state that he didn't have it, Suyu's mouth twitched involuntarily. It turned out that this group of white hat undead was treating him differently. He was the only one unlucky enough to be hit with 3 negative statuses in a row. However, this, strictly speaking, could be considered good news. At least he could infer that those negative statuses were difficult to impose, and once the status of dungeon shelter ended, he might not be affected by negative statuses again. After comforting himself with this thought, Suyu chatted a few more words with Ji Haiyang and then exited the private chat. He opened the trading channel and bought a piece of ginger, a bottle of light soy sauce, a bottle of dark soy sauce, a bottle of cooking wine, a small bag of star anise, 15 units of coal, and a steamer. The price of the seasonings was quite high, and with the addition of 15 units of coal and a steam pot, even after some haggling, it still cost a full 2,000 units of basic materials. However, to treat his own stomach, these investments were worth it. Soon, 12 pig bones were placed into the pot with cold water. Suyu threw in 2 slices of ginger and a spoonful of cooking wine. When fine bubbles started to form on the surface of the water, the bones washed off the last layer of impurities, and he used a spoon to scoop them out, then, very luxuriously, rinsed them with heated pure water before placing them directly into the iron pot. Sizzle. As soon as the bones touched the pork fat, a sound was heard. Suyu slowly watched as the surface of the bones gradually turned pale yellow, the oil quietly oozing out, enriching the bone aroma, making it even more fragrant, with a faint meaty scent floating in the air. At this point, it was time to season the bones. He poured a spoonful of light soy sauce along the edge of the pot to enhance the flavor, half a spoon of dark soy sauce to add some color, and stir-fried for a while, allowing the sauce to gently coat the bones. Next, he added the hot water he had prepared in advance, then threw in 2 star anise and a large spoonful of salt, completing all the steps. Now, all that was left was to patiently wait. Suyu took a brief rest, enjoying a moment of peace. An hour later, the bone aroma filled the entire first floor of the dungeon. Suyu poked the ends of the bones with chopsticks, then took a bite of the meat attached to the bone, immediately feeling his taste buds fully satisfied. It's really flavorful. Suyu commented, suddenly understanding why the price of cigarettes and alcohol was on par with that of healing potions. In this dark, sunless dungeon, the physical torture was certainly not small, but the mental pressure was even harder to bear. Many survivors could roughly predict the day of their death, and rather than struggling, they would rather numb their nerves. Suyu sighed, no longer thinking too much, and directly started eating the bones. The stomach is an emotional organ, and thinking about these things right now, his body would surely rebel. After eating 6 large bones and pancakes, Suyu contentedly let out a big burp, feeling his body suddenly warm, as if a flow of heat was spreading inside. He quickly opened the attribute page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, apprentice. Mental, 2.8, Strength, 2.0, Constitution, 2.8, Speed, 1.9. Inspiration, 2.0/2.8. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Refining LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV1. Special Status, Dungeon Shelter, Slight Guilt, Monster Temptation. Strength increased by 0.1, it's not an illusion, these big bones really do increase the strength attribute. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then extended his left hand and gently touched the iron pot. Scorching iron pot, blue. Description, a remarkable iron pot that does not need a fire source, it can heat ingredients by itself. Entry 1, Delicious Cuisine, food made with the iron pot has a 3% chance of randomly increasing any attribute of the eater, this effect is invalid for individuals with attributes greater than or equal to 3. Hidden tip 1, this iron pot contains 6 servings of delicious pork bone, eating all of it increases strength by plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with strength greater than or equal to 3. Just as I thought. Suyu showed a knowing expression. He didn't expect his luck to be so good, with only a 3% chance, and he managed to hit it after cooking a few times. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give these big bones to Zhang Yiting. After all, Ji Haiyang had 7 children with him, and it would be too difficult to ask him to divide the 6 big bones among them. It was better to give the food to Zhang Yiting, and next time, if he found extraordinary ingredients, he could send some to Ji Haiyang. He opened the private chat interface and sent a trade request to Zhang Yiting. Zhang Yiting didn't accept immediately, the Aphrodite chocolate cake and spiked shrimp he had sent her earlier were the same. Suyu guessed that she must still be asleep, so he didn't think too much about it and directly walked to a stone door. Chapter 87, The Sugar-Coated Bomb of the Illuminati. Walking through the narrow passage, Suyu felt quite bored. It had been a full hour since he stepped into this white-quality stone-walled corridor. If there was still a sense of novelty when exploring the previous stone-wall passage, now that freshness has worn off, all that's left is the unchanging dullness. After thinking for a moment, he opened the World Communication Channel, which he hadn't used in a long time. Then, he saw a screen full of Illuminati recruitment ads. Join the Illuminati, and receive a 100 milliliters bottle of kerosene. No need to submit basic supplies, no need to give up items or blueprints, just join and you'll get it. Is this for real? I don't believe it. It's true. I just joined the Illuminati yesterday, and this morning I received a small bottle of kerosene. This kerosene must be fake, right? I don't believe there's an organization that gives away kerosene for free. If you don't believe it, then don't, but don't mislead others. I'm a survivor too, and how did I get my kerosene then? I'm really grateful to the Illuminati because today I had no kerosene left. If it wasn't for the Illuminati, I would have died by now. You're lucky, bro. Looks like joining the Illuminati was the right choice. I'm joining too. Who says not? The Illuminati's benefits are so good. Anyone who doesn't join will regret it. Yeah, it's way better than other guilds. I heard the Illuminati really has gods overseeing them. Who knows, maybe one day we'll be able to live the high life. You're still talking here? What if the Illuminati fills up and we're too late? Ha, you're the one who's silly. I signed up before coming to the chat channel. 666, people's hearts are so treacherous. Suyu frowned as he looked at these Illuminati members' messages. The sales pitch was just so awkward. Even classic Ponzi schemes get people to fall for them, making him seriously doubt if these survivors were stupid. The free kerosene was the bait, wildly drawing in survivors to join. On the surface, they claimed there was no need to pay any membership fees. But resources were always limited. The first members to join might really get kerosene, but later members would have to wait. As for when they would get it, that would depend on how much contribution they made to the Illuminati. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't be bothered to keep looking and closed the world communication channel, focusing on his journey. But just moments later, he stopped in his tracks. Wait a minute. He mumbled to himself and then reopened the world communication channel. If it were another guild, this would definitely be a Ponzi scheme. But if it's the Illuminati? Frowning, he opened the private chat window with Zhang Yiding. Fortunately, Zhang Yiding had already accepted 2 trade requests, meaning she had been awake for a while. Did you get the small bottle of kerosene from the Illuminati? After a moment, Zhang Yiding replied. I got it. Also, I owe you an apology. The Illuminati really might have death warriors. Suyu was stunned and didn't reply immediately, but quietly waited for Zhang Yiding's further explanation. Sure enough, after a while, Zhang Yiding sent 2 long messages. I used to think the Illuminati was just a pyramid scheme, but actually, they have an inner and outer circle. I was in the trial period for the past few days and didn't know the inner workings, so I misled you. Now I'm sure they do have brainwashed death warriors, and there are many of them. It's probably not something ordinary survivors can achieve. Suyu thoughtfully nodded to himself. Based on what Zhang Yiding said, he could now be completely certain that the White-Hat Deadwalker was the work of the Illuminati. So, this really is behind that so-called God of Light? He chuckled softly, not feeling much fear in his heart. Just like Ji Haiyang cursing the so-called God of Light as a native of the Dark Dungeon, he had little respect for these so-called gods, considering them to be just stronger evil spirits, monsters, or some unique life form. If you don't mind, can you send me that bottle of kerosene to take a look? Zhang Yiding decisively agreed. With the appearance of white light, a delicate glass bottle appeared in front of Suyu. The amber-colored kerosene was filled to the brim, and it looked completely fine. But the doubt in Suyu's heart only deepened. The reason was simple: this stuff was different from the small bottle of kerosene he had obtained in the ocean-themed passage. To verify his suspicion, he directly reached out and grabbed the glass bottle. Faith Kerosene, Special. Description: a bottle of kerosene blessed by the God of Light, given by the church to devout followers, can be used as fuel for oil lamps. Hidden tip 1, the kerosene burns and consumes the user's luck attribute. For every 1000 milliliters burned, the user's luck decreases by 1 point. When luck reaches 0, the kerosene can no longer be burned. Damn it! Suyu couldn't help but curse aloud. Chapter 88, The Lucky One or the Unlucky One. As expected, this kerosene was indeed the Light Church's sugar-coated shell. And the shell itself was poisonous. Suyu thought for a moment and directly sent a message to Zhang Yiding. This kerosene is most likely problematic. It's different from the bottled kerosene I got earlier. If you get some later, don't use it. I trust you. Zhang Yiding only replied with 5 short words, but the trust was clearly evident. Suyu was naturally very pleased. He closed the private chat window and focused on exploring ahead. Half an hour later, the long passage finally came to an end. He walked into a prison cell that didn't even have a door. Immediately, a goblin guard, shouting in chaos, rushed toward him. Suyu chopped the goblin to death with an axe, then without looking back, walked straight to the central stone table. More accurately, he walked to the chest on the central stone table. Supply chest, white. Description: a randomly refreshed chest in the Dark Dungeon, which can yield several items and materials of corresponding levels. The specific types of materials cannot be determined. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains 30 wooden planks, 10 stone bricks, 10 glass, and 10 fabrics. Undoubtedly, the chest in front of him was the most ordinary white quality. Even the materials inside were the most common basic supplies, worth less than an ordinary healing potion. But fortunately, these were irrelevant to Suyu. He took out the 2 pieces of obsidian and radiant silver where he had used recently, along with the unused red copper ore. With the 3 ores successively dropped into the chest's color slowly began to turn silvery white. Suyu curiously reached out to touch it. Supply chest, purple. Description: a randomly refreshed chest in the dark dungeon, which can yield several items and materials of corresponding levels. The specific types of materials cannot be determined. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains 3 hallucinogenic mushrooms and 1 skill experience potion. Hidden tip 3, the shell of this chest contains red copper ore, obsidian, and radiant silver ore. It can be burned with a lighting tool, taking a total of 48 hours of lighting time for refinement. Hallucinogenic mushrooms? Suyu's mind raced, and he hurriedly opened the chest. Inside, there were 3 mushrooms with red umbrellas and white stalks, along with a tube emitting a faint blue glow. For safety's sake, he put on the wolfskin gloves again. Hallucinogenic mushroom, purple. Description: a mushroom that, when eaten, allows you to see little people. Perhaps if life becomes dull, you can try it. Hidden tip 1, inedible. Consuming it will put the user into a strong hallucinatory state. The duration depends on the constitution attribute, lasting 24 to 48 hours. Individuals with constitution less than or equal to 2 will die immediately. Hidden tip 2, the hallucinogenic mushroom is a material for making mental power potions. Looking at the solid hidden tips, Suyu was incredibly excited. He had thought that he would soon be able to gather all the materials needed for making mental power potions, but he never expected the day would come so soon. This trip really wasn't a waste. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. It was as if he had already seen the scene of smoothly advancing to the 2nd level. However, he was someone who had experienced many storms, so after a brief daydream, he forced himself to calm his excited mood and carefully placed the 3 mushrooms into his space backpack. As for the remaining skill experience potions, needless to say, he had already obtained 1 earlier, and this time, he directly removed the cork and drank it down in one go. Still that familiar Banlangen taste. Just as Suyu commented, the feeling of his head splitting in pain immediately followed. The pain in his temples pulsed with the rhythm of his heartbeat, and the pain drilled from his eyebrow bones into the back of his eyes, feeling like thousands of needles stabbing him. Fortunately, the pain did not last long. Less than 2 minutes later, he rubbed his temples and opened the attributes page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, apprentice. Spirit, 2.8, Strength, 2.0, Constitution, 2.8, Speed, 1.9. Inspiration, 2.1/2.8. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Refining LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV2. Special Status, Dungeon Protection, Mild Sin, Monster Temptation. Spiritual Pressure LV2, when using the Spiritual Pressure skill, gain a temporary plus 0.5 bonus to the Spirit attribute. The effect of this skill upgrade is really simple and violent. Suyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The essence of the Spiritual Pressure skill was to rely on spiritual power to strike the enemy. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the skill when used. Although the spirit bonus after upgrading the skill was only a temporary boost, not a permanent increase in attributes, this 0.5 increase in battle could directly turn the tide of the fight. His inspiration attribute was already at 2.8, and with the temporary 0.5 bonus, it reached 3.3. This was a height that ordinary survivors could never reach. Even among first-level professionals, if they weren't specialized in spiritual attributes, they would definitely be at least a full point behind, leading to a crushing result. With this in mind, he released the spiritual pressure skill slightly toward the central stone table. In the next moment, a huge momentum quickly surged out. Bang! A sound like waves crashing against rocks echoed in the air. Suyu was surprised to see a crack appear on the stone table, which he had treated as a hypothetical target. It seems that when the spirit power reaches 3.0, the spiritual pressure skill undergoes a qualitative change and can actually cause a physical impact. Suyu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If he encounters those foolish white-hat zombies tomorrow, he wouldn't need to walk up and finish the fight with a cold weapon. He could just blow up their heads from thin air. Although the result would be no different, the personal flair and convenience were worlds apart. Whether it was strong or not, just thinking about it felt incredibly cool. After being excited for several minutes, Suyu finally carefully checked the prison cell, confirming there were no hidden traps or compartments before heading back. Because he was thinking about the spiritual power potion that was about to be obtained, his speed was much faster than when he came. Just an hour later, he returned to his initial dungeon. But the real test was just beginning. Hallucinogenic mushrooms, spring water, star powder, and finally, an ordinary glass bottle. Suyu muttered to himself, taking each of the 4 materials and placing them on the parchment scroll. In the next moment, a white light erupted. He eagerly picked up the finished product, which emitted a faint blue light, and the text immediately appeared before his eyes. Spiritual Power Potion, White. Description: a crudely made spiritual concoction. Drinking it will slightly enhance the spirit attribute. Hidden tip 1: after drinking the potion, spirit attribute plus 0.1, and you will fall into a 24-hour state of mental confusion. This effect is invalid for individuals with spirit attribute greater than or equal to 5. Hidden tip 2: each person can consume up to 5 bottles of spiritual power potion. Exceeding the dosage will nullify the positive effects and will definitely trigger the mental confusion effect. Hidden hint 3: the effect of this series of potions is affected by the drinker's evil value. For every 10 points of evil value, the probability of mental chaos after drinking plus 10%. Chapter 89: Second Rank Profession, Believer of Truth. Damn. Suyu burst out a curse. With a probability of less than 20%, he actually met it on the first time. Looking at the spiritual power potion in his hand that could be called the most trash, Suyu fell into deep thought. Such a trash thing, he himself definitely would not drink. Zhang Yiding and Ji Haiyang also could not be given it, otherwise after the information was revealed in the future there would surely be a knot in their hearts. He did not hope that because of this small problem he would bury a hidden bomb for himself. After thinking for a moment, he opened the private chat interface with Wang Zei. I have a bottle of special spiritual power potion in my hand. It can increase the spirit attribute. Do you want to buy it? Very quickly, Wang Zei gave a reply. We buy. As long as it is an item that can increase attributes, we buy them. Not to mention it is your item, Brother Su. Even if we have to pay a higher price, we will buy. Suyu immediately smiled. This flattery was too obvious. At one glance it was clear he was asking for something. But he did not care too much, and directly sent over the picture of the spiritual power potion. This bottle of potion can add 0.1 spirit attribute. It is effective for those whose spirit attribute does not exceed 5 points. But after drinking it will fall into 24 hours of mental chaos. Take a look at how much it is worth. Wang Zei did not reply immediately. Suyu was not anxious either. He closed the private message interface and directly took out another piece of material and placed it on the parchment scroll. As white light burst out greatly, another bottle of light blue potion appeared before his eyes. Spiritual Power Potion, Green. Description: a bottle of not too crudely made spiritual potion. After drinking it can increase a tiny amount of spirit attribute. Hidden hint 1: after drinking the potion, spirit attribute plus 0.1, and fall into 12 hours of mental chaos. The above effect is invalid for individuals with spirit attribute greater than or equal to 5. Hidden hint 2: each person can drink at most 5 bottles of spiritual power potion. After exceeding the dose, the positive effect is invalid and the mental chaos effect will definitely be triggered. Hidden hint 3: the effect of this series of potions is affected by the drinker's evil value. For every 10 points of evil value, the probability of mental chaos after drinking plus 10%. Suyu's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He seriously suspected that his luck had been used up in the 2 explorations just now. Making spiritual power potion 2 times in a row, either white or green, just like being cursed. He unwillingly opened the attribute page again and took a look, confirming that his special status bar had not been cursed, then he muttered with his mouth. Jade Emperor, Amitba, Boundless Heavenly Lord, Amen. All gods on every road bless me. I must make an orange potion. As long as I make an orange potion, I am willing in this dark alien world to offer you 3 sticks of incense. After speaking, he without hesitation took out the last piece of material, hardened his heart, and covered it with the parchment scroll again. The next moment, white light burst out greatly. A bottle of deep blue potion appeared on the table. Looking at this bottle of potion with clearly different color, Suyu's mind slightly moved and he grasped the bottle body. Spiritual Power Potion, Orange. Description: a bottle of ultimate perfect spiritual potion. After drinking it can increase a small amount of spirit attribute. Hidden hint 1: after drinking the potion, spirit attribute plus 0.3. The above effect is invalid for individuals with spirit attribute greater than or equal to 5. Hidden hint 2: each person can drink at most 5 bottles of spiritual power potion. After exceeding the dose, the positive effect is invalid and the mental chaos effect will definitely be triggered. Hidden hint 3: the effect of this series of potions is affected by the drinker's evil value. For every 10 points of evil value, the probability of mental chaos after drinking plus 10%. This is the one. Suyu suddenly clenched the potion tightly, and after reacting quickly loosened his strength. This was the key item for him to successfully change profession. If it was damaged, he would not even have a place to cry. After confirming that the bottle body of the potion in his hand had no problem, he first let out a breath of relief. He immediately picked up the glass bottle and drank it in one gulp. In the next moment, he felt a wave of clarity surge through his mind. Unlike the previous experience with the skill potion, where a huge amount of knowledge was forcibly stuffed into his brain, this time felt like sailing in an endless ocean, making him feel fully awake and comfortable. So refreshing. Feeling the comfort in his mind slowly fading, Suyu reluctantly opened his eyes. He opened the attribute page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, apprentice. Spirit, 3.0, Strength, 2.0, Constitution, 2.8, Speed, 1.9. Inspiration, 1.9/3.0. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV2. Special Status, Dungeon Protection, Minor Sin, Monster Temptation. Could it be that 3.0 is the limit for first-tier occupations? Looking at his spirit attribute stuck at 3.0, Suyu had a sudden guess in his mind. His guess was not unfounded. Previously, when the Spirit Pressure skill's actual effect exceeded 3.0, it triggered a qualitative change, illustrating that the 3.0 attribute is a threshold. In addition, after drinking the Spirit Potion this time, his Spirit attribute only increased by 0.2, which was enough to prove that the attribute limit for first-tier occupations is indeed 3 points. What a pity! Suyu muttered, feeling somewhat wasteful with the Spirit Potion. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and took out the long-awaited Truth Believer job change scroll, along with the Wave Fisherman corpse stacked nearby. Job change to Truth Believer. In the next moment, the parchment scroll in his hand ignited uncontrollably. The runes on the corpse of the Wave Fisherman separated from its body and floated in midair for a moment before slowly mixing with the golden powder that had transformed from the scroll, attaching itself to Suyu's skin. Suyu was suddenly a bit confused. Could these golden particles be drawing tattoos on his skin like the Wave Fisherman? That would be too ugly. Just as this idea surfaced in his mind, a wave of heat shot through every pore of his body. The golden powder particles merged into his skin, igniting each of his nerves. Ah! Suyu couldn't help but scream out. He felt like a witch from the medieval times being tied to a stake, suffering because of her defiance against the gods. In this torturous heat, he unconsciously released his spirit. He saw his somewhat messy 3-layer dungeon, saw the rotating gears deep within the 13 stone-walled corridors, saw a hidden doorway leading to the sea behind the ocean-themed stone door, saw the flickering blue space runes above the mine's teleportation portal. And amidst all this overwhelming information, he also vaguely saw a small path. It was a road winding atop a mountain. Bright silver air filled the sky above, with bottomless mist beneath his feet, and at the end of the path, there appeared a transparent door. Suyu, in a daze, placed his hand on the door. He felt the door was heavy and pushed with all his might, finally cracking it open slightly. And beyond the door was a lush forest. A forest? Where is this place? 2 questions involuntarily popped up in Suyu's mind. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn, why am I lying on the ground? Suyu rubbed the back of his head. Beside him was a damaged mahogany chair. He had originally been sitting on the mahogany chair during the job change, but now the chair was reduced to just a few wooden sticks. Looking at the time, it was exactly 10 o'clock at night, exactly 4 hours since he drank the potion. I actually fainted for such a long time. If I get promoted to a higher tier in the future, wouldn't I need to prepare the dungeon protection potion in advance? He calculated in his heart and casually opened the attribute page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Truth Believer. Spirit, 3.1, Strength, 2.0, Constitution, 2.8, Speed, 1.9. Inspiration, 2.5/3.1. Holy Grace, 0/3.1. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1. Oh, the mental attribute increased by 0.1. The first thing Suyu noticed was the change in his mental attribute value. Just as he expected, the attribute cap for a first-tier job is 3.0, and now that he had leveled up to second tier, the excess mental attribute naturally increased just like water flowing. However, this change only accounted for a small part of the overall promotion. His gaze shifted to the new attribute he had just acquired. Holy Blessing, a combination of spirit, faith, and reason. It is the reward for devotion, a link to the spirit, allowing you to perceive the presence of gods and the truth of the world, granting you the freedom to release powers beyond mortal limits. The cap for Holy Blessing is determined by the mental attribute, with a 1-to-1 ratio. So, this is actually the blue bar for the priest class, just like the inspiration attribute is the blue bar for the apprentice class. Suyu looked at the long description and quickly sorted out the logic, realizing the advantage of the Truth Believer profession. A person having 2 blue bars, if he were to fight against an evenly matched enemy, he could just drag the battle out until the opponent ran out. However, the Holy Blessing attribute didn't seem to be something he could acquire directly. After thinking for a moment, he turned his attention to the next new skill he had obtained. Dream entrance. After falling into a deep sleep, you can enter the deeper spiritual realm for exploration. This skill cannot be upgraded, only improving with your transcendent rank. The deeper spiritual realm? Suyu immediately grasped the key point. He thought back to the roads and forests he had seen in his dream. Could that forest be the deeper spiritual realm mentioned in the skill description? Suyu pondered for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, things would become clear when the time came. According to the skill description, once he fell asleep, he would be able to enter the deeper spiritual realm and explore it, finding out everything then. With that in mind, his gaze moved to the last change on his attribute page. God Desecration. This special status was clearly no ordinary thing. He opened the detailed interface. God Desecration, you can pray to any known god, obtaining the holy blessing attribute without the need for belief. All directed forced faiths are ineffective. Allows a secondary priest class profession. This effect is permanent. So that's how it is. Suyu had a look of sudden realization on his face. No wonder the hidden prompt had clearly stated that Truth Believer allows a secondary priest class profession. It was directly reflected in this special status. He immediately stopped hesitating and took out the Believer class transfer scroll he had obtained a few days ago. Soon, the parchment scroll turned into glowing specks of light and vanished. Suyu felt a surge of knowledge appear in his mind, but perhaps due to the recent promotion to Truth Believer, he felt no discomfort this time. He opened the attribute page. Name, Suyu. Profession, Truth Believer, Tier 2, /Believer, Tier 1. Mental, 3.1, Strength, 2.0, Constitution, 2.8, Speed, 1.9. Inspiration, 2.5/3.1. Holy Blessing, 0/3.1. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV2, Prayer LV1, Dream Entrance LV1. Special Status, Dungeon Protection, Minor Sin, Monster Temptation, God Desecration. Prayer LV1, devoutly pray to the God you believe in. For every hour of prayer, you can gain 0.1 Holy Blessing attribute. Suyu nodded slightly. This prayer skill was similar to the meditation skill of the apprentice profession. It could restore the Holy Blessing attribute, but the only downside was that it was a bit slow. It would take over a day without eating or drinking to fully restore the Holy Blessing attribute. If only I had a few more experience potions. Suyu shook his head as he said this. He knew well that skill experience potions weren't something he could just get whenever he wanted. He opened the private message interface and realized that Wang Zhe had replied over 3 hours ago. Brother Su, this kind of situation I truly am seeing for the first time. How about this? I will purchase it at the price of blue quality extraordinary ingredients, counted as 1,000 units of basic materials. How about it? You are quite sensible. Suyu let out a light laugh, then sent a reply message to the other side. Can do. I just made another bottle of green quality potion. It has the same effect as the white quality one. The mental confusion state will last for 12 hours. Let us use the same price. After sending the message, he packed the 2 bottles of potion together and sent them over. Very quickly, Wang Zhe agreed to the trade request and even sent another message. Alright then, I must thank Brother Su. In the future let us keep in contact. When we need cooperation I will look for you again. Looking at this message, Suyu felt extremely pleased. This is the benefit of being in a position of advantage. After selling garbage waste products to the other side still has to say thank you. He closed the private message interface and walked to the front of his planting area. Among the celery and tomatoes he planted, the first batch that was fertilized had already completely matured. After more than 1 week of growth, the nutrients of the tomatoes all gathered inside the fruits. Their whole bodies were red and shining, hanging heavily on the vines. A small part had even ripened too much, split open at the mouth, and even the air carried the smell of tomato juice. Looking at the celery at the side, it was also mature to the end. The dark green stalks stood tall and thick. The outer old leaves had already curled up, protecting the crisp and tender core in the middle. If he did not harvest them, the fibers would grow old. Seeing this, Suyu hurried to pick the tomatoes. Half an hour later, the harvested tomatoes filled 4 big boxes. This was not because the number of tomatoes was very large, but because each tomato was quite big. On average each box only had 30 to 40. But even so, when Suyu put the tomatoes into the trade channel to check the weight, he was still shocked. A full 50 kilograms of tomatoes. Converted into the standard units of Dark Dungeon, that is 100 units. So many tomatoes, he definitely could not finish eating them by himself. After thinking for a moment, Suyu did not put all 4 boxes of tomatoes into the space backpack. Instead, he divided the things into 4 portions. 1 portion he sent to Zhang Yiding, 1 portion he sent to Ji Haiyang, and 1 portion he kept for himself. As for the last portion, he listed it on the trade channel at the market average price of 40 portions of basic materials per unit. Right after that, he bought a pair of scissors. 50 portions of basic materials, quite cheap. Looking at the small scissors he had just received, Suyu, whose wealth was close to 100,000 basic materials, felt it was very cost-effective. He returned to the planting area and began to cut the celery. Under normal conditions, celery can be cut 2 to 3 times. Pulling it up by the roots directly is truly a pity. That is why he specially bought a pair of scissors. 10 minutes later, 50 celery plants were successively put into the space backpack by Suyu. He looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. There was only 1 hour left before midnight 12. With this little time, it was clearly not enough to sleep one full sleep. Luckily, Suyu had just fallen into a deep sleep for 4 hours during promotion. At this moment he was full of spirit, so there was no need to sleep. After hesitating for a moment, he directly sat cross-legged on the stone bed. Chapter 91 Tossing a Coin, All 10-Star Person. Suyu originally planned to try the new skill prayer that he had just obtained. But after closing his eyes, he realized a problem. In the information he gained from taking the believer profession, there was only knowledge about how to pray to the light god. As for how to pray to other gods, he was completely in the dark. Could it be that he truly had to pray to the light god? Suyu felt very hesitant. It was not that he had a knot in his heart about praying to an enemy, but that he feared the prayer would draw the attention of the light god. To a certain degree, the believer profession transfer scroll was a sugar-coated bullet that the other side deliberately prepared for him. If we just follow the prayer without thinking, it feels like falling into a trap. After a moment of thought, he took out 3 copper coins. If these 3 copper coins land with the pattern side up, I'll pray to the god of light. If they land with the human face side up, I'll meditate to restore my inspiration. With that, he threw the 3 coins with force. Clink. The 3 copper coins quickly landed. Then, Suyu froze. One of the coins had the pattern side up, another had the human face side up. As for the remaining coin, it got stuck in a tiny gap between the stone bed and the wall, standing upright. Suyu blinked. Such a coincidence was hard to ignore, making him suspect that something was off. After thinking for a moment, he opened his private chat with Zhang Yiding. Can you help me find out what gods a believer in the truth profession can worship? I need their prayer words. Aren't you an apprentice profession? Zhang Yiding quickly replied with a question. Suyu had no intention of hiding anything from her, but the truth believer profession was too sensitive. After a brief pause, he vaguely replied. I've advanced to the 2nd-tier profession. So fast? Zhang Yiding rarely sent 2 question marks, then added. Alright, I'll check it out now and let you know when I have results. Seeing this, Suyu happily closed the private chat. He trusted Zhang Yiding to get things done. However, it was clear that this wouldn't be resolved in an hour. He looked around the dungeon, then realized there was nothing that needed to be tidied up. Given the limited time, there was no need to do anything special, so he decided to enjoy a little break. He lay on the bed and opened the world chat channel. Time is like a wild donkey. I think back to just a few days ago, I was still working as a male model at a nightclub, now I'm doing hard labor in the dungeon. Having hard labor to do is good enough. How many people died in the past few days? Be thankful you're still alive. Yeah, be content and you'll be happy. I feel pretty good now. The Church of Light is like one big family, everyone loves each other, thinking of each other. Young people need to learn gratitude, be thankful for the new life the dungeon gave us. The harsh environment is a test from the dungeon, only by holding on to virtue and wisdom can we escape the sea of suffering. Heh, some of you upstairs really believe in this. If you were truly good people, you'd have died in the 7th day's life or death arena. So you read these messages and deeply agreed with the last one. The mechanism of the dark dungeon meant that all the survivors were bound to be bad people. Perhaps a few good friends could be found, but building a harmonious and friendly atmosphere was pure fantasy. He kept reading, quietly watching the tone of the chat shift from collective condemnation to talks about the 7th day's life or death duel. Soon enough, someone asked the question Suyu had been waiting to hear. By the way, the 12th day is almost here. If the dark dungeon has events every 7 days, shouldn't the new announcement be coming tomorrow at this time? Can you say something positive? The person who was just cursed out is gone, and now you're here being all gloomy. I don't think it's possible. Every time there's a life or death duel, half the survivors are lost. If they did this every week, wouldn't humanity be extinct after half a year? I actually think there will be a new world event. Otherwise, where would we get 2nd-tier job transfer scrolls? The world chat kept arguing, but no one came to a consensus. Suyu actually agreed with the idea of a new world event. Though he had already obtained a 2nd-tier job transfer scroll through unconventional means, for the dark dungeon. I am afraid that the weekly world event is the original promotion mechanism that was set. Watching the world chat channel still filled with endless arguments, he felt a bit dispirited, just about to close the panel when he suddenly saw an unread private message notification from Zhang Yiting. He quickly switched to the private chat interface. Your request is a bit tricky. As far as I know, there are 7 gods that can be worshipped now, but aside from the god of light, the prayers for the other gods are not easy to obtain right now. That's fine, take your time finding them. I can't use the god of light's prayer, so don't worry about that. Alright, then I'll first help you inquire about the prayers for the sea god and the volcano god. It seems the other 4 gods don't have many follower professions. No rush. Suyu closed the private message interface and then realized he forgot to ask Zhang Yiting for the names of the other 4 gods. Forget it, I'll just ask next time. He thought to himself, then casually glanced at the time. It was exactly 12 o'clock. Suyu suddenly did a roll, jumping out of bed at lightning speed and rushing to the door on the first floor. As usual, he opened the door. Behind the door was still the familiar scenery. Through the transparent crystal walkway, he could still see the glowing fish outside. However, different from the previous 2 times, the giant octopus that had been coiled above the crystal walkway had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of where it had gone. Looks like this time isn't bad. Suyu felt it was a good omen and stepped out of the dungeon. Half an hour later, he once again saw the crystal steps from a distance. Standing in front of the steps was a lobster that had huge claws, yellow eyes, and a black shell, resembling a Boltan alien. As he approached about 100 meters from the crystal steps, the lobster seemed to be stimulated and charged directly at him. Suyu clearly understood this was the effect of monster temptation. He cautiously picked up the evil suppression axe. Clang! The giant claw and the evil suppression axe crashed together, and Suyu was pushed back a few steps by the immense force. He looked up at the lobster and was astonished to find that this monster had no reaction at all, even the claw only bore a faint white mark. So tough? Suyu's surprise escaped his lips. This was the first time he had seen a monster that could withstand the attack of the evil suppression axe with its body. Seeing those giant claws come at him again, this time he didn't dare to hold back. He infused his inspiration into the evil suppression axe and used spiritual pressure against the monster in front of him. The power of the spiritual pressure skill slowed the originally aggressive giant claws down in an instant. Suyu seized the opportunity, swinging the axe heavily at the connection point between the Boltan alien's giant claw and its body. Crack! Accompanied by a dull sound of bones breaking, the Boltan alien instantly wriggled in pain, breaking free from the spiritual pressure skill. Suyu, startled, didn't dare to slack off. After the axe fell, it turned in the air and straightly chopped towards the other arm of the opponent. Snap! This strike was narrowly blocked by the giant lobster. But the giant lobster, having lost one giant claw, was no longer Suyu's opponent in strength. Its body slammed down onto the crystal ground like a small mountain. I want to see if every part of your body is as tough as your claws. Without giving the giant lobster a chance to catch its breath, Suyu gripped the axe tightly above his head and fiercely chopped down at its chest and abdomen. Splash! Blue blood splattered out, covering Suyu's face. The giant lobster on the ground struggled a couple more times before finally falling completely silent. Suyu wiped his body with a look of disgust. All over his body was dripping blue blood, and a sickening fishy stench that made people want to vomit. If not for so many days of baptism in the dark dungeon, his mind would have shaken long ago and he would have vomited without stopping. A moment later, the blood on his face was wiped clean, and as for the clothes, he simply bought another set from the trading channel. Because now living water and drinking water are the same price, almost no survivor would waste resources to wash clothes, at most buying some cloth to sew simple covering garments by themselves. After doing all this, he used the clothes he had just taken off to slightly wipe the evil-suppressing fiend axe. Finally, he once again looked at the giant lobster that stared with yellow eyes and refused to close them in death. Yellow-eyed lobster, dead. Intelligence, 1.1. Strength, 2.2. Constitution, 1.8. Speed, 1.1. Evaluation: a common magic creature living at the bottom of the sea, can walk upright, usually blue quality, hermaphrodite, lives alone, not edible. Hidden hint 1: the giant claws of the yellow-eyed lobster are extremely hard and cannot be destroyed by normal means. The torso, chest, abdomen part and the neck joints are flesh weak points. It is actually only elite quality? Suyu was very shocked. This lobster's ferocity was almost one whole level higher than the previous, wave-stepping fishman, yet it was also only an elite level corresponding to blue quality. He truly did not know how strong the lord level corresponding to purple quality would be. But the lobster's corpse meant something very big to him. He guessed that at this time Zhang Yiting should not have slept yet, so he tried to send the corpse over. Sure enough, white light quickly appeared on the ground, wrapping the corpse of the yellow-eyed lobster, and it disappeared. I have received it. Zhang Yiting still sent 4 simple words. Suyu closed the private message, and his gaze fell on the sheepskin scroll on the crystal steps, finally able to calm his heart and confirm his true harvest. Blueprint of Flesh Amber Purification Instrument. Effect: manufacture a purple quality magic creature flesh essence purification instrument, can at most squeeze the flesh essence of lord level magic creatures and turn it into flesh amber. Materials: stone bricks *200, wood planks *200, iron ingots *50, glass *50, red copper or *20, obsidian *20, radiant silver or *10. Hidden hint 1: the flesh amber purification instrument occupies a large area, please build it in an empty place in the dungeon. Hidden hint 2: when putting in orange quality and higher quality magic creature corpses, the flesh amber purification instrument has a high probability to generate several times purple quality flesh amber, and a small probability to be directly scrapped. Seeing the name on the sheepskin scroll, Suyu was almost wild with joy. He never ever thought that here he would make up the last limit for making blue quality healing potion. It truly was searching everywhere with worn out iron shoes and finding it without any effort. But immediately after, when his eyes swept over the line of materials, the original joy instantly turned into a slight frown. Other materials were easy to talk about, but 10 pieces of radiant silver ore meant he must go to the mine and spend some time. It seems that being anxious still cannot eat hot tofu. At the critical moment, another road-blocking tiger actually jumped out. He shook his head inside one sentence, put away the sheepskin scroll, and continued to explore forward. Very quickly, another half hour later, he somewhat blankly stopped his steps. On the crystal steps not far away lay a familiar badge, and looking further ahead, there was actually no road. Suyu instinctively felt that there must be a hidden door around here. Compared with the first time entering the ocean-themed corridor, this was also too short. He carefully observed for a while, and after confirming that there were no hidden monsters around the crystal steps, he carefully began to touch the surrounding walls inch by inch. However, after touching for more than 20 minutes, inside and outside all around had been touched by him once, yet no hidden hint appeared again before his eyes. Suyu suddenly could not hold it anymore. So this ocean-themed corridor really was this short. He felt that he had suffered a silent loss, or to say it in a better way, he had paid a necessary sacrifice for exploration. But no matter what, he ended up with nothing, so with great resentment, he punched the crystal steps, preparing to take the dual-proof above and return home. But in the next moment, several lines of golden text suddenly appeared before him. Shallow sea hidden door, purple. Durability, infinity. Description: a hidden door that only exists at the end of some ocean-themed tunnels. After opening, it allows temporary departure from the dungeon to explore the shallow sea. Hidden tip 1: this hidden door corresponds to an ocean depth of 262 meters. There is a small island near the water. Please carefully confirm your attributes. A physical attribute below 2.5 will be unable to withstand the water pressure. Hidden tip 2: normal breathing is not possible underwater. Please ensure you have the ability to breathe underwater or have learned how to swim to the surface. Hidden tip 3: the ocean-themed tunnel will self-destruct 2 minutes after the door opens. Survivors will be forcibly teleported back to the initial dungeon after 2 hours. Hidden tip 4: gently tap the center of the hidden door 3 times to open it. Suyu stared at it, unsure whether to marvel at the door's concealment or be amazed that this door could directly take him to the outside world. Since arriving in the dark dungeon, he hadn't seen the sun for a very long time. If he could get out and float to the surface, perhaps he could finally witness the long-missed sunlight. 262 meters, that's about 27 atmospheres. Suyu quickly converted the numbers. According to Earth's data, at this pressure, every cubic centimeter of skin surface would bear a weight of 27 kilograms, far beyond what the human body could withstand. Even though his physical attributes had long surpassed those of ordinary people, he couldn't be sure if he could handle it. But fortunately, the hidden tip provided a clear physical attribute limit, so the world's pressure constant might not be the same as Earth's. He could go out with peace of mind. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. He packed all his things, took a deep breath, and lightly tapped 3 times in the center of the crystal steps. Crack! The crystal steps shattered. The next moment, endless seawater surged in, directly slapping Suyu's face painfully. Fortunately, he had already closed his eyes and quickly grabbed the shattered edge, bracing against the pressure as he flipped over and left the tunnel. After leaving the surging tunnel entrance, he felt like a fish breaking free from the undercurrent, no longer dragged by the water pressure, his body starting to gently float upwards in the water. Unable to open his eyes, he chose to release his senses outward, and the surrounding scenery entered his mind in a peculiar way. The dark blue sea, scattered fish fleeing, the light spots growing brighter above, the rocks not far ahead. Chapter 93, 4 moons, landing on the island to chop wood. 5 minutes later, Suyu finally leaped out of the water following the direction of the light spots. It was nighttime, and above him, 4 round moons of different colors were shining brightly, while the sea surface was blowing with winds and the waves surged, the tide slapping against the surroundings. Looking out by moonlight, the endless sea stretched to the horizon, with no end in sight. Only an island's outline was visible ahead. He couldn't care less about admiring the strange beauty of the scene, feeling the pain in his internal organs, and hurriedly spat out the blood in his mouth. He rummaged through his spatial bag and found the only bottle of intermediate healing potion, drinking it in one go. Damn, is this the price of freedom? After countless calculations, he still didn't anticipate the existence of decompression sickness. He had risen too quickly just now, probably causing internal bleeding. Fortunately, the intermediate healing potion was indeed strong enough, and in just a moment, the pain eased a lot. Only then did he greedily breathe in the fresh air with a salty sea breeze, feeling the beauty of the sea surface. Having lived in the dungeon for a long time, the oppressive feeling of the dark, cramped space could truly make one feel hopeless. Suddenly seeing the vast sea and the moon again, there was a strong feeling of being reborn. This moon is really round. Suyu looked at the 4 moons, each a different color of red, green, yellow, and gray, and once again confirmed in his heart that this was definitely not Earth. Earth does not have 4 moons, let alone 4 moons of exactly the same size, neatly arranged from left to right, adorning the sky. Unfortunately, he could only stay here for 2 hours, and it was very likely that he wouldn't get to see the rise of the corresponding star of this planet. Suddenly, Suyu had a flash of inspiration and opened the photo function built into the world system, sending images one after another to Zhang Yiding, Ji Haiyang, and Wang Ziyi. After sending the pictures, he turned off the private messages. The sea surface was not calm at all, and to avoid being eaten as a snack by some giant sea monster, he began to swim hard against the wind towards the island ahead. 20 minutes later, he finally lay panting on the beach. The dual influence of the waves and the sea breeze made swimming quite strenuous. He had nearly exhausted all his strength just to reach this island. He opened the private chat interface again. As expected, both Zhang Yiding and Wang Ziyi had sent inquiries. Did you leave the dungeon? Brother Su, where are you? Is this a special theme passage of the dungeon? As for Ji Haiyang, the dad, Suyu guessed he must have fallen asleep and would only see the private messages tomorrow. He chuckled and first replied to Zhang Yiding's message. You guessed it right, I am now on a small island outside. I will share some photos with you later so you can see the scenery outside too. Okay, thank you, be safe. Zhang Yiding's reply was still short, but from the punctuation she used, Suyu could tell her heart was filled with shock. This was exactly his intention. What he wanted was this kind of shocking effect. As the saying goes, it is not good to return home rich, like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Showing off in the World Communication Channel has its risks, but showing off in front of familiar friends is just for fun. Next, he replied to Wang Ziyi's message as well. Well, I recently promoted to the 2nd level and accidentally left the dungeon to come to the outside world, so I thought I would let my brother Wang see this beautiful scenery. Then congratulations, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly, and now my second younger brother is even further behind you. In the future, I'll have to trouble Brother Su for help. No problem, our cooperation has long been talked about, just come to me if there's ever a free meal. After replying to the messages, Suyu's smile widened even more. Since his breakthrough yesterday, he had been thinking about how to tell this news to Wang Ziyi. Now that the goal was achieved, he believed that when it came time to act, Wang Ziyi would show some extra gestures. In a good mood, his strength had also recovered somewhat. He immediately turned his gaze to the island itself. There were plenty of plants on the island, and beyond the sandy beach area was an endless expanse of forest. Tall trees grew densely, looking quite reminiscent of a tropical rainforest climate. Looking at these trees, curiosity suddenly arose in Suyu's heart. If he cut down the trees and sliced them, would that count as finding a third way to obtain basic resources besides opening treasure chests and exploring the prison cells? Without hesitation, he set to work. Suyu spent 5 minutes walking to the edge of the forest in front of a tree that seemed about 10 meters tall and 50 centimeters thick, then eagerly took out the evil-slaying axe. But then, he suddenly thought of something and did not act immediately. Instead, he gently touched the trunk with his hand through the wolfskin gloves. Skyward tree, white. Description: a tall tree that can be cut down to make wooden boards. As long as it's not a monster, that's good. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. These days, he was tormented in the dark dungeon, feeling more than a little jumpy, afraid that one axe swing could bring the entire forest back to life. Now, with the assurance of hidden hints, he boldly grabbed the axe and swung it with confidence. Bang bang. Bang bang. After just a few swings, the thick trees were left with only a thin layer of bark connecting the roots to the trunks. Suyu lightly pushed with his hand, and easily knocked the tree down to the ground. However, figuring out how to deal with this thing became a big problem. The chopped tree trunk was over 9 meters long, even placing it in his initial dungeon was very tight, let alone sending it to Zhang Yiding for temporary storage. Sigh, if only there was a machine for processing trees. As soon as the words left his mouth, Suyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He vaguely remembered seeing someone specifically exchanging basic materials for low prices while browsing the trading channel earlier. To run such a business, there must be a machine for processing trees. He opened the trading channel, searched for keywords related to wooden boards, and quickly found the top seller. buying wood at a high price, also conducting other basic materials exchange at a rate of 0.96:1 for wooden boards. This must be the one. To save time, he took a photo of the tree in the forest behind him and sent it over. Boss, do you have a machine for processing trees? Please send me one first, I'll sell all the chopped wood to you at a low price. After sending, he counted to 5 seconds. Seeing that the other party did not reply immediately, he sent the same message to the second-ranked wood seller. 30 seconds later, Suyu had messaged 4 sellers. He opened the chat interface with the first seller and found that the other party had finally replied. Brother Su, don't send any more messages, the next 20 are all my distributors. I trust your character, let's be friends, the machine is sent to you. Along with the message, there was also a trade request. Ding, survivor number 000051691 is ready to use wood processing machine *1 to exchange for stone brick *1, do you agree to the trade request? Suyu was somewhat shocked. He truly didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. To know that this machine was the foundation of this small industry, the other party's willingness to hand it over so easily felt a bit overly trusting. Furthermore, the other party addressed him as Brother Su right from the start, as if they knew him, which made him somewhat suspicious. You trust me this much? To be honest, Brother Su, news of your being a second-tier professional has already spread in our small group thanks to Wang Zai. We are all survivors and know the value of professionals, especially second-tier ones, I trust you. So, it was Wang Zai who leaked the secret. Suyu suddenly realized. He never thought that within less than 10 minutes, Wang Zai would spread the news of his promotion to second tier. This speed was even faster than those gossiping aunties at the village entrance. However, this wasn't entirely a bad thing. In the future, if he wanted to promote something, he could consider using Wang Zai's mouth to spread it. Thinking this way, he didn't forget to continue chatting with the seller in front of him. I see, I appreciate your kindness. May I ask how you are called? My last name is Jia, and my name is Jia Baoyu, you can just call me Old Jia. The seller replied quickly and also sent a friend request. Looking at the real name sent by Boss Jia, Suyu felt speechless, barely suppressing the desire to retort. As the white light appeared, a strange machine with an area of at least 50 square meters appeared beside him. Suyu dragged the chopped tree trunk onto the front conveyor belt, and as the machine operated, standard units of wooden boards began to pour out from the back end. In just 3 minutes, the over 9-meter-long tree trunk had transformed into 600 standard wooden boards. Not bad, if I could stay here cutting trees, I might be able to get millions of wooden planks and become rich directly. Suyu thought to himself, and then pushed another slightly taller tree onto the conveyor belt. Seeing the machine continue to roar and run, he didn't stay to chop more trees but instead ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the moonlight. He had just a little more than an hour left, and while spending all his time chopping trees would get him tens of thousands of basic materials, he could also miss out on greater opportunities. 10,000 units of basic materials would be more important than life itself to others, but to him, it was just about selling a few more bottles of healing potions. For the potential opportunity, he was willing to give up these basic materials. The plants in the dense forest were all thriving, tall trees blocking the sky, making it hard for the moonlight to come through, with only a few scattered beams hitting the ground. The ground was covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves, which felt soft and untrustworthy underfoot, sometimes even sinking in a little, with a damp, earthy smell. Of course, Suyu didn't care about that. Without moonlight, he took out his oil lamp, using it to light the way as he had in the dungeon passage before. Without a road, he used the evil cleaver to clear obstacles, and placed the several hundred planks he had just obtained at intervals to support his steps. After 20 minutes of walking, all the 600 or so planks were used up beneath his feet. Just as Suyu was about to ask Zhang Yiting for some more planks, the path ahead finally opened up. In the dense forest, a circular open space about 50 or 60 meters wide appeared before him. And at the center of this open space was a small round lake. Suyu cautiously approached the edge of the lake. The lake was very small, with a diameter of about 2 meters, and it was crystal clear, only about 20 or 30 centimeters deep. He stretched his neck to observe for a long time but didn't see anything unusual, just some common pebbles at the bottom, as if it was just a simple, ordinary lake. Strange, if there's nothing here, why would this place naturally form a circular open area? Suyu walked around the lake with the lamp, but still didn't notice anything out of place, so he turned his attention back to the lake itself. He was ready to go down and take a look. Perhaps the bottom of the lake had something hidden, like the crystal stairs from earlier. However, just as he reached out to test the water, a few lines of golden text appeared before his eyes. Sea God Lake, Special. Description: the sea god is formless, and his followers usually use circular lakes as altars for sacrifices. Over time, the lake itself takes on a divine form resembling a statue. Hidden tip 1, the god of the ocean and storms is an active deity, please do not desecrate him. Hidden tip 2, the sea god rewards or punishes clearly. Any type of potion poured into the lake will earn his blessing, with higher quality potions resulting in greater rewards. Hidden tip 3, at the exact center of the lake's bottom, the pebbles are engraved with a prayer to the sea god. Clerics of the sea god's order can use this prayer to make offerings. This, a statue of a god? Suyu looked at the text in front of him, then glanced at the large lake, thinking for a moment, realizing this was a tricky situation. He hadn't failed to obtain high-quality potions before. From mental potions to strength potions, he had gotten 4 orange-quality attribute potions. But at the time, he never imagined he would have a chance to sacrifice to the sea god. The 4 potions had long been consumed. After thinking for a while, Suyu searched the trading channel for potions. But unfortunately, the highest quality potion listed was a blue-quality paralysis potion, one he hadn't seen before. The blue-quality healing potion that he had seen earlier had already been sold. The blue quality is really a bit too low. Suyu murmured to himself. After thinking for a moment, he sent private messages to Zhang Yiding and the newly acquainted Jia Baoyu. Are you free now? If yes, please help me find a high-quality potion. It doesn't matter what kind, as long as its quality is purple or higher. I'm in urgent need. Boss Jia, I'm in urgent need. I need a potion with purple quality or higher, whatever it is. Can you help me find one? I can trade you a healing potion when I get back. Soon, Zhang Yiding's reply came first. I'll give it a try. It was still just 3 short words. But according to Suyu's understanding, this was her way of saying she couldn't guarantee anything. Sigh, purple quality potions are really too scarce for the survivors at this stage. He shook his head and turned his gaze to the private chat page with Jia Baoyu. After 2 minutes, Jia Baoyu also replied. This. Brother Su, it's not that we're not trying, it's just that purple quality items are very rare. I'll do my best to contact people, and I'll let you know within half an hour. Looking at Jia Baoyu's reply, which also lacked confidence, Suyu sighed and decided to buy the paralysis potion in the trading channel for 3,000 units of basic supplies. One must always consider the worst-case scenario. If he couldn't find a higher quality potion, he would have to use this paralysis potion as a substitute. Paralysis potion, blue. Effect, applied to weapons, causes the attacked person's muscles to become paralyzed, not for consumption. Hidden hint 1, the paralyzing component can spread through the air, please hold your breath while applying. Time passed minute by minute, and with only 35 minutes left before returning to the dungeon, still no replies came. Suyu's urge to pour the paralysis potion into the lake became stronger. Just as he was about to take action, a new message finally appeared on the private chat page. Brother Su, I did find a purple quality potion, but it doesn't have much practical use. What do you think, can it be used? Of course, it can. Suyu quickly replied. The sacrifice to the sea god only required the potion's quality. If the effect was too good, it would make him feel sorry. Soon, a light golden potion with a syringe appeared in his hand. Golden Revolution Potion, purple. Description: this is a revolution in biology, the culmination of the lifelong work of the arcane pioneer Suen. Lovent. Humans injected will eventually become the golden generation, ushering in a new era. Hidden hint 1, 90% probability of no effect after injection, 5% chance of plus 0.5 to constitution, 5% chance of gene instability and body destruction. The above effects are invalid for individuals with constitution greater than or equal to 9. Hidden hint 2, this potion can be injected an unlimited number of times, each injection increases the probability of gene instability and body destruction by 5%. Oh my gosh. So you instantly understood why Jia Baoyu said this thing had no practical use. A 90% chance of being ineffective, and it's still a purple quality item. No one could afford to keep testing this 7 or 8 times only to conclude that the potion itself had no effect. It was impossible to think that the success rate was only 10%. However, even knowing the true effects of this potion, Suyu had no intention of keeping it. He quietly noted it down and hurriedly poured the potion into the lake. In the next moment, the lake began to boil. Thick water vapor rose from the surface, forming a white mist in front of Suyu. Instinctively, he wanted to hold his breath, but inadvertently inhaling a breath of the white mist made him feel refreshed all over. He then realized that this mist was something good. He quickly took a deep breath, greedily inhaling the surrounding white mist, fearing the waste of the benefits gained from this sacrifice. 5 minutes later, the white mist gradually dissipated. Only then did Suyu stop breathing heavily, opening the attribute page with lingering excitement. Name, Suyu. Occupation, follower of truth. Spirit, 3.2, Strength, 2.1, Constitution, 2.9, Speed, 2.0. Inspiration, 1.3/3.2. Blessing, 0/3.2. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV2, Prayer LV1, Dream Entry LV1. Special Status, Dungeon Protection, Minor Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy. All attributes have increased by 0.1. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment after reading it. This effect was far more reliable than the Golden Revolution potion he sent up. Even if he were lucky enough to trigger the 5% probability increase effect, it would still pale in comparison to the overall boost from the Sea God's blessing. But this was not the full effect of the blessing. His gaze swept around and soon landed on an emerald bottle that appeared out of thin air by the lakeside. The emerald bottle contained a red-blue dual-colored capsule, which looked a bit like industrial medicine from Earth. With curiosity and anticipation, Suyu picked it up. Skill Fusion Capsule, Special. Description: a product accidentally developed by an arcane sage, allowing for skill fusion in dreams. Hidden hint 1, after using this capsule, you will fall into a deep sleep. Please use it only after ensuring safety. Special quality? Suyu blinked. The special quality items he had encountered before were either statues or puzzles. This was the first time he had seen an item that could be directly used. However, given the hidden hint, he decided to put it away for now and dove into the water. He swam to the center of the lake and lifted a pebble. Sure enough, it was engraved with a line of twisted seal script. Suyu felt a sharp pain in his head but soon understood the meaning of the text. Great Ocean and Storm God, you are the ruler of the sea, the embodiment of the storm, the emperor who rules the sky, the tyrant of destruction. He unconsciously recited it in his mind and was shocked to find that a surging wave of blue and white light points flowed from the pebble in his hand into his body. This is the blessing? Suyu had an epiphany and quickly opened his attribute page, only to find that the blessing attribute had surged by a full point, equivalent to the effect of praying for 10 hours under normal circumstances. He immediately tried to recite it a few more times, but after repeating it a few times, the effect was minimal. What a pity, if only it could take effect a few more times. Suyu silently thought to himself, feeling that there was little air left in his lungs, so he quickly surfaced and swam out of the lake. Once on the shore, he didn't even bother to change his clothes and jogged back to the edge of the forest, with 15 minutes left before returning. During the remaining 15 minutes, Suyu didn't rest but once again cosplayed as a lumberjack. Various trees fell with each swing of the axe, then were placed on the conveyor belt and finally turned into neatly arranged planks. He worked until the last minute, and in this race against time, he ended up with over 2,400 units of planks, which was a significant amount. He sent the wood processing machine and 1,500 planks to Jiabaoyu. As for the other 1,500 planks, he stored them in his space bag. After completing these tasks, a white light enveloped his body. Back in the starting dungeon, Suyu eagerly took out the glass bottle containing the skill fusion capsule. He swallowed the capsule, and immediately, his consciousness grew fuzzy, and he lost awareness. In a blur, he found himself once again on the familiar mountain path. The silver mist above his head seemed to dissolve and scatter, and the transparent door at the end of the path was already open. Just as confusion rose in his heart, a long line of golden text appeared in front of him. Rune Drawing LV1. Metal Smelting LV1. Meditation LV2. Spirit Pressure LV2. Prayer LV1. Dream Entry LV1. Does this mean these skills can be fused together? Suyu's heart rose with doubt. These 6 skills were worlds apart, and he could not imagine what the effect would be if they were all combined. In the next moment, he received feedback. Each skill fusion can select a maximum of 2 skills, a minimum of 50% compatibility is required, and the higher the skill compatibility, the better the fusion effect. I see. Suyu looked at the newly appeared text prompt and, after pondering for a moment, focused his thoughts on the skills, meditation, and prayer. These 2 skills were both blue bar recovery skills. If they could be fused together, it would save him a lot of trouble and time, avoiding having to recover separately. Ding, the compatibility of meditation and prayer is 50%, the fused skill is resonant meditation, do you wish to fuse? Resonant meditation LV1, let go of mental defenses, fervently meditate on the image of the deity, recovering 0.5 inspiration and 0.5 holy grace per hour, with a 5% chance of receiving divine blessings, permanently enhancing attributes. So low. Suyu frowned tightly. Although 50% compatibility indeed hit the edge of fusion, it fell far short of his expectations. What's worse, the fused skill, resonant meditation, seemed likely to attract the attention of a deity. If it were an orthodox, cleric, transcendent, they would surely be overjoyed to acquire this skill by chance. But as a believer of truth, daring to play like this was like lighting a lantern in a toilet. No. He shook his head and turned to observe the 6 skills again. Rune drawing and metal forging could be excluded right away. Spiritual pressure was an offensive skill, leaving only 3. Suddenly, Suyu thought of something. He focused his thoughts on prayer and entering dreams. Ding, the compatibility of prayer and entering dreams is 90%. The fused skill is dream entry. Do you wish to fuse? Dream Entry LV1, the soul dreams into the depths of the spiritual realm, recovering 0.5 Holy Grace per hour. For each prayer word of a righteous God mastered, the recovery effect is increased by 100%. Each time a dream ends, it permanently increases mental attributes by 0.1, with enhancements growing as the exploration of the deep spiritual realm increases. This skill cannot be upgraded, it can only improve with the increase in the transcendent level. After reading the skill introduction, Suyu's heart shook, and he quickly chose to agree. Looking at the newly appeared skill, his heart was aflame. Although the skills, prayer, and entering dreams, were gone, the replacement, dream entry, was simply a god-tier skill. Recovering 0.5 Holy Grace per hour, with the God of the Sea's prayer word bonus and the Light God's prayer word bonus, that's a total of 1.5. This terrifying recovery efficiency was a whopping 15 times that of the original, prayer, skill. Even more astonishing was that at the end of each dream, he could gain at least 0.1 mental attributes, and the gains would increase after exploring the deep spiritual realm, something other survivors could only dream of. Thinking of this, Suyu walked to the transparent door and pulled it open with force. In the next moment, the scenery before him changed dramatically. Even in a dream, Suyu felt an obvious discomfort. Ugh! He suddenly opened his eyes and vomited in the planting area. After dry heaving for a while, the nauseating dizziness finally eased a bit. Suyu felt a little regretful. He did not expect that after trying twice, he woke up directly after opening the door both times. But when he confirmed his attributes, this small regret quickly disappeared. Name, Suyu. Profession, Believer of Truth. Mental, 3.3, Strength, 2.1, Constitution, 2.9, Speed, 2.0. Inspiration, 1.8/3.3. Holy Grace, 3.2/3.3. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Forging LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV2, Dream Entry LV1. Special Status, Dungeon Shelter, Slight Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy. He had only spent 2 hours in sleep, and not only had his mental attributes increased by 0.1 points, but even his Holy Grace was almost full. In his excitement, Suyu did not forget about other important matters. He quickly walked to the teleportation portal at the boundary between the algae oxygen generator and the planting area. Since the mine had fully belonged to him, he hadn't been there yet. This time, in order to collect the dazzling silver ore, he had no choice but to go. As his steps crossed the teleportation portal, he instantly disappeared from the dungeon. The environment of the mine was still dark and narrow. Suyu opened the world system, loaded the map module, and quickly found the green dot representing his position. There are indeed dazzling silver ore veins, but they are about 10 kilometers away, and they're not exposed. He pondered for a moment, feeling the problem was a bit tricky. The distance wasn't the issue, as long as the direction was clear, he could reach it in at most half an hour. But if he needed to dig down, the project would be too big. His expression changed repeatedly, then he suddenly realized he had fallen into a mental trap. Now that the entire mine was bound to his initial dungeon, with the help of the map, he could easily recruit a few people to help him dig. Deciding to act immediately, he first opened the private chat window with Zhang Yiting. Short on or? I'm at the mine, do you want to come? Yes, Zhang Yiting's reply was very straightforward. Suyu didn't hesitate either, sending over a teleportation proof, then he sent the same message to Ji Haiyang. I'll be there soon. Ji Haiyang's reply was just as direct. Before long, Suyu saw 2 blue light dots representing friendly units on the map. After pointing out the directions to the 2 of them, he still didn't move but instead looked at another person on his friends list. Boss Wang, I don't know if you're interested in mining ore? In the dungeon, Wang Zhe was cursing at a customer on the other side of the screen. Damn poor fool, thinking he can buy bee honey with 400 units of basic resources, I'd be losing everything. He had almost no patience for these ordinary survivalists who weren't even extraordinary. Seeing the message notification flash on his friends list, he immediately abandoned the penniless customer and opened the private chat window. Mining ore? Wang Zhe was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. He had long known that Suyu owned a complete mine, and had even killed 2 professionals because of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested such a large sum in Suyu yesterday. I'm interested, definitely interested. I've heard from Zhang Jie that you have a complete mine. Su brother, how many people do you need? My 2 brothers and I can come. Then everyone come, and you can bring Jia Baoyu and Zhang Jia along. When Wang Zhe saw Suyu's reply, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He intentionally mentioned Zhang Jia to test Suyu's attitude. From what he knew, the 2 of them had fought over the mine just a few days ago. It seemed that Suyu didn't have any intention of pursuing it now. This Su brother is really interesting. He played with the 5 stones that had just been teleported over, then started searching for a pickaxe. In mine number 196, Suyu quickly saw 5 blue light dots in different directions light up one after another. He pointed out the directions for the 5 people, then quickly headed toward the mine. When he was not far from the mine, he intentionally glanced at the map and saw that there was already a blue dot representing Jihayang at the location of the mine. Brother Ji is pretty fast, he thought to himself as he quickened his pace and soon arrived at the mine. He quickly saw a middle-aged man holding a kerosene lamp. It was his first time seeing Jihayang in person. Jihayang was tall, with stubble on his face. Wearing a gray outfit and holding a pickaxe, he appeared to be just over 30, but no one would guess that he was already a father of 7 children. Brother Ji, I am Suyu. Suyu took 2 steps forward and greeted him with a smile. Brother Suyu, it's really not easy for us to meet. I didn't see you last time I went to the mine, but this time when I heard you were going in again, I quickly made sure the kids were settled. Jihayang smiled brightly when he saw Suyu's cheerful face, and they exchanged pleasant greetings. Brother, you have it tough. Taking care of 7 kids in the dark dungeon, I really admire you. Are the kids doing well recently? Suyu praised him, half sincerely and half as a form of business flattery. Oh, they're all fine. Jihayang's eyes sparkled with pride when he heard Suyu mention his children, and the little bit of wariness he had completely vanished. Though they hadn't met before, they had known each other for over 10 days in the dark dungeon. After some brief small talk, Suyu got down to business. Brother Ji, to be straightforward, I've asked you here because of the silver or vein buried beneath our feet. When we dig it out, I hope we can split it 50-50. No problem. Jihayang readily agreed. He had not been living in isolation these days and was well aware that a 50-50 split was a win-win choice for both sides. After a brief discussion, the two settled down to wait quietly. As they waited, Jihayang suddenly sized up Suyu, making Suyu feel a bit uneasy. Just when Suyu was pondering whether to speak, Jihayang took the lead. Brother Suyu, I remember you said you were an apprentice profession, but looking at your muscles and breathing rhythm, your physical strength must be over 2 points. Suyu was slightly taken aback, realizing he hadn't told Jihayang about his promotion to Believer of Truth. He pondered for a moment and then shared the news. I just advanced to a 2nd-tier profession yesterday, and my physical attribute just hit 2.9 points. Jihayang's pupils suddenly constricted intensely. 2.9 points? I heard that apprentice is mainly a spiritual attribute profession. How is your physical attribute higher than mine? Suyu smiled without a word. After all, he had an advantage that made it strange if he lost to someone else. Seeing this, Jihayang wisely chose not to ask further and instead looked at Suyu with a bit more admiration. To surpass him in the strong suit of the Yi soldier, profession means Suyu's true strength would crush him in all aspects. Someone is coming. Suyu noticed the blue dot on the map representing Zhang Yiting overlapping with his own and quickly alerted Jihayang beside him. Jihayang immediately looked around and soon discovered a very beautiful woman appeared before him. Even though her clothes were the common durable style seen in the trading channel, they couldn't hide her unique aura. Meanwhile, Suyu scanned her up and down, finally landing on Zhang Yiting's empty hands and shoulders. He was slightly surprised. Zhang Yiting didn't bring a pickaxe or a spatial backpack. Was she planning to dig with her bare hands? However, he knew this wasn't the time to ponder that question, so he quickly took 2 steps forward to introduce himself. I'm Suyu, and this is my friend Jihayang from the dungeon. He is a 1st-tier extraordinary soldier. I invited him to dig for the silver ore together. Zhang Yiting nodded. Suyu turned to Jihayang and introduced Zhang Yiting. This is Zhang Yiting, also a 1st-tier extraordinary, and her extraordinary profession is Death Soldier. The two nodded at each other, and then, out of mutual understanding, did not say more. After a moment, Zhang Yiting stared at Suyu's face, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat vacant. Suyu was a little confused. He was aware of his looks, somewhat handsome perhaps, but not enough to make anyone lose their senses. As he pondered whether to ask a roundabout question, the friend list at the corner of his eye suddenly sent a message notification. He calmly opened the private chat interface, and there it was, a new message that had just been sent. How many people did you bring for the mining this time? Chapter 97, Meeting Offline. Suyu looked at the message sent by Zhang Yiting, and a question mark subconsciously appeared in his mind. What does this mean? They were clearly face to face, yet she still sent a private message. Was she too shy to speak, or did she not trust Jihayang because they had never met before? These guesses quickly flashed through Suyu's mind, but he still chose to answer the question first. Including us, there are a total of 8. That's good. It seemed like Zhang Yiting let out a sigh of relief. Just as Suyu was pondering how to tell her that Haiyang was reliable enough, unexpectedly, she sent another private message. I'm in a situation similar to yours, I can't use a pickaxe. Suyu, who was about to send an explanation, stopped in his tracks. What does she mean by similar to mine? He felt like Zhang Yiting's words carried hidden meaning, almost like she was speaking in code or giving a secret signal. He was just about to ask more to get to the bottom of it, when a loud laugh came from beside him. Young people's feelings sure do warm up fast. It really makes me nostalgic for my youth. Suyu snapped back to reality, only to see Ji Haiyang looking at both him and Zhang Yiting, his gaze filled with a sense of reminiscence. Ahem, brother Ji, you misunderstood. Suyu waved his hand and quickly denied the implication in Ji Haiyang's words. He and Zhang Yiting had only met offline for the first time today, and they couldn't let this misunderstanding spread. Oh, it turns out I was wrong. Ji Haiyang smiled and nodded, but his expression clearly didn't show belief. Suyu's lips involuntarily twitched. He subconsciously looked at Zhang Yiting, just in time to see her gaze meet his. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and Suyu suddenly furrowed his brows. What's wrong? Zhang Yiting felt that her appearance wasn't bad enough to make someone frown, so she softly asked. Someone's in trouble. Suyu looked at the map in his view, where a blue light dot overlapped with a large area of red light dots, and then scanned between Zhang Yiting and Ji Haiyang. I'm going to save them. Do you want to come with me? Both of them nodded. Without Suyu, they would just be mining here anyway. It was better to go along and rescue someone. 5 or 6 minutes later, Suyu stopped running. Ahead, about 50 or 60 meters away, black smoke billowed, and Zhang Jia, holding an oil lamp, was surrounded by a group of vengeful spirits and evil spirits. Ji Haiyang, who was behind him, also stopped, and after observing, he furrowed his brows. So many evil spirits. If there were only 1 or 2 evil spirits, he might be able to fight them off. But with so many, just trying to escape with an oil lamp and torches would be a miracle. You stay here. I'm enough on my own. Suyu counted the number of evil spirits, and there were about 20 or so vengeful spirits and evil spirits combined. This number would have been difficult for him a few days ago, but now, it was nothing. As soon as he said this, both Ji Haiyang and Zhang Yiting cast him doubtful looks. Suyu smiled and didn't explain. He just quickly walked ahead. There's no need to talk too much. The most powerful proof at this moment was the facts. Only by presenting the facts in front of them would they truly understand the vast difference between second-tier and first-tier professions. After walking about 20 or 30 meters, the evil spirits that had surrounded Zhang Jia began to stir. A few vengeful spirits that were closer to Suyu turned around and quickly lunged at him. For this, Suyu simply waved his hand, and a powerful spiritual pressure instantly exploded, shattering the few vengeful spirits. In the next moment, all the evil spirits that had been surrounding Zhang Jia suddenly turned their heads together. With a roar on his lips, a collective charge was launched towards Suyu. Dozens of twisted faces formed a wave that looked ready to swallow him alive. However, facing this scene, Suyu merely glanced at his attributes. Inspiration, 1.6/.3.3. Holy Grace, 3.0/3.3. Still quite abundant. He instantly felt very confident. Just now, crushing 4 vengeful spirits had only cost him 0.2 points of inspiration in Holy Grace, and the remaining blue bar was enough to crush over 40 more. However, just as Suyu was thinking this, his sharp sixth sense instinctively made him turn around. Behind him was Zhang Yiting, her face serious, revealing an expression of great vigilance. Why are you so nervous? Suyu joked casually, then summoned all his strength to activate spirit pressure. Boom! 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 The air instantly filled with sounds like firecrackers. The black gas-filled evil spirits fell in succession, neatly like wheat during harvest. In just a moment, only black vengeful beads remained on the ground. Hiss! Suyu rubbed his slightly aching temples, then patted Zhang Yiting on the shoulder, causing her to snap back to reality from her state of shock. How much is your mental attribute now? Zhang Yiting spoke a bit stammering, as the scene before her was simply beyond her imagination. She was not unaware that apprentice-tier extraordinary beings had the spirit pressure skill aimed at the mental realm, but because of that, she was even more surprised by the effect Suyu had just displayed. Ordinary apprentices could at most slow down the movement and attack speed of evil spirits, while Suyu was on a completely different level. Just 3.3 points, but my spirit pressure skill is already level 2. Suyu casually explained, then focused his attention back on his attributes. Inspiration, 0.2/.3.3. Holy Grace, 1.0/3.3. The consumption of the blue bar was much higher than expected. If he hadn't decisively given up the injection of inspiration just now, he probably wouldn't just have a headache now. But thankfully, all of this was worth it. He picked up the dozens of vengeful beads that had fallen to the ground and then looked at Zhang Jia. Brother Zhang, nice to see you well. Zhang Jia revealed a complex expression. He had some complaints about Suyu for deceiving him last time with the advantage of information. Therefore, he shared the matter about the mine with several people, including Wang Zi. He even just received a transfer proof sent by Wang Zi, and in his heart, he was secretly wanting to ask Suyu for an explanation. But he never expected that Suyu's strength had terrifyingly reached this level. The perilous situation he was desperately holding on to was instantly resolved by Suyu. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to dismiss those unwarranted thoughts and forced a smile. Brother Suyu, long time no see. Seeing the look of shock mixed with confusion in Zhang Jie's eyes, Suyu guessed something. He smiled and revealed the news of his promotion to a second-tier profession. Brother Zhang, I have missed you very much since we haven't met for so long. Coincidentally, I just upgraded to a second tier yesterday, and I hurriedly called everyone to gather at the mine, otherwise, who knows what will happen in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie's shock deepened. He opened his mouth and took a long time to say one sentence. A second-tier professional, congratulations to you, Brother Su. The face was bruised with shades of blue and purple. He might really be busy. I'm not really familiar with him. Seeing Zhang Jie like this, Suyu lost the interest to continue teasing. He turned to look at Zhang Yiting and Ji Haiyang, who were slowly approaching, giving them a slight nod. Brother Suyu, today I truly have gained some knowledge. Ji Haiyang said with admiration, looking at the more than 20 resentment beads in Suyu's hand, his gaze filled with heat. You have a way to use resentment beads? Suyu's mind shifted. The hidden meaning in Ji Haiyang's action could not be more obvious. But he didn't find any use for resentment beads, so how did Ji Haiyang manage to get the real method? Indeed, yesterday I explored a purple quality corridor and in the end obtained a crafting scroll for lighting materials, but I don't know what the specific effect will be. Ji Haiyang nodded and then took out a parchment scroll from his backpack, handing it to Suyu. Evil Soul Lantern Crafting Scroll, Purple. Effect, imprison evil souls, light the soul lantern, and provide continuous lighting for your dungeon. Materials, iron ingot *3, glass *15, wooden board *5, resentment bead *1. Hidden hint 1, the lantern's quality depends on the resentment bead's quality, with the maximum being purple. Hidden hint 2, the soul lantern binds to the soul of the igniter, and when the soul is attacked, it can negate some of the damage. Hidden hint 3, the soul lantern can only burn inside the dungeon. Once outside the dungeon area, the evil soul escapes and turns back into an evil spirit. Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The value of this parchment scroll far exceeded his original expectations. As a rare soul protection item, the soul lantern's value could probably rival the healing potions he had. He looked up at Ji Haiyang, handing the item back to him. Brother Ji, this item is incredible, you're probably going to become the richest in the dungeon. He didn't directly mention the hidden hints, as that would be too obvious. However, Ji Haiyang waved his hand dismissively. Richest in the dungeon? Suyu, you're really flattering me. If we're talking about the richest in the whole dungeon, I'm sure no one would dare say they're second. Suyu smiled but didn't say anything further. He knew that Ji Haiyang probably didn't know the exact effect of the soul lantern, and just took his words as business flattery. But it didn't matter. After returning, he would tell Ji Haiyang and discuss cooperation later. The group followed the same path back and soon arrived at the top of the Yaoyin stone mine again. However, by now, 4 more people had arrived. Suyu scanned the surroundings and saw that 3 of them were chubby, with 1 thin person. The 3 chubby ones looked somewhat alike, so he immediately had a general guess. He waved at the 4 of them. Boss Wang, Boss Jia, we were delayed on the road, please excuse us. As soon as he spoke, the 4 people immediately reacted and began greeting him with smiles. As Suyu expected, the 3 chubby ones were indeed the 3 Wang brothers, and the pale, thin person was Jia Baoyu. After a round of pleasantries, they happily reached a 50-50 profit-sharing agreement. In other words, for every 2 pieces of ore mined from this Yaoyin stone vein, everyone had to share one with Suyu. As they each divided their areas and began digging, the only ones left standing still were Suyu and Zhang Yiting. Suyu looked at Zhang Yiting with curiosity, unsure what she was thinking. This was not Earth, and there was no lady's first rule in the dark dungeon, plus he didn't think Zhang Yiting was the type of fool who couldn't see the situation. Follow me. Zhang Yiting looked around, then suddenly grabbed Suyu's hand. Suyu felt the sensation from her hand, a bit surprised, but still followed her as she walked. Naturally, their movements did not escape the eyes of others, but no one stood up to gossip. This is the dark dungeon world, where the arena of life and death and Suyu's strength as a second-tier professional are enough to make every smart person learn to keep quiet. After a long trek of more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yiting stopped in front of a huge rock. We're far enough away from them now, is there something you can say? Suyu calmly asked his question as he subtly freed himself from Zhang Yiting's hand. He knew Zhang Yiting was a smart person, and this action must be because she felt there was something she had to keep highly confidential. Zhang Yiting fell silent for a moment, then asked a nonsensical question. Have you really never used any items to change the survivor ID? What do you mean? Are there such items in the dungeon? Suyu looked at Zhang Yiting in surprise. The survivor ID could be said to be the only code for everyone in the dark dungeon, its importance far greater than a national ID number back on Earth. Even if such an item to change the survivor ID really existed, it would definitely not be accessible at their current stage. Really not? Zhang Yiting frowned and pressed on with her question. Really not. Suyu confirmed, looking at Zhang Yiding's still serious expression. However, he vaguely felt that Zhang Yiding had a sense of ulterior motives. Sure enough, after Zhang Yiding sized him up again, she finally changed the question. Then what's up with your talent skill? What talent skill? For a moment, Suyu did not respond and instinctively retorted. It's the skill you use to detect item information. I wasn't sure before, but what you just said to that person clearly showed you saw item information that ordinary people cannot see. Zhang Yiding's voice was very small, but it exploded like thunder in Suyu's heart. According to the conclusions we reached earlier, talent skills only exist among the top 100 survivors, yet you are the only exception. Suyu felt his heart racing like never before. He never expected that just one action would lead Zhang Yiding to guess he had the ability to detect item information. However, Zhang Yiding seemed to think of his golden finger as a talent skill, and it seemed others had talent skills too. His mind was filled with countless thoughts, with too many questions he wanted to ask Zhang Yiding, even considering how much truth was in her statement, but when the words came to his lips, he still settled on the safest question. Do you also have a talent skill? Zhang Yiding nodded. I told you just now in the mine, I cannot equip any weapons, not even production tools like pickaxes. Huh? Suyu couldn't help but question. Zhang Yiding's talent skill was quite different from what he imagined. Forget it, you definitely won't believe me without evidence, just look at this. As Zhang Yiding spoke, her eyes became somewhat vacant, then she regained clarity after a moment. Just take a look, definitely don't share it. Suyu opened the private chat interface, and to his surprise, Zhang Yiding sent him 2 images. He hesitantly opened the first one. Name, Zhang Yiding. Survivor ID, 000000096. Profession, slave, dead soldier. Rank, first tier. Spirit, 1.4, Strength, 1.9, Constitution, 2.0, Speed, 2.0. Blood Chi, 1.9/2.2. Skills, Combat Specialization LV1, Shield Specialization LV1, Physical Training LV1, Battle Instinct Max. Special Status, Mild Sin. Suyu looked at Zhang Yiding in shock. He never expected Zhang Yiding to trust him so much, directly sending him a screenshot of her attribute page. This was even more candid than running naked together. At that moment, he believed about 70 to 80% of what Zhang Yiding said, but out of curiosity, he still opened the second image. Battle Instinct Max, once entering combat, you. Power attribute temporarily plus 1.5, speed attribute temporarily plus 1, physique attribute temporarily plus 0.5, unable to equip any type of weapon, can only take on gladiator sequence profession. This talent skill will be promoted after taking on weapon master. Damn it. Suyu couldn't help but curse. He had thought of many possibilities, but never considered that Zhang Yiding's talent skill effect was the simplest and most straightforward increase in attributes. Such a terrifying boost, even if she couldn't use weapons, could crush most monsters and survivors with a single punch. He looked at Zhang Yiding, his gaze filled with some hesitation. Logically speaking, since Zhang Yiding had been so honest, he should at least send a screenshot of his talent skill in response. But the problem was, he didn't have any talent skill at all, his golden finger was purely a personal cheat, and sending a screenshot would expose him directly. Moreover, his profession as a truth believer was not suitable for exposure, and he couldn't send his attribute page either. Unless. I'll tell you the truth, I do have a talent skill, but not in the way you think. Knowing that information is just pure luck, my talent skill actually has another effect. As he spoke, Suyu suddenly sighed, then sent a screenshot of the introduction of a certain skill. Zhang Yiding's eyes paused for a moment, then she revealed a look of understanding. Dream into wandering sleep, what a nice name, and it has growth potential. No wonder your mental attribute can be so high. Hearing Zhang Yiding say this, Suyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His goal was to let Zhang Yiding see the unique synthesis skill, Dream into Wandering Sleep, as his talent skill. After all, in terms of rarity and effectiveness, this skill was not much different from a talent skill. As long as he insisted that this skill was his talent skill, even if Zhang Yiding had doubts, she would ultimately dismiss them. But it's quite rare for a skill at level 1 to be a talent skill. How many times can your skill be upgraded? Ahem. Suyu didn't expect Zhang Yiding to suddenly throw a curveball, he stumbled to make up an answer. Not very sure, but it's probably that each time I advance to a higher rank, it can be upgraded. I see. Zhang Yiding nodded, then as if thinking of something, she added. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. Suyu had faith in Zhang Yiding's promise, he stroked his chin and asked a key question. You just said that the top 100 survivors all have talent skills, do you communicate with each other? Yes, Zhang Yiding nodded. I have many friends among them. If you want, I can help connect you so you can have a good chat. Forget it, you'd better keep it a secret for me. Suyu waved his hand. His Dream into Wandering Sleep skill was originally a fake talent skill. If it really spread in a small circle and was exposed as a fraud, it would be awkward. Zhang Yiting, of course, was unaware of Suyu's careful thoughts. She simply nodded and then looked toward the direction of the mine. It's about time, we should head back. Suyu nodded and followed Zhang Yiting, walking back one in front of the other. After more than 10 minutes, the two returned to the area above the mine. There were also not many people here, most were still digging in their respective areas, and only Wang Zhe-san, who was not an extraordinary person, sat resting on the ground. Seeing the two return, he quickly got up to greet them. Brother Suyu, Miss Shang, you two chat here, I'll continue mining. Looking at this sweaty fat man, Suyu suddenly thought of the soldier class transmutation scroll he obtained earlier in the dark dungeon. Extraordinary transmutation scrolls are very valuable, but finding someone willing to pay a big price for it is not easy. He felt he shouldn't miss this opportunity. Cough, Boss Wang-san, do you want to become an extraordinary person? Suyu coughed once and called out to Wang Zixin, who had just been ready to continue going to dig for ore. Ah. Wang Zixin's face froze, and for a moment he did not understand what was going on. Seeing him like this, Suyu did not waste words and directly took out that soldier profession job change scroll. I ask you, do you want to become an extraordinary person or not? This is a profession job change scroll? Wang Zixin first cried out in shock, then with difficulty swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forced out one word. Want. How much do you want it? Suyu continued to press and ask. Wang Zixin looked again at the sheepskin scroll and did not answer immediately. He was not some young man who understood nothing, and he was very clear about Suyu's hidden meaning. This was not asking how much he wanted to become an extraordinary person, but asking how many chips he was willing to pay in order to become an extraordinary person. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and stretched out 5 fingers. As much as 5 kinds of green quality extraordinary ingredients. Suyu was suddenly speechless. At this price, even if he directly hung it on the trading channel, he could easily double it. He shook his head and pointed at the excavation area that the 3 brothers had contracted and divided. Not enough. I suggest you go and discuss well with your 2 older brothers. I believe they will be willing to take out some real chips for you. Wang Zixin suddenly felt that he had become a donkey hung with a carrot, and now he even had to pull the mill together with his own family. But he looked at that sheepskin scroll he had dreamed of day and night, and still gritted his teeth and nodded. Good. Chapter 99 Exchange. Watching Wang Zixin go farther and farther away, Zhang Yiting suddenly opened her mouth. Before, when we communicated through the system, I did not find it, but it turns out you are really quite black-hearted. He. Suyu smiled slightly and neither admitted nor denied. Being able to sell things to the right person is an ability. He did not feel that there was anything wrong in doing this. Very soon, the 3 Wang brothers appeared in sight with coal dust all over their bodies. Before Suyu could open his mouth to greet them, Wang Zhe spoke first. Brother Suyu, no need to say more. Whatever price you want, we will give whatever price. This profession job change scroll, we are determined to get it, and it is best to give it to my younger brother right now. You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I will extort you? Suyu looked at Wang Zhe's forehead slightly sweating because of running all the way, and could not help but tease him. I trust brother your character, and aren't we cooperating? How could there be a reason to cheat our own people? Wang Zhe naturally heard the teasing meaning and immediately cooperated and laughed. Boss Wang, you really see things clearly. Suyu smiled, and then smoothly spoke out his own condition. I want extraordinary ingredients, the more the better, and I will not take advantage of you. I will buy them at your purchase price. How can that be proper? One matter is one matter. A profession job change scroll is so expensive. If you do not set a price, then you will suffer a big loss. Wang Zhe shook his head. Suyu's condition did not count as a condition at all, but precisely because of this, he absolutely could not agree. Otherwise, their long-term cooperation in the future would not be easy to handle. Boss Wang, you misunderstood. This is a long-term cooperation. Suyu shook his head and patiently explained. What I mean is, in the future, if you have any new extraordinary ingredients, supply them to me first. This is fine. Wang Zhe hesitated for a moment, then readily agreed. If it were other things, a long-term priority purchase right truly could not be given, but the effect of most extraordinary ingredients originally had uniqueness. Even if Suyu ate the first portion, if he received new ones later, he could still continue to sell them. In addition, Suyu's strength was far beyond ordinary people. In the future, if high-quality extraordinary ingredients could not be sold, he could also help clear some stock. This cooperation could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then happy cooperation? As Suyu spoke, he stretched out his left hand. Of course, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Wang Zhe wiped his hand on his clothes, cleaning off the slag stuck to it before shaking hands with Suyu firmly. After they shook hands, they immediately started discussing the details. To be honest with you, Brother Su, I don't have many extraordinary blue quality ingredients left in hand, and I just traded some with a brother of mine recently, so what's left that could be useful to you is even less. Wang Zhe carefully observed Suyu as he spoke, and upon seeing that Suyu didn't have much of a reaction, he felt more at ease to continue. But it's quite a coincidence, I just got something new this morning. How about we base it on 2,000 units of basic materials? Of course, that's fine. Suyu agreed readily. His main purpose today wasn't to find extraordinary ingredients for himself, so hearing that one item met his expectations already made him very happy. Just as he was about to ask what the ingredient was, unexpectedly, Wang Zhe beside him started rummaging through his space backpack. After a moment, he pulled out a bright green apple. You guys actually carry extraordinary ingredients with you? You're really going all in with business, even in the mining area, you're thinking about making money. Suyu couldn't help but tease as he watched the scene. Hey, important items should always be carried on hand. Wang Zhe scratched his head with his left hand, then handed the bright green apple to Suyu with his right. Brother Su, this apple may look ordinary, but it's a genuine blue quality one. You'll know once you eat it. Suyu smiled without commenting, took it, and gave him a meaningful glance. This person seemed plain, but he was the strength of the three brothers. He had a sharp mind, and even in the dungeon, he was a key figure. But Suyu didn't think too much about it, his attention quickly focusing back on the seemingly ordinary green apple. Emerald green apple, blue. Description: a perfectly ordinary apple, but the green color is somewhat unsettling. Hidden hint 1, eating it for the first time increases speed by plus 0.1. This effect doesn't work for individuals with speed greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 2, the apple's offspring have deteriorated, and it cannot be cultivated. This is a great item. Suyu remarked with appreciation, then immediately began eating it without hesitation. After just a few bites, he indeed felt his legs becoming lighter. Name: Suyu. Occupation: Truth Seeker. Spirit: 3.3, Strength: 2.1, Constitution: 2.9, Speed: 2.1. Inspiration: 0.3/3.3. Blessing: 1.1/3.3. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV2, Dream into Lodging LV1. Special Status: Dungeon Shelter, Slight Sin, Demonic Temptation, Blasphemy. However, what was clearly more important right now wasn't testing the results. He looked back at Wang Zhe. Do you have any more extraordinary green quality ingredients? Ha? Wang Zhe reflexively asked in return. Not only did he have green quality extraordinary ingredients, but he had many of them. However, these should be useless to Suyu. No other meaning: if you have them, let her pick some. I'll cover the cost. Suyu pointed at Zhang Yiding, who was beside him. Brother Su, you're something else. I've never seen a second-tier professional who still buys extraordinary ingredients for his girlfriend in a dungeon. Wang Zhe reacted, offering a compliment, and his view of Suyu shifted somewhat. In such a harsh environment as the Dark Dungeon, to still be willing to buy extraordinary ingredients for a girlfriend, this wasn't just being a devoted person, this was true love. But no matter the case, Suyu's loyalty to them was a good thing. At least the possibility of turning hostile in the future would be much lower. Thinking this, Wang Zhe looked towards Zhang Yiding, ready to compliment her when, unexpectedly, she spoke first. You misunderstood. Zhang Yiding spoke in a very calm tone, pointing at herself and Suyu. We're just friends. The scene became a little awkward. Wang Zhe glanced at Suyu from the corner of his eye. Suyu, however, seemed unconcerned. Yeah, we're indeed just friends. Now, let her pick some. As soon as these words left his mouth, the eyes of the three Wang brothers all widened for a moment without control. They felt that their impression of Suyu was completely overturned. This was not Earth, and as a powerful level 2 profession holder, in this dark dungeon he was actually still acting as a cold-blooded bootlicking dog, and more importantly, after licking for half a day he did not even get a single title. This was simply too shameful. But these thoughts only flashed by, and they quickly adjusted their expressions. Suyu took all the changes in their expressions into his eyes, and he guessed 7 or 8 out of 10 of what they were thinking in their hearts. But he was too lazy to explain, that was too troublesome, and it would also easily expose many things. Compared with that, if people misunderstood him, then let them misunderstand him. Maybe if some reputation spread out, it could even serve as protective color, making it not so easy for others to find his real weakness when they dealt with him. Very quickly, Zhang Yiding picked 3 items. They were a red banana, a green strawberry, and a thing that could not be seen what kind of fruit it was. Suyu quietly waited for her to eat all 3 fruits. After a moment, Zhang Yiding nodded. It is indeed effective: 2 increase spirit attribute, 1 increases strength attribute. That is good. Suyu replied casually, then opened the private chat page with Wang Zhe and sent 3,000 units of basic supplies over, then closed the panel and handed the soldier profession transfer scroll to Wang Zixin. Wang Zixin was very excited, so excited that the fat on his face trembled again and again, and with his fair and plump skin, he looked exactly like those overnourished middle school students on Earth in the past. Under the watch of everyone, the sheepskin scroll turned into firelight and disappeared in Wang Zixin's hand. This meant that he successfully took the job of the soldier profession. Brother Suyu, great kindness needs no words of thanks. In the future, if you have something to find me for, I will definitely not refuse. Wang Zixin looked very excited, and Suyu could also understand this kind of feeling. After all, his two sworn brothers had both become profession holders, while he himself was still an ordinary person. That would definitely make him very anxious. Alright, we are all friends. If not friends, then no matter how high others bid, I would not sell. Suyu followed Wang Zixin's mood and said a few polite words, and for a moment the scene was very joyful. Chapter 100 Shocking Secret News, Teammate Candidate. 10 minutes later, the three Wang brothers returned to the original area to continue digging. Suyu watched several people disappear into the darkness, and then cast his gaze toward Zhang Yiting. It seems you have something you want to say to me alone. Yes, just now they were here, it was not very convenient. Zhang Yiting nodded and admitted it calmly. Suyu then curled the corner of his mouth. He originally thought he himself was straight enough, but he did not expect Zhang Yiting to be even more straight than him, simply without any turning or hiding at all. Alright then, now that they are gone, you can say it. I want to ask you, do you think on the 14th day there will be a second world activity? There definitely will be, and most likely it will no longer be a forced life and death arena, but a new mechanism. Suyu glanced at Zhang Yiting with some strangeness, and then answered without hesitation. In his view, with Zhang Yiting's intelligence, she should not ask such a stupid question. The Dark Dungeon was a place that tortured survivors. If on the 14th day there was no world activity, would it not become a paradise for humans? Oh, I also think so. Zhang Yiting nodded, and then threw out an even more headless and brainless question. Then what do you think? What form will the next world activity take? Who knows, the Dark Dungeon has so many tricks. Anyway, my idea is very simple. When soldiers come, I block them. When water comes, I cover it with earth. Suyu spread his hands and spoke out his real thought. Among the current survivor teams, his strength was definitely ranked at the front. If even he could not survive, then those survivors would truly be wiped out, the whole army destroyed. Hearing this, Zhang Yiting nodded her head. Oh, I instead feel it is very possible that it will be many people cooperating to build a guild to carry out a great escape killing, and it is very likely 4 people in one group, and no longer the previous one-on-one duel. The air was quiet for a moment. Suyu's expression gradually became serious, his gaze looking toward Zhang Yiting's eyes. How did you know? If I say I blindly guessed it, do you believe? Zhang Yiting gave a somewhat careless answer. Suyu shook his head. Alright, I indeed did not guess. Zhang Yiting let out a sigh, her tone carrying some sorrow. This information was told to me by a survivor whose number is within the top 100. I have known her for more than 10 years, so this morning I could get this news from her mouth. You mean, you and your friend who grew up together entered this dark dungeon, and both of your survivor numbers are within the top 100, and both have talent skills? Suyu for a moment found it hard to believe. However, under his gaze full of doubt, Zhang Yiting still nodded her head. I was originally hesitating whether to tell you this news. Her talent skill does not have much fighting power. If one more person knows this news, she will have one more share of danger. She did not finish her words, but the meaning was already clear. Suyu suddenly did not know what he should say. In his heart now he both felt lucky that he bought extraordinary ingredients for Zhang Yiting, and felt that Zhang Yiting's degree of luck was outrageous. A full 9 billion people across the globe crossed over, and the quota for those who possess talent abilities is only 100. Zhang Yiting and her friend occupy 2 of them. This probability is simply lower than winning the lottery. After being silent for a moment, Suyu opened his mouth again. So what are you thinking now? In my hand there are 2 guild tokens. The day after tomorrow, do we act together? Hearing these words, Zhang Yiting first was stunned, then her face complexly shook her head. I cannot go. Behind the Light Society there is a native force of the Dark Dungeon that has already obtained a guild token. If I leave at this time, the undercover work before will be done in vain. Suyu opened his mouth, originally wanting to persuade Zhang Yiting, but in the end he could only shake his head. He did not know for what Zhang Yiting was being an undercover in the Light Society, but since she said so, then she must be planning far and deep. Alright, then you pay more attention to safety. I do not want to deal with people of the Light Society anymore. Zhang Yiting nodded her head, and then thought of something. Wait a moment. After speaking, her eyes became somewhat dull. Suyu knew she was privately sending messages to someone, so he patiently waited. After a short while, Zhang Yiting's eyes regained their spirit. My friend wants to join your guild and be in one group with you. Do you agree? Yes. Suyu nodded his head. He also very much wanted to meet this genius whose talent skill is so special that she can know in advance the content of the world activity of the Dark Dungeon. That is good. I have sent your survivor number to her. Please agree to the friend application. Zhang Yiting's tone was calm. After thinking for a moment, she added one more sentence. By the way, her name is Wang Jing. She is the same age as me, and quite pretty. I have already told her your name. You two can directly chat. Listening to Zhang Yiting's tone, in Suyu's heart a trace of strangeness rose. For some reason he always had an illusion of listening to a matchmaker introducing a blind date partner. He shook his head to throw these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind, and then according to the prompt opened his friend application list which he had not looked at for a long time. Sure enough, at the very top he saw a message with the remark, "I am Wang Jing." With a thought he clicked agree, and the two officially became friends. Hello, I am Wang Jing. For this world activity, I hope to make an appointment to form a team with you. You are too polite. Forming a team and helping each other is what we should do. I still have matters here. Later, we'll talk again. After sending a simple message, Suyu directly exited the page. What's wrong? Didn't you add her? Zhang Yiting's face showed confusion. I added her. I'll talk to her later. But I need to tell you something first. Suyu gave a brief explanation, then pointed to the left front. The map shows that if we head in this direction for half an hour, there will be a colored light spot representing a random high-level ore. I'm going now. Do you want to come? I'll go. Zhang Yiting nodded. She wasn't a fool. Suyu postponed talking to Wang Jing just for this ore. It was clear how precious it was. Plus, she had nothing else to do, so why not go with Suyu? Alright, let's go. Suyu didn't overthink it. After speaking, he grabbed the oil lamp and began to move. Chapter 101, Cold Jade Bone. 10 minutes later, Suyu stopped. This wasn't because they had reached their destination quickly. It was because a rock salt snail the size of a small mountain appeared in front of them. I've never seen such a big rock salt snail before. Looking at the mountain of slime approaching them, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. The largest rock salt snail he had seen before was about the size of a desert worm, but this one was at least 5 or 6 meters tall, looking like a moving fortress. Should we go around it? Zhang Yiting gave him a questioning look. A magical creature this large didn't seem easy to deal with. No need. This thing's called a rock salt snail. If you burn it with a torch, you'll get items to deal with evil spirits. After we kill this one, we'll definitely have enough for both of us. Suyu waved his hand, then quickly took out a bunch of monster oil fire torches from his space backpack. After lighting them, he threw them directly at the snail. SSSHHH. The torches burned rapidly, making a sizzling sound as the oil melted. The size of the rock salt snail began to shrink at a visible speed. How about it? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Suyu sighed in relief and turned to look at Zhang Yiting, hoping to see some admiration on her face. However, Zhang Yiting's face only showed slight surprise. She looked Suyu up and down, her eyes filled with some doubt. You don't happen to have 2 talent skills, do you? No. Suyu instinctively shook his head and answered. He had only just convinced Zhang Yiting that his talent skill was dreaming into dreams, so how could he suddenly have a second one? Really not? The doubt in Zhang Yiting's eyes deepened. Really not. Suyu answered firmly again. Then how do you know this monster is called a rock salt snail, and how do you know its weakness and the items it drops? Zhang Yiting pointed to the rock salt snail, now the size of a desert worm, her tone still calm. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized where his flaw was, but after thinking for a moment, he could only harden his resolve and explain. This is all from experience. I encountered it last time. Alright, stop fooling me. I'll keep your secret. Zhang Yiting waved her hand, interrupting Suyu's words. Her expression clearly showed that she didn't believe his explanation. I didn't expect you to have 2 talent skills. No wonder you didn't want to show your attributes. But don't worry. Since you don't want to make it public, I'll keep it a secret for you. She said sincerely, her eyes full of genuine honesty. Suyu fell silent for a moment without answering. Instead, he pointed to a patch of rock salt crystals on the ground ahead. Let's go, let's collect these. These crystals are good for dealing with evil spirits, and they can definitely sell for a high price in the market. Zhang Yiting saw this and decided not to press any further. She followed Suyu as they walked over. It didn't take long before the two people then gathered up the rock salt crystals on the ground. In total it is 800 G of rock salt crystals. Each time throwing 5 G to 10 G can cause harm to evil spirits, these are almost enough to use 100 times. Suyu said, using an empty glass bottle to divide the crystals in his hand into two parts. One part he handed to Zhang Yiting. Take it, the human body cannot go without eating salt for a long time, and your extraordinary profession does not have skills to deal with evil spirits. If you meet an emergency situation, you can also relieve the siege. Thank you. Zhang Yiting said a word of thanks, and without the slightest politeness took the table salt. According to dungeon standards, the relationship between the two people now could be said to be quite close. If they were more polite instead, it would hurt the feelings. Another 20 minutes later, Suyu stopped his footsteps again. The rock under his feet looked no different from other places, but on the map, the light point representing the two people had already overlapped together with the colored light point representing advanced ore. It is here. Suyu called out to Zhang Yiting behind him, then reached out his hand toward the ground. Rock rich in minerals, purple. Hardness, 5. Introduction, a piece of rock that contains minerals inside. Hidden hint 1, can use an iron pickaxe to dig the rock straight downward. After the depth reaches 1 meter, can obtain cold jade marrow *1. Cold jade marrow? Suyu was slightly stunned. The name of this ore sounded very high grade just by hearing it. He immediately took out his steel pickaxe that he had not used for many days, and dug with force. Half an hour later, he stopped the action of swinging the steel pickaxe, and carefully picked up this ore that emitted blue-white light and felt somewhat soft to the touch. Cold jade marrow, orange. Introduction, a piece of mineral essence that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, perhaps can consider re-strengthening and forging the weapon in hand. Hidden hint 1, can be eaten. After the first time eating all attributes plus 0.1, this effect is partially invalid for any individual whose any attribute greater than or equal to 9. Hidden hint 2, can be used to transform weapons. After placing on the weapon surface for 12 hours it will completely fuse, can change the nature of the weapon, raise the upper limit of enchantment slot positions. Hidden hint 3, cold jade marrow is one of the necessary extraordinary materials for taking office as Wandering Swordsman. Chapter 102 Sandalwood, Return to the Dungeon. Suyu could not help widening his eyes. If there were no hidden hints, even if beaten to death, he also could not think that cold jade marrow could still be eaten as extraordinary food material. Swallowing gold and eating iron, it made it like cultivating immortality. How is it? Zhang Yiting at the side moved close, and at the same time handed him a bottle of pure water with the cap opened. You look by yourself. Suyu handed the cold jade marrow to her. Orange quality? Zhang Yiting rarely cried out in surprise, then again handed it back to Suyu. Quick, take it away, this is still my first time seeing orange quality ore, I am afraid I cannot hold myself. Suyu smiled, and put the cold jade marrow into the space backpack. Orange quality extraordinary food material and ore, he also saw for the first time. But very obviously, directly eating it was quite wasteful. As orange quality extraordinary food material, the attribute increase upper limit of cold jade marrow was as high as a full 9 points. His current highest spirit attribute had only just exceeded 3 points. If he just ate it like this, it was no different from Jubeiji eating ginseng fruit. The two people said a few more sentences. Zhang Yiting then crushed the teleportation proof and left the mine cave first. Suyu then returned along the original road, used half an hour time to go back onto the shining silver stone ore vein. Just arriving at the place, he saw Jia Baoyu with face covered in dust and dirt, frowning and looking around everywhere. Boss Jia, who are you looking for? When Jia Baoyu saw Suyu, he immediately changed to a smiling face and came forward to greet him. Brother Su, I have an idea, not know whether should speak or not should speak? Suyu was somewhat surprised. He was very sure that just now Jia Baoyu did not send him a message in private chat. According to reason, if there was anything to say, using the communication system was much faster than speaking face to face. Why abandon the route and pursue the tip? But he also did not foolishly point it out, instead slightly raised his eyebrow, and pretended a look of being treated as an outsider. If there's something, just say it. We're all on the same side. Even if I can't help, I'll try my best to find someone who can. Then let me speak frankly. Jia Baoyu sighed and immediately explained the matter. I have a useless son, just 20 years old this year. He usually has no skills, and in this dark dungeon, he has always depended on my support. After barely passing the 7th day's life and death arena, he's still just an ordinary person. I'm afraid he won't make it through the next world event. I hope Brother Su can help him out and get him a Transcendent Class Change Scroll. But don't worry, I will definitely pay you for it. Suyu immediately felt both helpless and amused after hearing this. He thought Jia Baoyu must have some misunderstanding about him. Up until now, he had only received 5 Transcendent Class Change Scrolls, 3 of which he used on himself, and 1 4th-tier Weapon Master was now unusable by anyone. The only remaining one was given to Wang Zhe 3 hours ago. Now, Jia Baoyu was circling around, asking him for another scroll. Suyu felt helpless and couldn't help him. He was just about to refuse when, to his surprise, Jia Baoyu took out a piece of wood that emitted a fragrant smell. Brother Su, don't be in a hurry to refuse, just take a look at my sincerity first. Suyu raised his eyebrows and reached out to take it. Sandalwood, purple. Effect, calms the mind, improves sleep quality, prolonged exposure can slowly enhance mental attributes. Hidden tip 1, can be ignited. During burning, it increases mental resistance greatly and deals minor damage to evil entities. Hidden tip 2, carrying it with you for a long time can increase mental attributes by 0.1 point each week. This effect is half for individuals with mental attributes greater than or equal to 6, and ineffective for those with mental attributes greater than or equal to 9. Hidden tip 3, sandalwood has a unique scent and is the core transcendent material for the Shepherd Werewolf's class change. How about this? I have 3 pieces of sandalwood, all good stuff that can enhance mental attributes. If you agree, I'll give them all to you. Jia Baoyu eagerly looked at Suyu. Suyu raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and then handed the sandalwood back. Boss Jia, this is indeed nice, but I'll be honest with you. I don't have any first-tier transcendent class change scrolls at the moment. But I can give you a guarantee, if I get a class change scroll in the next 2 days, I'll prioritize trading it to you. That's good, that's good. Take this as a deposit for now. If I can't find the class change scroll, it's just bad luck for my useless son. Jia Baoyu waved his hand, his face full of happiness. Suyu didn't know what to say for a moment. He never expected Jia Baoyu to have so much faith in him. He himself wasn't confident he could get another transcendent class change scroll in the next 2 days. But now that it was said, he had no choice but to take the wood back. After a few pleasantries, Jia Baoyu left to go to the mining area he was responsible for. Suyu watched Jia Baoyu leave, and suddenly felt a little hungry. He casually opened the world system and realized it was already 2 in the afternoon. The last time he ate was the big bones from yesterday's lunch. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer and directly crushed the teleportation token. Chapter 103, Intermediate Healing Potion and Wang Jing. With a flash of white light, Suyu opened his eyes again, and he was back in the familiar starting dungeon. The first thing he did after returning to the dungeon was to find something to eat. After thinking for a moment, he took out a piece of meat steak, then casually cut 2 celery stalks from the planting area and quickly tossed them into the iron pot to stir-fry. Soon, a fragrant dish of stir-fried meat with celery was ready. The dish was served, and steam rose from the plate. The savory aroma of the meat intertwined with the fresh scent of the celery. In order to save time, he didn't roll the noodles this time, but directly ate them with bread. I have to say, bread paired with stir-fried dishes has a unique flavor. After finishing, he sent private messages to a few people still mining in the dungeon, asking them to send the mine shining silver stones to him first. Soon, more than 20 shining silver stones appeared in front of him. Indeed, many hands make light work. Suyu sighed. If he had to mine alone, he would probably still be working hard and sweating at this time, and wouldn't be able to extract so many even until night. He put away the extra shining silver stones, took the remaining 10, walked to the corner, and then took out the remaining materials for making the blood flesh amber purifier, finally placing the sheepskin scroll on top. In the next moment, a large, exquisite machine suddenly replaced the position of the raw materials. Blood flesh amber purifier, purple. Description: a seemingly high-end instrument, but its real use is just to purify the essence of monster blood and flesh. Hidden hint 1, this blood flesh amber purifier can hold monsters of lord level. If a monster of a higher tier is placed, there is a high probability of generating several purple quality blood flesh ambers, and a low probability that the instrument will be damaged. Looking at the huge machine in front of him, Suyu felt excited in his heart. He immediately sent a private message to Zhang Yiting, asking her to send back the corpse of the yellow-eyed dragon lobster that was previously stored there. Moments later, Zhang Yiting indeed sent a trade request. With a flash of white light, 4 monster corpses directly appeared on the ground. Suyu was stunned. He remembered that he should have stored only 1 monster corpse with Zhang Yiting, so how did 3 more suddenly appear? He wanted to send a private message to ask Zhang Yiting, but unexpectedly, she anticipated this and sent a message first. These 3 are elite-level monster corpses, you should find them useful, just give me a bottle of healing potion. Suyu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't even mentioned the healing potion to Zhang Yiting, yet she took the initiative to bring it up. But this was good, at least it saved him some time. He successively tossed the 4 corpses into the feeding port of the blood flesh amber purifier before him, and before long, 4 differently colored blood flesh ambers appeared in his hand. Blood flesh amber, blue. Description: an amber made from the essence of multiple monster corpses. Hidden hint 1, rich and dense life essence, can be used to produce healing potions. Hidden hint 2, can be fed to elite level and below monsters, has a chance to improve their quality. Not bad. Suyu casually commented, then hummed a little tune and took out 4 crystal bottles with a total of 2,000 milliliters of spring water, placing them next to the blood flesh ambers. As the production scroll covered them, a burst of white light appeared. When the white light dissipated, Suyu removed the scroll, and beneath it were 4 bottles of healing potion. Intermediate healing potion, blue. Effect: heals minor injuries and some serious injuries, promotes wound healing, cannot regenerate severed limbs. Hidden hint 1. This is a bottle of intermediate healing potion rich in various raw materials. The healing effect is about 110% of similar quality potions. After reading the text, Suyu was instantly filled with excitement. After 2 days of effort, he had finally made his first bottle of intermediate healing potion by hand. He opened the private message and sent Zhang Yiting a bottle as agreed. Immediately after, he finally had time to turn his attention to another person on his friends list. Since adding him as a friend 5 hours ago, he hadn't had a proper chat with Wang Jing. Hello, do you have time now? How about we talk about the world event? After a moment, Wang Jing sent a reply. Sure, Zhang Yiting should have told you about my talent skill effects. This world event is in the form of a battle royale, and guild members can form groups of 4. The survivors who are not guild members can only be lone wolves. I have a guild token in my hand. So you naturally understood the hidden meaning inside the other side's words. He immediately took out a guild token, and used the system's built-in photo function to send one picture over. After sending the picture, he then asked out his own question. I wonder to what level you have predicted this world event, for example, in what place the battle royale will be carried out, how many people each group that participates in the battle royale has. I want to know these more detailed details to make preparation in advance. No problem. Wang Jing replied very fast, and after a moment, she sent over a large piece of message. As far as I know, this time the Battle Royale dungeon has 5 map types that can be chosen. On each map there will be 1,000 people, different teams and individuals killing each other will obtain rewards. Surviving until the 7th day counts as passing. 7 days? Suyu noticed the key point inside Wang Jing's words at the first time. His heart slightly jumped, he even had a feeling of not daring to believe it. It has only been half a month since all humans entered the Dark Dungeon. This world event actually will last 7 days. That would not be equal to taking part in one long-term event. He urgently looked toward the private chat page, wanting to see whether Wang Jing had made a slip of the tongue. That's right, this world event will start from the 14th day and last until the early morning of the 21st day to end, then the next world event will directly be the 28th day, but I temporarily still do not know the specific content of the third world event. Wang Jing's message once again repeated the above content. Suyu thought deeply for a moment. Wang Jing is Zhang Yiting's friend, and also wanting to be in one team with himself. The credibility of her words without doubt is very high. Like this, he must make preparation in advance. At the very least food and an iron pot must be brought, then look at the specific situation, maybe still need to prepare some clothes, and the most important is the choice of team members. 4 people must live together for 7 days' time, then the choice of people must be considered even more cautiously. Otherwise, once someone harbors evil intention and puts some poison into the food, or is not attentive during keeping night watch, all possibly can directly lead to the whole team being wiped out. For a time, Suyu thought a lot. He looked toward the private chat page, only to see Wang Jing again sent over a new message. By the way, this time there is also an update of the communication channel. After 24 o'clock tonight probably can create group chat. At that time you create one group chat and pull the 4 people of the team all into it. We discuss in detail which map type to choose. Okay. Suyu simply replied one word, seeing Wang Jing did not reveal more meaning, then initiated one trade request. Trade request: you are preparing to use intermediate healing potion *1 to exchange stone brick *1, whether to initiate the trade? Very quickly, Wang Jing, who originally no longer spoke, then sent over a reply. What is this for? Information fee. I know your information has no way to use market price to measure. This bottle of healing potion just count as internal price. Suyu patiently explained. According to the current situation of the Dark Dungeon, he indeed could directly take Wang Jing's information for free. After all, Wang Jing also must participate in his guild team. But from long-term consideration, using this one bottle of intermediate healing potion to exchange Wang Jing's goodwill without doubt is the best choice. Wang Jing did not send more message, but agreed to the trade request. Seeing this, Suyu then closed the private message interface. He felt he must properly sort out the situation. First, the most important surely is the team member choice. Except himself and Wang Jing, still need 2 people. He first thought of Ji Haiyang. Since the 2 entered the Dark Dungeon, they began to deal with each other. In the middle, also together managed the monster grease torch business. In trust this aspect there is guarantee. As for the remaining 1 person, between Wang Zai and Jia Baoyu, he somewhat could not make up his mind. After thinking for a moment, he decided to temporarily set the issue aside. He turned his gaze towards the planting area. When fertilizing before, he had first applied fertilizer to half of the celery and tomatoes, while the other half was given fertilizer after observing their growth for a day. Now, the other half had fully ripened, as it was time for harvesting. He immediately began to take action. An hour later, there were 4 large boxes full of tomatoes and 50 stalks of celery. Smelling the faint scent of tomato juice, Suyu opened the trading channel. He wanted to check how well the 25 units of tomatoes he posted on the trading channel yesterday had sold. To his surprise, the 25 pounds of tomatoes sold out in just 2.5 hours, and the cleared trade link still had hundreds of comments, most asking him to restock. Looks like tomatoes are really in demand. Suyu rubbed his chin, gaining a rough understanding of the current food scarcity. He guessed that after several days of consumption, most survivors had eaten up the loot they got from their duel targets, leading to another shortage of food. At this rate, selling a batch of tomatoes at a high price shouldn't be a problem. But this was just a thought. Suyu shook his head and stored the tomatoes and celery in his space backpack. Since the world event would last for a full 7 days, he couldn't sell any more food. Not only that, but after tonight's midnight, when most survivors, like last time, would sell everything to boost their short-term combat power, he planned to use the information gap to buy up some more. After securing the celery and tomatoes, Suyu glanced at the time. It was just 5 in the afternoon, with 7 hours left until midnight. He didn't hesitate anymore and quickly walked upstairs, lying down on the bed, forcing himself to close his eyes. In a daze, Suyu opened his eyes. This was not the familiar dungeon but a road winding on top of a mountain ridge. At the end of the road, a transparent door spun amidst the clouds. He felt something was odd, then quickly realized. He was dreaming. The scenes he had seen during the 2 previous extraordinary rank-ups now appeared in his dream. So this is the effect of dream into the forest, is this the spiritual realm? He muttered to himself, then checked his body. There was no doubt that nothing had followed him here, not even the system panel. He slowly walked to the mountaintop and tried to push open the transparent silver-colored door. In the next moment, a piece of text appeared before him. Door to the forest, special. Durability, infinity. Description, a door to the chaotic forest. Hidden tip 1, individuals with a mental attribute greater than or equal to 3 can push this door. Hidden tip 2, the forest was once the home of the ancient gods, loud noises may attract many evil spirits. Hidden tip 3, the old gods have passed away, every traveler in the forest will be subjected to invisible emotional corrosion, so be cautious about the time spent. Suyu paused for a moment, then felt overjoyed. The spiritual realm, where even the system panel couldn't enter, but his golden finger was still there. With full confidence, he pushed open the door. Beyond the door was the familiar dark forest. In order to trigger the effect of dream into the forest, Suyu stepped inside. But soon, he sensed something strange. Looking up, the towering plants blocked all light sources, with only the moon directly overhead casting some faint moonlight. But this moonlight grew weaker the lower it went, and by the time it reached the ground, the surroundings were completely pitch dark, and he could see nothing even with his hand stretched out. Even worse, the environment here made him feel an uncontrollable urge to kill. He could be sure that this thought did not come from his true intentions, but he was indeed influenced. This spiritual realm is just too dangerous. A thought rose in Suyu's mind. He originally thought the third point in the hidden hints, which seemed the least important, might actually be the most dangerous. Immediately after, he had the urge to retreat and prepare to return the way he came. Then, he froze. He saw that the transparent door he had come through was already gone, leaving no way to turn back. With no other choice, he reluctantly explored for a while in the dim light, and finally stopped next to a well. The well had long since dried up, with velvet-like moss and lichen growing around it. But none of this mattered to Suyu. His gaze was fixed firmly on a parchment scroll floating directly above the well. Without a doubt, under normal circumstances, the weight of the parchment scroll would cause it to fall into the well. But right now, he could not tell whether this was a reward like those in dungeon corridors or a trap meant to lure him in. He carefully circled the well twice, confirming that there were no hidden creatures nearby, and then reached out to touch the well's wall. Well in the forest, special. Description, the well in the forest is the birthplace of many ancient gods, as well as their final resting place. Hidden hint 1, the Great Mother Red Cup fell at the well in the forest, and daily, items from her and many others past emerge from the well. Perhaps you can wait here for the right item to appear. Hidden hint 2, the black linen velvet has not perished, but it has permanently left the forest. If you have enough courage and strength, you can enter the well to search for its whereabouts. The text was long, but Suyu patiently read through it and roughly summarized 2 useful pieces of information. First, the parchment scroll floating above the well was not a trap and could be safely taken. Second, there was a secret beneath the well, but most likely it was something he was not capable of touching right now. With that thought, he confidently reached out to grab the scroll. As soon as the scroll touched his hand, it transformed into specks of white light and disappeared. Suyu was slightly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A perfectly fine parchment scroll, how did it suddenly vanish? But before he could think further, he was enveloped by a burst of white light. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. What met his gaze was the familiar starting dungeon. He looked at his right hand, and there was a parchment scroll. Unstable body potion formula, purple. Effect, creates an unstable body potion. The effect on physical attributes depends on the quality of the potion. Materials: glass bottle *1, ancestors true blood *1, spring water 500 ml *1, burning bloodstone *1. Hidden hint 1: this formula can randomly produce potions of 5 qualities: white, green, blue, purple, and orange. Each quality has an initial 20% chance. Hidden hint 2: white and green potions increase physical attributes by plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with physical attributes greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 3: blue potions increase physical attributes by plus 0.1, purple potions by plus 0.2. These effects are invalid for individuals with physical attributes greater than or equal to 5. Hidden hint 4: orange potions increase physical attributes by plus 0.3 and remove most negative statuses. These effects are invalid for individuals with physical attributes greater than or equal to 5. Hidden hint 5: a person can take a maximum of 5 body potions. Taking more than the limit has no positive effect. Hidden hint 6: the effect of this formula is influenced by the maker's luck attribute. For each point of luck, the chance of producing an orange quality potion increases by 10%. The spiritual realm is truly amazing. Suyu muttered to himself. The item from his dream had appeared in reality, and if he told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe him. He shook his head and put away the formula, which was clearly from the same series as the spiritual power potion. Right now, he had never heard of the blood of the ancestors and the bloodstone, and he was far from making a finished product. He opened the attribute page. Name: Suyu. Occupation: believer of truth, heretic, /follower. Spirit: 3.4, Strength: 2.1, Physique: 2.9, Speed: 2.1. Inspiration: 1.8/3.4. Holy Grace: 3.4/3.4. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV2, Dream Entering Wandering LV1. Special Status: Dungeon Shelter, Minor Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy. The Spirit attribute increased by 0.1 points, and the Holy Grace attribute is fully restored. The effect of the Dream Entering Wandering skill is indeed powerful. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Waking up from a sleep to increase his spirit attribute by 0.1 points and also filling up a blue bar, it's no wonder Zhang Yiting believed this was his innate skill. He looked at the time on the system panel. It was 11:50, 10 minutes away from midnight. What a coincidence. He took a few sips of water and quietly waited. Chapter 105, Group Chat System, Survival on a Deserted Island? Time passed quickly. As the time on the system panel ticked to midnight, a world system prompt sounded promptly in Suyu's ear. Ding, the 12th day of the Dark Dungeon has ended. Survivors, the second world event is about to arrive. To meet the needs of the event, the group chat system has been opened. Suyu immediately held his breath. The opening of the group chat system was exactly as Wang Jing had informed him earlier. He dared not make a sound, fearing he might miss vital information. This world event is a 1,000-person map battle royale. When the 14th day comes at midnight, all survivors holding a guild token can form a guild and recruit talents. Guild members can form teams on their own, with each group consisting of 4 people to participate in the event. Survivors not in a guild can participate in the battle royale alone and enjoy full kill rewards. After a long time, no new world system prompts appeared. Suyu let out a sigh of relief and then opened the world communication channel. Wow, what's a guild? It seems this world event requires us to form a team within the same guild. That's not hard, there are guilds everywhere. If you want to team up, just pick one. Are you dumb? Currently, player guilds are all self-organized, they are not formally recognized by the Dark Dungeon, and we can't form teams. What? Then we are doomed. What was supposed to be a multiplayer event has turned into a solo survival. Who can survive? Not necessarily. If your strength is strong enough, can't you enjoy that full kill reward? The Light Society is recruiting members. We have a formal guild token. If you want to team up, hurry and join, spots are limited. If you miss out, you can also join our affiliated guild, which also has a guild token. The affiliate guild of the Light Society, Dawn, is recruiting members. We have a formal guild token. If you want to team up, hurry and join, spots are limited, first come, first served. The affiliate guild of the Light Society, Dusk, is recruiting members. We have a formal guild token. If you want to team up, hurry and join, spots are limited, first come, first served. What? Is this for real? The Light Society is so wealthy they can afford to distribute guild tokens to affiliated guilds. Hey, leave a survivor ID, I'll sell you some health products in a few days. The Light Society's reputation is so bad, and there are still people who believe in them. In an instant, the World Communication Channel was in an uproar. Suyu did not pay much attention. He opened the private chat page with Ji Haiyang. Brother Ji, are you interested in joining my guild? Do you have a guild token? Ji Haiyang replied immediately. Yes. Suyu confirmed again. He decided yesterday to pull Ji Haiyang into a team, but he accidentally overslept. Now he naturally needed to clarify the situation quickly. However, Ji Haiyang still did not reply for a long time. Just when Suyu felt strange, Ji Haiyang finally sent a message. How about we just forget it? Suyu felt as if a huge question mark suddenly appeared inside his mind. Such a precious guild team-up chance, and the two of them had known each other as friends for so long, how could Ji Haiyang choose to refuse? Brother Ji, you are joking, right? We knew each other from the moment we entered the dungeon. Do you not believe me, or are you planning to be a lone wolf? I have some special news sources. This world event is not simple. If you go alone, you will definitely suffer. You misunderstood. That is not what I mean. Ji Haiyang's message came right after. Right after that, he began to explain in detail. I am afraid I will drag you and the other two people down. You know I have 7 children. Last time during the life and death duel, others finished in 3 matches, but I fought a full 8 matches. This time, the difficulty might also be raised. So that is it. Suyu could not help but touch his chin. He had actually forgotten about this layer. But even so, it could not change his determination. He clearly knew Ji Haiyang's fighting power and his character. Even if pulling him into the team might raise some difficulty, overall the advantages were still greater than the disadvantages. These are not big matters. The people I chose this time are all experts. Brother, do not struggle anymore. In a moment I will invite you into a group chat. The 4 of us will discuss it well. It is settled like this. After saying this, he did not give Ji Haiyang any chance to refuse again, and directly closed the private chat page. Right after that, his gaze hesitated for a moment between the avatars of Wang Zei and Jia Baoyu, and in the end he clicked on the latter's avatar. Boss Jia, you have not slept yet, right? Not sleeping. I also heard the world notification just now. Brother Su, what plan do you have? Jia Baoyu, very sharp and clever, first opened his mouth and focused the topic. Suyu did not hesitate either, and directly explained his intention in a straightforward way. Nothing much. I just have a guild token. Do you want to join the guild team? I have already found 3 people here. Only Boss Jia, you are missing. I will definitely join. With Brother Su, you, as this big thigh, I am truly getting a huge advantage. As expected, Jia Baoyu quickly sent a reply. That is good. In a moment I will create a group chat and pull the people in the team together. Let us get familiar with each other. After Suyu sent the message, he closed the private chat page, and then opened the newly appeared group chat page at the side. After quickly selecting himself and 3 friends, the first group chat appeared in the blank page. Default group chat 1 created successfully. Current members, Suyu, Wang Jing, Ji Haiyang, Jia Baoyu. Suyu at Boss Jia, at Brother Ji, you 2 met yesterday at the mine, so I will not introduce you to each other. At Wang Jing is my friend. She has some secret information to speak about. Let us discuss it. Wang Jing, I did not expect you to create a group chat at this time. It is deep night. Then let us hurry and talk about what map type to choose. Jia Baoyu, since Miss Wang is Suyu's friend, then she is also our friend. Welcome Miss Wang to share information. Ji Haiyang, I also welcome Miss Wang to share information. Wang Jing, actually, the small path news I got is only a little more than the world system notice. This big escape kill events map type should be divided into 5 kinds: deserted island, desert, dungeon, rainforest, and polar land. I do not know where everyone thinks they are good at surviving. This event will most likely directly last 1 week. Everyone, say your opinions. Jia Baoyu, 1 week? Miss Wang, I believe you, but we humans have only crossed into the dark dungeon world for half a month. This big escape kill lasting 7 days, is it a bit too long? Suyu at Jia Baoyu, this is true. Jia Baoyu, in that case, we'll have to prepare food in advance. If we're not careful, there might be no food on the Battle Royale map. Ji Haiyang, I think we can rule out the polar regions and rainforests first. These 2 environments are too harsh. Even though we are professionals, we might not be able to survive the extreme cold and disease. Suyu, in that case, we should rule out deserts as well. The temperature difference between day and night is too extreme, and there's nowhere to hide. We'll need more energy for the night shift. Jia Baoyu, well, we can also rule out the dungeon, right? We've been here for half a month already. We at least need to go out and see the sun. Suyu, okay, then let's choose a deserted island. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Suyu sent the last message and quickly exited the group chat page. Less than 24 hours were left before the official start of the Battle Royale, which was enough time for him to make many preparations. The first thing he had to do was to rush out and explore. Right now, the effect of the dungeon shelter was only left for the next 12 hours. If he didn't hurry, by the time the people from the Church of Light placed a curse on him, he'd never get out again. With that in mind, he walked straight to the only stone door, reached out, and opened it. Outside was still the colorful crystal bridge. He slightly lifted his head and saw the familiar giant pink octopus, its tentacles tightly attached to the outer wall of the crystal bridge. He calmly waved at it. As the saying goes, the first time is a stranger, the second time is familiar, and this was the third time Suyu had seen this giant octopus, so there was no fear in his heart. Half an hour later, he saw the longed-for crystal steps from a distance. In front of the crystal steps, there was a massive green turtle lying down. The green turtle almost blocked the entire passage, and when Suyu approached, it didn't even open its eyelids, seeming to be asleep. Suyu immediately felt a bit of a toothache. After hesitating for a moment, he walked up and tried to place his hand on the turtle's back. Green Mud Turtle, Elite. Intelligence, 1.0. Strength, 3.5. Constitution, 3.5. Speed, 1.2. Description, a huge carnivorous turtle. Hidden tip 1, the green mud turtle is slow but has very strong defense. It is afraid of fire and mental attacks. Hidden tip 2, the green mud turtle does not need to sleep. Suyu was suddenly startled and quickly stepped back, but it was too late. His shirt was instantly torn into strips by the green mud turtle, and a long bloodstain appeared on his chest. Damn it! Suyu cursed, immediately poured a bottle into his mouth, and took out the evil suppression axe, ready to strike the turtle's head. But at that moment, the green mud turtle's head actually shrank back into its shell. Seeing this, he had no choice but to strike heavily on the turtle's shell with the momentum. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, the turtle's shell didn't move much, and Suyu felt his arm go numb. This shell is really tough. He immediately regretted not using the cold jade essence on the evil suppression axe yesterday, but now it was too late to use it. But fortunately, there are always more ways than difficulties. He snorted coldly and used his 3.4 points of mental attribute to fully activate spiritual pressure. In an instant, a crackling sound came from inside the turtle's shell. The green mud turtle painfully extended its head and limbs, stumbling backward, trying to crawl away from Suyu. But before it could crawl 2 steps, its head exploded, splattering murky goo all over the place, the scene bloody. Suyu withdrew his spiritual pressure, rubbed his temples, and looked at his attributes. Inspiration, 1.3/3.4. Holy Blessing, 2.4/3.4. The Holy Blessing attribute consumed 1 point, and the Inspiration attribute only consumed 0.5 points. Overall, the consumption wasn't too much. He closed the attribute page, then walked over to the green mud turtle's corpse and opened a private chat with Zhang Yiting. Ding, you are about to exchange green mud turtle carcass *1 for wood plank *1. Do you want to initiate the trade request? Soon, the trade request was accepted. It transformed into white light and disappeared without a trace. So you finally saw the 3 items on the crystal stairs, blocked by the corpse. A parchment scroll, a bottle of green potion, and a stone glowing with a wine red color. So you first picked up the parchment scroll. Shepherd's class change scroll, white. Description, a special certificate for changing to the first tier extraordinary profession, shepherd. It disappears automatically after use. Usage restrictions, strength 1.5, constitution 1.0, spirit 1.0. Extraordinary material, none. Class change ritual, none. Hidden hint 1, the shepherd profession is the starting class of the Beastmaster sequence, and it can evolve into the Beastmaster profession with the extraordinary material green striped stone. Suyu froze for a moment. He genuinely did not expect to find a class change scroll here. Could it be that fate is guiding me? Is Jia Baoyu's son meant to be a professioner to survive? He muttered, then quickly opened the private chat page with Jia Baoyu. Boss Jia, I have some good news. I happened to get a class change scroll. Take a look, if it suits, you can give it to your son. After sending the message, he immediately sent a trade request. The next moment, the white light enveloped the parchment scroll and vanished before his eyes, replaced by a few sandalwood sticks. Suyu was slightly stunned, the speed was beyond his expectations. He looked again at the private chat page and saw that Jia Baoyu accepted the trade request and sent a reply. Thank you so much, Brother Su. At this point, we can't worry about the specific profession. Just becoming an extraordinary person would be great. Seeing this, Suyu nodded slightly, feeling somewhat pleased. After all, Jia Baoyu would be a long-term partner, and his son's survival would greatly stabilize their future cooperation. He closed the private chat page and turned his attention to the green potion, which seemed somewhat familiar. Supreme Constitution Potion, orange. Description, a potion of unknown origin that slightly improves physical attributes when consumed. Hidden hint 1, after drinking the potion, constitution increases by plus 0.3. The effect is invalid for individuals with a constitution attribute greater than or equal to 5. Hidden hint 2, a person can drink a maximum of 5 bottles of Constitution potions. Exceeding this amount will have no effect. Hidden hint 3, drinking the potion can alleviate most negative states. So it really is a Constitution potion. Confirming his guess, Suyu immediately felt a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he drank it in one go and immediately felt refreshed, with the fatigue caused by using spiritual pressure mostly dissipated. Name, Suyu. Profession, follower of truth, heretic, / follower. Spirit, 3.4, Strength, 2.1, Constitution, 3.2, Speed, 2.1. Inspiration, 1.3/3.4. Divine Blessing, 2.4/3.4. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV2, Dream Entry LV1. Special States, Dungeon Protection, Slight Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy. Suyu admired his attribute page for a while, which would surely drop jaws if shown, then turned his attention to the last wine red stone. After seeing the first two items, his expectations had risen a bit. He took a deep breath, slightly suppressing his high expectations, and then reached out to grab the stone. Blood Flame Stone, Purple. Description: a wine red stone that glows and heats up when blood is dropped on it, turning blood red. Tribal people might like it. Hidden hint 1, after blood is dropped, it activates and can be used to enchant weapons. After embedding, the weapon's sharpness increases by 10. Hidden hint 2, the Blood Flame Stone is the core extraordinary material for the third-tier profession, Barbarian Warrior. Hidden hint 3, the Blood Flame Stone can be used to make Constitution potions. So this is the Blood Flame Stone. Suyu curiously played with it for a while, then stored the Blood Flame Stone away. This thing increases weapon sharpness by a full 10 points. Even a simple kitchen knife, with successful enchantment, could be used as a small artifact. Even though it's still unclear what second-tier class the Barbarian Warrior will advance to, just paying more attention to this information could make it worth a fortune in the future. After packing his things, he carefully searched every corner around him once again. He still remembered discovering the hidden underwater gate to the outside world on the crystal stairs yesterday. This time, he couldn't afford to miss it. However, after a thorough search, he had to admit one fact. That is, this time, the passage really didn't have any hidden doors or tunnels. Reluctantly, he shook his head and turned to head back. Half an hour later, he returned to his starting dungeon. The first thing he did upon returning to the dungeon was to take out the bloodstone and the cold jade essence, which he hadn't used earlier because he thought it was too precious. He originally thought the cold jade essence was really valuable and wanted to keep it for a while before deciding. But now, it seemed better to convert it into his own fighting power as soon as possible. He first placed the evil suppression axe on the central stone table, then relaxed his body and used a small cooking knife to cut a shallow wound, squeezing a drop of blood onto the bloodstone. The next moment, the bloodstone immediately changed color. The originally wine-red stone instantly turned blood red, with intricate patterns appearing on it, making it look extraordinary. Suyu admired it for a moment, then carefully placed the bloodstone and the cold jade essence on the blade of the evil suppression axe. Sizzle, sizzle. Where the three met, white mist rose, clearly indicating a violent chemical reaction was happening. Soon, the bloodstone completely fused into the evil suppression axe, while the cold jade essence only slightly shrank, almost imperceptible. Suyu knew that the entire fusion process would take 12 hours, so he stopped watching and took the opportunity to open the trading channel. As expected, the market situation was just as he thought. Just like 7 days ago, the survivors who heard the news were frantically selling various life and survival supplies, and even the food that was originally scarce was now fully supplied again. On the other hand, weapons, armor, and potions that could improve combat strength were already taken down early, leaving only overpriced junk. He shook his head slightly and couldn't even bear to think about how those survivors who sold all their food would survive in the 7-day survival map. Sigh, experience-based thinking can be deadly. He couldn't help but sigh. Among the survivors still alive, most of them were probably the ones who followed the "if neighbors store food, I store guns, neighbors are my food warehouse" principle last time. But this time, their proud experience would drag them into the abyss. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it, then began to seriously choose. 10 kilograms of canned beef, asking for 800 units of basic supplies, this is no problem. I haven't had canned beef for 2 or 3 days, I really miss it. 5 pieces of green patterned stone, asking for 200 units of basic supplies, this is too cheap. 5 L of canned kerosene, asking for 6,000 units of basic supplies or 5 bottles of basic healing potions, where did this guy get so much kerosene? Doesn't matter, I'll just buy it with money. Skill experience scroll, how did this thing end up on the market, and it even asks for a green quality or higher weapon in exchange. I remember getting a broken spear from the last life and death duel, perfect for this trade. Oh, someone's even using a damaged kerosene lamp to exchange for a green quality or higher weapon, this thing is a rare item on the market, let me find that green-hued bow I put in the space bag somewhere. After a massive buying spree, the basic supplies that were originally heading towards 6 digits were down to about 50,000. Of course, the 40,000 spent on purchases also bought a massive amount of goods. Suyu looked at the barrel of kerosene in front of him, the brand new silver-gray barrel glimmering coldly under the light of the kerosene lamp. He could even smell a faint industrial scent, a mix of fresh paint and metal. Just this one barrel of kerosene was enough to keep the kerosene lamp burning for a full 41 days and 16 hours. For a long time, he wouldn't have to worry about his kerosene supply. And this was just the smallest gain from his current purchase. As for food, he had secured 5 kilograms of tenderloin and 5 kilograms of beef, and various canned goods, totaling 30 kilograms. The only downside was that he didn't manage to get any decent vegetables, only some potatoes and carrots. Suyu didn't rush to plant these things in the ground, but instead, he started organizing the 2 interesting items he had just found. The first thing to deal with was naturally the broken kerosene lamp. He placed it together with his initial kerosene lamp. Before long, the former melted into a liquid and merged with his initial kerosene lamp. Kerosene lamp, purple. Introduction: your initial kerosene lamp, with almost unlimited evolutionary potential. Burning time, 5 days 20 hours, 700 milliliters per 780 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, collecting and merging other survivors' kerosene lamps can strengthen your kerosene lamp. Hidden tip 2, when the total capacity of the kerosene lamp reaches 1000 milliliters, it can break through to orange quality. Hidden tip 3, you can consume 500 milliliters of kerosene to pray to your deity, increasing spiritual attributes by 0.1. This effect requires a prayer room dungeon or a transcendent profession for followers and subsequent advancements, with a cooldown of 1 week. Hidden tip 4, you can consume 500 milliliters of kerosene to temper equipment, with a high probability of improving the equipment's quality and resetting the maximum enchantment slots. This effect requires the equipment's highest quality to be lower than the kerosene lamp's quality, with a cooldown of 1 day. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Since he had merged 4 kerosene lamps 3 days ago, this was the first time he had improved the attributes of his initial kerosene lamp. At this moment, he finally had the capital to try the third hidden tip. With a thought, the kerosene lamp's oil level rapidly dropped, turning into waves of fragrance and white smoke that spread around him. It wasn't until most of the kerosene had been consumed that the oil level finally stopped dropping. The white smoke slowly dissipated, and Suyu felt that his mind was very clear. He opened the attributes page and took a glance. As expected, his spiritual attribute had increased to 3.5 points. This effect is really quick, but it's a bit expensive. He stretched lazily, refilled the kerosene lamp, and then turned his attention to the second item. Skill Experience Scroll. He had never seen this before, but he had used similar skill experience potions. To figure out how to use it, he gently picked up the parchment scroll. Skill Experience Scroll, purple. Introduction: a scroll that, when used, can increase skill levels. The usage method is unclear. Hidden tip 1, this scroll requires placing green pattern stone *1, blue pattern stone *1, red pattern stone *1, yellow pattern stone *1, and black pattern stone *1 on it during use. Hidden tip 2, this scroll is a one-time item, ineffective for skills that are max level or have actual levels greater than or equal to 3 for advanced skills. Hidden tip 3, this type of scroll can be effective up to 5 times, and the upgrade count does not share with potion type upgrades. No wonder this item appeared in the trading channel, the usage conditions are really hard to guess. Suyu suddenly realized. He had been puzzled earlier about how such a clearly effective scroll could appear in the trading channel, yet only for a green quality weapon, even suspecting that the other party might be waiting for a life or death duel, trying to cheat. It turned out that the scroll's usage conditions were so hard to figure out that buyers couldn't use it, which was why it ended up on the market. He immediately spread the scroll on the redwood table, then placed 5 pieces of ore on top of it. In the next moment, the 5 pieces of ore shattered simultaneously, and along with it, the parchment itself turned into a burst of 5-colored smoke that entered his body. Suyu blinked slightly, having thought of many possible outcomes, but he never expected the process to be like this. The smoke entered his body, and it felt somewhat strange, like he was cultivating immortality. But this wasn't anything critical, so he shook his head and pushed those thoughts aside, opening his attributes page. Name: Suyu. Occupation: follower of truth, heretic/follower. Spirit: 3.5, Strength: 2.1, Constitution: 2.9, Speed: 2.1. Inspiration: 1.5/3.5. Divine Blessing: 2.5/3.5. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream into Endless Sleep LV1. Special Status: Dungeon Protection, Minor Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy. Suyu blinked his eyes. After upgrading 2 skills in a row, both had upgraded to the Spiritual Pressure skill. His luck was so good it was almost suspicious. After thinking for a while, he could only attribute it to his possibly high luck attribute. After all, luck was an elusive thing, and the luck attribute was a hidden stat, so having a slightly higher value wasn't impossible. With this thought, he no longer dwelled on it and directly clicked on the detailed description of the spiritual pressure skill. Spiritual pressure LV3, when using the spiritual pressure skill, gain a temporary bonus of plus 1.0 to spirit attribute judgment. Simple and direct. Suyu closed the attribute page with satisfaction. At this moment, his spirit attribute had reached 3.5 points, and with the plus 1.0 bonus from the spiritual pressure skill, even first-tier professionals would have their brains instantly explode. Chapter 108, 10,000 Units of Wood. After reading the attribute page, Suyu began to think about the next task. Right now, there were less than 16 hours left before the battle royale began. In theory, he should go out and explore again, perhaps he could find something to further boost his combat power. But the problem at the moment was that his demon-slaying axe was upgrading. Going out without a weapon just didn't fit his cautious nature. In the midst of his hesitation, Suyu's eyes suddenly landed on the flesh amber purification device in the corner, and he slapped his forehead. How could I forget about the healing potions? He reopened the trade channel and began searching for monster corpses. This world event would last 7 days, during which he couldn't craft new healing potions. He needed to stock up on supplies all at once. But soon, he furrowed his brow. While the prices of most supplies were continuing to drop, the prices of monster corpses on the market had not only not decreased, but had actually risen significantly compared to the past few days. Originally, the most common goblin corpse was priced around 50 units of basic materials, and the rare quality monster corpses were priced at 100 units. Now, looking at the list, all the prices were above 150 units of basic materials, and rare quality monster corpses had skyrocketed to 300 units. But this wasn't hard to explain. After thinking for a moment, Suyu quickly figured out the reason. Now, the secondary healing potions were no longer exclusive to him. Buyers who could craft secondary healing potions were competing with each other, and there were also survivors who could use monster corpses to make kerosene, which further inflated the price of monster corpses. Sigh, the internal competition is killing me. Suyu sighed, then closed the trade channel and opened his friends list, preparing to ask if anyone had monster corpses. But before that, he first accepted a few trade requests. Since he had already received part of the earnings in advance yesterday, this time Wang Zhe and others sent over only 50 or so pieces of Yao silver stone. This basically met Suyu's expectations. He had a good understanding of the difficulty of mining Yao silver stone. Even if a person digs for 24 hours in the mine without eating or drinking, they probably only yield about 30 gems. He received a total of 82 gems from 2 digs, which is roughly half the usual amount. After collecting the radiant silver stones, he opened a private chat window with Wang Zhe. Boss Wang, you must be tired from mining yesterday. Do you and your brothers have any spare monster corpses? I can trade you healing potions for them. Before long, Wang Zhe replied. My brother should have some, they were purchased in advance yesterday. However, you can skip the healing potions. I hope you can agree to one thing for me, Brother Su. Suyu frowned slightly. He wasn't keen on agreeing to such personal requests. But after thinking for a moment, he decided to ask for clarification. If Wang Zhe's request wasn't too difficult, he would consider agreeing. If the request was too hard, he would just buy the corpses at a markup in the market. Boss Wang, you should state your request first, I may not be able to fulfill it. I heard from Jiabaoyu that you have a guild token. I'd like to ask you to pull our 3 brothers and Jiabaoyu's son into the guild so we can team up and look after each other. Upon seeing the message, Suyu's brow furrowed tightly. He never expected Jiabaoyu to tell Wang Zhe about the guild token. Even though it could be attributed to wanting his son to be safer, it didn't justify the leak. What else did Jiabaoyu tell you? Suyu took a deep breath to calm himself and questioned Wang Zhe. Only this, and that he joined your team. Don't worry, I haven't mentioned this to anyone else, not even my brothers know yet. Wang Zhe quickly sent another message. That's good, let me think about it. Suyu couldn't help but nod slightly. It seemed Wang Zhe understood the stakes well. After sending his message, he closed the private chat window and opened Jiabaoyu's contact. Boss Jia, how many secrets have you let slip? Brother Su, I apologize. I shouldn't have told Wang Zhe about the guild token. But for this one son, I'm willing to trade 1 guild slot for 10,000 basic resources. I hope you understand a father's difficulty. Jiabaoyu's reply was quick, and his words were clear, as if he knew Suyu would come to confront him. Accompanying the message was a trade request. Ding, Jiabaoyu requests to trade 10,000 wooden planks for 1 stone brick. Do you accept this request? This Jiabaoyu is more sensible than I imagined. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had originally prepared to confront Jiabaoyu harshly, but to his surprise, Jiabaoyu set his attitude so low. 10,000 units of basic resources were just 1/10 of his total worth, but for other survivors, it was quite a substantial sum. Boss Jia, let this be an exception. Send me your son's name and survivor ID so he can add me as a friend later. Sure, I promise there won't be a next time. My son's name is Joshua Chen, and his survivor ID is 388-076-4283. Jia Baoyu's attitude remained sincere, even hinting at being in a subordinate position. Seeing that things had come this far, Suyu agreed to the trade request. He closed the private chat window with Jia Baoyu but didn't rush to open the friend request list. Instead, he reopened Wang Zei's contact. Since he agreed to let Joshua Chen join the guild, the Wang brothers also needed to comply. I discussed things with Jia Baoyu, and I agree to the conditions for your 3 brothers. However, let's not spread the word about the guild token for now. I understand. Looking at Wang Zei's reply, Suyu felt a bit more at ease. He wasn't unwilling to sell some guild spots to achieve a win-win with other survivors, but right now he simply didn't know what the population limit for a newly established guild really was. If, by then, he collected money but couldn't bring people into the guild, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing and attract countless life-or-death duels? To be safe, it was better not to stir up trouble. He opened the friend request list at a leisurely pace, and sure enough, he saw the survivor ID that Jia Baoyu had just mentioned. After confirming it matched, he clicked to accept. Hello Suga, I am Joshua Chen, sorry for the trouble. Looking at this greeting message, Suyu suddenly felt a bit speechless. Jia Baoyu called him brother, and now Joshua Chen called him brother too. The father and son were now of the same generation. However, he couldn't be bothered to reply pointing that out, so he simply closed the private message window and quietly waited for Wang Zei's actions. After a moment, seeing that Wang Zei had sent a trade request, Suyu walked over to the flesh amber purification device and clicked to accept. In an instant, hundreds of monster corpses completely filled the corner, and some even crashed into the edges of the planting area. What the hell? Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, that piece of land wasn't growing any plants. He came to his senses, shook his head, and began to make flesh amber. Chapter 109, The Guardian's Armor. The flesh amber purification device operated quickly. In less than 20 minutes, the huge pile of monster corpses had completely disappeared. In its place were 2 colorful piles of flesh amber on the mahogany table. Among them, the left pile was smaller, with a total of 8 elite quality flesh amber. The right pile, however, was much larger, with a full 92 pieces, but all were of ordinary and rare quality. Suyu stretched lazily, then took out spring water and mineral water, an emerald bottle, and a glass bottle from his space backpack, finally placing the healing potion crafting scroll on top. In an instant, white light shone brightly. Suyu had anticipated this and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and saw that the raw materials on the mahogany table had transformed into bottles of healing potions with different qualities. He carefully stored the 8 bottles of blue-quality intermediate healing potion into his space backpack. Counting these 8 bottles, he now had a total of 10 intermediate healing potions, and a sense of safety instantly surged within him. As for the remaining 92 bottles, Suyu took another 2 minutes to sort through them, finally confirming there were 31 bottles of green-quality primary healing potion and 61 bottles of white-quality secondary healing potion. He placed these into the space backpack as well, and suddenly realized he seemed to have nothing to do. Weapons were being fused and upgraded, resources had been completely raided, and the life-saving healing potions had been made. Now the only thing left to do was wait for the dawn of tomorrow. Sigh, I used to always want to steal a moment of leisure from life, but now that I truly have nothing to do, I feel uncomfortable all over. As Suyu said this, he aimlessly wandered around the 3-level dungeon again but eventually couldn't help but walk towards a white-quality stone wall. He felt that exploring a white-quality stone wall corridor without a demon-dispersing axe should not be much of a problem. Although the gains would be little, at least it would be more interesting than sitting idle in the dungeon. Crack! The stone wall cracked in response, revealing a passage. Holding a kerosene lamp in his left hand, he stepped inside. The passage was still narrow and boring, and after about half an hour of walking, he finally stopped in front of a door. Stone door, green. Durability, 5. Hidden hint 1, an ordinary stone door, there are no secrets to speak of. Suyu couldn't help but grin, things this ordinary that even the hidden hint couldn't find a secret were indeed rare. He pushed open the door and entered the cell, quickly seeing the stone chest on the central stone table. Resource chest, white. In the dark dungeon, there are randomly refreshing treasure chests that can open to reveal several corresponding level materials and items, but the exact types of materials are impossible to predict. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains 500 milliliters of mineral water *1, 250 milliliters of canned kerosene *1, and a round wooden shield *1. So you glanced at it and, without hesitation, reached into his space backpack to take out the 3-tier upgrade mining stones. Soon, the 2 mining stones vanished into the chest and disappeared. So you reached out again, and the information that appeared before his eyes was completely different. Material chest, purple. Description: a chest that randomly refreshes in the dark dungeon. It can open to reveal several corresponding level materials and items, but the exact types are impossible to predict. Hidden tip 1: this chest contains 1.5 L of spring water *5, 1 L of canned kerosene *3, and Guardian's shield *1. It wasn't cursed? Suyu was a bit surprised. Whether it's red copper stones, obsidian, or shining silver stones, these three types of stones that can upgrade the chest all have a considerable chance of bringing a curse. This time, he used all three stones at once and didn't get cursed at all. He didn't know if it was a rare event or if his lucky attributes were at work. But thinking too much was pointless. He shook his head and directly opened the chest. The spring water was naturally nothing to say. He had just made healing potions and consumed most of his stock, so it was just right to replenish it. Kerosene was the same, although he had just restocked over a month's supply in the trading channel. This stuff was still a hard currency, so there was no reason to complain about having more. He put these two items into his space backpack and then turned his gaze to the last item. It was a set of somewhat compact bright silver plate armor, or more precisely, just the main part of the plate armor, the upper torso part, without arms or lower body. On top of that, it had a somewhat strange shape. Rather than a plate armor, it looked more like a strange and bizarre handle. Guardian's armor, blue. Durability, 8. Weight, 8. Stat 1, hard agate, increases the wearer's constitution by plus 0.1. Stat 2, cold iron strength, temporarily reduces speed attribute by 0.1 after taking damage. Hidden tip 1, this is a legendary shield component. When all parts are gathered, it can be combined into a legendary shield with one set of asphalt coupling agent. Suyu froze for a moment, then seemed to remember something. He searched through his space backpack for a while before pulling out a long-forgotten shield. Snow Mountain Round Shield. This blue-quality shield had been in his space backpack for about a week. If he hadn't seen Guardian's armor today, he would have almost forgotten about it. Unfortunately, it was clear that there were not just two parts for the legendary shield. He fiddled with the two pieces of equipment for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He decided to put them in the same spot in his space backpack and wait until he found new parts in the asphalt coupling agent to try again. After finishing all this, he checked every corner of the cell once more and then set off on his way back. Chapter 110, Someone's Bought Your Life. Back in the dungeon, it was just past noon, 12 o'clock. He looked at his attribute page, and there were no new negative statuses in the last section. Looks like the Forced Lay Flat scroll is also valuable to the Church of Light, or perhaps it can't be used on the same person twice within a short time. Suyu speculated two possibilities. But no matter which possibility it was good for him. At least he didn't have to worry about not being able to go out and explore in the afternoon. Just as he was about to close the page, he suddenly saw a red dot on his private chat page. He clicked to open the details, and it was a message from Wang Zhe. Brother Su, did you have some conflict with Zhang Zilong earlier? Suyu froze instantly. He was sure that he had never heard of someone by that name. No, what did you find? Oh, I just joined a newly created group chat. Inside are merchants who wholesale all kinds of supplies. There is a bounty order called Zhang Zilong for 10,000 units of basic supplies, to let people fight you in a life and death duel. Suyu immediately reacted. These days he has been selling healing potions in large quantities. 8 or 9 out of 10 were seen by people with other intentions. Now the second world event is about to open. The other side finally cannot hold back and wants to make a move. Send me the survivor number of that one called Zhang Zilong. 000-035-0234. Wang Zhe quickly sent it over. A bit familiar. Suyu shook his head, opened the number search, then froze. This person, actually is already in his blacklist. Damn, isn't this the person who on the first day privately messaged to curse me, later also threatened me to sell the healing potion blueprint? Suyu immediately could not endure it. Back then there was not yet the concept of a life and death duel arena, so he only blocked this thing and let it go. Later as time passed, he gradually forgot this matter, now suddenly remembered again. Naturally he could not endure it. He immediately took out the dual proof obtained yesterday in the ocean corridor. Ding, whether to use dual proof? No. Suyu temporarily restrained his desire to kill. Right now the evil suppressing axe is still being tempered. The 3-eyed fire tube hunting gun shoots one less with every shot. It is not the best time to act. Wait until 8 o'clock at night, when the evil suppressing axe has fused blood burning stone and cold jade marrow, then acting is not too late. Thinking of this, Suyu withdrew his thoughts. His gaze turned to the garlic sprouts in the planting area. These garlic sprouts were planted by him a week ago, originally planned to harvest a batch of garlic after growing 14 days. But now the garlic sprouts just reached the time they can be eaten. He thought for a moment, directly cut 2 garlic sprouts, preparing to fry a pancake as lunch. Rinse once with clean water, then cut into fine green bits and put into a bowl, counted as decoration. Next, is mixing flour and warm water. 3 minutes later, the paste in the bowl already became the state of lifting chopsticks and pulling out threads. Suyu hummed a little tune, first used a brush to coat the enchanted iron pan with a layer of oil, then with a gentle turn of the wrist, the batter spread along the pan wall. Not long after, 3 pancakes were cooked. He used chopsticks to pick up one, took a bite, crispy outside and soft inside, the fresh strength of garlic sprouts with the fragrance of the pancake, very tempting. 3 pancakes sound like a lot but actually are just one person's meal amount. Suyu quickly finished eating, in his heart thinking whether to cook a few more. Beside his ear suddenly sounded a world system prompt. Ding, survivor number 000-011-4514, you have been used dual proof by survivor number 186-596-8957, whether to use avoid battle token? If not, use avoid battle token, after 10 seconds automatically regarded as participating in life and death duel. Suyu immediately froze. Next moment, white light burst. Suyu opened his eyes again, before his eyes was already the familiar life and death arena style. He curiously looked to the opposite side, only saw the other side looked 20 or 30 years old, a white suit with glasses, looked very gentle. More important is, this person had empty hands, even behind him there was not even a space backpack. Suyu immediately frowned. Actually came to the life and death arena without even bringing a weapon. This made him think of the Illuminati member who deliberately went to die a few days ago. You are also of the Illuminati? No, you offended someone, I just came to kill you to exchange reward. The young man shook his head, then stretched out a finger towards Suyu. Suyu immediately became alert. Since the other side is not Illuminati, then must be the manpower found by Zhang Zilong. Although he considers his strength not bad, right now still must respond carefully. Next moment, a weak mental impact rushed toward him. He felt a breeze brushing his face, as if someone held an invisible toy hammer and lightly knocked him once. This is the spirit pressure skill? Suyu immediately had a strange expression. I never expected to encounter an extraordinary, apprentice, class survivor here. How are you still fine? The young man's face changed dramatically, as if he had seen something unbelievable. In his perception, Suyu seemed like a massive mountain, and his usual, spiritual pressure, skill, which had always been effective, did not work at all. What the hell is this thing? The scene before him completely surpassed his imagination, and he stood there in shock and fear, with his first reaction being, when did I fall under an illusion skill? His spiritual pressure LV2 skill had always been invincible, and the only possibility was that his mental attribute had let him down. Blue quality extraordinary ingredients were so rare that his current mental attribute was only 2.1 points. If he encountered a few survivors who specialized in mental attributes, he could indeed be pulled into an illusion. However, even so, this would not defeat him. The young man immediately shouted loudly. You've got some power, watch my spiritual thorn. Nothing changed in the scene. Suyu watched the young man with interest. This person's mental attribute was at least 1.5 points lower than his own, and the spiritual pressure skill he used was no different from showing off in front of an expert. In fact, after the young man shouted, it seemed as though a sharp thorn was coming toward him. Though still useless, it was stronger than the simple, spiritual pressure skill. What was that, spiritual thorn, you just shouted? Is it another skill for the apprentice class? I've never heard of it. Impossible. The young man shook his head in disbelief, his gaze toward Suyu as if he were seeing a monster. How high is your mental attribute? My spiritual thorn skill can't even break your illusion? Suyu felt a bit speechless. Even at this point, he still thought it was an illusion? It seemed a bit foolish. However, despite his rambling, the young man's words contained some useful information. Since the so-called spiritual thorn skill had an effect against illusions, it might be worth considering finding a way to get it for himself in the future. With that thought, he casually activated his spiritual pressure skill. Whoosh! 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 It was like a violent storm passing through. The young man immediately felt an overwhelming spiritual burden collapsing to the marble floor of the arena, his eyes rolling uncontrollably. Oh, seems like I underestimated you. Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly and secretly increased the spiritual insight attribute by 3 points. Boom! The young man's head exploded into a mist of blood. A bit of strength, at least 2 points of mental attribute, should be considered a high-level survivor. Too bad you met me. Suyu shook his head, giving the young man an honest evaluation. Congratulations, survivor 000-011-4514, you have successfully defeated opponent 186-596-8957 in this life and death duel and survived. As a reward, all of his supplies will be transferred to your inventory as loot. This life and death duel has ended. Would you like to return to your original position now, or if you choose no, you will be forcibly teleported to the starting dungeon in 30 seconds. Yes. Soon, white light appeared again. Suyu opened his eyes again, ignoring the two space backpacks of loot next to the central stone table, and directly opened his own space backpack to take out the dual proof. He had changed his mind. Zhang Zilong had to die right now. But to be cautious, he decided to bring his triple fire tube shotgun. Even if it wasted a shot, he had to make a move. With that thought, he took a deep breath, loaded the triple fire tube shotgun, and held it tightly. You have used the dual proof, please select a dual opponent. With the system prompt, a text box appeared on his screen. 000-035-0234. He quickly entered Zhang Zilong's number. Soon, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, this survivor has used an evade battle token, and this life and death duel is invalid. Damn. Suyu couldn't help but curse. To his surprise, Zhang Zilong actually had the war avoidance token in his hand, which was truly disgusting. He opened the private chat page with Wang Zai. Boss Wang, do you still have a dual proof? I'll buy one at market price. Chapter 111, No Entry. In the dimly lit dungeon, Wang Zai looked at the message Suyu had sent, then glanced at the message from Zhang Zilong, immediately feeling that things were a bit tricky. I do have one, but what? Suyu's message pressed closely. Nothing. Wang Zai shook his head, then immediately sent over the dual proof in his hand. Then, he opened the chat with Zhang Zilong, sighed, and directly deleted the friend he had just added. 20,000 units of basic supplies to seek peace. This Zhang Zilong is quite generous, but unfortunately, it's already too late. Wang Zai shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. As a businessman who sold extraordinary ingredients, he had quite an influence among the group of wholesale material merchants. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Zilong, who wholesaled purified water, had just found him and offered 30,000 basic supplies for peace, 10,000 of which were a benefit for him, and the remaining 20,000 to dissipate Suyu's anger. If it had been someone else, he might have considered peace for the 20,000 basic supplies. But since Zhang Zilong had offended Suyu, not even 100,000 units of basic supplies would have been enough to get Suyu to agree. Besides, by the time it had come to a life or death duel, what use was it to seek peace with supplies? This wasn't Earth. Under the rules of the Dark Dungeon, the loser's entire wealth belonged to the victor. Sigh, I hope Suyu doesn't misunderstand. Wang Zai shook his head, then got in touch with other customers. Looking at the dual proof in his hand, Suyu did not hesitate to clench it tightly again. You have used the dual proof, please choose your dual opponent. 000-035-0234. Suyu typed the familiar survivor ID again. Fortunately, this time, the system prompt sounded different. Ding, usage successful. In the next moment, a burst of white light filled the air, and he disappeared from his spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in yet another life and death gladiatorial arena. Suyu looked ahead and finally saw the face of the person who disgusted him. The person looked young, probably in his 20s, with a sunny appearance, quite muscular, and a sharp, somewhat athletic look. The only strange thing was the dark red runes carved on his face, which looked very odd. This is our first time meeting offline, right, Zhang Zilong? Suyu looked him up and down with interest, unable to believe that this seemingly decent person had already adapted to the Dark Dungeon's survival style on the first day, and even dared to speak rudely after revealing the way to leave the cell in the World Chat channel. Why did you drag me into the life and death gladiatorial arena? Didn't I ask someone to seek peace with you? Zhang Zilong seemed quite puzzled, his brows furrowed. Suyu immediately laughed. Didn't you start trouble with me first and send someone to challenge me to a life or death duel? Why are you unhappy now that it's come to you? But it's different, isn't it? If you had given me the healing potion formula earlier, why would I have needed to send someone to kill you? Zhang Zilong shook his head, speaking with righteous confidence. Seeing this, Suyu immediately lost the desire to continue the conversation. If he could speak such double standards, then what was the point of further communication? Moreover, their conflict had been ongoing ever since entering the dungeon, and now it had escalated to a life or death duel, so nothing they said would matter anymore. In the next moment, he suddenly activated his spirit pressure skill with full force. In an instant, an invisible wind swept through, and sounds rang out in the air. However, the veins on Zhang Zilong's face bulged, yet his head didn't explode. What was going on? Suyu immediately furrowed his brows. His mental attribute had reached 3.5 points, yet. With the support of spirit pressure LV3, it was equivalent to the pressure brought by 4.5 points of mental attributes. In this situation, Zhang Zilong surprisingly did not die immediately. This was very strange. Could it be that he also had the apprentice profession, specializing in mental attributes? But looking at his muscular body, that didn't seem likely. Roar! Zhang Zilong suddenly howled toward the sky, his clothes ripped open, revealing a body covered in strange dark red spikes. Damn! Suyu raised an eyebrow, watching as a layer of eerie red fur sprouted from Zhang Zilong's body and charged toward him. He decisively raised his three-eyed fire harpoon shotgun and aimed at Zhang Zilong's abdomen. Bang! The shotgun hit his left knee, and his leg broke off, flying away with blood splattering everywhere, causing Zhang Zilong to fall to the ground. However, he was still convulsing, trying to crawl forward. Hiss! Suyu gasped in shock. This scene was even more horrifying than when he dealt with Zhao Zhengyong back then. Although Zhao Zhengyong had already become a vengeful spirit, surrounded by black smoke, at least he was still within the realm of imagination, and the spirit pressure skill could easily resolve it. But Zhang Zilong was different. Clearly still a living person, his leg was broken and he felt no pain, yet he still attempted to squirm and continue attacking. Combined with the red fur growing on him, he looked just like a zombie from an American TV series. Seeing that Zhang Zilong had crawled several meters without any signs of dying, Suyu quickly reloaded the three-eyed fire harpoon shotgun and moved forward 2 meters. Bang! This shot hit his head directly. Zhang Zilong's headless corpse squirmed for a moment before finally coming to a stop. Congratulations Survivor 000-011-4514, you have successfully defeated opponent 000-035-0234, surviving in this life and death duel. As a reward, all his supplies will become your loot and be transported to your initial dungeon. You have won 10 matches in total, you cannot enter any form of life and death duel for 168 hours. This life and death duel is over. Do you want to immediately teleport back to the initial dungeon? If you choose no, you will be forcibly teleported back to the initial dungeon in 30 seconds. Unable to enter for 168 hours, that means I won't have to worry about someone initiating a life and death duel for the next week. Suyu blinked, not expecting this life and death arena to have such a hidden setting. Then, he shook his head again. The next week was the time of the second world event, and this hidden setting was just perfectly covered for most of that time. So calculated, it meant that for the next few hours, he couldn't actively initiate a life and death duel, and he wouldn't have to worry about it. But it's better than nothing, at least I can rest easy. Thinking this, the 30 seconds unknowingly came to an end. In an instant, white light burst forth. Suyu opened his eyes again and walked without hesitation to the central stone table. To be precise, he walked to the 4 space backpacks in front of the central stone table. After rummaging through them, Suyu was quite happy. The loot he gained this time was abundant. Just in the left space backpack, there were about 2,000 units of basic supplies, 2 cans of 500 milliliters kerosene, 3 bottles of secondary healing potions, and 4 pieces of red copper stones. In the second space backpack, there were various canned goods and a small amount of purified water. Suyu carefully counted and ultimately confirmed there were 8 cans of potato and beef canned food and 21 cans of luncheon meat, both types weighing exactly 500 grams. As for the purified water, there were only a total of 3 liters. He immediately realized that these 2 space backpacks belonged to that unknown extraordinary person. After all, Zhang Zilong, initially a major seller of water in the market, couldn't possibly have just this little purified water in his space backpack. However, even so, the resources in these 2 space backpacks, along with the backpacks themselves, were still quite valuable. The only regret was that he did not find any clues regarding the spirit spike skill. But that didn't matter, he could ask someone else later. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and directly looked at the 3rd space backpack. Chapter 112, Pure Water Alchemy Scroll. He opened the 3rd space backpack, and it was empty inside. Suyu was stunned for a moment, but he wasn't flustered. After all, survivors have different habits. It wasn't impossible for Zhang Zilong to put everything into one space backpack. He turned his gaze to the last space backpack. Inside, it was filled with resources. After carefully examining, there were about 5,000 units of basic resources, 2 unknown capsules, a parchment scroll, and a piece of finely crafted close-fitting chainmail. For these good items, Suyu naturally accepted them with a smile. He picked up one of the capsules, and text tips suddenly appeared in front of him. Bloodthirsty capsule, purple. Effect, activate body's potential, significantly enhance attributes for a short time. Hidden tip 1, after consumption, temporarily increases physical attribute and strength attribute by 0.5 points, lasts for 5 minutes, and after effect ends, falls into a state of severe fatigue for 12 hours. This effect is invalid for individuals with physical attribute greater than or equal to 6. Hidden tip 2, the Bloodthirsty capsule is a special product researched by some unknown arcane sage for the Barbarian Warrior sequence, doubling the enhancement effect for professionals in the Barbarian Warrior sequence. Hidden tip 3, each use of the capsule permanently decreases the mental attribute by 0.1 points. Barbarian Warrior? Suyu tried hard to recall the scene when he obtained the apprentice profession. At that time, he saw a total of 10 scrolls, and the last 3 names were all blurred out. If nothing unexpected, the Barbarian Warrior should be one of the advanced stages among them. Thinking further, Zhang Zilong should be a professional from this mysterious sequence, otherwise, he couldn't have broken through Suyu's spirit pressure skill just because he had red hair. But no matter what, this bloodthirsty capsule cannot be used by myself. The side effects are so great, not only will it cause severe fatigue, but it will also permanently decrease the mental attribute. Eating too much of this might turn him into an idiot. He didn't want to end up like Zhang Zilong. Thinking of this, Suyu planned to open the trading channel and list the 2 capsules for a high price. But the next moment, a question suddenly popped into his mind. As someone who doesn't pay much attention to the trading channel, his estimated price for this item was clearly inaccurate. If he listed it too high, even though now all survivors were itching to enhance their strength, it wouldn't be easy to sell. But if he listed it too low, selling such a precious purple quality capsule cheaply would make him feel it was somewhat of a waste. After thinking for a moment, he decided to let professionals handle professional matters and opened the private chat page with Wang Zi. "Boss Wang, will you take this?" Along with the message, he sent a picture of the bloodthirsty capsule. In no time, Wang Zi replied. 5,000 units of basic resources for 1 capsule, that's the highest price. Deal. Suyu was very satisfied with this price and promptly initiated a trade request. Soon, the 2 capsules turned into 10,000 units of stone bricks. Suyu collected these resources and turned his gaze to the piece of parchment scroll. Pure water alchemy scroll, green. Description: a magical alchemy scroll that can generate water resources from various materials. Effect: place any material to exchange for an equal weight of water resources. Hidden tip 1: the essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Each time the scroll is activated, it consumes 0.1 points of the user's luck attribute. Hidden tip 2: each use can exchange up to 100 L of pure water at once. Hidden tip 3: maximum of 3 exchanges per day. This thing is a bit interesting. Suyu raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Zilong's secret weapon for making pure water to be an alchemy scroll. For others, exchanging basic resources for pure water is an unimaginable massive profit. Taking the common basic material with the highest density, stone bricks, as an example, every time the scroll is used, only 40 units of stone bricks are required to exchange for a full 100 L of water. If 100 L of pure water is sold on the trading channel at the standard price, it would be worth 4,000 units of basic material. This way, there's a 100-fold profit made out of thin air, and the only cost is the luck attribute, which is unknown to most survivors. Suyu was sure that even if he revealed that this item consumed the hidden luck attribute, there would still be countless people willing to spend their entire fortune for it. After all, for most people, the luck attribute is intangible and elusive, but earning 12,000 units of basic materials a day is very real. It's like a gold mountain cursed by a demon. Even though people know it will bring a curse, most won't have the willpower to look away. But fortunately, this gold mountain holds no great temptation for Suyu. Even without using this scroll, he could still earn 10,000 units of basic materials a day. I definitely can't keep this thing for myself. Suyu looked at the alchemy scroll in his hand and began thinking about who he could give it to. To be fair, he didn't really want to give it to someone close to him. The luck attribute, while intangible to other survivors, was actually very important to him. Just from what he knew, both the mental potion and physical potion had their quality directly linked to the alchemist's luck attribute. He didn't want people he was familiar with to jeopardize their long-term development for a momentary gain of basic materials. So, Zhang Yiding and Ji Haiyang were naturally out of the question. Similarly, even though he wasn't very close with Jia Baoyu and Wang Zi, they were long-term collaborators, and it wouldn't be good if their luck attribute hit 0 and they dropped dead. After thinking for a while, Suyu realized that the only person left on his short list of friends was Zhang Jia. Chapter 113, The Honest Man Zhang Jia. Having Zhang Jia use the pure water alchemy scroll was undoubtedly the best choice. When Suyu first met Zhang Jia, he immediately concluded that Zhang Jia was an honest but not entirely honest man. He was honest because he didn't immediately attack after being tricked out of his mind. He wasn't entirely honest because he had also done some shady things, like leaking information to Wang Zi, etc. But in any case, Zhang Jia wasn't someone with deep scheming. This alone made Suyu feel at ease in giving him the pure water alchemy scroll to use, without worrying about any trouble. Moreover, as the saying goes, enemies should be resolved, not deepened. Suyu felt that this scroll was a good way to ease the enmity between them. He would also honestly tell Zhang Jia about the hidden feature of the scroll, that it consumes the user's luck attribute. Of course, if Zhang Jia couldn't resist the temptation and consume too much of his luck attribute, it wouldn't be Suyu's fault. With that in mind, Suyu didn't hesitate and immediately opened the private chat with Zhang Jia, sending both the message and the image of the pure water alchemy scroll. Brother Zhang, I'm thinking of giving you this item. How about you give me 5,000 units of basic materials a day as a share? Zhang Jia didn't reply immediately. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. As the saying goes, the impatient can't eat hot tofu. He was sure Zhang Jia would agree, so he didn't rush. He then turned his attention to the last item in his space backpack. Speed chainmail, blue. Durability, 10. Weight, 10. Entry 1, Speed Power, increases wearer's speed attribute by plus 0.1. Entry 2, Charged Armor, can inject Inspiration/Holy Grace/Blood-Chi/Mana attributes to temporarily gain a slight increase in durability. This is a component of a legendary shield. After gathering all components, it can consume one asphalt binder to build a legendary shield. Is this thing also a shield component? Suyu's curiosity was truly piqued. He really couldn't imagine which part of a shield this thing could be. Even after taking out the Guardian's armor and the Snow Mountain round shield to piece together, he couldn't find a matching place. It seems I need to collect that so-called asphalt binder. Suyu fiddled with it for a while and regretfully put the 3 pieces of equipment back into his spatial backpack. He estimated that the legendary shield component likely had far more than 3 parts, and without the asphalt binder, it couldn't be assembled right now. He opened the private chat interface again and finally saw Zhang Jia's reply. Brother Su, this thing is too precious, isn't it? I make so much pure water every day, I'm afraid I might not be worthy. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed Zhang Jia, though an honest person, had a very clear understanding of himself. He immediately sent the prepared message. What are you talking about? We all make money together. I even asked you to help mine 2 times earlier. What's wrong with us sharing a piece of the pure water market now? Also, I won't hide it from you, this alchemy scroll has some issues. It seems the more you use it, the more unlucky you get. Think it over well. If you want to use it, then we can cooperate long term. If you don't want to, that's fine too, there will be more chances for us to cooperate in the future. After a series of messages, Zhang Jia fell silent. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that Suyu saw his reply. Okay, then thank you, Brother Su. Done. Suyu was instantly excited and clapped his hands. Although he had other candidates, at this moment, Zhang Jia was undoubtedly the best choice. Since Zhang Jia was willing, he saved the effort of looking for others. He immediately took action and sent a trade request, along with telling Zhang Jia the maximum weight limit and usage times of the pure water alchemy scroll. After finishing all this, he finally completed the processing of the loot. Seeing it was already 3 in the afternoon, so you originally planned to discuss the making of the soul lamp with Ji Haiyang. But he thought about it and realized that in a few hours, a week-long world event would begin, and all survivors would leave the dungeon. Making soul lamps, which could only burn inside the dungeon, in advance would be useless. It would be better to take a nap and rest. At least a nap would help him restore energy, and who knows, he might even trigger the dream into wander skill. With this thought, Suyu walked up to the 2nd floor and lay down on the stone bed. Chapter 114, Re-entering the forest, the battle royale begins, 4K. Amidst the haze, Suyu opened his eyes. Before him was a dark and dense forest. I actually arrived directly in the forest? Suyu was a bit stunned. He initially thought he would have to reopen the transparent door, but this time he entered the dream and directly found himself in the forest. But that was fine. Feeling the inner restlessness, he used the dim light in the darkness to observe his surroundings for a moment, quickly confirming one thing. The place he entered this time was the same as last time. It was a mysterious feeling. He could clearly feel that, even though the towering giant trees before him were different from the last time, and even though there was a stretch of cobblestone path that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere under his feet, the 2 positions he was in were indeed exactly the same. So, does that mean the internal position of the forest is constantly changing? Suyu had a guess in his mind. But at this moment, he clearly had no way to verify his guess, so he didn't think much about it and began to explore along the path in his memory. Soon, he arrived again at the water well surrounded by moss and lichen. Above the well, a maroon stone floated in midair. Suyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had already recognized the type of stone, the Bloodfire stone, which was indeed very rare, but not what he urgently needed. Let's just wander around a bit more. Thinking of this, Suyu walked along the pebble path, bypassing the well. After walking for some distance, the path ended. At the end of the pebbles, large jagged rocks suddenly appeared. Suyu restrained the restlessness in his heart and cautiously circled around the stone, noticing that its side was covered with moss and some strange, eye-like symbols that seemed to lose sanity points. He hesitated for a moment, realizing that this giant stone looked far more sinister than the well in the forest. If things went wrong, the pebble path might be related to this thing as well. He thought for a while and decided to bypass it, continuing forward. After all, the forest was so vast, he didn't believe that only the well in the forest and this stone were the only wonders. He wasn't in a hurry and had plenty of time. Walking a bit more for safety's sake didn't matter. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly Suyu opened his eyes. Before him was the familiar starting dungeon, with the oil lamp casting a dim yellow light. Did I return to reality? His brow furrowed tightly. Since deciding to bypass the giant stone, he had wandered aimlessly through the forest. But despite what felt like a long time in his senses, he hadn't found anything besides the trees. Looks like that giant stone can't be avoided. Suyu shook his head. He had originally wanted to avoid some risks, but he hadn't expected that in the end, he'd still have to go step by step, wasting a lot of time. It seemed that next time he entered the world, he'd have to go back to find the giant stone. But he wasn't sure if he could still use the Dream into Wander skill after entering the world's activity at night. If so, he'd have to discuss the Night Watch issue with the others. Thinking of these complex thoughts, he casually opened the system to check the time. It was 11:30 p.m. He had slept for 7.5 hours. Suyu's first reaction was that the evil suppression axe had finished fusing. He didn't bother with anything else, directly getting up and heading downstairs to the central stone table. There, the originally faintly blood-red evil suppression axe had completely changed its appearance. The brand new axe was surrounded by a faint purple glow, looking extraordinary. Cold blood suppression axe, orange. Sharpness, 40. Weight, 12. Bound 2, none. Blood essence, 0/100. Entry 1, Breaking Void Evil Axe, when attacking, can infuse mana/sacred grace/inspiration/blood essence attributes, dealing 120% evil energy damage to enemies based on its sharpness. Entry 2, Star Shattering Apocalypse Axe, this weapon ignores 30% of the enemy's defense and causes a bleeding effect. Entry 3, Heart of Slaughter, this weapon absorbs blood essence with each enemy kill. Accumulating 100 points of blood essence increases the holder's strength attribute by 0.1 points. This effect doesn't apply to individuals with strength greater than or equal to 9. Entry 4, Cold Iron Ice Axe, this weapon reduces the enemy's speed by 0.1 per attack, stacking up to 5 layers. Entry 5, Divine Blessing, this weapon can be bound with 100 milliliters of blood. Once bound, others cannot use it. Damn. Suyu couldn't help but swear. He never expected that the axe would directly become orange quality, with a sharpness surpassing even the three-eyed fire tube hunting rifle as a hot weapon. A full 40 points of sharpness, he had no doubt that even if Zhang Zilong grew red hair, he would be chopped into pieces in an instant. I was too hasty, but if it helped Zhang Zilong die faster, using 2 shots of yellow gunpowder isn't a loss. Suyu muttered to himself, a fleeting sense of regret crossing his mind, soon replaced by excitement. There was no other reason. This orange-quality cold-blooded death axe has more than just sharpness as its advantage. There are 5 whole attributes, with the first 2 being basically enhanced versions of the original Evil Banishment death axe attributes. The third attribute, Heart of Slaughter, completely changes the effect of the original Slaughter Axe attribute. From now on, every time an enemy is killed, the axe will absorb blood energy that directly boosts the user's physical attributes, meaning the more people it kills, the stronger the user becomes. If anyone uses dual proof on him in the future, Suyu thought he would probably be very happy. As for the fourth attribute, it is truly overpowered. The effect of reducing speed may seem ordinary for enemies with balanced attributes, but if he faces creatures like the desert worm that are naturally slow and tough, just a few swings of the axe will allow him to safely output his attacks. With that thought in mind, Suyu carefully picked up the cold-blooded death axe and lovingly swung it around. The 12-point weight was indeed more than double what it was before, but for Suyu, with his 2.9 points of physical attributes, it was like an extension of his arm. However, in order to activate the fifth attribute, which binds the axe to its master, he temporarily placed the axe back on the central stone table and picked up a small kitchen knife from the side. After relaxing his muscles, he forcefully made a small cut on his wrist. Blood flowed down by gravity into the axe, quickly disappearing. When he picked up and swung the axe again, Suyu immediately felt that the cold-blooded death axe had become even more effective. What a great item, this is probably the first bound equipment among all the survivors in the dark dungeon. Although using blood to activate the item felt somewhat odd, looking at the already healed wound on his wrist and feeling how well the axe worked, Suyu had no thoughts of complaining. In fact, he vaguely started to look forward to the upcoming Battle Royale game. He was really curious about how much blood essence he would get from killing a survivor. If it was too much, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and might attack someone on his own. Hold it in, must wait until the third or fourth kill, Suyu muttered to himself, taking several deep breaths to suppress the urge in his heart. This kind of mindset wouldn't do. He wasn't just playing a game, life had only one chance. If he made enemies everywhere, there was a risk of being hunted by over 100 survivors. After taking 2 more deep breaths, Suyu saw that it was already 11:55, so he picked up the 2 prepared space backpacks and quietly waited. Ding, day 14 of the Dark Dungeon has begun. Survivors, I hope you haven't forgotten what day it is. Take a look around you. A portal leading to a random map has been opened. Survivors who choose to participate in the Battle Royale individually must enter within 20 minutes. You will receive the dungeon's blessing, and all loot you obtain from killing enemies will be automatically transported back to your starting dungeon, waiting for your return. As for survivors who choose to join a guild team for the Battle Royale, please wait for your team leader to choose the map type. Loot will be distributed by the leader after the Battle Royale ends. Please note, the Dark Dungeon despises hesitation. If a team hasn't entered the Battle Royale map within 30 minutes, their starting dungeons will become a paradise for evil creatures and monsters. Suyu quietly waited until the world announcement faded away. 30 minutes was enough time for him to prepare everything. He took out a guild token. Ding, guild token successfully used. Please name your new guild. Dark Dungeon. Ding, sensitive words detected. This name is invalid. Damn it. Suyu instinctively cursed, never expecting that even in the Dark Dungeon world, there would be a censorship of sensitive words. Ding, the guild name has been confirmed. Congratulations, Survivor 000-011-4514, you are now the first president of the Grass Guild. Suyu's face turned a little green. The guild name can even be this, so what exactly is this sensitive word sensitive about? But now is not the time to dwell on this. He skipped through the hundreds of applications on the list and directly sent guild invites to Ji Haiyang and the other 6 people. Moments later, the guild member list already had 8 people. He opened the red dot on the guild private chat page and saw the message sent by Wang Zi. Wang Zi, brother Su, you're really straightforward. I won't waste words, the 3 of us brothers are teaming up with Shuichin. Suyu, we don't have much time, so no small talk. You all should bring more supplies, this may last for 7 days. After sending the message, Suyu sent a team request to Ji Haiyang and the other 3. Soon, the survival team was full. Ding, the number of people in the current survival team is full. Do you want to start immediately? If not, it will forcibly start after 20 minutes. Yes. You have chosen to start. Please choose the map type. Deserted island / desert / dungeon / rainforest / polar. Just as Wang Jing said. Suyu couldn't help but nod. It seems Wang Jing's intel was accurate. He just didn't know what exactly her talent skill did. Of course, this wasn't the time to overthink it, the priority now was to quickly choose the map type. As for the talent skill, there would be plenty of chances to subtly ask later when they got closer. Just as he was thinking this, a new system notification sounded in his ears. Ding, it has been detected that there is a severely overloaded survivor in your team. This time, a random unselectable option has been generated *1. Deserted island / desert / dungeon / polar. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that the severely overloaded survivor must be Ji Haiyang. After all, his upgraded dungeon could only accommodate 3 people, but Ji Haiyang had directly brought 7 kids, which definitely counted as an overload. But luckily, Suyu hadn't planned on choosing the rainforest as the map type. To avoid unnecessary delays, he decisively clicked on the deserted island option. The next moment, a flash of white light exploded. After a spinning, nauseating feeling, Suyu opened his eyes again and found himself in a wide open space. As expected, the deserted island map was filled with vibrant life, a scene where everything was vying to grow. The place where he landed was clearly a mountain peak running from east to west. After walking a dozen steps forward, there was a magnificent cliff with a full view of the island's scenery. The moonlight quietly shone on the ground, and a gentle breeze brushed across his face. Around him, white light flickered, and 3 people gradually appeared. Among them, Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu were naturally no strangers. They both had spatial backpacks on their backs, clearly well prepared. However, their faces were a little pale, indicating they hadn't fared well during the teleportation. Apart from them, there was also a woman with an alluring figure, her backpack tilted as she crouched aside, dry heaving. The woman, while not breathtakingly beautiful, had a natural elegance. Her face, unadorned with makeup, instead revealed a graceful, otherworldly charm. Suyu walked up to her and handed her a bottle of pure water. I'm Suyu, and these 2 are Ji Haiyang, our brother, and Jia Baoyu, our boss. Thank you. Wang Jing thanked him, then took a sip of water, her complexion gradually improving. Seeing her condition getting better, Suyu looked around at the 3 of them and took the lead. This is a wilderness survival game. Over the next week, we need to help each other. Of course. The 3 of them nodded in agreement. At this point, they were still not very familiar with each other, purely relying on Suyu to bring them together. Suyu, being the strongest, naturally took the lead. I arrived a bit earlier than you guys and just had a quick look around. The place we're in is right on top of a cliff, so we don't need to worry too much about safety tonight. Before Suyu could finish, a sudden system notification echoed in his ears. Ding, island number 00000096 is at full capacity. The Battle Royale has officially begun. This Battle Royale has no kill limit. Players from different teams can choose to cooperate or be enemies. Every day at noon, a random airdrop will occur somewhere on the island. The airdrop will contain a large amount of high-quality items. Players should compete for them. This event will last 7 days. Once the time is up, all surviving players will be forcibly teleported back to the starting dungeon. The world system's notification gradually faded, and Suyu stroked his chin. This event is really devious. On the surface, there's no kill limit, but in reality, it's pushing players to kill each other. Plus, with the airdrop setting, I wonder how many will make it out alive. The other two nodded in agreement. Suyu's thoughts were exactly theirs. The island map holds a total of 1,000 people. Aside from them, most of the survivors probably only have basic supplies. So, most survivors, to stay alive, will have to fight for the island's limited water and food. With the rule that killing enemies grants full loot, it's almost impossible not to engage in combat. It's getting late. Let's set up camp here for the night. I'll take the first watch, and we'll explore in the morning. For the following nights, we'll take turns on watch. Suyu said, then pulled out the stone bed blueprint. I have a stone bed blueprint. Who wants to set up the camp? I'll do it. Jia Baoyu waved the two blueprints he had in hand. I have the blueprint for a military tent and wooden fence. Perfect for setting up a camp. All right. Suyu nodded and handed over the stone bed blueprint. He had chosen Jia Baoyu for this very reason, already having a detailed plan for setting up camp. What he just said was more for the benefit of Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing. Soon, a basic camp took shape. The mountaintop wasn't large, and the 4 military tents, spaced apart, almost filled the available space. As the three entered their respective tents, Suyu dug out the damaged redwood chair he had bought earlier from his spatial backpack, quietly beginning his night watch. Chapter 115, Airdrop Coordinates. There's no denying that night watch is incredibly boring. The cliff they were on was the highest point nearby, and the area wasn't very large. He only had to keep an eye on the winding path that led down the mountain, with no need to worry about anything else. Plus, it was the first night of the battle royale. Most of the ordinary survivors, who hadn't received any prior intelligence, were probably still hiding in some corner. The wind at the mountaintop, carrying the chill of the night, swept past the jagged rocks, rustling the dry grass and creating a distant silence in his ears. From time to time, there were faint noises from the military tents. Suyu guessed that it was probably someone having trouble sleeping. But that was to be expected. Aside from him, the other three had never seen daylight since entering the dungeon. The excitement, mixed with the sudden change of environment, made it hard to sleep. Out of curiosity, he walked around and observed for 2 hours. When there was no more movement in the tents, and there was nothing left to see, he sat in the redwood armchair and looked up at the 4 differently colored moons above. Red, green, blue, and gray moons shone down, casting a soft white light. It was quite magical. Suyu opened the system panel and noticed that the world communication channel had temporarily closed. A new map communication channel marked with a temporary symbol appeared beside it. Is there anyone in this channel? Why is it so quiet? No one is speaking. Obviously, everyone is in a competitive relationship. Unless they're looking for a place to rest, who would waste time chatting in the channel instead of collecting supplies? This time, the Battle Royale event doesn't have a kill limit. We can live in peace, so when it's over, no one will get hurt. Then share your coordinates. I don't believe that all 1,000 people on this island are gentlemen. Why is the person above being so argumentative? This time's Battle Royale event is different from the last Deadly Arena. Why the hostility? Yeah, this event feels way better than the last Deadly Arena. And the island's supplies are pretty abundant. I was worried I didn't bring enough food, but after just a few hours, I found an apple tree with over 10 apples, enough to last me 4 or 5 days. Have you all seen any man-made buildings? I've come across lots of straw huts, and in the middle, there's a blood-red hexagram. It looks pretty scary. Image. Straw huts? Could there be indigenous people on this island? Don't tell me they're cannibals. Damn, I'm scared. Don't scare me. If we really encounter cannibals and get eaten raw, that's no joke. What's there to be afraid of? I think having cannibals is a good thing. Maybe we can team up and kill them, get some special resources or something. Why is everyone talking about cannibals? Am I the only one who thinks the night view is beautiful? This is the first time I've seen the moon in the past half month, and the air on this island is so sweet. I feel the same. We survivors who got assigned to this deserted island are really lucky. This clear night with a bright moon, I bet the survivors on other map types are jealous of us. That's true. If it weren't for the 4 moons in the sky, I'd think I was still on Earth. Damn, are we on the same island? It's raining heavily on my beach, while you guys seem perfectly fine. Maybe you've done too many bad things, and the gods are sending rain your way. Hey, how come you sound like a follower of a cult? You didn't actually take the follower profession, did you? You should worry about whether you can survive. Don't bring up profession discrimination while heading to the dark dungeon. I don't think you'll last much longer. Stop arguing. I've got 2 sets of photo albums I bought from a dealer. I'll share them so everyone can have a look. Image. The communication in the map channel was chaotic. Suyu read through it with great interest. Especially after seeing someone share photo albums, he felt even more relaxed and delighted. Back on Earth, these standard private photo albums would have been something he glanced at once, but now, things were different. Not to mention private photo albums, even raw photos, he would examine carefully. After a critical viewing, for the first time, he sincerely posted a message in the map channel. Wishing the good person above peace for life. Soon, he saw the channel flooded with replies. Although some dismissive comments mixed in, they were almost negligible compared to the hundreds of replies. Seeing this, he was satisfied and closed the channel. Sure enough, even on a deserted island, creating a little bit of adult content was still the best way to bridge differences without involving conflicts of interest. Due to the excitement from the photos, Suyu felt a surge of energy in his body. He stood up from the mahogany chair, preparing to walk down the mountain road. 2 or 3 minutes later, he had walked through the paths he had previously observed while roaming around. Further down, he came across stone steps that clearly showed signs of human craftsmanship. Suyu stopped in his tracks, feeling a mix of surprise and emotion. He never expected to see artificial buildings here, and for a moment, he couldn't help but think of the message he had just seen in the group chat. Could there really be savages on this island? Suyu felt a murmur rising in his heart. And despite just being on the mountaintop where it was all smooth and open, after walking down just a short distance, it suddenly turned dangerously steep. The drop came too suddenly, it was like stepping from a flat ground into a vertical abyss in the blink of an eye. The mountaintop in this place felt like two completely different worlds, forcefully stitched together. But now, there was no choice but to move forward. The other two sides were even steeper cliffs, and behind him was a sheer drop, with the small path being the only way down. Helpless, he had no choice but to carefully reach out and feel the steps. No words or hints appeared. Only then did Suyu feel relieved and began to carefully descend the steps. After hundreds of steps, he finally reached a relatively open, artificially carved platform. On this platform, 3 paths led down the mountain in different directions, and in the center, there was a strange purple 6-pointed star drawn. Suyu stopped. He now realized that paying attention to the map channel was indeed useful, just like this purple 6-pointed star made with unknown paint, which looked exactly like the one in the channel. Except for the different color, it was almost a perfect one-to-one replica. He cautiously walked forward and gently touched the mysterious paint on the ground. Guiding coordinates, special. Description: a coordinate used to guide the divine being's followers to cast rewards. The power within will be unleashed at some moment. Hidden hint 1, this coordinate will take effect in 2D8H. Hidden hint 2, this coordinate will turn transparent in 2H. Chapter 116, Prophetic Insights. So, this is an airdrop coordinate? Suyu instantly understood everything. It turned out that the airdrop coordinates in the world system announcement were actually pseudo-random, just to fool them, the survivors. As expected, this is the dark dungeon I am familiar with. He took a deep breath, feeling calm inside. This inconsistency between the surface and the hidden was exactly how he imagined a dark dungeon to be. If there were no traps in the battle royale, it would be strange for the dark dungeon to set up this world event. However, on the other hand, for the vast majority of survivors, even if they knew the airdrop coordinates were fake random, they might not be able to do anything. After all, these 6-pointed star coordinates would soon turn transparent. If it weren't for his sudden whim to come down and take a look, he might have overlooked this place. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly opened the Battle Royale map channel again and sent a friend request to the survivor who had just sent the red 6-pointed star and thatched cottage image. This was one of only 2 airdrop coordinates he knew, and he had to find a way to get a share of it. After sending the message and waiting for 2 minutes, seeing that the other party did not respond, Suyu guessed that the person had probably found a safe place to sleep, so he closed the page. After thinking for a moment, looking at the 3 paths down the mountain and the 6-pointed star formation in front of him, he used the system panel feature to take a photo and then decided to return the same way to the mountaintop. After all, his main task now was to keep watch for the team. If he went down and someone unintentionally came here from another path, it would be a big trouble. Soon, he returned to the mountaintop. Everything here was almost the same as when he had left, but upon seeing the 6-pointed star formation below, Suyu had a different perspective. Even such an important position as the airdrop coordinates could only occupy the lower platform, which likely meant that this area at the top of the mountain hid even more important secrets. But the problem is, where is the secret? The small cliff platform at the top of the mountain isn't very large. 4 military tents take up most of it. When they were first set up, he even touched many spots with his own hands, yet no text prompts appeared. And the remaining small portion of space, there's no need to say much about it. He had walked around, gazing for 2 hours earlier, nearly covering every inch of the ground. After thinking for a while, Suyu could only conclude that he had probably been overthinking. After all, he had already searched the whole mountaintop. The secret couldn't possibly be hidden in such a ridiculous way, like having to jump off the cliff to find it. That would be nonsense. This cliff is at least 3,000 or 4,000 meters high, and below are all rocks. Even with his current physical ability of 3.2 points, falling down would still mean certain death. With that thought, he stopped worrying about it. Leaning back on the mahogany chair, he hummed a little tune. Soon, the sky remained covered with a thin veil of darkness, and the 4 moons in the sky removed their makeup, their glow fading little by little, becoming transparent and disappearing. The eastern horizon first spread a light golden hue, followed by orange-red and then crimson, as if someone was dipping the morning light onto the dark blue fabric. Suyu glanced at the time. It was already 5:30 in the morning. Hearing the rustling sounds from the direction of the military tents, he stretched lazily, then took out his scorching iron pan and other pots and bowls from his space backpack and began to cook pancakes. Soon, 4 pancakes were cooked. Just as Suyu was about to eat one himself, he heard Ji Haiyang's voice behind him. What a wonderful smell! I didn't expect you, Suyu, to know how to cook. There aren't many young people who can cook these days. Suyu turned around and saw Ji Haiyang sniffing, clearly attracted by the smell of the pancakes. Brother Ji, have one. I just made 4 pancakes today, one for each of us. Well then, I won't be polite. After Ji Haiyang said that, he began to devour the pancake with Suyu. Although he often went out to explore, most of what he brought back were ready-made canned foods. Plus, he had 7 kids to raise, so he rarely had a proper meal. Now, eating the pancake, it felt like savoring a rare delicacy. Soon, Wang Jing and Jia Baoyu also walked over one after another. Once everyone finished eating, they each started tidying up. While Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu were disassembling the military tents, Suyu turned to Wang Jing. What do you want to ask? Wang Jing, being sharp, spoke first. Do you know the coordinates of the airdrop? Suyu didn't hide it, directly asking about the question he was most concerned about. Since yesterday, he had been curious about what exactly Wang Jing's talent skill was. Now that the timing was right, it was the perfect opportunity to subtly ask. I only know one. Wang Jing raised a finger. Which one? Suyu quickly followed up with a question. Well, it depends on which one you want to know. Wang Jing almost repeated the exact same words. But Suyu only paused for a moment, then quickly understood what Wang Jing meant. Your talent skill lets you choose one piece of information each week? Once the words left his mouth, he looked at Wang Jing, who nodded slightly, then her gaze grew a little distant for a moment, as she seemed to have just opened the system panel. Suyu also opened his private chat page, and saw that Wang Jing had just sent a picture. Precognition Max, choose a specific item or event to obtain some of its hidden details. The completeness of the hidden information is inversely related to the item or event's level. This skill can only be used once a week and cannot be upgraded. The skill's effect will upgrade after becoming an arcane master. The effect of this talent skill was pretty much what Suyu had expected. But more importantly was the act of Wang Jing sending a picture. This gesture held its own meaning. Although they both had Zhang Yiding as a mutual friend. But the time they had known each other was not long. To be able to trust each other to this step, it could be said to be extremely rare. He looked at Wang Jing in front of him, thought of the news he saw yesterday on the map channel, pondered for a moment and made a decision. Do not rush first, I have clues of 2 airdrops here, wait until they are confirmed and then use your talent skill. Wang Jing nodded and did not continue to ask. She was a person with a big and careless nature. Since she had decided to let Suyu make the final decision, no matter how Suyu considered it, she would not interfere. Chapter 117 5-Nut Mooncake and a Broken Old Kerosene Lamp. 50 minutes later, Suyu frowned and walked in the front of the team and began to go down the mountain. In fact, as early as half an hour ago, Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu had already put the marching tent into the space backpack. In this half hour of time, he seriously checked every inch of ground on the top of the mountain again, but in the end still did not find any word hint. With no other choice, Suyu could only admit that he indeed had thought too much. Although the position of the mountain top was higher than the hexagram star array, it indeed had nothing at all. Not long after, he went down to the open platform that was artificially dug out. Because the time had passed, the hexagram star array in the central position that was originally bright in color had already left no trace at all, only leaving a flat ground that had no difference from the surroundings. Which road do we take? Ji Haiyang looked at the left, middle, and right 3 fork roads going down the mountain, thinking that Suyu was hesitating about the route down the mountain. No, we do not go down the mountain first. Suyu shook his head and pointed to the previous position of the hexagram star. This is the airdrop location of the day after tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became quiet. Suyu looked around and saw 3 pairs of eyes with doubt. But very quickly, one pair changed from doubt to sudden understanding, and then became shock. So what Yiding said was true. Wang Jing's voice instantly drew the attention of Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu. But the two were both very measured and did not ask directly, instead they continued to look at Wang Jing, waiting for her to continue to explain. Wang Jing glanced at Suyu, and seeing that he had no reaction, for a moment she also did not know whether Suyu minded or not about the matter of having double talent skills being exposed, so she went around the corner and said the beginning of the guess. Do you know talent skills? I do know a survivor who has a talent skill. Are you saying Brother Su has a talent skill that can obtain secrets in advance? But as far as I know, talent skills should only belong to those survivors whose numbers are in the top 100. Jia Baoyu said while shaking his head, obviously not agreeing with the hidden meaning of Wang Jing. He also knew some things about talent skills. If talking about talent skills, he had not heard of any talent skill whose effect was to obtain information. Wang Jing opened her mouth, but did not continue to explain. She also knew that something like one person possessing two talent skills was very hard to make people believe. Even though Zhang Yiding told her, if she had not just seen it with her own eyes, she also would not have believed it. Alright, stop guessing. I came down during night watch and found it. At that time there was a purple hexagram star array here. It is just that now it has become transparent. Suyu explained lightly, then pointed to the ground again. Although it has become transparent, the system information should still be there. At most a part will be missing. You go and touch it and you will know. After the words were finished, Suyu also did not worry about them figuring it out, quietly stood in place and signaled them to stretch out their hands. He dared to be certain that after the three stretched out their hands and touched the transparent hexagram star array they would only see the information in the column of introduction. He only needed to firmly insist that the extra information had disappeared. Sure enough, Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu half believing and half doubting stretched out their hands and touched the ground, and their eyes very quickly became full of belief. Only Wang Jing, after following the two and stretching out her hand to touch it, still did not say a single word. Although she did not believe Suyu's words, she sensibly chose not to say much. After all, if she were in his shoes, she wouldn't want too many people to know she had gifted skills, especially two of them. Suyu watched the expressions of the three people keenly. He turned and walked towards the left path down the mountain, still leading the group, while planning the next steps in his mind. Without a doubt, he could not passively wait for the survivor who sent the green six-pointed star formation in the map channel last night. A bird in hand is worth 10 in the bush. If the other party did not accept his friend request by noon, he would have to let Wang Jing use her gifted skill to find tomorrow's airdrop location, arriving early to prepare. After all, this island's area is quite large, able to accommodate both heavy rain and clear weather at the same time, probably covering at least dozens of square kilometers. If he did not set off early, he might be intercepted by others. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. He saw that after several dozen steps downhill, an artificially carved platform appeared, almost the same size as the one above. And in the central position of the platform, there was a copper treasure chest. There are treasure chests on this deserted island map? Suyu was a bit surprised. He quickly stepped down the stairs and walked up to the copper treasure chest. Survival treasure chest, blue. Introduction: a treasure chest that randomly spawns in the map can yield several corresponding level of supplies and items. The specific types of supplies are unknown. Hidden hint 1: this treasure chest includes honey snow orange *3, 5-nut mooncake *1, simple healing bandage *3, broken oil lamp *1. Hidden hint 2: this treasure chest is a fixed treasure on the map and cannot be upgraded. Cannot be upgraded? Suyu was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he saw a chest with unchangeable quality, but considering it was on a deserted island map and not inside a dungeon, he thought no more and directly reached to open the chest. Inside the chest were many items. Among them, the 3 oranges needed no further mention. The first kind of extraordinary ingredient Suyu obtained was the honey snow orange, and now he naturally did not need a second one. He turned back and gave the 3 oranges to the 3 people who had swarmed over. Eat. This green quality extraordinary ingredient can add 0.1 to physique and 0.1 to strength. I have eaten it before. Isn't this too much? Jia Baoyu looked at the orange handed over, politely declining verbally, but his body honestly accepted it. His physique and strength attributes were still below 2.0, a perfect time for him to need it. Seeing the 3 of them eating the oranges, Suyu immediately picked up the box of beautifully packaged mooncakes in the chest. 5-nut mooncake, blue. Introduction: a box of 5-nut mooncakes carefully packaged in oil paper, rumored to have miraculous effects for the lucky. Hidden hint 1: edible. After the first use, random attribute plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for any attribute greater than or equal to 3 individuals. Hidden hint 2: the number of attribute increases is related to the luck attribute. For every point of luck attribute the user has, an extra judgment is made for a 5% probability of random attribute increase, with a maximum increase of all attributes plus 0.1. Suyu stroked his chin. Although he had long anticipated the 5-nut mooncake was an extraordinary ingredient, he never expected it to be so special. Extraordinary ingredients tied to the luck attribute were something he had never even heard of before. But this did not diminish the value of the 5-nut mooncake. He immediately tore open the box and quickly began to chew. After a few bites, Suyu was eating faster and faster. Upon careful tasting, this thing only shared the same name as the 5-nut mooncakes on Earth. It not only had a delicate texture, but also had a fluffy and sweet fragrance that lingered, making it extraordinarily delicious. By the time the fist-sized 5-nut mooncake was down his throat, he even felt a bit reluctant for more. After savoring it for a moment, he opened up the attributes page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, believer of truth, heretic/believer. Seems like my luck's pretty good. As he watched his constitution, strength, and speed attributes each increase by 0.1, Suyu felt quite satisfied inside. Excluding the spirit attribute that had already surpassed 3 points, this time he had a boost of 0.1 across all attributes, which could be considered a stroke of extraordinary luck. In his excitement, he didn't forget to glance at Wang Jing and the others. Although the three of them had slightly different expressions, all of them wore looks of joy, clearly pleased with the effects of honey snow ice orange. Seeing this, Suyu didn't delay and directly grabbed a roll of bandages. Simple healing bandage, green. Description: quickly stops bleeding and reduces inflammation, gradually heals wounds, for external use. Hidden tip 1, this item must be stored in a dry place. Hemostatic bandages, how about one roll for each of you? He waved the bandages in front of the three of them and asked. I have no objections. Sure. As you wish. The three of them all expressed their approval. Alright, then this broken oil lamp is mine. Suyu handed out the 3 rolls of bandages to the others, and then picked up the broken oil lamp himself. To be honest, with the healing potion as a comparison, he wasn't too fond of the simple healing bandage. Instead, the oil lamp that could be fused was of great significance to him. Soon, the broken oil lamp fully fused with his initial oil lamp. Oil lamp, purple. Description: your initial oil lamp, with almost infinite evolution potential. Burning time, 5 days 20 hours, 700 milliliters per 840 milliliters. Hidden tip 1, collect and fuse other survivors' oil lamps to enhance your oil lamp. Hidden tip 2, once the oil lamp's total capacity reaches 1000 milliliters, it can break through to orange quality. Hidden tip 3, you can consume 500 milliliters of oil to pray to the gods, increasing your spirit attribute by 0.1. This effect requires a prayer room themed dungeon or a transcendent profession as a believer in further advancement, with a cooldown of 1 week. Hidden tip 4, you can consume 500 milliliters of oil to refine equipment, with a high probability of improving the equipment's quality and resetting the maximum enchantment slots. This effect requires the equipment's highest quality to be lower than the oil lamp's quality, with a cooldown of 1 day. Suyu put the oil lamp away and once again took the lead, continuing down the stairs under the platform to begin his descent. Half an hour later, the long stairs reached their end. The group finally stood on the ground. However, Suyu looked at the flat, open ground and the single upward stairway, and turned around to start heading back. Since there was a copper chest on the previous platform, there was no reason the other 2 platforms wouldn't have one. No matter what, he had to collect all 3 of the chests. And of course, the 3 of them understood this logic. Without much communication, the group directly began their return journey. Chapter 118, Storm Greatsword, Shield Component. An hour later, the group returned to the platform with the transparent hexagram array. At this point, Wang Jing was already panting heavily, beads of sweat covering her forehead. Hearing her heavy breathing, Suyu made a suggestion. How about you stay here, and we'll open the chests, then discuss how to divide the loot from a distance. All right. Wang Jing nodded while catching her breath. Her constitution attribute was already low, and after 2 hours of intense back and forth climbing and descending, she was truly exhausted. With Suyu going to grab the chests, she didn't have to worry about her share being taken, so she could stay here and recover some stamina. Then I'll stay here as well. Ji Haiyang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. This is a crossroads, after all. If any other survivors come from another direction, it's safer for me to stay here. Suyu glanced at Ji Haiyang. Though he didn't think they would encounter other survivors so quickly, he still nodded. After all, better safe than sorry. If they lost Wang Jing here because of a small oversight, it would be disastrous. That could be troublesome. Wang Jing opened her mouth, wanting to explain that although her physical attributes weren't high, as an apprentice, her spirit attribute and corresponding spiritual pressure skill were still very powerful, and there was no need for anyone to stay behind and take care of her. But seeing that everyone else had agreed, she swallowed her words back down. Once the decision was made, Suyu didn't hesitate. He led Zhao Baoyu toward the central stone staircase down the mountain. The path down looked no different from the one on the left they had taken earlier. Half an hour later, they reached the familiar artificially carved platform, the familiar bronze treasure chest. Suyu quickened his pace and reached the treasure chest. Survival treasure chest, blue. Description: a treasure chest that randomly spawns on the map, can yield various items and resources of corresponding levels. The exact types of resources are untraceable. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains 10 merman oil torches, 1 storm greatsword, 1 broken kerosene lamp. Hidden tip 2, this chest is a fixed map chest and cannot be upgraded. A chest that cannot be upgraded, with rich and varied resources. Suyu opened the chest without hesitation and first grabbed one of the torches. Merman oil torch, blue. Description: a torch made by mixing trace amounts of merman oil, using fish oil as the base. When burned, it emits a fishy odor. Hidden tip 1, this torch can burn for 24 hours, providing lighting equivalent to a blue-quality kerosene lamp. Hidden tip 2, merman oil has a special attraction to aquatic monsters, please control the number of torches lit. Is this it? Suyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had expected this merman oil torch to at least be purple quality, but it turned out to be the same blue quality as the desert worm oil torch he had obtained earlier. Although it had the feature of attracting aquatic monsters, in essence, it was not much different from a blue kerosene lamp that burned for 24 hours. If it had been a week ago, when kerosene prices were still high, it could have been sold for a good price. But now, 5L of kerosene is sold in bulk for just 6,000 units of basic resources. By this calculation, even with the premium for being a monster oil torch, this one in his hand would only be worth 200 or 300 units of basic resources at best. Brother Su, you seem a bit disappointed? Behind him, Jia Baoyu's voice came, filled with slight confusion. It's nothing. I thought it would be a purple quality torch, but it turned out to be just a blue one. Suyu laughed lightly and openly shared his thoughts. But even so, there are 10 torches in total, which are worth about 2,000 to 3,000 units of basic resources. Saying this, he took out all 10 torches and handed them to Jia Baoyu. Take them for now, and after we look at everything, we'll divide it up. Jia Baoyu nodded and began to carefully examine the 10 torches. Although his family was wealthy, after the events of the past few days, 2,000 units of basic resources was still a fairly significant amount to him. Seeing Jia Baoyu so you didn't think much more about it, and took out a strangely shaped long sword from the chest. The long sword was thick, its blade was blunt, and the closer it got to the handle, the more rounded it became. Rather than being a long sword, it looked more like a fire poker. Storm Greatsword, blue. Sharpness, 10. Weight, 8. Attribute 1, Storm Giant Sword. When equipped with this weapon, Strength attribute plus 0.1. Attribute 2, Storm Pulse, can inject 0.5 points of Inspiration / Saint's Blessing / Blood Rage / Mana, triggering a remote attack Storm Sword Energy / in front. Hidden tip 1, this is a component of a legendary shield. Once all components are gathered, an asphalt coupling agent *1 can be consumed to assemble the legendary shield. Hidden tip 2, this is a component of a legendary weapon. Once all components are gathered. A consumable asphalt coupling agent *1 set to build a legendary weapon. This thing is actually a component of a shield? Suyu felt like the first hidden hint was saying that 1 + 1 = 3, and it was stated as if it were an undeniable fact. No matter how he thought about it, it was hard for him to link a sword that looked like a firewood stick with a shield in his mind. But his eyes blinked repeatedly, and after confirming that the text prompt in front of him had not changed, he had no choice but to accept this reality. After all, hidden prompts can't be wrong. Since this thing is indeed both a component of the shield and a weapon component, he had to take it. He turned his head and looked at Jia Baoyu, who was still admiring the torch. This sword is also a blue quality, but it's useful to me, so I'll choose this one. Jia Baoyu suddenly looked up when he heard the voice and then nodded vigorously. Of course, I have no objection. Although Suyu had obtained Jia Baoyu's agreement, he did not forget about his other 2 companions. He thought for a moment and added. How about this, I won't take the merman oil torches or the remaining broken kerosene lamp, and I'll take an extra 1,000 units of basic supplies instead. That way, everyone won't lose out. Jia Baoyu looked up in surprise. He didn't expect Suyu to suggest taking basic supplies as compensation. Isn't this a bit too unfair to you? The 3 of us can just split the torches and kerosene lamps. Although, based on yesterday's market price, a blue quality weapon would indeed be worth a bit more than 10 merman oil torches, that was because most survivors were unaware of the world events, which caused panic. Once this world event ends, the value of the blue weapon would probably only be around 2,000 units of basic supplies. Even with close brothers, we have to keep things clear. I definitely can't take advantage of you. Suyu waved his hand and immediately sent this decision to Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing. Alright, I've sent the plan to them both, so it's settled. Okay. Jia Baoyu nodded, roughly understanding Suyu's thoughts. Suyu was using the small loss to ensure the absolute unity of the 4-person team. Being kind to others wasn't the tone of the Dark Dungeon, but it was an essential element in a team. If Suyu really hadn't given compensation, they wouldn't have said anything, but there would inevitably have been a bit of resentment in their hearts, which would bury hidden dangers for future cooperation. Unbelievable. Jia Baoyu sighed, impressed that even in such a harsh environment like the Dark Dungeon, Suyu was still able to think of this. Even if it was all an act, it was hard for people to feel any aversion. Thinking about this, seeing that Suyu had already turned around and started climbing the mountain again, Jia Baoyu followed suit, step by step. Chapter 119, Asphalt Coupling Agent and the Natives, 4K. Back on the upper platform, Jia Baoyu gathered with Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing to discuss the details of the resource distribution. While they were doing that, Suyu rummaged through his space backpack to take out the 4 shield components he had obtained so far. Speed Chain Armor, Guardian's Armor, Snow Mountain Round Shield, Storm Great Sword. The first attribute of each of these 4 components corresponded to increasing speed, constitution, spirit, and strength. No matter how you looked at it, this didn't seem like a coincidence. He even had a guess that these 4 components might just be all the parts of an orange quality shield. After fiddling with them for a while, this guess was confirmed. These 4 oddly shaped pieces of equipment, when pieced together in an imaginative way, actually formed the shape of a large shield. But due to the lack of the crucial asphalt coupling agent, these 4 components couldn't really take shape, and the text prompt still showed them as 4 separate pieces of equipment. I was right after all. At this moment, Suyu felt very happy, as if the final piece of the puzzle had finally been completed. Although there were still no clues about the asphalt coupler, he vaguely had a feeling that soon, he would obtain a shield of orange quality. He knew how powerful orange quality weapons could be. The power of the cold-blooded axe was several levels stronger than that of thermal weapons. By extrapolating from the same quality, this orange quality shield that had yet to be obtained gave him much room for imagination. However, he did not stay immersed in these thoughts for too long. Seeing the 3 people over there finishing up their spoils, he packed up the 4 pieces of equipment and walked with Jia Baoyu toward the stone steps leading down the mountain to the right. The stone steps remained the same along the way, but perhaps due to his improved mood, Suyu admired the scenery along the path, feeling that the mountain view had a bit of the meaning of the creation of nature's subtle beauty, the division of day and night. Soon, they saw the familiar lower platform again, and the copper treasure chest in the center of the platform. Just as Suyu was about to quicken his pace to open the chest, a private message notification suddenly rang in his ears. His footsteps involuntarily paused. "What's wrong?" Jia Baoyu asked with a hint of confusion. "Nothing, it's probably a private message from Brother Ji." Suyu casually replied and then opened the private message page. Sure enough, it was a private message from Ji Haiyang. More precisely, it was a picture. In the picture, an unfamiliar person with a bruised face was lying on the ground, clearly having taken quite a few punches and kicks. Just as Suyu was about to ask further, he saw 2 more private messages from Ji Haiyang. "This person just sneaked up from the left mountain road, trying to ambush, but I knocked him down. But you should come back quickly, this person doesn't seem to be a survivor, the things he says, both Wang Jing and I can't understand." "Can't understand what he says?" Suyu frowned slightly. He knew that the person Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing had caught could definitely not be a survivor. Under the great power of the world system, even survivors who spoke African native languages and those who spoke Chinese could communicate without barriers. But if this person wasn't a survivor, could there really be cannibalistic natives on this deserted island? He immediately thought of the pictures and messages he had seen in the map group chat last night. If there were really natives on this deserted island, it would be quite lively. But these were still just guesses for now. Suyu shook his head, putting these speculations aside for the moment, and instead, with a few quick steps, he reached the chest. No matter what the situation was, he had to get the chest first before heading back. Survival chest, blue. Description: a chest that randomly spawns in the map, containing several items and materials of corresponding levels. The specific types of materials are unknown. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains asphalt coupler *1, 500G compressed military rations *15, high energy chocolate *3, Yalan language capsule *1, broken kerosene lamp *1. Hidden hint 2, this chest is a fixed map chest and cannot be upgraded. There's actually asphalt coupler in here? Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly and directly opened the chest. The items inside were dazzling, with compressed biscuits, chocolates, glass bottles, kerosene lamps, and various other things filling his view. But the next moment, he grabbed a glass bottle containing a green, sticky liquid. Asphalt coupler, blue. Capacity, 500 milliliters. Description: a cooperative product of alchemists and arcane scholars. Initially created for better lighting fuel in dungeon environments, until someone accidentally discovered that it could bond various unrelated equipment together. Hidden hint 1, this item can be used to assemble distributed high-level equipment. Hidden hint 2, it can be placed in a blue quality or higher kerosene lamp for burning. For each 1 milliliter consumed, it provides 1 hour of light. This thing can actually burn like kerosene? Suyu felt that he might have misunderstood the nature of this item earlier. Every 1 milliliter consumed can burn for an hour. This burning efficiency can be said to be 5 times that of kerosene. Considering the convenience of carrying it and the time cost of replacing and adding kerosene, he estimates he could sell it for at least 10 times the price, so a small bottle of asphalt coupling agent is worth over 6,000 units of basic materials. Of course, he would definitely not make such a foolish mistake of losing more for less. He waved at Jia Baoyu and then pointed to the glass bottle in his hand. A bottle can serve as kerosene lamp fuel, but I have other uses for it, so I'll take it. No problem. Jia Baoyu nodded. After the last allocation of supplies, he now has no thoughts about Suyu's arrangements. Seeing this, Suyu put away the asphalt coupling agent and instead picked up a piece of compressed biscuit. He quietly waited for a moment, confirming no text prompts popped up, and completely dispelled the last bit of hope in his heart. This thing was not a transcendental ingredient. He had his suspicions when he saw the total of 15 portions, and now it was entirely confirmed. But this is not a big deal. He handed the 15 pieces of compressed biscuit to Jia Baoyu. Try one, you only had a pancake this morning, you must be hungry now. Jia Baoyu nodded and chose to do as he was told. Taking advantage of this time, Suyu picked up a piece of chocolate. High energy chocolate, green. Description: a plain piece of dark chocolate that revitalizes after eating. Hidden hint 1, edible, after first use, mental attribute plus 0.2, this effect is invalid for individuals with any attribute greater than or equal to 2. Suyu was slightly taken aback, he hadn't expected this chocolate to actually be a green quality transcendental ingredient. Unfortunately, for him, even blue quality transcendental ingredients cannot increase mental attributes anymore. He turned to Jia Baoyu and handed over the chocolate in his hand. How does it taste? It's okay, just an ordinary compressed biscuit, not a transcendental ingredient. Then try this green quality chocolate, after eating it, see what attributes increase. My attributes are too high, eating it would be a waste. Jia Baoyu was slightly taken aback, feeling shocked by Suyu's understated statement. Is this even human speech? However, he was not someone who couldn't see the logic, since Suyu brought the benefits to him, he naturally smiled and accepted it. A moment later, seeing Jia Baoyu finish the chocolate, Suyu asked again. How was it? It increased the mental attribute, but a rare one-time increase of 0.2 points. Jia Baoyu replied truthfully. Suyu nodded, he was well aware of the effects of high-energy chocolate, letting Jia Baoyu eat a piece was just to clarify the news and also to test the reliability of Jia Baoyu's words. He picked up another bottle. Yalan language capsule, purple. Description: Yalan is one of the languages used by ancient gods to communicate with mortals. Later, alchemists, aiming to decipher these languages, teamed up with arcane scholars to create a magical capsule that allows people to quickly learn a language. Hidden hint 1, after use, one can quickly master the Yalan language to a proficient level. Hidden hint 2, edible, after first use, mental plus 0.1, this effect is invalid for individuals with mental greater than or equal to 6. Good foreign language skills, foreign languages must be learned. Suyu looked at the prompt in front of him, instantly feeling the glass bottle in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. If this Yalan language capsule only had the function of quickly learning a language, he might not be so excited. But since this thing can also enhance mental attributes, then he must eat it. He immediately opened the glass bottle and, together with a sip of pure water, swallowed the capsule straight down his throat. The next moment, a wealth of knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. This language is quite complex, I don't know if I can use this to communicate smoothly with the person caught by Brother G and the others. In Suyu's heart, 10,000 thoughts flashed by. When he came back to his senses, he saw Jia Baoyu staring at him. He smiled, and pointed at the empty glass bottle. Inside this is a capsule that can quickly learn the native language. Brother G and the others just caught a native over there. After I go back, I plan to see if I can use this native language to talk. Jia Baoyu nodded, his face a little heavy, as if he was digesting the huge amount of information in these words. Suyu did not add anything unnecessary, and instead opened his own attribute page. Name, Suyu. Profession, believer of truth, heretic/believer. Spirit, 3.6, Strength, 2.2, Constitution, 3.0, Speed, 2.2. Inspiration, 1.9/3.6. Holy Grace, 2.6/3.6. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream Entering the Roaming Lodge LV1. Special Status, Minor Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy. Sure enough, the Spirit attribute had increased by 0.1 point. Suyu closed the page in a good mood, and picked up the damaged kerosene lamp. He looked at Jia Baoyu, and spoke out his intention. I don't want these high-energy chocolates and compressed biscuits. Right now I need a kerosene lamp. How about this lamp belongs to me? Later I will make up the price difference of 3,000 units of basic supplies for everyone. I have no objection. Jia Baoyu gave the same reply as last time. This kerosene lamp has a market price as high as 1,000 units of basic supplies, but it basically belongs to a state of having a price but no market. But green quality extraordinary ingredients are different. As early as 1 week ago, the unit price of green quality extraordinary ingredients floated between 300 units and 600 units of basic supplies. In these days, it rose with the tide, and the price was not fixed at about 5 to 600 units of basic supplies. Calculated like this, the market price of high-energy chocolate is about 1,000 to 1,200 units of basic supplies, and the market price is about the same as the kerosene lamp. Plus, high-energy chocolate can actually be turned into combat power in those compressed biscuits. When actually calculated, Suyu did not take too big an advantage. Making up 3,000 units of basic supplies can be said to be very generous. Of course, all these thoughts of Jiabaoyu were only built on the information he already knew. If he also knew the hidden hints of asphalt coupling agent and Aaron language capsule, he would probably completely change his thoughts. Very soon, the two kerosene lamps fused together. Suyu picked up his own initial kerosene lamp, and a large piece of text prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Kerosene lamp, purple. Introduction, your initial kerosene lamp, with almost endless evolution potential. Burnable time, 5 days 20 hours, 700 milliliters per 900 milliliters. Hidden hint 1, collect and fuse other survivors' kerosene lamps to strengthen the kerosene lamp. Hidden hint 2, after the total capacity of the kerosene lamp reaches 1000 milliliters, it can break through to orange quality. Hidden hint 3, can consume 500 milliliters of kerosene to pray to the believed god, spirit attribute plus 0.1, this effect requires owning a prayer room themed dungeon where the extraordinary profession is believer in subsequent advancement, cooldown time is 1 week. Hidden hint 4, can consume 500 milliliters of kerosene to temper equipment, with a high probability to raise equipment quality and reset the maximum enchantment slots, this effect requires the highest quality of equipment to be lower than the quality of the kerosene lamp, cooldown time is 1 day. Still short of 2 kerosene lamps. Suyu touched his chin. Right now, his initial kerosene lamp was only 100 milliliters capacity away from rising to orange quality. In his heart, he was even a little impatient already. But this matter could not be rushed after all. He shook his head, then turned around with Jiabaoyu and began to return to the upper platform. Another half-hour later, he heard strange Aaron language curses from far away. Damn outsiders, how dare you treat me like this? Do you not know that my father is the king of the whole island? Treating me like this, you will surely suffer the punishment of the god. And along with these strange acts and Aaron language curses, from time to time there were dull sounds of whipping. Suyu could not help but quicken his steps. Very soon, as he stepped onto the last stair, a bruised and swollen face. The weak, bound and still shouting young indigenous man with high cheekbones appeared before their eyes. Stranger, you will regret this. My father will offer your hearts to the great god Tindan. I advise you to behave. Your Tindan god won't come to save you, but we can really kill you. The young indigenous man froze. He looked up at Suyu in disbelief, then tentatively asked in Aaron language. Can you understand what I'm saying? Of course I can. Now tell me, what's your name, and why did you ambush my 2 companions? Suyu replied fluently in Aaron language. Stranger, you've invaded our home, you all should be sacrificed to the god Tindan. Suyu immediately gave up on further conversation. Since this indigenous man didn't listen, it was time to communicate through force. He then turned to Ji Haiyang. Bro, give him another beating. This guy isn't being honest, not saying anything and insulting us, saying he's going to sacrifice us to their god. Suyu, you can understand their words? Ji Haiyang asked, surprised. Suyu nodded, then looked at Jiabaoyu. Jiabaoyu immediately understood and began explaining for Suyu. When we opened the treasure chest earlier, we found a capsule for an indigenous language. Brother Su ate it, so he should be able to understand. Oh, so that's how it is. Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing nodded, their expressions showing that it made sense now. Immediately, Ji Haiyang picked up a whip and started striking again. Ah! Ah! The young indigenous man with high cheekbones screamed in pain, waving his hands wildly, quickly begging for mercy. Stop! Stop! I'll talk. Suyu was not surprised by this. He had seen many who weren't afraid of death, but he had never seen one who wasn't afraid of pain. As the indigenous man's cries grew louder, Suyu patted Ji Haiyang. Brother Ji, let's stop for a moment. Ji Haiyang complied and stopped whipping. Suyu took 2 steps forward and asked again in Aaron language. Tell me, what's your name, and why did you ambush us? My name is Fred Allen, this is the territory of our tribe, I was just planning to come back and take a look. The indigenous man glanced nervously at the whipping Ji Haiyang's hand before slowly answering. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This indigenous man named Fred was still not being honest. He had come up with such a flimsy excuse, clearly not enough of a beating yet. He turned again to Ji Haiyang. Keep hitting. I'm not lying to you, this mountain is the territory of our white-headed eagle tribe. I just wanted to go up and take a look, Fred seemed to understand the tone of Suyu's words and, just as he was anxiously trying to explain in Aaron, he was hit again. Did you search his belongings? Suyu watched Fred tumble back to the ground, then turned to Wang Jing to ask. No, we were afraid he might have some infectious diseases. Wang Jing shook his head. Then search him. Suyu gave a firm order. Wang Jing, if you don't want to watch, you can turn away. After a moment of thought, Wang Jing silently turned his head, while Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu began to search Fred's body. Soon, the indigenous man was stripped down to nothing, his dark hands instinctively covering his front, his nails filled with dirt, looking very pitiful. But the most eye-catching thing was the white-headed eagle tattoo on the indigenous man's back. The tattoo was colorful, delicate, and exquisite, still vibrant and eye-catching even on his filthy back, clearly created with skilled tattooing techniques. I found something. Jia Baoyu excitedly waved a purple brush in his hand. It's really thanks to Brother Su, you have a way. Indeed, there is something hidden in this native, and it's a special item. Suyu took the brush that Jia Baoyu was waving and suddenly, a large block of text appeared before his eyes. Purple Evil Brush, Special. Description, a gift from the deity to the followers, containing special powers that cannot be used by outsiders. Hidden Hint 1, used to draw the airdrop coordinates on the 5th day of the map of island number 00096. Hidden Hint 2, survivors cannot use it. Airdrop coordinates are actually drawn by someone? Suyu instantly felt as if his worldview had been shattered, but then, he immediately understood many things. No wonder the upper platform they were on had the airdrop coordinates for the 3rd day, while the mountain top higher up had nothing. It turned out the native before him hadn't gotten around to drawing it yet. He took a deep breath and, with as much calmness as he could muster, smiled and waved the brush at Fred. Can we talk now? The item that draws the airdrop coordinates is lost by you, and I believe that even if you go back, it won't do you any good. Fred's face instantly changed colors from green to purple, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. What do you want to ask? How many natives like you are there, and where are they? Also, where are the other airdrop coordinates? I can't. Fred habitually began to speak, but quickly swallowed the words, and instead began spitting out information like pouring candy. There are 2 tribes on the island. Our White Eagle tribe has over 2,000 people, and the Double-Headed Eagle tribe has over 1,000. Whenever you outsiders come, we follow the divine decree of the god of Tiandan and temporarily hide underground. Except for messengers like me, responsible for drawing the divine maps, everyone else can only come out on the 7th day. Suyu nodded without showing any emotion, but his heart was already in turmoil. Fred's words contained a lot of information. From what he said, it seemed that this island had not seen its first batch of survivors. But without a doubt, all the survivors from Earth had crossed over just 14 days ago. If Fred wasn't lying, it meant there were survivors from other worlds in the dark dungeon as well. At this thought, Suyu sized Fred up and slowly asked the question on his mind. How many waves of survivors like us has your island encountered before? Fred scratched his head, uncertain, and replied. At least a dozen times. My father said, even when he was a child, you outsiders had already come. Suyu nodded. He understood that this native wouldn't provide him with any concrete answers. He pondered for a moment before asking another question that had been on his mind. You just said that your people hide underground. Why not take advantage of the fact that we survivors are unaware and launch a sneak attack? Is it because you can't defeat you and your friends? Fred suddenly forced a smile and flattered Suyu. Suyu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this young native with high cheekbones to be capable of flattery. But clearly, this flattery didn't cause him to let his guard down, so he just continued staring at Fred and once again asked his question, slowly and deliberately. I'm asking, why don't you sneak attack? Fred's smile froze on his face. Seeing that Suyu wasn't going to back down, he reluctantly answered. They can't come out. Hiding underground is the will of the god of Tiandan. If anyone comes out early, they will be burned to ashes by the sunlight and moonlight. The moonlight can burn the natives? Suyu's first reaction was that Fred might want to get whipped again. But after thinking about it carefully, it actually made sense. If these natives could act recklessly all the time, then he should have heard the relevant information in the map chat channel yesterday. Just as he was thinking, a curious voice from Ji Haiyang came over. Suyu, what did this guy just say? Suyu turned his head and saw Jia Baoyu also looking at him with curiosity, obviously interested in his and Fred's conversation in Aran language. He just mentioned the number of indigenous people on the island. There are 2 tribes with a total of more than 3,000 people, but they can only break the rules and come out from the underground on the 7th day. Suyu simply relayed the information he had just obtained. What? There are indigenous people on this island? Wang Jing, who had been facing away from everyone, exclaimed in surprise, then turned around, showing an expression of disbelief. Yes, that's true. Suyu confirmed the information again. He knew that Wang Jing surely didn't believe it. After all, this information was not included in her talent skill, premonition. But given the current situation, it seemed that the secrets of the island had surpassed the limits of premonition. Seeing Wang Jing's skeptical expression, Suyu wanted to comfort her, but considering there were more important things to do, he had to suppress that thought and look at Fred again. He had not forgotten the core question he initially asked. You still haven't answered my last question. Aside from the 2 locations beside us and on the mountaintop, where are the other airdrop coordinates? The locations of the God-given lands on even days are selected by the 2-headed eagle tribe. I don't know the specific locations, but they usually like to paint them in the village ancestral hall. If you're asking about the location of the God-given land on the first day, it's at the foot of the mountain. Oh. Suyu nodded. That made sense. With 2 indigenous tribes on the island, each tribe occupied a portion of the airdrop coordinate location, which was reasonable. And knowing the approximate location made things easier. He still had the close-up images he had obtained from the map chat channel yesterday. Once they arrived, they just needed to compare. At least he could secure one day's airdrop coordinate location. Suyu was feeling pleased when he suddenly frowned and looked at Fred again. Fred had spoken quite completely, but he had left out the airdrop coordinate for the 7th day, and combined with the information that the indigenous people could come out from underground on the 7th day, he suddenly had a bad feeling. What about the 7th day? The location on the 7th day will be drawn by us. The gods will choose their own location. Fred answered honestly. Suyu nodded quietly. He had initially thought of securing the airdrops for all 7 days, but now it seemed impossible. By the 7th day, he would have to find an easily defensible hiding spot, or else he might not even know how he died. You lead the way now. Go to the first airdrop coordinate. I can't do that. Please let me draw the God-given land at the mountaintop first, or the clan elders will kill me. A visible panic appeared on Fred's face. If you don't take us there, we will kill you right now. Suyu threatened calmly. Fred's request seemed like a fanciful dream to him. It was already past 10 o'clock, and there were less than 2 hours until the first airdrop appeared. If they went down the mountain now, they could take position an hour early, but if they let the indigenous people go up to the cliff top to draw the pattern, there would definitely not be enough time, only adding to the complications. Fred's complexion changed repeatedly. Finally, he lowered his head helplessly, even not daring to show any dissatisfaction. After all, although he was about to face the pursuit of the clan elders, these foreign strangers would gain at least 3 God-given treasure chests. The situation is stronger than the person. Can a captive dare to be dissatisfied? If an outsider is willing to use him, that's his good fortune. I promise you, but after you get the divine gift, you must let me come back to draw the patterns. Okay. Suyu nodded. Even if Fred doesn't bring it up, he will still make Fred draw the airdrop coordinates later, otherwise the airdrop on the 5th day will still be up in the air. He turned to look at the 3 people, Ji Haiyang and the others, who had been patiently waiting for a long time. Let's go. Where to? Down the mountain. This native knows the location of today's airdrop. To be exact, the airdrop location on odd-numbered days is always handled by their tribe. The 3 of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. Since he had already walked halfway down the mountain path, Suyu was quite familiar with it this time. Just as he was guessing what good things might be inside the airdrop chest, Wang Jing came over. Is that native's pen used to draw the coordinates for the 5th day's airdrop? Of course. Suyu nodded, slightly confused. Does he handle all the airdrop coordinates for odd-numbered days? Wang Jing didn't seem to notice Suyu's change in expression and continued to ask. Hearing this, Suyu was suddenly a bit surprised. He didn't expect Wang Jing to think of this layer even without much information. Although slightly off, it was still pretty close. As his thoughts turned, he nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. What are you trying to say? I was browsing the chat history of the map channel yesterday, and I found someone had posted another hexagram formation located at a village. Wang Jing said softly. However, Suyu shook his head. He knew what Wang Jing wanted to say. He probably wanted to ask the person about the airdrop coordinates corresponding to that blood-red hexagram formation. Suyu had thought of this a few hours ago, but as time passed, he gradually gave up on the idea. After all, the person on the other side wasn't a fool. By now, they must have realized that the hexagram formation was the airdrop coordinates. As long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't reveal it. I saw it too, but this person has been refusing my friend request. I'm already looking for other ways. He just added me as a friend. Wang Jing seemed a bit surprised but hesitated to explain her situation. Hearing this, Suyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Ji Haiyang, who was keeping watch behind, asked. It's nothing major. I'll stay at the back. Brother Ji, you take the native and go ahead. We'll talk more when we reach the foot of the mountain. Oh. Ji Haiyang nodded and didn't ask further, moving past the 2 and continuing down the mountain. Suyu then opened the system panel. In the friends section, there was suddenly an additional name and a private message. Jiang Bo, friend, if you want the specific airdrop coordinates, bring an item worth 5,000 units of basic materials to exchange. Don't be a freeloader. Clearly, this Jiang Bo was the person who had posted the airdrop coordinates in the map chat channel yesterday. Suyu didn't reply but closed the page and looked at Wang Jing. Did Jiang Bo also offer you the exchange of 5,000 units of basic materials for the coordinates? Wang Jing nodded. As expected. Suyu felt a wave of admiration for Jiang Bo. He was sure that at least 100 people had seen the map image posted in the chat channel last night. In such a case, even if only a few people reacted, Jiang Bo wouldn't be able to keep the airdrop coordinates secret. But under such circumstances, Jiang Bo still came up with such a bold move, directly selling the information to anyone who figured it out and charging an entry fee. He was truly a bold and genius character. What should we do? Should we gather 5,000 units of basic materials to exchange for the coordinates? Wang Jing asked softly. Or, I could directly use my talent skill to determine an even-numbered airdrop coordinate. Then think of a way to grab a native and find out the positions of the other even-numbered sky airdrop coordinates? Her thinking was very complete, clearly spoken only after deep and careful thought. But Suyu shook his head. No need at all. Wang Jing froze for a moment. Keep your talent skill for now, and use it tomorrow to predict the position of the 7th sky airdrop coordinate. As Suyu spoke, he lifted his head and looked at the sun in the sky. On this wild island, there were many moons at night, but in the daytime there was only one sun, no different from before on Earth. As for the location of that village, that native will take us there in a while. Shock beyond expectation appeared on Wang Jing's face, as if she was saying how Suyu forced so much information out of the native's mouth. Suyu was naturally very satisfied with this. Wang Jing was very smart, but in the end she still suffered from the loss of unequal information. He had no intention of explaining to Wang Jing. He only left one light sentence, then turned and walked down the mountain without looking back. Let's go. We should hurry too. If we don't reach the position on time, that would be bad. Chapter 121 God-Given Treasure Chest. At the foot of the mountain, a plain. The bare black soil shone with a fine glow under the sunlight. In the distance, a few sparse clumps of wild grass were scattered on the soil. The light green stems held tiny broken flowers, and when the wind passed, they swayed gently. Suyu looked at Fred in the middle of the team, the meaning in his eyes needing no words. Fred cooperatively pointed to a fruit tree standing abruptly not far away. Right under the tree. Suyu looked in that direction and saw thick branches stretching strongly toward the sky, yet there was not a single fruit, only a few leaves rustling in the wind. He turned his head and looked at Ji Haiyang and the other two beside him. You three watch him. I'll go under the tree to check if it's real or fake. After speaking, he stepped forward dozens of steps and walked under the tree to search. Soon, large pieces of text prompts appeared before his eyes. Guiding coordinate, special. Introduction, a coordinate used to guide the dependents of the gods to drop down rewards. The power inside will be unsealed at a certain moment. Hidden hint 1, this coordinate will take effect in 15 minutes. It's real. As soon as the thought rose, he turned around and waved at the few people behind him. Very quickly, everyone arrived under the tree. After each person checked the truth one by one, and to be safe retreated to the edge of the tree's shade, they began to wait patiently. Taking advantage of this time, Suyu also put together the 4 synthesis parts and the asphalt coupling agent he had obtained earlier. The next moment, they gathered uncontrollably toward the center. The blue-green coupling liquid mist wrapped the equipment fragments and rolled violently, melting away. As the light burst wildly, a heavy dark shadow gradually took shape. After several minutes, the light scattered, and a huge shield as tall as half a person fell steadily to the ground. Extreme Cold Storm, Orange. Durability, 35. Weight, 25. Entry 1, Extreme Cold Will, when holding this weapon in battle, all attributes plus 0.1. This effect is partially invalid for any holder with any attribute greater than or equal to 9. Entry 2, Charging Shield, for every 1 point of Inspiration/Holy Grace/Blood Chi/Mana attribute injected, shield durability plus 1. A maximum of 10 points can be injected. Entry 3, Shield of Ice and Snow, each time the shield is used to block an enemy attack or after taking damage, reduce the enemy's 0.1 speed attribute. Can stack 3 layers? Entry 4, Storm Pulse, release all stored Inspiration/Holy Grace/Blood Chi/Mana attributes at one time, erupting a long-range storm sword energy slash toward the front area. Power depends on the total attributes released. Entry 5, Holy Relic Heaven Given, this weapon can be bound by dripping 100 milliliters of blood. After binding, others cannot use it. Good thing. Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up fiercely. It could only be said that this extreme cold storm truly deserved to require 4 equipment parts and 1 bottle of asphalt coupling agent to synthesize. It almost perfectly inherited all the entries of the four parts, and its strength completely matched this complex synthesis path. A full 35 points of durability. Even if someone held a hunting gun and shot at close range, it still could not be pierced. If you add the 10 points of sturdiness granted by the energy storage from the word entry, even the cold-blooded evil axe would find it difficult to break through. What's more outrageous is that this thing actually has a plus 0.1 to all attributes, and when combined with the attribute that slows down enemies when attacked in a one-time sword energy skill, it can truly be called a lifesaver. He immediately followed the usual routine, pulled out a small knife, relaxed his muscles, and made a small cut on his wrist with force. Once he finished all this, King Jing's curious voice finally rang out beside him. "What quality is this shield?" "Orange Legendary." Suyu said this while making a gesture, indicating for King Jing to feel the large shield himself. However, he then heard a scream. 25 points of weight, who can lift this? Your constitution attribute is already above 2.5? King Jing first looked surprised, then as if realizing something, turned to Suyu with disbelief all over his face. Suyu slightly nodded. "It's exceeded a bit, but with this shield equipped, I can't use the axe anymore, so it will still be some time before I can use it." "Brother Su, you are amazing. With an orange quality weapon, there's probably no one on this deserted island map who can threaten you." Beside him, Jia Baoyu was equally full of admiration, even showing a hint of envy in his eyes. Let alone orange quality equipment, he didn't even have a single piece of purple quality equipment on him now. Earlier, he did have a purple quality long sword for a short time, but that had long been sold to obtain a transcendent job change scroll for his son. I think not only that, Suyu's constitution attribute is so high that even without this legendary shield, there aren't many opponents on the deserted island. Ji Haiyang also generously praised Suyu. Where? Suyu humbly responded a couple of times, quite flattered. However, he didn't forget the most important task right now, quickly focusing his attention on the transparent hexagram array. 5 minutes later, a world system prompt suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Ding, the first random airdrop of this map has landed, hurry to seize it. As the system prompt fell, a blazing white light came down from the sky and crashed down like a silver pillar, hitting the transparent hexagram array beside them. A few seconds later, the light faded, and the originally transparent hexagram array suddenly lit up with a rich purple glow. Then, the patterns in the glow twirled back to life, and a treasure chest embedded with dark golden patterns appeared out of thin air, steadily materializing in the center of the hexagram array. Damn it! Suyu was the first to react to this grand spectacle. Hurry, open the treasure chest and grab the items, we need to leave. This treasure chest has such a big effect when it emerges, if we don't leave now, we'll be surrounded. As soon as he finished speaking, the others beside him finally woke up from their stupor, except for Jia Baoyu, who was guarding Fred, and they all hurried to the treasure chest. Suyu, taking the lead, directly reached out to feel the indentation on top of the treasure chest. Low-level divine gift treasure chest, orange. Description: a high-quality treasure chest that randomly spawns in the dark dungeon, capable of producing several items corresponding to the level. Hidden hint 1, this treasure chest contains 1 second stage transcendent job scroll blind box, 1 fourth stage transcendent job scroll puzzle blind box, 1 black truffle, 1 premium fish roe, 1 juniper berry, 1 storm greatsword, 1 critical strike gloves, 1 armor piercing light bow. Hidden hint 2, this treasure chest cannot be opened directly, it will automatically open after placing a palm in the indentation for 5 minutes. Hidden hint 3, this treasure chest cannot be upgraded. Hidden hint 4, this treasure chest can only be opened by survivors. Suyu took a sharp breath. It was the first time he had seen an orange quality treasure chest. A total of 8 items, far exceeding his initial expectations. At the same time, the hidden hints of the treasure chest answered many of his previous doubts. No wonder the natives here know very well that survivors will come here every certain period. But not keeping the treasure and taking what is in the treasure chest for himself, it turns out that this thing can only be opened by survivors. The only problem is that this thing actually requires the fingerprint to be placed on it for a full 5 minutes. If you don't prepare an ambush in advance, or if someone nearby maliciously wants to fight for it, it's almost like exposing a flaw and sending yourself to death. What's wrong? Can't open it? On the side, Ji Haiyang, seeing Suyu's delay in action, couldn't help but ask in confusion. It needs a fingerprint pressed on it for 5 minutes. Suyu stated the restriction. Ji Haiyang instantly showed a look of realization. It was that native who told you, right? Don't worry, we will guard around you. After saying this, he and Wang Jing began to keep watch on either side. Chapter 122, Black Truffles and Premium Caviar. After 5 minutes, the mechanism inside the treasure chest made a click. Suyu opened the treasure chest and found it filled to the brim. Boxes, ingredients, weapons. A total of 8 items dazzled the eyes. Now, not only Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing gathered around, even Jia Baoyu, who was guarding Fred, swapped his work for a string and a fruit tree. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Suyu calmly picked up one of the blind boxes. Second tier extraordinary career scroll blind box, green. Description: a blind box that can open a random second tier extraordinary career transfer scroll. Perhaps it should be opened by someone with higher luck attribute. Hidden hint 1. This blind box has a 10% chance of opening the corresponding user's second tier career in the extraordinary sequence. Hidden hint 2. For every 1 point of luck attribute the user has, the probability of getting the corresponding sequence career increases by 1%. What is this thing? Wang Jing could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked before Suyu could speak. Second tier career blind box, see who wants it. Suyu handed the blind box to the center of the three. This thing was not very useful for him, he was already a second tier career believer of truth. Instead of gambling on a small probability to get the priest career, it was better to take more extraordinary ingredients. The three looked at each other, and they all saw a spark in each other's eyes. Suyu didn't care about the second tier career, but they did care a lot. At present, the rules of the Dark Dungeon are quite clear. Every world activity will open a first tier extraordinary career. If they don't successfully advance to the second tier this time, they will face greater pressure next time. Suyu naturally didn't have the mood to care about how they discussed. Seeing them hesitate, he directly placed the blind box in the middle and picked up the next blind box. Fourth tier extraordinary career scroll puzzle blind box, purple. Description: a blind box that can open a random fourth tier extraordinary career transfer scroll puzzle. Hidden hint 1. This blind box is purely random. Hidden hint 2. The total number of pieces for the fourth tier extraordinary career transfer scroll puzzle is fixed at 4. Puzzle pieces? Suyu immediately recalled the weapon master transfer scroll he had obtained earlier. This thing was also of little significance to him, it belonged to the pretentious kind, not very meaningful. Let alone he still didn't know what the fourth tier career corresponding to the believer of truth sequence was. Even if he knew, he couldn't afford to be extravagant by stacking small probabilities with blind box pieces. He looked up at the three, and saw that the previous blind box had already found its owner. Ji Haiyang was frowning while holding a parchment scroll. Seeing this situation, Suyu guessed the outcome. He was about to say a few comforting words when unexpectedly Ji Haiyang handed over the parchment scroll. What does this mean? Suyu took the parchment scroll in confusion, and the text prompt suddenly emerged. Warrior career transfer scroll, green. Effect: a special certificate used to transfer to the second tier extraordinary career warrior, automatically disappears after use. Description: the warrior is the most basic and balanced physical profession. Pure destructive power and simple job requirements make the warrior profession endure for a long time. Usage restriction: Strength 2.5, Constitution 2.5. Prerequisite profession: soldier. Extraordinary material: Obsidian *1. Job change ritual: equip weapons and armor that contain obsidian components. Now Suyu became even more confused. As far as he knew, Ji Haiyang was the soldier profession, and the weapon in his hand and the plate armor on his body should also have obsidian enchantment, so why did he frown after drawing the corresponding advanced profession? Could it be that he wanted to advance to another second-tier profession, but soldier was not like apprentice, that corresponded to many sequences, it should only be able to advance to warrior? Ji Haiyang seemed to see Suyu's confusion, and then pointed at Wang Jing. This is the scroll opened by Miss Wang. Suyu suddenly understood, and then waved his hand. You discuss it yourselves, I will not participate. He would never get involved in this kind of matter that was destined to offend both sides. I do not mean that, I want you and Boss Jia to witness it. I will not participate in the remaining things, my share will be transferred to Miss Wang. That is fine. Suyu nodded, and when he saw Ji Haiyang take the scroll and a piece of obsidian to one side and close his eyes, he waved the second blind box at the remaining two people. Fourth tier extraordinary profession puzzle. According to my understanding, each profession puzzle has 4 pieces. Which one of you two wants it? I want it. Wang Jing's tone was full of happiness. Suyu heard this and handed the blind box over, then picked up 3 kinds of extraordinary ingredients at once. Black truffle, blue. Introduction: a wild edible fungus, with unique flavor, rich in protein, musky smell. Hidden hint 1, edible, first consumption strength plus 0.2, this effect is partially invalid for individuals with strength greater than or equal to 3. Top grade fish roe, blue. Introduction: caviar produced from deep-sea fish, carrying multiple flavors of cream, nuts, and seaweed, rich taste, long aftertaste. Hidden hint 1, edible, first consumption speed plus 0.2, this effect is partially invalid for individuals with speed greater than or equal to 3. Juniper berry, blue. Introduction: one of the key spices for making gin, fresh and with woody fragrance. Hidden hint 1, edible, first consumption constitution plus 0.2, this effect is partially invalid for individuals with constitution greater than or equal to 3. Good stuff. Suyu's eyes lit up in an instant. If it were blue ingredients that increased spirit attribute and constitution attribute, he would not even look at them, but now he actually met ones that increased speed attribute and strength attribute, so he naturally would not choose to miss them. He immediately placed the glass bottles containing black truffle and top-grade fish roe beside himself, then pointed at the treasure chest that still had many things inside. I want these two, the remaining juniper berry and the 3 weapons you two divide by yourselves. For this, Wang Jing and Jia Baoyu nodded, and then leaned to the treasure chest and discussed sentence by sentence. But at this moment Suyu obviously could not care about the two of them. Accompanied by chewing like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, he felt his whole body suddenly become much lighter. Name, Suyu. Profession, believer of truth, heretic, / believer. Spirit, 3.6, Strength, 2.4, Constitution, 3.0, Speed, 2.4. Inspiration, 1.8 / 3.6. Holy Grace, 2.6 / 3.6. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Smelting Metal LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream Entering the Vast Lodge LV1. Special Status, Slight Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy. Chapter 123 Blood Chi Essence. Suyu admired his attribute panel that was becoming stronger and stronger for a while. After he closed the panel, Jia Baoyu and Wang Jing had already divided the remaining 3 weapons, Ji Haiyang had also completed the advancement, and at this moment his face was full of happiness. Let's go up the mountain, I promised you to let you finish drawing the hexagram magic array. As Suyu spoke he untied Fred's rope, but saw the other party reply carefully. Then after I finish drawing the God-given pattern, can you let me go? Let you go? Of course I can, but you must wait until you help us find the airdrop location of the double-headed eagle tribe, and after you make enough contribution for me. Suyu patted Fred's shoulder. I promise right away. Then it's a deal. Thank you so much. Fred immediately felt overjoyed. He hadn't expected Suyu to agree so quickly. And Suyu was also very satisfied. He didn't intend to break his word, he just left himself an exit as a precaution. If Fred really worked for them for 7 days, letting him go wouldn't be impossible. In other words, releasing Fred wasn't something that couldn't be done, but rather something to be done slowly, step by step, with a plan. It couldn't be done blindly, but precisely, scientifically, and efficiently, with strategy. Involving experienced people, having capable ones take the lead, and using professional strength to help, while also being flexible in special situations. It was best to handle things specifically according to the situation. Anyway, it wasn't something that wouldn't be done. The journey was silent, and time flew by. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the group successfully returned to the spot where they had camped last night. Suyu untied Fred's hands, allowing him to draw the airdrop hexagram. At first, he was still wary that Fred might secretly play tricks, but after Fred finished drawing, he personally checked it with hidden prompts and confirmed that Fred hadn't done anything sneaky before he finally relaxed. Didn't expect this native to be quite honest. Suyu thought to himself, then led the group to turn back and started heading down the mountain. According to Fred's directions, the village of the 2-headed eagle tribe was on the south side of the island, while they were on the White Eagle Cliff in the middle of the island. In other words, after they descended, they still had to walk halfway across the island to the south, which was about 30 kilometers away. But fortunately, after Wang Jing ate the juniper berry, her physical attributes had significantly improved. By the time the sun set, she was only sweating heavily and didn't show signs of exhaustion. Let's rest for a while. Seeing the dusk spread across the sky, the evening glow unfolded like brocade, Suyu called for everyone to temporarily stop. He now realized another difficulty in the airdrop plan: the distances between airdrop coordinates were just too far. Even if you knew all the airdrop coordinates, without good physical stamina, it would be hard to rush ahead of everyone. For example, right now, even though the group could still barely hold up, they looked quite disheveled, sweating and weary, no one was spared from the exhaustion. Just as Suyu was considering whether to set up a temporary base for Wang Jing to rest on the way, a figure suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Suyu quickly looked up and saw a tall, thin young survivor coming towards them boldly with a long knife in hand. Stop, or we'll have to treat you as an enemy. At the command, the young man didn't even stop but continued walking straight toward them, even raising the long knife higher. Suyu understood at once. This young man had bad intentions and clearly saw them as easy targets. He asked with a slightly odd expression, "You want to fight with us?" Survivors fighting, one side dies, sounds so sweet, doesn't it? The young man chuckled, as if he had already decided the outcome in his mind. We've all participated in 2-world events, how could there still be people as naive as you? The theme of the Dark Dungeon is to humiliate the weak with the strong. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man's face suddenly collided with the ground. Ugh, how is this possible? He struggled to get up, and his gaze toward Suyu and the others had changed from greed to deep fear. On the other side, Suyu shook his head in disappointment. He had originally thought this tall, thin young man was someone who had been lying in ambush for them, but now it seemed like he had only decided to attack because of their weary appearance. You talked a lot. The theme of the dark dungeon is the strong humiliating the weak, so just stay quietly in the ground. After saying this, Suyu suddenly increased the release level of his spiritual pressure skill. Creak creak. Accompanied by the grating sound, the tall and thin young man was unexpectedly crushed by the soil beneath him, blood and flesh mixing as he was driven into the ground like a large green onion. Blood splattered everywhere, chunks of meat flew around. Fortunately, a few people were relatively far away, so they were not stained. At this moment, the tall and thin young man was clearly more in a dazed state, with little breath left. Suyu took out the cold blood-killing axe and swiftly ended the young man's life. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 000-011-4514, you have successfully defeated survivor number 356-381-5796. Detecting that you are part of a team, all the resources of the loser will become team loot and be distributed uniformly after the survival ends. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Suyu paid little attention, only looking at the cold blood-killing axe in his hand. It can only be said that the cold blood-killing axe is indeed extraordinary. After killing someone, there wasn't a single drop of blood on the blade, no cleaning was even needed. Cold blood-killing axe, orange. Sharpness, 40. Weight, 12. Bound to, Suyu. Blood essence, 13/100. Entry 1, Breaking Evil Killing Axe, when attacking, can infuse magic/purity/inspiration/blood essence attributes, dealing 120% killing damage based on sharpness. Entry 2, Destroying Star Apocalyptic Axe, this weapon can ignore 30% of enemy defenses and inflicts bleeding effect. Entry 3, Heart of Slaughter, this weapon can absorb a certain amount of blood essence with each kill, upon accumulating 100 points of blood essence, it will increase the holder's strength by 0.1, effect only for individuals with strength 9. Entry 4, Cold Iron Ice Axe, this weapon can slightly reduce enemy speed by 0.1 with each attack, stacking up to 5 layers. Entry 5, Divine Gift, this weapon can bind with a drop of 100 ml blood, others cannot use it after binding. 13 points of blood essence, not bad, more than I originally thought. Suyu looked at the changes on the weapon panel and silently nodded in his heart. Although 13 points of blood essence doesn't seem much, it's not even enough to meet the requirement to increase strength by a 1/10. But after all, this is a deserted island map, over time, he will need to kill more and more. Chapter 124, Dried Meat and Silver Apples. Suyu's actions did not cause much of a reaction. Although the few people in the team usually got along harmoniously, they were all outstanding survivors who emerged from the death arena a week ago, so they naturally would not be shocked by someone being driven into the ground like a green onion. However, at Suyu's suggestion, everyone decided to set off again ahead of schedule. After all, with this incident, there was a sense of bad luck lingering in the air. Along the way, there was no conversation, and soon the sky was completely overcast. The night that had just crossed the horizon was dim and murky, turning the sky into a dark blue hue. The boundless plain was silent, without the chirping of insects or the howling of the wind, only the faint sounds of wolves howling in the distance and the footsteps of the team. Suyu methodically handed each team member a goblin grease torch, and with the torches and the moonlight, the surroundings were relatively bright. Do you think carrying such bright torches at night will attract any monsters? Wang Jing suddenly spoke, listening to the occasional howls in the distance. Isn't that better? If we kill the monsters, we can at least earn some basic resources, and maybe even get some extraordinary ingredients. Suyu casually replied. Although he hadn't encountered any monsters that produced extraordinary ingredients in the dark dungeon over the past half-month, there were indeed many survivors among the billions who had obtained extraordinary ingredients from monsters. Just from what he saw in the chat channel, there were dozens of examples. If there really are monsters willing to supply him with the ingredients to complete this unfinished achievement with their lives. He was so happy that he couldn't believe it. Exactly. Wang Jing nodded, she had only been talking to pass the time, and seeing Suyu respond this way, she stopped saying more. After a long journey, a cluster of buildings finally appeared in front of the group. This is the village of the double-headed eagle tribe. Most of the tribe's people are hiding underground now, so you can search with peace of mind. Fred stopped in front of the fence at the edge of the village and carefully said to Suyu. Suyu nodded. He felt that Fred was really great, he had rich survival experience on the deserted island, was mostly devoid of personal thoughts, and didn't require a share of the loot. If you add in his identity as a survivor, he could almost be considered the perfect teammate. But clearly, it was not the time to consider Fred's character. He exchanged glances with his 3 teammates and they entered the village one after another. Earlier in the afternoon, he and Wang Jing had sent the airdrop coordinate image to Jia Baoyu and Ji Haiyang. Even so, the 5 of them did not separate but chose to act together. The reason was simple, they could not be sure whether that survivor named Zhang Bo would be lying in wait here. If they were picked off one by one due to greed for efficiency, it would be a total loss. So after a brief discussion, the group remained in a line and decided to circle around the edge of the village to check for the real place. The paths in the village were winding and complex, the cobblestone road glimmered a faint grayish-white in the darkness, and the uneven edges jutted into the ground, stretching past one thatched house after another. The smell of the thatched houses rushed over, mingling with the wetness of the dirt and a faint hint of mildew. The group, using the light of the torches, compared the thatched houses on the road with the image, while carefully guarding against potential attackers that might emerge from any corner. But soon, Suyu stopped in front of a uniquely shaped thatched house. This thatched house was clearly larger than the others, and in the front yard, there were strips of dried meat hanging from a rack, their source unknown. This wouldn't be human flesh, would it? Wang Jing beside him swallowed hard, as she quickly thought of the information she had seen in the group chat last night. No, human fat is light yellow when dried. This dried meat was probably hunted by the natives. Ji Haiyang shook his head and reassured Wang Jing. That's good, that's good. Wang Jing patted her chest, then was startled, looking back at Ji Haiyang again. How do you know the color of human fat when dried? Ji Haiyang smiled but did not answer the question. Suyu could roughly guess the reason behind it, but at that moment, he did not have the mood to explain to Wang Jing. Instead, he walked directly to the strips of dried meat and reached out to touch them. After a moment, no text prompts appeared before him. Suyu shook his head slightly, not too disappointed. He turned to Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing and lightly commanded, "You two stay outside on guard. Jia Baoyu, come with me to search the inside." After saying this, Suyu took a couple of steps forward and pushed open the door, bending down to enter the thatched house. Inside the house, there were not many pieces of furniture, aside from a grass mat on the ground and a stone table in the corner, there was nothing else. But in the center of the grass mat, there was a bronze treasure chest. There's actually a treasure chest here? Jia Baoyu, who closely followed Suyu, opened his eyes wide. Suyu did not respond, he walked up to the treasure chest and extended his left hand. Survival treasure chest, blue. Description: a treasure chest that randomly spawns on the map, which can yield several items and materials of corresponding levels. The specific types of materials cannot be discerned. Chapter 125, Golden Apple. Silver apples? This familiar name instantly stirred Suyu's memories. He opened the treasure chest, and inside were 3 shining silver apples, 2 old oil lamps, and 1 bright golden apple. Picking up a silver apple, a text prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Silver apple, green. Description: an apple that looks like silver. Hidden hint 1, eating it increases spirit by 0.1, effective up to 3 times. This effect is invalid for individuals with spirit greater than or equal to 2. Hidden hint 2, can be cultivated, growth cycle is 36 days. TSK, it really is this thing. Suyu marveled, never expecting to encounter this extraordinary ingredient he had seen before. He still remembered that over a week ago, when he first obtained the silver apple, he intended to get rich through planting it and had given up the chance to enhance his spirit attribute for it. But he never thought that the speed of its cultivation was even slower than the progress in the dark dungeon. Now, while the green quality extraordinary ingredient was still rare in the eyes of ordinary survivors, it had already become useless for him. Brother Su, have you seen this kind of apple before? Jia Baoyu's eyes brightened, he clearly caught a different meaning from Suyu's words. I have indeed seen it. Suyu had no intention of hiding it. He pondered for a moment, slightly organized his thoughts, and then revealed all the information about the silver apple. This thing is a green quality extraordinary ingredient, it can increase spirit by 0.1 points, and each person can use it 3 times. If conditions allow, it can also be directly cultivated. I've planted one in my starting dungeon. It can be cultivated? Then wouldn't that mean? Jia Baoyu's eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. Suyu smiled and shook his head, directly dispelling Jia Baoyu's unrealistic thoughts. Don't think about it. I planted it on the 3rd day after entering the dark dungeon, and now the tree is only less than half a meter tall. It's still a long way from bearing fruit. By the time it matures, green quality extraordinary ingredients will probably be worthless. Alright then, looks like I'll just have to eat it. Jia Baoyu wasn't too disappointed and carefully tucked the 3 silver apples that Suyu handed him into his pocket. Seeing this, Suyu picked up the golden apple from the treasure chest. Golden apple, blue. Description: an apple that looks like gold. Hidden hint 1, eating it increases spirit by 0.1, effective up to 3 times. This effect is invalid for individuals with spirit greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 2, can be cultivated, growth cycle is 36 days. Sure enough, it was a blue quality ingredient, which was a bit regrettable. Suyu shook his head and also handed the golden apple to Jia Baoyu. This blue quality extraordinary ingredient, I suspect also boosts spirit, which is useless to me. You can discuss with Brother Ji and Wang Jing about how to split it, and I'll keep the remaining 2 oil lamps. Sure. Jia Baoyu nodded, unable to suppress a smile. Although being a slave was not a magic-type profession, the spirit attribute was undoubtedly very important. Having gained so many benefits, he immediately left the thatched hut without delay to discuss distribution with Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing. As for Su Yu, he took out his initial oil lamp. At this moment, his excitement was no less than Jia Baoyu's, in fact, it was even greater. Currently, his initial oil lamp had a capacity limit of 900 milliliters. As long as he merged these two old oil lamps in front of him, he could directly break through the 1000 milliliters capacity barrier. At that time, according to the hidden hint, the oil lamp would directly surpass the purple quality limit and leap to orange quality. Thinking of this, he hesitated no longer and placed all three oil lamps together. In an instant, the two broken oil lamps transformed into a thick liquid, completely merging into the original oil lamp body. The original oil lamp began to emit a faint golden glow from the inside out, its brass base shimmering as though dipped in molten gold, steadily supporting the glass lamp bowl, while the wick burned with a small orange flame, making the patterns on the lamp's body even more distinct. The halo spread with warmth, gently dispelling the darkness inside the straw hut, casting soft outlines that made it look like an Aladdin's lamp from a fairy tale, capable of granting 3 wishes. Su Yu reached out and picked up his original oil lamp. Oil lamp, orange. Description: your personal oil lamp, with nearly limitless evolution potential. Oil capacity, 700 milliliters per 1000 milliliters. Faith capacity, 0/1000. Burning duration, 29 days 4 hours. Hidden hint 1, collect infused purple quality or higher oil lamps to strengthen this personal oil lamp. Hidden hint 2, when the oil lamp reaches 1000 faith points and a total capacity of over 2000 milliliters, it can evolve into silver quality. Hidden hint 3, you can consume 500 milliliters of oil to pray to the gods, increasing your mental attribute by plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for holders with a mental attribute greater than or equal to 9, and has a cooldown of 1 day. Hidden hint 4, you can consume 500 milliliters of oil to refine equipment, raising its quality to orange and resetting the maximum enchantment slots. This effect has a cooldown of 1 day. Hidden hint 5, orange quality oil lamps can be used as core materials for the priest class. Hidden hint 6, this personal oil lamp is bound to Survivor Su Yu, ID 000-011-4514, and cannot be used by other survivors. Hiss. Su Yu sucked in a cold breath. This orange quality oil lamp was truly overpowered. Previously, purple and blue quality oil lamps did not change in burning duration, each 5 milliliters of oil could sustain the flame for 1 hour. But this orange oil lamp was different, it could burn for 1 hour per milliliter of oil, making its duration 5 times longer. If he were to face a powerful evil spirit attack in the future, the risk of running out of oil would be greatly reduced. Additionally, the cooldown time for refining mental attributes had been reduced from 1 week to 1 day, meaning he could increase his mental attribute every day as long as there was enough oil. Of course, this upgrade also came with an unexpected condition. I actually need a purple quality oil lamp or higher to continue upgrading the capacity. Looks like I won't be able to improve it any further for a while. Su Yu shook his head. Since entering the dark dungeon, he had yet to encounter a purple quality oil lamp. Any further upgrades would depend on luck. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about this. The newly upgraded oil lamp had an additional attribute that puzzled him even more. Faith value. Chapter 126, Faith Value. What is this faith value? Since entering the dark dungeon, Su Yu had encountered many attributes, from hidden ones like luck to derived attributes such as blood chi, magic power, and insight. He was somewhat familiar with them all. But this faith value, this was the first time he had ever heard of it. Fortunately, the text hint for faith value in the oil lamp was highlighted, so he didn't hesitate and directly focused on it with his mind. In the next moment, more text hints appeared before him. Faith value, a quantifiable divine power resource formed by the faith and offerings of followers. Higher tier oil lamps automatically absorb this energy slowly. Survivors who take on the priest class can store their holy attribute in the oil lamp, replenishing their own power in battle. After reading the long description, Su Yu immediately understood. For him, this could be seen as a supersized holy blessing attribute power bank. Originally, his holy blessing attribute was entirely linked to his mental attribute. At most, it is only 3.6 points. But with the orange quality kerosene lamp, he can completely put the extra, holy grace, attribute into the kerosene lamp ahead of time, allowing for ultra-long endurance in battle. Thinking of this, Su Yu could only sigh. It's so broken. A full 1000 points of belief value storage limit, as long as he accumulates enough on a daily basis, it's like having an infinite mana bar during a fight. However, although the infinite mana bar is strong, it's probably something only he can use among the entire survivor group at this stage. After all, an orange quality kerosene lamp is not something an ordinary survivor can aspire to. Just to increase the initial 120 milliliters capacity limit to the 1000 milliliters capacity limit, it requires the fusion of a full 15 kerosene lamps. This number is quite terrifying. Even those survivors who have developed well would find it hard to gather enough resources for it. Moreover, even with an orange-quality kerosene lamp, generally, only priests can enjoy this benefit, while more other professionals can only watch helplessly, regretting why they didn't choose the follower class change scroll after the death arena ended. And even if these two conditions are met, other survivors still cannot enjoy it like Suyu. Ordinary priests can only obtain the Holy Grace attribute through the prayer skill, and the initial, prayer LV1, skill can only obtain 0.1 points of Holy Grace per hour, which is extremely slow. Even if someone luckily upgrades their prayer to LV2, they can only obtain 0.5 points of Holy Grace per hour. If they get too caught up in accumulating it, they inevitably waste the time they could use to explore. But Suyu is different. His prayer skill had long been fused with the dream entry skill into dream into tranquility, under the effect of the skill fusion capsule. He just needs to sleep every night, and the next day the Holy Grace attribute will be restored to its maximum, so accumulating it doesn't waste any time. This is totally a win. Suyu hummed a little tune as he picked up the kerosene lamp and walked toward the stone table in the corner. He wanted to see if there were any extraordinary items hidden among the pile of junk on the stone table. However, after searching, it turned out that he had overestimated the situation. There were plenty of odds and ends on the stone table, but nothing that could trigger a hidden prompt, just some stone grinding rods, not even white-quality weapons. He walked out of the straw hut, somewhat disappointed. Outside, the three people were all smiling, clearly in a good mood after eating the golden and silver apples. "Brother Su, I've finished distributing everything. I'm just waiting for you to lead everyone and continue exploring," Jia Baoyu said as he stepped forward with a compliment, though his words couldn't hide his excitement. After eating the 2 silver apples he had received, his mental attribute had increased by 0.2 points, and he felt much clearer in his mind. He was eager to start digging through more straw huts to find more treasure chests. Suyu nodded but then threw a cold splash of water. "This won't work. It's already pretty bright at night, and we still need to be on the lookout for enemies. The efficiency is just too low. What should we do then?" Wang Jing furrowed her brow. She knew this method was inefficient, but right now there really wasn't any better solution. "What should we do?" "Of course, we set up camp and sleep," Suyu said. "It's already 11 p.m. How about we sleep now, and tomorrow we can wake up and search for the airdrop coordinates and other treasure chests." Wang Jing was stunned. Not just her, even Jia Baoyu and Ji Haiyang had looks of disbelief on their faces. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, the three of them all nodded. After experiencing this day, they were completely convinced by Suyu, and of course, they would not oppose his suggestion now. Soon, 4 military tents were set up. As for the native Fred, after a unanimous discussion among the 4, he was bound to the straw mat inside the thatched house. In this way, in less than half an hour, except for Ji Haiyang, who was on night watch, the other 3 members of the team all entered the marching tent. Inside the tent, before going to sleep, Suyu didn't forget to infuse his sacred blessing attribute into the kerosene lamp. Faith capacity, February 2nd, 1000. After doing all this, he went to bed with expectations for the dream entry, wandering in skill, falling into a deep sleep. In a hazy state, Suyu opened his eyes. Before him was a familiar black forest. Using the small path full of cobblestones, he quickly arrived at the well surrounded by moss and lichen. This time, above the well, floated a leather pouch the size of a palm. Suyu hesitated for a moment but decided against taking it. He chose to continue along the cobblestone path. After a while, at the end of the path, a jagged giant stone appeared, just like the one he had encountered last time. His previous experience had proven that if he wanted to continue exploring the forest, he had to get past this giant stone. After a brief hesitation, he extended his right hand and touched the surface of the giant stone. Wheel well, special. Description: the Wheel Temple is a monument to the deceased gods, as well as the former temple of a certain unfortunate deity. Hidden Hint 1, the eyeball-shaped epitaph on the monument was written in Vaka language. If you understand this ancient script, you can spend time observing some special knowledge. Hidden Hint 2, the wheel is completely gone. If you wish to continue exploring the forest's mysteries, you need to make eye contact with the eyeball on the monument for 5 seconds. Vaka language? Suyu chewed on these 3 words and shook his head lightly. He hadn't expected that the eyeballs on the giant stone were actually a form of writing. It was much stranger than the Aramaic he knew. Fortunately, not understanding Vaka language didn't stop him from continuing to explore deeper into the forest. He immediately found an eyeball on the giant stone and stared at it for a while. When he looked away, the cobblestone path beneath his feet had already extended deeper into the forest. At the end of the path, there appeared a tree wall, vast and towering, blocking the sky. Suyu couldn't help but hold his breath. This tree was so massive that even someone like him, who prided himself on being a fearless survivor, felt a sense of fear, almost like a fear of giants. His gaze slowly moved from a distance to up close, and only then did he realize that at the base of the giant tree, there was a silver-white door emanating a cold aura. Chapter 127, Day 15. The moment he saw the door, Suyu immediately had a guess in his heart. He extended his right hand, feeling the coldness coming from the other side of the door, and slowly and steadily touched the doorframe. Pure white door, special. Durability, infinity. Description: a door leading to a pure white dwelling. Hidden hint 1: individuals with a mental attribute of greater than or equal to 6 can actively open this door. Hidden hint 2: the pure white dwelling was once the residence of a deceased god. Please refrain from making noise. Hidden hint 3: the pure white door is a passage for the dead to enter the wandering in. Individuals with insufficient mental attributes will silently wander in the porch until they are completely lost. Just as I thought. Suyu nodded. Just like the previous forest gate, this pure white door was also a necessary path to the deeper spiritual realm. If he hadn't encountered this door, he could have spent decades wandering in the forest, but still wouldn't have found the way to ascend to the next level of the spiritual realm. However, right now, it was clear that he didn't have the ability to cross this door. After thinking for a moment, he chose to return the same way. He passed by the wheel temple and returned directly to the well in the forest. He reached out and grabbed the leather pouch floating above the well. The next moment, both the leather pouch and Suyu turned into dots of white light. Disappeared right where he stood. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was the triangular-shaped top of a military tent. At this moment, he felt incredibly refreshed, his mind cleared. His gaze shifted to his left hand, and he saw a small leather pouch had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Lucky pouch, purple. Description: a pouch that brings luck to its user. Coin capacity limit, 0/100. Hidden tip 1: every day at midnight, the lucky pouch will randomly generate a golden dragon/silver eagle/copper earl. The initial chance for a golden dragon is 10%, with each point of luck increasing this chance by 10%. Hidden tip 2: the pouch will enhance the total luck attribute of its internal coins. Once the coin capacity is full, an additional 3 points of luck are granted. It can generate a golden dragon? Suyu's eyes instantly brightened. He hadn't expected such an unremarkable leather pouch to generate a golden dragon every day. This was a real windfall. He was very clear on how powerful the luck attribute was, as it allowed him to see the hidden tips of all things. On a larger scale, as long as he kept the pouch on him, over time, it could even make his wishes come true. On a smaller scale, the unstable mental potion recipe and unstable physical potion recipe could rely on the luck attribute to improve the success rate of creating quality potions. Now that he had this lucky pouch, it was like a tiger gaining wings. It was unlikely he'd ever be ordinary again. With that thought, Suyu carefully placed the lucky pouch into his space backpack. Such a valuable item could only be safely stored in the space backpack. He then glanced at the time and was shocked to find that it was already 5:30 a.m. It had been over 6 hours since he fell asleep last night. But he still had to wait a bit more before it would get light outside. Suyu thought for a moment but didn't rush to go out. Instead, he opened his attribute page. Name: Suyu. Profession: follower of truth, heretic/follower. Mental: 3.8, Strength: 2.4, Constitution: 3.0, Speed: 2.4. Inspiration: 1.9/3.8. Holy Blessing: 3.8/3.8. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Forging LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dreamwalking LV1. Special Status: Minor Sin, Temptation of Monsters, Blasphemy. Mental increased by 0.2 points? Suyu was a bit surprised. He remembered the last time he entered a dream, his mental attribute had only increased by 0.1 points. With this doubt in his heart, he clicked on the skills section. Dreamwalking LV1, the soul enters the deep spirit realm. Restores 0.5 points of holy blessing per hour. Each prayer mastered from a true god enhances the recovery effect by 100%, current recovery effect is increased by 100%. Each time the dream ends, it permanently increases mental attribute by 0.2 points. The effect increases with the level of exploration in the deep spirit realm. This skill cannot be upgraded, only improved with the rise in transcendental rank. The effect of dreamwalking has changed? Suyu was astonished, but after thinking it over, he felt it made sense. This time, not only had he uncovered information about the Wheel Temple, but he had also discovered the Pure White Gate. The exploration had definitely been deeper than last time, so it was no surprise his mental attribute had increased more. With this realization, Suyu's mind suddenly became clear. He stood up and unzipped the military tent, only to find that the morning fog had not yet dissipated. The cold air, wrapped in the scent of grass and wood, rushed in. Not far away, Ji Haiyang, who had been on night watch, was rubbing his hands while wrapped in a coat, clearly feeling a bit cold. "Morning, Brother Ji." You must be exhausted from guarding all night, right? Su Yu walked up and greeted him. Ji Haiyang looked up and smiled, his eyes showing a slight weariness. It's fine, dawn is almost here. Since you're awake, could you lend me the self-heating enchanted iron pot for the morning? I want to cook breakfast. Su Yu nodded, then took out the scorching iron pot from his space backpack and also pulled out some flour wrapped in oiled paper. Fresh green peppers and the sliced pork were handed over. Then, I'll trouble you to make the pancakes this morning, old brother. Ji Haiyang took the items, looked down at the ingredients in his arms, his eyes lighting up. You're quite prepared, huh? Su Yu smiled but didn't say more on the topic. I'll go take a look around nearby, and I'll be back just in time for breakfast. I have to say, today's morning fog was really thick. Su Yu stepped on the damp dirt road covered by the fog, his sight only reaching a few steps ahead. In the distance, the thatched cottages were all wrapped in the mist, their silhouettes blurred, even the weeds by the road were covered with tiny fog droplets. In such weather, there was no doubt it was the best time for a sneak attack. However, as the saying goes, the more skilled one is, the bolder they become. Su Yu believed he had some resources now, so he walked forward under the dim morning light. It was hard to judge during the night, but now that it was daylight, the layout of the village gradually became clearer. Yesterday, they had walked from the foot of the mountain in the center of the island to this point. After nightfall, they hadn't really explored further, so they were still on the north side of the village. And if we're talking about where the airdrop coordinates were most likely to be, it's undoubtedly the center of the village. Su Yu walked south for 20 minutes, but still hadn't found a group of thatched cottages that resembled the ones in the picture. Just as he was hesitating whether to turn back, have breakfast, and then explore with his teammates, a low male voice suddenly came from ahead. This is the place. It's worth all the resources we exchanged for the location. Finally, we'll see the reward. Chapter 128, The Hollow Strength of the Outer Brightness Sect. Exchanged locations? A possibility immediately appeared in Su Yu's mind. He carefully approached the large thatched cottage ahead, pressing his ear against the wall of straw, and the noisy voices inside became clearer. Boss, the treasure chest won't appear until noon. We can't just stand guard here the whole time. Someone has to go out and find some food, or the brothers will starve. You're stupid. The guy who sold us the coordinates definitely didn't just sell them to us. We just wait here and catch the latecomers, then take them out. Boss, you're so smart. Of course I'm smart. Old 4, you should learn more from old 2. Stop always panicking. Big brother, you're flattering me. If a woman comes, after you enjoy yourself, can I have some fun too? Of course, I, Lu Fenglan, hate wasting things. Even a single grain of rice in the bowl must be finished. If a woman breaks in, you 3 can line up behind me and have your fun together. The voices inside suddenly stopped. Su Yu immediately understood, turned around, and saw 4 middle-aged men in white clothes and white hats, each with a large beard, standing at the door of the thatched cottage. The leader, a bearded man in a white hat, stroked his beard, his eyes full of greed. What a pity. The person who came is not a woman. The doctrine doesn't allow us to play with men, so we'll have to kill you. Su Yu silently sized up the 4 men ahead, then slowly spoke. You 4, are you from the Brightness sect? Yes, we 4 brothers are members of the Dawn Guild. Seems like you have some knowledge, but unfortunately, you weren't chosen. So, don't blame us for being rude. The bearded man admitted readily, then pulled out a large machete and slowly moved closer. Behind him, the other 3 also drew their weapons, clearly ready to go all out. Su Yu nodded, his heart already figuring out who these people were. They were simply a small group that had been recruited by the Brightness sect and its affiliated guilds a couple of days ago, not worth being afraid of. Seeing that the bearded man was only 7 or 8 meters away, Su Yu remained calm and casually asked. Aren't you going to say something before you strike? I remember that the members of the Illuminati I met before always liked to shout a few slogans. Big bearded Lu Fenglan's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Behind him, the silent little brother scratched his head and spoke up. Big brother, he seems to have a point. Now that we've joined the Illuminati, shouldn't we shout a few words about God's love for the world and purifying evil before we attack? Shut up. Lu Fenglan turned around and glared at his little brother fiercely. You really think you're a good person? Yesterday, when we killed that man, your knife stabbed the fastest. Boss, I was wrong. The little brother immediately chose to lower his head and admit his mistake. Good, now hurry up and help me kill this guy. Lu Fenglan cursed again and immediately formed a half-surrounding structure with the 3 others, advancing toward Su Yu. Sigh, why bother? Su Yu sighed and then released his spiritual pressure. Boom! The faint sound of the sea crashing against rocks echoed through the air. In an instant, the 4 originally imposing men all fell to their knees. What kind of skill is this? Lu Fenglan struggled to raise his head, asking with difficulty. Su Yu felt a bit speechless. Although he had already guessed that these 4 desperados were just all show and no substance, he didn't expect them to not even recognize spiritual pressure. They're so weak. I'm curious, you, a knife-wielding professional with a mental attribute of less than 2, dared to bring 3 regular survivors who aren't even professionals to kill and loot here. What kind of courage is that? Hero, spare us. The 4 of us we were just misled by a survivor named Zhang Bo. That's why we came here, looking for an airdrop. I'm willing to give the airdrop coordinates to the hero. Lu Fenglan's plea was stuttered, and his face turned bright red. But Suyu shook his head gently. Foolish, if I kill you, the airdrop coordinates are mine. In the next moment, he took out the cold-blooded axe, slowly walked to the 4 men, and stood in front of them, with Lu Fenglan's terrified eyes watching. Ding, congratulations to survivor number 000-011-4514, you have successfully eliminated an entire survivor team in the island survival battle. Survivors 956, 381, 5735, 956, 324, 7935, 256, 381, 5735, and 249, 801, 5735 have been killed. Detected that you are in a team, the failed team's supplies will become the team's loot, and will be distributed after the survival ends. TSK Tisk. As the system prompt faded, Suyu shook his head. He had originally thought that eliminating an entire team would earn him some extra reward, but to his surprise, nothing came. This world event is pretty stingy. He muttered some complaints, but his mood didn't change. He directly grabbed the cold-blooded axe that was glowing scarlet beside him. Cold-blooded axe, orange. Sharpness, 40. Weight, 12. Bound to, Suyu. Blood essence, 78/100. Attribute 1, Broken Evil Killing Axe. When attacking, it can infuse mana/saint's grace/spiritual inspiration/blood essence attributes to deal 120% evil aura damage to enemies based on its sharpness. Attribute 2, Star Shattering Apocalypse Axe. This weapon ignores 30% of enemy defense and inflicts bleeding effect. Attribute 3, Heart of Slaughter. This weapon absorbs a certain amount of blood essence with each kill. When the blood essence reaches 100 points, the holder's strength attribute increases by 0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with strength attributes greater than or equal to 9. Attribute 4, Cold Iron Ice Axe. This weapon lowers the enemy's speed attribute by 0.1 with each attack, up to a maximum of 5 layers. Attribute 5, Divine Blessing. This weapon can bind 100 milliliters of blood, and once bound, others cannot use it. It gains 65 points of blood essence, which averages out to about 16 or 17 points per person. It's actually more than that skinny guy from before? Suyu roughly calculated and came to an unexpected number. He originally thought the blood from killing enemies was random, but now it seemed either linked to the enemy's physical attributes or their size. However, to determine exactly what it was connected to, he would have to kill a few more people in the future. With this thought, he put away the cold-blooded axe and walked into the large thatched house. The layout inside the thatched house was identical to the one where he had slept last night, with only a grass mat on the floor and a stone-long table in the corner. In the center of the grass mat, the bronze-colored treasure chest had already been opened, and it was empty. Suyu shook his head. These things could only be obtained after the world event ended and they left the deserted island. He extended his right hand to search and, sure enough, found a text prompt on the stone-long table in the corner. Guiding coordinates, special. Description, a coordinate used to guide the divine being's followers to drop rewards, and the power within will be unlocked at a certain time. Hidden hint 1, this coordinate will activate in 5 hours and 15 minutes. As expected, it's here. Suyu immediately understood and turned around to leave the thatched house, choosing to return the same way. The early morning sun rose, and the morning mist dispersed. Suyu returned to the thatched house where they had set up camp and saw the plates and soup bowls already placed on the stone slab from a distance. The plate had layers of rolled pancakes filled with stir-fried green peppers and meat, and the small bowl beside it contained extra stir-fried meat strips, gleaming with oil and fragrance that hit the nose. The white porcelain soup bowl was filled with warm egg drop soup, with delicate egg threads floating on the surface, looking very appetizing. Ji Haiyang and the others had already started eating, leaving only the native Fred, who was watching longingly from a distance but didn't dare approach. Looks like I came back just in time. Suyu smiled and greeted Ji Haiyang, then began eating his own portion. He scooped a spoonful and tasted it. The egg drop was so soft it almost didn't need chewing. The soup was clear and not greasy, with a light saltiness and the spicy aroma of white pepper spreading on his tongue, sliding down his throat, warming his stomach and filling his body with a comforting warmth. He immediately widened his eyes and looked at Ji Haiyang. Brother Ji, where did you get this white pepper? Before entering this map, I carefully searched the trading channel, but I couldn't even find a trace of spices. Ji Haiyang put down the porcelain bowl in his hand and pointed to Jia Baoyu. This was provided by Boss Jia, and the porcelain bowls we have were also from him. Suyu followed his gaze to Jia Baoyu, who also put down his bowl and shrugged. Ah, the white pepper was actually ground by me. Last week, someone sold me a pepper tree as wood, and I picked all the usable peppers, dried them, and ground them to make some. Brother Sue, if you want some, I can give you some when the world event ends. Then I won't be polite. Suyu immediately agreed to Jia Baoyu's offer. Just from hearing Jia Baoyu's description, he knew this thing would almost certainly not appear in the trading channel anytime soon. To maintain the quality of their meals after the world event ended, he definitely needed to get some white pepper. Soon, the four of them finished their bowls. Taking advantage of the moment, Suyu shared his recent discovery and guesswork. Naturally, everyone agreed to first circle around the village outskirts before heading to the coordinates Suyu had found. Anyway, there were still 4 or 5 hours until noon, and if they couldn't find any other airdrop coordinates or treasure chests, they could always head to the center of the village later. The village path remained as complex as before, but their vision was undoubtedly much clearer compared to last night. On the road, the pebbles of various sizes were shining brightly under the sunlight. The dark brown and light gray stone walls glowed with a warm hue, and the gaps in the earth around them were clearly outlined by light and shadow. 2 hours later, the group had successfully explored the northeastern part of the village and discovered a dark blue-black stone house at the eastern edge of the village. Amidst the surrounding thatched houses, this stone house stood out, like it had been forcefully relocated from elsewhere, its presence strikingly out of place. However, Suyu didn't rush to lead everyone inside. Instead, he turned to Fred, who was standing aside, and asked in Yalan language. "What is this place for the double-headed eagle tribe? Answer me well, and you'll get a share of tonight's meal." As soon as the words left his mouth, Fred visibly swallowed. "It's their shrine. But since outsiders like you often visit, the ancestral totems and plaques from the shrine should have already been moved underground." "Oh." Suyu nodded. He wasn't concerned about whether there were plaques or totems inside. As long as it wasn't dangerous and there was a treasure chest, that was enough. Having confirmed it wasn't a trap, he exchanged a glance with Jia Baoyu and took the lead to push open the door and enter. The inside of the house was spacious, yet it was empty. Suyu turned around, confirming that there was nothing resembling an ancestral plaque. The only item in the center of the room was a lonely copper treasure chest, waiting to be opened. He approached the chest, squatted down, and extended his right hand. Survival chest, blue. Description: a randomly spawned chest on the map, containing various items and supplies of corresponding level. The exact items are unknown. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains body potion, blue, *1, speed potion, blue, *1, strength potion, blue, *1, and mind potion, blue, *1. Hidden hint 2, this chest is a fixed map chest and cannot be upgraded. A bit of a waste. Suyu frowned slightly as he opened the chest, and inside, as described by the hidden hint, were 4 bottles of potions in different colors. If they were orange quality potions, he would definitely try to get a couple more for himself to enhance his attributes. But these potions were blue quality. Although the potions of this series had special effects and could increase attributes by up to 5.0 points, blue quality potions meant they could only increase by 0.1 points. More importantly, his evil value had already surpassed 25 points. If he drank them, there was a 25% chance of triggering a side effect. With that thought in mind, he turned to look at Jia Baoyu, who was standing beside him. "I've already drunk all these potions. The yellow one boosts speed, the red one boosts strength, the green one boosts constitution, and the blue one boosts mind. Each effect is 0.1 points. Everyone can drink up to 5 times. You 3 decide how to split them. You don't want them?" Jia Baoyu was somewhat surprised. Throughout the journey, Suyu had shown quite an interest in extraordinary food items that could enhance attributes. Since each person could drink 5 times, and the 4 potions were blue quality, why wasn't he drinking them himself? Had he already raised all his attributes to above 3.0? Suyu naturally noticed what Jia Baoyu was thinking. He shook his head and continued. "I haven't finished. From what I know, these potions have special effects. Even attributes above 3.0 can continue to be enhanced, but there's a certain chance of entering a negative state. To be safe, I suggest you all wait until afternoon to drink them in a safe place." "Oh." Jia Baoyu nodded, but still felt there was something Suyu wasn't saying. However, he didn't plan to pry further. After all, sometimes knowing too much wasn't a good thing. The 2 of them left the stone house, one after the other. Seeing Jia Baoyu and the others, Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing, start discussing how to divide the potions, Suyu turned his gaze to the native Fred standing nearby. Chapter 130, The Long-Haired Man. At this moment, Fred had already had the ropes binding his hands removed. When he saw Suyu's gaze fall on him, he quickly squeezed out a flattering smile. "If you have anything you want to ask, just ask. As long as I know it, I will surely tell you everything. Alright, tell me about the other places on the island. Since I came up to the island, I have been running back and forth between the mountain and here, and I still don't know the scenery of other places." Suyu nodded and casually gave Fred a request. Fred tightly frowned, thought for a long while, and only then answered. If you want to see scenery, you can go to the beach at the very north of the island. There is also a beach in the south, but the outsiders who came before all said the scenery in the north is more beautiful. Beach? Suyu at once lifted up his curiosity. Since the group came to the deserted island, they had not really explored well. They had been busy struggling between this village and the mountain range in the center of the island, so he completely did not know what the other places were like. More important, Fred's words made him remember a piece of information he saw in the map chat channel while he was standing guard at night. That's right. After crossing the mountain range and walking further north, it is the North Beach. But at night sea wind will blow and heavy rain will fall there. You'd better go in the daytime. Oh. Suyu nodded and in an instant figured out the cause and effect. Without doubt, the North Beach in Fred's mouth was exactly the place where the unlucky guy he saw that night in the map channel was located. Besides the beach in the north and the beach in the south, what other good-looking places are there on this island? Fred scratched his head and after a long time forced out one sentence. Does the plain we walked through yesterday afternoon count? Suyu at once understood that for the moment he could not get more information from Fred. He looked at the three people beside him and saw that the three had already divided the potions and each put what belonged to him into the space backpack. Seeing this, Suyu led the team and continued to set out toward the south of the village. After another 2 hours, the crowd smoothly finished exploring the northeast area of the village and stopped in front of a large thatched house. What place of the double-headed eagle tribe is this? Suyu turned his head and asked Fred beside him. I don't know. Fred shook his head in confusion. Suyu raised his eyebrows, but he was not especially surprised. After all, Fred was a native of the white-headed eagle tribe. It was also normal for him not to understand some buildings of the double-headed eagle tribe. He looked at Jiabaoyu, then took the lead and pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the house was very wide and open. It was empty, and on the grass mat on the ground there was a treasure chest that had already been opened. Someone came before us? Jiabaoyu's words burst out, and he looked somewhat shocked. I don't know if it was the group I met this morning. Suyu replied with one sentence, but the searching in his hands did not stop. After a short while, when his fingers touched the innermost corner, words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Guiding coordinate, special. Introduction, a coordinate used to guide the favorite of the gods to cast down reward. The power inside it will be unsealed at a certain moment. Hidden hint 1, this coordinate will take effect after 2 days 1 hour 45 minutes. Sure enough, it is here. Suyu showed a clear and understanding expression. Jiabaoyu leaned his head over from the side, his face full of shock. Brother Suyu, your intuition is really sharp. If it were me coming alone, I would surely have missed this airdrop coordinate in the corner. This is not intuition. Suyu shook his head and then pointed toward the north. We have already walked through half of this village. According to what that native said, there are at least 3 airdrop coordinates in this village. Since the 2 big buildings in the north and the east do not have them, then the south surely has one. So that's how it is. Jiabaoyu's face at once showed a sudden understanding expression. Let's go. There is nothing good to look at here. We will return to the center of the village. I have a feeling that maybe in a while we will have a bitter battle and have to kill people. Suyu spoke as he walked out of the thatched house and briefly told Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing about the situation inside. Soon, the 4 of them unanimously decided to return to the center of the village. After all, there wasn't much time left until the next airdrop, and if they delayed exploring, the airdrop at the village center might be claimed by others. As the saying goes, what you fear will come. When Suyu led the 4 of them back to the village center, the time was just 11:40, but the thatched house where the airdrop coordinates were located already had other survivors. And there were a lot of them. With a dark expression, Suyu scanned the area and found that, apart from their group, there were a total of 11 others. 6 of them on the left looked rather fragile, led by a thin, long-haired young man. The 5 on the right were all muscular men, who looked no different from the 4 who had recently died, including Lu Fenglan. Everyone, which one of you is Jiang Bo? He scanned the crowd and asked loudly. As soon as his voice fell, the young man at the head of the group on the left immediately furrowed his brows. The muscular man at the head of the group on the right spat a mouthful of saliva and pointed at Suyu, cursing at him. Stop wasting your effort, little brat. We paid for Jiang Bo's information to find this place. If you're too scared to fight, take your girl and your 3 lackeys and get out. Oh, are you 2 the bosses of these people? Suyu asked calmly. The boss is just a figurehead chosen by the little brothers. The long-haired young man shook his head, carefully sizing up Suyu before speaking slowly again. How about this, as long as you turn around and leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened just now. I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to backtrack, Suyu firmly refused. What a joke. He would be lucky not to extort the other party, and yet they were thinking of extorting him? What were they thinking? In the next moment, the long-haired young man's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce gleam. Then I'll send you to hell. Creak, creak. As the long-haired young man's words fell, an inexplicable pressure came from the air. The 5 muscular men who were originally facing the long-haired young man were now all collapsed on the ground. As for the 5 survivors who followed the long-haired youth, they were no better off, unable to even stand up. Suyu looked around and realized that now only he and Wang Jing were still standing. Even Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu, who had slightly weaker mental attributes, were now lying on the ground, unable to move. Impressive, really impressive. Suyu sincerely complimented the long-haired man in front of him. This wasn't sarcasm. Ever since he entered the dark dungeon and gained the golden finger, this was the first time he had seen a survivor with mental attributes breaking through 3.0 besides himself. Chapter 131, One Strike to Destroy. To be able to raise a single attribute above 3.0 at this stage, there was no doubt that both luck and strength were indispensable. However, in response to Suyu's compliment, the long-haired youth's gaze gradually became serious. Both of you have mental attributes above 2.5? I underestimated you. Flattery, flattery, Suyu yawned, his tone very calm. Since you've already made your move, it's my turn now. The next moment, he fully activated the mental pressure skill. Whoosh, whoosh. A wild wind suddenly roared through the air, and the long-haired youth's face turned bright red as he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Meanwhile, the 2 teammates and Fred behind Suyu felt light, and with Wang Jing's support, they slowly stood up. You. What kind of monster are you? The long-haired youth's face had turned purple, but he still struggled to ask in a slow, difficult voice. I'm just someone with slightly higher mental attributes than you, and my mental pressure skill is also a bit stronger, Suyu responded calmly. So your spiritual pressure skill has already reached level 2, then I don't feel bad about losing. The young man with long hair immediately slumped like a deflated ball, slowly lowering his head, showing signs of despair, looking quite pitiful. Suyu thought for a moment and still decided to tell him the truth. Actually, my spiritual pressure skill has already reached level 3. The long-haired youth showed no reaction, like an old, overloaded computer CPU. Suyu instantly lost interest in continuing to act cool. He took out the cold-blooded axe and walked in front of the 5 burly men, who were either terrified or angry. Wait, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Big brother, I beg you, that long-haired sissy used spiritual pressure on you, go kill them first. Pa! You 2 cowards, whether you die now or later, you're gonna die. Do you think by kneeling and begging, he'll let you go? For a moment, the reactions of the burly men were mixed. Suyu rubbed his chin and decided to fulfill one of their wishes. You're right, whether it's now or later, death is certain. Let's start with you. The next moment, as the words fell, so did the heavy axe. Put. Blood splattered everywhere, the stench of blood mixed with the smell of urine spreading around. Suyu frowned in disgust, not expecting that killing the bold one first would make the others piss their pants. He decided to finish this quickly. Put. Another axe fell, and the burly man who had pissed his pants lost his life, his body shriveled like a dried corpse. At that moment, Suyu's spirit shook, as he clearly felt a warm current flow through the cold-blooded axe, as if it were injecting new life into his body. He opened the attribute page. Name, Suyu. Class, Truth Believer, Heretic, / Believer. Spirit, 3.8, Strength, 2.5, Constitution, 3.0, Speed, 2.4. Inspiration, 1.5/3.8. Holy Blessing, 3.3/3.8. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream Entrance LV1. Special Status, Mild Sin, Demon Temptation, Blasphemy. As expected, the Strength attribute increased by 0.1. Suyu silently nodded, thinking he would need more time for the cold-blooded axe as killing intent effect to trigger, but meeting these 2 groups of people saved him a lot of time. Thinking of this, he couldn't be bothered to torture them one by one, so he directly sped up the execution. Put. 3 minutes later, the surrounding blood scent had become so thick it felt like a slaughterhouse. Even the seasoned Jia Baoyu and Ji Haiyang frowned slightly, and Wang Jing was even leaning against the wall, gagging continuously. However, Suyu, at this moment, was somewhat unsatisfied. After executing the remaining 9 men, a new surge of strength flowed into his body. Although he already knew the exact attribute increase, he couldn't resist opening the panel. Name, Suyu. Class, Truth Believer, Heretic, / Believer. Spirit, 3.8, Strength, 2.6, Constitution, 3.0, Speed, 2.4. Inspiration, 1.5/3.8. Holy Blessing, 3.3/3.8. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream Entrance LV1. Special Status, Mild Sin, Demon Temptation, Blasphemy. Mild sin? Suyu blinked and, after confirming he wasn't seeing things, froze in place. He didn't expect that by casually looking at the panel, he would see a change in his special status. He immediately didn't dare to be careless and used his will to touch the words, mild sin. The next moment, a new text page appeared. Mild sin, accumulated 41 points of evil deeds, opening a treasure chest has a 0.41% chance of becoming a chest monster. 41 points of evil? How did I forget that killing increases the sin value? Suyu muttered while frowning. In the past, when he killed fewer people, each killing only slightly increased his evil deed value. But now, in order to trigger the cold-blooded axe's Heart of Slaughter effect, he needed to find ways to kill more. However, this would cause the evil deed value to rise rapidly, which would affect many judgments. Not to mention, when considering the attribute potion series. He drank only one bottle of the potion, except for the 2 bottles of the Supreme Physique potion. If the evil deed's value is too high, causing the future potion consumption to fail to trigger positive effects, it would really be a loss. After a moment of hesitation, Suyu sighed deeply and made his decision. Before finishing this series of attribute potions, he probably wouldn't be able to use the cold-blooded Slayer axe to kill for a while. Of course, this didn't include those who came to their door seeking death. Just as he was thinking this, a system prompt suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Ding, the second random airdrop of this map has occurred, hurry and grab it. As the system prompt fell, a blazing green light descended from the sky, piercing through the thatched roof and crashing onto the transparent hexagram array not far from them like a silver pillar. A few seconds later, the light dispersed, and the originally transparent hexagram array suddenly lit up with a thick purple halo. Then, under everyone's watch, a treasure chest adorned with dark gold patterns appeared out of nowhere, steadily floating in the center of the hexagram array. In the next moment, Suyu, without hesitation, reached up and touched the indent on the treasure chest. Low-level divine gift treasure chest, orange. Description: a high-quality treasure chest randomly refreshed in the dark dungeon, capable of containing several items matching the level. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains a second-tier extraordinary class scroll blind box *1, 096 island map *1, green clam *1, white clam *1, poisonous beast bone *1, red clam *1, speedy chain mail *1, thorned gauntlet *1, god hidden cloak *1. Hidden hint 2, this chest cannot be opened directly, place your palm on the indent for 5 minutes to automatically open it. Hidden hint 3, this chest cannot be upgraded. Hidden hint 4, this chest can only be opened by survivors. Chapter 132, Poisonous Beast Bone and White Clam. There was no doubt that the items in this divine gift treasure chest were as impressive as yesterday's. Suyu turned to look at the few people behind him and explained calmly. This thing is the same as yesterday's, it also needs the palm print pressed on it for 5 minutes. The others naturally nodded, their hearts also secretly filled with anticipation for the upcoming spoils. Soon, the 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The mechanism inside the chest made a clicking sound. Suyu immediately opened the chest, and inside was packed full, 9 items, making it hard to keep track of everything. At the top was, of course, the second-tier job change scroll blind box, which needed no further explanation. He waved the gift box in front of the 3 of them, and in the end, Wang Jing took it. Suyu guessed that she probably had a thing for blind boxes, though he wasn't sure if she'd get mentally unbalanced after opening several that didn't match her desired class. But that was not the focus for now, he focused his attention on taking out the second item. 096 Island Map, white. Description: a simple map, but one that provides great convenience to survivors. Suyu's eyes instantly widened. This map had no hidden hints, but its value was not low at all. Looking closely, the 2 islands on the map, one large and one small, were each marked with text. This is the Two-Headed Eagle tribe, further south is the southern beach, and about a few dozen kilometers out to sea, there's a small island that's only a tenth the size of the main island. Suyu stared at the map, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. If the airdrop coordinates from the Two-Headed Eagle tribe's 2-day aerial drop followed a pattern towards the south, the 6th day's airdrop coordinate might not be on that subsidiary small island. Upon thinking this, his expression turned uncertain. They were already exhausted from traveling back and forth between the White-Headed Eagle Mountains in the central area and the Two-Headed Eagle tribe in the south. If the 6th day's airdrop coordinates were really on the small island, Wang Jing, in their team, would definitely not be able to handle it. What's wrong? Is there something on the map? Wang Jing, standing beside him, noticed Suyu staring at the map. Unable to resist curiosity, he asked. It's like this. Suyu briefly explained the discovery and his guess to the 3, then turned to Fred, who looked bored, and repeated it in Alan. It's nothing really, if it's too much trouble, you can just leave me by the seaside, and when you return with the treasure chest, leave me a share of the loot. Wang Jing acted very relaxed. Suyu sighed and didn't reply, instead looking at Fred. Based on what you just said, there is indeed a chance that the 6th day's gifted land has been placed on the South Island by that bunch of bastards from the Two-Headed Eagle tribe, but don't worry, there's not much food on the South Island, so it's unlikely they'll set up an ambush there. Fred's words made Suyu let go of the last bit of hope. Alright, if we really can't find the 6th day's airdrop coordinates in the tribal village, we'll have to split into 2 groups and search the small island. As he spoke, Suyu shook the map in his hand. I'll keep this map for now, and the remaining 8 items, we'll each take 2. The others naturally nodded. Seeing this, Suyu took out the 3rd item, a clam the size of a fist in teal blue. Blue clam. Description: a type of wild edible clam with a unique ocean flavor, rich in protein, can be eaten directly. Hidden tip 1, edible, first consumption increases constitution plus 0.1, spirit plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with spirit greater than or equal to 3 or constitution greater than or equal to 3. You 3 divide it among yourselves. So you waved the clam in front of the 3, casually handing it to Jiabaoyu. His spirit and constitution had already exceeded 3.0, so the blue clam had no effect on him. After saying that, he saw the 3 of them start discussing, so he turned around and took out 2 more large clams. One shell was like creamy white jade, the other had veins like twisted bloodlines. White clam, blue. Description: a type of wild edible clam with a unique ocean flavor, rich in protein, can be eaten directly. Hidden tip 1, edible, first consumption increases constitution plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with strength greater than or equal to 3 or constitution greater than or equal to 3. Red clam, blue. Description: a type of wild edible clam with a unique ocean flavor, rich in protein, can be eaten directly. Hidden tip 1, edible, first consumption increases strength plus 0.1, speed plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with strength greater than or equal to 3 or speed greater than or equal to 3. Suyu immediately raised an eyebrow and turned back to look at the 3. He saw Ji Haiyang had already pried open the clam and swallowed it, so he asked knowingly. So, what attributes did you gain? Ji Haiyang's eyes were blank for a moment, clearly looking at his attribute page, then he replied. 0.1 point in constitution and 0.1 point in spirit. Suyu nodded, then handed over the red clam. Then I'll take this white clam. Who wants the red clam? I want it. Wang Jing reached out to take the blood red clam and immediately pried open the shell without hesitation. Suyu naturally didn't waste time either, taking the stone that Ji Haiyang handed over and doing the same. Soon, the shell was successfully pried open. Suyu gently exerted force with his mouth and felt a smooth liquid with a hint of ocean flavor flow down his throat into his body, disappearing without a trace before he could savor it. The next moment, a warm current surged within him, and his entire body felt a little lighter. Suyu knew this was a sign of his strength attribute improving, but to act normal, he still opened his attribute page for a quick glance. Name, Suyu. Occupation, follower of truth, heretic/follower. Spirit, 3.8, strength, 2.7, constitution, 3.0, speed, 2.5. Inspiration, 1.5/3.8. Blessing, 3.3/3.8. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Refining LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream Entry LV1. Special Status, Mild Sin, Monster Temptation, Sacrilege. After checking the page, Suyu calmly withdrew his gaze and reached into the gifted chest to take out a pale white bone. Venomous Beast Bone, purple. Description: an inhumane material for crafting, incredibly dangerous and poisonous. Poisonous beast bone with mental toxins. Hidden hint 1, poisonous beast bones can be used to enchant weapons. After enchanting, all original attributes and fixed slots of the weapon will be destroyed, and the weapon will gain equal poison-related attributes. Hidden hint 2, poisonous beast bones are one of the materials for transitioning into the assassin profession. Hidden hint 3, poisonous beast bones have extremely strong mental toxicity. When ground into powder and mixed with radiant silverstone powder for consumption, they can eliminate most evil effects, but the consumer's mental attributes will temporarily decrease by 0.5 points for 1 week. Poisonous beast bone? Suyu raised his brow slightly, feeling as if he had heard a similar name somewhere before. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something, not bothering to speak with the people behind him, and directly rummaged through another space bag he had on his back. A moment later, he pulled out a piece of black human bone. Poisonous human bone, purple. Description: an extraordinarily inhumane material, usually found in the cells where zombie-like monsters are imprisoned. Hidden hint 1, poisonous human bones can be used to enchant extraordinary weapons. After enchanting, 1 to 2 random attributes of the original weapon will be overwritten and the weapon's quality will be upgraded to purple. If the original weapon's quality is already purple, it will be upgraded to orange. Hidden hint 2, poisonous human bones are one of the materials for transitioning into the assassin profession. Hidden hint 3, poisonous human bones have extremely strong toxicity. When ground into powder and mixed with radiant silverstone powder for consumption, they can eliminate most extraordinary parasitic diseases, but the consumer's physical attributes will temporarily decrease by 0.5 points for 1 week. This is indeed from the same series. Suyu murmured quietly, unable to help himself. Poisonous human bone was an item he found a week ago, on the 8th day of entering the dark dungeon, from a thief-hole chest. At that time, he had even planned to use the poisonous human bone zinc powder to cure parasitic diseases and make a profit from Zhao Zhenyang. But Zhao Zhenyang had directly abandoned his physical body and turned into a grudge spirit, so the idea naturally fell through, and eventually, Suyu almost forgot about this item. If it weren't for today, a week later, when he had obtained the poisonous beast bone again, he might have completely forgotten about the poisonous human bone, leaving it buried in the bottom of his miscellaneous space bag, gathering dust. With this thought, Suyu looked up at the three people. This poisonous beast bone and the poisonous human bone I obtained before are from the same series. I'll take this one. The other 3 pieces of equipment can be divided among you two, Brother Ji and Boss Jia. Jia Baoyu and Ji Haiyang nodded, then took the 3 pieces of equipment from the chest and moved aside to whisper and discuss. Seeing this, Suyu turned his attention to Wang Jing, more specifically, to the second stage extraordinary profession scroll blind box in Wang Jing's hand. Under his gaze, Wang Jing took a deep breath, reached out, and tore open the packaging of the gift box. To his surprise, it was completely empty, with nothing inside. Suyu froze. His hidden hint hadn't indicated that this item could be opened to find nothing. But the next moment, he realized he had been wrong. The packaging of the gift box, along with the video on the ground, all turned into shining white light, slowly reassembling into the shape of a scroll. Quite advanced, no wonder it's called a random blind box. It really is randomly generated. Suyu thought to himself as he watched Wang Jing's face, which was filled with confusion, even showing signs of indecision. What's wrong? Suyu had a rough idea, but still asked aloud. Wang Jing sighed at the question, extending his fair left hand to pass the scroll to Suyu. You take a look yourself. Suyu took the scroll, and the text prompt on it clearly appeared. Gladiator Profession Transition Scroll, green. Effect, a special certificate for transitioning into the second stage extraordinary profession, Gladiator. After use, it will disappear automatically. The gladiator is an elite profession among slaves in ancient Rome, known for its spectacle and combat beauty, but its destructive power should not be underestimated. Usage restrictions, strength 2.5, speed 2.5. Previous profession, dead soldier, slave. Extraordinary material, red copper stone. Class change ritual, none. Suyu immediately understood why Wang Jing was struggling. If she had offered another profession, it wouldn't have been such a dilemma. After all, even if he couldn't use it, he could hold on to it for a good price later. But the gladiator was different. Both Zhang Yiding and Jia Baoyu were dead soldiers, and red copper stone wasn't a rare item, which meant that whoever had this class change scroll could easily make a second-tier class change. From Wang Jing's personal perspective, she probably wanted to keep the scroll until after they left the map to give it to Zhang Yiding. But from a team benefit standpoint, the scroll had to be given to Jia Baoyu to maximize the team's combat strength. Moreover, since all 4 were in the same team now, if she chose to keep such a suitable scroll for herself, Jia Baoyu would surely be emotionally hurt. After realizing this, Suyu smiled at Wang Jing. He knew that by showing him the scroll, Wang Jing was signaling that she wanted Jia Baoyu to use it. Don't worry, I'm friends with Yiding, I will make sure Jia Baoyu gets a good price. Tomorrow and the day after, all his chest loot shares will go to you. You can use those items to compensate Yiding. Okay. Wang Jing relaxed a little and nodded heavily. Chapter 133, The Unseen Future, The Start. Suyu waited for a moment. About 2 minutes later, he saw Jia Baoyu and Ji Haiyang walking back side by side with smiles on their faces, clearly pleased with their respective distributions. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Suyu spoke up. Boss Jia, how do you think the atmosphere in our team is? Very good. Jia Baoyu answered almost immediately. He spoke sincerely. Since entering the dark dungeon, Suyu had been the model of virtue in Jia Baoyu's eyes. Not to mention anything else, just the airdrop treasure chests they had encountered these past 2 days. If another person had been the team leader, the team would probably have fallen apart due to unequal loot distribution. Then, how about this, I exchange the treasure chest shares for tomorrow and the day after with you, using this? Suyu extended his right hand, holding out the class change scroll for Jia Baoyu to see. Unexpectedly, Jia Baoyu immediately waved his hand, as if Suyu's action was insulting him. No need to trouble yourself, as long as you need it, Brother Su, you can have my treasure chest shares. We found these chests because of your efforts. No, it's not for me. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt quite pleased, but still insisted on offering the scroll. It's for Wang Jing to exchange with you. Take a look at this first. Ha! Jia Baoyu was slightly stunned, as if he didn't understand why Wang Jing's item had to go through Suyu first, but he still took the scroll from Suyu's hand, and then involuntarily gasped. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Although the 2 days of treasure chest shares weren't a small amount, they were still less valuable than the class change scroll that could improve one's rank. That's good. Suyu nodded. This was exactly the reaction he had expected from Jia Baoyu. So, it's settled. Let's hurry up and search the western side of the village. Otherwise, other teams will definitely arrive soon, and that'll cause trouble. Everyone nodded, and after a quick cleanup, they left the thatched house. Outside the house, there were still a few survivors standing around, but seeing the bloodstains on Suyu and the others, they dared not come any closer. 2 hours later, in the thatched house located to the west of the village. Suyu shook his head as he looked at the open treasure chest. Although he had anticipated this, seeing that someone had beaten them to the chest still left him with a sense of loss. Let's go. He turned around and patted the disappointed Jia Baoyu on the shoulder, walking out of the thatched hut and shaking his head at the two outside. With this, they had completed a thorough search of the entire village. In order not to delay tomorrow's airdrop competition, they immediately left the village and began another long journey northward. By sunset, the white-headed Eagle Mountains, which had been looming in front of them, finally stood at their feet. They just needed to step onto the stairs, and they would be back at the place they had left yesterday. I'm exhausted. Wang Jing was soaked in sweat, and without caring about elegance, she leaned heavily against a flat, large rock and started gasping for air. Compared to her, the other three were in much better condition. The effects of their high physical attributes meant they weren't too tired at this point. After a brief discussion, the task of preparing dinner was once again assigned to Ji Haiyang. After all, Ji Haiyang's cooking skills were well known, and even Suyu couldn't compare to him. Jia Baoyu, on the other hand, took the initiative to set up the marching tent, keeping himself equally busy, unable to slow down for even a moment. Only Suyu, taking advantage of the time, pulled out the map they had obtained at noon. It wasn't that he was trying to slack off, but because the time at noon was limited, he had only glanced at the map briefly. Now he could take a closer look. Soon, he figured it out. According to the map, although the north side of the main peak of the white-headed Eagle Mountain range was a cliff, there was actually a small path halfway down the mountain that led down. This marking caught Suyu's attention. He thought he had thoroughly explored the mountain yesterday, but he had missed a secret path leading to the north side of the island. Moreover, the significance of this secret path was not simple. Up to this point, they had spent 2 days wandering around the southern half of the island, with their knowledge of the northern part of the island limited to a few words from Fred and the survivor chat channel on the map. If they couldn't find the 6th day's airdrop coordinates on the southern island, he had to prepare to head north. Besides, the map also marked around 50 to 60 treasure chest locations with different colors indicating levels, and more than half of them were in the north of the mountain. If they didn't go north, it would be a huge waste. Thinking of this, Suyu stopped his thoughts and just happened to see Jia Baoyu, who had just finished setting up the tent. Boss Jia, I just found a secret path. Get your things and come with me for a walk? Okay. Jia Baoyu nodded and followed Suyu without hesitation. Although his physical attributes couldn't match Suyu's, he could still keep going for a few more hours. Half an hour later, Suyu brought Jia Baoyu to the lower platform of the east side descent stairs. In the center of the platform was an empty copper treasure chest, the one they had opened yesterday. He circled the edge for a while and quickly found a small path, completely hidden by dry branches and leaves, on the far left side of the platform. This path is really well hidden. Brother Su, let me lead the way. Jia Baoyu said, pulling a machete from his space bag and preparing to jump off the edge of the platform. But the next moment, Suyu stopped him. No, let's go back and eat first. According to the map, this path down the mountain will take at least 2 or 3 hours to navigate, and we need to clear the way. It's better to come back tomorrow. Oh, indeed, I didn't think it through. Jia Baoyu reluctantly nodded. He wasn't usually an impulsive person, but these past 2 days with Suyu had been so easygoing. Even the brain seemed to slow down a little. The two of them returned to the foot of the mountain, but the dinner that Ji Haiyang was responsible for still needed more than 10 minutes to finish. Suyu walked into his military tent, planning to rest for a bit before dinner, but before he could even zip the tent closed, Wang Jing walked straight over. What's up? I wanted to ask if you need my talent skill to help determine the airdrop coordinates for the 6th day? I didn't say anything at noon when the two of them were around, but now I wanted to ask for your opinion. Wang Jing explained his motive in detail. But Suyu shook his head. No need, the coordinates for the 6th day's airdrop are either the small island to the south or the northern part of the island. What I'd prefer is if you could use prophecy to help me confirm the airdrop coordinates for the 7th day. Alright, I'll tell you once the skill effect is complete tomorrow. Wang Jing nodded and left the military tent. Suyu froze for a moment. The activation time for prophecy seemed a bit long. Chapter 134, time is tight, tasks are heavy. Dinner time arrived as expected. I have to say, Ji Haiyang, the soldier dad, is really skilled in cooking. The dinner, which took over an hour to prepare, was quite lavish. From a distance of 5 or 6 meters, Suyu could already smell a mixture of the spicy scent of green peppers and the rich aroma of the noodles. Taking a few steps closer, the dinner on the wooden table was giving off tempting steam. There were 5 white porcelain plates, each containing deep-fried dough sticks that were golden all over, their surface glossy with oil, stacked straight and upright, with the rich aroma of lard. Suyu pinched one with his right hand, gently breaking it, and a crisp sound rang out. He then put it in his mouth and chewed, the salty fragrance spreading between his teeth, growing more delicious with each bite. It's so delicious. He looked at Ji Haiyang beside him and patted his shoulder with his left hand. Old brother Ji, your cooking is really great. It must be from cooking for the kids, right? You flatter me. But indeed, I've been cooking for the kids for several years. I never thought I could use it in the dark dungeon. Ji Haiyang smiled and didn't talk much more about this topic. Suyu knew he was probably worried about his underage children in the dungeon, so he wisely didn't ask any further questions, instead shifting his attention to the 3 dishes on the table. He picked up the bamboo chopsticks placed next to his porcelain plate. With just a couple of bites, the taste was unforgettable. The 2 stir-fried dishes were placed in the left-hand blue porcelain plate, with green peppers stir-fried with meat. The green peppers were stir-fried to a vibrant green with slightly wrinkled edges, coated in a glossy sauce. The meat slices were cooked until crisp and flavorful, the fat and lean parts blending perfectly with the pepper's fragrance, the taste fresh and spicy. In contrast, the stir-fried celery with meat on the right-hand side was much lighter. The tender celery was cut into pieces, with a hint of yellow mixed in with the vibrant green, stir-fried to a crisp, tender texture, the unique fragrance of celery balancing out the pork's greasy flavor. Each bite was fresh and lively. Additionally, there was a plate of cold mixed tomatoes. The bright red fruit was cut into large chunks, lightly sprinkled with a layer of white sugar. The crystal-clear sugar granules slowly dissolved, releasing sweet and sour juice. The fruit was soft and juicy, and when bitten, it was a refreshing sweetness mixed with the fresh taste of tomatoes, perfectly cutting through the greasiness of the dough sticks and stir-fried dishes. Of course, the most important thing was that the celery and tomatoes used for the 3 dishes were all grown by Suyu. Even the pork and lard were his spoils, and the reserves were quite ample. This way, as long as there was enough time, the group could continue eating such delicious food for a long time. The evening breeze carried the scent of grass and trees across the table, and the food's fragrance grew stronger in the air, causing the pace of picking up the chopsticks to increase. After a round of wolfing down the food, Suyu's taste buds and stomach were completely satisfied, and even his body felt a bit lighter. His whole body had a kind of light, floating feeling. He opened his eyes with some doubt, and saw that the other 3 people, except him, were also looking at each other with the same doubt. He suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the status page. Name, Suyu. Profession, believer of truth, heretic, / believer. Spirit, 3.8, Strength, 2.7, Constitution, 3.0, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration, 1.5/3.8. Holy Grace, 3.3/3.8. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream Entering the Long Lodge LV1. Special Status, Mild Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy. The speed attribute increased by 0.1 point. So that's how it is. Suyu showed a suddenly enlightened expression, then faced the doubt of the 3 people and began to explain. If I didn't guess wrong, everyone's speed attribute should have increased by 0.1 point. The Scorching Iron Pot has a small probability to use normal ingredients to make extraordinary ingredients, but the probability is very low. I myself have only succeeded twice. I can only say Brother G's luck is really good. Ha, Suyu, when you say that I feel embarrassed. You provided this iron pot, so the credit should naturally be yours. Ji Haiyang smiled and waved his hands again and again, his words full of joy. After all, gaining 0.1 attribute point for no reason, no one's mood would be bad. But Suyu thought of something, picked up the 6th porcelain plate that still had fried dough sticks on it, stood up, and walked to the round stone pillar where Fred was tied. Eat, Fred. There is the dinner I promised you on this porcelain plate. As long as you behave well, there will always be a share of food for you in the future. Thank you for your generosity. Fred drew 2 crosses on his chest with his finger, then began to eat in big mouthfuls. Since he was caught by Suyu and his group yesterday at noon, he had not eaten for nearly 30 hours. At this moment, when he ate the fried dough sticks, he was simply like a hungry evil ghost. Seeing Fred like this, Suyu thought for a moment and then took out a 500 milliliters bottle of pure water from the space backpack. 5 minutes later, Fred finished the fried dough sticks and the pure water completely, and still wanted more, trying to ask Suyu for some again. But at this time, Suyu had already set foot on Whitehead Eagle Mountain again with Jiabaoyu. Time was tight, the task was heavy. It was already past 8 in the evening. He had to investigate as much as possible before the second half of the night and then return to the camp smoothly. Chapter 135 Middle-Aged Night. At 9:10, Suyu and the other took advantage of the moonlight and returned again to the entrance of the hidden small path. Looking ahead, the road condition of the small path was truly hard to describe in one sentence. Dry branches and sharp thorns crossed each other, vines hung down like a net, and even the last narrow gap was filled with dry grass. It looked like no one had cared about it for many years. But this also matched Suyu's expectation. If this small path really often had natives passing by, then he would have to doubt whether Fred was hiding many things from him. After a short discussion, the two finished dividing the work. Suyu himself was responsible for opening the way, while Jia Baoyu was responsible for throwing the cleared debris out of the small path, so that it would not pile up here and affect the speed of walking. He gripped the cold blood fiend axe tightly and moved forward step by step. As the axe rose and fell, weeds were cut off and branches were cleared away. The originally blocked small path gradually revealed its original appearance. Whether it was the tangled bushes or the tree trunks that occasionally appeared on the path, all were broken with one swing of the axe. The sound of the iron blade cutting through grass and wood was especially clear in the silent mountain, echoing with the occasional insect cries in the distance, becoming the only rhythm in the night. At midnight, Suyu and the other finally passed through this section of mountain road that was not long but absolutely difficult, and arrived at the foot of the mountain. With the help of the moonlight, looking ahead, this place was also a field just like the south side. Except for unknown insects making buzzing sounds, there were no other sounds. It was completely a harmonious field night scene. The two admired the scenery for a short while, but soon, Suyu's gaze stared fixedly at the right front. Is someone ambushing there? Beside him, Jia Baoyu almost instinctively picked up the machete in his hand. Suyu's mental attributes far exceeded his, and it was only reasonable to detect the enemy in advance. After he watched for a while, 3 light spots suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people slowly revealed their faces, and aside from the middle-aged man at the front, the 3 behind him each held a torch. Friends, you must be coming from the south, right? I've been staying at the foot of this mountain for 2 days and have yet to find any other teams besides us. The middle-aged man stopped about 10 meters away from Suyu and did not act like an ordinary survivor by attacking directly. Instead, he spoke with a calm and certain tone. Suyu squinted slightly. This middle-aged man looked quite unkempt, with a bit of stubble left on his cheeks, yet he gave Suyu a very dangerous feeling. Not to mention the pure black knight-style light armor on his body and the long sword in the sword bag at his waist, which all undeniably showcased his expert status. Team? Are you members of the Bright Society? He did not answer the middle-aged man's question but frowned and asked in return. When it came to forming a team through the guild, his first impression was indeed the Bright Society. No, I was just lucky. The day before this remote island trip, I happened to get a guild token and formed a team with a few friends. The middle-aged man shook his head and patiently explained. I see. Suyu nodded. He already believed the man a little bit. Based on his understanding of the Bright Society members, it was simply impossible that they would deny their identity. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment and acknowledged the middle-aged man's original question. Yes, we came from the southern part of the island. Then may I trouble you to tell us how to get to the southern part of the island? We have been stuck here for 2 days, and there are no resources. Continuing to stay is just a waste of time. The middle-aged man's tone remained calm, showing no intention of attacking. Oh, then how do you plan to get us to speak? Suyu asked with interest. Setting aside his speculation about the middle-aged man's strength, this was his first time meeting someone who didn't attack upon first meeting. He was genuinely curious. I don't have anything to trade with you right now. The supplies at the foot of the mountain are mostly just wild fruits, and the areas further north have all been occupied by other survivors. The chests scavenged are not meant for us. The middle-aged man shook his head, and a hint of apology surprisingly appeared on his face. However, if you are willing, I can trade the location of an airdrop coordinate in exchange, and I would be willing to allocate the airdrop supplies based on numbers, giving you 1/3 of the share. Chapter 136, Bad Guys? Good Guys? Airdrop coordinate location? Suyu's first reaction was that this middle-aged man was trying to trick them. Their group had already confirmed the coordinates for the first 5 days of airdrops, and the rough location for the 6th day's airdrop was also determined to be on the small island to the south. Could it be that the middle-aged man just happened to know the coordinates for the 7th day's airdrop? Moreover, what the middle-aged man just said was also quite strange. Having formed a team and possessing strong power himself, he hadn't gone to the northern plains to seize treasure chests, but had remained at the foot of the mountain. The loopholes were simply too obvious. He immediately asked the crucial question. Oh? Then I want to ask you, which day's airdrop coordinates do you hold? The 6th day. The middle-aged man answered without hesitation. So you instantly felt somewhat uncertain? If the middle-aged man had simply blurted out any random day, he would have attacked directly. But the day he mentioned happened to be the 6th day's airdrop coordinates. He couldn't tell what was real or fake for a while. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. I need to check the location of the airdrop coordinates first, and I want half of the airdrop treasure chest. If you agree to these two conditions, I can take you to the mountain passage later. Okay. The middle-aged man readily agreed, so quickly that Suyu was a bit impressed, worried he might directly fall into a trap. But seeing that the man had already walked ahead with 3 attendants, he had no choice but to suppress his suspicion and signal to Jia Baoyu, following from a distance. The moon was bright and the stars few, the plain vast. About 20 minutes later, the middle-aged man stopped in front of a giant statue of the white jade goddess. This is the place. You can let your companion or yourself touch the statue to see that I'm not lying. Suyu didn't immediately step forward but first examined the white jade statue in the moonlight and torchlight. He had seen this design in the dark dungeon before. The goddess held a sword in her left hand and a balance in her right hand, her eyes covered, clearly resembling the figure of justice. He once again signaled to Jia Baoyu to stay alert, then quickly walked towards the statue. However, the ambush he imagined did not occur. The middle-aged man even led his 3 attendants a little farther away, seemingly acting above board to avoid suspicion. Seeing this, Suyu also put his mind at ease, reaching out with his left hand to touch the jade foot of the white jade goddess. Statue of the Goddess of Justice, Special. Description: in the impression of many mortals, the Goddess of Justice is merely a loving and fair deity, but only those high-level transcendents who have crossed the gate of truth know that she is actually the incarnation of a certain god. Hidden Hint 1: this statue is currently located on the 096 abandoned island map, and its function has temporarily failed. Hidden Hint 2: the statue has inscriptions used to guide divine followers to drop rewards, and their power will be unsealed in 3 days and 11 hours. Hidden Hint 3: do not attack the goddess statue or attempt to remove the goddess's sword, or you will invite unimaginable consequences. This really is the airdrop coordinates from the 6th day, and it seems to have revealed some tremendous secret. Suyu's thoughts raced, and he considered many possibilities. But soon, he cast these thoughts aside and looked toward the middle-aged man. I apologize, earlier, I underestimated your intentions. How should I address you? It's alright, the rules set by this dark dungeon make it hard to trust one another, so being cautious is wise. At least it prevents opportunists from attacking. The middle-aged man smiled, as if clearing suspicion while relieving a burden. As for how to address me, my real name is Jiang Bofu, you can just call me Old Jiang. The middle-aged man spoke humbly, but Suyu wasn't going to directly call him Old Jiang. Not to mention, addressing him that way would be impolite. He wasn't even sure if he was truly named Jiang Bofu. He immediately told the middle-aged man his name and proposed exchanging survivor IDs to add each other as friends in the system. Unexpectedly, when he said this, Jiang Bofu showed a difficult expression. Until Suyu revealed a look of doubt, he seemed to make a tough decision and sighed heavily. Well, since we are aware of each other now, it's fine to tell you. My survivor ID is number 8, you can search and add me directly in the system. Number 8? Suyu instantly showed an incredulous expression. In this abandoned island map with a total of 1,000 survivors, there was actually a second survivor number in the top 100, the odds were just too low. It seems you know quite a few secrets. I won't hide it from you. I indeed entered the Dark Dungeon 3 months ago, but at that time, there were no weekly world events. So, the original accumulation of our batch of test subjects wasn't actually much higher than the rumors suggested. Jiang Bofu slowly stopped speaking, noticing that the expression on Suyu's face was not the calm he expected, but rather a curious surprise. After a brief silence, he spoke again, his voice slightly hoarse. Did I misunderstand your meaning? You originally didn't know about this? Suyu sincerely nodded. I truly didn't know before. I was just surprised to meet the top 100 survivors with special talents on this small island, but now, I am indeed quite curious. The silence in the room was chilling. After a long time, Jiang Bofu sighed. Alright then, you can add me as a friend first, and we can chat while walking. Sure. Suyu readily agreed, quickly opening the system page to send a friend request, then turned to look at Jia Baoyu. Boss Jia, you lead the way for Brother Zhang's 3 companions up front, and I'll chat with Brother Jiang at the back, how about that? Jia Baoyu nodded, silently walking ahead. Jiang Bofu also waved his hand, signaling the 3 attendants to follow Jia Baoyu, while he personally took out a torch from his space backpack and lit it. Is this a goblin oil torch? Smelling the familiar faint fishy odor, Suyu curiously asked. Unlike the ordinary torches held by the 3 attendants earlier, Jiang Bofu's torch was made with actual monster oil, equivalent to the strategic materials like kerosene lamps. Using such a torch on a deserted island that didn't require actively dispelling the darkness was indeed a bit extravagant. This is nothing. Jiang Bofu waved his hand, looking indifferent, then pointed to the space backpack on his back. Although my original accumulation isn't much ahead, I do have the crafting scrolls for monster oil torches. Over the past few months, I've produced quite a few. Suyu, if you want, I can give you 100 of them. Upon hearing this, Suyu naturally shook his head. Forget it. The market price for one torch is 100 basic resources, so 100 torches would cost 10,000 basic resources. I believe in not receiving rewards without merit. Also, I actually have the crafting blueprints for monster oil torches too. If Brother Jiang is interested in jointly controlling the market, as long as the price isn't too outrageous, I'd be willing to cooperate. Oh? Jiang Bofu suddenly stopped, carefully sizing up Suyu, even showing a hint of surprise on his face. I didn't expect you to have the crafting blueprints for monster oil torches too. I thought the torches on the market were secretly released by some tester using a white glove to bypass the restrictions. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Hearing this, Suyu's face also showed a look of surprise. According to Jiang Bofu's words, aside from himself, the other survivors who participated in the early test of the Dark Dungeon also had the crafting blueprints for monster oil torches. Unable to hold back, he immediately asked. Brother Jiang, what are the restriction conditions for these 10 testers? I've been observing for half a month, but I haven't noticed anything unusual in the trading market. Chapter 137, Knight's Ring Code. No abnormalities is actually normal, since the Dark Dungeon isn't something to be taken lightly. Anyone trying to exploit its flaws will end up dying horribly. Jiang Bofu laughed and shook his head, pausing for a moment before speaking again. As for the restriction conditions, let me show you my attribute panel, then you'll understand. Suyu, slightly puzzled, opened the friend page and saw Jiang Bofu sending 2 pictures. Special status, severe guilt, confidentiality agreement. Confidentiality agreement, allowed to enter the Dark Dungeon for testing 100 days in advance. After the Dark Dungeon officially opened to humans from this plane, within the first 100 days, no survivor could sell or transfer any items or their derivatives obtained during the testing phase to others in any form. Anyone who violates this rule will have their own evil value slightly increased, while the other party's evil value will increase significantly. After looking at the 2 attribute page images, Suyu almost instantly understood how the heavy sin came about. But immediately after, he raised his head, his tone carrying some displeasure. Brother Jiang, this is really not fair. If I had greedily taken your torch just now, my evil value would probably have exploded. Ha, calm down. I did this for self-protection, after all. My situation is quite special among the testers, and it's not easy to directly fight with others. Jiang Bofu laughed heartily, seemingly trying to brush off the matter. But seeing Suyu's face gradually darken, he sighed again, making a new concession. Alright, I can't give you anything to compensate for now, but how about I show you my attribute page as an apology? Fine. Suyu nodded in agreement. He also knew that Jiang Bofu couldn't compensate him with items at the moment, and if things really escalated, Jiang Bofu had entered the Dark Dungeon 100 days earlier and probably had countless hidden cards. After thinking it through, it was better to use this opportunity to understand Jiang Bofu. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. Moments later, Suyu received 3 more images. Name, Jiang Bofu. Survivor ID, 000000008. Occupation, Heavy Armor Knight. Rank, Tier 3. Mentality, 3.1, Strength, 6.9, Constitution, 6.2, Speed, 5.3. Blood Energy, September 14th, 31. Holy Grace, 12.7/15.5. Skills, Mastery of Warhorse LV2, Shield Specialization LV3, Night Breathing LV3, Mastery of Spear LV1, Holy Light Healing LV1, Prayer LV3, Holy Night will max. Special Status, Heavy Sin, Confidentiality Agreement. Holy Knight will max, the destined Holy Knight, who must adhere to the 7 rules of humility, tolerance, gentleness, diligence, generosity, temperance, and loyalty. Opens the Holy Grace attribute in advance. Can only be employed in Knight Series occupations and subsequent Holy Knight branches. Gains temporary benefits when adhering to the rules, and suffers temporary penalties after breaking them. This talent skill will upgrade after becoming a Holy Knight. Gentleness, prohibits actively attacking survivors with an evil value lower than one's own. After adhering to this rule for a week, enters combat with a temporary boost of 0.5 points to Constitution and reduces 15% of blood energy consumption. Breaking the rule reverses the effect, causing an equal amount of debuff for 1 week. This effect cannot exceed rank limitations. Hiss. Suyu inhaled sharply. What did he just see? Other than his mental attribute being slightly weaker than Suyu's, Jiang Bofu almost crushed him in every other attribute. With 6.9 points of strength and 6.2 points of constitution, just 1 punch could probably send Suyu flying. Additionally, his blood energy and Holy Grace attributes had an upper limit 5 times that of his constitution and mentality. Without a doubt, this was the massive benefit gained from advancing to Tier 3. The double blue bars were increased 5 times, and if they actually fought, even with his external oil lamp blue bars, Suyu wouldn't be able to outlast him. But this wasn't the most outrageous part. The most outrageous thing was that his talent skill, Holy Night Will, actually had 7 entire enhancement effects. Just the gentleness rule alone could provide a 0.5 boost to constitution and reduce blue energy consumption by 15%. The combined effect of the 7 rules was simply unimaginable. But luckily, the limitations of this talent were also very clear. After the shock, Suyu finally understood. No wonder Jiang Bofu's behavior and speech were so different from the other survivors he had met before. It turned out to be the effect of his talent skill. This could be considered a rare breath of fresh air in the Dark Dungeon's great mud pit. So, how about it? Now do you believe me? As for the remaining 6 rules, I won't show you. Some of them involve personal privacy. Jiang Bofu's tone remained calm, showing no hint of arrogance despite his superior strength. Suyu naturally nodded wisely and agreed. He knew very clearly in his heart that the middle-aged knight in front of him only did not want to make a move because of the precepts. If they truly tore their faces and started fighting, Jiang Bofu could endure the backlash of the precepts and still hang him up and hammer him hard. 1 hour later, the two people smoothly passed through the hidden small path and the steps going down the mountain, and stopped at the foot of the mountain on the east side of the mountain range. The torch lit up the night curtain, and 3 followers were silently and quietly waiting for Jiang Bofu. As for Jia Baoyu, he had already received Suyu's message 20 minutes ago, telling him to return to the camp by himself in advance. Let us part here. I will probably go to the south to walk around. When the 6th day comes we will contact each other and return to the north together. Jiang Bofu waved his hand toward Suyu and made a gesture of farewell. But in the next second, Suyu opened his mouth again. Brother Jiang, please wait, I want to make a trade with you. Oh? What trade? A trace of curiosity appeared on Jiang Bofu's face. In the past, after other survivors learned his tester identity, they either tried to use the precepts to blackmail him, or directly hid far away. Suyu's attitude of equal trade was very rare. To be honest, I want to use the position of the airdrop coordinates to exchange for information about the Illuminati. I think as a tester who entered the Dark Dungeon in advance, you must know some secrets about the Illuminati. Suyu took a deep breath and spoke out a question that had been pressed in the bottom of his heart for a long time. Since that time when he suffered continuous life and death arena harassment from members of the Illuminati, he had already listed the Illuminati on the enemy list. Now that he finally met a possible chance to understand the secrets of the Illuminati, he naturally would not miss it. The Illuminati, I indeed know some. Jiang Bofu did not directly agree or refuse, but pondered for a moment, and suddenly opened his mouth and changed to another topic. But your small team should not have only 2 people, right? You used the team's information to exchange for your own benefit. Is this really good? Brother, you misunderstood me. Suyu shook his head decisively, first pointed to himself, then pointed to Jiang Bofu. I mean, our 2 teams take the airdrop together. After getting the treasure chest, I will transfer the part that belongs to me to you. Chapter 138 Night Spirit and Black Rain Curtain. If it were other survivors, Suyu would absolutely not reveal the information that he possessed the position of the airdrop coordinates. But the Jiang Bofu in front of him was a special case. Because of the effect of the 7 precepts brought by the talent skill paladin Jiang Bofu was probably the only truly good person in this dark dungeon. This is called a gentleman can be deceived with righteousness. You really guessed it. Jiang Bofu showed a smile on his face, did not look very surprised, paused, and then gave an answer that was somewhat beyond Suyu's expectation. I agree to your trade, but I will not take the thing. Suyu showed a puzzled look. You indeed guessed part of the generosity precept, but you did not guess it accurately. Jiang Bofu explained patiently. Sharing the spoils together also counts as breaking the precept? Suyu was truly shocked. He originally thought that Paladin will belong to the most overpowered tier of talent, but according to Jiang Bofu himself, it seemed that the remaining 6 precepts of this talent each had their own hidden cruel tricks. Otherwise, did you think the Dark Dungeon would give us an invincible talent skill for no reason? It seems you still do not understand the nature of the dungeon enough. Jiang Bofu shook his head, did not mean to say more, and directly changed the topic. Let us not mention these, let us talk about the Illuminati. If you want to join the Illuminati, I advise you to stay as far away as possible. That is a pyramid scheme organization. Among the survivors who join, it is already not bad if 1 out of 10 can survive after 3 months. I have a grudge against the Illuminati. Suyu said honestly. A grudge? Jiang Bofu showed some surprise, carefully re-examining Suyu from head to toe. How did you get involved with this pyramid scheme? They shouldn't show their true colors to us Earth survivors yet. I accidentally got a level 4 extraordinary career change scroll. By the way, isn't the Illuminati just for us Earth survivors? As Suyu spoke, he carefully observed Jiang Bofu's expression. If he showed the right reaction, he would directly take out the weapons master career change scroll to trade for information. However, Jiang Bofu only looked a bit surprised and showed no intention of taking what Suyu had. A level 4 extraordinary career change scroll? That's not surprising then. Level 3 to level 4 change scrolls are indeed quite valuable. If you hadn't used an anti-divination item, they would have noticed you. But how did you manage to get something even I couldn't get? Are you really a genius? And you seem not too surprised that there are other survivors besides us Earthlings. How do you know that? Not long ago, I captured an island native. I learned about it from him. Suyu laid out the whole story, even mentioning Fred's name. He wanted to see if Jiang Bofu had any insight on this, since Fred was indeed a native from the island. If any key details were distorted, that would be a huge problem. After listening, Jiang Bofu was silent for a moment, then said softly, "What that native said is correct, but your luck is just too good. I feel like you might be a tester from the dark dungeon." Suyu gave an awkward smile. Ever since he found a string of airdrop coordinates on the island yesterday, he had considered this himself. It was possible that part of this was indeed related to his luck attribute. However, Jiang Bofu didn't ask more about this. After organizing his language a bit, he began to explain again. "Well then, since you know these basic things, I'll keep it brief. As far as I know, there are at least 7 civilizations of human survivors in the Dark Dungeon. The earliest ones have even lived in the dungeon for decades. And the Illuminati was created by a survivor from an earlier civilization. Their initial faith in the God of Light was indeed fine, but later, that survivor changed their class to a desecrated priest, and the Illuminati was banned by the Survivor Alliance." Decades? Suyu pointed out what he thought was wrong. With the world events happening weekly like now, they will only last 5 times. After 5 times, the Dark Dungeon area where we Earth survivors are will merge with all survivors, and then the world events will become irregular. Jiang Bofu explained. So that's how it is. Suyu nodded. Jiang Bofu's words resolved a long-standing confusion in his heart. If the world events occurred regularly each week without interruption, half a year would be enough to leave only one human alive. Do you have any questions left? I have some time now and can answer them together. I do have one. Suyu felt a bit embarrassed. I want to ask Brother Jiang, do you know the prayers to the gods? Prayers? What do you want that for? The recovery effect of the prayer skill has nothing to do with the prayers. Jiang Bofu's face showed confusion. He originally thought Suyu would ask him something about the desecrated priest or other world survivors, but surprisingly, he asked such an irrelevant question. I have a special skill that is very special. After I learn a god's prayer words, the effect will double. As Suyu spoke, he opened the system panel and sent over the skill page of Dream into the Deep Spirit World. After a short moment, Jiang Bofu let out a heartfelt sigh. What an amazing skill effect. It increases the spirit attribute by a fixed amount every day, and it can also increase the recovery speed of the Holy Grace attribute. On top of that, it gives a chance to enter the deep spirit world in advance. If I were not sure that your survivor number is not within the first 100, I would really think this is your talent skill. Is there really no exception? Listening to Jiang Bofu's sigh and praise, Suyu thought of a question and tried to ask. No. Talent skills only appear on the first 100 survivors in every world. That is the iron law of the world system. Jiang Bofu answered without the slightest doubt. Suyu's face changed slightly at once. Back then, he had repeatedly stressed to Zhang Yiting that Dream into the Deep Spirit World was a talent skill. Although there is no problem now, as time passes, trouble may appear. Although I don't know how you did it, I will keep it secret for you. As for the prayer words, I really do know one true gods. Jiang Bofu patted his shoulder, telling him to relax, then paused for a moment and continued. But gods cannot be offended. I will send it to you through the friend page. Okay. Suyu nodded and opened the friend page. Great Tyrant of Order, you are the rule of battle and resistance, the flawless god, the guide of avengers, the origin of war, Tyrant of Order. Suyu silently recited it once in his heart, and at once a strange feeling rose in his heart, as if he knew a coordinate in the dark. He opened the attribute page and clicked on the Dream into the Deep Spirit World entry. The content inside had clearly already changed. Dream into the Deep Spirit World LV1, the soul dreams into the Deep Spirit World. Each hour it restores a base 0.5 points of Holy Grace. For every true God's prayer words mastered, the recovery effect increases by an extra 100%. Current recovery effect has increased by 200%. After each dream ends, it permanently increases 0.2 points of spirit attribute. The attribute increase effect rises as the exploration degree of the Deep Spirit World rises. This skill cannot be upgraded. It can only rise as the extraordinary rank rises. It truly works. The recovery effect of Dream into the Deep Spirit World increased by another 100%. In this way, even if he used up all the Holy Grace attribute in the morning or completely stored it into his lifebound kerosene lamp, as long as he slept for 2 hours at noon, after he woke up again, the blue bar would be full. But now was clearly not the time to be happy. Suyu held back his excitement, closed the attribute page, and then nodded to Jiang Bofu. Thank you, brother. It truly has an effect. No need to thank me. If there are no other questions, I will leave first. If you want me to help seize treasure chests, send me the airdrop coordinate location by private message at that time. As Jiang Bofu spoke, he waved his hand, turned around, and walked farther and farther away with 3 followers. This time Suyu did not interrupt. Instead, he waved hard to say goodbye. Only when Jiang Bofu and the other 3 turned into 4 small light dots in the dark night did he turn around and walk toward the camp. Another hour later, he finally returned near the camp. As soon as he got close, he saw 3 pairs of eyes. The 3 teammates had different looks on their faces, but all showed a trace of worry. Why are you all still not sleeping? Go sleep. Jia Baoyu, you are in charge of keeping watch tonight. We will talk after we wake up tomorrow. Suyu waved his hand, telling Zhang Yiding and Ji Haiyang to return to the tent to sleep. Seeing this, everyone naturally could not ask more, and each returned to their tent. Suyu also returned to his own tent. There was too much news learned tonight. He had to sleep well to digest it. Very soon, his consciousness returned to chaos, and in a daze he entered dreamland. In the black forest that covered the sky and blocked the sun, Suyu opened his eyes. Almost in an instant, he sensed the abnormal place of today's woodland. A purple-black aura surrounded the area, and the sky was dropping thick, black liquid, as if a light rain was falling, filling the air with a cursed, malicious, decayed, and eerie scent. Suyu opened his palm, and the black rain fell into his hand, triggering no hidden prompts, meaning this was most likely just a natural phenomenon of the woodland. But the unexpected turn of events inevitably caused a sense of panic. To avoid any mishaps, he immediately quickened his pace. Following the cobblestone path that wound through the eerie forest, he finally saw the familiar well in the forest. Above the well, a floating parchment was still suspended in the flowing light, but the moss and lichen that once grew around the well now formed a ring around it, exposing the pitch-black soil beneath. According to the original plan, Suyu intended to take the parchment and leave directly. But listening to the soft sound of the rain, he pondered for a moment and decided to continue forward along the cobblestone path. After a short distance, the familiar jagged giant stone appeared before his eyes once again. But this time, unlike last time, the cobblestone path ahead split into 2. At the end of the right path, he could vaguely see the giant tree wall he had encountered once before. And to the left, the path was completely enveloped in a thick black rain curtain. Chapter 139, The Tyrant of Order and the Mother of Monsters. Indeed, something has changed. Without hesitation, Suyu chose the left path. The pure white gate, leading to the right, had already been seen in his dream, and with his mental attribute not reaching 6, he couldn't open it, so going there would be a waste of time. It was better to explore the new fork to the left. Moreover, he had a vague guess in his mind. If things went wrong, this new fork might be related to the divine prayer he had just learned. Passing through the black rain curtain, a torrential downpour began to fall. Ink-black liquid fell from the sky, soaking Suyu's coat and hair. Though in his current soul form, the sticky state still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. To avoid the black rain splashing into his eyes, he could only squint, barely managing to continue along the cobblestone path. But soon, he stopped. The cobblestone path ended, and there was nothing before him except the same pitch-black forest. Only a dark rainwater lake occasionally rippled. Suyu squinted at the surface of the lake, suddenly startled. In the pitch-black water, a creature was clearly reflected, a monster with 7 branches, each branch ending in 7 forks, and each fork having 7 heads. The creature's body was loose and obese, dark green in color, with several necks growing fangs and antennae, seemingly about to bite Suyu. But Suyu was only momentarily startled, and without turning his head, he steadied his mind. He slowly crouched down, stretched out his right hand, and gently touched the black lake surface, when a large block of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lake of 7 Twists, Special. Description: 7 Twists is the name of a long-deceased deity. After his death, part of his lingering thoughts turned into the ink-black lake waters. Only individuals who meet certain special conditions can come here. Hidden Hint 1, the Mother of Monsters 7 Twists is one of the oldest gods in the dreaming, with vast authority. Though he was killed by the Tyrant of Order, his essence still exists deep in the dreaming. Hidden Hint 2, only individuals who know the Tyrant of Order prayer can discover the hidden Lake of 7 Twists in the woodland. Drinking a small amount of lake water and quietly sensing the roar before 7 twists fall will likely grant a random attribute plus 0.1, with a small chance of gaining wound, blade, *1. Hidden Hint 3, individuals who have entered the night sequence can swim in the lake to feel the night spirit of the Tyrant of Order. High chance to obtain, scar, blade, *1, low chance to obtain, night precept, *1 in advance. Scar? Suyu's gaze quickly focused on the new entry he had never seen before. As a man with a cheat, he was naturally very greedy for the precept, but the hidden hint clearly wrote that only survivors who step onto the night sequence can obtain a precept in the lake. Other sequence survivors like him, even if they swim in the lake for a whole day, can only waste time for nothing. It is better to drink some lake water to increase a random attribute. If luck is good, maybe he can even figure out the effect of Scar, Blade. Thinking of this, he decisively stopped internal struggle, used his hands to hold up a handful of lake water and brought it to his mouth. The lake water was black like ink, looking like a collection of all filth in the world, but Suyu, who already had the hidden hint, would naturally not be confused by the surface. He decisively opened his mouth and swallowed it down. In the next moment, the world in his eyes underwent a heaven and earth overturning change. Every scene scattered like a broken mirror and gathered again. The forest land under pouring heavy rain turned into a boundless desert under blazing sun. A man wearing worn-out clothes was fighting in flesh with a multi-headed monster in the desert. This is the scene when Order Tyrant and Mother of Monsters were fighting? Suyu's heart was shaken beyond compare. Compared with the monster's huge body, the man was like a tiny ant that could be crushed at any time, yet in the flesh fight he held the upper hand. The whole scene looked absurd and bizarre. But just when he held his breath and wanted to keep watching, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed and shattered again, completely returning to a piece of darkness. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. What entered his sight was the top of a triangular pyramid-shaped marching tent. Immediately after, a burning pain came from his abdomen. Hiss. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, lifted his clothes to look, only to see a ferocious wound cutting across from his chest to his lower abdomen, looking extremely terrifying. Damn, so Scar really means the literal meaning, it hurts me to death. Suyu took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion, pulled out the wooden stopper with his mouth and drank it in one gulp. In the next moment, the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 minutes later, the originally terrifying wound turned into a long scar. But Suyu's expression became somewhat strange. He could feel that the wound had indeed healed, but inside the flesh and blood hidden under the scar there seemed to be an unclear and hard-to-say feeling, like a power was stirring and ready to move. And he did not know whether it was an illusion. He felt a sense of being hollowed out from head to toe, just like when he stayed up all night in university and the next afternoon his whole body was sore. He opened the system panel. Name, Suyu. Profession, believer of truth, heretic/believer. Spirit, 4.0, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 2.5, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration, 1.5/4.0. Holy Grace, 4.0/4.0. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Smelting Metal LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream Intermansis LV1. Special Status, Mild Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1. Suyu blinked. He was very familiar with his own attributes. Before sleeping last night the Constitution attribute should have been 3.0, how did it drop directly to 2.5 after one sleep? No wonder his whole body felt weak like overdraft. And the Strength attribute, before sleeping last night it was only 2.5 points, after one sleep, it directly soared by a whole point. The growth speed was even faster than a rocket. He was stunned for a moment, and quickly found another different place on the panel. Blade Scar *1. Obviously, the large change of the two attributes could not escape relation with this special status that just appeared. Suyu's mind lightly touched the text, and a large section of explanatory text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Blade Scar *1. The scar is a permanent sacrifice made for power. You have chosen to pay a price for the Strength attribute. During the existence of the scar, Constitution -0.5, Strength +1.0, the power of mortals will eventually have a limit. This thing is a bit useless. Suyu frowned and muttered. If you ignore the hidden warning that you will die immediately from the 3 blade scars, exchanging 0.5 points of Constitution for 1.0 points of Strength would definitely have many survivors fighting to get it. But the problem is, Strength is completely less important to him than Constitution. Although he sometimes uses the cold-blooded demon axe to kill, both the truth believer and believer are standard magic-based professions. When changing professions and advancing in the future, there will definitely be more requirements for mental and Constitution attributes. Now, with the Constitution attribute lowered by 0.5 points, if it doesn't go well, his future job as a truth believer will hit an attribute block. If only the effect of this scar was to lower strength and increase mentality. Suyu murmured to himself, then quickly adjusted his mood. Right now, although the effect of Blade Scar is useless, it can still be considered a positive buff. He stopped thinking about it, stood up, and unzipped the tent. He saw the morning mist hadn't cleared yet, and the cold air carried some scent of food into the tent. He walked out of the tent in confusion and saw Jiabaoyu, who was on watch, waving at him from a nearby chair. Further away, by the temporary campfire, there was a figure busy at work, Ji Haiyang, the team's unanimously chosen chef. Did I sleep in? Suyu looked at Jiabaoyu in some confusion and then asked. No, it's just 6:30 in the morning. I got up early to make breakfast for everyone. Ji Haiyang, who heard the voice from a distance, replied loudly on behalf of Jiabaoyu. Oh, I thought I overslept. Ji, old brother, you've worked hard. Suyu turned to Ji Haiyang, smiled, and waved in return. After that, he planned to walk toward the temporary campfire to see what Ji Haiyang had made for breakfast. But before he could make any move, Jiabaoyu, sitting in the nearby chair, came over. Brother Su, What exactly happened after I returned to the camp last night? Actually, not much. The leader was a master, I couldn't beat him, so I made a deal with him and chatted a bit. I just promised not to have conflicts with him. Suyu explained concisely. Huh? Jia Baoyu was stunned. He had thought of countless possibilities, but never imagined that Suyu would give such an answer. In his mind, Suyu was the absolute strongest survivor, without a doubt. And now, the strongest Suyu said he couldn't beat that middle-aged knight. It was hard for him to believe. How strong is he? He continued to probe. If we can avoid conflict, we should. Even if the four of us teamed up, we're no match for him. Suyu replied. Jia Baoyu was immediately even more incredulous. 3 of their 4 members were already second-tier professions, and yet together they weren't a match for the middle-aged knight. It sounded like a fairy tale. But seeing Suyu's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking, which made Jia Baoyu start doubting life itself. Suyu looked at his expression, thought for a moment, and didn't explain in detail. Instead, he gently patted his shoulder. After all, the Dark Dungeon Tester's secret was highly important. Since Jiang Bofu didn't directly say it could be disclosed, Suyu still thought it was best to keep it a secret. Unexpectedly, this gentle pat made Jia Baoyu's shoulder tilt downwards. Both their attention was immediately drawn to it. Brother Su, you're using a bit too much strength there. Jia Baoyu didn't think much of it, just assuming that Suyu had used full force, and teasingly said a word. But Suyu knew it wasn't like that at all. He had just meant to lightly pat him. But due to the significant improvement in his strength attribute, he found it difficult to control the force. Thinking of this, he instantly lost interest in checking the style of Ji Haiyang's breakfast today, quickly saying goodbye to Jia Baoyu, and turned to leave the camp. The field stretched endlessly, with the vast black soil and sparse wild grass contrasting against the blue sky, giving a refreshing feeling. Unfortunately, Suyu had no heart to appreciate it. According to his plan, the best way to adapt to the increase in strength was to find a target, but in this vast field, he couldn't see a suitable one. However, as the saying goes, heaven never shuts off all exits, he quickly thought of an exception. 5 minutes later, Suyu bypassed the foot of the mountain and arrived at the fruit tree where the airdrop coordinates were drawn earlier. The dark golden patterned air treasure chest had already disappeared, possibly taken by a survivor hoping to get lucky. However, Suyu was very clear that the dark golden treasure chest had no recovery value at all, otherwise, his golden finger would have given a hidden prompt, just like when the air treasure chest was previously recovered. As his thoughts flowed, his actions didn't stop, and he directly threw a punch at the fruit tree. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the part of the tree trunk that was hit actually dented slightly by half an inch. In contrast, Suyu's hands, protected by the wolfskin gloves, only felt a slight tingling in his tiger's mouth, with no other injury. As I expected. Suyu nodded slightly. When his spiritual attribute broke through 3.0 earlier, the effect of spiritual pressure had undergone a qualitative change. Now that his strength attribute had also broken through 3.0, his physical killing power had obviously been enhanced to a higher level. The only regret was that his constitution attribute had dropped below 3.0, causing his body to be weak and unable to exert much strength. Otherwise, he could have easily cosplayed as a warrior. Thinking this, Suyu's speed in swinging his hands increased. With this vast plain around him, this one fruit tree was the only one suitable to be a target, so he naturally wouldn't waste the resource. Finally, after hundreds of heavy punches, the fruit tree crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Suyu stood in place, slowly calming his breath, feeling a bit regretful. Right now, he can only roughly understand how much strength he had, but he was still far from mastering every bit of force precisely. This is truly a happy trouble. Suyu sighed sincerely. There must be many survivors who would be furious if they heard of someone needing to specially adapt because of a rapid increase in strength like him. After resting for a while, he returned to the camp along the same route. Today's breakfast was almost the same as yesterday, still pancakes and egg flour soup, simple yet delicious. Having just exercised intensely, Suyu's appetite was great, and he devoured his portion in a hurry, even eyeing the portion reserved for Fred. But seeing Fred nearly drooling beside him, he couldn't bring himself to do such a heartless thing. Once everyone finished eating, Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu began packing up the camp, and Suyu thought about helping, but unexpectedly, Wang Jing was the first to approach him. I've divined the location of the 7th day's airdrop coordinates. Where is it? Suyu asked. Now, with the locations of the airdrop coordinates for the other 6 days already found, he couldn't help but grow even more curious. It's on the small island to the south. Wang Jing replied briefly. As expected. Suyu showed a look of realization. He had originally suspected that the 6th day's airdrop coordinates were on the small island to the south, but after meeting Jiang Bofu last night, the location of the 6th day's airdrop coordinates had already been confirmed. So, calculating it, the only airdrop coordinates that would be hidden there would be for the 7th day. Otherwise, there would be no need to specifically set up a small island separate from the large island for this world event's desert island map. Also, it seems there are a lot of vengeful spirits on that island. I think we need to prepare in advance. Wang Jing timely added. Oh, that's definitely something to consider. Suyu nodded slightly, surprised that premonition had given him an extra surprise. Without this piece of information, they might have run into some trouble. He looked at Wang Jing, and his intention couldn't be clearer. Is there anything else? No. Wang Jing shook her head. Her talent skill was closely linked to the secrecy of the divination target. The more secretive the matter, the less information she could get, which was one of the reasons she sought out Suyu immediately to warn him. Suyu nodded. Getting one extra piece of information was already a pleasant surprise, so he naturally wouldn't be greedy. After packing up the camp, the group began to ascend the mountain with Fred. Since it was not their first time on the mountain, and with Suyu and Jia Baoyu having made multiple trips already, they walked with ease, very familiar with the route. By 9 a.m., they had returned to the familiar platform. There were still exactly 3 hours until noon, so everyone found something to do. Suyu sat down and closed his eyes, using meditation to restore his inspiration attribute. Compared to Holy Grace, which could quickly restore with sleep, his inspiration attribute recovered much slower. It had been at a low level for the past few days. In addition, the intense physical activity over the past few days meant that if not for his spiritual pressure skill, which allowed Holy Grace to be used independently, he would have collapsed by now. But fortunately, compared to yesterday at the Two-Headed Eagle tribe, this was a mountainous area, and at a glance, there wasn't a single person in sight. Only when lying on the edge of the platform could he barely use his enhanced vision to spot a few small black figures slowly moving in the far distance. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Suyu reluctantly stopped meditating. The moment he opened his eyes, a system notification suddenly rang in his ear. Ding, the third random airdrop for this map is now available. Go grab it. As the system notification faded, a beam of sky blue light shot down from the sky, piercing through the thatched roof like a silver column, crashing onto the transparent hexagram array not far from them. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, and the originally transparent hexagram array suddenly emitted a rich purple glow. Then, under everyone's gaze, a treasure chest with dark gold patterns appeared out of thin air, steadily manifesting at the center of the hexagram array. Blue? Suyu suddenly realized a detail he had overlooked. He clearly remembered that on the first day, the airdrop coordinates sent a sky-high white light, and on the second day, it turned green. He hadn't noticed before, but now seeing the blue light soaring into the sky, he finally reacted. The color of the light seemed to be directly linked to the rarity of the treasure chest. Even if they were both orange-quality divine chests, the later ones were definitely rarer. He silently made a note of this discovery and stood up, exchanging a glance with the others before once again confidently reaching out to touch the palm imprint on the chest. Low-level divine treasure chest, orange. Description: a high-quality treasure chest that randomly refreshes in the dark dungeon. It can drop several items matching its level. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains a second-tier extraordinary profession scroll blind box *1, a fourth-tier extraordinary profession scroll puzzle blind box *1, and a token of atonement *1. Hidden hint 2, this chest cannot be opened directly. Place your palm on the indentation for 5 minutes, and it will automatically open. Hidden hint 3, this chest cannot be upgraded. Hidden hint 4, only survivors can open this chest. Only 3 items? Suyu was slightly stunned. Compared to the treasure chest from the other day, this one was a huge change. However, at this moment, he clearly couldn't let his surprise show, so he suppressed all the thoughts in his mind and quietly waited. 5 minutes quickly passed, and the mechanism inside the chest clicked. Suyu smoothly opened the chest and saw that the space inside was much emptier compared to the chest from the other day, with only 3 items. There are only 3 items. He turned to the 3 of them to report the news. Everyone immediately reacted differently, but they quickly accepted the fact. After a brief exchange of glances, Ji Haiyang spoke first. If there are only 3 items, then Suyu, you and Wang Jing can split them. My warrior class promotion scroll was also opened by Wang Jing, so I won't compete with you guys. Wang Jing hesitated for a moment and looked at Suyu, hoping he would make the decision, but unexpectedly, Suyu didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. She could only nod. As the ownership discussion came to an end, Suyu handed the 2 blind boxes to Wang Jing. According to his personal thoughts, these 2 blind boxes really suited Wang Jing. After all, Wang Jing had opened 2 second-order extraordinary class scroll blind boxes, and ended up getting 2 second-order classes for Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu. Based on this trend, it was possible that she could open a gladiator for Zhang Yiting or a priest for the follower class and share in the good luck. Of course, this was something that couldn't be said out loud. Suyu handed the 2 blind boxes to Wang Jing and focused his attention on the last item in the chest. Atonement token, purple. Description: an extremely rare atonement rune, containing special divine power, which can cleanse one's sins. Hidden hint 1, the rune will take effect immediately when applied to the forehead. After it burns out, it can randomly reduce the user's evil value by 10 to 50 points. Hidden hint 2, the exact reduction in evil value depends on the user's luck attribute. Try to improve your luck attribute before using it. It was actually something to lower evil value. Suyu couldn't help but blink. Since entering the dark dungeon, he had seen countless items that increased his evil value. Even something like the battle avoidance token, a life-saving item, would increase his evil value. But this was the first time he had seen an item that lowered evil value. The next moment, the corner of his mouth unconsciously twitched upward. With this thing, the evil value he had accumulated from killing people earlier would be wiped clean, and in the future, crafting mental potions or other tasks wouldn't be unnecessarily affected by lowered success rates. Then this one's mine. He picked up the atonement token and waved it at the three of them before following the instructions and placing the token on his forehead. In the next moment, the token burst into thick black smoke as if burning some invisible energy. By the time the token burned out, leaving only a pile of black ash, Suyu opened the system panel. Name: Suyu. Class: True Believer, Heretic, / Follower. Mental: 4.0, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 2.5, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration, 2.5/4.0. Holy Grace, 4.0/4.0. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dreamwalking LV1. Special States: Minor Sin, Demon Temptation, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1. As expected, the original, Minor Sin, turned into, Like Minor Sin. Suyu moved his thoughts, and a segment of text appeared before his eyes. Like Minor Sin, accumulated 5 points of evil value. When opening the treasure chest, there is a 0.05% chance of becoming a chest monster. The evil value has been reduced by 36 points. Looks like my luck attribute is indeed quite high. Suyu calculated in his mind, and couldn't help but feel grateful that he had drawn the lucky pouch the night before. Although a small amount of evil value still remained, it wasn't a big deal. At this moment, he was in a great mood, humming a little tune as he turned to look at Wang Jing. He noticed that Wang Jing's face looked a bit off, and there was already a hint of suspicion in his heart, but he still asked. What's wrong? Wang Jing casually said, Same old story, just opened another scroll that's not for my profession. She deliberately downplayed it, handing him the parchment scroll. Priest Profession Advancement Scroll, green. Effect: a special certificate for advancing to a second-tier extraordinary profession, priest. It disappears automatically after use. Description: a priest is a clergy member who believes in gods, using prayers to summon divine powers. Usage restrictions: mental 3.0, physical 2.5. Prerequisite profession: follower. Extraordinary medium, personal oil lamp, purple quality or higher. Advancement ceremony: use the personal oil lamp to burn the scroll to ashes. After reading, Suyu immediately showed an odd expression. This is really a coincidence. Just a moment ago, he was thinking it would be great if he could open a priest profession advancement scroll from a blind box, and now, in the blink of an eye, Wang Jing had actually opened one. He didn't even know whether to say he was lucky or Wang Jing was unlucky. As an initial profession, the apprentice profession could advance into 4 different second-tier professions that Suyu knew about in these past days. Wang Jing had opened 3 blind boxes in a row, and not a single one had the right scroll. It was quite a pity. Of course, although the apprentice's extraordinary sequences were numerous, Suyu guessed that Wang Jing would likely choose Arcane Scholar, or else the future fortune teller advancement would be greatly hindered. Give me this scroll. He looked up at Wang Jing and, after a moment of careful thought, added. My situation is special, this scroll is useful for me. Ha? Sugu, aren't you already a second-tier profession? Wang Jing was surprised, then immediately seemed to think of something and waved her hand repeatedly. Sugu, you don't have to comfort me. There's still the airdrop in 4 days. I'm sure I'll get the Arcane Scholar one. Suyu didn't expect Wang Jing to imagine so much, and for a moment, he was speechless. But it wasn't entirely Wang Jing's fault. After all, dual professions were rare, and even an old tester like Zhang Bushu might not know about them. Seeing Wang Jing already lost in her own world, Suyu had no choice but to speak again. I really can use this. Here's the deal, if there are a lot of items in tomorrow's airdrop box, I'll give you an extra one. Wang Jing nodded repeatedly, clearly still immersed in her own logic. Suyu didn't explain much, quietly walking to a corner and taking out his personal oil lamp. Oil lamp, orange. Description: your personal oil lamp with almost unlimited potential for evolution. Oil capacity, 900 milliliters per 1000 milliliters. Faith capacity, July 8, 1000. Burn time, 37 days 12 hours. Hidden tip 1, collect infused purple quality or higher oil lamps to enhance your personal oil lamp. Hidden tip 2, when the faith capacity reaches 1000 points and the oil capacity exceeds 2000 milliliters, it can be upgraded to silver quality. Hidden tip 3, you can consume 500 milliliters of oil to pray to the gods, increasing mental attribute by 0.1. This effect is invalid for holders with mental attributes greater than or equal to 9, and the cooldown is 1 day. Hidden tip 4, you can consume 500 milliliters of oil to refine equipment, enhancing its quality to orange and resetting the maximum enchantment slot. This effect has a cooldown of 1 day. Hidden tip 5, orange quality oil lamps can be used as core materials for the priest profession. Hidden tip 6, this personal oil lamp is bound to survivor number 0000114514, Suyu. Other survivors cannot use it. The faith capacity of 7.8 points might seem little, but it was enough to fill Suyu's main blue bar twice. He didn't hesitate and carefully removed the lamp's outer cover, placing the parchment scroll onto the flame of the lamp's wick. Sizzle, sizzle. The parchment scroll was scorched, giving off a scent similar to mutton, which smelled quite pleasant. But at that moment, Suyu was completely uninterested in the smell. He stared intently at the part of the scroll in contact with the wick, not even blinking. As he burned away a portion, his arm moved down a bit. Not too much, not too little, fearing that he might violate the instructions of the transfer ritual in the scroll, causing his efforts to fail. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. 3 minutes later, the parchment scroll turned to ash and lamp oil under the wick's scorching heat, and Suyu felt an inexplicable connection. It seemed there was an illusory white thread growing from him, extending straight to the base of his destined oil lamp, then soaring from the top of the lamp into the clouds, disappearing into the unseen sky. He opened the system panel again, which had already changed dramatically. Chapter 143, Divine Arts, Lifespan, and Mysterious Scholars. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Truth Believer/Priest. Lifespan, 21/107. Mind, 4.0, Strength, 3.7, Physique, 2.5, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration, 2.5/4.0. Divine Grace, 4.0/4.0. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dreaming into Reality LV1, Storm Art, Divine Art, LV1, Thunder Art, Divine Art, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1. Special Status, Minor Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1. With this level up, he not only gained 3 additional skills but also revealed a hidden attribute. Suyu's mind was racing, and his gaze first fell on the first skill. Storm Art, Divine Art, LV1, consumes 1 to 5 points of Divine Grace to create a storm, with the storm's power influenced by both celestial phenomena and terrain. Divine Art, the power granted to devout believers by the deity, real lifespan +10, only priests who believe in the god of ocean and storm are allowed to use this divine art, but Transcendence of the Truth Believer sequence can use it illegally. Suyu's face suddenly became a bit strange. Originally, lifespan was a hidden attribute just like luck, and he had no idea how long he could really live. But it seemed he did not have a long lifespan after all. Of course, the more important thing is that if every time he mastered a divine art he could gain more lifespan, that would be significant. He quickly turned his gaze to the other 2 newly acquired skills. Thunder Art, Divine Art, LV1, consumes 1 to 5 points of Divine Grace to create lightning, with the lightning's power influenced by celestial phenomena, heavily reduced in clear weather. Divine Art, the power granted to devout believers by the deity, real lifespan +10, only priests who believe in the god of ocean and storm are allowed to use this divine art, but Transcendence of the Truth Believer sequence can use it illegally. Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, consumes a fixed 1 point of Divine Grace to amplify oneself, permanently increasing all attributes by 0.1 points for half an hour. Divine Art, the power granted to devout believers by the deity, real lifespan +10, only priests who believe in the order Tyrant are allowed to use this divine art, but Transcendence of the Truth Believer sequence can use it illegally. After reading through the skill effects, Suyu's initial doubts turned into excitement. Now it seemed that entering the dark dungeon was not entirely a bad thing for him. All humans long for immortality, but seeking it in vain results in alternatives, such as pursuing the legacy of offspring or achieving spiritual immortality through writing, merely seeking a false comfort. Had nothing occurred, he might still be an ordinary office worker, living a life in a big city and quietly passing away at 70. But entering the dark dungeon has indeed added 30 years to his lifespan, and perhaps even more with additional divine arts. Considering this, as long as he can survive in the dark dungeon's harsh environment, it would be a huge gain. As Suyu pondered, he stood up and looked at the others in the team. The earlier commotion had evidently caught their attention. I didn't expect the scroll to really be useful for you, Sugu. Wang Jing, looking somewhat complex, was the first to speak. She originally thought Suyu was just comforting her, but she didn't expect him to really complete the transfer ritual. Now, having opened the teammate's advancement treasure box 3 times in a row, she didn't know if she should consider herself lucky or unfortunate. It indeed has some use. Suyu nodded and admitted. He pondered for a moment, ready to comfort Wang Jing, when suddenly his brow furrowed as he looked to the left. There, a few hundred meters down the mountain path, there was a stranger survivor. Due to the distance, if it weren't for Suyu's enhanced vision, he would probably only see the silhouette of the person. Almost at the same time, the survivor also saw them, waving their hands frantically, mouth open, seemingly shouting something. But due to the distance, even Suyu couldn't make it out clearly. What should we do? Should we take action? Jia Baoyu asked without thinking, his voice loud. Right now, they held the geographical advantage, and didn't need any other methods. Simply rolling some logs down from the spatial backpack would be enough to deal with this person. But if they let him up, the potential trouble would be much greater. Suyu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Let him come up. It's ultimately not good to kill someone for no reason. If they really don't behave, it won't be too late to kill them once they're up. Jia Baoyu nodded. Since Suyu said so, he naturally couldn't object. Moreover, with their strength, letting him up would only cause some trouble, not a major issue. A few minutes later, the person below climbed up, panting heavily. The newcomer was tall and thin, wearing a pair of broken glasses with the legs taped together, catching his breath for a moment before lowering his raised hands. Thank you. My name is Huang Qiwei, a mystic scholar. I hope to cooperate with you. Suyu frowned. He had heard of the title Mystic Scholar on the World Exchange Channel. It was said that this career path was adept at dealing with vengeful spirits, but beyond that, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special. More importantly, Mystic Scholar was a second-tier profession, and the initial first-tier profession of this sequence was medium. The tall, thin young man in front of them didn't seem to have an airdrop crate, so how did he level up to a second-tier profession? Could he be a fraud? A sudden thought crossed his mind, and Suyu's gaze turned colder. In this dark dungeon, there were few people like Zhang Bofu. Most people who took the initiative to approach them were likely to have ill intentions. The high and thin young man naturally noticed the change in Suyu's expression, his heart thumped, and he quickly raised his voice, continuing to speak. Don't misunderstand, I want to cooperate with you to eliminate the vengeful spirits on South Island. With your mental attribute, once you reach the island, you'll understand. South Island? Suyu's mind shifted, and his expression softened. Apologies, I didn't expect Brother Huang to know about South Island. My name is Suyu. How do you propose we cooperate? Huang Qiwei chuckled awkwardly and spoke again. Since Brother Su knows about South Island, you must also know how vast the number of vengeful spirits there is. After the job is done, I won't take any of the resources or items from the island. They'll all be distributed to you. How about that? Oh? You won't take anything? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Looking at Huang Qiwei's sincere face, the trust he had just begun to form once again sank. He didn't think he had the kind of dominant aura that could make someone give up the things they had worked so hard to acquire. In this situation, there were only two possible scenarios. Either Huang Qiwei had made an agreement with someone else to lure their group to a certain place and deal with them, or there was something else wrong with South Island, and he would end up being betrayed once he reached the island. What's on South Island? He asked, directly. Huang Qiwei looked at Suyu, just about to say the prepared words when, for some reason, he suddenly felt a shiver and changed his words. Actually, I don't want nothing at all. After we eliminate the vengeful spirits, just give me 1/10 of the vengeful spirit beads. Grudge beads? Suyu saw the person in front of him change his words, and the killing intent in his heart gradually faded. He repeated the term in his mouth, but there was a hint of confusion in his heart. If he remembered correctly, this thing had no other use besides making soul lamps and contaminating weapons. What would Huang Qiwei need it for? The scene fell silent for a moment. Seeing Suyu thinking quietly, the three people behind him, Ji Haiyang and the others, also remained silent, patiently waiting for him to speak again. Until Huang Qiwei's face grew increasingly tense, Suyu suddenly spoke with a strange expression. You wouldn't still be a medium, planning to use the grudge beads to promote to a mystic scholar, would you? Before his words fell, Huang Qiwei's pupils suddenly contracted. Seeing this, Suyu confirmed his guess in his heart. I guess, you must have accidentally obtained the mystic scholar promotion scroll before entering the island map. But because you couldn't complete the promotion ritual or didn't have enough materials, you've been focusing on finding vengeful spirits after entering the map. And, medium, must have some skill to see other spiritual attributes, so you thought of pretending to be a mystic scholar and working with me. He spoke his guesses bit by bit. With each sentence, Huang Qiwei's face darkened further. By the time he finished, Huang Qiwei's face had turned as dark as the iron pot they used to cook breakfast this morning. Basically, you're not wrong, so what are you going to do now? Huang Qiwei's face was full of gloom, and his eyes narrowed into a slit. Relax, we're not going to kill over a second-tier job transfer scroll. Even if we killed you, there's no guarantee the scroll would drop. Just getting a medium to use the scroll would be troublesome enough. Suyu shook his head and said with a wry smile, pointing to Jia Baoyu and Ji Haiyang. You probably don't know, besides me, these two are also second-tier professionals. Since it's a win-win for everyone, I'm happy to make friends and help you promote to Mystic Scholar. Huang Qiwei's face, which had been as dark as a pot bottom, suddenly brightened a lot. He took a deep breath, as if lowering his guard, and then showed a self-mocking smile. I didn't expect to meet a good person in this dark dungeon. I misjudged you, thinking of you as a villain. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression didn't change in the slightest. As he had said, this was a win-win. Huang Qiwei could use his power to successfully promote, and in return, Suyu would have an extra helper to explore South Island. Although Huang Qiwei's strength wasn't much compared to his own, reaching the requirements for a second-tier job promotion at this stage made him a standout among the survivors. Since they had agreed to cooperate, the next steps were naturally simple. Suyu exchanged survivor IDs with Huang Qiwei to add him as a friend, then waved his hand to bid him farewell. According to the agreement, Huang Qiwei would head to the coast to find a small boat that could go to sea, and they would meet up in 2 days to head to South Island together. Watching Huang Qiwei's figure slowly disappear from view, Suyu finally turned around to look at Ji Haiyang and the others, as well as Fred, who knew nothing in the corner. Let's go. Where to? Wang Jing was slightly stunned and asked. To the north. Last night, things happened suddenly, and I only briefly confirmed the airdrop coordinates with Boss Jia. We didn't explore deeply. Suyu explained briefly. According to the map from yesterday, the treasure chest density on the northern side of the mountain was incredibly high. Now that Zhang Bofu had gone to the south, he naturally had to lead the team to the north to grab the treasure chests marked on the map. What's more important was that the brilliant light from earlier would definitely attract some ambitious survivors. If they didn't avoid it, his hard-earned bad karma points would rise again. Chapter 144, The Dawn God Listens at Dawn. Northern Plains of the Mountain. The night was deep, and the wind carried a hint of chill. Suyu instinctively tightened his clothes. It had been 7 hours since they hurriedly walked the path to the north of the mountain, each holding a goblin oil torch for light. Along the way, the treasure chests were either already opened or had vanished into thin air. Undoubtedly, these survivors in the northern mountain were not all useless. More than 2 days had been enough for them to discover most of it. Fortunately, all of this was still within Suyu's plan. What he truly cared about lay further north of this wilderness, specifically on the beach at the northernmost part of the island. There, 2 purple-quality treasure chests were quietly buried under the sand. Without this map, digging up 2 chests in such a vast beach would surely be a wild dream. As he thought about this, Suyu suddenly frowned and stopped in his tracks. In front of him, the knee-high weeds looked no different from the places they had passed before. But his high spirit attribute of 3.8 reminded him that there were people hiding in the grass ahead. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2. Come out, isn't it painful to hide in the grass among the bugs? His voice spread across the plain with the night air, but the only response he received was the rustling of the weeds. The few people behind him had already grown cautious, especially Wang Jing. With Suyu's words, she too vaguely felt that many people were hiding in the grass. Really not coming out? Suyu asked again. As his words fell, there was still no response. The lonely wilderness only echoed with distant wolf howls. Now Suyu felt a bit impatient. He knew that these ambushers were likely holding on to hope, thinking he was just shouting for intimidation, or perhaps they entertained the illusion of waiting until he got closer to launch their attack. But now, he didn't intend to play along anymore. This is forcing my hand. Suyu murmured softly and then calmly took out his beloved oil lamp. In the next moment, the seemingly weak flame flickered, and the previously clear night sky was suddenly swallowed. There was no brewing of winds or approaching thunder. A torrent of air violently burst from the void. The weeds ahead suddenly broke apart, and the remnants of leaves howled in the storm. Faintly, 5 or 6 struggling shadows like bugs could still be seen in the air. After a long while, as the storm dispersed, those figures crashed heavily to the ground, clearly already lifeless. Suyu calmly returned the oil lamp to his backpack, but his heart was already surging with waves. He had only wanted to test the power of Storm Spell, so he had invested 3 points of Holy Grace attributes at once, not expecting to create such a large-scale storm. One could only say that divine techniques were indeed beyond the standard. No wonder it was the power granted by the gods. In contrast, other second-tier professions seemed somewhat weak. Let's go, continue north, it should take about 2 more hours to arrive. He turned back and said to the others behind him with a calm expression. Upon hearing this, the shock on the 3 faces slightly faded. But Fred, as if recalling something, retreated with a face full of terror, as if he had seen some kind of monster. You are a devil, only a heretic devil can wield such power. Poof. Beside him, Ji Haiyang, although he could not understand the Arelon language, immediately grasped the rope around Fred and pounced on him. In the tugging struggle, Fred was pinned to the ground. Suyu slowly walked to Fred's front, watching him shout words like devil and heretic, and his heart already had its guesses. But to verify, he still squatted down and slowly opened his mouth to ask. Why did you run away? Because you are a devil, and anyone who follows the devil will be punished by the god of Tindan. Even after death, their souls can never reach the sun to enjoy rest. Perhaps Suyu reminded him of some unpleasant events from the past few days. Fred shivered all over, and then the madness in his eyes slightly retreated. He answered honestly. The sun? Hearing this, Suyu involuntarily looked up. It was night, and the 4 moons above were shining with different colored glows. He pondered for a moment before asking again. Is the god of Tindan you speak of the sun? As soon as these words were spoken, Fred, who had been face down, suddenly raised his head again. The sun in the sky is just the incarnation of the great god of Tindan. Only at dawn, when the first light breaks, will the god of Tindan briefly project his consciousness onto the sun. The devout believers who pass away during the day will also pass through the gate in the air at that time and ascend to the sun. Gate? Suyu, who had originally planned to use force again to make Fred behave, hesitated for a moment. Then, he asked again. What does the gate you speak of look like? Of course, it is pure white. Only by passing through the pure white gate can one ascend to the sun. There, all souls find their heaven. Suyu's pupils suddenly widened. The pure white gate, wasn't that the gate he encountered in the woodland? How could it appear in the death mythology of these island natives? Tindan. He muttered the name, suddenly realizing a point he had previously overlooked. When he first captured Fred, the introduction of the purple evil brush mentioned that it was a tool given to followers by Tindan. At the time, he had simply glanced over it and ignored it. Now it seemed that this Tindan was not a real god, or at least not the kind that could be worshipped. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly asked the question that mattered most to him. What prayers do you usually use when you pray and offer to Tindan? My lord, are you also going to turn and worship the great god of Tindan? That's wonderful. The great god of Tindan will surely forgive you, and our souls will meet in the sun one day. Fred's face was filled with excitement, as if a traveler in the desert had just spotted an oasis. Seeing this, Suyu just smiled and said nothing. He was joking. As a believer of truth, how could he worship a god? He only wanted to see if he could get a prayer to improve his dream into slumber skill effect. And his smile was naturally taken by Fred as a silent approval. My lord, since you wish to worship my master, I will now tell you the prayer. From now on, we will be brothers bathing in the sunlight together. With that, Fred changed his face from the frenzy and joy to one of utmost reverence. Great Tindan, you are the god of dawn, the accountant of lifespans, the executor of the cold and harsh laws. I beseech your power. Today, a lost lamb returns to your embrace. Tomorrow, we will ascend to your paradise together. After saying this, Fred once again pressed his face to the ground with devotion. Meanwhile, Suyu looked at the attribute page with a complex expression. Dream into slumber LV1, the soul enters the deep spiritual realm of dreams. Base recovery of 0.5 holy grace per hour. Each prayer mastered from a true god increases the recovery effect by 100%, current recovery effect increased by 300%, each time a dream ends, it permanently increases the spirit attribute by 0.2 points. The effect of attribute increase improves as the exploration of the spiritual realm deepens. This skill cannot be upgraded, only improved with the ascension of extraordinary rank. Chapter 145, Treasure Chest and Vengeful Spirits. Clearly, the prayer Fred spoke of was real. This means that Tindan truly is a legitimate god. However, the impact doesn't stop there. A skill had also appeared in the skill bar, a divine art. Longevity Ash Technique, Divine Art, LV1, consumes a fixed 1 point of Holy Grace attribute, summons the Ashen Ledger, allowing the caster to trade lifespan through the ledger, gaining permanent lifespan from the trade subject or exchanging their own lifespan with the God of Dawn for extraordinary power, as long as the principle of voluntary trade is followed. Divine Art, the power granted by deities to their devout followers, increasing true lifespan by 10. Only priests who believe in the God of Dawn can use this divine art, but extraordinary beings of the Followers of Truth sequence are allowed to violate this rule and use it. This skill is a bit complicated. Suyu frowned slightly, as this was his first time seeing such a strange skill description. What does gaining lifespan through fair trade mean? It doesn't look like a skill for killing enemies. And exchanging one's own lifespan with the God of Dawn for extraordinary power, what kind of ridiculous operation is that? It seems a bit sinister, no matter how you look at it. While feeling wary, a new doubt arose in his heart. What connection does this God of Dawn have with the God of Light? And what relationship does it have with the Light sect? But after glancing at the fervent Fred on the ground, he decided to bury the question in his heart for now. He turned to look at Ji Haiyang and the others. Let's put Fred away. I've taken care of it. Let's hurry up and try to dig up the chest and return by the same route before midnight. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was already 8 p.m., and if they didn't hurry, they'd delay tomorrow's schedule. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any more obstacles along the way, and the few survivors they met cautiously avoided them. Amidst the howling night wind, they finally reached the seaside. Under the dark sky, the beach stretched like milky satin, extending to the horizon from their feet and blending into the deep blue sea. Scattered watermarks gleamed with a silvery light under the moon, and the scattered seashells hid a faint luster in the dark night. A gentle breeze flowed from the inland, cool and dry, brushing against the skin like a light feather. Suyu took out the map, but a strange thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could the ocean region he entered through the ocean-themed secret passage a few days ago be part of this deep blue ocean before him? However, this thought obviously couldn't be verified immediately. He pushed the thought aside and began looking according to the marks on the geographical map. Due to the time constraint, all four of them were engaged in the search and excavation work. Even Fred, the native, was handed a shovel after Suyu communicated with him in Aran language. Not long after, Suyu felt something unusual as he dug. He waved his hand at the others, jumped into the shallow pit, and dug out a heavy treasure chest with his hands. Survival chest, purple. Description: a treasure chest that randomly spawns on the map, containing several items and supplies of corresponding levels. The specific items cannot be determined. Hidden hint 1, this chest contains a battle avoidance token *1, supreme physique potion *1, vengeful spirit, class transfer scroll *1, and asphalt coupling agent *1. Hidden hint 2, this chest is a fixed map treasure and cannot be upgraded. Who wants the battle avoidance token? Suyu took out the token and waved it at everyone. As expected, no one responded. They were already in the world activity map, so the battle avoidance token was of no use to them. Seeing this, Suyu didn't dwell on it and directly placed it into his spatial bag. Others might not need it, but he had to keep a few for emergencies. After all, before he completely dealt with the light sect, no one could predict when those lunatics might suddenly cause trouble for him. Then, he took out the second item from the chest. Supreme Physique Potion. Such a good item was naturally something Suyu didn't want to miss. And he indeed needed to recover some physical attributes to counter his feeling of weakness. After informing the three, he directly drank the potion in one gulp, and instantly felt a warm current passing through his body, which had been weakened by the scar of the blade, and he immediately felt much better. Name: Suyu. Occupation: Believer of Truth/Priest. Lifespan: 21/117. Spirit: 4.0, Strength: 3.7, Constitution: 2.8, Speed: 2.6. Insight: 2.5/4.0. Holy Grace: 1.0/4.0. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Refining LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream Entry LV1, Storm Technique, Divine Technique, LV1, Thunderstrike, Divine Technique, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Technique, LV1, Lifespan Burn, Divine Technique, LV1. Special State: Minor Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy, Scar of the Blade *1. Closing the attribute page, Suyu finally took out what he was most curious about from this treasure chest. Wraith Profession Transfer Scroll. Among all the extraordinary professions he knew, the Wraith was undoubtedly the most dangerous and mysterious. At first, Zhao Zhenyang directly abandoned his physical body to become a pure soul to obtain this profession. Ordinary physical attacks were completely ineffective against him. If it weren't for the fact that his spirit attribute had also increased just a little, he would probably have fallen at Zhao Zhenyang's hands. While his thoughts flowed, his hand touched the blackish parchment that looked like it had been smoked by wolf smoke. Wraith Profession Transfer Scroll, White. Effect: a special certificate used to transfer to the first level extraordinary profession of Wraith, automatic disappearance upon use. Introduction: a Wraith must commit suicide to form a spiritual body for the profession. Failure to meet the conditions will surely result in death. Please proceed with caution. Usage restriction: Spirit 2.0. Prerequisite profession: none. Extraordinary medium: suicide. Transfer ceremony: suicide. What is this thing? Suyu's eyes widened. He originally thought that becoming a Wraith required contact with a Wraith, but unexpectedly, it involved committing suicide directly to transfer. No wonder Zhao Zhenyang was so crazy in the arena of life and death. It turns out he had experienced a great horror between life and death, which broke his mind. He handed the parchment scroll to the three and paused for a moment before speaking. You all take a look at this profession scroll. My suggestion is to sell it in the trading channel after we get out. I don't recommend you use it for friends. The three took turns to look, all showing expressions of surprise and agreement. This thing is indeed eerie. If used by friends, they might just disappear. After a discussion, the scroll was put away by Wang Jing, and when she sells it on the trading channel later, everyone will share it equally. As for the last item, as soon as Suyu took it out, the usually silent Ji Haiyang directly spoke. Give it to me, I might be able to assemble a legendary equipment. This was very persuasive. Among the assembled equipment they had obtained these days, almost all were in Ji Haiyang's hands except for the first two. Suyu glanced at Jia Baoyu, saw him nodding in agreement, and directly handed the asphalt coupling agent to Ji Haiyang. After a brief division of spoils, the excitement among everyone did not diminish. After all, the map marked that there were not one but two purple quality treasure chests on this beach. They had only dug up one so far, with another still unrevealed. However, the remaining treasure chest was not as easy to dig up as the previous one. Even though the map had a clear marked location, they spent nearly an hour. The beach was already difficult to dig deep. They had almost to lower the surrounding area by a few meters before they could successfully dig down half a meter to reach the chest's location. By the time they found the treasure chest, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Suyu, feeling anxious, first threw the treasure chest out, then kicked hard to jump out of the sandpit and ran to the treasure chest, reaching out to open it. Chapter 146, Purple Chi Mushroom and Blood Servant, Blood Clan Book. Survival Treasure Chest, Purple. Introduction: a treasure chest that randomly refreshes in the map, can yield several items and resources of corresponding levels. Specific resource types cannot be discerned. Hidden Hint 1, this treasure chest includes Guild Token *1. At first glance, the second chest's contents seemed almost identical to the previous one. But there was no doubt that the guild token held no real value to the group. At this point, they were already members of the Grass Guild, and rather than keeping it to establish their own faction later, it made more sense to sell the token for a good price and share the earnings. So naturally, this item was taken by Suyu. He then reached into the chest and pulled out the second item. Purple Chi Mushroom, Purple. Description: a spirit mushroom that grows in extreme cold and heat climates. Under 100 years old, it's a white jade mushroom. Between 100 and 500 years, it becomes a green chi mushroom. Over 500 years, it turns crimson like fire, and after 1000 years, it becomes fully mature with a purple hue. Hidden Hint 1, first consumption increases mental power by plus 0.2. This effect is ineffective for individuals with mental power greater than or equal to 6. Hidden Hint 2, this purple chi mushroom is fully mature and cannot be cultivated further. Hidden Hint 3, the medicinal effects of the purple chi mushroom are the same at all stages, only the attribute amplification differs. After reading the description, a thought immediately popped into Suyu's mind. This is perfect for me. A purple quality extraordinary ingredient that can boost mental attributes, I'll take it. He briefly explained to the group. Naturally, no one objected, and everyone nodded in agreement. So he didn't hastily consume the purple chi mushroom but held back his excitement, then pulled out a blood-stained parchment from the chest. Blood Servant Profession Transmutation Scroll, White. Effect: a special certificate for transmuting into the first-tier extraordinary profession of Blood Servant. It will automatically disappear once used. Description: blood servants are servants of the bloodline, possessing the power to control blood and enhance their bloodlust. They will also crave the blood of all living creatures. Please proceed with caution. Usage restriction: mental power 1.5, physical strength 1.5. Prerequisite profession: none. Extraordinary medium: none. Transmutation ritual: drink 1 L of human blood. A strange expression appeared on Suyu's face. He had to admit, their luck tonight was unusually good in a certain sense, as they managed to obtain 2 first-tier extraordinary profession transmutation scrolls at once. If this had happened just a few days ago, simply posting a picture and sending it to the World Exchange channel would have flooded him with countless messages of admiration and envy, as well as a stream of deathmatch notifications. Even now, if they shared the information about the 2 scrolls in the Map Exchange channel, many survivors who hadn't yet chosen an extraordinary profession would eagerly reach out, hoping for a chance to successfully advance. But the awkward part was that all 4 of them were already professionals, and even aside from Wang Jing, the others were already at the 2nd tier. Even ignoring the flaws of the blood servant profession, these scrolls were simply useless. If they had to mention it, Fred hadn't yet entered the extraordinary ranks, but he was an island native, not a survivor. Whether or not he could even use the extraordinary scroll was unclear, and even if he successfully advanced, he wouldn't be able to join them back in the dark dungeon. Suyu figured he wasn't willing to waste such a valuable extraordinary profession transmutation scroll on someone he wouldn't see again after 3 days. He handed the scroll around for Ji Haiyang and the others to look at, and their expressions quickly mirrored his. Receiving 2 extraordinary profession scrolls in a row was certainly lucky, but they were useless for now, so they could only be kept for later to sell. In a strange atmosphere, Suyu finally took out the last item from the chest, a small bronze book with a Fong mark engraved on it. Bloodline Book, Blue. Durability, 6. Weight, 0.5. Entry 1, Fong. When releasing elemental-type spells, it can draw a certain amount of blood chi attributes for the holder, proportionally. Knowledge Seeking, holder's spiritual attribute plus 0.2. This is a legendary weapon component. After gathering all components, it can consume 1 set of asphalt coupling agents to forge a legendary staff. This equipment is restricted to bloodline sequence extraordinary beings. For those not of this sequence, the effect of the attribute will be halved. This is really unbelievable. Suyu blinked his eyes twice in disbelief, almost not daring to believe the text information he was seeing. This is the first time he's encountered something that could bring about a blood-sucking effect. Even though it's restricted to only work with elemental spells, it's still enough to defy the heavens. After a brief moment of shock, Suyu quickly thought of a question. As a follower of truth and part-time priest with both inspiration and holy grace blue bars, he lacked the blood chi attribute. If he held the bloodline book and cast storm technique or thunderstrike, would a blood chi attribute appear out of nowhere, or would something else happen? This seemed like a very serious issue. However, right now he clearly didn't have the conditions to test it. There were no living people around except for his teammates, and no matter how crazy he was, he wouldn't beat up his teammates just to conduct an experiment. Thinking of this, he handed the bloodline book to Ji Haiyang and the others, signaling for them to take a look at the equipment's attributes. A moment later, everyone made gestures similar to his earlier ones. This bloodline book is really something special. Jia Baoyu pondered for a while before finally saying this. It really is special. We must all be seeing an equipment that restricts certain sequences for the first time. Luckily, for non-bloodline sequences, the effect is only halved. It's still somewhat useful. Wang Jing nodded in agreement. Since entering the dark dungeon, everyone had encountered a lot of survival tools, but this strange equipment was definitely a first. I think this equipment is better for Suyu. As we all saw earlier, Suyu has the ability to summon storms from a distance, and he should be able to make use of both attributes. It would be more effective than us holding it. Ji Haiyang also rarely joined the conversation, and when he spoke, he immediately pushed the equipment into Suyu's hands. As soon as he said that, before Suyu could respond, Jia Baoyu and Wang Jing both nodded in agreement. That makes sense. It's definitely best for Brother Su to use it for the most effect. I agree. Suyu is our strongest fighter right now. If we encounter a big battle, having a little more blue bar could make a key difference. Upon hearing this, Suyu opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. At this point, no matter what he said, it would feel like he was taking advantage and pretending to be humble. However, he couldn't help but want to complain a little. Wang Jing's confidence in him was starting to surpass his own confidence. He didn't even know what would happen when he released Thunderstrike without the Blood Chi attribute. Chapter 147, Strategic Choice. After distributing the items, the group did not waste any time and immediately set off on their return journey. But soon, Suyu realized a problem. It was already close to midnight, and based on their current speed, they would at least need to travel until nearly dawn to return to the White Eagle Mountains. Even if they didn't sleep and travel through the night, they wouldn't make it back to the double-headed eagle tribe before noon tomorrow. After some discussion, the group came to a unanimous decision. That decision was a strategic retreat. As the saying goes, 1,000 birds in the forest is not as good as one bird in the hand. For them right now, the God-given treasure chest at the double-headed eagle tribe was just too far away. Rather than forcing themselves to go and most likely return empty-handed, it would be better to rest, make sure they were fully energized, and secure the airdrop treasure chest in 2 days. Soon, the decision was made, and everyone began setting up camp on the spot. Meanwhile, Suyu took advantage of this time. He sent the exact location and situation of the 4th airdrop coordinates to Jiang Bofu in a private chat. Right now, his relationship with Jiang Bofu was always closer than with the other survivors on the island, and it was better for the God-given treasure chest to fall into Jiang Bofu's hands than to let it go cheap to someone he did not know. After sending the message, Jiang Bofu did not reply. Suyu closed the system panel, took out the purple Qiji that he had just obtained from the space backpack, and put it into his mouth to chew. This purple Lingji is really magical, it actually has the taste of mushroom stewed chicken, it even makes me a little greedy. After eating the food, he gave a very high evaluation while smacking his lips with unfinished desire, only feeling that his current state was unexpectedly good. Even if he stayed awake for 3 days and 3 nights without sleeping, nothing would happen. Name, Suyu. Profession, believer of truth/priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 4.2, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 2.8, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration, 2.5/4.2. Holy Grace, 1.0/4.2. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Smelting Metal LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream Entering Mysterious Lodge LV1, Storm Art, Divine Art, LV1, Thunderblast Art, Divine Art, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, Life Ash Art, Divine Art, LV1. Special Status, Minor Evil, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1. 4.2 points of Spirit Attribute, almost more than double of the current mainstream survivors. Suyu nodded with satisfaction, closed the system panel and looked toward the 3 people of Ji Haiyang. He saw that they had already worked together to set up the marching tent. At this moment, except for Wang Jing, who was responsible for keeping watch, the other two had already entered the marching tent. Seeing this, Suyu nodded to Wang Jing as a signal, and also walked into his own tent. Today he had traveled for a whole half day. Even with his physical quality, he felt a little sleepy. He truly needed to sleep well to rest. Very quickly, his consciousness returned to chaos, and in a daze he entered dreamland. In the forest land black as ink, Suyu opened his eyes. Hua la la. In the sky the small black rain still kept falling without stop, making people's hearts restless and annoyed. Suyu did not delay at the original place, but quickly followed the cobblestone path under his feet and came before the well in the forest. Everything here was almost the same as last night. In the flowing light above the water well there still floated a parchment scroll, only the size was somewhat different. Suyu immediately felt a little tangled in his heart. If speaking from the angle of increasing battle power, it seemed that continuing to go deeper to the Lake of Seven Coils was better. The random attribute plus 0.1 was far more real than the parchment scroll with unknown effect. But from another side, Suyu was a little worried about his own luck. His luck attribute in the spirit world seemed not to take effect. If this time going to the Lake of Seven Coils again drew a small probability event, his constitution attribute would directly fall to a degree hard to accept. At the same time the distance to death would also go one more step forward. After thinking for a long time, Suyu suddenly let out a long breath. He figured it out. No matter what, his own safety was the most important. Right now his speed had already far surpassed ordinary survivors. Even elites like Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu found it hard to keep up with his steps. Under this kind of situation, to risk death again for 0.1 point of random attribute was truly a little not worth it. Not being greedy is victory. Even if I do nothing, waiting to wake up from one sleep, there will also be 0.2 points of spirit attribute, directly far ahead. He muttered this sentence in his mouth to comfort himself, at the same time stretched out his hand to grab the parchment scroll. The moment the scroll reached his hand, it turned into little white light, disappearing in his hand. In the next moment, a burst of white light wrapped his body. He himself also turned into little white light, disappearing at the original place. Suyu opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was clearly the familiar top of the tent. But strangely, outside was still a piece of pitch black. Suyu did not care about the extra scroll in his hand, and quickly opened the system panel. 2:30 in the early morning. From the time he fell asleep, at most less than 2 hours had passed. So the time that dream entering mysterious lodge corresponds to reality is not fixed. Suyu murmured in some astonishment. A few days ago, when he entered the dream, he would naturally wake up in the morning. He had always thought that waking up meant it was morning. Now it seems that it was just because his previous explorations had lasted longer. But since he was awake and didn't feel tired, Suyu didn't hurry to sleep again. Instead, he picked up the sheepskin scroll he had thrown aside earlier. Knight Profession Transfer Scroll, green. Effect, a special voucher used for transferring to the second-tier extraordinary profession of knight. It disappears automatically after use. Description, in the age of extraordinary prosperity, the knight was the most noble profession. Every professional wanted to be friends with knights, because knights never betrayed. Usage restriction, strength 2.5, constitution 2.5, speed 2.0. Prerequisite profession, Knight Squire. Extraordinary medium, none. Transfer ritual, none. Special restriction, evil value less than or equal to 10. I've really disturbed the nest of the profession transfer scrolls. Suyu, feeling quite speechless, threw the scroll aside again. Compared to the two first-tier profession transfer scrolls he got last night, the Knight Transfer Scroll as a second-tier scroll was even more valuable. However, at the moment, he clearly didn't have the mood to appreciate this thing, so he just thought about tomorrow's matters and turned over to fall into a deep sleep again. Chapter 148, the 17th day. In the morning, Suyu woke up feeling refreshed. He had slept very soundly this time, so much so that he almost forgot he had to get up, which made him wake up 2 whole hours later than usual. After spending a little time tidying up, he got up and left the tent. Outside, the sun was already shining brightly. Looking around, Ji Haiyang was busy by the recently set up bonfire, while Jia Baoyu was doing some strange movements on an open area, looking like he was practicing Tai Chi. However, Suyu knew in his heart that Jia Baoyu was recovering the vitality attribute with this skill, just like he used meditation to recover inspiration. As for Wang Jing, Suyu looked around but didn't see him. In the end, he asked Ji Haiyang and found out that Wang Jing had gone back to the tent. At that moment, Suyu understood. They had all been exhausted yesterday, and Wang Jing had stayed on guard all night. He must have gone to catch up on his sleep. Seeing this, Suyu simply returned to his own tent, but instead of sleeping, he sat down and began using the meditation skill. An hour later, he opened his eyes again. Name, Suyu. Profession, Believer of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 4.4, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 2.8, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration 3.0/4.4. Divine Grace 4.4/4.4. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream Entry LV1, Storm Magic, Divine Magic, LV1, Thunderstrike Magic, Divine Magic, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Magic, LV1, Eternal Decay, Divine Magic, LV1. Special Status: Minor Guilt, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1. Sigh, the recovery speed of meditation is still a bit slow. Suyu looked at his inspiration attribute and couldn't help but frown. There was a time when he thought recovering 0.5 points of inspiration per hour was quite fast, but as his strength grew, this recovery speed no longer seemed enough. If only I could get another bottle of skill experience potion. He said this, but couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Such things could only rely on luck. If he was lucky, maybe the next treasure chest would have one. If he wasn't lucky, he might not even get one before leaving the deserted island map. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he left the tent again and went to the temporary stone table that had just been set up to have breakfast. On the stone table, besides his own breakfast, there was also one portion that had not been touched. After finishing his own, Suyu thought for a moment and decided not to disturb Wang Jing. Compared to eating a hot pancake, he thought Wang Jing needed a good sleep at the moment, even if he had to wake up to eat something cold. Since Wang Jing still hadn't woken up, Suyu discussed with Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu and decided to split up. The two of them would take the map and check out the two treasure chest locations marked nearby. He himself kept watch over the camp, undisturbed. Soon, Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu left the temporary camp. Meanwhile, Suyu quickly fell into boredom. To ease his boredom, he opened the map chat channel. I'm so hungry. Does anyone have extra food? There aren't even any rabbits on this island, I'm about to starve. I'm also a survivor on this island. How can I not have food? There are so many fruit trees, and you're starving? You must be too lazy. What are you talking about? This island has nothing but grass, where the hell are the fruit trees? Stop arguing. You two are just blind men touching an elephant. There really aren't many trees to the south of the island, but the north has plenty of food. If you want to eat your fill, come north. Heh, easy for you to say. If you really know how to cross the mountain range in the center of the island, I'd be willing to trade a legendary class change scroll for it. It's obvious you're just a poor soul stuck in the northern part of the island, searching for 3 days without finding a way to the south, probably going crazy. You there, how do you know he's about to go crazy? Because I'm standing right next to him. This bounty was posted by both of us. 666, can play like this. But why are you coming to the south? There isn't even a single tree here. If I hadn't brought 2 chocolate bars into the map, I'd be starving by now. We're not on the same level. You're only thinking about survival, while we're looking for map airdrops. This week's map airdrops are all in the south, the north only has a few treasure chests. Is that the same? Hey, speaking of which, I haven't seen anyone who got an airdrop talk in this group. Real big shots are busy, only those who are trying to scrape by would linger in the chat. Sigh, people have changed. I vaguely remember that half a month ago, when we first entered the dark dungeon, there were big shots sharing tips on how to leave the starting dungeon. Now the chat is just arguments and showing off, with no real substance. If you don't want to stay in the chat, just leave. No one is forcing you to talk. The discussions in the channel were quite heated. Suyu found it quite enjoyable to watch. These dialogues weren't very substantial, but they were interesting to him in his boredom. The only pity was that the atmosphere in the channel had worsened like the initially lively world chat, no one was posting real photographs. Sigh, people have changed. Watching the increasingly tense atmosphere in the group chat, he shook his head, expressing the same sentiment. Just as he was about to browse the history records to see if he missed any beautiful photos, he suddenly frowned, closed the system panel, and stood up to look ahead. In his line of sight, a large crowd of people was approaching, at least more than 20 of them. More importantly, everyone in this group was armed, clearly not here to cooperate or negotiate. Frowning, he took out the Book of the Blood Clan and the Cold Blood Evil Axe. But this action clearly didn't intimidate the large group of people. As he searched for his weapons, they closed in another several meters, even speeding up towards him. Come any closer, and I'll kill without mercy. Seeing that these people were less than 500 meters from the tent, Suyu shouted loudly. But his voice was quickly drowned out by the chaotic sounds of the charging crowd. Perhaps a few people heard him, but they didn't take it seriously. Seeing this, Suyu didn't bother to think about how this ragtag bunch had come together. He took out his soul lamp. Thunder strike! In the next moment, the wind and clouds changed. A dark cloud suddenly floated in the previously clear sky, conveniently blocking the sun. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. On the spot, he burned the person rushing at the very front into black charcoal. Many survivors scattered at once in chaos, except for a few who were still charging this way. People fled in every possible direction. And Suyu felt a strange surge of blood energy flow along the Book of the Blood Clan into his body, his face swelling red. Fuck me. He wanted to open the status page to see what was going on, but seeing several hard-headed fools still charging, he could only snort coldly and cast another divine art. Storm art. Different from the just tested, Thunderblast art, that could only be used on a single target, this divine art had already been proven yesterday to be a group spell. If one had to speak of a flaw, it was only that the casting range was a little short. In the next moment, wild wind rose between heaven and earth. Wave-like air currents suddenly exploded out of the void, tearing several hard-headed fools and the weeds and dirt beside them up into the sky. After a short while the storm faded, and large amounts of human body fragments, together with a rain of blood, smashed heavily onto the ground, making the surrounding air turn foul and hard to breathe. As for Suyu himself, his face was red in a frightening way, as if drunk, his whole body feeling hot. Chapter 149 The Unexpected Effect of the Book of the Blood Clan. What happened? Why is it so noisy? Wang Jing's voice, thick with the anger of just waking up, sounded from behind, and then it turned into a cry of shock. Why have so many people died? Did someone sneak attack us? Suyu did not reply, but at the first moment opened the status page. Name, Suyu. Class, Believer of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 4.4, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 2.8, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration, 3.0/4.4. Holy Grace, 0. April 4.4. Chi and Blood, 0.1/0.1. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream Entering Long Lodge LV1, Storm Art, Divine Art, LV1, Thunderblast Art, Divine Art, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, Life Ash Art, Divine Art, LV1. Special Status, Mild Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1. Compared with the last time he checked, the status panel had almost no change. The only thing out of line was that one more attribute had appeared again. Blood Energy. As the blue bar for warriors and many other jobs that lean toward the physical side, this attribute stands equal to Mana of magic jobs and Holy Grace of the priest job. It is a concrete display of a job holder's extraordinary power. Suyu, a job holder of Believer of Truth and also Priest, originally had not the slightest relation with blood energy. But under the effect of the Book of the Blood Clan, he forcefully gained an extra attribute out of thin air. This Book of the Blood Clan is truly abnormal. Even having seen great storms and waves, Suyu could not help but suck in a cold breath at this moment. Just a single equipment entry could let him, who originally had no blood energy attribute, open one more attribute. On a certain level it was already equal to gaining one more job out of thin air. If he were not already a second-tier job holder, he might truly have given birth to the impulse to take the job of blood servant and explore deeper. But this was only a thought born from a moment of impulse. In only a short moment, Suyu calmed down, observed carefully, and quickly discovered something strange on the panel. Blood Energy, 0.1/0.1. As expected. If one piece of equipment could open the blood energy attribute, then the bloodline sequence would be far too overpowered. While saying this with his mouth, he already knew in his heart where the problem lay. Under normal conditions, after taking a job that leans toward the physical side, the upper limit of the opened blood energy attribute should be equal to one's own constitution attribute. But right now, his constitution had reached 2.8 points, while the upper limit of blood energy was only 0.1, clearly the evil result of being forcefully opened. In other words, there was only quality, and no quantity at all. As for how to raise this pitiful little upper limit, Suyu guessed he would have to rely on continuing to kill people. Just now more than 20 people died under his hands, yet it only increased the blood energy upper limit by 0.1, calculated like this, if he wanted to raise the upper limit to 2.8 equal to his constitution. He still needed to kill at least 600 or 700 people. With such a number, unless he transformed into a crazed killer and hunted down all the survivors on the island, there was no possible way to complete it. Forget it, can't force it. Suyu quickly gave up on the idea of raising his blood energy attribute limit in a short time. If he truly wasn't meant to go on a killing spree, regardless of whether or not he could suppress his conscience, Zhang Bofu would never let him off the hook. What's more, right now he didn't have any skills that could use the blood energy attribute. Even if he raised the limit, it would be like a clever woman without rice to cook. With this thought, he suddenly had another idea. The main reason for the increase in his blood energy attribute was the Blood Clan book, but on the other hand, the Storm technique and Thunderstrike technique also contributed. These two divine arts were quite powerful, but what could that vague longevity decay technique trade for? He suddenly had the impulse to immediately try out the longevity decay technique. But then, he suppressed that urge. Now was not the right time. He silently turned off the system panel and turned to look at Wang Jing behind him. At this moment, Wang Jing had already returned to calmness after her initial surprise, quietly waiting for his explanation. Suyu pondered for a moment and briefly explained the situation to her. So, they went out to look for treasure chests, and just now, a group of survivors tried to rob our camp, but you chased them off. Wang Jing succinctly repeated Suyu's meaning. Yes. Suyu nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing's eyes were somewhat complex. I really feel like we're dragging you down now. If you were acting alone, you might have gained more by now, and even Yi Ting might not be able to team up with you. You can't say that. Suyu shook his head, pointing at Fred, who was lying motionless on the ground, and the breakfast on the stone table. Being in a team always provides mutual support. Not to mention night watch and cooking, just being able to take turns watching this guy saves a lot of trouble. Also, there's your share of breakfast over there. Although it's cold, it should still be edible. Wang Jing was momentarily speechless, not expecting Suyu to comfort her in return. She shook her head and obediently walked toward the stone table. As for Suyu, he shifted his gaze back to his attribute page. Holy Grace, 0.April 4.4. This amount of blue energy was definitely not enough to perform the longevity decay technique. But it didn't matter. He took out his soul lamp again, lightly stroked its body, and with a thought, little stars of light flowed from the lamp into his body. Hiss, feels a bit nice. This was Suyu's first time extracting the stored Holy Grace from the soul lamp, and he couldn't help but hum softly. Luckily, Wang Jing was still far off, munching on the cold pancake, and didn't hear his voice. Holy Grace, 4.April 4.4. That should be enough. Suyu said as he removed his finger from the lamp wall, carefully putting the lamp back away. Longevity decay technique. As he focused, the Holy Grace attribute, which had just been replenished, began to drop again. Immediately, a dark, grayish ledger appeared in the empty space in front of him, emitting a rolling black mist that looked incredibly evil. Next to the ledger was a silver scale he found somewhat familiar, also emitting a constant white light. Why does this scale feel like I've seen it before? Never mind, doesn't matter, let's focus on how to trade. As Suyu was speaking, a white light suddenly shot out from one end of the silver scale, directly connecting to him, while the other end was linked to the pitch-black ledger. He suddenly understood, fully realizing how this divine technique was meant to be used. Now, since there was no one around except for him, the trade would happen between him and the gray ledger. If someone were beside him at this moment, both he and the trader would have white lines connecting to the scale. So, this is a second-hand dealer skill, mainly relying on reselling items to earn the price difference in lifespan? Suyu's expression was strange. Becoming a second-hand dealer could indeed earn lifespan, but it not only required a lifespan investment, but also needed to ensure that the other party was willing to trade. It was full of restrictions, and overall, it seemed less simple and straightforward than the storm art. But since the skill had already been used, he naturally wouldn't waste the holy attribute, so he reached out and took the ashen ledger. In an instant, the system panel activated on its own, and 5 words appeared simultaneously in front of Suyu and above the silver scale. Law, artifact, talisman, potion, miscellaneous. There are quite a few types. Suyu chuckled lightly. As his mind touched, he already understood the general meanings of these 5 words representing the categories of goods. Artifact and talisman naturally didn't need much explanation, with various equipment and talismans each included in them. Law specialized in selling extraordinary career scrolls, rare scrolls that were hard to find in the outside world, but here they could be bought at the cost of lifespan. Potion and miscellaneous were a bit special. The former mainly included 2 categories, extraordinary ingredients and potions, along with other items that could enhance attributes. The latter was even more chaotic, with items that didn't belong to the 4 main categories sold here. He chewed on the meanings of these words for a moment and immediately changed his opinion about lifespan curse. This wasn't second-hand dealing at all. This was clearly a high-end goods channel distributor. With such a heaven-defying channel, he could easily earn high lifespan profits by selling rare items that others urgently needed. He wouldn't even need to worry about things not selling. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate and clicked the first word with his mind. Law. In an instant, the 5 Chinese characters spread like ink, replaced by specific options one by one. First tier job change scroll blind box, 10 years of lifespan. Second tier job change scroll blind box, 100 years of lifespan. Third tier job change scroll blind box, 1000 years of lifespan. Fourth tier job change scroll blind box, no access. Fifth tier job change scroll blind box, no access. Sixth tier job change scroll blind box, out of stock. Seventh tier job change scroll blind box, out of stock. Fifth tier blind box? The concept of a 5th tier was too far from Suyu, to the point where he didn't know whether to be shocked by the extraordinary power of the lifespan curse, or to complain about the blind box system for buying things with lifespan, which was so full of flaws. But these purchasing options didn't mean much to him right now. He didn't need the first or second tier job change scroll blind boxes. The third tier would be useful soon, but unfortunately, both the high price and the blind box nature were enough to make him stop in his tracks. Without hesitation, he exited the interface and clicked on the second character. Artifact. White weapon blind box, 1 year of lifespan. Green weapon blind box, 10 years of lifespan. Blue weapon blind box, 50 years of lifespan. Purple weapon blind box, 100 years of lifespan. Orange weapon blind box, no access. Silver weapon blind box, no access. Red weapon blind box, no access. Dark gold weapon blind box, out of stock. Hiss, why are they all blind boxes? Suyu had a bad feeling in his heart and quickly clicked on the third talisman character. However, after checking the talisman, potion, and miscellaneous categories, he couldn't find anything except blind boxes. His face immediately turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. After looking for a long time, none of the items here could be bought by him. For example, in the potion category, the highest quality he could sell was a purple quality blind box, which still required a full 100 years of lifespan. Damn it, I originally thought I could buy good things freely, but it turns out I'm just picking blind boxes. This is really useless. At this moment, Suyu really wanted to flip off the Ashen Ledger in front of him, but after thinking for a moment, this thing could possibly be the legendary divine artifact, so he decisively gave up on the idea. Soon, because Suyu gave up on the transaction, the Ashen Ledger and the silver scales both vanished into the air. Suyu took a deep breath, ready to shout and vent his frustration, when suddenly, a flash of lightning struck his mind. He remembered where he had seen the silver scales before. It was the day after he entered the dark dungeon, in front of the statue called Goddess of Justice. Damn! Suyu spat, realizing now that the so-called Goddess of Justice was probably just another alias for the God of Dawn. But thinking back on this old matter wouldn't help him now. To suppress his thoughts, he took a deep breath and sat down, beginning to meditate with his meditation skill. More than 2 hours later, Suyu opened his eyes. Inspiration, 4.4/4.4. After many days, his inspiration attribute was finally full again. At this moment, his mind was as calm as still water, and his thoughts were completely settled. But as he looked at the sun directly overhead, Suyu thought for a moment and then opened the system panel. Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu had been gone for almost 4 hours, and by the distance they had traveled, they should be back by now. However, as soon as he opened his friend list, he saw 2 replies from Jiang Bofu, sent one after the other. Good. I've already secured the airdrop. It contains 2 purple quality exceptional ingredients, I've kept one for you. Don't refuse, you know why. The 2 replies came in sequence, the first one was at 8 a.m., and the second just came in less than 10 minutes ago. Under these 2 messages, there was also a trade request from Jiang Bofu. Trade request, Jiang Bofu was offering 1 deep sea cucumber in exchange for 1 stone brick. Do you accept this trade? Suyu thought for a moment and chose to accept. Jiang Bofu's message, you know why, reminded him of the 7 vows Jiang Bofu had made. If he didn't accept it out of politeness, Jiang Bofu might just break his vows. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared. A cylindrical yellow-brown sea cucumber appeared in his hand. Deep sea cucumber, purple. Description: a common species of sea cucumber that grows near deep-sea hot springs. It has evolved to move at an extremely fast speed in order to compete for resources. Hidden hint 1, eating it increases speed by plus 0.2. This effect is invalid for individuals with speed greater than or equal to 6. Hidden hint 2, it tastes bitter, be cautious when eating raw. Without a doubt, this was somewhat wasteful for him at this moment. The best choice would be to eat it once his speed attribute reached over 3.0. But considering Jiang Bofu's vows, Suyu didn't dare delay. He immediately bit it raw. The next moment, his face immediately twisted in disgust. A taste 10 times more bitter than bitter melon exploded in his mouth, making him almost instinctively want to spit out the sea cucumber. But Suyu's willpower was strong. Despite the urge to gag, he quickly chewed a few times and then swallowed the thing down. Ugh! Even though 15 minutes had passed, Suyu still felt a bit nauseous. It could only be said that the hidden hint was not exaggerating at all. That simple bitter taste almost made his tongue lose its sense of taste. After gagging for a while, he weakly drank a couple of sips of water. Then, he didn't rush to do anything else. Instead of explaining to the stunned Wang Jing, he sent private messages to Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu, asking about their current situation and briefly explaining the situation in the camp, so they wouldn't panic if they came back and smelled blood. After finishing this, he let out a heavy sigh. What were you eating just now? Wang Jing's curious voice came from behind. A special ingredient. Jiang Bofu just got today's airdrop chest and shared some items with me. Suyu took another sip of water and briefly explained. You've only met him once, right? Can this actually be connected? Wang Jing's words were filled with curiosity. They had been on the move almost constantly these days, and aside from the night before last, she really couldn't think of any chance for Suyu to have contact with Zhang Bofu. As long as we can cooperate for mutual benefit, there aren't many madmen in this world who want you dead or me dead. Suyu said lightly. The Dark Dungeon had indeed been encouraging survivors to kill each other, but when there was no interest at stake, most humans deep down still hoped to coexist peacefully and huddle together for warmth. This is human nature, and also the nature of most living beings. But more often than not, the situation simply doesn't allow it. The topic suddenly became a bit heavy. The two were silent for a moment, then Suyu suddenly turned to look into the distance. They are back. Huh? Wang Jing instinctively echoed, also looking into the distance, but saw nothing at all. She turned to Suyu in confusion. But seeing Suyu unmoved, she could only cast her gaze back again. After half a minute, two small black dots indeed appeared at the limit of her vision. 10 minutes later, the two small black dots had transformed into the clear figures of Ji Haiyang and Zhao Baoyu. As expected, we did our duty and brought back 2 treasure chests. Zhao Baoyu smiled as he plopped an iron chest onto the temporary stone table. Beside him, Ji Haiyang also placed a chest but said nothing. Suyu shook his head, he naturally knew the weight of the treasure chests. Why bother? These chests are so heavy, and there's no smelting value. Carrying them all the way must not have been easy. In the future, we can just bring back what's inside. He. Zhao Baoyu seemed to laugh clumsily, but in his heart, he did not care. Even if Suyu said that, he still had to bring the chest back next time. Otherwise, if Suyu suspected them of secretly cutting off things, the problem would be very troublesome. On the other side, just by looking at Suyu's expression, he roughly guessed Zhao Baoyu's thoughts. He shook his head slightly and opened the first treasure chest without hesitation. Survival treasure chest, purple. Description: a treasure chest that randomly spawns on the map, which can yield several corresponding level resources and items. The specific types of resources cannot be ascertained. Hidden hint 1: this treasure chest includes a guild token *1 and a tracking talisman *1. Hidden hint 2: this treasure chest is a fixed treasure chest on the map and cannot be upgraded. Only 2 items. It seems my luck isn't very good today. Suyu joked with everyone. The items inside the treasure chest should be fixed in advance. Wang Jing bluntly pointed out the flaw in Suyu's words. Suyu was momentarily speechless and took out the guild token, putting it into his space backpack. Counting this piece, he now had a total of 4 tokens in his hand. If he couldn't use the tokens to enhance the guild after going out, he would have to sell them externally. Fortunately, aside from the guild token, there was still 1 item in the chest. Tracking talisman, purple. Description: ignite the talisman, recite the true name, and you can track an individual's movements in real time. The effect lasts for 12 hours. Hidden hint 1: the maximum tracking range is 1,000 kilometers. If the tracked object exceeds this range, the talisman effect ends automatically. Hidden hint 2: when used on survivors, it requires reciting the survivor's number. Good stuff. Suyu's eyes brightened. This item might not be useful in the Dark Dungeon where each person had their own prison, but on this deserted island, it was very useful. Even if there were no enemies, he could directly find some foul-mouthed person in the map's communication channel for a real-world confrontation. Of course, for Suyu, this item certainly could not be wasted. He always prided himself on being petty and naturally remembered that something called Zhang Bo had tried to sell a piece of information to multiple parties, causing him to fight several battles in the double-headed eagle tribe. Using this talisman to urgently contact Huang Qiwei and Zhang Bofu is also one way to use it. I'll hold on to this for now, it might come in handy later. Suyu waved the talisman at everyone, then put it into his space backpack. Next came the second treasure chest. Survival treasure chest, blue. Description: a treasure chest that randomly appears on the map, containing several items and supplies of the corresponding level. The specific types of supplies are unknown. Hidden hint 1: this chest includes 1 crimson herb, 2 colorful carps, and 3 energizing grapefruits. Hidden hint 2: this chest is a fixed treasure chest on the map and cannot be upgraded. Inside the small chest, there were actually 6 extraordinary ingredients packed tightly. The only pity was that aside from the crimson herb, he had already eaten the other items, the colorful carps and the energizing grapefruits. He immediately shared the effects of these 2 with everyone, allowing them to distribute them freely. As for himself, he looked at the only item in the chest that he hadn't seen before, the crimson herb. Crimson herb, purple. Description: grows in extreme cold and heat, under 100 years considered white jade herb, between 100 and 500 years considered blue chi herb, over 500 years the herb is red as fire, and over 1,000 years the herb turns purple when fully matured. Hidden hint 1: first time consumption adds plus 0.2 to physique, this effect is invalid for individuals with physique greater than or equal to 6. Hidden hint 2: this crimson herb is 891 years old, after being nurtured for another 109 years, it can grow into a purple chi herb. Hidden hint 3, the medicinal effects of the purple chi herb are the same at different growth stages, only differing in amplified attributes. Looking at the second hidden hint, Suyu couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Not to mention that he had already consumed the purple chi herb once, whether he could live for another 109 years was uncertain. This hidden hint truly made people chuckle. However, he just smiled slightly, then put the crimson herb in his mouth to chew. It has a taste of tender lamb. This purple herb is truly magical, and the flavors vary at different stages. Even if it's not an extraordinary ingredient, I bet there will be many people clamoring for it. After saying that, he looked at his attributes page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, believer of truth/priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 4.4, Strength, 3.7, Physique, 3.0, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration, 3.0/4.4. Holy Favor, 0.4/4.4. Vitality, 0.1/0.1. Skills, Runic Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream Entry LV1, Storm Spell, Divine, LV1, Thunderstrike, Divine, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine, LV1, Longevity Decay, Divine, LV1. Special State, Minor Sin, Temptation of Demons, Blasphemous, Blade Scar *1. Overall, the panel didn't change much. Suyu happily closed the panel, perhaps because his physique attribute had returned to the 3.0 threshold. He felt his condition improved instantly. Looking at the three people, they all wore satisfied expressions. Soon, the group set off once again toward the southern Beijingtu mountain range. According to plan, they would arrive at the foot of the mountain by evening, then rest on the mountain for a night, quietly waiting until noon tomorrow to get the airdrop treasure chest. However, man proposes but heaven disposes. After just 3 hours of travel, dark clouds suddenly covered the sun in the sky. The wind howled, and thunder crackled. A storm broke out on this island. Heavy rain poured down, and pea-sized raindrops hit their bodies, instantly drenching everyone like drowned chickens. But the wind was even more troublesome. Suyu and the others could only slow down against the fierce wind, while Wang Jing and the native Fred found it almost impossible to move. Helpless, everyone could only find a wind-sheltered slope to pitch camp. To save time, they only set up 2 tents. One for Suyu and his 2 companions, and another for Wang Jing alone. It proved that their decision was correct. In just the time it took to pitch the tents, the storm became even more ferocious. Heavy rain and wind swirled together, like whips fiercely striking down from the sky. A few minutes later, the world was unrecognizable as the rain continued to pour. The river in the sky fell down, the river on the ground flowed horizontally, and the once vibrant wilderness turned into a grayish-yellow water world. We won't be drowned, will we? Suyu looked at the rain scene outside the military tent with a somewhat heavy expression. Although he was once just a city white-collar worker, he knew that such heavy rain would inevitably cause flooding in some areas. No, we won't. Although we are on the leeward slope, the overall terrain here is lower than the northwest side. Unless it rains for 3 days and nights, it should be fine. Ji Haiyang's tone was calm as he took out a towel from his space backpack and began wiping himself. Seeing this, Suyu felt relieved. He knew that Ji Haiyang was a retired Special Forces soldier with extensive field experience. Since Ji Haiyang said it would be fine, the problem should indeed be minor. Listening to the canvas trembling, mixed with the sounds of wind and rain, he also took out his spare towel and clothes to wipe himself. Next, to verify the scope of the heavy rain, he opened the map communication channel again. Damn, what kind of weather is this? This heavy rain just came down. Luckily I'm in the native village, otherwise I'd be soaked to the bone. Who isn't? I was planning to go to the sea to look for treasure chests, but almost got drowned by the rising tide and mud at the shore. What are you talking about? The heavy rain has only been falling for less than 20 minutes, how is that related to the rising tide? You're talking nonsense. I clearly remember this rain has been falling for at least 40 minutes. Are you getting anxious? Seeing the group chat had turned into a cursing battle, Suyu stopped scrolling. However, these few short messages gave him some useful information. He could basically confirm that the person who almost got drowned at the shore was on the beach to the south of the island. He had personally seen the beach to the north last night. Not to say it was crystal clear, but at least it was clear enough. This meant the storm was coming from the south of the island. When the heavy rain passed, it would be the south that would clear up first. As long as he kept an eye on the group's messages, he could estimate when the rain would stop. Of course, the more important news was that the southern beach had mud. This meant that heading to the small island in the south might be more troublesome than expected. I wonder how Huang Qiwei's search for a boat is going. He hesitated for a moment but still sent Huang Qiwei a private message, gently asking for an update. However, Huang Qiwei didn't reply immediately. Suyu guessed that he must have been soaked at the shore as well and didn't have the time to check private messages. So, he didn't think much of it and sent a private message to Jiang Bofu to ask how things were going. A moment later, Jiang Bofu replied. I'm fine. I found a cave on the central mountainside, and now I'm quite relaxed. Seeing this, Suyu decided not to chat further and quietly waited for the rain to stop. However, this rain didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. By evening, the heavy rain was still raging. To ensure the stability of the tent, Ji Haiyang had already gone out twice in the rain to make repairs. Suyu's mood gradually shifted from calm to a bit irritable. If this rain didn't stop tonight, not only would it affect tomorrow's itinerary, but there was also the issue of whether the military tent could withstand it. He opened the map communication channel again, hoping to see any news about the southern side of the island having cleared up. However, apart from the usual cursing and nonsense, there was no useful information. Just as he was about to close the system panel, he suddenly saw the small red dot next to the private chat page. A light touch of his mind, and it turned out that Huang Qiwei had finally replied. I'm fine, and I've found a lead on the boat. But it'll take some more time. It seems like the world event is intentionally restricting us from going out to sea. I previously found several small boats that should belong to the island's natives, but they were all already drilled through the bottom. Suyu's expression relaxed. Huang Qiwei had brought him good news. Last night, he hadn't seen a shadow of a boat on the beach to the north of the island, and he had been worried about it. Now that Huang Qiwei had found clues about the boats, he could finally set his mind at ease. For a moment, Suyu felt great joy, even the anxiety from the long wait faded away by more than half. As he watched Ji Haiyang leave the tent for the third time to stretch, he thought about going out together to see if he could help. However, just as he left the tent, his expression changed. He hadn't noticed anything inside the tent, but once he stepped outside, he saw that in the pouring rain, the color of the rain had turned dark. Chapter 152, The Color of Rain. Dark-colored rainwater was clearly not normal. Suyu immediately thought of the pitch-black drizzle he had experienced in the forest. Could there be a connection between the two? As he pondered this, someone heavily patted him on the shoulder. What are you doing in the rain? Come back to the tent. Ji Haiyang looked confused, clearly not understanding Suyu's reasoning for being outside in the rain. Brother Ji, this rainwater has a problem. Suyu voiced his concerns. Huh? Ji Haiyang's face showed confusion, as if he completely didn't understand Suyu's meaning. Didn't you notice? This rainwater is black. I encountered this kind of black rainwater before. As Suyu spoke, he reached out to catch a handful of rainwater, and the dark color was clear in the puddle in his palm. Now Ji Haiyang's expression turned even more shocked, like he had just heard nonsense. However, Suyu knew this pouring rain was not a place for a lengthy discussion, so he didn't continue talking and walked into the tent first. Inside the tent, the two wiped off the water on their bodies and changed their clothes before sitting together again. Ji Haiyang looked serious. Suyu's odd behavior made him feel something wasn't quite right. What do you mean by black rainwater? I must have misheard, right? It's literally what it means. You really can't see it? Suyu frowned, feeling both surprised and somewhat annoyed. He could still tell the difference between ordinary transparent rainwater and dark rainwater. But Ji Haiyang was so righteous in his denial that it didn't seem like he was lying. The two looked at each other, then turned to look at Jia Baoyu. In this situation, it was naturally more suitable for Jia Baoyu to go outside and take a look. Jia Baoyu had been sitting nearby, listening intently, but when he saw both of them shift their gaze, he felt a pang in his heart and could only force himself to brave the rain and step outside. Moments later, Jia Baoyu returned. I just looked, the rain seems fine. It's just a bit heavy, there's nothing black about it. Suyu paused. Could it be that he had made a mistake? But he had been in the rain for at least half a minute, it was impossible to be wrong the whole time. Suyu, are you under too much stress lately, which is why you misinterpreted the color of the rain? If it really were black rain coming down, there should be many people discussing it in the map channel. Ji Haiyang pondered for a moment and then provided evidence to support his own theory. Once this was mentioned, Suyu completely lost confidence. He had just been focusing on the conflict between what Ji Haiyang and he had seen with their own eyes, but had overlooked the evidence from the map communication channel. With hundreds of survivors on the island, surely he couldn't be the only one who could see dark rainwater. Wait. Suyu disregarded the clothes he had just changed into and suddenly rushed out of the tent again. In the pouring rain, he clearly saw the dark rainwater. So it is, my thoughts were led astray. It's not that I saw the color wrong, but that only those who have experienced black rain in the forest can see dark rainwater. Once the thought was opened, the conclusion instantly changed. He looked toward the two people in the tent behind him whose faces were full of shock. Calm and steady, he walked back again, and told them once about the brief situation of the woodland. So it means, only people whose spirit attribute is high enough, or in other words only people who have personally gone to the deep spirit world can see the color of this rain. Ji Haiyang was never a dull person. After hearing Suyu say this, he quickly reacted. It is indeed like this. Suyu nodded his head. He could now be certain that this black rain absolutely had an unclear connection with the already dead god, mother of monsters. But wanting to know where the specific problem was, he still had no clue at all. After thinking for a moment, he calmed his mind and opened the private chat page, and sent the detailed situation to Jiang Bofu. After all, among the people he knew, probably only Jiang Bofu still knew a little about this. Very quickly, Jiang Bofu sent a reply. About Chipan's black rain, I have indeed heard of it, but only some special professions in the spirit world can enter before the 4th rank. I do not have the qualification to enter in advance, so I also cannot see what special color this heavy rain has. If you feel this rain has something special, I guess you will find clues at the airdrop coordinates in the next few days. In addition, there are some hidden rules about the deep spirit world that I need to tell you. It is best not to mention your experience in the deep spirit world to people who are not familiar. If the other side has the heart to scheme against you, it is possible for them to grasp the pattern of your going to the spirit world, and scheme against you in the spirit world. Suyu slightly frowned his brows. The meaning of Jiang Bofu's words was somewhat beyond his expectation. He did not expect that under normal circumstances the woodland actually needed to advance to a 4th rank profession to enter. No wonder he did not see other people in the few times he entered. As for Jiang Bofu's guess, except for the airdrop coordinate on the 7th day, he had used hidden hints to look at the other coordinate locations. There was no special information. In this way, the time for him to go to the southern small island must be moved forward. Who? Suyu let out a long breath. Just when he was about to close the private message page, unexpectedly a person he did not expect sent a message at this moment. Jiang Bo, friend, are you interested in passing through the secret path of the Central Great Mountain Range? As long as 1 first-rank profession transfer scroll or 1 blue quality equipment, the price is fair to old and young. Suyu was stunned. He completely did not expect that after 3 days he would again receive a message from this peddler, and it was about the secret path of the Whitehead Eagle Mountain Range. And this description, no matter how you look at it, looked like the small road that he and Jia Baoyu worked bitterly for half a day to open. A bad feeling rose in his heart. The secret path you are talking about, is it on the outer edge of the west side platform of the mountain range, and on the small road there are still some broken branches and fallen leaves left? After a moment, the message came again. How do you know? Who privately sold the news to you? Tell me, I will go find him to settle the account. He. Suyu was a little angry and laughed. This Jiang Bo really turned black and white upside down. Clearly it was the passage that he and Jia Baoyu opened, yet in Jiang Bo's mouth it became his own. Do you think this passage looks like it was naturally formed? This is the passage I dug out the night before yesterday. You used the news of this passage to seek profit. Do you not feel ashamed? After the message was sent, there was instantly no movement on Jiang Bo's side. Just when Suyu thought the other side felt guilty like a thief and did not dare to reply, a paragraph of words suddenly was sent again. Bullshit, this passage was clearly discovered by me the day before yesterday. Stop making things up here. Quickly give me the money from privately buying and selling information, otherwise do not blame me for being impolite to you. Good. Suyu could not help but say 3 good words in a row. He found that he had indeed underestimated the shameless degree of some people, to reverse black and white so naturally. If you peel off their face skin it could probably directly block bullets. What happened? Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu at the side heard the sound and looked over. Even Fred in the corner who could not understand Chinese also turned his head over. Nothing. Jiang Bo, who wanted to sell us the airdrop coordinate information at a high price the day before yesterday, now has come again to sell me a secret path that can pass through the bald eagle. Suyu said while the corner of his eyes narrowed. At this moment the intent to kill had already surged wildly in his heart. Sell a secret path? He is selling the small road that the two of us dug out little by little with shovels and axes as a secret path? This bastard is too shameless. Jia Baoyu's face suddenly became somewhat ferocious. He was still wondering why Suyu's expression suddenly changed greatly, and now in an instant he also raised killing intent toward Jiang Bo. Suyu did not answer at once, but took out the 1,000-mile tracking talisman from the space backpack hanging on his chest. When the rain stops in a while, we will separate first. You and brother Ji and Wang Jing pack up the camp. I will go first to slaughter that shameless one, and we will meet at the airdrop coordinate on the mountain. Chapter 153 Severe Crime. Perhaps Suyu's luck attribute was high enough. By dusk the pouring heavy rain that had been crashing down turned into only faint scattered drizzle. To avoid long nights bringing many dreams, Suyu did not wait until the rain completely stopped and the sky cleared, but silently recited Jiang Bo's survivor number in his heart, and at the same time directly ignited the 1,000-mile tracking talisman. ZZ. The talisman burned strangely like grease, and in only a short moment it turned into a pile of ashes. At the same time, in Suyu's heart there suddenly appeared a sense pointing straight to the south. About 70 kilometers, judging like this, it is on the Bald Eagle mountain range. This guy truly has great guts. He held the map and compared for a moment, then left the tent without turning his head back. There is a saying, on a rainy night carry a knife not an umbrella. Today he would let the dim black rain soak him, and go find Jiang Bo to settle accounts. At 8 o'clock at night, Suyu had already passed through small paths and steps, and arrived at the south of the mountain. The fine rain like flower needles wove densely and slanted down, and the moonlight was much dimmer compared to last night. And in his sense, Jiangbo was still about more than 10 kilometers to the south. This was not because the previous sense was wrong, but because a few hours ago Jiangbo for some unknown reason suddenly began to move south, fleeing nonstop like a mouse that saw a cat. Strange, could it be that this 1,000-mile tracking talisman will also show up in the other party's status bar? Otherwise there is no reason for Jiangbo to keep running south. He frowned, feeling somewhat irritated in his heart. But fortunately Jiangbo's speed of escape was not fast. If he kept chasing at this speed, in less than 1 hour he would be able to catch up head-on. He took a deep breath, just about to speed up the chase, and suddenly froze for a moment. It was only because in his mind that red dot representing Jiangbo suddenly no longer continued south, but turned its gunhead and rushed straight toward the north. What situation is this? Did he find helpers? Or is there some other situation? For a moment, all kinds of possibilities surfaced in his mind. But he did not hesitate much, only gently shook his head to throw these distracting thoughts behind, and then continued to hurry south. No matter what trick Jiangbo was playing, he would choose to use one storm spell to solve it head-on. 20 minutes later, his question received its answer. He saw at the limit of his sight, torches appeared one by one, dozens to hundreds of torches came over from the distance. So many people? Suyu was slightly startled. He had thought of the possibility that Jiangbo would call people, but did not expect that he would call more than 100 people at one time. What kind of brainwashing technique did this guy grasp, to be able to drive so many people over? The survivors participating in this world event had all gone through the life and death gladiator arena. Even if a part still had conscience in their hearts, it was impossible that only by fooling and moral anger brought by fabricated news, he could make so many people participate. And very quickly, this new doubt that appeared in his heart also received its answer. Jiangbo, why did you stop chasing? Without the power of a transcendent, you still dared to jump out and say the secret passage was yours. In your next life, remember to grow some eyes. Looking at the private message the other side sent, so you suddenly understood. So this guy was using the ability of a transcendent profession to drive these people. Then it was not strange. The abilities of transcendent professions are strange and countless. Having one that can hypnotize and turn humans into puppets is not strange. But like this, Suyu completely put down his heart. He did not know whether Jiangbo was a first-rank or second-rank professional. The God Lord also did not know what the exact effect of Jiangbo's professional skill was. But no matter what, a transcendent profession also has a limit. Controlling such a number of survivors at the same time also meant that the quality of this group of survivors was absolutely very bad. There was not even one first-rank survivor. They were all only slightly stronger ordinary people. Sigh, I have to start a big killing again. I really do not want to increase my evil value. Suyu sighed. Feeling that Jiangbo had already followed a crowd of survivors, who were driven like zombies, into the casting range of Stormart, he calmly took out his natal kerosene lamp and the Book of the Blood Clan. Tonight the wind and rain mixed together. It was just right for the release of divine art. Storm art. 4.4 points of Holy Grace attribute poured out empty. Suyu even felt a faint discomfort. In the next moment, the originally weak wick flame suddenly shot high and made a light explosive burning sound. There was no gradual brewing. A storm like a wild sea suddenly exploded out of the void. With the wind and rain bonus of tonight, a tornado suddenly formed and rushed straight to the south. Wind, earth, rain. 3 elements mixed in one place and joined into one sheet. All things seemed to be wrapped inside the tornado. It was impossible to tell which was human, which was ground, which was sky. In all directions everything was chaotic, everything was roaring. The violent wind let out a howl. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of heavy rain rushed into the nose. After a short 3 minutes, the ground on the path ahead was cut away by 3 inches of mud. The dozens and hundreds of torches that had rushed forward were without exception destroyed together with their masters inside the tornado. Hiss. Suyu drew in a breath of cold air. Even though this tornado came from his own hand, he still felt it was somewhat unbelievable. According to his original thought, using storm art to kill Jiangbo, who controlled many survivors, would be enough. Once Jiangbo died, even if the many survivors being controlled could not return to normal, they would not charge toward him again. But he did not expect that the final result was that he borrowed the right time and place to form such a terrifying tornado. Not only did it directly wipe out more than 100 survivors, it even shaved the ground lower by a section. Puff. Suyu's face turned frighteningly red. While his whole body burned with heat, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was not that he was seriously injured, but that the blood and chi inside his body were too active, fatally having a trend to burst him open. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, his face slowly returned to normal. Too ridiculous. More than 100 people did not hurt me. I just sucked some blood and almost swelled myself to death. Suyu wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled as he opened the attribute page. Name, Suyu. Profession, believer of truth/priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 4.4, Strength, 3.7, Physique, 3.0, Speed, 2.6. Inspiration, 4.0/4.4. Holy Grace, 0.0/4.4. Blood and Chi, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Smelting Metal LV1, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Pressure LV3, Dream Entering Roaming Lodge LV1, Storm Art, Divine Art, LV1, Thunderblast Art, Divine Art, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, Life Ash Art, Divine Art, LV1. Special Status, Severe Sin, Monster Temptation, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1. Chapter 154 Evil Name, 4K. Severe Sin, really troublesome. Suyu showed a bitter smile. If there was a possibility, he naturally did not want to kill so many people. Right now the wood was already made into a boat. He could only be more careful when opening treasure chests and drinking potions in the future. Of course, there were also gains. The upper limit of the blood and chi attribute increased by 0.3 points. Although it had no real use, it could give some psychological comfort. In addition, if he could find a method to use the blood and chi attribute, this kind of psychological comfort can also turn into real fighting power. However, he always felt like he was missing something. Forget it, I won't think about it. Things that I can't remember must not be very important. Saying this, Suyu opened the system panel, wanting to share the good news of Jiang Bo's death with Jia Baoyu. Then, looking at the 4 subpages of the system panel, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind. He remembered what he had overlooked. Opening the map communication channel, it was buzzing with discussions about the recent strange weather phenomenon. Do you guys think what that survivor Jiang Bo said in the channel was true? I saw that huge tornado from the north side of the island, could it really be man-made? There's no way it's fake. I bought airdrop coordinates from Jiang Bo the day before yesterday, but unfortunately, I didn't have the courage to snatch them. I just opened a treasure chest on the outskirts and left. Doesn't that mean the person who chased Jiang Bo really wanted to blackmail after buying intel and ended up using a disposable item? Damn, that person is really disgusting. What a pity for Jiang Bo, the information merchant. Don't only pity Jiang Bo, didn't you notice that over 100 people suddenly disappeared from the total number in the map communication channel just 3 minutes ago? Now that you mention it, I remember 10 minutes ago, I saw dozens of people marching north. Thankfully, I didn't follow to watch the fun, otherwise, I'd probably be dead too. Hiss, doesn't that mean the butcher killed more than 100 people at once? That's too brutal and perverse. Brutal? I think you just want to die. This boss can summon tornadoes to kill Jiang Bo, he can use tornadoes to kill you too. What's there to be afraid of? When he rises, he will fall too. He can't kill us all, right? Right. According to Jiang Bo, that person took all the airdrop coordinates and must have used a disposable item from the airdrop box. If we all go together, he definitely can't beat us now. Haven't you thought about how Jiang Bo might have tricked others before being killed? I almost got controlled by Jiang Bo's extraordinary ability yesterday. If it weren't for my high mental attribute, I'd probably also be dead with Jiang Bo now. Stop making excuses. That butcher is a villain. No matter how you defend him, he won't show mercy to you. Damn Jiang Bo, even before dying he's still making trouble, he's really disgusting. Suyu couldn't help but spit, feeling very bad about the baseless rumors and slander. He had an impulse to resurrect Jiang Bo and kill him again. Of course, this was just a thought. He had no means of resurrection and it was impossible to find Jiang Bo's corpse after the tornado's rampage. What disgusted him even more was that some survivors actually believed Jiang Bo's nonsense without thinking and were loudly discussing how to morally judge him in the map communication channel. Even though he didn't care much about others' opinions, watching it made him feel an urge to kill everyone. Calm down, impulse is the devil. Suyu took a deep breath, closed the map communication channel, and started heading back north in the rain. At 11 o'clock at night, he returned to the top of the White Eagle Mountain. For military tents had already been set up in advance, and there was a campfire and a temporary stone table with 4 rain canopies, looking like quite a proper camp. From now on, there will be no one named Jiang Bo in this world. Suyu looked at the 3 people and calmly announced this news. This news should have been told to them hours ago, but he got dizzy from a part of the people in the map communication channel and forgot about it. You seem to be in a bad mood? Ji Haiyang suddenly asked. Yeah, I was trying to lighten the mood on the way, looked at the map communication channel, and unexpectedly, they were mostly cursing me. Suyu said faintly, having been soaked in the misty drizzle all the way, the frustration and anger in his heart had already dissipated by 70%. This Jiang Bo is indeed hateful, even before death, he couldn't stay peaceful and spread rumors in the channel, but you don't need to pay too much attention to it. People who are always speaking in the channel have no real ability, at most just talking big. If he really goes too far, just remember his survivor ID. When we get back to the dark dungeon, we can throw him into the deathmatch arena, that will solve it. Beside him, Wang Jing tiptoed and patted Suyu's shoulder, seemingly comforting him, her words carrying a kind of naturally logical tone. Suyu smiled at her, about to reply when he heard Ji Haiyang speak again. Let me stand guard for you tonight. Don't refuse, you should rest well. We took turns resting in the afternoon. Okay. Suyu nodded in agreement, chatted for a bit, and then entered his tent. Physically, he didn't feel tired, but mentally, the pressure was quite heavy. He had barely lain down for less than 10 minutes when he fell into a deep sleep, drifting into a dream. In the dimly green-black forest, Suyu opened his eyes. Today, the rain in the forest was even heavier. The pitch-black torrential rain poured down in sheets, and in just a moment, his entire body was drenched to the bone. This feeling was truly unpleasant. To leave as quickly as possible, he greatly increased his pace, almost jogging along the cobblestone path, quickly arriving at the well in the forest. However, this time, a figure was standing beside the well, with its back to him. Suyu was greatly startled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Thinking of Zhang Guoshu's warning, he adopted a defensive stance. Unfortunately, when entering the forest, no items could be carried, so now he could only rely on his own attributes and skills to deal with the enemy. In the next moment, the figure seemed to sense something, suddenly grabbing an item floating above the well and turning into a spark of white light, disappearing into nothingness. Before the figure completely vanished, it turned its head, revealing its true face. It was a blurry face, looking as if it were a 360p pixel image heavily pixelated with a thick mosaic. Suyu frowned and stood still for a while. He had a strange feeling, as if in the other person's view, his face might also be a blur of pixels. In this forest, living people didn't recognize each other by looking at faces, but by sensing their auras. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. Suyu shook his head, wondering when he would meet this person again. His sleep schedule had been irregular these past days, and even if the other person had ill intentions, it would be difficult to encounter him in the short term. He quickened his pace, continuing along the cobblestone path, and soon arrived at the front of the wheel temple. But since he didn't understand the Vaka language, even staying in front of this stone was meaningless, so he decisively chose to move forward. Following the left fork of the cobblestone path, he finally arrived at the familiar pitch-black lake. The dark lake still reflected the monster with branching limbs and many heads, but as Suyu had expected, he wasn't scared this time. He took a deep breath, crouched down slowly, and cupped his hands to scoop up some lake water, bringing it to his mouth. If he had any other choice, he actually didn't want to drink the lake water here. After all, he already had a scar on his body, and if he drew another rare event with incredibly bad luck, he'd be one step closer to death. But today, encountering an accident, he had no choice but to gamble. Gulp! The lake water slid down his throat, and Suyu felt a fiery pain in his abdomen, but unlike last time, another world didn't immediately appear before his eyes. He let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this time, the rare event had not been triggered. He only received the most ordinary reward. The next moment, the world before him plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes, only a flickering flame seeped through the tent in the pitch black, and the raindrops pattered on the tent, provoking countless thoughts in his mind. Suyu looked at the time on the system panel. It was 4 a.m, not too early but also not too late. He turned over and quickly fell asleep again. In this nap, Suyu slept very soundly. When he woke up again, it was still drizzling a hazy black rain outside, but the time on the system panel now showed 7 a.m. At this time, it was naturally impossible to go back to sleep. He slowly sat up, while also opening the attribute page. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Believer of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 4.6, Strength, 3.7, Physique, 3.0, Speed, 2.7. Inspiration, 4.0/4.6. Holy Favor, 4.6/4.6. Chi and Blood, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream Entry LV1, Storm Spell, Divine Spell, LV1, Thunderblast, Divine Spell, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Spell, LV1, Lifespan Ignition, Divine Spell, LV1. Special Status, Severe Sin, Demon Temptation, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1, Evil Name, Heterodox, Evil Name, Heretic. It seems my luck is quite good. I randomly got speed as a random attribute, which somewhat compensates for my relative shortcoming. Suyu rubbed his chin and nodded slightly. Although he did not obtain any special items last night, raising attributes by 0.3 points in one night is still quite exaggerated. If this gets out, it might just drop a lot of jaws. Suyu blinked, suddenly noticing something was off. Originally having only 4 special statuses, there was unexpectedly an extra one. He focused his mind on the newly acquired evil name, and a long passage of text suddenly appeared. Evil name, heterodox/heretic. The mysterious aura on you has attracted the attention of a devout believer of Velvet, who cannot confirm anything for now but will pay more attention to your bizarre behavior until evidence is found. Heretic, you are suspected of being a believer of the God of Dawn, /Order Tyrant, /God of Non-Burning, /Mirror Queen, God of Ocean and Storm, and are about to face a light investigation by a devout believer. If confirmed, you will face pursuit from believers. This status lasts for 7 days, and will be removed if not confirmed by the end. Heterodox, you are suspected of being a believer of the Forest Keeper of Velvet, and not a member of the Unending Sanctuary, about to face a moderate investigation by a former member. If confirmed, you will face pursuit by the organization. This status lasts for 7 days, and will be removed if not confirmed by the end. Damn. Suyu cursed inwardly. Now he understood why he hadn't encountered any other survivors during his previous dream entries into the forest. Turns out this, well in the woods, was owned, and it was a sanctuary of an organization called Unending Sanctuary. That means the mosaic figure should be a believer of Velvet, and the Forest Keeper is the god's name. If only I could know his prayer. Suyu rubbed his chin and quickly calculated the gains and losses brought by the evil name status. First off, the disadvantages were quite significant and obvious. With a whole 7 days of evil name status, if he happens to encounter that mosaic figure again during dream entries into the forest, it might trigger some judgment leading to being hunted down. Moreover, this disadvantage cannot be solved directly, he can only rely on changing dream entry times to take a chance. But likewise, there were great gains as well, mostly invisible ones. This time he learned the names of 6 true gods all at once, and even discovered the name of a belief organization. This information might not be immediately convertible into power, but it would be of great benefit for his future. Forget it, no need to think too much about it, being anxious won't help. He opened the tent and saw Ji Haiyang still busy with breakfast, feeling a bit more grateful in his heart. If it weren't for Ji Haiyang watching over him, he wouldn't have been able to dream into the forest last night, and he wouldn't have gained attribute boosts and learned so many hidden messages. From this perspective, Ji Haiyang was practically his benefactor. Good morning, Brother Ji. Good morning. While preparing breakfast, Ji Haiyang briefly looked up and replied. Seeing this, Suyu naturally didn't want to disturb him further. He chose to go to the platform below to test how much his attributes had improved. After some time going up and down the mountain, he nearly reached a conclusion. There was a slight change in speed, but it wasn't very noticeable. Probably like other attributes, it would require crossing the 3.0 threshold to see a qualitative change. As for his mental attribute, besides the increase of 0.2 points in both the Inspiration and Divine Blessing limits, Suyu also noticed that his eyesight seemed to have improved a bit. But logically, eyesight should be linked to the physique attribute, so he wasn't too sure. Nevertheless, he was very satisfied with the results, so he went up the mountain and joined everyone for breakfast. After enjoying a hearty meal, he mentioned that Huang Qiwei had found a ship and that everyone might need to split up. The others' expressions were quite calm. But what each person truly thought inside, Suyu wasn't sure. Then, he and the others packed up the campsite and tents, and on the platform where Fred had marked the airdrop coordinates, they set up another 4-corner rain shelter, quietly waiting for noon to arrive. Chapter 155, Day 18, Gladiator's Head. At noon sharp, the system's prompt sounded as expected. Ding, the 5th random airdrop of this map has arrived, hurry and seize it. With the system's prompt, an orange beam of light shot down from the sky, crashing into the transparent hexagram array in front of the rain shelter. As the light faded, Suyu left the rain shelter as usual and walked to the treasure chest. Low-grade divine gift chest, orange. Description: a high-quality treasure chest that randomly refreshes in the dark dungeon, capable of yielding several items that match its level. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains a 2nd-tier extraordinary class scroll blind box *1, a 4th-tier extraordinary class scroll puzzle blind box *1, proof of theft *1, ancient gladiator's head *1, green energy mushroom *1, white jade mushroom *1, premium gold stone *1. Hidden tip 2, this chest cannot be opened directly, place your palm on the indented area for 5 minutes to automatically open it. Hidden tip 3, this chest cannot be upgraded. Hidden tip 4, this chest is only for survivors to open. Suyu paused for a moment. The chest contained quite a few items, but what was this gladiator's head? And it seemed like he had heard of something similar before. While thinking, the 5 minutes quietly passed. The chest's mechanism clicked. Suyu snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the chest, only to see, above the items inside, a shriveled and sunken human head. He stayed silent for a moment, then grabbed the hair and pulled the thing out. Ancient gladiator's head, green. Description: a gladiator's head from an unknown era, perhaps it was taken as punishment for blaspheming the gods, or maybe it was severed after a failed ritual during a brutal promotion ceremony, left for future generations to use. Hidden tip 1, this head possesses the gladiator's head element, making it a core extraordinary material for the combat specialist class. Hidden tip 2, this head contains the enlightened soul, making it a core extraordinary material for the god defiler class. This is too messed up. After reading the message, Suyu couldn't help but shake his head and speak. What's wrong? Is this head also an extraordinary item? Zhao Baoyu's voice came through, and Suyu handed the head over to him while holding the whip, signaling him to look at it before passing it around to Ji Haiyang and Wang Jing. Soon, the head made its rounds and came back to Suyu. Everyone exchanged silent glances. After a moment of silence, it was Wang Jing who spoke first. I heard, the third-tier class for gladiators is called Combat Specialist, and I think the promotion material is called the Gladiator's Head. You're probably right. The Gladiator Series promotion requires the head of a same-tier profession. Suyu nodded, confirming Wang Jing's statement. Just now, he finally remembered where he had seen similar terms. The extraordinary material marked on the Weapon Master job change scroll in his hand was the Gladiator's Head. In other words, from the second-tier gladiator to the fourth-tier weapon master, extraordinary individuals in this sequence needed to use the heads of others of the same tier as extraordinary materials to advance. Then this thing. Zhao Baoyu slowly spoke. I need this too. Suyu interrupted Zhao Baoyu's words. When he said this, everyone was stunned. Ah, Suyu, haven't you already chosen 2 careers? Can you still take a third one? Wang Jing said, her eyes filled with shock. The other 2 might not understand, but she, as an apprentice, was very familiar with the spiritual pressure skill Suyu had used when he killed someone just days ago, which was why she had been so surprised when Suyu used the priest job change scroll the other day. And with the storm art Suyu had demonstrated yesterday, he must have at least 2 jobs. If this gladiator's head was useful now, didn't it mean he had 3 jobs at once? That was too ridiculous. I think you misunderstood. This head can also serve as my third-tier extraordinary material, it doesn't mean I also took the gladiator job. Suyu thought for a moment before replying. His words were the truth, with no exaggeration. However, Wang Jing still seemed half convinced. How about this, since you need it too, you can keep it. After all, it should be more useful to you than to me, but if you ever encounter a gladiator enemy in the future, remember to help me take his head. Zhao Baoyu suddenly spoke up on his own. Okay. Suyu nodded in agreement. He put the head into his spatial backpack and then took out 2 blind boxes from the treasure chest. As usual, the 2 blind boxes were given to Wang Jing. But this time, after handing over the items, Suyu didn't rush to take the next treasure chest item. Instead, he stood with Ji Haiyang and the others, watching Wang Jing open the blind boxes. Then, he saw Wang Jing's expression change, first from disbelief to surprise, then from surprise to ecstatic joy, as she held a sheepskin scroll and uttered 3 words. I won. Chapter 156, Arcane Scholar. Hearing this classic line, Suyu almost couldn't stop himself from saying the words of butcher who dealing with Fan Jin. He suppressed the urge to mock and smiled at Wang Jing. Looking at Wang Jing like this, he was almost certain that she had drawn the Arcane Scholar, otherwise she wouldn't be this happy. Just as he was pondering what to say to bring good luck, Wang Jing's face suddenly changed again, showing an expression of gritted teeth. What's wrong? Suyu was a bit confused, how could this woman change her expression so quickly? It was like watching a Peking opera. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing sighed, raised her head, and handed the sheepskin scroll to him. You read it. To take the job, it needs 10 pieces of radiant silver stones as consumption materials. Suyu's face looked strange as he took the scroll, and the text suddenly appeared. Arcane Scholar Job Change Scroll, green. Effect, a special certificate for changing to the second-tier extraordinary job Arcane Scholar, it disappears automatically after use. Introduction, the Arcane Scholar is a researcher of the origins of all things. Taking this job requires extremely high intelligence and thinking ability, and grants the power to cast spells. Usage restriction, Mentality 3.0. Preceding job, Apprentice. Extraordinary material, Radiant Silver Stones *10. Job change ceremony, none. Hidden tip 1, after taking the Arcane Scholar job, the inspiration attribute will automatically change to mana. 10 pieces of radiant silver stones. Didn't Zhang Yiting mention the mine to you? Suyu raised his head and looked at Wang Jing, speaking slowly. What mine? Wang Jing's eyes were filled with confusion. Suyu was silent for a moment, pointed at Ji Haiyang and Zhao Baoyu, then pointed at himself. I have a numbered mine that belongs to a dark dungeon. Both of them and Zhang Yiting have been inside, and although they didn't dig up much luminous silver, 10 pieces can still be collected. After saying that, he took off his spatial backpack and rummaged through it. He grabbed 2 pieces of luminous silver and handed them to Wang Jing. Wang Jing, stunned, took the luminous silver and the parchment scroll. In just a moment, the ore melted into silver liquid and flowed into her body. The parchment scroll also turned to ash and disappeared. Is this done? She looked at Suyu again, her eyes filled like she was staring at a moving mountain of gold. Ahem, why don't you feel what skills the arcane scholar has and share with everyone? Suyu deliberately coughed twice, pulling Wang Jing back from her daze. Oh, it seems I gained some long-range skills, but they don't seem to match your storm spell at the same level. Wang Jing's eyes were blank for a moment, then she frowned slightly. After her advancement, her skill list had 2 new skills. One was called Spell Template, which seemed to allow her to temporarily replicate skills she witnessed at the cost of mana, with effectiveness ranging from 30 to 50% of the original. The other was called Arcane Barrier, which provided an invisible shield for protection by continuously consuming mana. Even without outside attacks, she would need to use 0.5 mana points per hour to maintain it. Having heard Wang Jing's simple introduction, Suyu similarly felt that Arcane Scholar was quite weak. But for rigor's sake, he pondered for a moment, focused his thoughts, and spent a point of sacred grace to unleash a thunderbolt at a distant boulder. Boom! The surface of the boulder turned black with several cracks appearing. Next, Wang Jing also summoned a lightning strike to hit another boulder. However, compared to Suyu's original skill, the power of her lightning was much weaker, merely scorching the surface of the rock without cracking it. How's the mana consumption? Suyu asked while stroking his chin. It used up just a little. Wang Jing replied. Suyu nodded. It seemed that the spell template skill did not have a hidden effect of increasing mana consumption. Even so, he still felt that Arcane Scholar was somewhat useless. As for Arcane Barrier, he didn't test it further. Just as he returned to the treasure chest, preparing to dig out more items, Wang Jing suddenly handed over 4 blind boxes. Question mark. Suyu showed a puzzled expression. I know 10 pieces of luminous silver is quite valuable, but I can't provide much to pay right now. These 4 blind boxes of 4th-tier profession puzzles can offset a part of the debt, the rest can be settled later. Wang Jing explained, avoiding his gaze. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. At this point, whether it's luminous silver or blind boxes, none have a fixed price in the trading market. So it's hard to say if he was at a loss, he might even be gaining. Let's consider it settled then, and don't mention repaying any debt, we are on the same team. After saying that, he looked at the divine treasure chest and pulled out an envelope from inside. Chapter 157, Evidence of Theft and Perfect Gold Stone. The envelope was mostly yellowed, sealed with mysterious characters in wax, looking like it had been around for at least 20 or 30 years. As it reached Suyu's hands, a text introduction suddenly appeared. Evidence of theft, green. Introduction, an unremarkable ancient envelope containing all evidence about a thief's crime, preserved by some great power. Hidden tip 1, this item is a core material for the job of thief. Hidden tip 2, if the holder has learned the language of Valka, they can try to open it according to the inscription, which may reveal some secrets. So this is the evidence of theft. Suyu looked curiously at the envelope in hand. He recalled that when he obtained the apprentice job transfer scroll, he saw relevant hidden tips. He had thought for a long time, but could not imagine what something with such an abstract name would look like. However, now that he thought about it, the envelope's form seemed to match the name of proof of theft quite well. He waved at the crowd, the profession-changing materials for a second-tier thief. Do any of you have friends in the pioneer profession? The group looked at each other and then shook their heads. Seeing this, Suyu naturally followed the usual practice and put it into his spatial backpack. This thing is so unique, it's likely that after the world event ends, someone will buy it at a high price in the trading channel. Even if no one wants to buy it, he could keep it for now. Once he learns French, he might try to open the envelope and see what's inside. As for now, he still needed to take out the remaining items from the treasure chest. White Jade Ganoderma, purple. Description, a type of Ganoderma growing in extremely cold and hot climates. Below 100 years is White Jade Ganoderma, between 100 and 500 years is Qingqi Ganoderma, over 500 years, the Ganoderma becomes fiery red, and over 1,000 years, the Ganoderma turns purple and is fully mature. Hidden tip 1, after first consumption, speed plus 0.2, this effect is invalid for individuals with speed greater than or equal to 6. Hidden tip 2, this White Jade Ganoderma is 18 years old, and after 82 years of cultivation, it can grow into Qingqi Ganoderma. Hidden tip 3, the medicinal effects of purple Qi Ganoderma are the same across its stages, with only differences in attribute enhancements. Qingqi Ganoderma, purple. Description, a type of Ganoderma growing in extremely cold and hot climates. Below 100 years is White Jade Ganoderma, between 100 and 500 years is Qingqi Ganoderma, over 500 years, the Ganoderma becomes fiery red, and over 1,000 years, the Ganoderma turns purple and is fully mature. Hidden tip 1, after first consumption, strength plus 0.2, this effect is invalid for individuals with strength greater than or equal to 6. Hidden tip 2, this Qingqi Ganoderma is 292 years old, and after 208 years of cultivation, it can grow into red Ganoderma. Hidden tip 3, the medicinal effects of purple chi Ganoderma are the same across its stages, with only differences in attribute enhancements. True gold stone, orange. Durability, 5. Description, one of the most precious ores in the world. It is rumored that the stone-to-gold array requires this ore as an energy source. Hidden tip 1, true gold stone is a secondary extraordinary material for the Archmage profession's promotion. Hidden tip 2, placing the true gold stone on top of a purple quality treasure chest will elevate the chest's quality to orange. Hidden tip 3, it can be used to fuse with any equipment, and the equipment will most likely increase to legendary quality, though there's a small chance it will be destroyed. If the equipment is already legendary, an additional random legendary attribute will be added. Hidden tip 4, true gold stone is a secondary extraordinary material for the promotion to the desecrator profession. I didn't expect true gold stone to also be a material for the desecrator promotion. Now, I really have no choice but to choose it. Suyu picked up the white jade Ganoderma and Xing Qi Ganoderma, handing them to Ji Haiyang and Jia Baoyu respectively. The two I ate earlier were for mental and physical attributes, so these two should be for speed and strength attributes, both adding 0.2 points. You two can decide who gets what. After saying that, he waved the true gold stone in his hand at Wang Jing. I'll keep this, it might be useful for me. Wang Jing nodded in agreement without saying anything. Suyu's priority to choose his loot was acknowledged by everyone. Since Suyu had already spoken, she naturally wouldn't object. Seeing this, Suyu carefully stored the true gold stone and turned his gaze to the 4 exquisite blind boxes beside him. For these 4 blind boxes, Suyu's attitude was actually a bit subtle. To be more precise, this subtlety came from the Weapon Master promotion scroll in his hands. It was because he had the Weapon Master promotion scroll that the Church of Light had been targeting him in various ways until he entered the world event, which was when things calmed down a bit. Although part of it was due to the special nature of the Weapon Master profession. It can be seen how high the value of the 4th order job transfer scroll is. He took a deep breath, emptying all thoughts in his mind, and opened the first blind box. Corrupt Priest Job Transfer Scroll Puzzle 3, Special. Description, an unremarkable job puzzle piece. Hidden hint 1, the Corrupt Priest is a 4th order job, requiring the 3rd order jobs of Corruptor and Cleric as prerequisites. Hidden hint 2, this series of puzzles has a total of 6 pieces, all must be assembled to transfer jobs. Corrupt Priest, and Corruptor. Suyu murmured these 2 names, his eyes flickering uncertainly. This was not the first time he had heard the name, Corrupt Priest. The night before last, when he met Jiang Bofu, he learned from him that the person behind the Light Association was a Corrupt Priest. Originally, this was nothing special. But what truly surprised him was that the prerequisites for Corrupt Priest were actually Corruptor and Cleric. In other words, the Corrupt Priest was the 4th order job in the Believer of Truth sequence. Believer of Truth can take on the traits of the Priest sequence, and it is designed specifically to become a Corrupt Priest. Damn, it feels like the water is really deep. Suyu rubbed his head. He originally felt himself superior among the survivalists, but now it seemed that this dark dungeon's troubles were quite distressing. However, even so, he could not give up on rising to a higher rank. He took a deep breath, decided not to think too much, and reached out to open the second blind box. For troubles that cannot be solved in the short term, thinking too much will only bring burdens. It's better to calm down and keep moving forward. Perhaps he would find a solution along the way. Rip, rip. The blind box was roughly opened, revealing the puzzle inside. Corrupt Priest Job Transfer Scroll Puzzle 2, Special. Thump. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly opened the remaining 2 blind boxes, and inside, the items were just as he had expected. Corrupt Priest Job Transfer Scroll Puzzle 1, Special. Corrupt Priest Job Transfer Scroll Puzzle 5, Special. 1, 2, 3, 5, exactly corresponding to the 4 days of the God-given treasure box. His expression changed several times, then gritted his teeth and sent a message to Jiang Bofu. Brother Jiang, did you get a 4th order job transfer scroll puzzle blind box in that God-given treasure box yesterday? Yes, I opened it, what's up? Jiang Bofu replied quickly. Then did you get the Corrupt Priest? Suyu gritted his teeth and pressed on. Though this question was somewhat impolite, even a bit like prying into privacy, he was too eager to know the answer. Time passed second by second. About 3 minutes went by before Jiang Bofu sent a reply again. It's indeed that, how did you know? Because all the puzzle pieces I opened are also Corrupt Priest. Brother Jiang, where are you now? I'll come find you to discuss in detail. Suyu replied quickly. Okay, come here, I'm still in that cave from yesterday. Jiang Bofu replied quickly as well, not only sending the exact location but also 2 pictures. After reviewing, Suyu told Ji Haiyang beside him and hurried down the mountain through the rain. Jiang Bofu's location was not far in a straight line, but the actual distance would be multiplied by 2 or 3 times. At 2 in the afternoon, Suyu, braving the rain, spotted a small cave. At the entrance of the cave, 2 armored knight attendants were eyeing him. Suyu was just about to introduce himself when the two attendants each stepped aside to make a path. He was slightly stunned but cared not much for that. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, he walked inside. Inside the cave, there was nothing special. In the small space stood a stone table with two delicate teacups steaming atop it, while Jiang Bofu and another attendant sat on the ground nearby. Hearing the movement, Jiang Bofu turned his head and showed a smiling face. "We meet again, sit down and slowly talk." Suyu sat cross-legged on the spot, then took out one piece of the Yi blasphemy priest puzzle and handed it to Jiang Bofu, and slowly spoke about the situation he met and his two guesses. These two guesses were what he had thought about all the way on the road. The first was that the Yi blind box was not truly random, but according to the holder who owned the most blind boxes or under other judgment conditions, it grabbed a profession puzzle that matched the holder's own profession. The second was that the Yi blind box was indeed truly random at first, but their island at some unknown time drew the attention of a god, so it was changed by the god. After hearing Suyu's guesses, Jiang Bofu did not reply at once, but first returned the puzzle piece to him. "I think your second guess is more possible." "Oh? I am willing to hear the details." Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. In his heart he actually also leaned toward the second possibility, but the reason he made the judgment was based on the hidden hints he could see himself. On those 4 blind boxes, he did not see any hidden hints, so the only possibility was that the god who granted the treasure chest temporarily changed the items. But Jiang Bofu did not have a cheat like hidden hints. That he could make the same judgment was very worthy to hear his thinking. "Actually, I am also guessing, this kind of situation has not never happened in the Dark Dungeon, although the mainstream of humans on our Earth have entered the Dark Dungeon for less than half a month. Among the survivors of other civilizations there were indeed a few cases favored by gods, where random blind boxes randomly gave their own profession." While speaking, Jiang Bofu looked at Suyu, a trace of hesitation showing on his face. However what? Suyu noticed Jiang Bofu's hesitation and opened his mouth to ask. However, being favored by a god is still too empty and misty, and those few rumored cases were mostly knights and warriors, those physical professions. Only one case was the arcane scholar sequence, a profession like blasphemy priest that is chaotic evil and not liked by gods. I have never heard of it. After Jiang Bofu finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Suyu. Suyu's heart suddenly thumped, but his surface was still calm. "The day before yesterday I heard Big Brother you say that the behind-the-scenes controller of the Light Society is a blasphemy priest. Can you tell me what problem this profession exactly has, and what is the relationship between the God of Light and the God of Dawn?" "Of course, but these two questions in fact are one question." Seeing that Suyu had no expression change, Jiang Bofu picked up a teacup and handed it in front of Suyu. "Drink it, let me sort my thoughts and slowly tell you." Suyu naturally was not timid. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. At once he felt his whole body warm. The last bit of discomfort left by the scar of blade was swept away at once. "How is it? Not bad, right? This cup of tea has only 5 cups in total. I led the 3 of them to search treasure chests on the south side of the mountain for 2 days before opening this good thing. It can increase 0.3 point of constitution attribute." A satisfied expression appeared on Jiang Bofu's face, and he spoke in a gentle flowing voice. Suyu did not reply at once, but quickly opened the attribute page and glanced at it. Name, Suyu. Profession, Believer of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 4.6, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 3.3, Speed, 2.7. Inspiration, 4.0/4.6. Holy Grace, 4. June 4.6. Chi and Blood, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Smelled Metal LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream Enter Roaming Lodge LV1, Storm Art, Divine Art, LV1, Thunderblast Art, Divine Art, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, Life Ash Art, Divine Art, LV1. Special Status, Severe Sin, Blasphemy, Scar of Blade *1, Evil Name, Heretic, Evil Name, Infidel. Sure enough, just as Jiang Bofu said, his Constitution attribute directly increased by 0.3 point. Besides, there was also a small change. The originally owned, Monster Temptation, status because 7 days were over had already disappeared from the special status bar. He quietly closed the system panel and again looked toward Jiang Bofu. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. This tea, when calculated, must also be considered an extraordinary ingredient of purple quality." Indeed it is a purple quality medicine." Jiang Bofu nodded, paused for a moment, then stretched his hand towards the silent attendant by the side and pointed at Suyu. The attendant took out a puzzle piece from his spatial backpack and handed it to Suyu. "Desecrated Priest Class Change Scroll Puzzle Piece 4, Special. I was puzzled yesterday, wondering why, despite using special items to temporarily boost my luck attribute, I didn't open the Paladin puzzle piece, but instead got the Desecrated Priest puzzle piece. Now, I think it must have been the Dawn God, or some other deity, who directly designated the contents of the blind box. The so-called desecrated priest, as the name suggests, is a church priest who can steal the power of gods, so they are disliked by the 7 major righteous gods. You should be able to understand this." As he spoke, Jiang Bofu's gaze shifted from the distant horizon back to Suyu, as though trying to read his thoughts. Suyu, however, remained unfazed and nodded calmly. At this moment, even the most clueless person could guess that he had taken up the precursor job of the desecrated priest. Playing dumb was completely meaningless. Seeing Suyu's calm demeanor, Jiang Bofu's eyes flickered with surprise, and he continued to explain. Of course, although the desecrated priest is disliked by the gods, it doesn't go as far as being hunted by them. At most, some followers of the gods might take action. The reason the desecrated priest from the Light Sect was unanimously expelled by all the survivor factions is mainly because he knew a prayer that did not belong to the 7 major righteous gods and should not have been known. A prayer? Suyu couldn't help but ask for confirmation. He felt that his mind was almost reaching its limit. A desecrated priest stealing the divine powers of the 7 major righteous gods through a prayer was only disliked, but stealing the powers of other gods through prayer would directly lead to being hunted? This was beyond his understanding. Unless. That's right, just as you thought. Jiang Bofu nodded, took a sip from his cup of tea, sighed deeply, and continued. The current light god is the dawn god, and that desecrated priest from the light sect chose to use a forbidden prayer to communicate with the now deceased light god forbidden black sun, and died in the backlash of the communication. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Didn't the forbidden black sun die? How could it still kill people? And if the light sect's desecrated priest is dead, then how could he still? Suyu stopped mid-sentence. He understood the meaning of Jiang Bofu's words. That desecrated priest was indeed dead, and the reason why the light sect hadn't disbanded was simple. It was because forbidden black sun controlled his body. Looks like you get it now. Jiang Bofu nodded slightly, pointing to the sky through the cave ceiling. Gods are immortal. Even though they pass away, they return. Mother of Monsters is like this, and forbidden black sun is even more so. In fact, because the latter is stronger, after it passed away, it still firmly occupied the title of light god, forcing dawn god to take a different title. So, doesn't that mean I've gotten myself into big trouble? Suyu's face turned a little pale. Originally, after realizing that there was no real god behind the light sect, just some higher-tier transcendent beings playing god, he still had the heart to show them some color. But now, knowing that the actual controller of the light sect was a god, he felt that his revenge was a distant dream. More importantly, his follower job had been obtained by killing the living dead of the light sect in the life and death arena, initially locking in the belief in the light god. If he hadn't taken the truth follower job, perhaps. Wait. A thought flashed in Suyu's mind, and he seemed to understand why the dawn god wanted to give him the desecrated priest puzzle piece. Forbidden Black Sun had originally targeted him. It is because of the weapon master profession transfer scroll in his hand, and once he dies, this thing, according to the rules of the Dark Dungeon, will most likely fall into the hands of this former god of light. And as the new god of light, the god of dawn is obviously unwilling to see this scene, so helping him raise his strength also seems reasonable. I understand. If you say it like this, then the blind box inside the sixth-day god-granted treasure chest is most likely the last piece of the blasphemy priest puzzle. Suyu looked at Jiang Bofu, suddenly stood up, and bowed very seriously. Thank you, brother Jiang. No need to be polite, it is only the effort of raising a hand. Jiang Bofu said this with his mouth, but the expression on his face was very happy. The two of them walked together to the entrance of the cave. Suyu was just about to say goodbye, but when the words reached his mouth, he suddenly changed his mind. Brother Jiang, do you have interest in going to the South Island to take a look at the 7th-day airdrop treasure chest? What South Island? Jiang Bofu obviously became interested. Suyu pointed to the south, and his tone was also a little unsteady. In this world event map, besides the main island under our feet, 30 nautical miles to the south, there is also a small sea island. According to reliable news I received, the 7th-day airdrop coordinates are on the South Island, but there are many resentful spirits there, so I want to invite you to go together. Chapter 159 Boarding the ship, setting sail. So the 7th-day airdrop coordinates are not on this island. No wonder Old 4 did not find it. Jiang Bofu showed an expression of sudden understanding, glanced at the attendant beside him, and then gave a clear answer. Go. I have great interest in going. But how do you plan to go to the South Island? Have you found a ship? Of course. Suyu nodded and answered. Before he came and sent a private message to Jiang Bofu, he already saw the message sent by Huang Qiwei. Right now Huang Qiwei is already waiting for them on the beach at the south side of the island according to the agreement. That is good. The matter should not be delayed. Let us set off directly. After Jiang Bofu finished speaking, he glanced at the 3 attendants. Immediately after, the 3 people quickly and orderly packed up the few things inside the cave. One of them even took out a sheepskin scroll on the spot, and in the flashing white light, produced 5 bamboo rain umbrellas. Suyu stood at the side and stared a little blankly. He and Ji Haiyang and the others prepared almost everything before entering this deserted island map, but they alone did not get something like rain umbrellas. Whether in the trading channel or in all kinds of private channels, there was not even anything related to rain umbrellas. Brother, you are still amazing. He let out a heartfelt sigh. These testers of Jiang Bofu may suffer all kinds of restrictions from the dark dungeon, but all kinds of savings compared to them ordinary survivors who entered 3 months later are simply like heaven and earth. This does not count as anything. If you entered 3 months earlier, you would probably only do better than me. Jiang Bofu laughed and accepted Su Yu's flattery. The smile on his face became even stronger by 3 parts. Very quickly, each person in the group held a rain umbrella and began to head south. The mountain road was rugged, and the rain was as thin as silk. The temperature suddenly became cold, and the ground was muddy. Su Yu walked in front of the team. Looking at a group of ants not far away carrying grain along a broken tree branch in the rain, he for some reason once again suddenly thought of matters about gods. According to his guess, the god of dawn made a move to replace the blind box content in order to restrict the forbidden black sun. However, gods stand high above. Who can know whether the god of dawn will shoot 2 birds with 1 arrow, and at the same time solve him, this blasphemy priest reserve who was not liked by the gods? He simply did not dare to continue thinking further. I hope this righteous god is a little broad-minded. Su Yu let out a long breath and murmured softly with his mouth. Although he also grasped a little extraordinary power, compared to gods he was still no different from an ant. Even if gods are restricted and cannot make a move, those churches are enough for him to have a good drink. Of course, even so, he would not regret becoming a member of the faithful of truth. Without powerful strength, he wouldn't have survived even 5 rounds in the cruel mechanisms of the dark dungeon. As he walked, the steps down the mountain came to an end. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Su Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Although it was already afternoon, 2 consecutive days of rain had made the plain somewhat muddy. The rain mist hung in the air, blending the earth and sky into one color. Perhaps due to the lower terrain where the humidity was thicker, the distant scenery was indistinguishable, just a vast expanse of white. The sound of rain hitting the umbrella was particularly clear in the silence of the plain. What's wrong? Jiang Bofu also stopped beside him, patting his shoulder and asking. It's nothing. Brother Jiang, do you know if there's anything that can handle evil name? Su Yu shook his head and, while slowly moving forward, quietly asked the tricky question he had just thought of. Evil name? Did you encounter some cult in the spirit world? Jiang Bofu raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly not surprised, and asked directly. It's Endless Sanctuary. Su Yu replied slowly. He instinctively stopped just now, hesitating on whether to ask Jiang Bofu. Although Jiang Bofu and he had a deep relationship now, he wasn't sure if the other had any special connection to that Endless Sanctuary. Oh, that's the cult that worships the Forest Keeper. Jiang Bofu seemed to be quite knowledgeable about this organization, looking at Su Yu with a calm expression before slowly speaking. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Although I have never been to the spirit world, I still know a bit about this Endless Sanctuary. You must have taken quite a few items from their holy land, while in the woods. Su Yu nodded. He indeed got a lot of benefits from, well in the woods. From formulas for physical potions to lucky money bags, he found himself almost daily taking advantage of, well, of the 7 twists. If he hadn't encountered the second person last night, he would still think the well was ownerless. It really is like this. Jiang Bofu smiled more broadly, glancing up for a moment as if gazing at something, but quickly returned his gaze. However, you don't need to worry too much. Almost every survivor civilization has several cases like this after entering the dark dungeon. Not to mention whether they can catch you, even if they really do, you can choose to pay 50 years of lifespan to escape. Moreover, if you don't want to waste your lifespan, you can run directly. Even if they chase you, as long as the number of pursuers isn't too many, they might not be able to defeat you in the spirit world. As long as you leave the spirit world, they won't be able to find you across the rules of the dark dungeon. Is Endless Sanctuary so weak? Su Yu looked at Jiang Bofu in surprise. The response he received was far from what he had expected. He originally thought that Endless Sanctuary, as the only church of the deity, should be quite powerful. But hearing Jiang Bofu, it seems like they aren't that formidable after all. Just a cult, how powerful can it be? The masters worship the deity. In reality, it's just a group of bishops and clerics, united under the name of the Forest Keeper, to seek warmth together while monopolizing resources in the spirit world. Jiang Bofu spoke casually, then paused for a moment before deciding to say the latter part. It's not just the Endless Sanctuary you've provoked. Similar to the Unyielding Church and Moonlight Alley, their relationship with the corresponding righteous deities isn't as deep as most people imagine. Of course, Light Association is the exception. Su Yu quietly listened to Jiang Bofu's words, then after pondering for a moment, he solemnly thanked him again. He wasn't a fool, such level secrets likely took a lot of effort for even Jiang Bofu to uncover. Unexpectedly, Jiang Bofu raised his hand to interrupt his thanks. A man shouldn't be so coy. I haven't been promoted to a paladin yet, and it's still a long way to enter the spirit realm. If you really care, you can help me fetch something in the future. What kind of thing? Su Yu asked. To be precise, it's a type of thing, anything that has the attribute of divine relics. These things only appear in the spirit realm, especially in places where gods have once fallen. As Jiang Bofu spoke, he gestured with his hands in the air. In terms of style, there are all kinds, but the most common are stones and items stained with blood. Su Yu nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Jiang Bofu seemed to feel that his description was a bit too broad and smiled slightly. Don't feel too much pressure, these items are indeed hard to distinguish, and it's okay if you can't find them. Su Yu nodded and said nothing further. However, in his heart, he smiled. If it were someone else, this messy stuff would indeed be hard to find, and a moment of carelessness might lead to overlooking it. But for him, who had an external aid, this task was tailor-made. No matter how strange the item, as long as it was in his hands, all hidden information would be revealed. As night fell, the group crossed the brightly lit two-headed eagle tribe and continued south. Perhaps it was because the visibility at night was too low, or maybe the drizzling rain made the survivors hidden inside unwilling to come out. Su Yu's group encountered no trouble. Occasionally, they saw one or two scattered survivors who quickly distanced themselves, looking like they had seen a ghost, showing no intent to cause trouble. TSK, when did the atmosphere on this island become so good? Su Yu said in surprise. Jiang Bofu merely smiled and said nothing, showing no intention of responding. Seeing this, Su Yu lost interest and instead focused on leading the group on their journey. Soon, they left the village area. After another 2 hours, the night had deepened. The rain continued, drizzling and pattering on the umbrella, making a dull and rhythmic sound. At the same time, Su Yu finally saw the beach and the sea. On the empty beach, apart from a small wooden boat, only the waves weakly lapped at the sand, as if whispering a sigh. He nodded at Jiang Bofu and led the others over. Since he had already mentioned Jiang Bofu's group to Huang Qiwei on the way, Huang Qiwei wasn't too surprised at this moment. After polite small talk, the group boarded the wooden boat. The boat was very old, its cypress frame soaked in tung oil and rosin, transformed into a deep purple color after who knows how many days of sun and wind. Fortunately, it was still quite spacious. After all 6 boarded, it wasn't too crowded, and the canvas awning area in the middle could even accommodate 4 people sleeping at the same time. After a brief discussion, the 2 wooden oars were given to Jiang Bofu's 2 attendants to row the boat and adjust the sails. The other 4 found a place on the boat to rest. If the wind and waves became too strong, needing more hands, or if the 2 got tired, then the 4 of them could rotate. The sea breeze blew, and the fine rain hit their faces. Unlike the other 3, who entered the awning, Su Yu held the map and kerosene lamp, pondering the issue. According to the scale on the map, the distance between the southern island and the main island was about 30 nautical miles. At the speed of their small wooden boat, it would take at least 8 to 10 hours with the wind. If against the wind, it would take at least 14 hours. Hope for good luck. He set down the map and was just about to head to the awning for an early sleep when he turned around and saw Jiang Bofu behind him. Brother, what are you doing? I'm looking at your oil lamp. Jiang Bofu replied without any concealment. Su Yu was taken aback. Although his oil lamp was of orange quality, Jiang Bofu, who had a 3-month head start, should have seen it before. Under his gaze, Jiang Bofu also took out an oil lamp. My oil lamp is also of orange quality, but it still feels a bit different compared to yours. Did you have some special encounter? It should be because I infused it with the attribute of holy grace. Su Yu thought for a moment and replied. No wonder my faith detector has been lighting up. I forgot that you also part-time as a priest. Jiang Bofu nodded and handed the cross pendant in his hand to Su Yu. This faith detector is one of the few items that can traverse between the spirit world and our real world. The brighter the light, the closer a priest is. You can take it to deal with that bunch from the unceasing holy hall. Su Yu took the item, and a message suddenly appeared. Faith detector, special. Holy grace, 8 out of 100. Description: a common cross, usually used by bishops to detect their subordinates' piety towards the Lord. Hidden hint 1, this item can automatically and slowly absorb the unclaimed holy grace, attribute emitted by surrounding items and humans. The more holy grace attributes absorbed within a fixed time, the brighter the light. Hidden hint 2, this item can store holy grace attributes with a maximum limit of 100 points. Hidden hint 3, this item contains a faint divinity and can be used in the Forest of Dreams. Thank you. Su Yu thanked Jiang Bofu once more. This was his first time seeing an item that could be used in the forest. In the past, whether it was the high orange quality, cold-blooded killing axe, and extreme cold storm, or the most ordinary white quality weapons, he couldn't bring them into the forest. Even the gear worn while sleeping would turn into a blur upon entering the forest. Now, with this thing, not only could he detect people in advance, but in battle, he could also use the stored, holy grace, attributes as a lasting resource, making it a very useful tool. He chatted with Jiang Bofu for a while, then walked into the boat's canopy to find a spot inside, quickly closing his eyes to relax. Soon, drowsiness washed over him, and he slowly fell asleep. In the dark forest, Suyu opened his eyes. Today's forest was pouring with rain. The heavy downpour drenched him to the bone, making it hard for even his eyes to open. Fortunately, he didn't need to look up. With his head down and eyes squinting at the cobblestone path beneath his feet, he could still continue forward. Amidst the chaos, he arrived at the well in the forest once again. However, to his surprise, there was still nothing at the top of the well today. He didn't know if someone from the unceasing holy hall had taken it or if the heavy rain had caused some commotion at the forest well. With no other choice, Suyu could only choose to keep moving forward. He originally planned to take whatever was on the well and leave the forest, returning to reality. Now it seemed he had to grit his teeth and march forward, going to Lake Kiffin to continue testing his luck. Fortunately, although the rain was heavy, he hadn't encountered anyone along the way, and even the faith detector in his hand was dim, which allowed him to breathe a little easier. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the Will Temple. Just as he was about to instinctively choose to go left, the faith detector in his hand suddenly lit up. Chapter 160, Day 19, Southern Island Ghosts. Suyu's heart suddenly jolted. He raised his head, squinting against the pouring rain to look around, and then he noticed that just a few steps away from him, there was actually a person squatting in front of a giant rock. If the sound of rain had masked everything, the two should have discovered each other much earlier. He thought for a moment, did not approach, and instead decided to leave along the cobblestone path. But just as he made this decision, the figure turned around. The two locked eyes, and Suyu saw a thick, blurry mosaic. But it was clear that the person in front of him was not the same as the mosaic from yesterday in the unyielding sacred hall. This could be called mosaic number 2. He frowned and took 2 steps closer. And as soon as he moved, the other person reacted. "Friend, are you also here to comprehend the Wheel Temple? We can study together." A genderless, mechanical voice rang out, making Suyu almost lose control and release his spiritual pressure. He shook his head, his vigilance unchanged, with no intention of accepting the mosaic's invitation. "I'm just passing by, I don't intend to occupy your sect's sacred land resources." The mosaic on the person's face shifted, seemingly with a drastic change in expression. "Friend, you must have just entered the forest, right? Except for the well in the forest, which is occupied by the unyielding sacred hall, other places are open to all." Suyu was somewhat taken aback, not expecting he had assumed the wrong thing. "How about this, seeing you're a newcomer, if you need to learn the Vaha language, you can come find me tomorrow." The mosaic on number 2's face continued to twitch, and their voice came with rippling waves. "How do we trade?" Suyu asked in a low voice. The forest, as part of the spiritual world, was a place where ordinary items couldn't be brought in, let alone used for trade. And offline trading was essentially revealing one's identity information to the other party, which would be impossible without trust between both sides. "It's simple. You can use an ancient language I don't know, or ancient coins. Just a single gold dragon will do." Mosaic number 2 waved their hand and formed the shape of a coin with both hands, which were also covered in mosaics. Suyu was stunned. He had tried many things when he first entered the dream, but never tried sleeping with a coin in hand. He hadn't expected to miss that key truth. "Okay, we'll see each other tomorrow," he answered in a deep voice. "Great, my friend, then we'll see each other tomorrow, but you should stay cautious of the madmen from the unyielding sacred hall. If they trap you in the spiritual world, the outcome may not be good." Mosaic number 2 waved at Suyu, and then their body turned into a flurry of white light, disappearing from the spot. Suyu touched his chin, a flash of light flickering in his eyes. He knew a bit about the forest, and since Mosaic number 2 could leave directly, it likely meant they had gained something in the Wheel Temple. In other words, they probably knew the Vaha language. "I hope the trade goes smoothly tomorrow." Suyu sighed, genuinely hoping his transaction with Mosaic number 2 would succeed. The resources in the well of the forest were becoming increasingly difficult to acquire. Though there was a high chance the 7-tiered lake could yield attribute points, there was also a small chance it could leave him with another wound, bringing him closer to death. Only by learning the Vaha language could he gain something in the Wheel Temple and minimize the risks of entering the dream. With that thought, he wiped the rainwater off his face and began walking left along the cobblestone path again. Soon, he saw the dark lake again. The heavy rain battered down, and the many distorted monster figures that had originally reflected on the lake's surface were now somewhat twisted. Suyu slowly crouched down, scooped up some lake water, and drank it down with a gulp, feeling a burning sensation in his stomach. He immediately sighed in relief. In the next moment, the forest around him fell into darkness. Suyu opened his eyes again, and the sky was already bright. Jiang Bofu was sitting beside him, observing him. When he saw Suyu awake, he calmly asked. You're awake? How are you feeling? I'm fine. I didn't run into anyone from the unyielding sacred hall. But in the temple of the spinning wheel, he encountered another person. Suyu briefly recounted the events that happened during his dream to Jiang Bofu, and also shared his own speculations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bofu nodded slightly. That person did not lie to you. Except for the sacred land of the unceasing holy hall, the well in the forest which is on the outskirts of the spirit realm, the other six sacred lands are deeper inside. And since that person was able to instantly leave the forest, it means he must have gained something. Your guess is correct. But what? Suyu immediately sensed the hidden meaning in Jiang Bofu's words. But saying the truth doesn't contradict the fact that he may harm you. Jiang Bofu knocked on the wooden table inside the boat's canopy and took out a golden coin from his space bag. I have never been to the spirit realm, but I know that something that can help someone quickly learn an ancient language must be worth at least 5 golden dragons, and that doesn't even include the cost of entering the spirit realm. Brother, are you saying he wants to take advantage of you? Suyu instantly understood Jiang Bofu's meaning. Exactly. Jiang Bofu nodded slightly. But there is another possibility. He might be able to create an item that helps you learn the ancient language on site in the spirit realm. Items that can only circulate in the spirit realm are indeed much cheaper. As for my suggestion, find another time tonight to enter the dream, and avoid meeting him. With the skill, dream into restful sleep, time is always on your side. After a few days, when your soul becomes strong enough, no matter what schemes he has, he won't be able to hurt you. I understand. Suyu nodded. He would definitely consider Jiang Bofu's advice. Seeing that Jiang Bofu had nothing more to say, he stood up and left the boat's canopy. On the boat deck, the 2 people responsible for rowing had been replaced by a new pair. Now, it was Jiang Bofu's other 2 attendants who were rowing the boat. Huang Qiwei stood at the front of the boat, facing away from the others, staring into the distance. How much longer? Suyu patted him on the shoulder and asked. We should arrive before noon for sure. We ran into a headwind last night, so the speed has been slower than expected. Huang Qiwei turned his head. His face seemed a bit displeased, but as soon as he saw that it was Suyu who had asked, he quickly put on a smile and replied. Suyu nodded. With this answer, he didn't intend to just sit around. He found a quiet spot and sat down to begin meditating with meditation. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suyu opened his eyes when he heard the discussions outside. However, he didn't get up immediately. Instead, he first checked his attributes page. Name, Suyu. Class, Truth Believer, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 4.9, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 3.3, Speed, 2.7. Inspiration, 4.9/4.9. Holy Blessing, 4.9/4.9. Health, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Refining LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream into Restful Sleep LV1, Storm Magic, Divine, LV1, Thunderstrike Magic, Divine, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine, LV1, Death Flame Technique, Divine, LV1. Special Status, Heavy Sin, Blasphemous, Scar of the Blade *1, Heretical Name, Pagan Name. Not bad. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps due to his high luck, the lake water he drank last night had ultimately turned into 0.1 points of spirit attribute. Plus the 0.2 points of spirit attribute gained from exploration, his spirit attribute had now reached a full 4.9 points. If he used Tyrant's Power in battle, he could even break through to 5.0 points directly. Feeling pleased, he admired the screen for a moment before closing the system panel and walking toward the group discussing at the front of the boat. As soon as he approached, he understood. In the distance, there was a small island, probably less than half an hour away. He did not participate in the excited discussion but silently walked into the boat canopy. He took out a can of luncheon meat that had been untouched for a long time from his space bag and slowly began chewing. Now that they were about to land on the island, if he didn't eat something beforehand, when the vengeful spirits appeared in groups, he wouldn't have time to eat. After eating, he didn't care what others thought. He still found a corner, closed his eyes, and rested, quietly waiting for the small boat to reach the shore. About 20 minutes later, with a loud bang and a sudden jolt, Suyu opened his eyes. He walked out of the boat tent, and the wooden boat had already docked at the wooden pier. Strangely, when they were still a little away from the island, the sky was covered with a hazy black rain. But as soon as they reached the shore, the gloomy weather instantly turned into bright sunlight, with not a cloud or raindrop in sight. His gaze slowly swept over the beach where the island had docked, but he didn't sense any vengeful spirits. Looking further at the island itself, except for the beach along the coastline, there were no tall trees deeper in, only some low shrubs. Even the leaves that barely grew were withered and yellow, which suited Suyu's imagination of a cursed island full of vengeful spirits. He looked at the others, only to see Huang Qiwei also frowning, seemingly having witnessed something unbelievable. The two locked eyes, and Huang Qiwei seemed a bit flustered. I didn't lie to you. There are definitely many vengeful spirits on this island, that's what the natives on the big island told me. Natives? Suyu was taken aback, then frowned slightly. He hadn't intended to blame Huang Qiwei, after all, the divination that there were vengeful spirits on the South Island by Wang Jing couldn't possibly be wrong. But from Huang Qiwei's words, it seemed like he was hiding something. Yes, when I entered the deserted island, I happened to appear in the village in the south. At that time, there were still a few natives in the village who hadn't left. I caught one of them and used some methods to get a capsule, so I can understand their language. Huang Qiwei seemed a bit embarrassed, afraid Suyu wouldn't believe him. His words kept pouring out like beans. Suyu nodded. If it were anyone else, they might doubt Huang Qiwei's words. But not him. He had thoroughly questioned Fred and knew a lot about the native tribes on the island, probably even more than Huang Qiwei. His only question now was, so, where is the native now? I killed him. Huang Qiwei answered quietly. Oh. Suyu nodded and didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned to look at Jiang Bofu, who was watching the scene. Brother Jiang, what do you think? I don't have any opinion. I just suspect that the vengeful spirits on the island can't appear under the sun, so they only become active at night. Since there's sunlight now, how about we split up and quickly search for the airdrop coordinates? Suyu was startled but shook his head repeatedly, waving the map in his hand as he spoke. No rush. This map marks the locations of 3 treasure chests on the beach. Brother, you can pick which one you want to dig up. This shouldn't break the vow, right? There's no need for that. And the map is yours. If I get a portion for no reason while you have access to it, it would violate the generosity vow. Jiang Bofu shook his head, then led his attendants toward the deeper part of the island. The scene was immediately left with only Suyu and Huang Qiwei. Then I'll go explore too. Huang Qiwei seemed a bit awkward. He hurriedly bid farewell and went in a direction different from Jiang Bofu's. Suyu was stunned for a moment, not expecting that he alone would have to dig up the treasure chests marked on the map in the end. This truly is a happy trouble. He shook his head, took out tools from his space backpack, and, following the map's markings, went to the nearest spot to start digging. Soon, as he dug, his shovel hit something hard. Suyu immediately became overjoyed and quickly dug a few more times. The object underneath soon revealed its true form. It was a somewhat strange-looking treasure chest. The left side was oval, very smooth. The right side, however, had sharp angles, and even had 2 corners jutting out. Suyu stared at it for a while. Suddenly recalled what this thing meant. Isn't this a tombstone? He frowned and cautiously approached, his fingers gently touching it, when a text prompt appeared along with a harsh screeching sound. Damn! Suyu cursed loudly, suddenly jumping back, away from the shallow pit. A cloud of black mist abruptly surged from the treasure chest, swiftly forming a disgusting, ghastly, bleeding human face that lunged toward him. But in the next moment, accompanied by the sound of waves, the originally grotesque face was directly crushed by spiritual pressure, leaving only a pitch-black orb behind. Phew! Suyu exhaled a long breath. He glanced at his blue bar. Inspiration, 4.3/4.9. Holy Blessing, 4.3/4.9. Without the help of a kerosene lamp, dealing with such a vengeful spirit had already consumed nearly an eighth of his blue bar. At this rate of consumption, handling 1 or 2 was no problem, but if dozens of vengeful spirits came at once, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. So, Suyu decisively took out his cherished kerosene lamp. With the kerosene lamp for courage, he stepped forward to pick up the pitch-black orb. Vengeful orb, purple. Description: a bead from a murderous vengeful spirit, containing some of its lingering malice. Hidden tip 1, inlaid in any weapon, it can grant the weapon the attribute of spiritual pollution. Hidden tip 2, inlaid in any weapon, it can grant the weapon the attribute of soul flame. Hidden tip 3, this vengeful orb has reached purple quality and can be used as a secondary extraordinary material for the position of Mystic Scholar. Chapter 161, Silver Order. So it's like this. Suyu rubbed his chin. No wonder when he originally obtained the blue quality and green quality vengeful orbs, he didn't see that this thing had the hidden tip of promoting to Mystic Scholar. It turned out that only purple quality vengeful orbs would qualify. This not only solved his doubts but also dispelled some of his suspicions about Huang Qiwei. According to his initial estimate, with Huang Qiwei's strength, using the kerosene lamp to eliminate 1 or 2 weak vengeful spirits should not be a problem. Now that he knew only purple quality vengeful orbs counted, many of Huang Qiwei's strange behaviors could be explained. Thinking of this, he hummed a little tune and picked up the treasure chest again. Although the treasure chest concealed a fierce spirit, it didn't mean it was fake. Now that the fierce spirit was dead, he certainly wanted to check his spoils. Cursed treasure chest, purple. Description: a treasure chest that randomly refreshes on the map, which can yield a number of items and goods of corresponding levels. The specific types of materials cannot be discerned. Hidden tip 1: this chest includes *1 battle avoidance token, *1 ultimate physical potion, *1 silver order potion. Hidden tip 2: this treasure chest is a fixed chest on the map and cannot be upgraded. Hidden tip 3: this treasure chest must contain a random number of vengeful spirits, please handle with caution. Silver order potion? Suyu's expression was somewhat subtle. This name felt familiar to him. Curious, he opened the treasure chest, and a bottle of light silver potion with a syringe fell into his hand. Silver order potion, purple. Description: this is a revolution in biology, the culmination of the life's work of the arcane pioneer Suen Lobent, and also one of the supporting potions of the Golden Revolution potion. Anyone injected will ultimately become part of the Golden Generation, opening a new era. Hidden tip 1: increases the success rate of using the Golden Revolution potion by 50% within 3 hours after injection, while eliminating the risk of physical collapse. This effect does not apply to individuals with constitution greater than or equal to 9. Hidden tip 2: this potion can be injected infinitely, but the interval between injections must be no less than 24 hours, otherwise the body will be on the verge of collapse. Suyu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the silver order potion was indeed part of the same set as the Golden Revolution potion. Not only did the style of the description match, but it could also enhance the probability of success for the Golden Revolution. If he could get another bottle of the Golden Revolution potion, even considering an injection now would be possible. However, for the moment, there is another potion that can be used directly. He took out the Supreme Physique potion from the treasure chest, uncorked the bottle, and drank it down in one go. Name: Suyu. Occupation: believer of truth/priest. Lifespan: 21/117. Spirit: 4.9, Strength: 3.7, Constitution: 3.6, Speed: 2.7. Inspiration: 4.3/4.9. Divine Blessing: 4.3/4.9. Vitality: 0.6/0.6. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1, Metal Smelting LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dreaming LV1, Storm Magic, Divine Art, LV1, Thunder Magic, Divine Art, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, Death Flame Art, Divine Art, LV1. Special Status: Severe Sin, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1, Evil Name, Heresy, Evil Name, Pagan. TSK, this treasure chest is worth it. Suyu smacked his lips. With a boost of 0.3 in Constitution, he felt that potion was exceptionally delicious. If he had to nitpick, the Supreme Physique potion could only be drunk a maximum of 5 bottles. Currently, he had already drunk 4 bottles, and the last one had to be taken with the other 2 top potions, otherwise the side effects would be too great. Of course, these were all things to consider later. Right now, Suyu had something more important to do. He put away the last item in the treasure chest, the war avoidance token, and followed the map to another location. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. Soon, he systematically dug out the second tombstone-shaped treasure chest. Reaching out to gently touch it, a harsh screeching sound and rolling black smoke appeared right on cue. However, this time, Suyu did not panic. Before he even made a move, the oil lamp in his hand suddenly shone brightly. Accompanied by rising white mist and a sizzling sound, the fierce spirit's form instantly vanished, leaving only a pitch-black resentment bead behind. Suyu did not rush to pick it up. Instead, he first checked his precious oil lamp. Oil lamp, orange. Description: your birth oil lamp, possessing almost limitless evolution potential. Oil capacity: 800 milliliters per 1000 milliliters. Belief capacity: August 16, 1000. Burning duration: 33 days and 8 hours. Hidden hint 1: collect infused purple quality or higher oil lamps to strengthen your birth oil lamp. Hidden hint 2: when the oil lamp reaches a full 1000 points of belief value and the oil capacity exceeds 2000 milliliters, it can break through to silver quality. Hidden hint 3: you can consume 500 milliliters of oil to pray to the deity, increasing spirit attribute by plus 0.1. This effect is invalid for carriers with spirit attribute greater than or equal to 9, and the cooldown time is 1 day. Hidden hint 4: you can consume 500 milliliters of oil to refine equipment, raising its quality to orange and resetting the maximum enchantment slots. The cooldown for this effect is 1 day. Hidden hint 5: orange quality oil lamps are a core material for the priest profession. Hidden hint 6: this birth oil lamp has been bound to survivor 000-011-4514 Suyu, other survivors cannot use it. Before dealing with this fierce spirit, he had specifically filled the oil lamp to the top with oil. Now, there were still 800 milliliters of oil left. It seemed that with the power of the oil lamp, handling 5 fierce spirits would be stressful, but if the number increased, it might become a bit overwhelming. Reaching this conclusion, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. With this assurance, his safety on the southern island would undoubtedly increase another notch. He bent down to pick up the resentment bead on the ground, casually glanced to confirm there was nothing special, and then shifted his attention to the second cursed treasure chest. Cursed treasure chest, purple. Description: a randomly refreshed treasure chest on the map can yield several corresponding levels of supplies and items. The specific types of supplies are unbreakable. Hidden hint 1: this treasure chest includes War Avoidance Token *1, Supreme Speed Potion *1, Bronze Eternity Potion *1. Hidden hint 2: this treasure chest is a fixed treasure on the map and cannot be upgraded. Hidden hint 3: inside this treasure chest, there must be a random number of vengeful spirits. Please touch with caution. This variety is really increasing. Could it truly be as I imagined? So you curiously opened the treasure chest, and on top was a tube of copper green potion with a syringe attached. He gently picked it up and placed it in his palm. A line of text prompt suddenly appeared. Bronze Eternal Potion, purple. Introduction: this is the revolution of biology. It is the crystallization of the life's heartblood of the arcane pioneer soon. Labent, and also one of the supporting potions of the Golden Revolution potion. The injected human will eventually become the Golden Generation, opening a new era. Hidden hint 1: within 3 hours after injection, increase the success rate of using the Golden Revolution potion by 45%. The above effect is invalid for individuals with physique greater than or equal to 9. Hidden hint 2: this potion can be injected infinitely, but the interval between each injection must not be less than 24h, otherwise the body will be on the verge of collapse. Chapter 162: Bronze Eternal, Justice Group Beatdown. Suyu blinked his eyes. If he did not understand wrong, this copper green potion in front of his eyes can be used together with the Silver Order potion. And once the effects of the two are stacked, the originally only 5% success rate of the Golden Revolution potion instantly becomes certain success. I am a little regretful that I used the Golden Revolution to sacrifice to the god of ocean and storm at that time. Suyu muttered a sentence in his mouth, and carefully put the potion in his hand into the space backpack. As for the remaining Supreme Speed Potion and Avoid Battle Token, he did not even look, and threw them together into the space backpack. The former without the cooperation of the Supreme Physique Potion is just a chicken rib. Once drunk it will surely fall into a state of heavy fatigue, and then there is simply no way to carry out effective exploration on the island. As for the latter, before leaving this deserted island it will also always be a chicken rib. He patted the dust on his body, humming a little tune, and walked toward the last marked treasure chest position. If he can open a Golden Revolution potion in this last treasure chest, then he will directly be insanely happy. Holding this thought, the speed of him swinging the iron shovel was also 3 points faster than before. In just 10 minutes, a big pit was dug out, but the treasure chest was not seen at all. Suyu slightly froze for a moment. According to the experience of the first two, at this time he should already have dug to a foreign object. But very quickly, he turned from stunned to happy. This treasure chest is buried deeper than the first two, which also probably means that the value of the items inside is higher than the first two. He immediately again mustered up strength, quickly swung the iron shovel in his hand. A full half hour later, the deep pit already had half a meter deep, and only then did he finally dig out a corner of the treasure chest. Now, Suyu even more took a breath, directly dug out the whole treasure chest that was mostly buried under the sand. Then, he frowned. The shape of this treasure chest is again different from the first two. The square rectangular shape and the push-pull chest lid looks exactly like a coffin. Even more outrageous is, on this coffin there is also carved a blood-red 6-pointed star array. This is too unlucky. Suyu directly spat once, then replenished kerosene for his life-bound kerosene lamp. He is not a fool. Such an obvious difference. With one look you know the resentful spirit hidden in this treasure chest is a big guy. If he does not make enough preparation, maybe he will flip over here. Not to mention there is also carved a blood-red 6-pointed star array. Maybe it is also related to the airdrop coordinates of the 7th day. After finishing preparation, Suyu just wanted to step forward and lightly touch. Suddenly he retreated 2 steps. He just thought of a possibility. If this 6-pointed star array on the coffin is not related to the airdrop coordinates of the 7th day, but is the 7th day airdrop coordinates itself, then the strength of the fierce spirit hidden in this treasure chest may exceed his imagination. As the saying goes, caution makes a 10,000-year boat. For safety, Suyu told the matter to Jiang Bofu, asking if he can come back once to see the situation. A moment later, he got the reply. Your guess should be not wrong. I looked toward the center of the island here once, and did not find any 6-pointed star array. Wait for me for 20 minutes, I'll be there soon. Seeing this, Suyu naturally remained calm and waited. During the wait, he also noticed a trade request sent by Wang Jing not long ago. Trade request: friend Wang Jing is ready to exchange a blasphemous priest job change scroll puzzle 6x1 for stone brick *1. Do you agree to the trade? I really guessed right. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to accept. After all, whether he stuck his neck out or pulled it back, it would still hurt. If he was afraid of a stronger attack from the church restricting his synthesis of the blasphemous priest job change scroll, that would be truly counterproductive. As white light flickered, a piece of shimmering sheepskin puzzle appeared in his hand. He understood and took out the remaining 5 puzzle pieces from his space backpack. The 6 pieces of sheepskin actually combined together on their own. The originally torn edges healed smoothly, and the broken, chaotic patterns redrew themselves. A scroll appeared in his hand, marked with lightning, flames, oceans, and many other elements. Blasphemous Priest Job Change Scroll, purple. Effect: a special certificate used to change to the 4th level extraordinary profession Blasphemous Priest, automatically disappears upon use. Description: blasphemous priests are wise ones who have studied both the arcane essence and theological faith to the extreme. Knowing too much, they can only blaspheme the gods. Usage restriction: all attributes 9.0. Preceding professions: blasphemer, priest. Extraordinary materials: truth fragment *1, divine flesh *1. Job transfer ceremony: drink divine blood, consume divine flesh, comprehend truth fragments. As expected, the blasphemous priest can only be employed as a composite profession. Suyu held the sheepskin scroll, his mind filled with thoughts. The 9.0 attribute restriction of the blasphemous priest undoubtedly was much higher than that of the weapon master. Moreover, whether it was truth fragments or divine flesh, he had never heard of them and couldn't even imagine what they might look like. The path ahead is long and challenging. He sighed softly, quietly speaking to himself. The way to become stronger has been pointed out. All he needed was to continue searching for blasphemer and priest job change scrolls while rapidly improving his own attributes. After standing still for a while, he carefully stored the scroll and looked toward the center of the deserted island. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If he wanted to take on the blasphemous priest, a notoriously difficult 4th level profession, he must prepare for every single step and strive for more resources. 20 minutes later, accompanied by the sound of people running, Suyu saw Jiang Bushu and his few servants again. "Where is the treasure chest?" Jiang Bushu asked directly. Suyu pointed at the big hole he had dug, and just as he was about to introduce some basic information, he saw Jiang Bushu run over and stand by the edge of the pit for a moment, then hurriedly come back with a frown. The authenticity of the hexagram cannot be confirmed yet, but there is indeed something very disgusting parasitic inside this treasure chest. If it weren't for my evil spirit sense from the tolerance ring, I would have thought it was just a vengeful spirit. Evil spirit sense? Suyu repeated this skill in his mouth. Although he already knew that the 7 major rings couldn't just offer some slight numerical boosts, he was still somewhat surprised. However, he didn't delve too deeply. Instead, he asked the critical question. So, what exactly is hidden inside the treasure chest? Chapter 163, Flame Heaven Symbol. It's a severely injured evil spirit. Logically, such dirty things should be in the spirit realm. It's quite troublesome for us since one actually escaped here. Jiang Bushu said, glancing at the treasure chest with a hint of apprehension. Brother, are you saying? Suyu felt a faint suspicion growing in his heart. That's right. An evil spirit is, as the name suggests, a malicious spirit whose essence has been completely altered. The spirit sequence corresponds to the 4th tier practitioners, and although the evil spirit sequence has always been the weakest, this fierce spirit is also heavily injured, yet it is still quite difficult for us to deal with. Jiang Bofu nodded, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Suyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The fierce spirit is actually a 4th tier profession. Fortunately, he had just stabilized his hand, or he would likely be lying on the ground now. However, while this conclusion is frightening, thinking it over carefully, it is indeed the case. Based on the fact that Zhao Zhangyang abandoned his physical body to become a grievance spirit, which is a 1st tier profession, the subsequent evil spirits and fierce spirits are 2nd and 3rd tier, respectively, so the later fierce spirit must naturally be 4th tier. It's just that the evil spirit sequence is inherently weak, and the 2 fierce spirits just now were not truly extraordinary beings, being muddled and lacking intelligence, which is why he took advantage of them with a kerosene lamp. If it had been like Zhao Zhangyang, who committed suicide to become a grievance spirit and then advanced as a fierce spirit, the situation would likely have reversed. Thinking of this, Suyu also frowned. Even though these wandering souls in the cursed treasure chests lack intelligence, they naturally impose pressure on them in terms of tiers. Dealing with the fierce spirits was already the limit, now trying to use the same trick to deal with the evil spirits would surely be impossible, even if there were more people. Excluding Jiang Bofu himself, his 4 subordinates were no help at all, and it would be enough to just avoid trouble. He looked worriedly at Jiang Bofu, only to see the other person pulling a talisman from his pocket with a pained expression. The Great Wilderness Heavenly Fire Burning Evil Talisman. I spent 3 months to get this one. It was originally meant to deal with one person, but it's just right to use here. Suyu was taken aback, staring at the intricately patterned crimson talisman in Jiang Bofu's hand, feeling his emotions all over the place. He had just thought Jiang Bofu was at a loss, desperately considering how to deal with the evil spirits, but unexpectedly, the other party was merely a bit pained. He took the talisman, feeling waves of heat radiating from it into his palm, instantly realizing this item was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, a text prompt appeared before his eyes. Great Wilderness Heavenly Fire Burning Evil Talisman, orange. Description: a top-tier talisman carefully crafted by an unknown person, containing divine nature, capable of directly harming souls in a burning form. Hidden hint 1, this talisman has two sides, with the front side inscribed in Aramaic saying this side faces the enemy. Please be careful to distinguish the release direction. Hidden hint 2, the talisman's divine nature automatically tracks the evil spirit aura, greatly increasing damage to evil spirit-type beings. If the holder is from the evil spirit sequence, please use with caution. Hidden hint 3, the user must have at least 3.0 constitution and 3.0 spirit, otherwise the full power of the talisman cannot be activated. Hidden hint 4, this talisman is a replica, its usage does not require knowledge of the name and prayer of the god of the unburned. With reduced power, it adds a binding attribute. Suyu's eyes grew colder the more he looked. This orange quality disposable talisman was indeed formidable, just the attribute restrictions for use were dual 3.0. With such a powerful talisman, his mood instantly lifted. And as his confidence soared, he roughly understood the true identity of the unknown creator. He looked up at Jiang Bofu, and after exchanging glances for a moment, it was Jiang Bofu who spoke first. So, do you want to stick the talisman, or should I? I'll do it. Suyu shook his head slightly. Jiang Bofu's constitution attribute was indeed much higher than his, and it could even be said to crush him. But in the spirit attribute, he was significantly better than Jiang Bofu. Right now, what they needed to do was simply stick the Great Wilderness Heavenly Fire Burning Evil Talisman onto the surface of the coffin treasure chest. And once they got close to the coffin treasure chest, facing the risk of the mental impact from the evil spirit, it was naturally him, with his high mental attributes, who was more suitable. Without hesitation, he immediately stood up and quickly ran and jumped out of the sand pit, slamming his palm, with the talisman, onto the treasure chest. Creak, creak. In just an instant, the coffin chest truly seemed to be like a dead person coming back to life, with black gas leaking out, quickly pushing upward. But Suyu did not see this scene. He leaped over the treasure chest, maintaining his momentum, directly using the remaining inertia to rush to the other end. At that moment, he finally had time to turn his head and look closely. Through the blazing fire, it seemed that thick smoke was trying to break free. He immediately pulled out his signature oil lamp in a tense manner. If the evil spirit really broke free from the talisman's confinement, the only thing he could rely on would be the oil lamp in his hand and the remaining 2 blue bars of holy grace and inspiration. Fortunately, the situation he imagined did not occur. The momentum of the crimson flames gradually slowed down, but the black smoke inside still did not break free. When the flames completely extinguished, the original sand pit had turned into a murky glass circle that was not very transparent. The temperature is really high. Suyu gasped in awe. To turn sand into glass, the temperature of the crimson flames just now must have been above 1,700 degrees Celsius. And he had been less than 20 meters away from the sand pit just now. Besides feeling a slight heat wave around him, there was nothing particularly noticeable. Now, thinking about it, it was probably the effect of the talisman's confinement. With this thought in mind, he exchanged a glance with Jiang Bofu, and they both instinctively moved forward to carefully observe through the murky glass. Then, he discovered the coffin chest and a black bead emitting a strange purple glow inside. As expected. Suyu stroked his chin. Originally, the credibility of the coffin chest as the coordinate for the 7th skydrop was only around 70 or 80%. But after this burn, the feasibility instantly became 100%. However, now wasn't the time to rush things. Although the Great Wild Heaven Fire Burning Evil Talisman confinement effect locked all the heat inside the glass pit in front of him, the heat was, after all, real. The murky glass in the center was still faintly glowing red. If he smashed the glass to get the item now, it would be like steaming himself into a cooked person. He walked slowly around the glass pit and sat quietly next to Jiang Bofu, waiting in silence. There was still some time before sunset, he could afford to wait. Chapter 164, The Evil Spirit Orb. Not long after the two of them sat down, they heard a panting voice coming from behind them. Sit down and take a break, there's no rush. Suyu didn't even turn his head, speaking as he was. I'm late. Huang Qiwei's voice was deep, even carrying some frustration. Suyu raised his eyelids and handed him a purple quality resentment orb. Here, this should be enough for you to change jobs. If it's not enough, I still have one more in my hand. Huang Qiwei mechanically took the resentment orb, looking a bit dazed, as though he were drunk. Brother Enough, no need for such pretentiousness. Hurry up and change jobs. After you're done, come sit next to me for a while. Suyu interrupted Huang Qiwei's words. Rather than hearing Huang Qiwei, a grown man, pledge his loyalty, Suyu was more curious about the promotion ceremony from spiritualist to occult scholar. A few minutes later, Huang Qiwei was still absorbing the black mist surrounding him, while Suyu, bored, shifted his gaze. The promotion of spiritualist was not as interesting as he had imagined, and it was not much different from when Ji Haiyang became a warrior. He opened the map's communication channel to kill time. I'm so hungry. When will this damn world event end? Even though the dungeon is tough. At least you won't starve. Upstairs, if the road is uneven, don't blame society. If you don't work hard and prepare food in advance, why drag everyone back to the dungeon with you? I still want to breathe fresh air on this island for a little longer. Stop arguing. If anyone needs food, add me as a friend to buy some. Although the trading channel is down, we can't let ourselves die from holding in pee. Upstairs, you're more of a scheming merchant than Jiang Bo. You want me to trade a can of broken food for a green quality weapon? Now you still want to scam others. I must expose you. Hee, poor fool, don't delay my business. And you poor guys are so easy to trick. What's the point of the evidence those people showed yesterday? Forget the facts, how is Jiang Bo a scheming merchant? Ha, you're totally ignoring the facts now. What can I say to you? Everyone, don't mind that guy selling cans. He's been licking up to Jiang Bo all this time. Even when someone posted evidence in the group chat yesterday, he still refused to admit it. I suspect he's Jiang Bo's relative. I don't think so. Maybe he set the group chat notifications to vibration and placed it somewhere pleasant. You see things clearly, I never thought of that. Looking at how many people in the group chat were defending him, Suyu was truly a bit surprised. The day before yesterday, the group chat was full of people cursing him, and now the situation has completely reversed. Except for a few stubborn ones who still refuse to admit it, almost everyone is against Jiang Bo, the scheming merchant. Though he didn't know how much effort Ji Haiyang and the other two had spent these past few days, it undoubtedly filled his heart with warmth. Phew. Suyu sighed deeply, stood up, and walked toward the glass pit. After some effort, the glass pit had mostly cooled down. He thought for a moment, took out the cold-blooded axe, aimed at the edge of the glass pit, and swung the axe down directly. With a snap, spider-like cracks appeared on the murky surface of the glass, but beneath this damaged layer, there was still thicker glass. As expected. Suyu wasn't surprised. When he was examining the glass's murkiness earlier, he had already anticipated this outcome. And the thickness of the glass was nothing more than a few more axe swings away. Snap snap. The heavy axe swung down in rapid succession, with glass shards flying in mid-air. After finally throwing off the solid glass, even Suyu couldn't help but wipe away non-existent sweat. He sheathed his weapon and slowly picked up the dark, purple-glowing orb at the bottom of the pit. Evil Spirit Orb, Orange. Description: an orb from a murderous evil spirit, containing some of its lingering malice. Hidden tip 1, the Evil Spirit Orb is the core of the evil spirit, soul, which has a strong attraction to its kind. Please be cautious when carrying this into the pure white land. Hidden tip 2, can be used to enchant weapons, guaranteeing a soul-related legendary trait *1. Hidden tip 3, the Evil Spirit Orb, can be used as proof for the Deer Gate riddle. If the answer is incorrect, you will permanently become an evil spirit and wander in the pure white land. Evil Spirit Orb? Suyu silently repeated in his mind, immediately filled with doubts. He didn't expect that at the evil spirit level, the item that dropped after death wasn't the orange quality grudge orb but something that had both its name and function completely changed. He could also guess some things from the hidden tips mentioning pure white land and Deer Gate. The former was most likely the spiritual realm behind the pure white gate, and the latter seemed to be another gate like the pure white gate and forest gate, leading to a deeper spiritual realm. What surprised him was the indirect message given by the hidden tip. To pass through the so-called Deer Gate, one needed to hold a proof and solve a riddle, and if they failed, they would directly die and turn into an evil spirit. This is too weird. He almost immediately thought of the Minotaur labyrinth he had once encountered. To be more precise, he remembered the clay statue of the Minotaur at the end of the maze. Both were essentially puzzles you couldn't solve without dying, which was quite disgusting. Chapter 165, Returning to the Dungeon. Of course, Suyu couldn't be sure if there was any hidden connection between the two. So, his face changed several times, and finally, he looked toward Jiang Bofu, who was standing outside the pit. Brother Jiang, do you know about the Stag Gate in the spirit realm? Stag Gate? It seems like a gate in the spirit realm. I remember someone mentioning it to me, but since I'm not a specialist in mental attributes, I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. I can't quite recall now. Jiang Bofu's face showed a thoughtful expression, but in the end, he shook his head. Seeing this, Suyu didn't press the matter further but instead waved the evil spirit pearl in his hand. Do you want the pearl that the evil spirit dropped, brother? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bofu looked up from his thoughts but decisively nodded. Of course, I can't take anything from the treasure chest because I'm bound by the generosity restriction, but this thing may not be useful, but at least it can help me recover some health. Suyu snorted with a smile and tossed the pearl to Jiang Bofu. He hadn't expected Jiang Bofu to speak so bluntly, and this unintentional openness made them feel a bit closer. Of course, what mattered more at the moment was the treasure chest. No matter how precious the evil spirit pearl was, it wasn't significant for Suyu at this point. He was still far from being able to open the pure white gate, not to mention the elusive stag gate. As for adding legendary quality soul-related attributes to the cold-blooded axe, that was even more pointless. With his current abilities, there was no need for close combat to attack enemies, just his spiritual pressure and various divine arts were enough to defeat them from a distance. Thinking this, he gently touched the top corner of the coffin treasure chest. Perhaps because of the overwhelming power of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Fire burning evil charm, he could still feel a faint residual warmth, and it was slightly hot to the touch. But at the moment, he couldn't afford to care about these things. Because just as his finger made contact, a chaotic jumble of characters appeared before his eyes. Airdrop % coordinates / curse yen spell treasure chest / medium * divine gift treasure chest, special. Description, *% $K. Suyu was in shock like never before. Since entering the dark dungeon, this was the first time he had seen garbled text for a description. What exactly was this? Was it an airdrop coordinate or a divine gift treasure chest? He hadn't even had time to delve into it when the original garbled text, like ink wash, disappeared into the air, replaced by a large block of text. Schrodinger's coffin treasure chest, special. Description, this is a special treasure chest shaped like a coffin. It will have completely different effects when opened under different circumstances. Hidden hint 1, open immediately, and a survivor treasure chest, purple, *3 will be generated inside. Hidden hint 2, open precisely at 1832, and a low-level divine gift treasure chest *1 will be generated inside. At that time, this map event will end. Hidden hint 3, consume 1 guild token to open immediately, and a medium divine gift treasure chest *1 will be generated inside, and the map event will immediately end. Suyu stood stunned. His original guess was half right and half wrong. This thing was indeed the airdrop coordinates for the 7th day, and it was also a treasure chest. It would even generate different treasure chests depending on the situation. And since that was the case, Suyu naturally wanted to maximize the benefit. He spent a little time sending a message to Ji Haiyang and the others, telling them that the world event was about to end and that they should hurry up and pack up. Then, he took a guild token out of his space bag and placed it on the hexagram spot on the coffin lid. Creak! With a loud bang, the guild token and the coffin lid cracked into 2 halves and turned to dust. A streak of silver light fell down from the sky, and inside the coffin that had held absolutely nothing, a small and delicate silver treasure chest, only the size of a palm, appeared out of thin air. Ding, the ultimate treasure chest of deserted island number 00000096 has been seized. This battle royale officially ends. In 3 minutes, all survivors will leave this event map together. For survivors who entered as a team, the kill rewards will later be distributed by the team leader. The voice of the world system prompt slowly faded away. Suyu did not even need to think, the map chat channel must already be full of shock and heated talk about this matter. He could not care about anything else. He stepped 1 foot into the coffin and stretched out his hand toward the silver treasure chest. Medium God-given treasure chest, silver. Description, the ultimate reward granted by the God of Dawn to deserted island map number 096, extremely valuable, can open several items matching the level, and can only be opened by specific personnel. Hidden hint 1, this treasure chest contains, Blasphemer, Job Change Scroll *1, Initial Dungeon Remodeling Scroll *1, Skill Fusion Capsule *1, Skill Experience Scroll *1, Golden Revolution Potion *1, Dungeon Shelter Scroll *1, Legendary Quality Kerosene Lamp *1. Hidden hint 2, this treasure chest cannot be opened directly. Drip blood into the groove, and after 10 minutes, it will open automatically. Hidden hint 3, this treasure chest cannot be upgraded. Hidden hint 4, this treasure chest is a space item, total storage space 1 by 1 by 1 cubic meter, cannot be stacked into other space items. Hidden hint 5, this treasure chest can only be opened by survivor number 0000114514 Suyu. After dripping blood is completed, its shape will automatically change. Other people's blood will be useless. Damn, this is even a space item. Suyu cried out in shock, then took out a small knife and cut his finger, letting the blood drip onto the groove of the treasure chest. This medium God-given treasure chest was truly not ordinary. The good things inside made his head spin and his eyes blur. But after dripping the blood, he suddenly froze, and only then slowly realized one thing. There were less than 3 minutes left before everyone would be teleported, yet this treasure chest needed a full 10 minutes to open. That meant he could only see what was inside after bringing it back to the dungeon. He turned his head to look at Jiang Bofu, wanting to explain a few words. But Jiang Bofu was not even really looking this way. Seeing Suyu turn back, he only simply waved his hand. I won't look. Even if I see good things, I can't get a share. It's better not to see and keep my heart clean. Suyu paused, then also waved goodbye to Jiang Bofu and to Huang Qiwei who stood farther away. Right after that, in a dizzy spinning feeling, the few people in front of his eyes turned into white light one after another and disappeared from where they stood. Ugh. Suyu forced himself to open his eyes while holding back the urge to vomit. Before him was already the familiar initial dungeon. Suddenly returning from the wild outside world to this closed dungeon, he felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. But before he could sigh, a series of system prompt sounds rang beside his ears. Chapter 166 Distributing Weapons, Forest Staff. Congratulations to survivor number 0000114514, you have returned successfully from this world event. Ding, detected that you chose to join a team in this world event and served as the team leader. The loot that your team accumulated from kills during the event will now be delivered to your initial dungeon for you to distribute. Ding, detected that the total loot of your team is too much, delivery is suspended. It will instead be distributed by you in the system panel in the form of online text. Suyu froze. He had actually forgotten about this point. He had originally planned to quickly open the treasure chest and carefully study the loot from this time. Now it seemed that the schedule truly had to be pushed back. He took a deep breath and opened the system panel. Sure enough, there was one more subpage. Temporary loot storage. With one look after opening it, Suyu was almost frightened. Aside from the massive basic supplies as high as 200,000, the secondary pages of weapons, furniture, food, armor, minerals, and miscellaneous items each had dozens of pages of detailed pictures. In addition, among the loot, there were even 4 extraordinary job change scrolls. Did I really kill so many people? He fell into deep thought for a moment. However, after a moment of reflection, looking at his status of severe crime, he reluctantly accepted the truth. It seemed he really had killed quite a few. In these 7 days, even after using a redemption talisman once, he had still managed to put himself in a severe crime state. Forget it, I won't worry about that for now. Let's divide the spoils first. Suyu murmured to himself, pondering how to distribute such a large fortune. First was the basic supplies worth 200,000, with so many items, Suyu naturally couldn't consume them all by himself. Moreover, the items he had now probably wouldn't circulate in the trading channel, so the basic supplies would only be useful for possible dungeon upgrades. So, without hesitation, he directly gave Ji Haiyang and the others 50,000 each, keeping only his fair share. But the subsequent categorization of weapons took some time. Since each weapon came with an image, Suyu patiently spent 5 minutes and only managed to look at dozens, barely flipping through 2 pages. He suddenly lost patience and clicked the filter button to only see items of blue quality or higher. As for white and green quality weapons, he divided them into thirds automatically and sent them to Ji Haiyang and the others first. Thus, what originally was a vast weapon list was instantly reduced to just a dozen items. At a glance, Suyu quickly spotted 2 items that caught his interest. Mystic Crystal, blue. Durability, 6. Weight, 0.5. Attribute 1, Absolute Mana Recovery, fixed recovery of 0.1 points per hour for Mana Insight Sacred Grace / Blood Chi attributes, priority given to mana recovery. Attribute 2, Arcane Power, mental attribute of the holder plus 0.1, this effect doubles for Arcane Scholar, class practitioners. Forest Staff, blue. Durability, 6. Weight, 0.5. Attribute 1, Circuit Optimization, when casting elemental spells, Mana Insight Sacred Grace / Blood Chi attribute consumption -5%. Attribute 2, Dreaming in the Forest, holder can find the forest gate in dreams. These 2 weapons are of blue quality, which is not very high. Yet precisely because of that, Suyu felt they had the components of legendary gear. He allocated these 2 weapons to himself, while the remaining ones were divided into rough categories and given to his teammates. After finishing this, he did not rush to continue distributing but temporarily closed the system panel and looked at the 2 weapons on the table. One was angular and looked like a piece of deep blue crystal. The other was a sturdy branch with 2 green leaves growing on its surface, if not for the 3 grooves on it, one large and 2 small, so you might have thought it was just an ordinary piece of junk. Mystic Crystal, blue. Durability, 6. Weight, 0.5. Attribute 1, Absolute Mana Recovery, fixed recovery of 0.1 points per hour for Mana Insight Sacred Grace / Blood Chi attributes, priority given to mana recovery. Attribute 2, Arcane Power, mental attribute of the holder plus 0.2, this effect additionally doubles for Arcane Scholar, class practitioners. Hidden Hint 1, this is a component of a legendary weapon. When all components are collected, you can use 1 pitch coupling agent to forge a legendary staff. Hidden Hint 2, this equipment is restricted to Priest, / Arcane Scholar, / Bloodline, / Beast Tamer, class superhumans, holders not of this class will have the attribute effects halved. Hidden Hint 3, when enjoying the enhancement of weapon attributes, you cannot use other weapons, otherwise the enhancement will immediately expire. Forest Staff, blue. Durability, 6. Weight, 0.5. Attribute 1, Circuit Optimization, using this weapon as a medium to cast elemental spells, Mana Insight Sacred Grace / Blood Chi attribute consumption -5%. Attribute 2, Dreaming in the Forest, holder can find the forest gate in dreams. Hidden Hint 1, this is a component of a legendary weapon. When all components are collected, you can use one pitch coupling agent to forge a legendary staff. Hidden Hint 2, dreaming should be done with caution. Sure enough, Suyu showed a satisfied expression on his face. His guess was indeed correct, these two items were components of a legendary level staff. He tried inserting the secret crystal into the grooves of the woodland staff, and sure enough, it fit perfectly in the third groove. Watching this, Suyu suddenly took out the Book of the Vampire from his space pouch, aligned it vertically with the large groove in the center, and surprisingly, it also fit quite well. Quite lucky. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. He hadn't expected to be so lucky today, almost creating a legendary level staff on the spot. Moreover, even if he couldn't immediately form a legendary level staff, the woodland staff that could be used in the spiritual realm was still quite meaningful. Humming a little tune, he put all three items back into his space pouch. There were still many spoils left to distribute. He didn't delay and opened the system panel again, focusing on the furniture page. Chapter 167, The Bloody Sorcerer's Robe, the Artifact of Evil Deeds. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Suyu had originally planned to follow the same weapon selection model and continue to pick up bargains among the numerous furniture items. But unexpectedly, after filtering by blue quality, the long list directly turned into a blank page. Suyu was stunned for a moment but quickly understood the key behind it. Most survivors wouldn't invest too many resources in furniture, which was more of a luxury item. Moreover, most of the people he killed were the kind who actively sought high-risk, high-reward situations. Under this double filter, it was perfectly normal that there were no blue quality or higher furniture items. He couldn't be bothered to look any further. Not leaving anything for himself, he directly divided the furniture into 3 parts and sent them all to Ji Haiyang and the others. Of course, before confirming, he didn't forget to send private messages to notify the 3 of them. After all, furniture takes up space, unlike weapons, and if they didn't prepare in advance, it could end up burying the entire initial dungeon. After finishing these trivial matters, his gaze shifted to the 3rd page of loot distribution. Food. The items on the food page weren't as terrifying as the ones in the first 2 subpages. A quick glance revealed just a dozen categories, but each category had some rather scary numbers behind it. Canned luncheon meat, canned yellow peaches, canned vegetables, potatoes, flour, cucumbers, sweet potatoes. Suyu looked at these foods and suddenly turned to glance at his planting area. After a week, the layout of the planting area had completely changed. A lush fruit tree occupied most of the space, and there were vines spreading on the ground, looking somewhat out of place in the dim dungeon environment. He glanced at it for a moment but didn't go closer to inspect it. Instead, he withdrew his gaze. Among the many food spoils, apart from the regular food, there were 3 extraordinary ingredients. But Suyu lost interest as soon as he glanced at them. The reason was simple, all 3 extraordinary ingredients were of green quality. At the moment, his lowest speed attribute was already a solid 2.7 points, so he needed at least blue quality extraordinary ingredients to improve, and green quality ones were meaningless to him. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered to allocate them to himself or carefully check hidden hints, so he randomly gave the 3 extraordinary ingredients to his 3 teammates. As for the numerous regular foods, Suyu divided them into 4 parts, giving himself a bit more cucumbers for planting, but didn't prepare any special treatment for himself. After all, he wasn't lacking in food at the moment. If anything, he just missed Ji Haiyang's cooking. After finishing this, he turned his attention to the armor and minerals subpages. The number of trophies in these 2 categories is even larger. After a quick selection, Suyu first picked out 2 pieces of armor that might be useful to him. Obsidian steel armor, blue. Durability, 35. Weight, 30. Trade 1, secret chainmail, high-quality chainmail with fine craftsmanship, increases durability by +5 when receiving ranged physical attacks. Trade 2, tempered steel armor, quenching plate armor forged through hundreds of trials, increases durability by +5 when receiving close-range physical attacks. Trade 3, obsidian enchantment, contains obsidian components, increases constitution by +0.1 when worn, usable for obsidian-related extraordinary profession judgments. Bloodstained sorcery robe, blue. Durability, 5. Weight, 3. Trade 1, Restless Souls, a robe soaked with the blood of innocent victims, the wearer's spiritual corruption is slightly increased. Trade 2, Charred Material, clothes burnt in a great fire, slightly increases the wearer's attraction to evil spirits. Trade 3, Wizard's Robe, a robe once worn by an arcane pioneer, reduces the mana cost of all types of spells by -15%. Hidden Tip 1, wearing this armor will decrease 1 point of evil alignment every hour and slightly increase the range of evil spirit attraction. Hidden Tip 2, after wearing this armor for a total of 24 hours, it will remove 10 points of evil alignment at once, and has a high chance of summoning a random evil spirit from the spiritual realm into the physical world. Among the 2 pieces of armor, the obsidian steel armor was undoubtedly the best for defense. With a durability of 35, combined with 3 traits, Suyu estimated that this armor could even withstand a direct, close-range shot from a 3-eyed fire tube shotgun. It could be said that this was a complete upgrade over the previous holy silver plate armor. But even so, Suyu still preferred the bloodstained sorcery robe. The reason was simple: times had changed. Now, having seen the effects of many divine spells' ranged attacks, his thinking had already been elevated to a higher level. Even if the obsidian steel armor could offer strong defense, it was still vulnerable in the face of ranged spell attacks. Otherwise, this armor wouldn't have appeared as loot. On the other hand, the bloodstained sorcery robe, though it had 2 negative traits, had one trait that reduced spell costs by 15%, which was simply too powerful. This 15% reduction in mana cost was equivalent to giving him an extra 20% in his holy blessing and inspiration mana bars. This meant that in battle, he could cast far more crucial spells. More importantly, this robe had 2 hidden tips. Wearing it for 1 hour would reduce 1 point of evil alignment, and after wearing it for 24 hours, it would remove 10 points at once. This was practically tailor-made for him. Even if this robe had no traits, he would still wear it. As for the evil spirit attraction, it wasn't even a concern for him. At most, it would contribute a few more cursed beads. Of course, while thinking like this, Suyu hadn't entirely given up on the obsidian steel armor. The environment in the dark dungeon was too unpredictable, and he might need such heavy armor to resist damage at any moment. Thus, in a flash of white light, the 2 pieces of armor appeared on the dungeon floor one after another. Suyu tried putting on the bloodstained sorcery robe, and immediately felt a strange sensation of clarity in his mind. But at the same time, a strange, indescribable feeling surged in his heart. It felt as though he had killed countless people, and someone was whispering in his ear, urging him to commit suicide to atone for his sins. This is a bit eerie. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement but didn't dwell on it too much, instead turning his attention to the mineral-type loot. He was in for a shock when he saw it. He had originally thought he had mastered the mine and that there would be no minerals he hadn't seen before. But the truth was, among the loot, there was a mineral he had never seen before. The Soul Prison Stone. Chapter 168, The Soul Prison Stone and the Barbarians. Soul Prison Stone, purple. Durability, 5. Description: can be used to bind spirits and command them, controlling evil entities or having humans controlled by others. Hidden tip 1, can control evil entities or evil spirit, class individuals, up to the vengeful spirit, rank. When controlling, it always occupies 2 points of mental attribute capacity. Hidden tip 2, can be fused into the initial dungeon, increasing the dungeon's capacity by +1. This effect can be activated up to 10 times. Hidden tip 3, the Soul Prison Stone, can be used as a token for the Deer Gate riddle. When using this token, answering incorrectly will send the user to the Spider Gate. Hidden tip 4, the Soul Prison Stone is the core extraordinary material for those in the Vengeful Spirit class. So, this thing is actually like an elf ball? Suyu's face appeared a bit strange. This Soul Prison Stone was indeed a good item. For physical classes that do not need mental attributes as a mana source, this item is almost like getting a controlled, vengeful spirit fighter for free. It greatly compensates for the lack of offensive means in physical classes. And for magic classes that do not rely too much on vengeful spirits to make up for their lack of abilities, this thing can also be used to increase the dungeon's capacity. It's an invaluable item. But at this moment, Suyu's attention was not focused on these 2 uses. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the 3rd hidden tip. Spider Gate? He muttered this word to himself. Though it was his first time hearing it, he could guess that it was probably a door deeper than the Deer Gate. Connecting it with the fact that the evil spirit pearl could also allow someone to answer the Deer Gate riddle, Suyu couldn't help but become curious about the deeper realms of the spirit world. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to integrate this Soul Prison Stone into the dungeon. Currently, his dungeon could already accommodate 3 people, but he still hadn't found a reliable candidate. Rather than increase the dungeon's capacity meaninglessly, it would be better to keep this item and use it as a token when heading to the Deer Gate in the future. With that thought, he put the Soul Prison Stone away and turned his attention to the last category of the loot. Miscellaneous. The classification of these spoils seemed different from the longevity death technique classifications. It was labeled as miscellaneous, but actually mixed together runes, crafting scrolls, and all sorts of random items. As a result, Suyu had no choice but to carefully sift through them. After nearly an hour of thorough searching, he truly found something unexpected. Vaha language capsule, purple. Description: Vaha language is an ancient and widely used language in the spirit world. To help aspiring alchemists learn it quickly, they created this marvelous capsule in collaboration with contemporary arcane scholars. Hidden tip 1, after use, it allows the user to quickly master the Vaha language to a proficient level. Hidden tip 2, edible. The first use increases mental by +0.1. This effect is invalid for individuals with mental greater than or equal to 6. Looking at the capsule in his hand, a glimmer flashed in Suyu's eyes. There's a saying, it's better to be lucky than early. He had originally been hesitating about whether to disregard Jiang Bushu's advice and head to the spirit world tonight to try and learn the Vaha language from the mosaic. Now it seemed he didn't need to take that risk. Without hesitation, he took the capsule and swallowed it with a sip of pure water. The next moment, accompanied by a cool feeling in his brain and a slight pinprick sensation, many strange words and grammar suddenly appeared in his mind. This Vaha language is really strict and complicated in terms of grammar, even more ridiculous than the Alan language. No wonder it's the universal language of the spirit world. Suyu closed his eyes to familiarize himself with it for a while, then opened his eyes and took out an envelope from his spatial bag. Theft proof. Unlike before, this time he easily understood the text on the seal. Soak in seawater for an hour. Quite creative. Suyu commented briefly, casually tossing the object into the biological oxygen machine against the wall. Since it needed to soak for an hour, there was no need for him to wait idly. As usual, he divided the remaining miscellaneous items into 3 parts and gave them to Ji Haiyang and the other 2. The once massive hall was now left with only the 4 most valuable extraordinary class scrolls. Soldier, Barbarian, Apprentice, Gladiator. 3 white and 1 green. Except for Barbarian, Suyu had already seen the other 3 before. However, he didn't go straight to check the Barbarian out of curiosity. Instead, he took out 3 extraordinary class scrolls from his spatial backpack. These 3 were the Blood Servant, Vengeful Spirit, and Knight scrolls, which he had obtained earlier on the deserted island. Adding these to the collection, Suyu now had 7 extraordinary class scrolls for sale. A person having 7 extraordinary class career change scrolls in hand, if he told others, no one would believe it. And that wasn't even counting the 3rd tier, Blasphemer, and 4th tier, Desecrator Priest, that he planned to use himself, as well as the Weapon Master scroll, which was too precious and could only bring trouble if exposed. When added up, he actually had a total of 10 extraordinary class scrolls in hand. 10. Even Suyu himself was startled by this luxurious number. While many survivors were still desperate to advance to extraordinary levels by any means possible, he already had 10 extraordinary class career change scrolls in hand. He took a deep breath and suddenly felt a bit puffed up. Looking at the whole of humanity on Earth, probably only a handful of players from the internal test, including Jiang Bofu, could compare with him. No, I can't let myself get too carried away. Suyu muttered, forcing himself to calm down. His strength was indeed impressive, but compared to those civilizations that entered the Dark Dungeon long before Earth and had developed for a much longer time, his abilities were somewhat lacking. As for the Dark Dungeon itself, he probably only resembled a small insect underfoot. Although stronger than most survivors who were like ants, it didn't represent any real difference. With this thought, it was like a bucket of cold water had been splashed on him, and his restless feelings vanished without a trace. After thinking for a moment, he made arrangements for the 7 extraordinary class career change scrolls in front of him. Except for the Gladiator scroll that Zhang Yiding might use, the other 6 were all listed for a sky-high price of 1 billion basic resources on the trading channel. In other words, he wasn't accepting direct purchases, only bartering would be allowed. After all, the gap in strength between him and the mainstream survivors was growing larger. Many items that were very useful to other survivors were just useless to him. Only through bartering could he possibly get something valuable. Of course, before that, Suyu didn't forget to satisfy his curiosity. He reached out and touched the Barbarian Career Change Scroll, and a piece of text instantly appeared in front of him. Barbarian Career Change Scroll, White. Effect, a special certificate for changing to the 1st tier extraordinary career of Barbarian. It disappears automatically after use. Description: the Barbarian is the most common extraordinary career in primitive tribes, and may be the earliest extraordinary career for humans. This career has extremely high vitality, but its pain sensitivity greatly decreases. Please be cautious when taking this career. Usage limitations: Constitution 2.0, Strength 1.5. Prerequisite career: none. Extraordinary medium: none. Career change ritual: none. Looking at this text, Suyu suddenly thought of Zhang Zilong. He still clearly remembered how, when Zhang Zilong was shot in the leg at the death duel arena, he still crawled towards him fearlessly, as if his leg didn't belong to him. At that time, the information he had was limited. Only guessed that this kind of crazy behavior should be related to the pre-job of Barbarian Warrior. Now looking back again, Zhang Zilong most likely had taken the Barbarian job. Another evil and strange job. Suyu gave a sharp comment. Back then, when he won 3 life and death duels in a row and gained the right to choose a 1st tier job scroll, the last 3 jobs were covered with mosaic, and at that time he even thought they were some hidden jobs. And now it seems that whether it is Wraith and Blood Servant or Barbarian, they are all problem jobs with very big defects. Not giving the right to freely choose these 3 jobs was instead a good thing. He shook his head and kept these trivial matters in his heart, then hung the 6 job scrolls on the trading channel for exposure. After finishing these, he looked at the time, and less than half an hour had passed since the proof of theft was soaked into the biological oxygen machine. Taking this gap, he finally had time to cast his eyes again on the biggest gain of this world event. Medium God-given treasure chest, silver. Introduction, omitted. Hidden hint 1, this treasure chest contains, Blasphemer, Job Change Scroll *1, Initial Dungeon Reform Scroll *1, Skill Fusion Capsule *1, Skill Experience Scroll *1, Golden Revolution Potion *1, Dungeon Shelter Scroll *1, Legendary Quality Kerosene Lamp *1. Hidden hint 2-5, omitted. He already knew the things inside when he was still on the deserted island. But until this moment, when he was about to get them, the excitement in his heart had not reduced at all. Gently opening the treasure chest, inside were 4 or 5 sheepskin scrolls placed in a messy way, a delicate kerosene lamp, a small glass bottle with a capsule inside, and a tube of familiar golden potion and the matching syringe. Suyu directly took out the Golden Revolution potion inside and put it together with the Silver Order potion and the Bronze Eternal potion that he had prepared in advance. After a short preparation, the 3 tubes of potion entered the matching syringes one by one. He took a deep breath, his right hand grabbed 3 syringes at the same time, and carefully stabbed them toward his left arm. Hiss, it seems I must find someone soon. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air, giving a needle to himself was truly too sour and too painful. But luckily, the effect was also immediate. In just a few minutes, he felt warm currents surging inside his body, his whole body filled with energy, even his breathing became longer and deeper. Name, Suyu. Job, Believer of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/117. Spirit, 5.0, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 4.1, Speed, 2.7. Inspiration, 4.3/4.9. Holy Grace, 4. March 4.9. Chi and Blood, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Rune Drawing LV1, Smelting Metal LV1, Meditation LV2, Spirit Pressure LV3, Dream Entering Mansu LV1, Storm Art, Divine Art, LV1, Thunderblast Art, Divine Art, LV1, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, Life Ash Art, Divine Art, LV1. Special Status, Severe Sin, Blasphemy, Scar of Blade *1, Evil Name, Heretic, Evil Name, Infidel. Suyu quickly confirmed once again the growth of his attributes, then nodded and closed the system panel. His Constitution attribute increased by a full 0.5 point at one time. He even felt a little not used to it, having an impulse to treat the dungeon wall as a sandbag and punch it hard. Of course, this impulse was quickly pressed down. Suyu controlled his strength, and carefully took out the delicate kerosene lamp from the treasure chest. Kerosene lamp, orange. Introduction, a legendary quality kerosene lamp. Kerosene capacity, 0 ml per 1000 ml. Faith capacity, 0/1000, not opened. Burning duration, 0. Hidden hint 1, collect and fuse purple quality and above kerosene lamps, can make this kerosene lamp get strengthened. Hidden hint 2, when the kerosene lamp holds full 1000 faith points and kerosene capacity breaks through 2000 ml, it can break through to silver quality. Hidden hint 3, this kerosene lamp can be used as the core material of the Divine Officer job. Hidden hint 4, this kerosene lamp has not yet bound to a survivor. After binding with blood it can replace the current natal kerosene lamp, and open this kerosene lamp equipment enchantment and praying to God effect. TSK, legendary quality, I wonder how much capacity limit it can add to my natal kerosene lamp. So you carefully played with this legendary quality kerosene lamp for a while? He then refueled his personal oil lamp, placing both of them together. Soon, within the glow of the candlelight, the two fused together. Once it returned to normal, Suyu picked up his personal oil lamp again, and the text prompt was noticeably different from before. Oil lamp, orange. Description, your personal oil lamp, with nearly unlimited evolution potential. Oil capacity, 500 ml per 1250 ml. Faith capacity, August 16, 1000. Burning time, 20 days 20 hours. Hidden hint 1, collecting and fusing purple quality or higher oil lamps can enhance your personal oil lamp. Hidden hint 2, when the faith capacity reaches 1000 points and the oil capacity exceeds 2000 ml, it can be upgraded to silver quality. Hidden hint 3, you can consume 500 ml of oil to pray to the gods, increasing your spiritual attribute by plus 0.1. This effect is ineffective for holders with a spiritual attribute greater than or equal to 9, with a cooldown of 1 day. Hidden hint 4, you can consume 500 ml of oil to refine equipment, improving the equipment's quality to orange, and resetting the maximum enchantment slot. This effect has a cooldown of 1 day. Hidden hint 5, the orange quality oil lamp is a core material for the priest profession. Hidden hint 6, this personal oil lamp is bound to Survivor Suyu, ID 000-011-4514, and cannot be used by other survivors. The increase in oil capacity exceeded Suyu's expectations. He originally thought it would only increase by 100 milliliters at most, but it had actually increased by 250 milliliters, 2.5 times what he expected. At this rate, after fusing 3 legendary quality oil lamps, his personal oil lamp would be on the verge of an upgrade. However, the fusion of the 2 oil lamps didn't seem easy. He had just carefully refueled his personal oil lamp with 1000 milliliters of oil, but after the fusion, only 500 milliliters of oil remained. This is something to be careful about, so you thought silently, keeping this detail in mind. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if the fusion failed due to insufficient oil in the future. After handling this, his gaze returned to the divine gift chest. Amidst many parchment scrolls, the only glass vial containing red and blue capsules stood out remarkably. So you decided to take this item out first. Skill Fusion Capsule, Special. Description: an item accidentally created by an arcane sage, it can fuse skills in dreams. Hidden hint 1, using this capsule will inevitably put you into a deep sleep, so ensure safety before use. Seeing the familiar text prompt, Suyu was filled with excitement. This was the second time he was using this item. With the example of dream into the endless sleep, he could almost see power beckoning him. But he didn't rush to swallow the capsule. After all, the last time he swallowed it, he had fallen into a faint and entered the spirit realm. Right now, he still had spoils to handle, and he had to wait until he dealt with them before entering the dream. With that in mind, he restrained his desire, gritting his teeth as he took a parchment scroll from the chest. Skill Experience Scroll, Purple. Description: a scroll that can increase skill levels when used, the method of use is unknown. Hidden hint 1, when using this scroll, you need to place green stone *1, blue stone *1, red stone *1, yellow stone *1, and black stone *1 on it. Hidden hint 2, this scroll is a one-time use item and does not work on max level skills or skills with a real level greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 3, this type of scroll can be used up to 5 times, with upgrade counts not shared with potion type upgrades. Looking at the scroll in his hand, which was also the second time he had gotten it, so you did not hesitate. He placed the scroll on the redwood table, then placed the 5 stones on top. The next moment, the 5 stones shattered simultaneously, and the skill scroll itself turned into a burst of colorful smoke, merging into his body. Chapter 170, Life Cremation Spell LV2 and Dungeon Reconstruction Route. Name: Suyu. Profession: Believer of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan: 21/127. Mental: 5.0, Strength: 3.7, Constitution: 4.1, Speed: 2.7. Inspiration: 4.3/5.0. Divine Grace: 4.3/5.0. Health: 0.6/0.6. Skills: Rune Drawing LV1. How did I end up with the Longevity Decay technique randomly? Looking at the result of the random skill upgrade, so you felt a bit uncomfortable. According to his original plan, the best outcome would have been a random upgrade to his meditation skill, which would increase his inspiration recovery speed to the next level, helping him catch up to his holy blessing attribute. If not that, it would have been fine to randomly upgrade to a few offensive divine skills, as having stronger powers in the future wasn't a bad thing. At the very least, it would have been acceptable if the random upgrade had gone to the 2 auxiliary skills, metal refining and rune drawing, as they could come in handy at some point. But he never expected the upgrade to land on the last skill he wanted to see, Longevity Decay technique. This is really messing with my mindset. Suyu took a deep breath. While feeling upset, he also grew curious about the upgrade effect of Longevity Decay technique. For a moment, he couldn't think of what effect an auxiliary divine skill related to lifespan trading could have after an upgrade. Surely, it wouldn't just be a discount on goods, right? With this thought in mind, he looked at the skill description. Longevity Decay Technique, Divine Skill, LV2, consume a fixed 1 point of Holy Blessing to summon the Ashes Ledger. The caster can use the Ashes Ledger to conduct lifespan transactions, receiving permanent lifespan from the target in accordance with the voluntary transaction principle, or exchange their own lifespan for an 80% discount to receive extraordinary power from the God of Dawn. Divine Skill LV2, the power granted by the gods to devout followers, real lifespan plus 20. Only priests who believe in the God of Dawn are allowed to use this divine skill, though truth followers of the extraordinary sequence may use it in violation of the rules. It really is a discount, that's just too absurd. Looking at the skill effect, so you didn't know where to begin complaining. The items in the Ashes Ledger often required hundreds of years of lifespan, and even with the 80% discount, they were completely out of his consideration. But fortunately, there was another benefit to the divine skill upgrade. He hadn't noticed it at first, but his lifespan had increased by 10 more years. This, at least, was a small silver lining in the misfortune. Suyu comforted himself in his mind, then reached out to take another parchment scroll from the treasure chest. Dungeon Shelter Scroll, Orange. Description: an extremely rare shelter scroll. After use, all survivors in the dungeon cannot be selected as targets for life and death duels for 7 days and cannot have negative status effects applied from a distance. Hidden tip 1: if a survivor initiates a life and death duel voluntarily, this effect immediately expires. Hidden tip 2: this scroll can affect up to 15 survivors. If the number of survivors exceeds this limit, the effect duration is shortened accordingly. Hidden tip 3: when the effect is active, the user's evil value immediately decreases by 50 points. What is this? Suyu's pupils widened sharply, and the frustration caused by the random failure of the skill upgrade vanished in an instant. A full 7 days of dungeon shelter effect, and it works on all survivors in the dungeon. This effect was literally dozens of times stronger than the dungeon shelter amulet. Add in the terrifying effect of reducing 50 evil points at once, and Suyu guessed that even beta testers like Zhang Bofu would be envious. Looks like luck is always balanced, huh? Suyu said this to himself, carefully putting the scroll into his space pouch. This item could save his life at a critical moment. He then hummed a little tune and took the remaining 2 parchment scrolls from the divine treasure chest all at once. Blasphemer Profession Transfer Scroll, Purple. Effect: a special certificate used to transfer to the 3rd tier Extraordinary Profession Blasphemer. It disappears automatically after use. Description: Blasphemer is the inevitable product of the belief in truth. Once one realizes that gods are not omnipotent, faith will shift from devotion to doubt. Usage restriction: Mentality 6.0, Speed 4.5. Preceding occupation: Follower of Truth. Extraordinary materials: Enlightened Soul / Otherworld Soul *1, Perfect Goldstone *1. Promotion ceremony: Walk through the Gate of Truth, Stag's Gate. Hidden hint 1: the Stag's Gate is the Gate of Truth. The riddle on the gate is extremely dangerous. Please proceed only with a high-quality certificate. Initial Dungeon Transformation Scroll, Silver. Description: significantly increases the initial dungeon's area and offers the opportunity to change or add a theme style. Hidden hint 1: immediately increases dungeon area by 100 square meters upon use. Hidden hint 2: after use, refreshes 5 dungeon transformation routes. You can choose to overwrite the original dungeon theme style or maintain the original transformation path. Hidden hint 3: if you already have a dungeon transformation path, Giant Palace, / Immortal Castle, / Spatial Maze, you can apply the scroll to a specific floor without overwriting the original dungeon theme. Chapter 171, Arcane Library. Hiss. Suyu took a deep breath. The promotion requirements for God Defiler were mostly what he expected. What truly surprised him was the initial dungeon transformation scroll that came afterward. Right now, his initial dungeon only had an area of 110 square meters at best, and this scroll could double that space in an instant. Coincidentally, the Giant Palace theme he had previously chosen perfectly synced with the hidden effect of the transformation scroll. As a result, not only did he not have to worry about losing the transformation effect on the top and bottom 3 floors, but he could also add a new transformation effect to one of the floors. It was a win-win situation. He won twice on his own. Filled with excitement, Suyu immediately attached the transformation scroll to the dungeon wall. In the next moment, the parchment turned to ash, and the dungeon was transformed beyond recognition. Every part of the dungeon twisted and expanded, but the overall layout strangely remained unchanged. The gaps between different areas had merely doubled in size. 5 minutes later, everything returned to calm. Suyu looked at the dungeon, now vastly more spacious, and his mood lifted along with it. Humming a little tune, he opened the dungeon attributes screen. Dungeon number 0000114514. Level 2, upgradable. Lighting, legendary oil lamp. Capacity, 3 people. Portals, mineral mine portal number 00196, empty, empty. Fixed theme, Giant Palace. First floor dungeon style, not chosen. Second floor dungeon style, not chosen. Third floor dungeon style, not chosen. Suyu thought for a moment. He definitely wanted to use the transformation opportunity on the 3rd floor. The reason was simple. The first floor below his feet already bore too many functions, with the planting area and the blood and amber purification device on it. The 2nd floor, on the other hand, was where he slept. Only the 3rd floor was currently vacant, so no matter what random theme transformation route he encountered, he could adapt flexibly. With this in mind, Suyu skipped over the other text and went straight to the last line. In the next moment, more text appeared. Transformation Route 1, Knight's Sanctuary, unlocks the exclusive facility Alchemy Cauldron. Knight's Breathing Method, / Body Tempering, skill effects are enhanced by 100%, consumes stone bricks * 10,000, glass * 1,000, iron ingots * 100, obsidian * 10, red copper stone * 10. Transformation Route 2, Prayer Confession Room, unlocks the exclusive lighting facility Holy Candle Holder, prayer, skill effects are enhanced by 100%, consumes iron ingots *100, steel ingots *50, pigment *50, glass *50, wooden boards *50, oil lamps *3. Transformation Route 3, Burial Tomb, unlocks the exclusive facility Soul Steeping Pot, Soul Devouring Technique, skill effects are enhanced by 50%, consumes iron ingots *50, wooden boards *100, stone bricks *100, human bones *50, soul binding stone *1. Transformation Route 4, Arcane Library, unlocks the exclusive facility Reading Room, Meditation, skill effects are enhanced by 100%, consumes stone bricks *500, wooden boards *500, obsidian *20, void stone *10, radiant silver stone *10. Transformation Route 5, Vampire Source Fortress, unlocks the exclusive facility Source Blood Coffin, Blood Extraction, skill effects are enhanced by 50%, consumes stone bricks *500, cloth *200, red runestone *10, ancestors true blood *1, phoenix wood *1. The 5 transformation routes were each unique. But for Suyu, the choice was not difficult. After all, the only thing he could use right now was the improvement of the Arcane Library's meditation efficiency. The only tricky part was that he didn't have enough void stones in his possession. Looks like I'll have to visit the mine tomorrow, Suyu muttered, closing the dungeon property interface. It was already nearing midnight, so it was obviously not the right time to go to the mine. He first walked over to the campfire, which he hadn't used in a long time, and reignited it. Then, using the steel basin he had just bought in the trading channel, he started heating water for a bath. After that, he got up and walked to the oxygen generator, where he took out the envelope that had already been soaked and expanded. Carefully breaking the wax seal, he found several sheets of paper that were as thin as a cicada's wings. Suyu was slightly stunned. Since entering the dark dungeon, this was the first time he had seen such paper. In the past, no matter what information was recorded, it was almost always on parchment scrolls. With the world system's communication function, there was never a need for paper. Seeing this paper now, he felt a strange sense of disconnection, as if it was from another time. But what startled him even more was the text prompt that came with the paper. Church Ledger, Special. Introduction, a special ledger written in Vaha language, detailing the true income and expenditure of the Invincible Sun Church in the year 12 of the God's calendar, which may differ greatly from the publicly known information. Hidden Hint 1, there is secret information in the ledger. If you have learned Vaha, you can read it carefully to uncover more. Looking at the short text prompt, Suyu couldn't believe it. He had originally thought that such a complicated unlocking method would at least lead to something more valuable than the proof of theft. But it turned out, it was just a ledger. Could it be that I really have to read this carefully? Suyu furrowed his brow. The Vaha pictograms on the 10 sheets of paper were tiny to the extreme. If he wanted to read them thoroughly, it would at least take half a day. After thinking for a moment, he carefully placed the sheets of paper and the treasure chest back into the divine gift chest, deciding to deal with it tomorrow. He had been working hard on the deserted island for nearly a week, and tonight, he absolutely needed a good rest. With that thought, he got up, took the steel basin off the fire, poured the water into a wooden barrel next to it, and jumped in to wash himself. Ah, this feels so good. Feeling the warmth of the water, Suyu let out a heartfelt sigh. Having gone through so many storms on the island, lying in the barrel now, he almost had the impulse to just fall asleep right there. But then he thought about the unused skill fusion capsule and gritted his teeth, getting out of the barrel to dry off his body. Then, in a hurry, he ran upstairs and lay down on the long-forgotten stone bed. Without a moment's delay, he took out the capsule and swallowed it, soon drifting into a blurry sleep. Chapter 172, Mastery of Many Arts. In a world of chaos, Suyu once again found himself on the familiar mountain path. The silver mist above him seemed to constantly dissolve and disperse. At the end of the path, a transparent door transformed into a swirling vortex, waiting for him to step through. As long as he took a step forward, he could re-enter the woodland. But Suyu's goal at the moment was clearly not to enter the spiritual realm. He patiently waited for a moment, and a long row of golden text appeared in front of him. Rune Drawing LV1. Metal Smelting LV1. Meditation LV2. Spirit Pressure LV3. Storm Magic, Divine Magic, LV1. Thunderstrike, Divine Magic, LV1. Tyrant's Power, Divine Magic, LV1. Longevity Curse, Divine Magic, LV2. I didn't expect Divine Magic could also be fused. The skill fusion capsule really is too powerful. Suyu rubbed his chin. Aside from Dream into Eternal Sleep, all the skills he possessed were listed in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he focused his thoughts on the two skills, Storm Magic and Thunderstrike. These two skills were not only divine magic, but both came from the gods of storm and the ocean, so the fusion might be quite effective. Ding, the fusion compatibility of Storm Magic and Thunderstrike is 100%. The fusion skill is Storm Thunderspell, should it be fused? Storm Thunder Spell, High-Level Divine Art, LV1, consumes a fixed 5 points of Holy Grace attribute to create a storm phenomenon, and for every 0.1 points of Holy Grace consumed thereafter, a lightning strike is generated to hit a specified target. High-Level Divine Art, a power granted by the deity to faithful believers, real lifespan plus 100, only priests who believe in the god of ocean and storm are allowed to use this high-level divine art, but extraordinary beings of the true believer order can use it in violation of the rules. 100% fusion compatibility, the Storm Thunder spell shouldn't have existed from the start, right? Suyu looked at the words in front of him, feeling quite suspicious in his heart. Although the Storm Thunder spell looked powerful, that was only on the premise that he could cast the skill. Right now, he couldn't even gather enough blue energy. If he fused it, he would end up in an embarrassing situation where he couldn't activate the skill. Moreover, to be fair, the skill effect of this thing was still far worse than the dream into slumber. At best it could only be considered adequate, not the effect he admired. No. Suyu shook his head and re-evaluated his 8 skills. First was metal smelting and rune drawing, 2 life skills. Since obtaining these 2 skills after becoming an apprentice, he had hardly used them. However, seeing as the atmosphere had come to this, he was naturally willing to give it a try. As his thought moved, a segment of text appeared before him. Ding, the fusion compatibility of metal smelting and rune drawing is 60%, fusion skill is mastery of all arts, incomplete, would you like to fuse? Mastery of all arts, incomplete, max, proficient in the creation of tools and runes, drawing rune effect plus 10%, equipment crafting attribute plus 10%, creation of extraordinary items quality rate plus 5%. After each successful creation of extraordinary items, there is a 0.1% chance to gain a random attribute increase. This skill can be promoted after becoming an alchemist master. This effect is also pretty good. A trace of surprise flashed in Suyu's eyes. He initially had just a try-it-out attitude, but unexpectedly received a little surprise. Moreover, not to mention the temporarily unusable rune effect enhancement and equipment crafting attribute boost. Just the increased quality rate for creating extraordinary items would benefit him immensely when making mental energy potions and physical potions. And while 0.1% chance may seem like a mosquito leg, it could be compensated by quantity. As long as he wasn't afraid of the trouble, he could probably increase attributes significantly. More importantly, this skill seemed to have a similar nature to talent skills, not only being at max level but also able to be promoted upon taking on higher tier extraordinary professions. What a pity. Suyu shook his head regretfully. Had it been before he was promoted to true believer, he would have definitely chosen to fuse these 2 skills and then fully search for the alchemist's job transfer scroll, gradually promoting to alchemist master. But now, he had even grasped the information for the promotion to the 4th tier, desecrated priest. Even though the effect of mastery of all arts was still very strong, it could only serve as a backup. No. He shook his head again and shifted his gaze to the remaining skills. Spirit pressure and meditation. The former was a plain and unadorned mental attack suppression method, while the latter was a blue recovery tool. Neither looked coordinated. Storm art and thunderstrike art were just tested. Looking at it this way, it seemed like only life burn art and tyrant's power were left. These 2 looked even less reliable. However, following the attitude of trying things out, Suyu still cast his thoughts over the 2 skills. Ding, the fusion compatibility of life burn art and tyrant's power is 25%, compatibility too low, fusion cannot be performed. As expected. Suyu showed a predictable expression. Seeing this, he instead calmed down. After all, there were only so few skills, why not try every possibility? Just consider it laying the groundwork for the next time he got a fusion capsule. Without hesitation, he took action. Suyu immediately started adjusting his thoughts. Ding, life extinguishing technique and storm technique cannot be fused. Ding, life extinguishing technique and thunderstrike technique cannot be fused. Ding, tyrant's power and storm technique cannot be fused. Ding, tyrant's power and thunderstrike technique cannot be fused. Ding, tyrant's power and spiritual pressure fusion compatibility is 75%, fusion skill is tyrant's awe, do you want to fuse? After several attempts, Suyu came to a conclusion. Divine techniques from different gods cannot be fused, the fusion degree is fixed at 25%, there must be some special factors involved. And the fusion between divine techniques and ordinary skills varies. Some have only a 10% fusion rate, while others can reach up to 75%. But even the fusion of spiritual pressure and tyrant's power with a high fusion rate of 75% resulted in a skill effect that is hard to describe. Tyrant's Awe LV3 consumes 3 times the spiritual essence/holy grace attribute to release a large area of mental pressure, while gaining temporary boosts of plus 0.2 to all attribute checks and plus 1.5 to mental skill checks. Compared to the original 2 skills, Tyrant's Awe is like a simple addition. The additional plus 1.5 to mental skill check seems impressive, but in reality, it's just like the original spiritual pressure LV3, only affecting the skill itself, more of a technical application. The real enhancement during skill activation is only the plus 0.2 to all attributes, which is completely not worth the cost of 3 times the blue bar. One is worse than the other. Should I choose Mastery of the Arts? Just as Suyu was hesitating, a cold gust of wind blew across the sky. He shivered and suddenly realized he had one more combination he hadn't tried. Spiritual pressure and meditation. Though these two skills seemed unrelated, they still held some possibility. Besides, he had tested so many today, another try wouldn't hurt. With this thought, his mind focused on the two skills. Ding, spiritual pressure and meditation fusion compatibility is 30%, fusion cannot be performed. As expected, it's not that easy. Suyu shook his head slightly, realizing he had been too idealistic. Divine level skills like Dream into Endless Night are ultimately rare and cannot be easily sought. Mastery of the Arts, though a little less impressive, still stands out compared to the other random ones. With this in mind, he stopped hesitating and chose to fuse, rune drawing, and metal forging. In the next moment, rows of golden text vanished into the air. Suyu then walked toward the transparent door. Chapter 173, Desecration of Divine Techniques. In the pitch-black forest, the heavy rain hammered the cobblestone road, making a loud, rhythmic sound. Suyu felt that his luck was good today, as he had not encountered any members of the unresting Holy Hall. Not even above them well in the forest, floated a broken arrow stained with blood. But considering that his goal today was to visit the Yi-Wheel Temple, Suyu didn't bother to pick up the arrow. He wiped the black rainwater off his face and continued down the cobbled path, soon seeing the familiar jagged stones. Wheel well, special. Description: the Wheel Temple is a memorial to the deceased gods, and also a former temple of a certain unfortunate god. Hidden tip 1, the eyeball-shaped epitaph on the monument is written in Vaka script. If you know this ancient divine language, you can spend time observing it for some special knowledge. Hidden tip 2, the wheel is completely gone. If you want to continue exploring the secrets of the forest, you must gaze into the eyeball on the monument for 5 seconds. The text hint did not change. But this time, Suyu barely understood the epitaph in the shape of an eyeball above. Normally, Vaka script should be pictographic, but the epitaph here seemed more like an artistic style. Endless Night is located deep within the world, it is the other side of the surface world's spirit and transcendence. In the beginning, it was pitch black, with nothing. It wasn't until hundreds of millions of years ago when the stone source gods tore open the road known as the Forest Gate. Entering the vast and endless dreamland. Suyu silently recited these words in his heart, suddenly feeling a sense of heaviness. To be more precise, the spirit realm was rejecting him. No wonder that person was able to leave the spirit realm in an instant. If I let go of my resistance now, I might also leave in an instant. As Suyu came to this realization, he grew even more curious about the upcoming text. At this moment, he hadn't seen any useful information from these words about the origin of the spirit realm, and undoubtedly, Mosaic number 2 was here looking for deeper words. Thinking of this, he withstood the invisible pressure and continued to read silently. They used their songs to explore the pitch-black and boundless dreamland, and with a part of the world's original essence, they built it into a fortress of dreams. To this day, the traces of the King of Thunder still remain on every door and passage of the dreamland. These words seemed not very useful either. Feeling an increasingly strong sense of rejection, Suyu hesitated about whether to continue reading. If he looked further down, he definitely wouldn't be able to explore other places anymore. At this moment, stopping would mean he could still try to venture towards the Lake of Seven Twists. Damn. Suyu cursed under his breath, toughening his resolve. At most, he would waste today's chance to enter a dream. If he didn't uncover the secret of Mosaic number 2, he truly wouldn't feel at ease. Today, we ask the great King of Thunder in the hall, you are the guardian of the world, the beginning of the extraordinary, the ruler of the ocean and the storm. Before he could finish reading, an unstoppable feeling of rejection filled Suyu's entire body. Before he could respond, his body turned into bits of white light, disappearing from the spirit realm. In the initial dungeon, on the stone bed. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there could be prayer words so similar to the god of storms and oceans in this world. There's definitely something wrong here. He murmured to himself. Prayer words, as a medium pointing to the divine, should never repeat. Unless the King of Thunder and the god of storms and oceans have a relationship of replaced authority, just like the taboo black sun and the dawn god. To verify this guess, he hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Occupation, truth believer, / priest. Lifespan, 21/147. Mental strength, 5.2, power, 3.7, constitution, 4.1, speed, 2.7. Inspiration, 4.3/5.2. Divine grace, 5.2/5.2. Vitality, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Mastery of all arts, incomplete, max, meditation LV2, spiritual pressure LV3, dream entry into dreamland LV1, storm spell, blasphemous divine art, LV2, thunder spell, blasphemous divine art, LV2, power of tyrant, divine art, LV1, life ash spell, divine art, LV2. Special status, severe sinfulness, blasphemy, blade scar *1, evil name, heresy, evil name, cultist. Blasphemous divine art? Suyu's heart sank, thinking it was bad. The storm spell and thunder spell correspond exactly to the two divine arts of the god of storms and oceans. Right now, these two divine arts not only had their suffixes changed to blasphemous divine arts but also each increased by one level. Even if he thought with the heels of his feet, he could tell that it was definitely related to the prayer words he had just learned. If the relationship between the two gods from different eras was really as he thought, wouldn't his actions equal brandishing the tokens of the former dynasty to slay officials of the current dynasty? What's the difference between this and lighting a lantern in the bathroom? But then again, since he took up the role of truth believer, from that moment, it was essentially not much different from courting death. If the gods truly cared, they would have probably come down and killed him already. As he was still alive, there were only two possibilities. Either the gods didn't care, like elephants don't care about mosquitoes sucking blood. Or the gods couldn't intervene, just like humans can't treat a cold by drinking pesticides. Lost in such thoughts, so you looked at the specific introduction of the skills. Storm spell, blasphemous divine art, LV2, consumes 1 to 10 points of divine grace, attribute to create a storm, with specific power influenced by celestial phenomena and terrain. Desecration, normally, only priests who believe in the god of ocean and storms are allowed to use this divine art, but in the incredibly long river of history, the king of thunder was also a master of the authority of wind. The extraordinary beings of the believers of truth sequence can violate rules by drawing power from both sides simultaneously, increasing the skill effect by 100%. Divine art is a special power granted by deities to devout believers. Those who master this divine art gain an additional 20 years of real lifespan. Thunder art, desecrated divine art, LV2, consumes 1 to 10 points of holy favor, attribute to create lightning. The power of lightning is influenced by celestial phenomena, significantly weakening in sunny weather and greatly enhancing in rainy weather. Desecration, normally, only priests who believe in the god of ocean and storms are allowed to use this divine art, but in the incredibly long river of history, the king of thunder was also a master of the authority of thunder. The extraordinary beings of the believers of truth sequence can violate rules by drawing power from both sides simultaneously, increasing the skill effect by 100%. Divine art is a special power granted by deities to devout believers. Those who master this divine art gain an additional 20 years of real lifespan. It seems I've hit the jackpot. Suyu stroked his chin, and the little bit of worry he had was already gone. As a divine art, both storm art and thunder art did not enhance the direct power of the skills after leveling up. They only increased the upper limit of the holy favor attribute that could be infused. He had anticipated this. After all, the essence of divine art is borrowing power from deities, and no matter how skilled he became, he could not surpass the proficiency of the deity itself. What truly surprised Suyu was that, since he mastered the method to pray to the King of Thunder, 1 unit of holy favor could exchange for 2 units of power, doubling the skill effect. Such terrifying power, Suyu felt even Zhang Bofu might not be able to handle it. TSK, now I guess I match the level of internal test players. He chuckled as he got up from the stone bed. Just as he was about to head downstairs, he suddenly realized a problem. That is the King of Thunder still considered a proper god now? Chapter 174, The Possibility of Stacking Joy. This question might seem a bit silly, but it genuinely concerns Suyu's current core interests. If the King of Thunder, a deceased deity, is considered a proper god, then logically, deities like the Mother of Monsters can also be regarded as proper gods. Stacking them like this, the effect of dreaming into eternal sleep, is simply unimaginable. He quickly reopened the attribute page and looked at the detailed description of the dreaming into eternal sleep skill. Dreaming into eternal sleep, LV1, the soul enters the deep spirit realm, restoring 0.5 points of holy favor per hour. For each proper god's prayer mastered, the restoration effect is additionally increased by 100%. Current restoration effect has been increased by 400% every time dreaming ends. An additional permanent increase of 0.2 points to the spirit attribute occurs, and the enhancement of attribute effects increases with the depth of exploration into the spirit realm. This skill cannot be upgraded and can only be enhanced along with the improvement of extraordinary rank. It actually counts. Suyu's eyes brightened. Looking at it this way, the recovery effect of dreaming into eternal sleep is definitely not limited to the number of 7 proper gods. As long as he can get the prayers of those deceased deities, it is highly possible that the recovery speed could be increased to 10 times the base level. Thinking of this, he happily closed the attribute page. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Yesterday, he still had many matters to attend to, and today he must finish them no matter what. In the dim environment, Suyu carried a kerosene lamp and walked into the planting area on the first floor. In the air, the lush silver apple trees grew horizontally against the 3-meter-high ceiling, with countless branches laden with apples hanging down, creating a beautiful sight of shimmering silver. On the ground, the sprawling sweet potato vines were dense like a cover, with dark green, glossy leaves adorned with a few silver leaves occupying the entire area, making the scenery more picturesque. I didn't notice last night, but it actually looks quite beautiful. Suyu admired the scenery for a while, slowly opened his mouth, and spoke to himself. At this moment, in his heart there was both the joy of harvest, and also a rather absurd feeling. In just half a month, an apple that he buried with his own hands turned into such a big tree with many branches and thick leaves, the speed so fast it was outrageous. But even at such a fast speed, it still did not catch up with the speed at which he became stronger. Right now, not to mention a green quality silver apple, even a blue quality gold apple had no effect on him. With his spirit attribute as high as 5.2 points, even the spirit potion series had already exceeded the upper limit of improvement ability, only purple quality or even higher extraordinary ingredients could produce effect. This really is a happy trouble, life with a cheat is just this simple, plain, and boring. He muttered with his mouth, but his body was very honest and began to pick the silver apples. No matter what, this one silver apple was also one green quality extraordinary ingredient. Although it was already useless to him, for quite a proportion of a part of the survivors it was still in a state of being worth 1,000 pieces of gold and hard to obtain. After a round of picking, Suyu looked at the whole 32 silver apples inside the space backpack, and his eyebrows unconsciously raised upward. A whole 32, this number placed on an ordinary apple tree on Earth was indeed a bit few. But in the dark dungeon, this one apple was one green extraordinary ingredient of spirit attribute. He was already somewhat looking forward to the expression of Wang Ziyi seeing so many extraordinary ingredients, that look of jaw-dropping. After finishing picking apples, Suyu glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Perhaps it was the derived effect brought by the physique attribute breaking through the big barrier of 4.0, he clearly had not eaten from yesterday noon until now, yet at this moment he did not have even a bit of hunger feeling. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait until when he felt hungry then consider cooking, just treat it as testing his own limit. As for now, naturally he had to continue handling the crops in the planting area. The silver apples growing on the tree were indeed finished picking, but the sweet potatoes buried in the ground were still waiting for him to handle. He squatted down and dug out one piece of sweet potato with soil, and just like this lowered his head and worked hard digging. Speaking of it, it was also unintentional inserting willow and willow giving shade. Back then he only cut 2 sweet potatoes into pieces and buried them into the soil, thinking whether they could survive was still uncertain. Unexpectedly, the vitality of this sweet potato was so tenacious, it actually directly occupied all the area except the silver apple tree, simply terrifying to such a degree. Just like this digging for more than 1 hour, the space backpack was already piled full with one patch of sweet potatoes, then it could be considered basically finished digging. As for whether there were omissions, at this moment Suyu also could not care anymore. He now realized afterwards one problem. His time was extremely precious. If all used to handle this kind of unimportant matter, there would not even be time to continue going out to explore. In this way, the old problem of finding people to live together and manage the initial dungeon became even more important. Really convinced it seems not finding people indeed will not work. Suyu spoke to himself with his mouth, in his heart calculated several people, yet always could not find a suitable target. If only simply finding a person to fill the number, satisfying the dungeon upgrade requirement at the same time conveniently managing the planting area, that was actually very simple. With his current strength, as long as casually taking 2 pictures of the initial dungeon and sending them to the world communication channel, he could attract quite a large group of survivors. But the problem was, how to ensure the loyalty of the coming person. This was to live under the same roof for a long time, if not knowing the roots and bottom clearly, even sleeping could not sleep peacefully. But the people he could trust at present, even calculating fully, were only Ji Haiyang and a few others, adding up not more than the number of 1 palm. But these people, although not as good as him, they were also considered elite figures among the survivors. Using some tricks to fool them into doing odd jobs might work, but if they have to do menial tasks for a long time, it's bound to affect the relationship between both sides. After thinking for 4 or 5 minutes, Suyu still couldn't come up with any feasible solution, so he sighed and temporarily pushed the problem to the back of his mind. As it was just past noon, he opened the trading channel to see how the professional scrolls were being traded. Coincidentally, as soon as he looked at the system panel, the world system notification sounded suddenly in his ears. Ding, the world event has ended, and the 1.8 billion survivors have all returned to the starting dungeon. The world system will begin upgrading shortly, estimated to take 12 hours. During the system upgrade, the trading channel and guild-related functions will be temporarily disabled. Suyu held his breath, confirming that no new world system prompts had sounded, and then let out a long sigh. The world system actually updated. This was something he had never anticipated. Seeing the trading channel temporarily closed, the scrolls returned to the dungeon. As he pondered how to arrange his next plans, a stack of parchment scrolls appeared on the central stone table of the dungeon. Well, since everyone's world event just ended, I might as well ask Zhang Yiting if she needs a gladiator class transfer scroll. He opened the private chat page and sent the question to Zhang Yiting. Considering that Zhang Yiting had just returned to the dungeon and was likely sorting loot, he didn't wait around but instead closed the attributes page and took out the few sheets of rice paper he had placed in the empty treasure chest yesterday. He had been too busy last night to dream and didn't have time to check them, but now that he had no other matters to attend to, he naturally wanted to take a good look at what information was hidden inside. 1 hour later, Suyu was dumbfounded. In a sense, the writing on these rice papers was indeed full of information, meticulously recording every expense of the Invincible Sun Church over the past year. More than half of the expenses were reimbursement slips for church members visiting a famous prostitute named Zhu Lu. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Damn it. Suyu couldn't help but curse. This damn waste of a ledger had taken up a whole hour of his time, and he immediately felt like he had been tricked. Just as he was about to tear the rice papers in frustration, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Something's wrong. Since he got the hidden hint sheet, the information on it had never been wrong. Since the hidden hint said that this thing contained useful information, it definitely did. He just hadn't discovered it yet. But the problem was, he had already carefully read through it, and it was entirely just a ledger. Could it be that he misunderstood the meaning of the hidden hint? Suyu remembered a joke from his physics teacher during school. The physicist found that 1, 3, 5, and 7 are prime numbers, but 9 is not, 11 is prime, and 13 is also prime. So, the physicist concluded that all odd numbers are prime, and 9 was an error. It seemed like he too had the potential to become a physicist. Wait a minute. Suyu suddenly remembered the exact words of the hidden hint. Real income and expenditure versus literal income and expenditure, doesn't this mean? I knew it. How could there be a church like this, with half the people visiting prostitutes, not even caring about their faith in the gods? Suyu suddenly realized and felt as if he had found the breakthrough. If Zhu Lu was considered some kind of code, it all seemed to make sense. With this mindset, he looked at the ledger again and quickly noticed the anomaly. Although many members of the Invincible Sun Church had visited Miss Zhu Lu, only a small portion of them had reimbursement amounts far higher than the others. What's more clever was that the names of these people were all polysemous in the Vaki language. The Great Sun, you are, the source of all things growth, the father of all gods and humans. Father God, the eternal supreme being, in the human world and, the divine kingdom, everlasting, the despicable Zhu Lu, will inevitably, die an unnatural death, the sun, will eventually return to the sky. Suyu, while piecing things together, suddenly froze. He was extremely familiar with the format of the first half of this riddle. Isn't this just a prayer? The followers of the Invincible Sun Church really know how to make unnecessary noise. The whole prayer is so cryptic that someone unfamiliar would think it's the dark history of the gods. Suyu silently cursed in his heart but quickly shifted to joy. No matter what, the prayer was exactly what he needed right now. With the prayer of the Invincible Sun, a long-deceased god from an unknown era, his dream into eternal sleep skill would surely have its recovery speed improved. The only thing Suyu was curious about now was what new divine skills this prayer would bring him. Name, Suyu. Occupation, believer of truth, / priest. Lifespan, 21/157. Mental, 5.2, strength, 3.7, constitution, 4.1, speed, 2.7. Inspiration, 4.3/5.2. Divine blessing, 5.2/5.2. Vitality, 0.6/0.6. Skills, mastery of many arts, incomplete, max, meditation LV2, spiritual pressure LV3, dream into eternal sleep LV1, storm art, blasphemous divine skill, LV2, thunderstrike art, blasphemous divine skill, LV2, tyrant's power, divine skill, LV1, longevity extinction art, blasphemous divine skill, LV3. Special status, severe sin, blasphemy, blade scar *1, evil name, heresy, evil name, pagan. Suyu stared at the skill panel for a moment, then his heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized the question he had just instinctively ignored. The so-called Invincible Sun Church clearly worshipped a god closely related to the sun, as can be seen from the literal meaning. And combining that with what he had learned from Jiang Bofu about the relationship between the Ji god of dawn and the forbidden black sun, the answer was almost obvious. Who? Suyu took a deep breath, somewhat unwilling to believe the truth as he opened the skill description. Longevity extinction art, blasphemous divine skill, LV3, consume any amount of divine blessing, attribute to summon the ashes ledger to burn the specified target's lifespan in a mysterious form. For every point of divine blessing consumed, the target's lifespan burns for 3 years. When the lifespan is exhausted, the target immediately ages and dies. Blasphemy LV3, the prayer directed at the forbidden black sun, causes the divine skill effect to mutate deeply, no longer allowing trade with the ashes ledger, but gaining the ability to burn 30% of the target's lifespan. Divine skill LV3, true lifespan plus 30. Damn! Suyu cursed loudly, almost jumping up in shock. He hadn't forgotten the secret Jiang Bofu had told him, that the blasphemous priest of the Illuminati became a puppet after using the prayer to communicate with the forbidden black sun. Now that he too had obtained this prayer, didn't that mean he was at risk of being controlled as well? Calm down, calm down. Suyu repeatedly muttered to himself, now certain that he had not turned into some weird puppet, and even his status panel showed no new status. Looks like Zhang's information was a bit off. He patted his chest, still shaken, realizing that the communication Jiang Bofu mentioned might not simply mean obtaining the prayer, or perhaps the blasphemous priest of the Illuminati, being a fanatic, had voluntarily offered his body to the forbidden black sun. No matter the case, at least he hadn't encountered any problems, which he had double-checked through both the system panel and his external hints. Speaking of which, this skill is really powerful. Even though he was reluctant to associate it with the forbidden black sun, at this moment, Suyu had to admit the power of this skill. Compared to the useless lifespan trading effect before, the longevity extinction art had now completely transformed into an offensive ability. By consuming blue energy to burn the enemy's lifespan, this weird and underhanded method was something Suyu would never have dared to imagine before. If used against older survivors, they could die invisibly. What was even more outrageous was that 30% of the lifespan would return to him in some unknown form, adding to his own lifespan. If this goes on for a long time, Suyu feels he can become the one who can live the most in the dark dungeon. Thinking like this, he even feels a little hand-itching and wants to find a demon monster to try the effect. But before this, he has to first look at Zhang Yiting's reply. Open the private message. What comes into his eyes are 2 trade requests. One of them is sent by Zhang Yiting. The other one is somewhat beyond his expectation. It is sent by Zhang Jia. Trade request, friend Zhang Jia prepares to use, stone brick, *35001 to exchange for, stone brick, *1, do you agree to this trade? This Zhang Jia is quite honest, I indeed did not misjudge the person. Suyu touches his own chin, the condition he originally talked with Zhang Jia about is 5,000 units of basic materials every day. In this way, it is not a single bit wrong. He does not think much and clicks agree, a huge amount of basic materials directly enter into the designated space backpack. Immediately after, his gaze turns toward Zhang Yiting's trade request. Trade request, friend Zhang Yiting prepares to use, deep learning capsule, *1 to exchange for, gladiator job transfer scroll, *1, do you agree to this trade? Quite particular. Suyu looks at the trade request and lightly laughs once. He did not expect Zhang Yiting would use the form of item for item exchange to trade for the job transfer scroll. But this also quite fits Zhang Yiting's character. The only thing beyond Suyu's expectation is that Zhang Yiting actually really did not find gladiator job transfer scroll, probably the blame of 2 poor luck attribute. Lightly click agree, a sheepskin scroll appears in front of his eyes out of thin air, straight falling toward the ground. He stretches out his hand to catch the scroll, in an instant words appear in front of his eyes. Deep learning scroll, purple. Introduction, arcane scholars firmly believe every job all has potential that can be developed, for this they made this kind of rare item, used to deeply develop one's own job ability, needs extra job transfer scroll. Hidden hint 1, consume own job transfer scroll *1, deeply dig the extraordinary job hidden potential, obtain hidden skill and raise existing job skill 1 level, if there is no hidden job skill, then additionally raise existing job skill 1 level. Hidden hint 2, each job only can be deeply developed once. Hidden hint 3, must from this sequence job from low to high dig and develop in order. Hidden hint 4, this scroll at most can take effect on 4th tier job. Chapter 176 Spirit Thorn and Resentment Poison Bead. Suyu holds the sheepskin scroll in his hand, suddenly discovers he seems to have misunderstood Zhang Yiting. Probably Zhang Yiting is not that she did not find gladiator job transfer scroll, but because she has deep learning scroll in hand, so she needs extra scroll to carry out learning. This time truly is being arrogant in a small place. Suyu self-mockingly shakes his head, from the redwood table picks up, apprentice job transfer scroll. Luckily yesterday when putting on the trade channel he was thinking item for item exchange, said 100 million basic materials anti-snipe price, otherwise right now he really might have no way to use the deep learning scroll. The 2 scrolls just touch together, then immediately white flame burns out of thin air. Not a moment passes, the white flame together with the scrolls turn into ashes, only 1 bit of bright light enters into Suyu's body. This is. Suyu senses the suddenly extra casting method, only slightly somewhat shocked. Spirit Thorn. This name exactly is the new skill he just obtained. Same as Spirit Pressure, this skill also is relying on own strong spiritual power to give enemy heavy damage skill. A little different is, Spirit Pressure more focuses on using force to make people submit, just like sea waves strike the huge stone at the shore, the momentum is vast and frightening. And, Spirit Thorn, is gathering spiritual power at one point, forming sharp thorn body, in single target attack power, far surpasses Spirit Pressure. No wonder I always felt Apprentice lacked some method, it turns out did not learn single target attack skill. Suyu at this moment realizes afterward and touches his chin. Now turning head back to look. Apprentice, as his initial first-tier extraordinary profession, clearly having such a powerful area attack skill as spiritual pressure, yet not even having a single target attack skill, was indeed unreasonable. If it weren't for the use of the deep learning scroll this time, he would still be in the dark about it. As for the other gain from using the parchment scroll, there was no big surprise. Spiritual Pressure LV4, when casting the Spiritual Pressure skill, temporarily gain a mental attribute plus 1.5 judgment bonus. Compared to Spiritual Pressure LV3, Spiritual Pressure LV4 once again increased the mental attribute effect judgment of casting by 0.5 points. It could only be described as average. Suyu shifted his gaze and quickly walked to the teleportation portal at the boundary between the algae oxygen generator and the planting area. At this moment, the top priority was to quickly go to the mine to get Voidstone to finalize the theme of the Arcane Library. As for exploring the ocean-themed passage, it was of secondary importance. In the pitch-black, narrow environment, Suyu calmly took out his personal oil lamp from his space backpack. In an instant, the surrounding darkness faded away. He could see the surrounding environment clearly. It seemed to be at the edge of a mine cave at this moment. To his left, less than 5 meters away, stood a curved and damp wall. Unfortunately, after touching it for a while, there was no text prompt. Additionally, the breeze here was quite strong, strangely carrying a foul smell and dampness, brushing against his face like a soft knife. The beam of the oil lamp wavered in front, illuminating the area ahead and beneath his feet. The darkness ahead was endless. Suyu opened the system panel and loaded the map module. The action was swift, and soon he found the green dot representing his location. Looks like today's luck is good. Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. He was indeed at the edge of the mine according to the map. According to the map's marking, the nearest Voidstone vein was less than 3 kilometers away. Although the marked reserves were not large, he wasn't planning to mine much this time, just a dozen or so pieces. No sooner said than done. Suyu prided himself on his strong action ability. He immediately took the oil lamp and began moving quickly towards the vein. After 5 minutes, he successfully arrived at his destination. Unlike last time when he could call upon many laborers to do the heavy work for him, this time, everyone had just finished a whirl activity, and they were all exhausted and physically drained. Even if he forcefully dragged them over, they wouldn't be able to make much of a difference. Suyu could only grab the shovel and dive in himself. But fortunately, his strength attribute had long since surpassed its former limits. After only digging for less than 5 minutes, he successfully unearthed a piece of Voidstone. He immediately felt greatly encouraged, and the speed of the shovel in his hand increased by twofold. An hour later, looking at the 13 pieces of Voidstone in his space backpack, Suyu was satisfied and stopped his work. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep digging, nor that the mining area had been completely exhausted, but according to the map, several evil spirits and monsters were drifting towards this direction. Evil spirit, fierce spirit, rotten feeding wolf. He raised his head and looked ahead, only to see 3 masses of swirling black smoke glaring in the dim light of the oil lamp. The one on the far left was particularly large, clearly the only fierce spirit. But what caught Suyu's attention the most was the hungry wolf beside these evil spirits. The hungry wolf looked filthy, seeming no different from the monsters he had encountered earlier. Normally, evil spirits would attack all life indiscriminately, and monsters, after all, were living beings, so the wolf should have been attacked by the evil spirits. Just as he was pondering the cause behind this unusual phenomenon, his vision blurred, and the fierce spirit lunged at him first. Tsk tisk. Suyu slightly shook his head. Even if he stood still, this thing would be automatically purified by his personal oil lamp. But now that there was the perfect target, he certainly couldn't miss the opportunity to test the power of his new skill. Spirit Spike. Crack. It seemed like the sound of glass breaking came from the void, and in Suyu's sight, a transparent sharp spike shot out from his fingertips, speeding through the air and directly piercing the ghost's body. Sizzle. White smoke rose, and the black mist dissipated. The fierce spirit's form shrank by 2 sizes, and it instinctively turned and tried to flee from Suyu. However, in the face of this scene, Suyu stared thoughtfully at his fingertips and didn't continue to use the skill. How should I put it? This Spirit Spike skill was strong, but not as powerful as I initially expected. He had just injected a full point of inspiration attribute to trigger the Spirit Spike skill. With so much blue energy, even if it were used to activate Spirit Pressure, the effect would probably be about the same as now. As expected, skill level really makes a difference. Suyu muttered to himself, nearly figuring out the real strength of the Spirit Spike skill. Normally, as an area attack skill, Spirit Pressure would definitely be weaker in single target damage compared to Spirit Spike. But now, his Spirit Pressure skill had reached LV4, and the massive mental judgment boost it brought had almost leveled out the gap in single target damage between it and Spirit Spike. In other words, to let Spirit Spike unleash its strength in single target damage, it would need to be upgraded more. Thinking about this, Suyu felt a sense of boredom. He waved his hand again, sending out 3 more spirit spikes, which hit 2 evil spirits and that heavily injured fierce spirit. With white smoke rising and the sound of crunching teeth, the 3 evil spirits turned into resentment beads, staying in place. However, Suyu did not approach to collect the resentment beads. At this moment, there was still one monster standing on the field. For some reason, the carrion wolf didn't turn to flee after the death of the 3 evil spirits. Instead, it raised its tail and arched its back, adopting an aggressive stance. This naturally piqued Suyu's interest. Seeing the abnormal behavior of the evil wolf, a sudden inspiration flashed in his mind. This carrion wolf had a physical body and did not have as long a lifespan as humans, which made it perfect to test the effect of life extinction art. With a thought, Suyu immediately went all out and infused 5 points of Holy Grace attribute in one go. Awoo! As the ash ledger appeared, the once ferocious-looking carrion wolf suddenly let out a terrified howl. Its fur fell off, and its body shrank. The time on the carrion wolf seemed to be accelerated by 1,000,000 times. Aging, death, decay, and weathering. In the blink of an eye, the once terrifying wolf turned into a pile of scattered white bones. Truly terrifying. Suyu murmured softly. Such an eerie power was simply horrifying and strange. Thankfully, such a bizarre skill was in his hands. If it were in someone else's, he probably wouldn't have been able to sleep well tonight. He took a deep breath and opened the attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Class, Follower of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/150. Mental Strength, 5.2, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 4.1, Speed, 2.7. Inspiration, 4.3/5.2. Holy Grace, 5. February 5.2. Vitality, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Mastery of Arts, Incomplete, Max, Meditation LV2, Spirit Spike LV1, Spirit Pressure LV4, Dream Entry LV1, Storm Art, Blasphemous Divine Art, LV2, Thunder Art, Blasphemous Divine Art, LV2, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, Life Extinction Art, Blasphemous Divine Art, LV3. Special Status, Severe Sin, Blasphemer, Blade Scar *1, Evil Name, Heresy, Evil Name, Pagan. Suyu looked at the changes on the panel, his expression slightly strange for a moment. His maximum lifespan had increased by 3 years. This meant that the carrion wolf originally only had a lifespan of 10 years. After just one use of life extinction art, it had even lost 5 years of lifespan. This really is a sledgehammer to kill a mosquito. He muttered to himself, closing the system panel, and stepped forward to pick up the 3 resentment beads and a green bead from the carrion wolf's pile of bones. Resentment poison bead, blue. Description: a rare mutated resentment bead. The appearance is mostly green, often seen in dying or extremely sinful monsters, with extremely strong toxicity. Hidden Hint 1, contains vast resentment from monsters killing living beings. Carrying it can conceal the life force of beings, reducing the entanglement of evil spirits. Hidden Hint 2, the surface of the bead is highly corrosive, do not wear it close to your body. Hidden Hint 3, can be used as a token for participating in the Gate of Stag's riddle. Using this token, answering incorrectly will forever turn one into a mutated evil spirit, wandering in the pure white land. Chapter 177, Arcane Crystal Core. This bead is quite interesting. Suyu looked at the bead of resentment poison in his hand, and his confusion was suddenly cleared up. No wonder the carrion-eating wolves aren't attacked by evil spirits or ghosts. It turns out they were about to die and turn into evil spirits themselves. Monsters of the same kind naturally wouldn't attack each other. But how to carry this bead is indeed a problem. Just touching it for a short time, he already felt a burning sensation in the palm of his hand. This means that even with his 4.1 Constitution attribute, it could only delay the corrosion effect of the bead, and to wear it for a long time, he must find a container to store it. But this was no problem for Suyu. He pulled out a glass bottle from his space bag that previously contained the skill fusion capsule. Although this glass bottle didn't have a separate hidden hint, it could hold valuable items like capsules, so its corrosion resistance was naturally not bad. After securing the item, Suyu returned to mining. At present, the 13 empty nether stones in his hand were enough to modify the theme of the 3rd floor of the dungeon, but not enough to meet the dungeon's upgrade requirements. Since he was already at the mine, he naturally wanted to complete both tasks at once to avoid having to make another trip later. An hour later, Suyu wiped the sweat off his brow and stopped digging. In the past hour, he had dug out a total of 15 empty nether stones. Adding the ones he had dug earlier, he now had 28 in his space bag. With so many empty nether stones, he could not only meet both upgrade requirements, but also have 10 left over, which could either be used for trading or kept as spare. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Suyu naturally didn't plan to stay in the mine any longer. He crushed a teleportation token, and his surroundings immediately flashed with white light. Familiar dungeon, familiar environment. Without hesitation, Suyu took out 8 empty nether stones, pressing both hands against the wall. In an instant, the 8 empty nether stones vanished. He reopened the dungeon's attribute page, ignoring the unchanging dungeon attributes, and directly focused his mind on the detailed page marked upgradable. Upgrade Condition 1, the number of permanent survivors in the dungeon greater than or equal to 2, 1/2. Upgrade Condition 2, the number of special theme corridors explored greater than or equal to 1, fulfilled. Upgrade Condition 3, the total number of empty nether stones incorporated at this stage greater than or equal to 10 tenths. Compared to a week ago, the third condition in the upgrade requirements now had the fulfilled suffix. This way, as long as he found another survivor to meet the first upgrade condition, the dungeon level would be upgraded to level 3. Suyu nodded in satisfaction and stood up, heading to the third floor. More precisely, he walked to the central stone table on the third floor. Earlier, when upgrading the dungeon, it was always done on the first floor, as the first floor was his main activity area and closer. But now that he needed to individually modify the third floor's dungeon theme, he naturally had to do it on the third floor. With all the necessary materials piled on the third floor stone table, he moved his mind, and the third floor suddenly shook violently. The dungeon's walls twisted and shook, the materials on the stone table floated into the air, and in a flash of white light, they transformed into a new structure. When everything settled, the originally empty third floor had completely changed its appearance. Wooden bookshelves hung on the 4 stone walls, each holding a row of books. The originally dull and simple colors turned into a silver-black mix, looking quite beautiful under the light of the kerosene lamp. The central stone table was no longer empty, instead, it was occupied by a large, transparent glowing crystal ball that took up 2/3 of the space. Suyu glanced at it, and instantly felt a flash of inspiration in his mind, with many thoughts that he had never considered before surfacing. But what attracted his attention even more at this moment were the 4 black chairs beside the stone table. He sat in one of them and immediately understood the effect of the chair. Meditation skill effect increased by 100%. As long as he sat in the chair, the recovery speed of his inspiration attribute would double. So this is how the special effect of the arcane library works. Suyu stroked his chin. This result was a bit unexpected. He had originally thought that as long as he stepped onto the third floor and found any place to meditate, he would enjoy the effect. However, the two methods weren't actually much different. There was currently no one else in his dungeon, and the 4 chairs were completely unnecessary. Thinking this, his attention shifted to the transparent glowing crystal ball in front of him. If the kerosene lamp was excluded, this was the first time he had seen a glowing fixture. He gently reached out and touched it, feeling a cold and hard texture in his hand. At the same time, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. Arcane Crystal Core, Special. Effect, exchange arcane insights, automatically improve skills. Description, a great work that spans eras, it can assist arcane scholars in mastering the complex system skills of all professions. Warm reminder, although this crystal glows, it cannot effectively deter evil spirits. Slot 1, none. Slot 2, not opened, can be opened. Slot 3, not opened, can be opened. Binder, Suyu. Hidden tip 1, only skills that have been learned can be placed in the slots, and the upgrade time for each skill is different. Hidden tip 2, during skill upgrading, no changes can be made, and it will remain invalid until completion. Hidden tip 3, each slot enters a 7-day independent cooldown period after use. Hidden tip 4, divine skills cannot be upgraded. Suyu inhaled sharply. This crystal ball was simply terrifying. Not only could it upgrade a skill, but it could also be upgraded again after 7 days, essentially equivalent to a reusable skill upgrade scroll, and one that could be chosen freely. Such a powerful effect, forget 10 empty soulstones, even 100 or 1,000 would be worth it. After the shock, his curiosity about the conditions to open slot 2 and slot 3 grew even more. If he could open these 2 slots as well, it would be like having 3 reusable skill upgrade scrolls. Thinking this, he clicked on the Can Be Opened next to slot 2. Opening Condition 1, total number of refined golden stones greater than or equal to 10, 0/10. Goodbye. Suyu instantly abandoned the idea of opening slot 2. Refined golden stones were such rare minerals that even in his mine number 196, there were no continuous veins of them. If it only required 1, he might grit his teeth and put the one he obtained from the divine chest in it. But 10 pieces? He had no idea where to even begin gathering them. I should think about which skill to upgrade instead. Suyu stroked his chin. Although he said this, his mind still clicked on the Can Be Opened next to slot 3. Opening Condition 1, total number of extraordinary books greater than or equal to 10, 0/10. Opening Condition 2, total number of golden dragons greater than or equal to 100, 0/100. This one was even more heavyweight. If the refined golden stones had some direction for acquisition, this extraordinary book was something he had never even heard of. Suyu prided himself on being far ahead of the survivalist group, yet this was the first time he had ever heard the term extraordinary book. Compared to that, the 100 golden dragons seemed more achievable. With the help of the lucky money bag, he would spend some time and be able to meet the requirements by morning and evening. He thought to himself, and finally began to seriously consider which skill to upgrade. Excluding the divine arts that couldn't be upgraded, he still had 5 skills. Meditation LV2. Spirit Sting LV1. Spirit Pressure LV4. Dream Entry to Wandering Slumber LV1. Master of 100 Arts, Incomplete, Max. Among them, the skill effective, Dream Entry to Wandering Slumber, clearly stated that it couldn't be upgraded, and Master of 100 Arts was already at max level. If following the normal procedure, it seemed that only Meditation, Spirit Sting, and Spirit Pressure were left to consider. But Suyu had a different idea. He wasn't sure whether upgrading from incomplete to complete was within the upgrade range of the arcane crystal orb. If considering the upgrade from incomplete to complete as an upgrade, then Master of 100 Arts would absolutely be his first choice. But if not, then of course, he would choose to upgrade Meditation to fill the gap. Without hesitation, he clicked on Master of 100 Arts. In the next moment, he had a strange epiphany, as if all his understanding of crafting things had been wiped away, yet it also felt like he was rediscovering the process of making batch after batch of healing potions. He looked back at the arcane crystal core, and the text that appeared on it had changed. Arcane Crystal Core, Special. Effect, exchange arcane understanding, automatically improve skills. Description, a great work that spans the ages, can assist arcane scholars in mastering the complicated skill systems of various professions. A warm reminder, although this crystal glows, it cannot effectively deter evil beings. Slot 1, Master of 100 Arts, remaining upgrade time, 23 hours 59 minutes. Slot 2, not opened, can be opened. Slot 3, not opened, can be opened. Binder, Suyu. Hidden hint, slight. A full day, that's still acceptable. Suyu nodded slightly. The fact that he could upgrade Master of 100 Arts was an unexpected joy, so he naturally didn't mind that it would take a bit of time. He slowly stood up from the chair, walked around the 4 stone walls, and then went downstairs to repeat the actions. By the time he reached the first floor, he had figured out the situation of the 14 stone walls. 8 white, 4 green, 1 purple, and a fixed blue quality ocean-themed corridor. Suyu immediately felt a bit conflicted. It was already 4 p.m., and he was very likely only able to explore 1 corridor today. But whether it was the purple quality corridor or the blue ocean-themed corridor, he was reluctant to give either up. After some hesitation, he ultimately made the difficult choice for the former. After all, the ocean-themed corridor refreshed daily, but the purple quality stone wall corridor didn't necessarily do so. More importantly, the location of this corridor was very special, corresponding to the stone wall on the first floor. Since entering the dark dungeon, he had explored many horizontal corridors, but this was his first time exploring downwards. Additionally, the crack was located on the open ground and didn't overlap with the planted or work areas, making it even rarer. So you lightly tapped a few times according to the hidden hint, and the stone wall ground cracked open, revealing a narrow path winding downwards. He carried the oil lamp and walked for a full hour, and the originally downhill path finally became flat. Then, he saw a disorganized pile of scattered white bones. So you leaned closer and observed for a while, even picking up a leg bone, but no text prompt appeared. Seeing this, he had no choice but to put the leg bone down in disappointment and continued forward. Along the way, the scattered bones became more and more numerous, and some even had skin and flesh left, dried into corpses. The corpses, without exception, all had extremely grim expressions. So you spent time flipping through several of them, and without exception, each dried corpse had fist-sized round scars all over their bodies, but still, no text prompts appeared. He calmly raised his vigilance. No matter what monster was hidden below, it's always wise to stay alert. The number of dry corpses was increasing, and before Suyu could spot the culprit, the path split into branches. Looking at the familiar 3-way split, Suyu chose the left one by habit. Not long after, he saw 4 mosquitoes. The reason for using heads as a measure is because these mosquitoes were so large that the 4 of them together filled the entire width of the corridor. Their heads were as large as iron pots, and their mouthparts as large as fists. Seeing this, Suyu understood how the round scars on the dry corpses had come to be. Buzz buzz. The sound of his footsteps seemed to disturb the monstrous mosquitoes, and they began flapping their wings, trying to approach, but were unable to move because they were too crowded. Suyu felt disgusted. Without a word, he put away the cold-blooded death axe. Fighting up close with these things, the danger from their mouthparts was secondary, the key point was just how disgusting they were. If he swung an axe and blood splattered on him, it would be a disaster. Spiritual pressure. Boom boom boom. 4 explosive sounds rang out in quick succession, and the 4 grotesque, terrifying giant mosquitoes exploded into a yellow, white, and red mess, releasing a pungent smell. Suyu pinched his nose and quickly moved past. He really didn't want to stay there any longer, smelling the disgusting stench. Even if there were loot, he wouldn't want to pick it up from the yellow, red, and white mess. 10 minutes later, the split corridor came to an end. What came into view was a large, murky black water pit full of giant larvae. In the middle of the water pit, on a small raised area, lay a shiny silver treasure chest. Damn! Suyu cursed, pinching his nose. For a moment, he even considered abandoning the path entirely. But in the end, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. The chest in the middle of the water pit looked delicate, at least of purple quality. Plus, with the Jinjin stone in his hand, it could even be used for an orange quality chest. If he turned back now, it would be a huge loss. Reluctantly, he used his spiritual pressure again. Crack, 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 crack. With a series of popping sounds like fireworks, the giant larvae in the water exploded one by one. The already murky water became completely blackened. Suyu pinched his nose and took out a dozen or so stone bricks from his spatial bag, placing them one by one as he slowly walked to the treasure chest in the middle of the pit. Supplies chest, purple. Description: a common chest in dungeons can open a number of items and materials of corresponding levels. Hidden hint 1: this chest contains 1 exquisite black truffle, 1 emperor crab, 3 radiant silver stones, and 5 1.5L pure spring water. Chapter 179: The Treasure Chest Monster and the Coffin. Looking at the hidden hints, Suyu felt a bit conflicted. The items in the chest were exactly what he wanted, to the point where he hesitated whether to use the Jinjin stone to upgrade the chest. This hesitation lasted only a moment before being replaced by a firm decision. No matter what, an orange quality chest is definitely more valuable than a purple quality one. He decisively took out the Jinjin stone and placed it on the chest. In an instant, the Jinjin stone melted into liquid infused with the chest. After intense deformation, the chest shrank drastically, now only about 1/5 of its original size, and could almost be held with one hand. Supplies chest, orange. Description: a common chest in dungeons can open a number of items and materials of corresponding levels. Hidden hint 1: this chest has been tainted by evil, and opening it will generate a treasure chest monster based on the surrounding environment. It also reduces the evil deed value by 5 points. Hidden hint 2: the chest's outer shell is made of Jinjin stone material, which can be burned with a legendary quality oil lamp to consume 600 hours of illumination time, refining 1 Jinjin stone. Damn! Suyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Although he already knew the connection between the evil deed value and the treasure chest monster, the situation still made him frown. But this was indeed the first time he encountered a treasure chest turning into a chest monster. It didn't trigger early, it didn't trigger late, but it had to trigger when I upgraded the chest to orange quality. This is a huge loss. He gritted his teeth and picked up the chest, hesitating for a moment before putting it into his space bag, having no intention of opening it right then and there. The reason was simple. The hidden hint clearly stated that a chest monster would be generated based on the surrounding environment, and with the stench from the puddle in this disgusting place, it was highly likely to produce giant mosquitoes or other equally nasty things. If he wanted to avoid something that disgusting, there was only one solution: take it back to the dungeon and handle it there. After packing his bag, Suyu pinched his nose and began the journey back. 10 minutes later, he returned to the intersection again. As time passed, the smell here had become slightly nauseating. Suyu didn't stop at all and went straight towards the middle path. Fortunately, this path did not have giant mosquitoes blocking the way. Only the dried corpses along the road were more densely packed. About 10 minutes later, he saw a deep brown coffin standing at the end, giving off a mixed smell of pine wood and tung oil. The coffin stood in the corridor, covered with a white cloth, with weathered long white strips attached to both sides, occupying the entire space. Suyu took a quick glance and recognized what the long white strips were. They were the mourning bands attached to coffins during funerals, long since ruined by the test of time. He stroked his chin, somewhat skeptical that there might be something hidden behind the coffin. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the coffin to be standing upright. But no matter how he suspected, he had to deal with the coffin first. He gently reached out and touched the coffin, and a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Pseudo. Source: blood coffin, purple. Description: the elderly, often nearing their end, crave longevity more than the young, especially the powerful elders. It is rumored that the source blood coffin possesses the ability to turn one into a blood race, achieving immortality. A certain prince from the east desperately sought after it, gathering craftsmen from all over the seas to build this imitation blood coffin, and secretly bred giant mosquitoes related to the true blood race, hoping to return after death. Hidden hint 1: the inside of the coffin hides the burial treasures of the prince during their lifetime. Although most have lost their function due to the passage of time, what remains is still a considerable fortune. When opened, you can find Tomb Treasure Chest, orange, *1. Hidden hint 2: the inside of the coffin seals, black zombie, *1, please open the coffin with caution. Hidden hint 3: igniting the white cloth and mourning bands on the coffin can break the seal. Is there really a distinction between nobles? Suyu's eyes lit up. He had no taboos about profiting from the dead. Last time he dealt with a zombie using an axe to solve the battle. For this orange quality treasure chest, he was similarly determined. However, he didn't immediately resort to brute force to open the coffin. The name, Black Zombie, didn't sound like a normal zombie at all, and it could very likely be a special extraordinary creature similar to Vengeful Spirit. If he didn't understand it in advance, he might suffer a heavy loss. Moreover, his golden finger required physical contact with objects to gather information, which turned out to be a double-edged sword. Thus, Suyu resolutely decided to ask Jiang Bofu for advice. Fortunately, this beta player had a broad knowledge base, and it wouldn't hurt to ask. In less than 2 minutes, Jiang Bofu replied with 2 private messages. You guessed it right, there is indeed a Black Zombie sequence, first tier White Zombie, second tier Black Zombie, and the third tier is the Flying Zombie. Zombies lack intelligence, so it should be easy for you to deal with. But how did you come into contact with a Black Zombie? This isn't an ordinary zombie, I've only seen it once during the beta testing event. Just as I thought. Suyu stroked his chin and briefly told Jiang Bofu about the situation. Learning the details of the zombie in the coffin, he was no longer anxious. After all, the corpse poison from such evil creatures was difficult to deal with. The last time he suffered from it, he naturally couldn't make the same mistake again. He took out the cold-blooded death axe and walked to a position several meters away from the coffin, tossing a goblin oil torch towards it from a distance. Hiss, hiss. The white cloth and mourning banners stained by time were quickly ignited. In the next moment, with Suyu holding his breath and focusing, the coffin lid fell to the ground with a thud, revealing the shriveled black zombie in its paper clothing and a terrible stench. Damn! Suyu cursed. The smell was several times stronger than the few mosquitoes before, almost making it impossible for him to open his eyes. But at this moment, in a crisis, there was no time for him to react. The black zombie leaped and came right in front of Suyu, hitting the tunnel ceiling. Seeing this, Suyu naturally dared not to be careless and focused all his effort to activate his spiritual pressure skill. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of rocks crashing, the zombie that was about to pounce slowed down visibly, as if falling into slow motion. Suyu quickly injected Holy Blessing into the cold-blooded death axe and struck fiercely at the black zombie. Crack! The axe cut through the black zombie's shoulder, first slicing through the burial clothing, then making a sound like cutting meat, ultimately severing its left arm. At the wound, there was no filthy blood or liquid, instead, thick white smoke rose continuously. But even so, the black zombie's movements did not change at all, still slowly and steadily approaching Suyu in an attempt to suck his blood. Suyu naturally could not allow this evil creature to succeed. Taking advantage of the moment to gather his strength, he suddenly took 2 steps back until he was out of the black zombie's attack range, and then he swung the axe down heavily at the remaining right arm of the black zombie. Clang! The black zombie's right arm fell heavily onto the stone floor, making a sound like iron and stone clashing together. Suyu withdrew and stepped back again. At this moment, the black zombie looked like a toothless tiger, no longer a threat to him. However, even so, he did not let his guard down but adopted a lion's approach to a hare, continuing to chop down dozens of times with the axe until the black zombie's head, legs, and torso were completely separated, and its chest and abdomen were cleaved in two, no longer moving before he finally let out a heavy sigh. This thing is really hard to kill. Suyu wiped the sweat from his face, genuinely feeling overwhelmed. Even chopping off its head couldn't make this black zombie completely die, it required him to dismember it completely before he could feel safe. He slowly walked to the front of the coffin, and inside lay a shining silver treasure chest. Tomb treasure chest, orange. Description: a treasure chest full of resources, containing burial items set for himself by a great figure in life, extremely valuable. Hidden hint 1, this treasure chest contains 1 legendary oil lamp, 1 progenitor true blood, 1 unstable speed potion formula, 1 holy antidote formula, 1 blank dungeon contract, 1 imitation death paper doll. Chapter 180, Flying Zombie Scroll. So many good things. Suyu was very excited at this moment. Most of the items he didn't recognize, but just from the names, he could tell they were worth a lot. However, this was not the time to open it. The surrounding air was too putrid, he feared if he breathed it in too long, he would faint. More importantly, he had not checked what was hidden behind the coffin. With the thought of not missing anything, Suyu took out the cold-blooded death axe and chopped it randomly, finally breaking the coffin apart, revealing a small groove at the back. In the groove lay 2 items, a sheepskin scroll and a small dark green bottle. Suyu quickly grabbed them and placed them into his spatial backpack, then hurriedly held his breath and began to jog back the way he came. 5 minutes later, he stopped at a fork in the road, breathing in the air, which, while still somewhat foul-smelling, was much fresher compared to deep inside. This was the moment when he finally had the mind to take out the 2 spoils he had just obtained. Flying Zombie Profession Transfer Scroll, blue. Effect: a special certificate for transferring to the 3rd tier extraordinary profession, Flying Zombie. It disappears automatically after use. Description: the flying zombie is a third-tier extraordinary profession in the zombie sequence, lacking intelligence, instinctively feeding on human blood, but with immense physical strength and the ability to fly and move through the earth. Usage restrictions: Constitution 6.0, Strength 5.5, Speed 5.0. Prerequisite profession: Black Zombie. Extraordinary material: Millennium Corpse Poison *1. Transfer ritual: None. Hidden tip 1: the zombie sequence is a special extraordinary profession. Any second-tier extraordinary profession that meets the transfer requirements can change into the zombie sequence and advance to Flying Zombie. Hidden tip 2: after taking the Flying Zombie profession, the Wood Blood Chi attribute will automatically transform into the Corpse Poison attribute. Millennium Corpse Poison, purple. Description: it is said that the footprints of the drought demon bring disaster. When it passes through marshes, the resentment on the land gathers and settles, eventually forming a millennium-lasting corpse poison. Hidden tip 1: contains neurotoxic poison. Handle with care. Hidden tip 2: can be used as the core material for the Flying Zombie profession transfer. TSK Tisk. Suyu shook his head, a little disgusted, and threw both items into his space backpack. Even though the hidden tips mentioned the special nature of the zombie sequence, he had no intention of changing his extraordinary sequence. Right now, he had the transfer scrolls for both Desecrator and Desecrating Priest, and unless he went mad, he would never choose to become a zombie without any intelligence. However, these items were still quite valuable. In the cruel, dark dungeon environment, not every survivor could obtain a third-tier extraordinary profession scroll. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, he could sell this item at a bargain price. As for whether the buyer would be willing to bear the cost of being a brainless zombie, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. He put the items away, gritted his teeth, and walked into the right fork. Even though the smell at the three-way intersection was becoming increasingly unbearable, he couldn't bring himself to give up the remaining third of his rewards. Fortunately, the right fork was almost identical to the left. After dealing with the giant mosquitoes and a group of giant larvae, he successfully obtained a purple-quality loot chest. Loot chest, purple. Description: a common treasure chest in the dungeon that can yield several items corresponding to the level. Hidden tip 1: this chest contains 1 serving of premium caviar, 1 highbush gemstone blueberry, 1 white jade coconut, and 3 bottles of 500 milliliters spring water. With just a quick glance at the contents of the chest, he grabbed it and started running without looking back. He didn't stop even when passing the three-way intersection, only slowing down when the stench was no longer as overwhelming. Damn, this stinks so much. Suyu took a deep breath of the air in the tunnel, genuinely expressing his disgust. The air quality here was certainly worse than the initial dungeon with the bio-oxygen machine, but compared to the putrid stench deeper in, it was like paradise. But ultimately, this place wasn't meant for long stays. Although the foul stench hadn't spread here yet, it was only a matter of time. After a brief rest, he set off on the uphill return journey. An hour and a half later, Suyu finally sidestepped through a gap and successfully returned to the dungeon. But the first thing he did upon returning wasn't to carefully check the contents of the 2 treasure chests. Instead, he rushed to the second floor. He hadn't forgotten that his space backpack still contained the chest that had turned into a chest monster. It was more important to deal with potential hazards than to check the rewards. As for why he had to go up to the second floor, it was simply because the second floor was the least important. The first floor had the planting area and many important devices. If they got damaged, it would hurt his heart. The third floor was the meditation area. If he damaged the arcane crystal core or the obsidian shares, it would hurt him even more. Only the second floor, serving as the primary sleeping area, had little aside from a stone bed and some furniture, with absolutely no valuable items. He took out the treasure chest and placed it on the empty ground, putting a piece of goblin blood amber nearby, then distanced himself a bit and opened the lid with a wooden stick. In an instant, the originally small treasure chest rapidly swelled and transformed, eventually becoming a small goblin. However, this goblin had a head that turned into a golden treasure chest with a toothy grin, and the wolf fawn club it held was also edged with gold, looking quite awkward and funny. Faced with this scene, Suyu naturally laughed. His guess was indeed correct, the treasure chest monster would transform based on the surrounding environment. And with the area cleared and only a piece of goblin blood amber left, the treasure chest monster had no choice but to turn into a goblin. Just as he was feeling proud, the treasure chest goblin rushed over holding its wolf fawn club. Seeing this, Suyu calmly took out the cold blood axe, and with just one swing, the goblin's body was cleaved in 2, collapsing heavily to the ground. 600 hours of lighting time, thanks to my kerosene lamp reaching orange quality, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do it. Suyu said this as he took out his own kerosene lamp and placed it next to the now motionless treasure chest. Just like when he previously burned the treasure chest, the suddenly leaping flames scorched the chest, quickly burning out a piece of golden stone that radiated a golden light. Humming a little tune, Suyu put the golden stone into his space backpack, and finally turned his attention to the gains from his expedition this time. Chapter 181, The Power of Primal True Blood. First of all, naturally, the orange quality tomb treasure chest obtained from the coffin. Opening the treasure chest, the most space-occupying item inside was an exquisite kerosene lamp. As per usual, Suyu took out his own lamp and placed them together. After a moment, the two exquisite kerosene lamps fused into one seamless item, and the text prompt above changed slightly. Kerosene lamp, orange. Description: your natal kerosene lamp, possessing almost limitless evolution potential. Kerosene capacity, 500 milliliters per 1,500 milliliters. Faith capacity, August 18, 1000. Burning duration, 20 days 20 hours. Hidden prompt 1, collect and fuse purple quality or higher kerosene lamps to enhance your natal kerosene lamp. Hidden prompt 2, once the kerosene lamp accumulates 1000 points of faith and the kerosene capacity exceeds 2000 milliliters, it can break through to silver quality. Hidden prompt 3, you can consume 500 milliliters of kerosene to pray to a deity, granting plus 0.1 to mental attributes. This effect is invalid for holders with mental attributes greater than or equal to 9, and the cooldown is 1 day. Hidden prompt 4, you can consume 500 milliliters of kerosene to temper equipment, improving its quality to orange and resetting the maximum enchantment slots. This effect has a cooldown of 1 day. Hidden prompt 5, orange quality kerosene lamps can serve as essential materials for the priest profession. Hidden prompt 6, this natal kerosene lamp has been bound to survivor number 0000114514, Suyu, other survivors cannot use it. Suyu nodded lightly. The added 250 milliliters kerosene capacity limit was as he expected. While he felt happy at this moment, it wasn't too surprising. However, looking at the text prompt, he suddenly remembered that the prayer effect of this kerosene lamp was no longer on cooldown. Now that he was away from the deserted island, the kerosene refill was no longer an issue, so he casually activated the effect. In an instant, the kerosene supply in the lamp rapidly decreased. Suyu felt a wave of clarity in his mind, sensing that his mental attributes had become a bit stronger. He put away the kerosene lamp and shifted his gaze to the other items in the treasure chest. Primal True Blood, purple. Description: blood transformed from the bloodline of a sequential practitioner after being promoted to a high position. It can be used to cultivate new bloodline sequential practitioners, but losing even a drop of true blood will temporarily decrease their strength. Hidden prompt 1, each time consumed, body attribute plus 0.2, this effect requires the consumer's body attribute to be greater than or equal to 3 and is invalid for consumers with body greater than or equal to 6. This thing is simply full of treasures. Suyu looked at the small glass bottle in his hand, filled with bright red blood, and instantly felt an attachment to it. This was the first time he had seen an extraordinary item that allowed ordinary people to directly advance to the second rank, bypassing the class scroll restrictions. If the news got out, most survivors probably wouldn't believe it. As for the side effects of the bloodline sequence, Suyu was sure that many ordinary people wouldn't care about the side effects. Just like how only the surviving soldiers on Earth were worthy of discussing psychological trauma, in the dark dungeon, only those who are alive can discuss side effects. Surviving is the premise of everything, one can pay any price for survival. He thought to himself, feeling a bit hesitant about whether to use such a precious item just to increase familiarity. But after thinking carefully, nearly everyone he knew had already reached the second rank. The only uncertain one, Zhang Jia, was surely a first-rank class. Even if he wanted to use this drop of ancient blood to train a subordinate, there weren't any suitable candidates around him. After thinking it over, he decided that drinking it to increase his attributes was the most practical choice. Right now, his constitution attribute had reached 4.1 points, so he could directly ignore Hidden Hint 2. The only thing left to decide was whether to swallow it directly or use it to make a constitution potion. Potion-making scroll can be obtained in Chapter 104. Swallowing it directly was, of course, self-explanatory. If used to make a constitution potion, the upper limit could increase his constitution by 0.3 points at once, but the lower limit might not provide any effect at all. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu chose to twist the bottle cap and gulp it down in one go. After all, from his experience in making spirit power potions, even with the luck value provided by Golden Dragon, it wasn't that easy to achieve orange quality. The blood, with a fishy and spicy taste, entered his throat and smoothly went down. Suyu didn't think the taste was great. It felt somewhat like high-purity white liquor, and then a fiery sensation spread through his stomach. Fortunately, this sensation only lasted for a moment, quickly replaced by a warm feeling all over his body. He opened his attribute page, and sure enough, his attributes had increased. Name, Suyu. Class, Follower of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/150. Mental, 5.3, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 4.3, Speed, 2.7. Inspiration, 2.3/5.3. Holy Grace, 3. February 5.3. Health, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Master of all arts, temporarily disabled, max, meditation LV2, spirit stab LV1, spirit pressure LV4, dream wanderer LV1, storm art, blasphemous divine art, LV2, thunderstrike, blasphemous divine art, LV2, tyrant's power, divine art, LV1, longevity curse, blasphemous divine art, LV3. Special status, severe guilt, blasphemer, blade scar *1, heretical name, heresy, heretical name, pagan. It seems I need to collect more extraordinary materials for speed attributes. Suyu looked at his attribute panel. Although his 2.7 points in speed weren't weak, compared to his other attributes, it still seemed a bit lackluster. More importantly, the blasphemer class requirement included speed attributes. At the time, he didn't think much of it, believing that reaching 3.5 points in speed would be easier than 6.0 points in mental attributes. But given the current trend, unless he deliberately sought extraordinary materials for speed attributes, it seemed that his mental attributes might actually reach the requirement first. No time like the present. Suyu was never one to procrastinate. He immediately sent a private message to Wang Zhe to inquire, and also sent him the silver apple to help handle it. While waiting for Wang Zhe's reply, he turned his attention to the next item in the treasure chest. Unstable speed potion recipe, purple. Effect, creates an unstable speed potion with uncertain effects. Let it gather dust. Suyu took a quick glance and immediately set it aside. This crafting scroll was indeed valuable, but at the same time, it was quite useless. Not to mention the difficulty of gathering the materials, just the heavy fatigue status of the finished product was enough to make him hesitate. At present, he had already consumed the supreme physique potions that could exempt him from side effects 4 times, and he already had stocks of corresponding supreme speed potions, so there was no need to craft through the scroll. He shifted his gaze to another scroll in the treasure chest. Holy detoxification potion recipe, orange. Description: for a long time, alchemists were puzzled by their short lives. Clearly, the benefits of advancing to the extraordinary should allow their lifespans to far exceed the ordinary, but almost no one could live to the theoretical life limit. Therefore, they commissioned the greatest arcane pioneer of that era, Sunny Lobent, to conduct research. In the end, the arcane pioneer's assistant handed them this recipe, requesting the alchemical laboratory to ensure strict ventilation. Effect: purifies negative states such as curses, poisoning, evil, tracking, weakness, fatigue, confusion, cadaver toxicity, madness, etc. Materials: star powder *3, healing lotion *3, radiant silver stone *1, 500 ml spirit spring water *1. Hidden tip 1: this potion cannot dispel negative effects directly granted by deities. Such powerful effects. Suyu looked at the long list of purification types, unable to contain his admiration. If he could craft such a potion, he felt it would be hard to even think of dying. Besides healing lotion, he had plenty of the other 3 materials on hand, so he was not far from being able to craft it. He immediately sent private messages to Zhang Yiding in Zhangguoshu. At the same time, Wang Zhe also quickly sent a trade request. Trade request: your friend Wang Zhe is ready to exchange soft-bone rabbit legs, grilled, *1 and bluefin tuna meat, sliced, *1 for stone brick *1. Do you agree to the trade? Indeed, I still have to find a professional. Suyu stroked his chin and clicked agree. In the next moment, 2 porcelain plates filled with food appeared on the central stone table in front of him. On the left, a whole rabbit leg glimmered with a tempting shine, and the fragrant aroma of Sichuan pepper and chili filled the air, making one's fingers itch to eat. On the right, the sliced bluefin tuna meat was arranged neatly, accompanied by a bit of wasabi. Suyu did not start eating immediately, instead, he continued to look at the private message page. Just a moment later, Wang Zhe sent 2 more private messages. The selling package for silver apples is with me. Now that the world event has just ended, survivors must have many good items. I will try my best to trade for things that can enhance speed attributes for you, Brother Su. The rabbit legs and bluefin tuna were both obtained from the world activity map, so please don't be polite, otherwise, it could hurt feelings. Interesting. Suyu turned off the private message and looked at the food in front of him. Tender bone rabbit leg, blue. Description: this tender bone rabbit was once a small magical creature skilled in running, but now, it only has 1 spicy rabbit leg that smells delicious. Hidden hint 1: first time consumption of tender bone rabbit meat grants speed plus 0.2, this effect does not apply to individuals with speed greater than or equal to 3. Hidden hint 2: this rabbit is really tasty, especially after proper grilling. Bluefin tuna sashimi, blue. Description: bluefin tuna is a rare and delicious medium-sized magical creature in the ocean, usually living in the deep sea, but during the breeding season, it can be found near small islands. The sashimi in front of you is part of some unlucky magical creature. Hidden hint 1: first time consumption of bluefin tuna meat grants speed plus 0.1, this effect does not apply to individuals with speed greater than or equal to 3. Though Suyu was not hungry at the moment, facing 2 extraordinary ingredients, especially the spicy rabbit leg that was even hinted to be delicious, he was clearly unwilling to miss out. As for testing the limits of hunger, he could only wait until next time. He put aside the loot from the treasure chest that he hadn't finished looking at, directly picked up the rabbit leg, and took a big bite, instantly feeling a heavenly taste. The outer skin of the rabbit leg was slightly tough, soaked in barbecue sauce, but the rabbit meat inside was unbelievably tender. Strands of meat, not at all dry, oozed with a spicy and rich flavor. After chewing a few more bites, the thick fragrance of Sichuan pepper, mixed with the spicy aroma of the barbecue sauce, slowly spread. This fresh and spicy flavor wrapped around the meat scent, making Suyu feel like his mouth was filled with the rich taste of Sichuan cuisine. The flavor even seeped into the meat fibers. At this point, he no longer cared about savoring it, like Chu Beiji devouring the ginseng fruit, he wolfed it down. Only when there were just rabbit bones left in the porcelain plate did he reluctantly look at the bluefin tuna. Since he was just an ordinary office worker on Earth before, he couldn't distinguish how the dish in front of him differed from the precious ingredients on Earth. However, dipping the sashimi in wasabi and putting it in his mouth, he still found it very flavorful. The fresh and sweet fish meat combined with the freshly ground wasabi had a clean yet rich taste. At the moment of entry, the wasabi's sharp and spicy flavor surged up, enhancing the freshness of the fish even more. After finishing the sashimi in just a few bites, he contentedly opened the attribute page again. Name, Suyu. Occupation, believer of truth/priest. Lifespan, 21/150. Spirit, 5.3, Strength, 3.7, Constitution, 4.3, Speed, 3.0. Inspiration, 2.3/5.3. Holy Grace, 3.2/5.3. Vitality, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Master of all arts, temporarily invalid, max, meditation LV2, spirit thorn LV1, spirit pressure LV4, dream into wandering LV1, storm technique, blasphemous divine technique, LV2, thunder technique, blasphemous divine technique, LV2, tyrant's power, divine technique, LV1, life diminishing technique, blasphemous divine technique, LV3. Special status, severe evil, blasphemy, blade scar *1, evil name, heterodox, evil name, heretic. Finally broke through 3.0. Suyu carefully felt his body from top to bottom and reached a conclusion after some activity. His body indeed felt much lighter and more agile, but it didn't seem to have as obvious a change as breaking through the 3.0 constitution did. He guessed that it was because other attributes were too high, so the change was relatively subtle. However, it was still a change, which would be evident during long distances. But at the moment, there was no space to validate his guess. Although his starting dungeon size was already far ahead among the survivors, it was only slightly over 200 square meters, hardly enough to stretch his limbs. To validate the specific effects, he could only go to mine 196 again. Let's talk about it another day. Suyu shook his head, putting this thought behind him. Right now, he had more important things to do. He looked again at the open orange-quality treasure chest. There were only two things left. He simply took them both in his hands. Blank dungeon contract, silver. Description: in the dark dungeon, loneliness is the hardest nightmare for a person to overcome. Perhaps having a dungeon companion to chat with can lighten the mood, but at the same time, it brings safety risks. The blank dungeon contract is one of the few items that can mitigate this danger. Hidden hint 1, using this item will add dungeon rules *1 to the initial dungeon. This rule will remain in effect permanently until the dungeon lights go out. Hidden hint 2, the dungeon rules apply to all creatures within the dungeon. Counterfeit death substitution paper doll, orange. Description: fear of death is human nature, and the death substitution paper doll can prevent a person from dying. While it's popular, the effects of the counterfeit version are weaker, but it is still a life-saving artifact. Hidden hint 1, this item has not been bound yet and needs blood to bind. Hidden hint 2, when fatal damage is taken, this item will shatter on its own and swap places with the binder. Hidden hint 3, this item is a counterfeit and cannot prevent the instant death effect caused by the exhaustion of lifespan. Hidden hint 4, this item is a counterfeit and cannot prevent the instant death effect caused by rule-based damage. Hidden hint 5, if activated during a world event, the event rating will be fixed as qualified. Chapter 183, Monarch, Ministers, and Their Assistants? It can increase dungeon rules? This is like having a pillow handed to me when I'm sleepy. Suyu quickly walked to the dungeon wall's edge and pressed the parchment scroll against it. In the next moment, the parchment scroll melted and disappeared into the wall. He opened the dungeon attribute page again, and the displayed dungeon information had changed. Dungeon number 0000114514. Level 2, upgradable. Lighting facilities, legendary oil lamp, arcane core crystal. Capacity, 3. Portal, 00196 mine portal, vacant. Dungeon rules, can be set. Fixed theme, giant palace. First floor dungeon style, not selectable. Second floor dungeon style, not selectable. Third floor dungeon style, arcane library. He skipped the other text and immediately focused on the new can be set option. In the next moment, 3 options appeared. Feudal Nation, Silver opens the Subordinate Dungeon module. The main dungeon and subordinate dungeon can share special effect judgments. Members of the subordinate dungeon cannot enter the main dungeon until they are allowed. Monarch, ministers, and their assistants, orange other members of the dungeon cannot harm the dungeon master. For each member, the dungeon master's attributes increase by plus 0.2. Equality, orange members of the dungeon cannot harm each other. The dungeon's capacity increases by plus 5. Looking at the 3 options, Suyu felt a bit torn. Undoubtedly, each of these rules had its advantages. Equality spoke for itself. It increased the capacity by 5 at once, enough to form a basic unit in the initial dungeon. However, Suyu glanced at it and immediately dismissed this option without hesitation. The reason was simple: this rule, while eliminating safety risks, also restricted his ability to take action against others. If by accident, some troublesome ruffians were brought in, he'd need extra effort to kick them out. He didn't want to impose such a restriction on himself. On the other hand, monarch, ministers, and their assistants was highly appealing. Not only did it prevent other dungeon members from attacking him, but it also increased his attributes according to the number of members. As more people joined the dungeon in the future, his attributes would keep growing. However, Feudal Nation also had its charm. It would set other people's initial dungeons as subordinate dungeons and prohibit them from entering his own, solving any potential conflicts from the root. Moreover, the main dungeon and the subordinate dungeon could share judgments, offering many possibilities to explore. After a moment of hesitation, Suyu still chose founding a kingdom and establishing a nation with his will. The next moment, the other 2 rules turned into powder and disappeared, and the dungeon attribute page added a new line for an affiliated dungeon list. Suyu looked at the death substitute paper figure in his hand. The hidden effect of this item had already made it very clear. What surprised him was that world activities even had a rating system. But it didn't matter. When it came to life and death, forget about the qualified rating. Even if it was unqualified, it was more important to save his own life. He immediately took out a small knife, cut his finger, and let 2 drops of blood fall on the paper figure. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable blood connection with the crude paper figure in his hand. As a life-saving item, this thing naturally couldn't be put into the space backpack to carry around. Suyu thought for a moment, then stood up and walked to the 3rd floor of the dungeon, placing it on an obsidian chair. After doing this, he didn't immediately go downstairs to handle the remaining purple quality material chests but first opened the system panel to check his private messages. As expected, the 2 people he had asked earlier both had unread red dots next to their avatar frames. He first opened Zhang Bofu's private message chat box, and then saw a long paragraph of text. How did you get injured? I do have quite a bit of healing lotion, but most of it is from the internal testing period and can't be traded. The only ones available for trade are these 2 bottles. Trade request: your friend Zhang Bofu is offering 2 healing lotions in exchange for 1 stone brick. Do you agree to the trade? Suyu clicked agree, then casually sent the image of the sacred detoxification potion recipe as a reply. He believed that with Zhang Bofu's insight, he would definitely recognize the value of this item. Soon after, he looked at the 2 glass bottles filled with milky white liquid that had appeared in front of him. Healing lotion, purple. Description: a special healing potion with a divine aura, typically only produced by devout priests. Its effects are equivalent to a high-level healing potion. Hidden tip 1, it has strong healing effects and moderate purification effects, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. Hidden tip 2, can be used as a water source to make higher quality potions. It's actually a high-grade item. Suyu let out a soft exclamation and carefully placed the glass bottle back next to the arcane crystal core. This text tip reminded him, though. He hadn't yet crafted any purple quality healing potions, but once, Master of all Arts, leveled up tomorrow, he could start trying to make a batch. But for now, the most important thing was Zhang Yiding's private message reply. Trade request: your friend Zhang Yiding is offering 1 healing lotion in exchange for 1 stone brick. Do you agree to the trade? Suyu's eyes immediately lit up. Although Zhang Yiding had only sent 1, combined with the 2 from Zhang Bofu, it was just enough to craft 1 sacred detoxification potion. With that, all he needed was to gather 3 more stardust, and he could have another life-saving item for crucial moments. Thinking of this, Suyu was in a great mood. He slowly went downstairs, looking at the purple quality material chest he had purposely left until the end, feeling a little hesitant. To be honest, he still wanted to use a perfect gold stone to upgrade this chest to orange quality. But the treasure chest monster that appeared not long ago had already given him a lesson. Right now, his evil deed value was too high, and if he gambled again, he was afraid the tragedy would repeat itself. No gambler loses every time, and no child cries every day. I don't believe it. Suyu gritted his teeth and finally decided. For now, leave it alone. After all, this treasure chest wouldn't grow legs and run away, and he wasn't in a hurry to get the 4 types of materials inside. What was more important was that time was on his side. The blood-stained witch robe could reduce his evil deed value by a fixed amount every hour, so as long as he left it for 2 or 3 days. The evil value on me can be directly removed by almost half. At that time, using the pure gold stone for upgrading will be much safer. Looks like I'm indeed a genius. Suyu boasted to himself, then hummed a little tune as he lay down on the stone bed. It was already 10 p.m., but he didn't plan to sleep. After all, according to the world systems prompt, the update would be completed at midnight, and he planned to check what changes would occur in the trading channel as soon as it was done. To pass the 2 hours of waiting, he once again opened the world communication channel after a long time. Chapter 184, Fishing in the Spider's Gate, 4K. Selling a first-tier professional, pioneer, class transfer scroll in tiers, only 10,000 units of basic materials, PM me if interested. When the trading channel resumes, it won't be this price. What the hell, is the guy above crazy? He has an extraordinary profession transfer scroll but is selling it for basic materials instead of using it? You're stupid, the guy above is obviously a big shot, definitely already a professional, maybe even second tier. Of course, he wouldn't care about a pioneer, a first-tier profession. Damn, so you guys are that strong? Am I the only one left as a regular person? Yes, you're the only one. This world event is so simple, whether you've worked hard to collect materials, you know it yourself. Big shot above, I'm willing to offer 12,000 units of materials, please accept my friend request. Li Gang, offer 15,000 units of basic materials, no one fight with me, or think about whether you can bear the revenge of the Dawn faction, affiliated with the Church of Light. TSK, there really are a lot of rich people, I have no idea how these people got so many basic materials. You guys are overthinking, this Li Gang is my high school classmate, he just wants to add me as a friend in freeload. Back on Earth, he said he was buying insurance for his son, the next day he went to the insurance company with tissues to claim it. Damn, really? Your friend is really called Li Gang? No way, I don't even know the crazy person above, this guy is just here to annoy people. 666, I thought you really knew each other. The guy above is just making up this story, not even afraid of eating the dual proof. Heh, a useless person who's not even a professional. If he really wants to fight me in the death arena, I'll be more than happy. Looking at the chaotic messages in the communication channel, Suyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He could tell that, overall, this world event had a much lower death rate in the death arena than last time, which made the chat more lively. But what really caught his attention was the person offering to sell the Pioneer class transfer scroll. This person's motive seemed strange. Extraordinary profession transfer scrolls are rare hard currency and should usually be traded in exchange for goods. Even if someone was really short on basic materials, they wouldn't offer it at a low price like 10,000 units. More importantly, there were only about 2 hours left before the trading channel would be upgraded, and yet this person acted so eager to sell their item. Could this be phishing? Suyu stroked his chin and suddenly thought of a possibility. Once the thought came up, the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Fishing can go 2 ways, 1, you catch a fish that's too small to bite, 2, you catch a shark and become the snack. At the moment, those survivors who need a Pioneer class transfer scroll are mostly ordinary people with weak strength, so the risk of a shark was ruled out. And the 10,000 units of basic materials as the threshold was just right, excluding those so poor they're on the verge of death. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it gets. Suyu stroked his chin again and turned his attention back to the communication channel, jotting down the survivor IDs of the most active speakers. To verify whether his guess was right or wrong, he only needed to see tomorrow if these people's avatars were still lit up or not. Thinking this, he looked again at the communication channel, only to see that the survivor who had just shouted for others to use dual proof had already dimmed. What the heck, the guy who was just joking around is dead. This communication channel is too terrifying. Hiss, that big shot named Li Gang isn't pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? That's deeply frightening to think about. What's so deeply frightening? Li Gang, haven't even added that guy selling scrolls as a friend. I didn't even touch that lunatic, it must be that lunatic was too disgusting and got dealt with by some big shot who couldn't stand it. There are still a lot of good people in this world. There are still a lot of good people in this world. The world communication channel was flooded with messages. Suyu closed the page, he decided to observe tomorrow whether these speakers were still alive. As for now, there was less than 20 minutes until midnight. He thought for a moment and sent a private message to Ji Haiyang, asking him to return the hot iron pot. The day before yesterday, when they parted ways on the deserted island to head to the South Island, the iron pot had temporarily stayed with Ji Haiyang. Now returning to the dungeon, this rare living-related extraordinary item naturally needed to be reclaimed. Moments later, Ji Haiyang sent a trade request. Suyu got up, went downstairs, clicked to agree, and after reattaching the iron pot to the campfire, he returned upstairs to lie back on the stone bed. At the same time, the world system prompt sound arrived as expected. Ding, world system upgrade completed. Trading channel has launched the bidding function and shopping mall function. World communication channel has been updated and can display one's own extraordinary rank. Guild upgrade, teleportation, and residence functions have been enabled. After this update, the quality limit of the dungeon walls has been raised to orange. Wishing all survivors happy exploration. Now, based on personal experiences, world activity exclusive hidden rewards have been distributed. All survivors can go to the central stone table of the initial dungeon to check if they have received rewards. Suyu was a bit astonished, but he still held his breath and quietly waited for 2 minutes. Until he confirmed that no new world system prompt sound had occurred, he slowly got up, put on his clothes, and went downstairs. He had never expected that this time the world system update not only updated many system functions and the quality limit of the dungeon walls but also distributed hidden rewards for world activities. In this case, he had to go downstairs to take a look. Based on his experience of opening 6 divine treasure chests on the deserted island, it was highly likely there was an exclusive hidden reward awaiting him. Sure enough, just as he walked down the spiral staircase, he saw a compact treasure chest the size of a basketball sitting on the central stone table. Suyu hurried forward, gently reached out to touch it, and text prompts appeared before him. Deserted Island exclusive treasure chest, silver. Description: a hidden reward from world activities, only corresponding candidates can open it. Hidden hint 1, this treasure chest contains 1096 island directional teleportation token, 1 sun blood candle, and 1 dream-eating mantis essence extraction liquid. Hidden hint 2, this treasure chest is a special reward for a perfect rating in the world activity and cannot be upgraded by any means. Hidden hint 3, this treasure chest can only be opened by survivor number 000-011-4514 Suyu. After blood dripping is completed, the chest shell will disappear on its own, and others' blood dripping will be ineffective. Dream-eating mantis essence extraction liquid? Suyu pondered this tongue-twisting name, unable to imagine what this thing could be useful for. But it didn't matter, he would definitely find out in a while. He immediately pricked his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the treasure chest. In the next moment, the bright silver shell actually began to dissolve and evaporate on its own, turning into a thick white mist that dissipated into the air, revealing the 3 items inside. A black token, a blood-red candle with a candlestick, and a sealed syringe containing a strange green bubbling liquid. Naturally, Suyu chose to satisfy his curiosity first. He picked up the syringe filled with green liquid. Dream-eating mantis essence extract, silver. Description: the dream-eating mantis is a predator living in the pure white land. Whenever a pure soul crosses the pure white gate, the dream-eating mantis silently waits behind the gate for the food to arrive. Of course, occasionally, some exceptionally powerful souls strike back, absorbing the chaos of the dream-eating mantis's soul and then becoming a new dream-eating mantis. Effect: greatly enhances one's mental attributes, with a chance of acquiring a skill, and the person will definitely fall into a state of chaos. Hidden hint 1, after consumption, mental attribute plus 0.4. This effect does not apply to souls with mental attributes greater than or equal to 9. Hidden hint 2, after consumption, the person will definitely fall into a permanent soul chaos state, with a 5% chance of acquiring all skill experience points of the dream-eating mantis in soul capture. Hidden hint 3, can be used to sacrifice the wrong spider to satisfy its hunger with a chaotic and massive soul, thus avoiding the death penalty one would face at the spider gate. Hidden hint 4, this item will attract nearby, dream-eating mantises, in the pure white land. Such powerful effects. Suyu looked at the first hidden hint, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. This was the first time he had seen something that could instantly increase mental attributes by 0.4. What was even more important was that there was no note stating it only works the first time. This meant that, theoretically, he could repeatedly take it and raise his mental attribute directly to a full 9 points. As for the soul chaos state. What a coincidence! Suyu took out the Holy Detox Potion recipe scroll. Without this formula, he certainly wouldn't dare drink the mantis essence extract. But as long as he had the antidote, the chaos state wasn't a problem. It seems I need to gather the stardust as soon as possible. Suyu sighed as he put the scroll and syringe away. Just then, the trade channel returned to normal, and he decided to check out the remaining 2 items before going to see if he could find any stardust. Thinking this, he picked up the blood-red candle. Flame Sun Blood Candle, orange. Description: it is said that the unburnt god had too big of an appetite when placing the sun, scattering many fragments of divinity. His followers then made these fragments into Flame Sun blood candles to show their strength in following the god. Effect: a legendary quality lighting device, it can consume divine grace and blood energy to illuminate the dungeon, preventing it from being disturbed by evil spirits while slowly enhancing the physical attributes of dungeon members. Status: unlit. Faith capacity: 1000/1000. Blood energy capacity: 0/1000. Burn time: 41 days, 16 hours. Hidden Hint 1, after being lit, it slowly increases the physical attributes of all dungeon members, plus 0.1 physical attribute per day. This effect is halved for individuals with physical attributes greater than or equal to 6, and has no effect on individuals with physical attributes greater than or equal to 9. Hidden Hint 2, after being lit, the blood energy recovery effect of dungeon members is increased by 100%. Hidden Hint 3, after being lit, the divine grace recovery speed of dungeon members is increased by 100%. Hidden Hint 4, this item is a faith-type lighting facility, and all effects are doubled in the Bloody Prayer Altar theme. Hidden Hint 5, this item contains a weak divinity and can be used in the long stay to resist evil spirits. Damn it. Suyu cursed. This thing was simply the plus version of a legendary quality oil lamp. Adding 0.1 physical attribute per day, what does that mean? Even if he just lay in the dungeon, eyes closed, doing nothing, after more than half a month, his physical attribute would be raised to the second-tier extraordinary class limit of 6.0. Compared to that, even the 100% increased recovery speed of divine grace and blood energy didn't seem so dazzling anymore. This is truly broken. The more Suyu thought about it, the more he felt like he hit the jackpot. Naturally, his curiosity grew about the Bloody Prayer Altar theme. If he could get this theme, then his passive physique attribute would double every day, turning into 0.2 points. That would be incredibly enjoyable. However, he also knew that such things, which relied on fate, couldn't be forced. He immediately took 2 deep breaths, calmed his mind, and looked at the last item. Item 096, Island Directional Teleportation Token, purple. Description: a plain, unremarkable directional teleportation token, pointing to an equally plain and unremarkable deserted island. Hidden Tip 1, after using the teleportation token, you will be sent to a random location on the island. You will return automatically after 72 hours. Suyu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the first 2 items in this treasure chest to be so outrageous, but the third one was so ordinary. Forget it, I'll put it away. Maybe I'll need it later, he said as he stored the token, carefully placing the Flame Sun blood candle on the central stone table. As the blood-red candle lit up, a strange fragrance immediately spread. Suyu took a deep breath and felt that the smell was quite pungent. However, he understood that this was probably the effect of slowly enhancing his physique attribute. Compared to increasing physique attributes, enduring this smell wasn't a big deal. Looking at the 3 items now handled, he opened the system panel, ready to check the specific changes after the world system update. First, naturally, was the world communication channel. As soon as he clicked in, Suyu noticed an additional line of text. Ding, do you want to display your extraordinary rank? He thought for a moment and chose yes. Currently, the second rank was not all of his strength, and showing it would be good for intimidating some small-time individuals, so they wouldn't try to bait him, causing unnecessary trouble. After doing this, he also peeked into the communication channel and found that half of the survivors speaking inside were first-tier professionals, and the rest were ordinary people. Occasionally, a second-tier professional would appear, immediately drawing a series of mindless praises. This flattery is way too cringe. Suyu shook his head, feeling his goosebumps almost rising, quickly closing the world communication channel and turning to the trade channel. Not looking was fine, but seeing it was shocking. At this moment, the trade channel had already changed drastically. The top of the panel, which had originally been empty, now had 2 horizontal banners on the left and right. Auction, Mall. Chapter 185, Auction and Pale Pendant. Suyu first clicked on the word, auction, with his mind and quickly understood this newly added feature. In simple terms, this feature allowed survivors to anonymously auction items, setting a starting price, auction time, bid increments, and special auction requirements, after which other survivors could participate in the bidding. After the auction, the world system would automatically take a 10% commission from the total price of the item. But if the item failed to sell, a minimum service fee of 1,000 basic units of material would need to be paid. Anonymous auctions, this is a good place. Suyu stroked his chin, quickly realizing the importance of this anonymous auction feature. Previously, due to the lack of anonymity in the trade channel, many people didn't dare to sell valuable items. This dark dungeon didn't follow any kill and pay rules. As long as someone used the life or death duel proof, only one person could survive the deathmatch. In contrast, the new auction feature allowed both parties to trade anonymously, completely eliminating the possibility of killing and looting. People would surely prefer to auction off their valuable items here in the future. He glanced briefly, perhaps the 1,000 basic units material fee was enough to deter people, and since the auction feature had only been open for less than 10 minutes, there weren't many items up for auction, only a few dozen. But these mere few dozen items were all truly good, solid treasures. Just the first-tier profession change scrolls, he saw 3 of them, yet the starting bid was as high as 100,000 units of basic supplies, so for a moment no one even asked about them. He skipped over those scrolls, and very quickly his eyes suddenly shone bright. Pale pendant, blue. Durability, 6. Weight, 0.5. Entry 1, Soul Coordination. For every humanoid unit with spirit attribute greater than or equal to 3 that you kill, your own spirit attribute temporarily plus 0.1. This effect can stack up to 3 layers, and lasts for 5 minutes. Entry 2, God Devouring Will. Holder's spirit attribute plus 0.2. This effect is additionally doubled for sequence profession holders of the Believers of Truth. Item starting bid, 10,000 units of basic supplies. Each raise must not be less than 100 units of basic supplies. Item current price, 10,100 units of basic supplies. Remaining auction time, 21 minutes 12 seconds. Looking at the picture appearance of the pale pendant, Suyu hurriedly dug out the 3 magic-type equipments in his hand from his space backpack. The attributes of this equipment were secondary, the key point was that its appearance matched perfectly the final missing gap formed by piecing together the 3 equipments. In other words, this pale pendant had a very high possibility of being the final component of the legendary grade magic staff. I must take this down. If I don't take it, tonight I'm afraid I won't even be able to sleep. Suyu immediately made up his mind to bid. For others, such a blue-quality equipment accessory might be seriously overpriced. But for him, 10,000 units of basic supplies was not a big number at all. If because of this he missed the final component of the legendary grade magic staff, then he would truly regret it for the rest of his life. He immediately raised the bidding price by 100 units of basic supplies. Considering that there were still a full 20 minutes before it ended, in order not to wait here doing nothing, he decided to also put out one item to test the water. Blood Servant Profession Change Scroll. At present, the first and second tier profession change scrolls he needed to sell still numbered 5 in total. But he did not lack basic supplies. Just in time, the bidding function could set special bidding requirements, so he set the rule to use Stardust for bidding. If someone bought it, that would naturally be best. If no one bid and it ended unsold, he would only have to pay 1,000 units of basic supplies, just like sprinkling a little water. You have set the Blood Servant Profession Change Scroll to bidding status. Please mark the base price of the auction item and the minimum raise each time. Suyu thought for a moment and set the base price of the Profession Change Scroll to 5 units of Stardust, with each minimum raise of 1 unit of Stardust. The item has been set to bidding status. All survivors who check the bidding section of the trading channel can search for this item. Please set the auction duration. The default is half an hour. If you need extra exposure auction time, for every additional half hour an extra seller handling fee of 1,000 units of basic supplies will be charged. No wonder the pale pendant's auction time is only half an hour. So extending the time even costs money. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. The new function was truly a gold-swallowing beast. He thought about it and did not add extra time. Anyway, auction items would all leave records in the historical auction record list. If there truly was a quick-minded person who urgently needed a profession change scroll and also had Stardust in hand, they would definitely follow this record to leave a message. At that time, he could relist it for auction. Setting successful. If no one participates in bidding within half an hour, it will be counted as unsold, and the item will be returned to you. If multiple people bid within half an hour, the item will be sold to the survivor who made the last raise. After finishing all this, seeing that no one was raising the price for the moment, so you exited the page first and looked toward another new function added to the trading channel. Mall. Then, he saw several words that were quite familiar. Magic, artifact, talisman, medicine, miscellaneous. Could this be the blind box function before the mutation of the longevity ash art, just changed with a new skin? Suyu was stunned, and quickly clicked the word, law, wanting to test whether it was true or false. In the next moment, 5 Chinese characters melted open like ink in water at the same time, and what replaced them were 2 lines of specific options. First rank profession job change scroll blind box, 200,000 units basic materials / 20 years lifespan. Second rank profession job change scroll blind box, 2 million units basic materials / 200 years lifespan. It really is a blind box. Suyu for a moment did not know what to say. With a strange look on his face, he clicked in order toward the 4 big categories of weapon, talisman, medicine, and miscellaneous, and sure enough he also saw first rank and second rank blind boxes. Even the price ratio was the same, doubled compared with the blind box price he made before by using life burning art. Then he opened the world communication channel, and at this moment quite a few people were already cursing loudly. Luckily my life burning art has already mutated into a blasphemy divine art. Middlemen truly have no future. Suyu muttered in his mouth, his heart full of relief. If his divine art had not mutated, it would look like he could use higher grade exchange authority and lower prices to be a middleman, but in fact with such sky-high prices for blind boxes, unless people were truly driven to a dead end, basically not many would buy. In contrast, the effect after mutation, simply and roughly consuming and plundering the enemy's lifespan, could be called powerful in a way anyone could understand. He closed the mall page. At this moment the pale pendant was already near the end of the auction, only there were several new bids one after another, and now the price had reached 10,600 units basic materials. He did not hesitate and directly added 400 units basic materials on top. Time passed second by second, and in the end no one bid again. Suyu let out a breath. Looking at the white ivory pendant that appeared out of thin air in his hand, a paragraph of text prompt quickly floated before his eyes. Pale pendant, blue. Durability, 6. Weight, 0.5. Entry 1, Soul Coordination. For every humanoid unit with spirit attribute greater than or equal to 3 killed, one's own spirit attribute temporarily plus 0.1, this effect can stack up to 3 layers, effect lasts 5 minutes. Entry 2, God Devouring Will, holder's spirit attribute plus 0.2, this effect is additionally doubled for Truth Believer, sequence profession holders. Hidden Hint 1, this is a component part of a legendary weapon. After gathering all component parts, one can consume asphalt coupling agent *1 to assemble a legendary staff. Hidden Hint 2, when enjoying the weapon entry enhancement, other weapons cannot be used, otherwise the enhancement immediately becomes invalid. Chapter 186 God Devouring Book and White Jade Coconut. Sure enough, it is like this. Suyu at once was overjoyed, putting the pale pendant, together with the other 3 magic-type equipment pieces, and a uniquely shaped staff already showed its prototype. Right now the only thing lacking was just the asphalt coupling agent. He opened the trade channel again. Just now in the auction function he did not see asphalt coupling agent, so he could only try his luck in the trade channel. Then he truly saw 3 or 4 sale messages. 4,500 units basic materials, are they selling asphalt coupling agent as if it were kerosene? Suyu for a moment felt somewhat surprised, but quickly reacted. As the saying goes, the information gap is the most critical. He could know the hidden function of asphalt coupling agent all by relying on a cheat. If other people did not have legendary equipment component parts, it was indeed easy to treat this thing as an alternative portable kerosene to use. He immediately waved his hand boldly and bought 3 portions, one to use now, another as backup, and the last as backup of the backup. Immediately after, Suyu put the 4 synthesis components he had obtained before together with the asphalt coupling agent. In the next moment, they uncontrollably gathered toward the center. The blue-green coupling agent liquid mist carried the equipment fragments and rolled and melted violently. Amid the surging light, the forest staff shattered, the pale pendant and the secret magic crystal melted away, only the bright red on the vampire book became more and more vivid. Several minutes later, the light faded, and a mage book with complicated totems carved on its surface steadily fell onto the ground. Suyu bent down to pick it up, the text prompt quickly followed by the cold sensation in his hand and the sharp pain of his finger being cut. Book of God Devourer, orange. Durability, 15. Weight, 2. Item experience, 0 out of 10. Entry 1, Knowledge Fong. After releasing any skill that causes damage, it can absorb a fixed percentage of blood chi attribute to restore the holder's health and temporarily increase their mental attributes by plus 0.1. This effect can stack up to 5 layers, lasting for 5 minutes. Entry 2, Circuit Optimization. When releasing any skill, the consumption of mana insight / saint's blessing / blood chi / sword mark / dragon's breath / corpse poison / grudge power attributes is reduced by 10%, while the consumption of divine attributes is reduced by 5%. Entry 3, True Mana Regeneration, restores 5% of all mana bars every hour. Entry 4, Power of God Devourer. This weapon has no slot limit for entries and can grow by devouring other weapons. When the holder uses other weapons, the weapon's enhancement temporarily becomes inactive. Entry 5, Artifact's Choice of Master. This weapon has been bound to Suyu with a blood drop, and can travel with the master between the surface world and the deep spirit world. Suyu lovingly stroked it, feeling that his previously treasured, cold-blooded axe no longer seemed so attractive. The Book of God Devourer not only retained most of the properties of the original 4 components but also greatly enhanced the effects. The mana regeneration effect from the mystical crystal, the lifesteal effect from the vampire's book, the temporary amplification from the pale pendant, the reduced mana consumption from the forest staff. Each one was a terrifying effect that could drive a person mad with desire, and now all of them were concentrated in the Book of God Devourer. Moreover, this item could continue to devour other equipment and grow. Suyu had previously obtained quite a few pieces of equipment, but they could only be discarded as inferior items. Now, with this equipment, he could consider feeding it and see what effect that might have. Of course, what made him happiest was the last entry. With this legendary weapon that could be brought into the dream world, he felt that he could easily challenge the mosaic next to the wheel temple. He hummed a little tune while playing with it for a while, then suddenly remembered that he still had an item in an auction. And due to the time spent synthesizing the Book of God Devourer, he had missed the auction's half-hour deadline. However, the Blood Servant career class change scroll had not been returned due to the auction's failure. No way, someone really bid on it? Suyu's eyes widened suddenly, quickly opening the auction feature, and was shocked to find that his Blood Servant career class change scroll had finally sold for 12 units of star powder. Tisk, TSK, looks like these ordinary survivors have a lot of potential to dig up. He felt like he had discovered the true use of the auction feature. With 2 or 3 billion survivors worldwide, there would always be some who could find strange and rare items. With the anonymous effect of the auction feature, he could easily exchange his unused first-level career class change scrolls for rare and unusual materials. But for now, the most important thing was still making the holy detoxifying elixir. Suyu took a deep breath and walked toward the previously unopened purple quality material chest. Material chest, purple. Description: a common chest in dungeons that can open several items of the corresponding level of supplies and items. Hidden tip 1, this chest contains premium caviar *1, high bush gem blueberry *1, white jade coconut *1, 500 ml spring water *3. He had originally planned to leave this for later and upgrade it with pure gold stones once his evil value decreased in a few days. But now, for the spring water inside, he had no choice but to open it early. He opened the chest lid, and the 4 items spilled out. Suyu did not immediately grab the spring water but instead focused on the extraordinary ingredients. Premium caviar, purple. Description: black as pearls, delicious in taste, from a deep-sea fish, a rare underwater delicacy. Hidden tip 1, eating premium caviar for the first time increases all attributes by plus 0.1. Chapter 187, just one step away. 3 extraordinary ingredients, 2 of which have effects on Suyu. He looked at the small glass bottle containing the exquisite caviar in his hand, feeling slightly surprised. Extraordinary ingredients that can enhance all attributes are extremely rare, and those that can reach purple quality are even fewer. Not eating this to boost his power would be simply against nature. But there was a small problem before him. That is the hidden hint of the exquisite caviar. According to the hidden hint, this exquisite caviar is made from the roe of the Ocitra sturgeon. This 4th-tier magical creature possesses intelligence, and after eating it, it is very likely that he could see the ocean-themed corridor through the transparent crystal wall. Just imagining that scene felt like a disaster. After weighing the pros and cons, Suyu suddenly gritted his teeth and poured the entire bottle of caviar into his mouth like a determined warrior. The external wall of the ocean-themed corridor has an indestructible toughness. He didn't believe that the so-called Ocitra sturgeon could break through it. At most, there would just be more shadows outside while he was exploring. The glossy black caviar fell into his mouth, and the thin, tough membrane quickly cracked with a crisp sound. Suyu savored it, finding it salty, fresh, and clean, rich but not greasy. Immediately after, waves of pleasure spread throughout his body, as if every cell within him was shouting. He knew this was a sign of an enhancement of all attributes, but he didn't rush to check the panel. Instead, he grabbed the blueberry and wanted to put it in his mouth. However, as soon as he held it, he realized something was wrong. This highbush sapphire blueberry was hard. Is this really a gem? Suyu looked at the highbush sapphire blueberry in his hand with suspicion. Its hardness didn't seem like food but rather like a model of blueberries from Earth, hard enough to be unbelievable. But after hesitating for a moment, he still placed the blueberry in his mouth. The reason was simple: he trusted his own luck. Since the hidden hint didn't provide a warning, he assumed this must be edible. At worst, he could bite down hard and swallow it. As long as it could enhance his attributes, it would be worth it. Unexpectedly, the moment the blueberry entered his mouth, it softened rapidly. The thin, tough skin had a slight bounce, and with a gentle bite, the juice burst on his tongue, sweet with a hint of just the right amount of sourness. After chewing a few more bites, he found the flesh was delicate and not grainy. The fruit aroma was fresh and rich, sweet but not cloying, with a faint scent of berries. Suyu savored it for a moment before skillfully opening the attribute page. It had indeed changed. Name: Suyu. Occupation: truth believer/priest. Lifespan: 21/150. Spirit: 5.5, Strength: 3.8, Physique: 4.4, Speed: 3.1. Inspiration: 2.4/5.5. Grace: 3.3/5.5. Vitality: 0.6/0.6. Skills: Master of all arts, temporarily ineffective, max, meditation LV2, spirit spike LV1, spirit pressure LV4, dream into wandering sleep LV1, storm magic, blasphemy, LV2, thunderstrike, blasphemy, LV2, tyrant's power, divine skill, LV1, lifespan ashes, blasphemy, LV3. Special status: severe sin, blasphemous, blade scar *1, evil name, heresy, evil name, cultist. It seems that the day to become a blasphemer is not far away. Suyu was calculating in his mind. He was already very close to meeting the minimum attributes required to be promoted to a blasphemer. He only needed to increase his mentality by 0.5 points and speed by 0.4 points. The former could be done in just 2 or 3 days. Even if he did nothing, by the day after tomorrow, he could easily reach the second-tier limit with the help of Dream into the Sleeping Path. The latter, however, was a bit tricky, but only a little bit. He still had a bottle of the perfect speed potion. After drinking it with the holy detox potion, he would be just one step away from the minimum required 3.5 points for promotion. As long as he could find any extraordinary ingredient that could increase his speed attribute, he could begin his promotion immediately. He got straight to work. Suyu never procrastinated. He immediately sent the white jade coconut to Wang Zhe via private message, leaving a note on how to drink it correctly and asking him to help gather purple quality extraordinary ingredients that increase speed. After doing that, he took out the holy detox potion, crafting scroll and placed all the materials on it. The next moment, a blinding white light erupted. Damn, it's so bright. He instinctively closed his eyes, tears flowing down his face. The light from the previous crafting was nothing compared to the overwhelming brightness this time. It felt like fireflies trying to compete with the sun and moon. Even though Suyu had already closed his eyes in advance, 2 streams of tears still flowed down his face unconsciously. It wasn't until a long while later that he squinted and opened his eyes again. The materials that had been placed on top of the scroll were gone, replaced by a simple small glass bottle filled with a milky white liquid. He carefully held it in his hand, and a text prompt appeared before him. Holy detox potion, orange. Effect, purifies curses, poison, sin, tracking, weakness, exhaustion, confusion, corpse poison, madness, and all other negative states. Hidden tip 1, this potion cannot dispel negative effects directly bestowed by deities. Good, good, good. The protagonist repeated the word good 3 times in one breath and immediately drank this hard-earned potion mixed with the perfect speed potion and the dream mantis essence extract. The next moment, a fiery sensation quickly ran down his throat and gradually expanded in his stomach. Suyu felt like his stomach was turning like a storm, with the sensation of appendicitis, kidney stones, and cholecystitis all rushing up at once. The pain made him go pale. At that moment, the pain felt like a rusty dull knife repeatedly scraping his gallbladder and lower back. His cold sweat soaked through his clothes. Damn, didn't it say it could heal negative effects? Doesn't pain count as a negative effect? He grumbled in his mouth, trying to bend over to squat and alleviate the pain, but the pain only worsened. It wasn't until he rolled around on the ground several times, nearly fainting from the agony, that the pain slowly started to fade. When Suyu regained consciousness, it had already been half an hour. He slowly sat up and did the first thing he could think of. He started boiling water for a bath. The sweat that had soaked into his body earlier had now solidified, making him feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, he didn't feel weak at all. In fact, he felt more awake, although his chest and abdomen still ached slightly, probably due to the small side effects left by the 3 potions fighting it out. He opened his attributes page, and sure enough, his stats were just 1 step away from becoming a blasphemer. Name, Suyu. Class, Follower of Truth, / Priest. Lifespan, 21/150. Mentality, 5.9, Strength, 3.8, Constitution, 4.4, Speed, 3.4. Inspiration, 2.4/5.9. Holy Grace, 3. March 5.9. Health, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Master of Many Arts, Temporarily Disabled, Max, Meditation LV2, Spirit Spike LV1, Spirit Pressure LV4, Dream into the Sleeping Path LV1, Storm Technique, Blasphemous Deity Technique, LV2, Thunderstrike, Blasphemous Deity Technique, LV2, Tyrant's Power, Divine Technique, LV1, Longevity Extinction Technique, Blasphemous Deity Technique, LV3. Special States, Severe Guilt, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1, Evil Name, Heresy, Evil Name, Paganism. He closed the attributes page, quickly washed up, and lay back down on the stone bed. After tossing and turning all night, it was now the early hours of the morning. If I don't sleep soon, I might miss the chance to fall asleep tonight. As for the new guild feature added after the world system upgrade, there's no rush to deal with it. I can handle it tomorrow. Life is fulfilling, and the future is promising. It's clearly not worth disrupting my biological clock for the sake of work. With that thought, a strange sense of reassurance filled Suyu's heart. Maybe it's the anticipation. Or maybe it's because he now has a clearer goal. He gently closed his eyes, and his consciousness, like a dandelion blown by the wind, quickly floated and fell into the endless dreamscape. Chapter 188, The Return with No Gain. In the dark forest that blocked out the sun, Suyu opened his eyes. According to his original plan, he was supposed to go to the Wheel Temple today to continue observing knowledge. But reality, as it often does, didn't unfold as he had imagined. Just as he reached the well in the middle of the forest, he saw several familiar mosaics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys from the unyielding sanctuary really think highly of me, huh? Suyu chuckled lightly and took the initiative to communicate with the few mosaics. Fortune or misfortune, it's hard to say. It's already been several days since the cursed name status appeared in his special status bar. If the people from the unyielding sanctuary couldn't find him now, they'd really be useless. Kid, looks like you're admitting to stealing our stuff? Knowing it's wrong but doing it anyway, you must bear the consequences. The leader of the mosaics let out a familiar mechanical voice, and as he spoke, he started advancing towards Suyu along the cobbled path. Stealing? How should I know the forest well belongs to your sect? Suyu didn't waste words. The interests of both sides were completely at odds, so there was no room for negotiation. He gripped the Book of Devouring Gods tightly, ready to give the 5 mosaics in front of him a big surprise. Before, he had avoided them because his mental attributes were low, and he couldn't bring real-world weapons into the spiritual realm. But now that he had the Book of Devouring Gods, Suyu was eager to show these guys a thing or two. TSK, this kid's mouth is really tough, but I wonder how long he can last when he's in the wrong spider's mouth. Everyone, go ahead, remember to beat him half to death before using the soul prison stone to capture him alive. Recently, Priest Belay is in need of soul sacrifices for the wrong spider. If you accidentally kill him, you all better take responsibility for it. The leader of the mosaics turned his head and gave a brief order to his followers before stepping aside to watch the show. Upon hearing this, Suyu simply shook his head. Normally, in the spiritual realm, the number of people fighting did matter. After all, only souls could enter the spiritual realm, and attributes like physical strength, power, and speed were useless. Plus, ordinary weapons couldn't be brought into the spiritual realm, leaving only mental attributes and a few skills activated by the soul as effective. And unfortunately for them, Suyu's spiritual pressure, skill and spiritual sting skill happened to be 2 of those soul-activated skills, with the former being at a high level. What's more, his mental attribute was a solid 5.9 points, nearly the highest level in the forest. Spiritual pressure. He whispered the 2 words lightly. As his will moved, it seemed like a fierce wind blew through the forest. The 4 groups of mosaics that had been crowded together instantly collapsed in all directions. Even the leader of the mosaics, who had been sitting back and watching, couldn't escape, though he managed to kneel with some dignity. How is this possible? The leader of the mosaics struggled to get back up. The Bee Forest was just the surface layer of the spiritual realm, and any practitioner with a suitable mental attribute would go to the Pure White Land for further exploration. Their unyielding sanctuary had seized the forest well, precisely because of this. But the spiritual pressure skill this person had just displayed was far stronger than that of any third-tier practitioner in their sect. How is it not possible? Suyu felt the refreshing chill coming from the Book of Devouring Gods in his hand, marveling at it without intending to explain anything to the others, simply increasing his output silently. Bang, 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 bang. The mosaics burst one after another, then turned into thin mist and slowly dispersed. Suyu enjoyed observing for a moment, feeling that the spirit world was indeed magical. Souls vanished without a trace, but unfortunately, these people's bodies still lived in a vegetative state, not fully dead. This also meant that he could not obtain spoils of war like he could in the life and death arena. What a waste of blue energy. Suyu sighed, quickly resolving in his heart that in the spirit world, if he could coexist peacefully with others, he would definitely not take action. He did not want to engage in such a losing business. He quickly walked to the well in the forest, where a piece of wood he had never seen before was floating. The wood's surface was cracked with deep interlacing patterns, the dark brown lines embedded with some dust, looking very ordinary. However, Suyu did not underestimate this item. He knew in his heart that the wood's appearance above the well must be special. Having already killed 5 members of the unresting Holy Hall, he obviously did not care to take more things, and he reached out immediately. In the next moment, brilliant white light erupted around him. Chapter 189, Wutong Wood and Temperature Drop. Under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, Suyu opened his eyes. Perhaps because life on the deserted island was too comfortable, even though it was the second night back, he still felt a bit unaccustomed after waking up again. He shook his head, throwing these thoughts aside and turned to look at the time displayed on the system panel. 5:50 a.m. Not yet 6 o'clock, which meant he had only slept for less than 3 hours, but he was already wide awake. The speed of energy recovery is indeed getting faster. Suyu sat up and stretched. This was the benefit of having higher physique and mental attributes, naturally entering deep sleep. Even if he only slept 2 or 3 hours, he was still energetic. Unlike before on Earth, where even after sleeping enough hours, he would still feel groggy and disturbed by fragmented dreams. He looked at the wood in his hand, and sparkling white light floated, transforming into text hints. Wutong wood, orange. Description: a wise minister chooses a good master, a phoenix chooses good wood to perch on. Wutong wood is one of the highest grades of wood in the world, with effects that attract top-tier birds and monsters. Hidden hint 1, Wutong wood is a necessary extraordinary material for the class, Wandering Swordsman. Hidden hint 2, adding a small amount of Wutong wood shavings can improve the quality of any flesh amber or monster oil, to a maximum of purple. Good stuff. The last time Suyu made a torch was before entering the deserted island to prepare supplies. After such a long time, the green and blue quality torches could no longer meet his needs. However, purple quality monster oil needed to be extracted from the flesh of lord-level monsters. Whether he could defeat them was still a question, as he had not encountered a single one so far, which illustrated their rarity. But with the Wutong wood, things were different. As long as he added some wood shavings into the flesh amber, he could mass-produce purple quality torches, skipping the step from nothing to something. Excitedly getting out of bed, he suddenly realized and shivered. So cold. It felt at least 20 degrees colder than last night before going to bed. Only because he had just been lying under the covers did he not feel it. Realizing this, he looked around in shock and found that even the 4 stone walls surrounding the dungeon were covered with a thin layer of white frost. What? He had only taken a nap. In fact, he had only slept for 3 hours, and how did the dungeon freeze while he was asleep? If it weren't for his high physique attributes, I'm afraid I might catch a cold from the freezing. Suyu walked up to a stone wall, a bit incredulous, and rubbed a spot with his finger to confirm it had indeed gotten colder. This dungeon really is changeable. I need to buy more coal later. As he said this, he got up and went downstairs to pour some water, cupping the cold water in his hands and splashing it on his face. The tap water after the big drop in temperature carried a bone-chilling chill, probably just a few degrees. Splashing it on his face felt like countless tiny needles gently pricking his skin, and Suyu instantly felt refreshed. Let me check the World Communication Channel, maybe I can find some information about the temperature drop. Thinking this, he immediately opened the World Communication Channel. However, after spying for 5 or 6 minutes, he still did not see anyone discussing the temperature drop. How strange, why is no one talking? With such cold temperatures, there should be many people who can't handle it. Suyu rubbed his chin, feeling a bit confused. But he was not a stubborn person, so since he couldn't get an answer for now, he simply ignored it and turned to the guild page. Last night he stayed up too late and didn't have time to check what new features the guild had. Grass Guild. Level 1 can be upgraded. Members 8/100. Guild members brief. Guild residents none. Looking at the very simple guild panel, Suyu thought and clicked on the can be upgraded text, and 2 lines of text jumped out. Upgrade Condition 1, determine the guild residence. Upgrade Condition 2, consume 1 guild token. It makes sense to first determine the guild residence. Suyu turned to continue down and looked at the residence option, and a piece of text instantly appeared. Detected that you are the president of Grass Guild and have the exclusive teleportation authority for mine number 00196. Would you like to set mine number 00196 as the guild residence? After setting, you can open permissions to guild members at any time, allowing them to consume materials to build an attached teleportation portal to the guild residence. If you need to change, you can also revoke the building authority of the attached teleportation portal at any time, and the attached teleportation portal will become invalid immediately. Yes. Suyu thought for a moment and quickly nodded. A huge mine can't be exploited by just him alone. By setting the mine as the residence, he could attract guild members to voluntarily mine with the location of the ore veins. If all goes well in the future, even the checking and management work could be handed over to someone he knows well. He would just need to be responsible for collecting a share. Setting successful. If you need to consume a guild token to upgrade the guild level, please place the guild token above the teleportation portal. Seeing the ink-like text appear, Suyu carefully flipped through his space backpack. He had received 4 guild tokens in total over the past few days. Aside from the one used to create the guild, he still had 3 left. If everything goes smoothly, he might be able to upgrade the guild to level 3 directly. He slowly walked to the teleportation portal and placed one of the tokens on the doorframe. Ding, guild level is upgrading. Estimated time, 1 hour, please wait patiently. It actually takes time. Suyu was slightly taken aback. He thought it would be like upgrading the dungeon, where everything spins and it's done. However, 1 hour is actually not too long. Suyu moved his body a bit, wrapped himself in a plain coat without attributes, and prepared to walk around the 3 layers of the dungeon to see if the quality of that stone wall was better. Today he had plenty of time. After exploring the ocean-themed corridor on the first floor, he should still have time to explore another corridor. Soon, he summarized the information. 9 blue, 3 green, 1 white, plus the fixed blue quality ocean-themed stone wall. Among today's 14 stone walls, none were of purple quality. What bad luck! Suyu shook his head helplessly. He had originally been looking forward to seeing if there would be an orange quality stone wall, but now it seemed. It was indeed a bit of an overly optimistic thought. But this wasn't a big problem. His goal was merely to find extraordinary ingredients with a purple quality speed attribute. Even if he couldn't find them today, there was always tomorrow. If tomorrow didn't work, there was always the day after. If all else failed, he still had channels through Wang Zai. Comforting himself like this, Suyu recalled the instructions he gave Wang Zai last night. He opened his private message and immediately saw a glaring trade request, along with a long reply from Wang Zai. Trade request: your friend Wang Zai wants to exchange 1 winter bamboo shoot, 1 red pine cone, and 1 proud snowplum blossom for 1 stone brick. Do you agree to the trade? Brother Su, I was just about to talk to you about this. Our brothers in Xueqin found these 3 purple quality extraordinary ingredients during the world event. We're not sure what they do because we ate them and they were a waste, but you could try to see if any of them boost speed attributes. 3 items? Suyu was genuinely surprised when he saw the private message. It seemed that Wang Zai and the others had gotten quite a lot of benefits from the world event, at the very least unlocking a day's worth of the godsend treasure chest. But he didn't dwell on it too much, quickly clicking agree. Given the bond he now shared with the Wang family brothers, saying thanks would feel too formal. In an instant, the 3 items appeared before him. A bamboo shoot the size of a human head, a pine cone the size of a fist, and a relatively tiny, pure white plum blossom. No matter how Suyu looked at them, these 3 items seemed mismatched. He reached out and picked up the largest bamboo shoot, and a piece of text immediately appeared before him. Winter bamboo shoot, purple. Description: a rare ingredient that, when processed properly, is extremely delicious. Hidden tip 1: the surface fibers are hardened, and it needs to be blanched in boiling water before consumption. Hidden tip 2: after the first consumption, constitution plus 0.1, strength plus 0.1. This effect does not apply to individuals whose constitution greater than or equal to 6 or strength greater than or equal to 6. Adding constitution and strength, that's not bad. Suyu nodded slightly. Although these 2 attributes weren't what he needed the most, any increase in strength was a good thing. However, this thing was way too big. To finish it completely, he would have to process it carefully, it couldn't be eaten raw. With that thought, he set the bamboo shoot down for now and walked over to the campfire, taking out a hot iron pot to clean it and boil some water. He then returned and picked up the red pine cone. Red pine cone, purple. Description: a rare special pine cone, its pine nuts have high nutritional value, but for all creatures other than squirrels, the primary task is figuring out how to open it. Hidden tip 1: the edible part is the pine nut, the shell has mild toxicity. Hidden tip 2: after the first consumption, constitution plus 0.1, mental strength plus 0.1. This effect does not apply to individuals whose constitution greater than or equal to 6 or mental strength greater than or equal to 6. Mental strength attribute. Suyu frowned slightly. His mental strength attribute was already solidly at 6.0 points, so even if he ate this, it wouldn't be of any use. Sigh, looks like I'm too strong. He complimented himself and looked at the last item, the plum blossom. Proud snow plum blossom, purple. Description: a rare ingredient, sweet in taste, and edible. Hidden tip 1: after the first consumption, strength plus 0.1, mental strength plus 0.1. This effect does not apply to individuals whose strength greater than or equal to 6 or mental strength greater than or equal to 6. Sigh. Suyu shook his head. It seemed like his luck wasn't great today. None of the 3 extraordinary ingredients Wang Zai had were able to increase the speed attribute. This meant he would have to go out and explore, hoping for some luck. But even so, any ingredient that could enhance attributes was not something he would miss. Since the other 2 items needed processing, Suyu decided to start by eating the plum blossom. The plum blossom melted in his mouth, like a high-end dessert specially made on Earth. Not only was it sweet in flavor, with a faint floral fragrance lingering, it leaves an endless aftertaste. Suyu smacked his lips, still not satisfied, and immediately became interested in the other 2 ingredients. Just then, the water in the iron pot was almost boiling, and the winter bamboo shoots shed their brown skin, revealing tender, white bamboo shoots that were juicy with fine fibers. He quickly fished out the bamboo shoots, sliced them thinly at an angle, added a pinch of salt, and then quietly let them drain. Taking this opportunity, he hurriedly processed the crimson pine cones, breaking open the scales with his hands to reveal the milky white pine nuts inside. Once the pine nuts were all prepared, he intentionally put them in the empty iron pot to dry roast for a while. Soon, the aroma of the pine nuts began to spread. Suyu quickly served the dish, then poured a little pig fat into the iron pot. When the pig fat melted, he quickly tossed in the bamboo slices, stirring them rapidly. As the oil crackled, the fragrance of the bamboo shoots eagerly escaped. After about 3 minutes, the edges of the bamboo slices turned slightly golden, and Suyu hurriedly served them on a plate, placing them together with the pine nuts. With one bite, it was crisp and tender, free of residue, sweet and fresh with a hint of vegetation, and while chewing, the juices burst forth between the teeth, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Paired with the dry-roasted pine nuts, it was simply delicious beyond description. After finishing, Suyu licked the corner of his mouth with lingering satisfaction and habitually opened his attributes page. Name: Suyu. Occupation: Truth Believer, / Priest. Lifespan: 21/150. Spirit: 6.0, Strength: 4.0, Constitution: 4.7, Speed: 3.4. Inspiration: 5.2/6.0. Grace: 6.0/6.0. Vitality: 0.6/0.6. Skills, Master of all arts, temporarily inactive, max, meditation LV2, spirit spike LV1, spirit pressure LV4, dream entering LV1, storm spell, blasphemous technique, LV2, thunder spell, blasphemous technique, LV2, tyrant's power, divine technique, LV1, life extinguishing spell, blasphemous technique, LV3. Special status, severe guilt, God's blasphemy, blade scar *1, evil name, heresy, evil name, pagan. Still just a step away. Suyu shook his head while looking at the attributes page. His constitution attribute had increased by 0.3 points compared to yesterday, and the extra 0.1 points should be credited to the Flame Sun Blood Candle. Unfortunately, what he needed right now was the speed attribute. The extra constitution attribute didn't solve the urgent problem. He closed the attributes page and opened a private message to Ji Haiyang, asking him to help purchase a batch of monster corpses. Now he had some phoenix wood on hand, and when Master of all arts upgraded in the afternoon, he would definitely make a batch of torches. After finishing these tasks, he glanced at the time again. It had just been an hour since he used the token to upgrade the guild level. Opening the guild page, it indeed showed changes. Grass Guild. Level 2, upgradable. Members, 8/1000. Guild members, omitted. Guild residence, Mine Cave number 00196. Guild buildings, vacant, vacant, vacant. Guild buildings? As soon as Suyu focused his mind, a line of text instantly popped up. Ding, no guild building blueprints available, construction cannot proceed. Ridiculous. Suyu was stunned for a moment. He thought that upgrading the guild buildings was like the dungeon, needing various materials, but didn't expect they actually needed building blueprints. He had never even seen a shadow of the guild building blueprints, so naturally, he couldn't upgrade at this moment. However, this did not affect Suyu's state of mind. He immediately clicked on the words upgradable. Upgrade condition 1, the number of guild buildings owned greater than or equal to 0/1. Upgrade condition 2, the number of guild tokens consumed greater than or equal to 0/2. Chapter 191, Wang Jing in danger. Damn! Suyu exclaimed with a curse. He didn't expect that upgrading the guild level to 3 would require first having guild buildings. His original plan was completely ruined. But with that said, things had to continue regardless of the circumstances. He opened the private chat page, ready to ask Jia Baoyu if he had any higher tier wood materials. If he did, he planned to ask him to craft some wooden sticks and send them, trying to further enhance the effect of the torches. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened it, he suddenly noticed the red dot on Wang Jing's window. What does she want from me? Suyu was a bit puzzled. He sent his request to Jia Baoyu, not waiting for a reply, and clicked on Wang Jing's private message window. Sugu, save me. I'm being targeted by the Illuminati. They've been forcefully dragging me into the death arena, and this is the second match in a row. A question mark appeared in Suyu's heart. He looked at the time the message was sent, and it was from 2 minutes ago, from Wang Jing. Why would the Illuminati target Wang Jing? He couldn't understand at first how the two sides had become involved. He had been targeted by these rats from the shadows when he was searching for a weapon master, profession advancement scroll. Wang Jing, an ordinary, arcane scholar, had even found a second-tier profession advancement scroll on a deserted island. How could she have caught the attention of the Illuminati? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Suyu thought of something. On the deserted island, he had asked Wang Jing for the 6th puzzle piece of the Desecration Priest, Profession Advancement Scroll. This meant that Wang Jing had once briefly held a piece of the Desecration Priest puzzle. Could it be that she's being targeted because of this? Suyu still found it hard to believe. After all, he now had the Desecration Priest, Profession Advancement Scroll in his hands. Why would the Illuminati bother harassing Wang Jing instead of him? Could it be because he's too strong? Suyu didn't think so. If it were in the past, he might have thought it was because he had grown stronger. But ever since he learned that the Illuminati was once the Invincible Sun Church, and that their puppet master was the Forbidden Black Sun, he no longer had the arrogance to compare himself to a god. Could it be that the Illuminati's methods are based on the timeline of the puzzle pieces? If that's the case, then I'll be in big trouble too? Suyu suddenly realized this possibility. And the likelihood of this was high. Either way, I have to help Wang Jing. He stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before replying to the message. Don't panic, check your status bar first to see if there's a curse of misfortune, negative status. If not, then it's not a big deal. If there is, then you'll have to come to my dungeon. After sending the message, Suyu ran up to the 3rd floor and grabbed a spatial backpack, beginning to search through it. Although the Illuminati was repulsive, the level of annoyance they caused was graded. For example, when he and Ji Haiyang were forced into the death arena, Ji Haiyang, who didn't have a negative status, triggered the daily passive limit to enter the arena after 3 consecutive times. If Wang Jing was in the same situation, then it wouldn't be a big deal. He could simply get some extraordinary ingredients from Wang Zhe and give them to her to boost her attributes. But if Wang Jing was cursed with the curse of misfortune and forced rest, like him, then he would have to use the kingdom building rules to make Wang Jing's dungeon a subsidiary of his own, and then use a dungeon protection scroll to help her through it. Found it. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Suyu's face lit up with joy. He wasn't sure if the Illuminati had used a curse on Wang Jing, but they had definitely spent resources on him. To be safe, he immediately used the scroll. The next moment, the scroll turned into white light and disappeared. Suyu opened the dungeon page, and sure enough, a red line appeared next to the dungeon number. Dungeon number 0000114514, protection status. Level 2, upgradable. Lighting, legendary oil lamp, arcane core crystal. Capacity, 3. Portals, 00196 mine portal, vacant, vacant. Dungeon rules, kingdom building. Theme, giant palace. First floor style, unchangeable. Second floor style, unchangeable. Third floor style, arcane library. Clicking on the protection status text, the detailed explanation appeared in front of him. Protection status, all survivors within the dungeon are protected and cannot be selected as deathmatch targets. Negative statuses cannot be applied remotely. Current protected survivors, 1. Remaining protection time, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. If the number of people seeking shelter exceeds 15, the effective time will be reduced proportionally. Looking at the text prompt, Suyu finally relaxed half of his worries. He looked at the private message, and Wang Jing's reply had already come in. I have this negative status, and there's also a forced rest effect, which prevents me from going out to explore the stone walls. I used my talent skill this week just to find you, Su-gu. You're the only lifeline revealed through the skill divination. If you're willing to save me, I'll give you all I have. Okay, I understand. Suyu thought to himself, as expected, quickly replying and sending Wang Jing an invitation. Affiliate invitation, you have invited your friend Wang Jing to become your dungeon vassal. Once they accept, a portal will be created. Notice, the dungeon vassal portal will occupy both parties' portal slots. Please use the vassal feature with caution. Chapter 192, Dungeon Upgrade, 1 more level. Ding, your friend Wang Jing has agreed to the vassal request. The vassal relationship is now active, and a two-way portal has been established. You can choose to share any special status from the main dungeon. Note, different levels of the giant palace have different special statuses. The vassal dungeon can only share one at a time. Seeing the text prompt in front of him, Suyu immediately shared the dungeon shelter status with Wang Jing, along with the effect of the arcane library. After doing this, he finally opened the private message page to reply. Alright, you're safe now. I've given you portal access. Use the portal to come to my dungeon and we'll talk. After sending the message, Suyu hurried downstairs and just in time saw Wang Jing, looking dirty and disheveled, stepping through the newly appeared portal, standing in front of him. What's wrong? Are you still scared? I've shared the dungeon shelter status with you. You'll be absolutely safe for a week. He smiled and comforted her. No. Wang Jing shook her head. There was still a trace of fear on her face, but she quickly shifted her attention to the central rotating staircase. Su-gu, your dungeon, it's huge, and why is there a staircase in the middle? The area has increased bit by bit. If you want, you can live on the first floor. As for the stairs, my dungeon is a bit special, it has 3 floors. I'll take you up to see it later. Suyu said as he stood up and led the way. Although he had already shared the effect of the arcane library with Wang Jing's vassal dungeon, the impact of seeing it firsthand would surely be more striking than just sharing it. The two made their way upstairs, briefly passing the second floor living area. Wang Jing was quickly captivated by the arcane crystal core on the 3rd floor. Is this the source of the special effect you just shared with me? Pretty much. Suyu didn't explain the difference between the arcane crystal core and the chairs around it, simply glossing over the details. After exploring the 3rd floor, Suyu led Wang Jing back to the 1st floor and walked over to the blood amber purification device and the biological oxygen generator for a tour. During the tour, Wang Jing continued to be full of admiration, quickly shaking off the fear she had felt earlier. When they reached the planting area and Suyu introduced the silver apple tree, Wang Jing couldn't help but exclaim. Such a huge tree. Doesn't that mean, Su-gu, that you can harvest a batch of extraordinary ingredients every now and then? That's right. Suyu nodded, and with that, he had finished showcasing the many features of his initial dungeon that set him apart from ordinary survivalists. Now, it was time to get to the real point. My idea is to have you help manage the planting area for the next few days. I can't remove the forced rest status on you. No problem. Wang Jing interrupted Suyu's words directly, leaving him stunned. He had prepared a speech, but before he could say anything, she agreed, giving him the feeling that there was no use for his heroism. Sugui, you don't need to worry about me like that. I am also an adult. Since we are tied together, I will definitely consider our shared interests. Wang Jing said seriously. Having been in the dark dungeon for such a long time, she had already understood the importance of knowing one's place. Not to mention, apart from being a bit cold, Suyu's dungeon completely exceeded her expectations. Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled. He had actually forgotten that Wang Jing was a person with a sharp mind. Saying so much now made him seem less sincere. Then it's settled. A strong man needs 3 helpers. Having reliable people working under him definitely makes things go much smoother. Sugu, I can also help with the purification machine for the blood amber. If you plan to explore the stone walls, I can take care of these time-consuming and trivial tasks. Wang Jing's expression remained serious, and she continued to volunteer for the task. Alright, but there's no rush to start right now. Follow me. Suyu nodded without refusing Wang Jing's suggestion, but instead, he led her to the stone table in the center of the dungeon. What's this? Wang Jing showed a curious expression. She was very clear about her position, but she honestly couldn't guess what Suyu was planning to do. Dungeon upgrade. Suyu said briefly. My initial dungeon was already close to level 3, and it only lacked space for more people. Now that you're here, you can help make up for that. Saying this, his thoughts swept over the floating words in front of him, silently confirming the 2 characters. The next moment, however, what appeared wasn't a massive change, but 2 new lines of text hints. Ding, detected, Giant Palace, theme, dungeon level upgrade effect branching. Option 1, dungeon area plus 100 square meters, dungeon stone door plus 1. Option 2, dungeon layers plus 1, dungeon stone door plus 1. Please make a choice as soon as possible. The level upgrade has been activated. If no choice is made within 5 minutes, option 1 will be selected by default. Without hesitation, Suyu directly selected option 2. Although option 1 could increase the dungeon's area by 100 square meters, which would directly add half to his current 200 square meters, area could also be increased by using empty void stones. He still had 10 empty void stones left, and the dungeon's height was calculated at 10 meters. Each stone could add 10 square meters, which in total would equal option 1. On the other hand, option 2 clearly appeared because of the special Giant Palace theme. If he didn't choose it, it would be as if nothing had changed. After making his decision, Suyu immediately looked at Wang Jing. Hold on to the table. Something big is coming. Ha! Wang Jing responded in confusion, but soon felt the entire dungeon shaking violently. She then realized what Suyu meant. The dungeon seemed to be growing taller. The horizontal shaking was minor, but the overall shaking was intense, like the earthquake she had experienced when she was 8 years old. After a long while, the dungeon finally returned to normal. Wang Jing held back the urge to vomit and was just about to speak to Suyu when she saw him quickly walk toward a newly appeared door in the back stone wall. What is this? Wang Jing had doubts, but she followed him. She saw Suyu place his hand on the door, smiling. Dungeon stone door, purple. Durability, infinity. Description: the door produced after the dungeon level upgrade. After opening the stone door, exploration can proceed directly without consuming lighting supplies. Hidden hint 1, when refreshing the dungeon stone door for the first time, the probability of fixing the theme wall paint to 100% is increased. Hidden hint 2, this door corresponds to a purple quality passage. It can be upgraded along with the stone door's quality. A fixed purple quality door, and it can even fix a special theme. Suyu was overjoyed and explained briefly to Wang Jing. At the moment, he had forest-themed wall paint, which was perfect for fixing this door. By tomorrow, there would be an additional explorable theme corridor. Oh. Wang Jing nodded, having encountered a swamp-themed corridor once before, and naturally understood the value of this door. You'll help me paint this door with the theme wall paint later, I want to explore another themed corridor. Suyu said as he took out a can of green wall paint he had made earlier and handed it to Wang Jing. After receiving her nod in reply, he got up and walked toward the opposite door. The stone door that had just appeared had no special theme, so he still had to go outside and explore the old ocean-themed corridor. As for the extra floor above the dungeon, it could be arranged carefully after he returned. He hummed a little tune and quickly walked to the ocean-themed door. Just as he was about to grab the door handle to open it, his eyes casually glanced at the text prompt, and he froze in place, hastily stopping his movements. Chapter 193, Mastery of All Arts, Purple Torch. Dungeon stone door, purple. Durability, infinity. Description: a door created after the dungeon level increased. Pushing the stone door directly opens up the path for exploration without consuming any lighting supplies. Hidden tip 1, the theme for this stone door passage has been fixed as ocean. Hidden tip 2, the quality of the ocean-themed passage corresponding to this door is fixed as purple, and it can improve along with the door's quality in the future. Hidden tip 3, the passage connected by this door has been temporarily invaded by an Ossitra sturgeon. This monster is a 4th tier lord-level creature with the ability to freeze water. It is advised to avoid its sharp edges. Suyu rubbed his eyes again. Damn, I only had some caviar, why block the door? He felt a little dumbfounded, realizing that the initial low temperature in the dungeon was because there were monsters outside blocking the way. No wonder no one had discussed the temperature drop in the previous communication channel. It turned out that he was the only one facing this problem. Luckily, I have a cheat, or else I would have walked out so foolishly, and I'd probably end up as fish fertilizer. Suyu patted his chest, still feeling lingering fear. This lord-level monster was not to be trifled with. Not only was its strength formidable, but it also had near-human intelligence, which made it nearly impossible to survive. He had no intention of preparing to open the door and fight the fish outside. Even though the lord-level monster was much weaker than a professioner of the same tier, only between the 3rd and 4th tiers of a professioner, it was still something he couldn't handle right now. At least, he needed to become a profaner before he might stand a chance. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked back to the central stone table. What's wrong? Wang Jing asked, not understanding. Nothing, that door was blocked by a lord-level monster, but it should be fine by tomorrow. Suyu explained briefly, handing Wang Jing a space bag containing vegetable seeds and a shovel. You take care of the planting area here, I'll go up and take a look. I'll be down soon. 4th tier monster? Do you often encounter such terrifying dangers? Wang Jing instinctively clenched the edge of her clothes, suddenly feeling that Suyu's spacious dungeon was not so safe. It happened suddenly, and it's the first time I've encountered it. Suyu shook his head as he said this, not intending to explain more to Wang Jing. Seeing this, Wang Jing had no choice but to take the shovel and walk toward the planting area. Suyu watched her busy herself inside, quickly walking up to the 3rd floor. He didn't rush to go further up to the newly added 4th floor but instead went to the arcane crystal core and gently extended his hand. Arcane crystal core, special. Effect, exchange arcane insights, automatically improve skills. Description, a great work that transcends eras, it can help arcane scholars master the complex system skills of various professions. A friendly reminder, although this crystal glows, it cannot effectively deter evil creatures. Slot 1, Mastery of all arts, upgrade complete. Slot 2, unopened, can be opened. Slot 3, unopened, can be opened. Binder, Suyu. Hidden tip, slight. As expected. Suyu nodded. Due to all the delays caused by Wang Jing's business, it was already noon, and his skill had finally leveled up. Let's see the effect first. With a thought, he instantly felt a kind of muscle memory in his body, as if he couldn't resist making something to practice his hands. Looking at the panel again, the skill description had already changed. Master of all arts max, mastery in crafting extraordinary items, success rate for crafting any extraordinary item fixed plus 50%, excellence rate fixed plus 15%, benign mutation rate fixed plus 5%, each time an extraordinary item is successfully crafted, there is a 0.5% chance to gain a random attribute boost. This skill can be upgraded upon becoming a master alchemist. I wasn't wrong. Suyu clenched his fist, with a fixed 50% increase in crafting success and an additional 15% chance of enhancing the item's rank. Though it didn't directly improve his combat power, it was still highly enticing. But what he valued most at the moment was that 0.5% chance of an attribute boost. If he could randomly get a speed attribute, he could immediately take up the position of Desecrator. By then, if the fish outside didn't leave, he might even be able to gather some extraordinary ingredients or blood amber. Suyu snapped back to his senses and looked again at the arcane crystal core in front of him. It would be perfect if there were no 7-day cooldown after upgrading the skill. What a pity. He shook his head with a sigh, suppressing his greed, and got up to head to the 4th floor. The 4th floor looked no different, almost identical to the previous 3 floors before the renovation. He wandered around a bit out of boredom, then went back downstairs. Back on the 1st floor, he happened to see Wang Jing carefully painting the new stone door with green paint. Suyu nodded in satisfaction without saying much, and walked over to the blood amber purifier. The 2 items he had asked Ji Haiyang to collect had already been delivered, and with a thought, a pile of monster corpses appeared around him. But now, he didn't need to handle this tedious work himself anymore. After assigning the task to Wang Jing, he went back to the 2nd floor. The purification of blood amber needed for the healing potion would still require Wang Jing's work for a while, but now that Suyu had the monster fat sent by Ji Haiyang, he could make a batch of torches first to test it. He unrolled the scroll, placed the fat in sticks, and with a flash of white light, a dozen torches were crafted. However, when Suyu personally checked them, he furrowed his brows slightly. According to his instructions, the fats Ji Haiyang provided were all blue quality, and based on the 15% quality boost from Master of All Arts, at least 1 or 2 purple quality torches should have appeared. Yet, the fact was, all the dozen torches were blue quality. How could this happen? Suyu frowned slightly. When the white light flashed, he clearly felt a faint resonance between the crafting scroll and a part of his body. Logically speaking, Master of All Arts should have taken effect. Could it be that the oil-based torches are special? Frowning, he took out another batch of materials and placed them together. After another flash of white light, he eagerly checked again. This time, however, 2 purple quality oil-based torches appeared. Filthy oil-based torch, purple. Description: a torch made from the oils of many elite monsters, thanks to the creator's skill, the quality miraculously upgraded. Hidden tip 1: this torch can burn for 120 hours, providing the same illumination as a blue quality kerosene lamp. 120 hours? Suyu blinked. This single purple quality torch had the same burning duration as 5 blue quality torches combined. A full 5 times the duration difference. It was absolutely terrifying. But how is it still only equal to a blue quality kerosene lamp? Chapter 194: Mutated Torch, Stench Effect. Suyu frowned. With his experience, he naturally knew that between kerosene lamps of different qualities, the lighting effect was like the gap between heaven and earth. When burning normally there did not seem to be much difference, but when truly facing evil spirits, the light shock effect released by a purple quality kerosene lamp was far, far stronger than that of blue quality. Forget it, anyway the main users of torches will not meet any high-level evil spirits. He shook his head, threw this small episode behind his mind, and immediately began to make them with full strength. His main purpose now was to raise attributes through crafting. As long as he could raise 0.1 point of speed attribute, it would be a great blessing. 3 hours later, Suyu stopped his movements with reluctance. He had just made more than 300 torches in one breath, turning all the materials Ji Haiyang brought into torches. Among them more than 50 were purple quality, and he even made nearly 20 benign mutated torches. As for random attribute increase, he even gained it twice. The only imperfection was that these 2 random attribute increases both went to physique, and he did not get the speed attribute he wanted most. But it does not matter. Counting the time, Wang Jing should have already processed all the monster corpses, just in time to go downstairs to make healing potions. Suyu calculated in his heart, yet his hand could not help but reach again toward one special torch. Stench Grease Torch, purple. Description: a torch mixed with the grease of many elite monsters. Thanks to the maker's skill, its grade rose in a miraculous way, and at the same time a random benign mutation occurred. Hidden hint 1: this torch can continuously burn for 480 hours. During burning, the lighting effect equals a blue quality kerosene lamp. Hidden hint 2: this torch has an extremely unique smell. It will cause low and mid-level evil spirits to feel instinctive disgust. After lighting, the probability of encountering evil spirits in the surrounding area will greatly drop. Among the nearly 20 torches that produced benign mutation, only this one was purple quality. A full 20 days of burning time, plus the trait of driving away evil spirits, so you almost instantly thought of the special use of this thing. That was to stick it into the important ore vein inside mine number 0196, then let ordinary people and low-level survivors be free from the harassment of evil spirits, greatly raising the efficiency of mining ore. It seems I must consider recruiting a batch of people into the guild. Suyu stroked his chin. Right now the Grass Guild was only level 2, but the member limit had already reached a full 1,000 people. As long as he could confirm their character and loyalty were qualified, he could completely recruit a batch of low-level members, then let them mine the Yao Silver Stone and Void Stone in the mine on a large scale. Ask Brother Ji what candidates he has, and Wang Zi too. That fat man surely also has people he can trust. Suyu sent private messages, and suddenly thought of Zhang Yiting. The two had known each other for a long time, but Zhang Yiting at that time refused his proposal to carry out the world event together, claiming she would enter the Bright Society to go undercover. It seems I still have to find Zhang Yiting to exchange some information, otherwise being entangled after 7 days will be quite uncomfortable. While saying so with his mouth, he was not too anxious. Instead he slid down the friend list, sent a guild invitation to Huang Qiwei at the bottom, and at the same time sent more than 300 torches to Ji Haiyang, but kept more than a dozen mutated ones for his own use. After all, ordinary torches were convenient to hand to Ji Haiyang, but mutated ones were hard to price, and in some situations had miraculous effects. For example now, among them there were 2, he felt his initial dungeon could use right away. Bright Grease Torch, purple. Description: a torch mixed with the grease of many elite monsters. Thanks to the maker's skill, a random benign mutation occurred. The torch can burn for 48 hours continuously, during which there is no effect of exorcising evil spirits, but it is extremely bright. Right now, his initial dungeon is fine in every way, but the only complaint is that it's a bit too dark. With an area of more than 200 square meters per level, the kerosene lamps and campfires can't light much. And now the hidden hint mentioned that this thing has extremely high brightness, so Suyu naturally wanted to try it out. Thinking of this, he finally stood up and stretched lazily. This assembly line is really dull, only with the thought of increasing attributes, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure it. He slowly walked downstairs and saw that the central stone table was already piled with flesh and blood amber, but there was no sign of Wang Jing. He glanced further, and the other person was still busy in the planting area, seemingly having not rested at all. Efficiency is not bad. He nodded silently and calmly walked to the edge of the planting area, planting the torch into the soil. The moment it was lit, the dim yellow light made Suyu instinctively squint his eyes. The entire dungeon level was lit up, and even though he was used to moving in a dim environment, it still felt somewhat glaring to him. What is this thing? Wang Jing also squinted his eyes and looked over, showing a conflicted expression, as if wanting to look but also feeling uncomfortable. A special torch, it can burn for 2 days. For now, don't bury the seeds here. Suyu said casually, wiping away the tears from his eyes due to the strong light, and returned to the chair beside the central stone table, preparing to make the remaining materials. After a while, several emerald bottles and spiritual spring water were placed onto the healing potion crafting scroll. With a flash of white light, Suyu felt a light and refreshing sensation flowing through his body. He suddenly stood up, and an unbelievable thought emerged in his mind. No way, is my luck really this good this time? Chapter 195, everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment. To verify his guess, Suyu opened the attribute page. Name, Suyu. Profession, truth believer/priest. Lifespan, 21/150. Spirit, 6.0, Strength, 4.0, Constitution, 4.9, Speed, 3.5. Inspiration, 6.0/6.0. Grace, 6.0/6.0. Chi and Blood, 0.6/0.6. Skills, Mastery of Many Arts Max, Meditation LV2, Spiritual Stab LV1, Spiritual Pressure LV4, Dream Walking LV1, Storm Magic, Blasphemous Magic, LV2, Thunderstrike, Blasphemous Magic, LV2, Tyrant's Power, Divine Magic, LV1, Life Extinction, Blasphemous Magic, LV3. Special Status, Severe Sin, Blasphemy, Blade Scar *1. Why is my luck so up and down today? He blinked. Earlier, making the torch took 3 hours and still didn't trigger the speed attribute. Now, just after making the first batch of healing potions, he had achieved his goal. It can only be said that luck, really is unpredictable. But no need to rush the promotion, I'll make another batch of potions first. Suyu muttered to himself. Based on his previous experience with promotion, this time, it was highly likely he would have to faint and journey to the spiritual realm again. To maximize efficiency, it would be fine to wait until night to proceed. It's decided then. He snapped back to his senses and was ready to continue making the healing potions. However, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Wang Jing walking over. What's wrong? I'm a bit hungry. Sugu, could you open the return permission for me? I'll go back to eat something and then come back. Wang Jing said a bit apologetically. Suyu froze. It seemed he had only opened the permission for the subsidiary dungeon to come to his side in the morning, but had not enabled the return permission from this side back to the subsidiary dungeon. He waved his hand immediately. No need, just eat here. Maybe you'll get the chance for burning iron pot to enhance your attributes. The ingredients are in my space backpack by the stone bed on the 2nd floor. Also, make one for me. Okay. Wang Jing nodded and went upstairs. Watching Wang Jing leave, Suyu suddenly thought of something. Now that he had Wang Jing's initial dungeon as a subsidiary dungeon, what would happen if he opened his own dungeon page? He immediately put down his work and focused his mind on the dungeon attribute page. Dungeon number 0000114514. Level 3, upgradable. Lighting, legendary kerosene lamp, arcane core crystal. Capacity, 4, 3+1. Affiliated management, unnamed affiliated dungeon 1, none. Main teleport portal, mine number 00196, unnamed affiliated dungeon 1, vacant. Dungeon rules, rulers and servants. Fixed theme, giant palace. First layer dungeon style, not selectable. Second layer dungeon style, not selectable. Third layer dungeon style, arcane library. Fourth layer dungeon style, not selectable. So, it seems that Wang Jing actually counts as part of the affiliated dungeon, but the rulers and servants rule means the upgrade criteria includes my initial dungeon and all affiliated dungeons, which fulfills the capacity requirement. Suyu touched his chin and thought for a moment, quickly clarifying the logic within. He clicked on the affiliated management page, and Wang Jing's initial dungeon detail attributes appeared before his eyes. Unnamed affiliated dungeon 1. Level 1, upgradable. Lighting, ordinary kerosene lamp. Capacity, 1. Dungeon area, 30 square meters. Teleport portal, main dungeon teleport passage. Suyu stroked his chin. Compared to his initial dungeon, Wang Jing's initial dungeon was quite shabby. How about upgrading it? Just as Suyu had this thought, he quickly dismissed it himself. He only had 10 empty void stones in hand, and limited resources should be used for the main dungeon. It would be better to upgrade the affiliated dungeon when the mine was developed later. Thinking of this, he closed the affiliated management page and turned to check the requirements for leveling up the initial dungeon to level 4. Upgrade Condition 1, number of permanent Tier 4 classes in the dungeon greater than or equal to 1 or number of permanent survivors in the dungeon greater than or equal to 10, not met. Upgrade Condition 2, total accumulated void stones in this phase greater than or equal to 10, 0/10. Upgrade Condition 3, total dungeon area greater than or equal to 500 square meters, met. Upgrade Condition 4, dungeon has a special theme style, 1/4. Tier 4 class. Suyu frowned slightly, this requirement was a bit unexpected. However, compared to needing 10 permanent occupants, he still felt the former was simpler. At present, he already had the Defiler Priest class transfer scroll. As long as he found the prerequisite, Cleric, he could smoothly level up step by step. The met status of Condition 3 surprised him a bit. He hadn't expected this judgment to calculate by adding up the area of each layer, probably related to the Rulers and Servants rule, which saved some effort. But good things come with bad, and the Rulers and Servants rule allowed him to directly meet Condition 3, but also made Condition 4 problematic. Transforming all 4 layers of the dungeon into a special theme style was indeed not a low requirement. Let's take it one step at a time, maybe tomorrow will bring good luck, and I can find 2 more initial dungeon transformation scrolls just outside. Suyu comforted himself and closed the attribute page, starting to craft healing potions. Half an hour later, the aroma of stir-fried dishes wafted through the air, and Suyu quietly paused his actions. He glanced towards the campfire, where Wang Jing was still busy, estimating the meal would be ready soon. Let's stop here for now, I'll finish the rest after dinner. Saying this, Suyu, in great spirits, stood up with a bottle of potion from the rosewood chair. High-level healing potion, purple. Effect, heals all minor injuries and some major injuries, promotes nerve and blood vessel healing, and aids in limb reattachment. Hidden hint 1, this is a healing potion made from blue-quality raw materials, but due to the creator's superb skills, it has been forcibly raised by 1 level, greatly enhancing the healing effect. Just now, his luck was indeed quite good. He had used only blue-quality flesh amber to make around 40 potions, and surprisingly ended up with 10 purple-quality potions, achieving a success rate of 25%, which could be said to be an extraordinary rebound from the bottom. The only regret is that among so many healing potions, not a single one produced a mutation effect. It seems I can only wait until tomorrow to see the mutated form of the healing potion. Suyu stood up and packed his things. 10 bottles of advanced healing potions with limb regrowth effects were naturally saved for his own use. The 30 bottles of blue-quality intermediate healing potions were divided into 5 portions, 4 of which he sent privately to a few familiar people, while the remaining portion was placed on the stone table. After finishing all this, he walked to the table and chairs beside the campfire, feeling completely at ease enjoying Wang Jing's cooking. Green pepper and potato shreds, cold cucumber salad, stir-fried celery with meat, tomato platter. The dishes were quite sumptuous, some of the ingredients Suyu could even guess were purchased out of Wang Jing's own pocket, making them look very appetizing. But to be honest, Wang Jing's cooking could only be considered average. Suyu ate without making any comments and pointed towards the central stone table. There are 6 bottles of healing potions on the table, you've been busy here all afternoon, so take them with you when you go back later. Huh? Wang Jing quickly nodded, and then a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. Wasn't it said that I should move to the first floor? I could just find a corner. Tomorrow, okay? I have something to do today. By tomorrow, you can move your things over, the 4th floor is empty, and you can stay upstairs. Suyu replied calmly. Oh. Wang Jing nodded with a calm expression, if it was just for one day, a night's sleep would pass. She got up to clean up the cooking tools and tableware, paused at the central stone table for a moment, then picked up the 6 bottles of healing potions, and walked into the teleportation portal back to the affiliated dungeon. During this time, Suyu quietly lay on the mahogany chair, closing his eyes to rest. Only after Wang Jing's figure disappeared did he slowly open his eyes and turn off the affiliated dungeon's access to the main dungeon on the system panel. Even though he had known Wang Jing for quite some time. But during the fainting period after promoting to godless, he only trusted himself. One must not let down their guard. Suyu sighed, standing up to stretch. In fact, he was quite satisfied with Wang Jing's performance. Once he successfully promoted tomorrow, he would definitely let her come over to continue working first. But regarding his own safety, he would never be careless in any way. Let me think about what else I need to handle. Suyu began to contemplate the various matters in his mind, based on experience. Once he started the promotion, the next time he woke up would likely be tomorrow morning. So any urgent matters must be completed before the promotion. Right, I almost forgot about the guild candidates. He slapped his forehead and opened the private messages. Ji Haiyang and Wang Ziyi both recommended more than a dozen candidates. However, Suyu was not in the mood to look through them in detail and quickly clicked through the survival candidate numbers one by one, approving them in the guild application list. After finishing this, he took a deep breath and carefully took out the godless job transfer scroll. Chapter 196, Godless, 3rd Tier. Everything was fully prepared, the promotion was about to begin. Suyu's thoughts moved, and in an instant, a warm current burst open in his mind and body. Every cell in his body felt like seeds rejoicing in the long-awaited rain, unfurling and expanding in the warm current, with verses of Vedic prayers appearing on his skin. His spirit rippled as he saw two massive energies, blue and white, swirling harmoniously like a swarm of fireflies circulating through his limbs, occasionally mixed with a bit of red blood aura. This sensation almost made him moan with pleasure. But suddenly, the warmth turned into a billion icy needles, piercing harshly into every cell and nerve. Ah, crap! Feeling this abrupt change, Suyu couldn't help but let out a muffled howl as the Vedic prayer verses on his body slowly began to squirm. As if it were coming to life. Pain spread throughout his body, and with each rise and fall of his chest, it felt like there was a furnace burning in his lungs. His flesh and blood were being kneaded and tempered repeatedly by an invisible hand, and his bones were stretched and solidified over and over again. He felt his consciousness being torn in half and then forcefully stuffed into every single cell. In this intense pain, he sensed his soul slowly rising. He saw the transparent door lurking in the shiny silver atmosphere, he saw the pebbles in the woods, he saw the calm Seven Pans lake and the well in the forest. Finally, he stopped in front of that familiar pure white door. Ha! Suyu let out a long breath, still feeling a bit uneasy. What he just experienced was not ordinary pain, it was almost unbearable. But even so, he couldn't help but smile. Finally succeeded. I estimate that when I wake up next, I will be a 3rd-level professional. Saying this, he pushed open the door in front of him without hesitation. In an instant, the biting cold wind and snow slowed down his thoughts. Snow swirled around him, and the north wind howled. Countless dark, smoke-emitting evils looked at him in unison, their eyes revealing a thirst for living beings. Damn it! Looking at the desolate and bone-chilling snow scene before him, Suyu could only let out these 2 words in his mind, and then everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a bright dungeon ceiling. Suyu blinked, feeling the cold stone beneath him and the overly bright surroundings, which made him a bit unaccustomed. I suddenly realized that this brightness seems to be affecting my sleep quality, but thankfully, on the 1st floor, normally no one sleeps here, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. With a teasing tone, Suyu slowly got up, feeling the vibrant life force and sharp spirit power within him, and he was in a good mood. As he moved his arms and legs, he could faintly hear some popping sounds. Name, Suyu. Occupation, defiler/priest. Lifespan, 21/150. Spirit, 6.3, Strength, 4.0, Constitution, 5.0, Speed, 3.5. Inspiration, 31.5/31.5. Holy Grace, 31.5/31.5. Vitality, 3.0/3.0. Skills, Master of All Arts Max, Meditation LV3, Spirit Spike LV2, Spirit Pressure Max, Dream Entry LV2, Storm Art, Defilement Art, LV2, Thunderstrike, Defilement Art, LV2, Tyrant's Power, Divine Art, LV1, Life Extinguishing Art, Defilement Art, LV3. Special Condition, Severe Sin, Defilement, Blade Scar *1. Ordinary skills have all increased by 1 level, which is a pleasant surprise. But now that I'm a 3rd-level professional, I wonder if I can take on Jiang Bushu directly? Suyu pondered in his heart, remembering how amazing Jiang Bushu's attributes were the first time they met, and that astonishing 5-fold physical property limit had simply dazzled him. And now, he too possessed a 5-fold attribute blue gauge, combined with the effect of the Book of God Eating, he would definitely last longer in a fight than Jiang Bushu. He shook his head, throwing those thoughts aside, and focused on the specific skill changes. This time, not only did ordinary skills increase by 1 level, but even Dream Entry had also leveled up. Dream Entry LV2, the soul enters deep layers of the spiritual realm, restoring 5 points of Holy Grace mana inspiration every hour as a base. For each prayer mastered from a true god, recovery effect increases by an additional 100%, current recovery effect has increased by 500%, each dream session ends with an additional permanent increase of 0.3 points to the spirit attribute, which scales with the depth of exploration in the spiritual realm. This skill cannot be upgraded but can only improve with extraordinary ranks. Not bad, not bad. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Compared to level 1, the recovery effect of level 2 Blue Gauge had directly increased by 10 times, and it could recover multiple types of energy at the same time, directly solving his previous issues with insufficient inspiration attribute. Additionally, with a fixed increase of 0.3 points to spirit attribute every night, Suyu suddenly felt that the 4th level was not too far away. Cough, seems like I've gotten a bit too full of myself. Suyu silently warned himself in his heart, the numerous evil spirits behind the pure white door were clearly not something to be taken lightly. No wonder when he first obtained the evil spirit pearl, there was a special hidden hint given. If he had been foolish enough to just walk in with it, he probably would have ended up cosplaying as a fivefold division of Xiangyang. As these chaotic thoughts filled his mind, Suyu's arrogance quickly faded quite a bit. He opened the other 3 skill upgrades, and sure enough, their effects each changed accordingly. Spiritual Pressure Max, an incredibly refined spiritual pressure skill. When casting this skill, you gain a temporary plus 3.0 bonus to mental attribute judgment, and inspiration/holy grace/magic attribute consumption is reduced by 30%. Spirit Spike LV2, a fairly skilled spirit spike skill. When casting this skill, you gain a temporary plus 0.5 bonus to mental attribute judgment. Meditation LV3, a technique for calming the mind and restoring spirit. While meditating, 1.5 points of inspiration attribute are restored per hour.